just because my mother found out that my father, the richest man, was having an affair with her best friend when she was 7 months pregnant with me. In order to retaliate against my father, my mother not only heartlessly abandoned me just after I was born, but also developed a romantic relationship with her best friend's husband. She even let my father raise her lover's son for over a decade, and in the end, she wanted my half-brother to inherit my father's wealth. However, my unexpected return completely disrupted my mother's plan. In order to ensure a smooth inheritance for my half-brother, she started to belittle and frame me, causing me to be despised by everyone in the Zhang family. No matter how hard I tried to please my 4 sisters and parents, they still ended up harming me to death. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back 2 months before the college entrance examination, and today I am being framed by my half-brother for stealing. In my previous life, I was imprisoned for several months because of this incident. I, who had hopes of entering a top university, missed the college entrance examination. As I returned to life, I became more and more furious. Ruining someone's future is like destroying their entire life. Since I have been reborn, I will make the Zhang family pay for their blood debts. As soon as I finished recording my confession and returned home, I heard laughter and joy inside. My eyes turned bloodshot, and I picked up a large brick and rushed in, startling the Zhang family who were having a meal in the dining room. When they saw that it was me at the door, they all widened their eyes. I held a brick in my hand, with a look of deep hatred on my face. Father Zhang Feng furrowed his brows and said, "Zhang Nan, what are you doing?" But before his displeasure could be fully expressed, I grabbed the brick and swung it towards my half-brother Zhang Hao without saying a word. Everything happened so fast that no one could react. How? Be careful. When Mother Wang Feng finally reacted, I had already viciously swung the brick towards Zhang Hao. Seeing this scene, Wang Feng's heart almost jumped to her throat. "Brother, what are you doing? Mom, Dad, help!" Zhang Hao was so frightened and panicked that he could only desperately try to find a place to hide in the spacious dining room. "Zhang Nan, stop it! Are you crazy?" Wang Feng and the Zhang sisters shouted in anger. "Are you bodyguards just here for show? What are you standing there for? Come and catch him!" Zhang Feng was almost going crazy with anger at this moment. He never expected that I would come back in such a frenzied state and dare to throw bricks at people, which was beyond his imagination. Was this still the weak Zhang Nan who couldn't even speak loudly? When I saw that I missed hitting Zhang Hao and he managed to escape, I narrowed my eyes and aimed at his melon head, and directly threw the brick in my hand at him. With a scream from Zhang Hao, I immediately pounced on him, picked up the brick that had fallen on the ground, and smashed it towards Zhang Hao's head. "You scheming green tea man, ever since I entered Zhang's house, you and Mother have been plotting against me, ruining my life and making me die so miserably." Everyone in the Zhang family was shocked to see Zhang Hao being beaten, and Wang Feng and Zhang Feng were so desperate to come forward and try to pull me away. "Zhang Nan, you trash, let go of my Haoer. If anything happens to him, I will fight you." Wang Feng's scream pierced through the entire hall. The brick in my hand was completely shattered and unusable. Seeing the butler and others from the Zhang family trying to come forward to restrain me, I sneered and took out a long fruit knife from my pocket, pressing it against Zhang Hao's neck. Zhang Hao was immediately scared, wetting his pants in an instant. He kept begging for mercy, saying, Brother, I dare not anymore. Please don't be impulsive. You will really kill someone like this. Mom, Dad, help. If anyone dares to come over, I will let the white knife go in and the red knife come out." My gaze was fierce, like an enraged tiger. Zhang Feng was shocked and angry to see me actually pull out a fruit knife. "Zhang Nan, what are you trying to do? It's just a few days in detention. Do you have to make such a big deal and hurt your brother?" After hearing what Father Zhang Feng said, I spat on his face fiercely and said, "I spit on you." Zhang cuckolded. "Is this what a human being says? I'm about to take the college entrance examination, but you want to call the police and arrest me, imprison me for a few months. You are ruining my whole life. And you dare to say it's just a few days? Are you still human? If you weren't dirty and always stealing things, your sister wouldn't have called the police to arrest you." Zhang Feng was furious when he suddenly heard me call him Zhang Greenhat. If I didn't have a knife in my hand and Zhang Hao with me, he would have rushed up to teach me, this unfilial child, a lesson. Is this the kind of scum? I said not to be soft-hearted first. Let him go. In my opinion, he should be charged with a serious crime, imprisoned for several years, and kept in custody until he is scared. Wang Feng saw her beloved son being treated so cruelly by me. Her face twisted with pain, and she viciously screamed at me, showing a look that she wanted to kill me. However, as soon as Wang Feng's voice fell, a vase flew past her ear and hit her bare ankle, causing her to scream in pain. This unfilial child is crazy. He wants to kill his own mother. Oh my God, quickly kill this unfilial child. Butler, call the police. Call the police quickly. I want to arrest this madman and put him in prison. Zhang Feng was so angry to see that I dared to harm his own mother, Wang Feng, that his hands trembled, and he just wanted to catch this crazy unfilial child. Fine, call the police quickly. When the police arrive, I will expose your company's tax evasion, as well as all the violations. Has that person named Wang Lin not started running away these days? And Zhang Long from the technical department, only 40 years old, was given an early retirement of 5 million. Come on, call the police. Report it quickly. Let's see who dies first. I threatened Zhang Feng fiercely. Zhang Feng's expression changed drastically when he heard my words and the names of these people. And Wang Feng, you are a person with a beastly heart. A poisonous woman who commits adultery, just to help your illegitimate son inherit the family business. You repeatedly try to put me in an unjust situation. Why didn't I kill you just now? I shouted furiously. The crimson eyes of hatred startled everyone present. When Wang Feng heard the words commit adultery, she suddenly looked eerie and dared not speak again, just staring at me resentfully. As my emotions gradually escalated, the fruit knife that was pressed against Zhang Hao's neck quickly left a red mark on his neck, causing Zhang Hao to immediately cry out for mercy. Brother, please don't kill me. I have always respected you the most. Spare me. With my emotions running high, I turned my gaze to Zhang Hao and coldly said, are you scared? Good. You should be scared. I want you to always remember this feeling of fear because you will experience it often in the future. I want your whole family to live in fear forever. It's just as painful as my last life when I had my fingers chopped and sliced by those people. Zhang Nan, don't hurt Hauer. If you hurt him, none of us will spare you. Old Zhang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call the police. This beast is going to kill Hauer. As soon as Wang Feng saw that Zhang Hao was injured, that heart ached with him. Zhang Nan, put the knife down and Dad will pretend that nothing happened today. Perhaps hearing that Zhang Nan actually knew about self, Zhang Feng calmed down a bit this time and didn't dare to ask the housekeeper to call the police again. Just trying to make a big deal out of a small deal. Ha, cuckold Zhang. You want to dismiss me by saying that nothing happened? Why do you have such a big face? I've been victimized so badly by you guys. And you're just going to dismiss it with a flippant remark that nothing happened? Grass, did I give you face? Zhang Nan said, emotionally stabbing a knife violently into Zhang Hao's arm. Ah, Zhang Hao, who hadn't realized it for a moment, screamed out in pain from this sudden stab. Ho-chan, Zhang Nan, don't hurt Hauer. If you have anything come at me, don't touch Hauer, he's my lifeblood. When Wang Feng saw the blood gurgling out of Zhang Hao's arm, he was really scared now. This is her precious son that she is afraid of melting in her mouth and afraid of dropping in her hands. How dare this dead beast hurt her heart and soul? Zhang Nan saw Wang Feng's unbearable expression that looked like it was killing her. The heart had long since lost the hard feelings and jealousy of Zhang Hao, the intimacy that I didn't get in my last life. He wouldn't want it even more in this life. He felt sick. In his second life, he only wanted to get back at these so-called relatives who had left him for dead. Zhang Nan, you calm down a bit. You're 18 years old now. It's against the law to hurt someone. Do you want to spend time in jail at a young age? Zhang Feng's angry eyes held a warning. He didn't expect Zhang Nan to actually dare to stab Zhang Hao. This was the son he had loved for more than 10 years, nurtured with care and extreme affection since childhood. Zhang Feng, don't say this to me. I came back today to die with you. Zhang Nan knew what Zhang Feng was thinking. He had just released the matter of Zhang Feng's company in an attempt to bluff him so that he wouldn't dare to act rashly. He recognized that Zhang Feng would definitely not dare to call the police in order to prevent self from exposing those things. Today, when Zhang Nan came back to the Zhang family, there were only two things. One is an outlet. Even if he didn't kill anyone, he would still leave everyone in the Zhang family with a shadow that would last a lifetime. The other is to cut ties with the Zhang family. Zhang Nan, it's me, Zhang Xinlan, who called the police to arrest you. So if you have anything, just come at me. Don't hurt mom and dad and them. At this time, Zhang Xinlan, who originally stood by the side in a daze, heard Zhang Nan's words about the whole family dying together and immediately stepped forward to take it all. Zhang Nan looked at this culprit who had caused him so much harm in his last life, and the blood pressure in his heart went up again. Good. I haven't even taken the initiative to come after you yet, and you're fucking coming out of the woodwork. At you. Then, snap. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Nan dragged Zhang Hao in a flash and used his entire body's strength to fling a slap at Zhang Xinlan's delicate face. That slap directly knocked Zhang Xinlan head over heels. The skirt of the home-worn dress flipped up with it, showing a piece of spring. Heartland. The remaining three sisters of the Zhang family were so frightened that they lost their colors and hurriedly ran over to help Zhang Xinlan up. Zhang Nan, you've gone too far. Zhang Nan, are you still human? She's your sister. Zhang Nan, however, simply ignored the others and proceeded to pounce on them, kicking Zhang Xinlan several times in a row. Upon seeing this, the eldest sister, Jiang Xinmei, and the third sister, Jiang Xinju, screamed and rushed forward to stop them, and soon both of them followed suit and were kicked several times in a row. I'm not a human being? Zhang Xilan falsely accused me of stealing and called the police to arrest me, and they want to lock me up for a few months, so I can't take the entrance exams, and they're going to ruin me for life. How much hatred do I have for you to make you do such a dehumanizing thing? You all fucking think I'm easy to bully, don't you? When Zhang Nan thought of this, his feet exerted even more force. Zhang Nan, your second sister didn't do it on purpose. Stop kicking. It will kill you. Eldest sister Zhang Xinmei protected her own face with one hand and Zhang Xinlan with the other. That's not even on purpose. Do you take me for a fool? Is she going to kill me one day and you'll still say she didn't do it on purpose? Fuck you. You and Zhang Xinju aren't any good either. One of them ganged up with Zhang Xinlan every day to falsely accuse me of stealing. And one of them called me a beggar every day and got security guards to beat me up a few times. Old me treats you all carefully, each and every one of you as if you were an ancestor. But you all shame me and set me up every day. It even destroyed me. The more Zhang Nan spoke, the angrier he became. In his last life, he was joined by his second sister, Zhang Xinlan, and Zhang Hao, who called the police to ruin the picture of his own college entrance examination. The image of being beaten out of the company by the older sister with a disgusted look on her face and telling the security guards to beat it out of the company. The image of being falsely accused of stealing every day by the third sister, Zhang Xinju, and being disliked as a beggar every day. The image of being falsely accused by her fourth sister, Zhang Xinju, of spying on her in the shower, telling someone to forcefully hold self's head down to drink urine from the toilet, and telling self to go to hell. That one frame, that one scene. It made Zhang Nan hate his teeth so much that he wanted to stab one person. At that moment, he saw Zhang Xinju who was hiding in a panic. Another thought of being forced by her to hold her head down and drink her urine. Grass, you think you can dodge it? Before the words were out of his mouth, his foot had kicked over. Ah, you stinking beggar. How dare you kick me with your dirty feet? Go to hell. Dad, call the police. Take this maniac to jail. A few sisters had already been kicked so much that they couldn't stand it and immediately cried and shouted. Some were kicked so hard their jaws were deformed. Some were kicked until their faces swelled up. Now, the Zhang family, except for Zhang Feng who was uninjured, the rest of them were hanging on to their colors. However, Zhang Feng still didn't dare to call the police. He was just anxious to make a wink to the butler and the two bodyguards, telling them to seize Zhang Nan while they had the chance. However, Zhang Nan was wide awake, kicking a few sisters hard with his feet, while keeping a knife in his hand against Zhang Hao's neck. Call the police. Ha, yeah. Hurry up and call the police. When the police come, it's best to restore the data from your Zhang family's surveillance as well to see who's been stealing for the past 3 years. Who the fuck is the peeping Tom? In his last life, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it because he still had a saintly heart for these relatives. Then they are too stupid to let the police check the surveillance. The end result was that the police considered the evidence overwhelming and then arrested him on the spot. So stupid. Thinking of the self that was so stupid in his last life, Zhang Nan was so angry that he wanted to stab himself as well. When Zhang Hao heard that he wanted to check the surveillance, his clear face instantly turned pale. Dad, don't be scared by this beggar. Call the police. He hurt so many of us. He's dead. I'm going to make him sit through the bottom of the jail for the rest of his life. The second sister, Zhang Xinlan, viciously shouted at Zhang Feng. Shut up. Zhang Feng shouted angrily at Zhang Xinlan as he was distracted. Zhang Nan, tell me, what do you want? Zhang Nan got tired of kicking and stopped his feet for a moment to rest. However, he still held the hilt tightly and looked at Zhang Hao, this ungrateful enemy who had counted himself the worst in his previous life. As soon as he was recognized back to the Zhang family, he was counted by Zhang Hao every day. And even that robbery incident was arranged by Zhang Hao. Think of the pain of cutting off your own 10 fingers, the pain of cutting your own flesh. Ha, it's all reborn. So if you have a grudge, you have to avenge it on the spot. With this in mind, the fruit knife chopped at the index and middle fingers of Zhang Hao's right hand. The bright red blood immediately spurted out. Ah ha ha ha. Zhang Hao screamed out miserably as he covered those two broken fingers. The blood drained from his face instantly. Mom, I'm dying, help. Zhang Hao had a mental breakdown this time. Hao, Zhang Nan, I'm going to fight you. Wang Feng was just about to rush over when he was hugged by Zhang Feng, because Zhang Nan was still holding the knife in his hand. And look at the mental state, really not normal. The kind of thing where whoever goes up there immediately stabs you in the back. The butler and bodyguard had never seen this kind of battle in the Zhang family either, especially the two tall, burly bodyguards. If it was an outsider, the two of them would probably go up and boogie to take it down. But this one in front of me is their boss's own son. It's in the hands of their own son, but it's their boss's favorite son. It's all about the son. It's a lot to keep these grandchildren of theirs on their toes. Brother, I don't dare to do it again. I don't dare to do it again. Oh, spare brother me. Mom, help me. Zhang Hao saw his blood flow more and more, and he also felt a wave of dizziness. He was really afraid that he would die from blood loss before he was stabbed to death by Zhang Nan. How's that for fear? Feeling panicky and short of breath? Feeling the blood draining out of your own body at a rapid rate? Scared? Zhang Nan attached herself to Zhang Hao's ear and asked slowly, word by word. The fruit knife gently scraped the aorta on Zhang Hao's neck with every sentence he finished, bit by bit, scraping and oozing one silky trail of blood after another. Now, Zhang Hao's last bit of urination came out in fear. Mom, Dad, help, brother, he's cynical and wants to kill me. Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with fear and pitiful helplessness. The tears that filled her eyes made everyone in the Zhang family's heart ache to see them. Animal, simply beasts. Wang Feng was on the verge of crying out. She couldn't wait to let herself take these knives for Zhang Hao at this moment. Zhang Nan saw Zhang Hao come with this expression again. In his last life, Zhang Hao used this expression to falsely accuse him every time. And it still works every time. So, it caused him to be subconsciously defensive and annoyed whenever he saw that expression now. Zhang Nan pressed against the hilt of his sword. His voice cold. Looks like you like to kinda drink green tea. Is it fun to pretend to be green tea every day? In that case, don't keep these fingers of yours, Zhang Nan said, raising the fruit knife in his hand again. But the moment he raised the fruit knife, the bodyguards who had been waiting for an opportunity immediately swarmed up and pounced on him, deadly pressing him down so that Zhang Nan couldn't move, while the butler and Zhang Feng took the opportunity to snatch the fruit knife from his hand. It was only then that all of them breathed a sigh of relief. Get a rope and tie him down. Zhang Xinlan immediately got up from the ground and quickly looked for a rope to come over. Wang Feng snatched the fruit knife in Zhang Feng's hand and made a gesture to stab Zhang Nan to death. Wang Feng, what are you doing? Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly grabbed Wang Feng's hand and snatched the fruit knife. I'm going to stab this beast to death. He actually dared to injure my Hao. I'll kill him. Wang Feng roared in a maniacal manner. You're crazy. It pays to kill. Why don't you hurry up and send Hao to the hospital? If we delay any longer, that broken finger won't be able to be attached. As soon as Wang Feng heard Zhang Hao's broken finger, he turned his eyes to look at the pale Zhang Hao and immediately came to his senses again, staring viciously at Zhang Nan. Bastard, listen to me. If anything happens to Hao, I'll have you buried with him. Zhang Nan, who was already tied up 5 times at the moment, sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. What a big mouth. Who just got so scared they just dared to hide in the wings? Go ahead. Stab me right here in the heart. You stabbed me once. I'll stab you 10 times. Anyway, I've already returned my life to you once. I don't owe you anymore. Push me to the brink. I'll expose those dirty things of yours, and see who loses both their money and their fortune. I'll see who loses their reputation. Wang Feng, don't think that the things you did were hidden. Zhang Nan stared back at Wang Feng with a provocative face. As for Wang Feng, as soon as she heard Zhang Nan's words, her complexion immediately changed, and she subconsciously glanced at Zhang Feng beside her, her pupils filled with uneasiness and emptiness. In the end, she gritted her teeth, grunted twice, and hurriedly led the people to send Zhang Hao, who was covered in blood, to the hospital. The 4 sisters of the Zhang family, the second Zhang Xinlan and the third Zhang Xinju, and the fourth Zhang Xinju also hurriedly followed along. Before leaving, Zhang Xinlan limped to the front of Zhang Nan and fiercely gave Zhang Nan a few slaps. In the end, if she hadn't seen Zhang Nan's eyes full of murderous intent, staring dead at her, she probably would have wanted to go up and make up for a few more kicks. Zhang Xianju also poo-pooed a few mouthfuls of spittle towards Zhang Nan before helping Zhang Xianlan to leave together. They are also going to the hospital for a CT. After all, Zhang Nan had just kicked them to break their faces and injure them. But fortunately, it wasn't as serious as Zhang Hao. Zhang Xinmei stayed with her father because she only received a few blows. Just a swollen face. Zhang Nan was also a bit tired at this time. After all, the emotions had just been in high gear. But he's got a battle ahead of him now. Moreover, he knew that at this time, Zhang Feng still had to negotiate with him. Something like this happened today. Everyone in the Zhang family absolutely hated him to the bone. This is just the right time for him to offer to break off the relationship. Standing opposite Zhang Nan were Zhang Feng and Zhang Xinmei. Looking at the mess on the ground, and the blood on the ground, the shock in his heart could not be suppressed. They never dreamed that Zhang Nan, who had always been despised by them, would be so terrifying when he went crazy, say stabbing, without batting an eye. At that moment, they suddenly remembered a phrase. Dogs can really bite when they are cornered. Zhang Nan, regarding the matter of calling the police to leave you with a record, it's Xinlan who did go overboard indeed, but you almost took Hao's life today. What do you say about this? Zhang Feng looked at the son in front of him who had always made him look down on him. The heart is a little complicated. He really disliked the son, because this son is all over the place, growing up on the outside, with the kind of sneaky addictive bad habits in him that disliked him at first glance. It wasn't that he hadn't given time for Zhang Nan to get used to it over the past 3 years. However, Zhang Nan let him down time and time again. So, he gave up on Zhang Nan, thinking that when he finished his college entrance exams, he would let him move out of the Zhang family to fend for himself. But now this has happened. He's thinking about whether he can keep Zhang Nan. What? Trying to kill me? Zhang Nan stared into Zhang Feng's eyes and asked with a mocking expression. Zhang Feng was shocked at his words. Is he that obvious? How come? No matter what, you're also Dad's biological son. Zhang Feng looked sincere. Zhang Nan let out a cut. Okay, don't pretend that little bit in your heart. Want to kill me? Believe me, you and the Zhang family will die a much worse death. Since I can come to the Zhang family today and make such a mess, I'm not afraid that you'll kill me. Your handle, I have given it to my friends. Once they find out that I was killed by you, those things will immediately be sent to the various police stations in Guangqing City. Zhang Feng, how sure do you think you can escape the law? Zhang Feng's face completely darkened. If he hadn't made up his mind to kill Zhang Nan just now he really didn't want Zhang Nan to stay alive. Fuck the real son. Everything is slaughterable as long as it involves your own life. What are you talking about? Son, is it possible that Daddy's words weren't clear enough? You're the son Dad worked so hard to get back. How could he possibly want to kill you? Zhang Nan snorted coldly in his heart. This old fox. Still want to act in front of him? Forget it. In the future there will be Zhang how that wolf cub want him to die. But he had to squeeze some interest out of the old fox now first. You want him to live in misery as he did in his last life? Ha! Wouldn't it be cheaper for these scumbags who caused him a horrible death? Such a stifling day was not something he wanted to live through again. Otherwise, what's the point of being born again? Alright, Mr. Zhang, stop acting. Your acting skills aren't as good as that wolf cub Zhang Hao. I came back today for 2 things. If you promise, I'll keep those secrets of your company quiet. Zhang Feng was relieved when he heard Zhang Nan's words. As a businessman who has been in the mall for decades, what I fear most is that the other party will not make any conditions. As long as the other party makes an offer, that's proof that things can be worked out. You tell me first. Zhang Feng looked like he was in a difficult situation. Zhang Nan also ignored his acting and slowly stated his conditions. First, withdraw the case, return my innocence, and then sever the relationship. In the future I have nothing to do with the Zhang family. This life is alive or dead, poor or rich. The Zhang family is not allowed to ask half a word again. Once Zhang Nan's words fell, Zhang Feng did not have any expression. On the other hand, Zhang Xinmei, who was standing silently on the side, disdainfully sneered a few times in her heart. Cut off your ties with our Zhang family. And you, Zhang Nan, are nothing. See how you live on the outside. Zhang Nan didn't care about their mental activities and continued to state the second condition. Secondly, as a result of the psychological trauma and emotional damage caused by the bullying, abuse, and torture you have inflicted on me over the past 3 years, and the loss of growth caused by the 15 years of dereliction of duty that preceded it, your Zhang family is going to compensate me $100 million. When listening to those words in front of him, Zhang Feng hadn't had much of a reaction. Anyway, since this happened today, he no longer had an ounce of father-son affection for Zhang Nan. Think of him only as a dangerous man who knows self-secrets. But when this dangerous man actually lionized self and asked for so much money, he was outraged. Zhang Feng revealed a smile. This smile made the heartbeat of Zhang Xinmei, who was on the side, speed up quite a bit when she looked at it, because she was all too familiar with what this smile of her father's represented. $100 million? I've never seen any emotional damages that cost as much as $100 million. Okay, I can give it to you as compensation for all the years I've given you, but it might take a month or so to get it to you. Zhang Nan did not reply to Zhang Feng's words, but instead signaled the butler to untie self first. The butler did not dare to make a move as his eyes looked towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng thought that since Zhang Nan was able to calmly negotiate with self, he should not be attacking them anymore. Also, he didn't have any offensive weapons on him. Then he nodded for the steward to untie the rope. After waiting to be untied, Zhang Nan turned his strangled wrists. What? Is the chairman of the Hallowed Star Peak Group unable to take out this tiny 100 million yuan? Zhang Feng's brows furrowed. Dad doesn't mean that. It's just that Dad really doesn't have that much cash flow at once. That's up to you. Anyway, within an hour of 100 million, hit my account. Not a penny less. Zhang Nan looked as if he could not be refused. What the hell? Would someone with billions of dollars not have 100 million in cash on him? Even if he really doesn't have it, then we'll have to get it together for him. You said you know something about me. What is it? Zhang Feng diverted his attention and asked Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan smiled coldly. Are you sure you want me to say it now in front of a few of them? Zhang Feng looked around. The oldest daughter and the housekeeper and a bodyguard are at. Zhang Feng nodded his head to a few people. The butler and bodyguard immediately turned around and went out. Zhang Xinmei was a bit worried that Zhang Feng would get hurt and urged Zhang Feng to pay attention to this madman. Then she also took a step and went out, pulled the hall door closed as he left and stood waiting outside the doorway. Well, it's just us father and son here now, so go ahead. How on earth did you know all this? Zhang Nan glanced at Zhang Feng slyly. This his nominal biological father. And a ruthless one. Actually, it's also right. How can a tycoon who can sit in the top 100 wealth rankings in Guangqing be a simple commodity? More than half an hour later, the door to the hall was opened. Zhang Xinmei hurriedly walked up. At this time, she saw Zhang Nan with an indifferent face carrying his worn-out school bag, and carrying some books in his hand. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, had a gloomy face like he had eaten shit. Zhang Nan, think carefully, after you leave this door, you will never be a member of the Zhang family again. Zhang Feng coldly warned with an expression of if you regret now and kneel down to me to apologize, I will consider forgiving you. Ha, Mr. Zhang, do you think the Zhang family is heaven to me? I don't get enough to eat every day. I've been in the Zhang family for 3 years. I've never formally eaten at the table. It's all because I wait for you guys to finish eating before I pick up what you don't want to eat. Sleeping in a nanny's room under a quilt the nanny didn't want. Never have new clothes to wear. Clothes are old, torn and patched. Shoes have been worn for several years. All top torn holes, patched and patched. You guys never bought me a pair, or the teacher can't be bothered to buy me a pair of shoes. Being scolded and beaten by you all. You have to please you Zhang family members every day. You Zhang family are so fucking high and mighty. You look down on Sister Lan who has raised me for several years. And just because Sister Lan is a sanitation worker, you call us beggars every day. Why the fuck would I stay after all this? What the fuck is wrong with me? Zhang Nan yelled at this and got emotional again. Zhang Feng frowned. He was tempted to retort. But if you think about it, some of what Zhang Nan said does exist. For example, Wang Feng and the others had not allowed Zhang Nan to eat at the table because they suspected that he had come from the dirty slums and subconsciously felt that he smelled dirty and smelly, like sleeping in the nanny's room. For example, a couple of his daughters keep calling him a beggar, but not having bought clothes, shoes, quilts and all that for Zhang Nan. He was not expecting it. What's Wang Feng doing? Does the family need this much money? It's not because you've always had unclean hands. Zhang Feng held his tongue for half a day, but still used these words to block Zhang Nan. Humph. Mr. Zhang, you should find an expert to restore the data from your home's surveillance after you've done so first, and I advise you that the sooner the better. The better, and by then, you'll be able to see some unexpected answers. Also, the agreement to break off the relationship has just been signed, so I hope you'll do what you say you're going to do and stay out of my life. And, please tell Zhang Xinlan to withdraw the case immediately. If it really affects my college entrance exam, I will make her regret being born in this world. After Zhang Nan finished saying this, he no longer ignored Zhang Feng and the others, twisting his head and walking out of the Zhang family's front door. It doesn't carry any attachment at all. Zhang Feng's face was cloudy. Zhang Xinmei, on the other hand, pondered. Today's Zhang Nan seems to be really different. Zhao Wen, you are responsible for following Zhang Nan during this period of time. See what people he has been in contact with during this period of time, and those who have been in contact with him. Investigate the bottom line and report back to me. Zhao Wen, who was on the side, heard the words and immediately respectfully led the order to go. Hearing this, Zhang Xinmei didn't know what she was thinking in her heart, and afterward, she finally sighed. She hadn't expected this situation. Although it was true that she didn't like Zhang Nan, she didn't think that she would kick him out of the Zhang family. After letting the housekeeper clean up the mess, Zhang Xinmei dragged her heavy body and walked back to her own room. Passing Zhang Nan's room on the way, she suddenly stopped. The hand twisted the lock inexplicably and uncontrollably. The entry was a narrow room. The area is only 1/4 the size of her room. The inside was sparsely furnished, with only a bed, a table, and a simple closet. It's all configured to babysitting standards here. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, but the pattern on it was dull and had obviously been used for years. Zhang Xinmei remembered that just now Zhang Nan said, "This is the nanny with the old do not want the quilt." Zhang Xinmei frowned. Their moms, why don't they think of buying Zhang Hong a new quilt? The Zhangs aren't short of that kind of money. There were only a few clothes inside the closet, and some of them even had patches on them. And it's all cheap clothes, nothing over $100 or more. Thinking again about the words Zhang Nan said just now when he left. Never had new clothes to wear. Clothes are old, torn and patched. Shoes have been worn for several years, all topped with holes, patched and patched. You guys never bought me a pair, or the teacher couldn't bear to buy me a pair of shoes. Jiang Xinmei frowned again. She remembered the brands that Jiang Hao wore, which could easily cost thousands of dollars. Shoes don't change every day. Clothes are also changed for all seasons, every day. Their mother, Wang Feng, very often customized those very expensive limited edition models directly to Zhang Hao. It was as if she wanted to announce to the world how much she doted on Zhang Hao. But when it came to Zhang Nan, the difference in treatment was simply worlds apart. She had always thought that her mother, no matter how much she disliked Zhang Nan as her son, would make a show of buying him some clothes and shoes, but she didn't expect that none of them would be available. And she, her big sister, hasn't bought a single. Jiang Xinmei sighed heavily. For the first time there was a bit of self-doubt in my heart. That's when she came back to the table. The table is also one of those generic ones you get for babysitters. There are still some books on the table. It should be that Jiang Nan left in a hurry and could only take away some of the books to be used for revision, and most of the ones that didn't have much use were left behind. Jiang Xinmei pulled open a drawer and looked at it, finding a few books inside as well, one of which was thick like a notebook, caught her attention. She opened it. January 1st. Weather, sunny. Today is my first day home. The mood is so exciting. Dad was the only one who came to pick me up. Dad's face looks so serious. Did I do something wrong? I went home in my dad's car. It was my first time to ride in such a nice-looking car. I was so nervous. I never dared to move around for fear of dirtying the car. The car took forever to get home. I met the sisters that my dad talked about, got to meet my cute little brother too, and even met my mom who I'd been thinking about for a long time. My mom, she's so beautiful. I wanted to jump into her warm embrace oh so badly. When Jiang Xinmei saw this, she also remembered the first day Zhang Nan came back home. That day, she saw a boy of about 15 years of age with a svelte look. He followed his father a little nervously. Several of their siblings, including their mother, stared at him with displeased faces. She remembers the first thing her mother asked with a scrutinizing look. Where did you come back from? Zhang Nan looked at his mother nervously and uneasily. New Market Street. As soon as her mother heard the name of the place, she immediately looked disgusted. I can't believe you came from the ghetto. Then what does the person who adopted you do? Zhang Xinju asked sternly, following suit from the sidelines. Zhang Nan's shoulders shrank, but it seemed that he was thinking of someone he liked, and his voice was tinged with respect. The one who adopted me is Sister Lan. Her job is a sanitation worker, and Sister Lan is very good to me. Zhang Nan's words couldn't continue as he was stunned by the screams of his mother in Zhang Xinju. Ah, it actually came out of the garbage. No wonder I smelled a foul odor as soon as he came into the house, Zhang Xinju said as she exaggeratedly covered her nose and stayed away from Zhang Nan. Beggar, hurry up and wash your body clean before appearing in front of us. It stinks. Zhang Xinju also covered her nose and rushed at Zhang Nan. I took a bath before I came back. Sister Lan even specially bought fragrant perfume for me to spray. I smell very good. I don't stink. Zhang Nan hurriedly and nervously explained as soon as he heard his sister say that he smelled. But his explanations simply fell on deaf ears. Everyone stayed away from him, including Jiang Xinmei also frowned subconsciously away from him. Jiang Xinmei now seriously recalled. In fact, Zhang Nan at that time really does not stink, and the body does have a light floral scent. Clear and light. Very good kind of smell. Heart a little sour. Jiang Xinmei went on to read. January 2nd. Weather overcast. I upset my mom and sisters yesterday. I purposely got up early today to make my mom and sisters a breakfast with my own hands. I'm best at fried eggs and ham sandwiches. Erasure has taught me a few times. I made 10 servings at once, and gave one to my uncle the housekeeper and my aunt who made breakfast, and both of them complimented me on how good it was. But when my mom and sisters found out that I made the sandwiches on the table, they're still angry. My mother said I was dirty and not to touch their dinner dishes. I was also so angry that I told the housekeeper on the spot to replace the dishes I had touched and not to use them again. My sisters say I purposely gross them out early in the morning, that I'm scheming and trying to get ahead as soon as I get back. I explained to them desperately that it wasn't what you think. I'm just trying to make a breakfast for my loved ones. But they don't believe it. They keep cursing. Mom even told me to get my ass back to my room and not to show up in the dining room without her permission from now on. I'm so sad. Am I doing something wrong again? When Jiang Xinmei saw this, she suddenly felt a little choked. She could even feel Zhang Nan's sadness during the days, and his difficult feelings at that time. She was there at the time, although she did not participate in the scolding. Yet, she chose to look on coldly. It even also felt like this new brother had a big heart and was trying to please everyone as soon as he came back, acting too obvious. But she didn't think differently. It was just a sign of a child wanting to integrate with his loved ones after returning to a home he had been away from for more than a decade. But what have they done? Name-calling, prejudice, Discrimination. Targeting. January 20th. Weather, sunny. Today, my big sister spoke to me. So excited and happy. The one person in the family I look up to the most is my big sister, because she's very capable and runs a large department in her dad's company. And big sis gave me a cell phone. That cell phone is expensive, I hear. It's what big sister usually uses. Big sis must really like me. Otherwise, why would she give me the cell phone she usually uses? Erasure has taught me from time to time to be courteous. Should I make a nice meal to send to big sis tomorrow? But mom wouldn't let me go to the dining room. Why don't I buy a coffee for big sis? She usually seems to like coffee. I can't buy it at home for my big sister to drink, or else the others will say I stole the money again. That's weird. You've been losing things around the house lately? Looks like I'm going to have to use my personal money, huh? When Jiang Xinmei saw the word cell phone, her pupils flashed with a hint of weakness. The cell phone was one she didn't want, because she was after a certain brand of phone at the time. She changed her phone once a year. It was unlikely that anyone else in the Zhang family would want someone else's used cell phone. Their own cell phones were all the latest models, including Zhang Hao as well. There were several of them, all of which were the most expensive and best configured kind. She saw that Zhang Nan didn't have a cell phone to use at the time, so she casually threw it to him. I didn't realize that the little guy was so happy and was thinking of ways to thank her. The corner of Jiang Xinmei's mouth gently lifted and she laughed lightly. January 21st. Weather overcast. Went to the office in the morning and the security guard said they wouldn't let me in without an invitation. I said I'm Zhang Feng's son. They looked at what I was wearing with disdainful eyes and obvious disbelief, and said to me, the chairman has only one son. I have not heard of him having a second son. I had no choice but to wait downstairs until my sister came out at noon to give her coffee. But near noon, the coffee wasn't good anymore and I immediately ran back to the coffee shop to get another cup. This stuff is so expensive. It's tens of dollars a cup. However, I waited until the afternoon, and my big sister still didn't come out. Coffee is not good again. I ran to get another cup, but I waited until it was very late. It was already 10 o'clock, and my big sister still didn't come out. I'll just have to catch the last bus home. Otherwise, mom will be mad when she sees me back so late. Jiang Xinmei's heart trembled when she saw this. She vaguely remembered driving away from the underground garage as soon as she got off work that day. This guy is so stupid. Why would he think of waiting for her to get off work at the front door of the company? Also, she was busy at work and asked her assistant to order food for her at lunch. January 22nd. Weather overcast. I went home late last night and was told to stand for an hour by my mom. I saw my big sister come home early. She doesn't know I went to the office to see her. I asked her how she got back and she said driving. Oops. I'm so stupid. Big sister has a car. Must be from the underground garage to drive back. So, today I went straight over in the afternoon and waited for her. And waited until she was almost done with her shift. I bought coffee again. I bought 3 cups yesterday and another one today. Big sister, if you don't drink up, I'm about to lose my personal money. But again, my expectations were dashed. The staff patrolling the garage, seeing that I had been going around there looking for a car, thought I was going to steal something and without saying a word, racked me up. I still haven't gotten my big sister to drink the coffee I bought. Seeing this, Jiang Xinmei, amused and distressed, secretly said, stubborn little guy, big sister does not like you this cup of coffee. January 26th. Weather overcast. After keeping watch for days, I finally met my big sister today, but she seems to be upset about something. When I walked up to her happily with my coffee, she saw that I was very upset and wanted to drive me back, saying that I shouldn't embarrass myself here. I told my big sister that I was bringing her coffee. My older sister looked at the coffee in my hand and said she didn't like drinking such cheap stuff, but it was clearly her usual coffee. It's from the most expensive coffee shop in the neighborhood. How is it cheap? Watch her walk away without looking back. I froze in a moment of sadness. January 27th. Weather overcast. Yesterday big sis said she didn't like that coffee. So, I made it a point to get a fruit salad over to her today. I heard the clerk say that girls nowadays love fruit salad, which is tasty and keeps them in shape. Big sis is so beautiful and definitely body conscious. I guess she liked the fruit salad I sent her too then? Unfortunately, it was not to be, and when I went to the office today, I was suddenly beaten up by those security guards. They warned me not to come back or they'd beat me up if they saw me. I'm not a bad person if I say I'm here for my sister, but they don't listen to anything I say. A couple of guys beat me up a little more and finally threw me out the front door like a rag. When I went back, I was covered in bruises. I didn't see my big sister, and I didn't dare ask my family. Later on, it was Lynn's mom who told me that my elder sister had recently been busy with a project at her company and returned late every day. I think it's a bit of a shame, because I have to go to school. I get up early in the morning and I don't see my big sister at night. January 29th. weather overcast. Beaten for 3 days in a row. I also didn't see my big sister for 3 days in a row. I finally met my big sister today. When my older sister saw me, she still frowned in displeasure. Asked me why I come to the office every day to harass her. I told her I just wanted to send her a treat. I just wanted to express my gratitude, nothing more, and tell her not to worry. But she still called me sick, said I had a big heart and actually ran to flatter her every day, and tell me to get lost. Don't try to impress her with this cheap shit. Call me trash. Everything I touch is dirty trash. She is not going to eat anything I touch. If I don't get out and come back to harass her, I'll call security to beat me up again. One more time. At that moment I realized that she had authorized the security guard to suddenly hit me in the past few days. At that moment, I felt like a fool for what I had been doing all this time. I was merely trying to thank her for the sentiment of giving me a cell phone, but she dismissed it as a heart attack. Ha! Turns out I'm just a piece of trash with a big heart in the eyes of my most respected big sister. The arc that had just lifted at the corner of Zhang Xinmei's mouth instantly froze. It turned out that behind Zhang Nan's gift of things was actually such a state-of-mind idea. She had misunderstood him all along. Gosh, why did she say that to Zhang Nan that day? Why did she call him trash? Why did she call security to beat him up those days? Why? Why? Zhang Xinmei's nose was sore, and a stream of hot tears came out of her eyes. She didn't dare look any further. She was afraid that the more she looked, the more the truth would subvert her original perception of Zhang Nan. She gently closed the notebook, put it back in the drawer, but after thinking about it, she took the notebook alone again. And at the same time, Wang Feng and Zhang Hao had already scheduled the finger attachment surgery. The success rate of a broken finger is relatively high, usually more than 90%, as long as it is treated within 4 hours by timely surgery or other means. As soon as Wang Feng entered the hospital, he immediately contacted the most authoritative experts in the hospital specializing in hand surgery to operate on Zhang Hao. After about 3 hours, Zhang Hao's finger was successfully attached, and the stabbed arm has long since been bandaged. Several sisters, Wang Feng and Zhang Xinlan, cried tears of joy. Mom, I thought I would never be able to take the college entrance exam again. Oh, Wang Hao looked at the lost and found finger and cried with a pearly feeling. My baby, it's all mommy's fault for making you hurt. No, it's all that bastard Zhang Nan's fault, that murderer of 1,000 knives. Wang Feng's eyes were filled with anger. When she thought that brute was almost going to cause Zhang Hao to not be able to take the college entrance exam, she was so angry that she couldn't wait to stab that brute a few times on the spot to relieve her hatred. Mom, just now big sister called to say that beggar and our Zhang family have severed their relationship and even signed an agreement to sever their relationship. Zhang Xinju held her chin, which had been kicked crooked by Zhang Nan at noon, in one hand and shared the good news with Wang Feng with a happy face. When she thought of her self-made fresh jaw being kicked askew by that son of a bitch Zhang Nan, she was so angry that she just wanted to kill someone. She's an entertainer. She's got a play to audition for tomorrow. It's ruined by that bastard Zhang Nan. Humph, this beast hurt my Hao, and you want to disassociate yourself as if nothing happened? You're kidding. When Zhang Hao heard that Zhang Nan had actually severed ties with the Zhang family, his eyes were bright with scheming success. That's good, or I'd have broken this finger for nothing. Zhang Nan, you fucking wait and see. The shame of my broken finger will be repaid 100 times over. Thinking of this, Zhang Hao collected his emotions and said to Wang Feng and the others with a hard face, Mom, it's all Hao's fault. If Hao hadn't testified against his brother for stealing that day, Sister Xinlan wouldn't have gone to the police, and all this wouldn't have happened today, causing everyone to take a beating from his brother. Mom, sisters, it's all Hao's fault. Don't blame your brother, blame Hao if you want. In the future, if my brother steals again, Hao won't dare to talk about him anymore, so everyone will be fine. Zhang Hao said, again with a very sad expression, and tears filled his eyes, wanting to fall. It was estimated that Zhang Nan was at the scene and would definitely not be able to stand it and would want to stab him again, but Zhang Hao knew that all the women in the Zhang family ate him up the most, and it's been the same for over a decade. As expected, Wang Feng was the first to hug him heartily. My Hao yo, what are you talking about? How can Mom bear to blame you? It's all that murderous Zhang Nan's fault. He's a habitual thief. Our family can't keep such a scourge in the house anymore. Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll be disgraced by him. Zhang Xinlan, who was wearing a cast and crutches on the side, also echoed with a resentful expression. That's right, brother, you were right to testify, and I was right to call the police. The one who was wrong from the beginning was Zhang Nan. The only thing I regret now is that I was soft-hearted enough to agree to let him back. Had I known that he'd mess up the whole family like he did today, I should have let him stay locked up for a few more years. Zhang Xinju nodded along. Her face was also swollen from the kick. Although she didn't have to rely on her face to make a living like Zhang Xinju, She was a flower store and it was scary to have a piggy face. Mom, but I heard from my big sister that dad also gave Zhang Nan 100 million. Zhang Xianju indignantly added this news that made her very upset. What? Your dad's crazy? Why even give that beast 100 million? There are so many of us, injured and crippled by that brute. And your father actually had to pay 100 million back to that brute? Wang Feng exclaimed out in unbelievable shock. When Zhang Hao heard it, he also found it unbelievable. At that moment, he suddenly thought of what Zhang Nan had said to Zhang Feng. Looks like Zhang Nan really has something on Zhang Feng. Wang Feng's side was cursing and swearing. His liver was about to explode when he thought that Zhang Nan could actually take 100 million even after beating them. No! I must find that beast and get my money back. After coming out of Zhang's house, Zhang Nan then hit the dirt to an urban village in Guang City. This is where all the migrant workers live. Because of the low floors, poor environment and low rent, so there are all kinds of people here. It was here that Zhang Nan lived with Sister Zhou for 3 years before he was recognized back by the Zhang family. Looking at the familiar surroundings, a smile finally surfaced on Zhang Nan's face that had been taut for a day. Bam! Zhang Nan ran fast all the way up to the 5th floor, then stopped at the door of 502. That's when he suddenly got nervous. This was the thing he was most looking forward to when he came back from his rebirth. Dum. Zhang Nan suppressed his excitement and raised his hand to knock on the door. Soon the door was opened. Nav, a slightly surprised voice rang out. It was a wonderful, melodious woman's voice. Erasure. As soon as Zhang Nan saw the woman in front of him, his heart began to beat furiously at an accelerated rate again. The woman in front of him was still wearing a mask and had obviously just returned from work. As soon as she saw Zhang Nan, she first took off her mask and then told Zhang Nan to quickly enter the house. As soon as that mask was removed, a stunningly beautiful face was just displayed in front of Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan's heartbeat accelerated again. He had always thought that Erasure was the most beautiful of all the women he had ever seen. Even those actresses can't compare to her. Only, he never understood why Erasure, who was so top-notch looking, wore a mask every day to work as a sanitation worker. Have you eaten? Zhou Lan reached out and took Zhang Nan's luggage. Zhang Nan sniffed and shook his head. Not yet. Once Zhou Lan heard this and looked at the luggage in her hands, she probably understood something in her heart and frowned a little. Then why are you still standing around? Come in first and eat some fruit to fill your stomach. When he finished, he asked no more questions, took off the sanitation clothes he was wearing and changed into his housecoat. It was a fitted bodysuit dress, and that dress showed off her plump and firm upper body, the lower half of the exposed half of the long legs, so that Zhang Nan's eyes do not dare to look at. Zhou Lan went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, found some meat and vegetables, and quickly made a hearty and delicious meal for Zhang Nan. The two ate quietly at the table. Zhang Nan wanted to open his mouth several times to say something, but he didn't know how to do so. Just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to be formal here in Sister Lan's place. Zhou Lan chucked a piece of chicken leg into Zhang Nan's bowl. Her eyebrows wrinkled slightly again as she looked at the teenager in front of her who was so thin that he had lost his looks. So the Zhang family picking up people back is mistreating them without giving them food? Ever since Zhang Nan was taken back to the Zhang family 3 years ago, Zhou Lan had only seen Zhang Nan once from afar 2 years ago. That time was at Zhang Nan's school. She suddenly missed the little boy who had been with her for more than 3 years, so she wanted to go to his school to see how he was doing. When she saw Zhang Nan that day, he had a much smaller smile on his face, but the moment he saw Self, he still smiled and told Self that he was doing well and that she didn't need to worry. She thought at the time that Zhang Nan was a bit uncomfortable when she arrived at her new home, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Adding to that, Self was entangled in some things during that period of time, so he didn't go to see Zhang Nan much. Now looking at the situation, that family should be very bad to Zhang Nan. Otherwise, Zhang Nan, who has always been understanding, wouldn't have run away from home. Erasure, I have cut ties with that family. Zhang Nan's voice was a bit low. Zhou Lan's hand that was holding the food gave a start. Well, if those people upset you, it's good to cut them off. Zhang Nan was a bit touched in his heart when he heard this. This is his Erasure, who never asks him why, never blames herself, and only gives support. The two of them talked some more about some of the things that had happened in the past 2 or 3 years. Zhang Nan realized that Lan still hadn't changed much in the past 3 years. Still living in this 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. There is no socializing or getting acquainted with anyone. Then living her life very quietly. And Zhou Lan didn't hear much from Zhang Nan about how he's been doing in the Zhang family for the past few years. Just a few words to bring it up, meaning that he's not having a good time and wants to come back to be with her, and asks if she agrees. She nodded. This is the guy she took back from the orphanage in the first place. At the time, she didn't know why Self suddenly wanted to adopt him, but the moment she took his hand, She then decided to protect him and not let him suffer as long as she was there. After the meal, Jiang Nan summoned up the courage to say to Zhou Lan, "Sister Lan, I now have 100 million in my hand, which was given to me by Zhang Feng, and I want to go downtown to buy a better house for you. Sister Lan. Also, you don't have to work so hard to go to work, Sister Erishur. That money of mine, as long as we don't spend it recklessly, it can still be enough for us to use for the rest of our lives." He admitted that he had a purpose in asking Zhang Feng for this money. It's so that Erishur won't have to work so hard. That was his goal when he was 12 years old. It's also one of the beliefs he's always held strong. At the age of 12, he was taken from the orphanage by Erishur and then cared for without fail. Although Erishur, at first, wasn't much of a smiler, doesn't talk to him much either, but the care and love for him was always felt. In the past, he was too young to make a good life for Erishur, but now that he had some money in hand, he could make Erishur not work so hard. Zhou Lan looked at the still somewhat tender big boy's face in front of her, and a softness spread out in her heart. You're still young, and you'll have so much use for money later. And Erishur is still young, not even 30 yet. What's the point of giving Erishur a pension so soon? Jiang Nan's face reddened again as he looked at Zhou Lan's cheeks that remained white no matter how much sun she got. Erishur, I'm not saying you're old, but I don't want you to work so hard. Zhou Lan took an apple and was just about to cut it when Jiang Nan immediately grabbed it and cut it herself. She smiled, and Fong returned quietly. Nan, you don't understand. The hard work you see is just a piece of my salvation. Speaking of which, Zhou Lan's mind conjured up another image of a little girl raging at her. Sister, I'm going to be a street sweeper when I grow up. Dad's too much. Always calling me stupid and saying I'll be made to sweep the streets if I don't get into a good college later. Thinking of this, Zhou Lan's pupils suddenly filled with sadness. Jiang Nan saw that Self was not able to convince Sister Lan at once, but he was not in a hurry. Anyway, now that he is back, the days are still long, so he can persuade her slowly. You're still sleeping in that room from before. Zhou Lan pointed to the room opposite her bedroom and said to Jiang Nan, and also laid out the bed sheets and quilt covers those for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan looked at the spotlessly cleaned room. Obviously Sister Lan had cleaned it regularly, and another warmth rose in his heart. The room was decorated exactly as he had left it 3 years ago. It made Jiang Nan remember the bits and pieces of his previous life here. That bed, is Lan's sister don't know where to buy. Sleep on it is very soft and comfortable, compared to the nanny bed in the Zhang family. Simply don't know how many times more comfortable. And the desk next to the bed. I don't know what it was made of, but the wood smelled like sandalwood. There's also his armoire sub, which is made of the same color material as the desk. Whenever he came back to his room after school, he could always smell a meditative sandalwood scent. And his clothes and shoes those seasons are not the same. It's all the kind of material that's good quality at first touch. He was too young then to understand that these should cost a lot of money, but with the experience of living an extra 10 years in his last life, the more he thought about it now, the more he felt that Sister Erishur wasn't what she appeared to be. In his last life, after he died, he came to see Erishur as Piao, but by then, Erishur no longer lived here. Then later, he saw that Sister Lan had brought someone to the Zhang family to look for him. Zhang Feng told Lan that he was ripped off by the robbers. Erishur was sad and inexplicable and expressed disbelief. Then some local forces were deployed to check it out. Just as Erishur was about to find out, she seemed to have encountered something and suddenly disappeared with her. During the last 2 years of his life as Puffy, Erishur never showed up again. He was a little upset, but didn't know where to find her. What are you gawking at? Hurry up and get some sleep. I'm taking a vacation and going to the mall with you tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Nan looking at himself in a daze, Zhou Lan laughed and stretched out her slender hand to touch his head like she did a few years ago, but noticed that the guy is growing quite tall now, at least 185 centimeters upwards, like a telephone pole. It stopped for a moment. Okay, Sister Lan. Jiang Nan also realized what Sister Lan had just done, and his heartbeat accelerated, secretly blaming himself for growing so tall for nothing. Arashi's job as a sanitation worker was just to fulfill a wish of her dead sister, not her main job. Sister Lan is actually younger than Jiang Nan. Adopting Jiang Nan was a deliberate illusion arranged by someone. Again, these two are not normal people, not real age. This article is an urban family affair plus a little bit of supernatural power. Please go around if you mind. It's not easy for every author to write, so please be merciful. After washing up, Jiang Nan laid down on the large soft bed, and his mind became active all of a sudden. Then Zhang Xinlan probably won't be so quick to drop the case for Self. Self has to find a way to force her to drop the case quickly first. Otherwise, if the delay continues, Self really has no way to take the college entrance exam. Luckily, when he was reborn and returned, the memories in his head still belonged to the body from this period. Otherwise, It's hard enough to memorize the high school curriculum alone. It's nearly 2 months before the college entrance exams, and everyone is basically just constantly brushing up on questions and problems every day now. However, Zhang Nan had always had a knack for forgetting things. So, from a young age, he did exceptionally well in school. But even the best talent needs to be reviewed. As long as he got into college and had the experience and memories of his last life, he had ways to make money to get more money. Then, a crackdown on everyone in the Zhang family. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was only a little after 9 p.m. So he could still review for a couple hours. Then he immediately stood up and began to brush up on the exercises. Zhou Lan had just gotten out of the shower at this time. A long pink bath towel was wrapped around her body. The dense fog still surrounded her. That voluptuous career line is even more appealing. She turned her eyes to Zhang Nan's room and saw that the door of the room that had just been closed was lit up again. She hooked her lips in a smile. This guy must be up doing his homework again. Zhang family villa. At this moment, the entire Zhang family had arrived. Even Zhang Hao, who had just attached his finger, sat beside Wang Feng with a pale face. Across from him, Zhang Xinmei had a wandering expression, not knowing what she was in a trance. The rest of the sisters, like Zhang Xinlan, also sat with the same disgruntled face as Wang Feng. All want to know, Zhang Nan, that beggar has harmed them like this. Why their fathers still want to give Zhang Nan $100 million. Old Zhang, why did you give that beast Zhang Nan 100 million without my consent? Zhang Feng couldn't help but frown when he heard Wang Feng's unceremonious questioning. Give that animal, that guy 100 million, is a hush money. You a woman understand what? Yes, I don't understand. I don't understand what kind of hush money it is. It costs $100 million. Wang Feng looked like Zhang Feng would not rest until he explained clearly. She really couldn't hold her tongue. It was obvious that all of them had been beaten to this state by that beast, and they still had to pour $100 million into that beast. It's stifling and disgusting to think about. If Zhang Feng did not give her a statement and explain clearly today, she would definitely be furious. Zhang Feng looked at Wang Feng, who was already so infuriated that she had no sense. The heart secretly blamed self. Then how will look at this kind of empty appearance? But not a little bird use of the woman. He had made the words hush money so obvious. This stupid woman is still making a scene here. Mom, don't be mad. Dad said it was hush money. Then it must be that my brother knows about an important and confidential event in our family, and that's why Dad had to give some favors to keep my brother from leaking it outside. With an understanding face, Zhang Hao explained for Zhang Feng, and with his other uninjured hand, he gently patted Wang Feng's back to help her smooth out her chi. As soon as Zhang Hao's words fell, Zhang Feng could not help but give a dark praise in his heart. Well, finally, his youngest son's intelligence follows him, and he can understand a little bit. Wang Feng's heart softened when she saw Zhang Hao's well-behaved and obedient appearance. Hao, don't move. If you get a wound, Mommy will be heartbroken. It's all because of that brute Zhang Nan, actually injuring my Hao like this. I will never forgive him in my life. Zhang Feng's gaze also looked at Zhang Hao's injured hand. When he thought that Zhang Hao would be taking the college entrance exam in 2 months, he was also furious in his heart. That beast is doing too much, not caring that his brother still has to take the college entrance exam. This is to ruin his brother's life. Wang Feng was right. He shouldn't have softened his heart and agreed to give that beast 100 million yesterday. He should be arrested and put in a place where no one will find him. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's pupils flashed with a flash of ruthlessness. Dad, but what if my brother accidentally told those secrets of our Zhang family? After Zhang Hao pacified Wang Feng, he looked at Zhang Feng with a worried expression. When Zhang Xinmei heard this, she first glanced at Zhang Hao, then looked at Zhang Feng and hurriedly said, "It won't be the case. Since Zhang Nan promised Dad and took his money, he definitely won't tell the truth about our family." Zhang Feng frowned tightly and did not say anything. Big sister, don't be fooled by that beggar's surface. Have you forgotten his nature all these years? Peeping, stealing, lying. Zhang Xinlan's disgusted tone was not hidden. As soon as her words fell, Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju followed and immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, or a psychopath, violent maniac, beat us up like this yesterday, and even cut off 2 fingers of our younger brother Xiao Hao. Zhang Xianju hissed loudly while covering that deformed jaw. She had a hard time getting a doctor's appointment yesterday, and she has to go to the plastic surgeon's office later for cosmetic repair. I heard from the plastic surgeon that even after the repair, it doesn't look as natural as it used to. Thinking of this, she hated Zhang Nan to death. Zhang Xinju, who was on the side, also thought of Zhang Nan's madness yesterday and immediately rushed at Zhang Xinmei in a conspiratorial manner. Big sister, I didn't expect you to actually speak for that beggar. Have you forgotten how he kicked you yesterday? What trust is there in such scum? Zhang Xinmei was surrounded by several sisters at once, and had wanted to argue some more. But after thinking about how Zhang Nan's crazy behavior yesterday was indeed excessive, he stopped talking. She still couldn't figure out why Zhang Nan had reacted so violently yesterday. Hasn't he been holding his tongue for the past 3 years? What made him suddenly change his temperament? Was there something else she hadn't realized? It seemed that she still had to finish reading the notebook that Zhang Nan had left behind. Maybe after reading it, she'll find the answer. Okay, stop arguing. The money has been paid out. What's the point of you guys arguing here? If you really don't want it, go get it back from him. Zhang Feng rubbed his temples that were raw from the noise of these women. Dad, I think you'd better pick up your brother. After all, your brother is too emotionally unstable right now. Howard is afraid that he won't be able to think straight again someday and tell those secrets everywhere, and then our family will be in trouble. Zhang Hao frowned with an expression of worry for everyone and said. As soon as Wang Feng next to him heard this, his normally unlucky head suddenly opened up. Her eyes darted around for a moment, and she instantly understood what was at stake. My goodness. It turns out that after all was said and done, it was Zhang Nan who knew about some of the gray operations of the Star Peak Group. So he intentionally used this to pressure Zhang Feng yesterday and came back to cheat money on purpose? This black-hearted thing. I can't believe I'm blackmailing my own parents. Old Zhang, don't let him go. Definitely don't let him go. That's a matter of honor and fortune for the rest of our family of 7. And if we don't get it right, our whole family could go to jail. Hurry up and call for his capture. Then break his arms and legs and lock him up so he can never escape again. Wang Feng almost even blurted out, it's best to beat him to death. Once Shang Hao heard this, a flash of triumph flashed across his eyes. He knew that his mother never let him down if he stirred her up just a little. New ruins. An old residential building. It's just dawning. Zhang Nan then smelled a puff of deliciousness. By the time he got up, Zhou Lan was already busy in the tiny kitchen with her apron on. Nan, go wash up and get ready for breakfast. Zhou Lan's tone was as bland as ever. A rare soft expression on her unglossed face. Sister Erishur, I'll make you breakfast from now on. You usually have to get up so early for work. Zhang Nan looked at Zhou Lan as she busied herself. The heart felt a familiar warmth. Zhou Lan glanced at Zhang Nan and sandwiched the fried egg in her hand between the squares of bread. Your task now is to give me a good review. Don't worry about anything else. Zhang Nan scratched his head and had to answer yes, immediately running to the restroom to wash up. When he came out of the restroom, Zhou Lan had already poured milk and handed it to him. Thank you, Erishur. Zhang Nan took it very nicely. Later, when you're full, put those clothes you brought yesterday in the thrift shop downstairs. Let's go to the nearby mall and repurchase a bunch. Zhou Lan also took 2 sips of warm milk. The foamy milk stains stuck to her upturned, rosy upper lip all at once. She stuck out her little pink tongue and licked it while she didn't care, and said to Zhang Nan, think about what else you want to buy in a while, and just buy it together. Zhang Nan seriously thought about it. Self now is not bad money. Indeed can buy some things properly. And by the way, I also bought some women's favorite things for Erishur. It used to be Zhou Lan who bought it for him. In the future, he will make good money to support Sister Lan. Let Erishur be a beautiful and carefree rich woman. After breakfast, the two simply cleaned up. Zhang Nan put the 2 sets of old clothes with patches that he brought with him into the old recycling station downstairs. Zhou Lan looked at the patches on the clothes. Her gaze flickered, and the expression on her face condensed a bit. Then the two of them hit the dirt together to the nearest shopping plaza. Zhou Lan first took Zhang Nan to buy the most trendy cell phone of the moment. It's going to be over $8,000 in total. When she tried to pay, she was stopped by Zhang Nan. It was then that she remembered that Zhang Nan was now a billionaire rich man as well. He didn't say anything, so he just watched Zhang Nan pay. There was just a hint of a trance on his face. The little boy who followed Self back then, already grown up and don't need her to follow and worry. The two of them bought some more clothes and shoes, all good quality branded goods. These were all things that Zhang Nan had never even dared to think about before. It's such a good feeling. Take the money given by your enemies and squander it. I don't know how many times better than the stifling despondency of my last life. So, as usual, it's all been reborn for one life. Why do you have to live in such a stifling way? Doesn't it smell good to spend money given by your enemies and piss them off? Yo, isn't this Zhang Nan, the thief? How come he's here? At this moment, a discordant voice rang out from Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan's side. Zhang Nan frowned and looked at the source of the voice in displeasure. I found out that it was actually a high school classmate who was in the same class as Self. A stylishly dressed couple. The boy who had just spoken was the class president of Zhang Nan's class, named Lin Wei. Normally in the class, it was because Zhang Nan's grades always pushed him down, so he was cynical about Zhang Nan. At that moment, he saw Zhang Nan and a man a little older than him, but hot, good-looking women shopping together, and then the preconceived notion of what to think. Zhang Nan, Weren't you arrested and sent to the detention center for stealing? Released so soon? Hey, are you broke? I can't believe I'm making money doing this. Beauty, don't be fooled by this little white boy. He's a very famous thief in our school lately. His family even called the police to arrest him the other day, so be careful he doesn't steal from you too, Lin Wei said as he drooled and looked at Jolan, the rich woman beside Zhang Nan. I didn't realize that Zhang Nan, this kid, had been blessed with a lot of luck, and had actually been adopted by such a sexy and charming young rich woman. I don't know what this rich woman sees in Zhang Nan. She's just a little taller. Lin Wei, keep your eyes clean. Zhang Nan's anger came up when she saw Lin Wei's lewd eyes keep glancing at Jolan. He didn't care if Lin Wei said bad things about self. However, he was bothered that Lin Wei's lewd eyes were disrespectful to Jolan. Ho Zhang Nan, you've grown capable. Now you actually dare to yell at me. You are forgetting how I beat the shit out of you before, aren't you? Lin Wei did not expect that Zhang Nan, who had always been obedient at school, would dare to yell at himself. The nerve is really fat. Before in school, this Zhang Nan was beaten up by self so much that he didn't even dare to let out a fart. So what if your grades are better than his? In the class, who doesn't know that this Zhang Nan is a fatherless thing? No matter who bullied him, Zhang Nan's side wouldn't have any parents coming over to pursue the matter. Brother Wei, someone else, Zhang Nan, is now a man who has a rich woman to keep him. Now all I can think about is how to practice my job well and serve a comfortable rich woman. How can I care about the previous shame? At this time, Lin Wei's girlfriend, Li Qingfeng, who was beside him, also came up to mock. Or baby can talk. Ha ha. As soon as Li Qingfeng's words fell, the two of them immediately looked at each other with mocking faces and laughed. Snap, snap. Zhang Nan couldn't bear it anymore and didn't need to. Reaching out, he gave the two grinning doppelgangers a big, loud slap in the face. That slap was really forceful. One blow to those two douchebags kept their ears buzzing for half a day. Fuck you, forget about scolding me. You even brought my sister Erishur with you. You two have a belly full of adulterers and adulteresses. One looks for women over the wall every day, at least a dozen a month. A man who looks for a man every day and has had more abortions than he knows what to do with. And you have the nerve to mock me here as a big, clean, beautiful man? I tell you, the heavens are good. The heavens spare no one. You will get AIDS in the future. For sure. After Zhang Nan finished, he went up to add a few more slaps without relieving his anger. These few blows directly knocked Lin Wei and Li Qingfeng awake. Lin Wei immediately pointed at Zhang Nan and cursed furiously. Zhang Nan, you bastard, you actually dared to hit me. I'll fight you. Why, beat him to death. Ah, how dare he hit me in the face. Li Qingfeng covered that hot face and screamed out. How had she ever been humiliated like this since she was a child? And in public, when Zhang Nan saw Zhang Wei making a move to hit him, he stood still without any fear at all and looked at him coldly. That's over 6'5". In one fell swoop, Lin Wei's feeble physique was enveloped under his aura. In the past, at school, the reason why he didn't dare to fight back and let Lin Wei keep bullying him, it wasn't that he couldn't fight, but he was afraid of getting into trouble. He was afraid that if the teacher called his parents at that time, it would make the Zhang family, which had always been very concerned about reputation, dislike him even more, so he held back as long as he could. But now he wasn't afraid because he had severed his ties with the Zhang family. Now who dares to bully him, or bully someone he values? He would have doubled back. Shit. People who've died once, do we still have to live like we did in our last life? Lin Wei looked at Zhang Nan, whose aura had been pulled up all of a sudden. Swallowing hard, he didn't dare to step forward again for a moment, only daring to stand still and threaten viciously. Zhang Nan, you peeping Tom and thief, you'd better not show up in front of me next time, or else, I won't let you off. After saying that, he pulled Li Qingfeng to leave in a grayish manner. Angry, Li Qingfeng was ashamed and angry and kept scolding Lin Wei for being a tortoise and not a man. Cut. Zhang Nan looked at Lin Wei's appearance like a lost dog. The mood was momentarily good. Is this the benefit of leaving the Zhang family? It's just fucking awesome. Did he get his head caught in a door in his last life? Surprisingly, he had been foolish enough to stay in the Zhang family to be mistreated and eventually died a horrible death. Zhou Lan, who was on the side, was also startled when she saw what Zhang Nan had just done, but after thinking for a while, she suddenly thought of something, and her watery eyes filled with heartache. The boy who once still needed her protection. And now it's come to this. It's good to say that it's growth though, but the process was certainly full of twists and turns and heartache. It's only 18 years old. How many people at this point still stay at their parents' side to be pampered? At this point, she couldn't help but think of self, and that, the man she hated for so many years. Sister Lan, what do you want to eat? Zhang Nan was in a good mood, and his appetite followed suit. That's when it's time to go for a big meal. Going to KFC? Zhou Lan remembered that Zhang Nan used to love eating this kind of fast food. He was happy whenever she said she was going to KFC. Later, she learned from the director of the orphanage. It turned out to be that every time when some charity organization or well-wishers visited them orphans, the KFC or McDonald's they brought over were not enough to share, because there are too many kids there. Oftentimes, it goes to some well-behaved, sweet-talking kid who gets first dibs, and Zhang Nan, who was an introvert at the time, always hid in the corner, not daring to ask for it or grab it. One can only stay dry and watch. Although at the time Dean was vague in what he said, but after Zhou Lan's many insights, that orphanage, in fact, is not clean in private. Children often gang up on each other, and introverted and timid ones like Zhang Nan are destined to be isolated and bullied. In that kind of place, the powerless children, many times are afraid to fight and rob. Once you have something you shouldn't have, when night falls, it's time to get punched and kicked. The so-called directors and caretakers of the orphanage, even if they see it, will not bother. They will just turn a blind eye, as long as they do not kill anyone. The next day when the charities or social human soil come over at first light, they put on their masks of charity and concern and put on their usual show in front of people. KFC? Zhang Nan froze for a moment. He thought of the image of the first time he ate KFC. That day was his happiest day, because the one who came to adopt him is a very beautiful big sister. That day, the weather was as clear as his mood. Arisher asked him what he wanted to eat, and he was too hesitant to say. Nan, today is a special day. Can you introduce me to one of your usual favorites? Let Arisher taste what that tastes like too? Zhang Nan looked at the beautiful big sister with an aroma in front of him. Her eyes were so pretty, and they had a gentle light in them when she looked itself. Not at all like those women in the orphanage, so fierce and bad. That day, he ate the KFC that he had been longing for since he was a child. It didn't taste as delicious as he thought it would, but it was one of the most memorable foods he'd ever eaten. Sister Arisher, you've always been the one to accommodate my tastes before. From now on, it's my turn to take care of you, okay? I'm 18 years old. I'm a grown man. It's time for me to protect you instead. Zhou Lan quietly listened to Zhang Nan's words, and when she was halfway through hearing them, she couldn't help but turn her head sideways to keep the crystals at the corners of her eyes from being noticed by Zhang Nan. When Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan both ate and drank enough and carried large bags home, found several people standing downstairs waiting for them. There was an angry Wang Feng, Zhang Xinlan on crutches, and the one with the swollen face, Zhang Xinju. They were accompanied by 3 tall, burly bodyguards. Obviously it's coming from a bad place. Ha, what? You didn't get enough of a beating yesterday, did you? Still want to come over for a fight? Zhang Nan was not at all surprised that they would come looking for them. He thought of Zhang Feng's needy expression when he gave the money. He gave the money in front of his face, and then he must have let his wife and daughter come to get it back. Damn, hate these two-faced people. Zhang Hao's two-faced bastard. It's a shame he's not his own son. Animal, are you still a human being? Is this the kind of attitude you have when you talk to your mom? When Wang Feng saw Zhang Nan's face now, she thought of all the sins Zhang Hao had suffered, and that fire instantly soared upwards. I'm not human. Am I talking to you dogs? Wang Maiden Earth. It seems that Mr. Zhang Feng didn't make it clear to you what he promised me yesterday. I signed a severance letter with Mr. Zhang Feng long ago yesterday. In the future, I will have nothing more to do with your Zhang family. And Mr. Zhang Feng has already signed it himself. If you go back on your word, but you have to transfer 80% of the shares of Star Peak Group to me and kick Zhang Hao out of the Zhang family, Zhang Nan said while signaling with his eyes for Zhou Lan to go upstairs first. I'm afraid that if something happens later, it won't be good if it spills over to her. But Zhou Lan acted as if she didn't see his gesture. Standing there holding her towering breasts, she looked at Wang Feng and the others with a cold expression. Zhang Xinlan and Zhang Xinju over here naturally noticed Zhou Lan as well. When Zhang Nan was picked up from the Zhang family before, only Zhang Feng came this way to pick up Zhang Nan, and no one else in the Zhang family had ever seen Zhou Lan. Therefore, when they just saw Zhou Lan for the first time, they were stunned. Especially Zhang Xinju, whose face was swollen into a pig's head. She used to think she was not bad looking, especially after tweaking a few spots. It doesn't put many girls in the spotlight. I always thought that my beauty was considered upper middle class, but once he saw Zhou Lan in front of him, she was then awestruck. It's really so beautiful. Watery eyes, deep and fascinating in their coolness. The high nose is arched and delicate. That cherry-like mouth pursed, like a cold red plum in the winter morning. Want to be picked. Zhang Xinju's heart fell in a flash. And Zhang Xinlan was obviously not as morbidly fascinated by beauty as Zhang Xinju. After merely sighing, she focused her full attention on Zhang Nan. When she heard that Zhang Nan had actually written out an agreement like that, she was so angry that she sneered. Zhang Nan, you have a big mouth. Who gave you the confidence to write such an agreement? Wanting 80% of the shares of Star Peak Group? And want to drive our brother Zhang Hao out of the Zhang family? You have a big face. Zhang Nan didn't care at all about Zhang Xinlan's mockery. After all these years of his observation of Zhang Xinlan, it was discovered that Zhang Xinlan was a complete strawman, and it was a strawman who was played by Zhang Hao. There's no point in getting angry with a strawman. I'm in a good mood today and I don't want to fight dogs. If you don't leave here and bark and disturb the people, there will be consequences. Anyway, he made a scene yesterday and the desired result and money is in his hands. All he wants now is to finish the entrance exam properly, then make good money. Then we can properly take revenge on them according to the plan. You beast. Who are you calling a dog? Wang Feng was furious when she heard Zhang Nan compare them to dogs. What a beast to give birth to. Whoever opens his mouth to call someone an animal is a dog. Zhou Lan stared at Wang Feng coldly back. Who are you? Do you have a right to talk here? Wang Feng saw that Zhou Lan looked beautiful and delicate, and was carrying a bunch of shopping bags in her hands. All of a sudden, he thought that Zhang Nan had taken the Zhang family's money and quickly bagged a woman of no consequence to play with. Zhang Nan, you're really good, taking money from our Zhang family and actually running off to call a lady. And you're not afraid of getting AIDS. Snap, snap. Two loud slaps rang out in quick succession. One was played by Zhang Nan. One was played by Lan Zhou. The two were very much in sync at this point. The face was equally grim. If you weren't Zhang Nan's biological mother, I would have wanted to throw the sole of my shoe in your face just now. Zhou Lan coldly warned. Mom! Zhang Xinlan and Zhang Xinzhu, as soon as they held Wang Feng, who had been beaten to the point of being a bit dizzy. Zhang Nan, are you still human? 2 days in a row to make a move on your own mom. And, you bitch, you dared to hit my mom. I'll remember you. My Zhang family won't let you go. Zhang Xinlan hissed at Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan. Zhang Xinzhu on the side also stared at Zhang Nan angrily, but strangely enough, she couldn't get angry at Zhou Lan, who had also done it. Ah, bodyguard, get up there and beat this beast and bitch to death. Bastards, actually hitting me again, beat them to death for me. The bodyguards heard the order and immediately went forward to try to grab Zhang Nan's Zhou Lan. Sister Lan, you must hurry, Zhang Nan immediately urged Zhou Lan. However, Zhou Lan just cast a cold, sidelong glance at the few bodyguards, still not moving a muscle. Freeze! At that moment, a dozen police cars drove by. Dozens of police officers rushed down from the police car. One by one, they held their police guns and shouted at the few bodyguards. The few bodyguards who had never seen such a battle before were stunned. Hastily, he crouched down and put his hands behind his head, not daring to move a muscle. Wang Feng and Zhang Xinlan, who had just been screaming, were also stunned. They just want to come to arrest Zhang Nan and take him back. Why are there so many police suddenly? It feels as serious as if they happen to commit some great crime? Comrade police officer, I am dealing with a family matter. Have you made a mistake? Wang Feng asked as she piled on her stiffened lipstick face and smiled. Don't you explain? Hands up! A man who looked like the leader of the group of police officers shouted angrily at Wang Feng with a serious face. Wang Feng is the kind of person who is naturally afraid of the police when she sees them. As soon as they heard the order to drink, they immediately obeyed and did as they were told, with their hands raised high in the air. At this time, Wang Feng realized that Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan didn't raise their hands, and no one actually ordered them? She was just about to voice her inquiry when she heard the leader, who had just barked orders at her, ask loudly at them. We just got a call to the police about a couple of you guys, trying to round up and kill 2 of these young men, didn't we? When Wang Feng heard this, her eyes widened in fear. Comrade police, innocent now the legal society, lend us 10 guts. We do not dare to kill Zhang Xinlan also hurriedly pointed at Zhang Nan and explained to that leader. Yes, comrade policeman, my mom and I are here to catch him and ask him to go back. That leader grunted and ignored the 2 of them. Coming over to Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan's side, he didn't even look at Zhang Nan, but he looked at Zhou Lan with a respectful face. Pretty girls, are they telling the truth? Zhou Lan cast a sidelong glance at the leader and returned in a light tone. No, they want to beat us both to death. When the leader heard this, he looked terrified, and his face immediately showed his ferocity as he glared at Wang Feng and the others and shouted, well, how dare you commit murder in broad daylight? Men, take them all back for careful interrogation. When Wang Feng heard this, he panicked. Comrade policeman, you can't just listen to that bitch's one-sided story and arrest us. You, what detachment are you from? I'm going to sue you. Once that leader heard Wang Feng's words, he swept her with a look of idiocy. Still want to sue me? Fine. You can sue me when you go to the police station. Take it away. After saying that, he ignored Wang Feng's shouting. With another respectful face, he nodded his head at Zhou Lan. Then he wanted to leave with Wang Feng and the others. At this time, Zhang Xinlan and Zhang Xinju realized that something was wrong. No, why are you only arresting us and not the two of them? But the leader of the group didn't even give them a look as if he hadn't heard them. Immediately greeted his men and got in his car and left. Zhang Nan, you bastard. You're the one who called the police. Right, you goddamned bastard. How dare you call the police to arrest your own mother? Why don't you go to hell? Wang Feng sat in the police car and screamed curses at Zhang Nan. Sit still, if you curse again, I'll be polite. The old police officer who was driving the car admonished Wang Feng in a mouthful of local Mandarin. Wang Feng looked at that old police officer's serious expression and immediately sat down with a resentful face, not daring to be reckless anymore. That old police officer looked at the increasingly distant Zhou Lan in the rearview mirror. In his heart, he silently mourned for Wang Feng. This old woman's family is going to be in bad luck from now on. Who wouldn't mess with such a great god? Once Wang Feng's group left, Zhang Nan blinked. He had been prepared for the fact that he would be captured or seriously injured today. After all, the other side had 3 bodyguards. He can't beat 6 palms with 2 fists. But the scene at hand, the reversal came too quickly. It made him react at once. Why are you still frozen? Hurry up and go upstairs. Aren't you tired of carrying so many things? Zhou Lan laughed lightly when she saw Zhang Nan's dumbfounded look. Zhang Nan came to his senses and hurriedly let out an "Oh. Sister Lan, was it you who called the police just now?" Zhang Nan asked as he walked up the stairs carrying today's loot. "I'm not that bored," Zhou Lan replied calmly. "Then which kind person helped to report to the police?" Zhang Nan was puzzled. What puzzled him even more was that there were clearly 2 parties making a mess. But that leader had only arrested Wang Feng and the others. They didn't take him and Erisher over for interrogation? According to his understanding, didn't both parties to the disturbance have to be taken back for interrogation? Zhang Xinmei had rushed over to the police station, because she received a call from her brother, Zhang Hao, saying that her mother and the 3 of them, Zhang Xinlan and Zhang Xinju, had been arrested by the police. When she rushed to the police station, she found that her father and her brother, Zhang Hao, and Zhang Xianju had already arrived. "Dad, how's it going? Can we let Mom and the girls back in?" Zhang Feng shook his head with a gloomy face. "There's something odd about this today. In every way. What I thought could be fixed with a phone call is now a bit tricky." He had been doing business in Guang City for so many years and had some local connections. After all, it's a lot of money to bribe out every year. But he had just made several phone calls, and before he even opened his mouth, those people were all making excuses to refuse. Some simply don't answer their phones. 1 or 2 of those who were close friends even asked him subtly on the phone if he had offended someone. Zhang Feng panicked. He had always been cautious over the years, and had avoided certain local bigwigs whenever he could, much less taking the initiative to mess with them, because he knew what would happen to him if he messed with these big shots. People may just wink their eyes and wave their hands, and they will be vaporized in the sea of commerce. At this time, the leader responsible for arresting Wang Feng today walked over. "You are the family members of Wang Feng Female Earth, aren't you? Come in so you can meet with Wang Feng Female Earth and the others. Only 3 people can go in, and it's only for 30 minutes. Zhang Feng frowned as he asked Zhang Xianju, who was only halfway through her plastic surgery, to wait outside. He only brought Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Hao with him and went in to see Wang Feng and the girls. As soon as he and Zhang Hao entered the reception room, they saw Wang Feng and the girls with their heads down, not daring to move. That look was a far cry from his usual arrogant self. "Old Zhang, Hao, you're here. Save us out." As soon as Wang Feng saw Zhang Feng, he immediately shouted, "Quiet, this is the hospitality room." The leader's face was serious as he warned Wang Feng. Wang Feng was obviously afraid of this leader, and as soon as he heard his gulp, he immediately stopped talking. "Leader Lu Jia, hello, I'm Zhang Feng, the president of the Star Peak Group. Before Zhang Feng could finish his words, Leader Lu Jia interrupted him with an impatient face. All right, I don't care which group you're from. Your wife and daughter should be punished for committing a crime, so don't waste your time here, getting close to me." When Zhang Feng heard this, his face turned ugly. It had been rare over the years for anyone to speak to him so nonchalantly. "Team Zhang, may I ask what crime my wife and daughter have committed?" Zhang Feng held back his temper and asked. "The crime of provoking trouble and intimidating threats is more serious," Lu Jia replied calmly. "No way, it was Zhang Nan and that bitch who beat us up. We didn't even touch them." Wang Feng immediately denied loudly. Wang Feng had already panicked a long time ago, even if she was usually confused. Once it came to crime, she was more scared than anyone else. Zhang Feng frowned and gave Wang Feng a fierce glare, telling her not to mess herself up. "Team Lu, are you mistaken? This is just a family matter of our Zhang family. That Zhang Nan is our son, and because he was naughty and disobedient, he ran out to be with some unsavory people outside. So my wife thought of bringing him home to get a good education. educating your own son. What kind of crime is that? Zhang Feng also calmly stated with Lu Jia. Lu Jia looked at Zhang Feng with the look of an idiot. Who said it was Zhang Nan who prosecuted you? Zhang Feng froze. Who's that? Could it be that Miss Zhou? Lu Jia shook his head. No, it's a seeing earth who refuses to disclose his name. Zhang Feng. He wanted to curse. Fuck. Is this Lu Jia playing with him? Lu Jia looked at Zhang Feng's face that was so dark from enduring and was happy. You don't believe it, do you? I didn't want to believe it in the first place, but that courageous earth, but has been making several phone calls, saying that justice must be carried out to the end, so that society is less hostile, but also a better world. And, specifically, a video of evidence of your wife and the girls threatening and intimidating. Hearing this, Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Hao glanced at each other, both seeing the speechlessness and irritation in the other's eyes. It was the first time in their lives that they had heard of such idle righteous soil. Zhang Feng took a deep breath. Leader Lu, you're not going to arrest my wife and the girls just because of an insignificant person's complaint, are you? Shouldn't the parties involved be the ones to decide this? Lu Jia returned slyly as if he couldn't see Zhang Feng's anger. Yeah, that's why I just phoned the person in question. Ms. Tao, Miss Zhou said, to let your lady them first squat for 10 days in the detention center, and then see what her mood is before deciding. On what grounds? My wife and the girls didn't commit a crime. Moreover, didn't my wife just say that it was Zhang Nan and Miss Zhou who hit my wife first? My lady and the girls didn't even touch them. Zhang Feng, even with the best of connoisseurs, was infuriated at the moment. The beaten one was arrested, and the one who hit him is fine? Did I just say your wife and the girls did it? If your wife and the girls did, you wouldn't even see them now. I have always emphasized that your wife is guilty of provocation and intimidation. Here, the video evidence is here. See for yourselves. Lu Jia finished speaking, pulled out his ears and got up to pour water. The co-police officer beside Lu Jia, on the other hand, opened the surveillance video for them to view in front of Zhang Feng and the others. As soon as Zhang Xinlan saw that the coordinator was going to open the video, she immediately called out with a face of joy. Right, surveillance. You'll know we're not lying when you see the surveillance. It was that beggar Zhang Nan and that bitch who beat us up. We weren't right at all. But when the surveillance came out, she was dumbfounded. Because the surveillance video only saw how they were overbearingly abusive, threatening and intimidating the two Zhang Nan. Ah, bodyguard, get up there and beat this beast and bitch to death. Beat them to death. When the last image of the surveillance video was framed on Wang Feng's face that had become distorted by hatred, the room was suddenly quiet for a split second. No, that's not it. This surveillance is missing the footage of that beast beating me. Wang Feng immediately shouted out. Zhang Xinju, who hadn't said much, also nodded her head hurriedly. Dad. This video isn't right. Someone deleted the footage of Zhang Nan and that Miss Zhou beating up Mom. Zhang Feng understands the character of his own daughter, especially Zhang Xinju. She rarely lied growing up. At this time, Zhang Hao, who hadn't said anything, also nodded his head with a face of certainty. Dad, the video should have been tampered with. Zhang Feng was now enraged. Leader Lu, are you taking an altered video and trying to convict my ladies and girls? As if Lu Jia knew they would have this reaction, he calmly sipped the warm water. Mr. Zhang, are you suspecting our police department of forgery? It's a video we just asked for from the local street management office. You mean the entire street management department is going to harbor the two of them? Zhang Feng was speechless. It doesn't seem possible when you think about it. A place as formal as the street management office, which is also filled with public officials, couldn't have done this. However, Wang Feng wouldn't lie about this, and it's even more unlikely that her own daughters and the girls would. What exactly is the problem? Alright, Mr. Zhang, the time for the meeting is up. Please return first. Lu Jia coldly gave the notice. No, don't, Dad. Save us. Zhang Xinlan's entire body was about to collapse at the thought of really having to spend so many days in the detention center. She had been used to eating and drinking since she was a child. How could she endure a place like the guardhouse? Dad, we really didn't do it. They did it. We were wrongly accused. Zhang Xinju was also scared to death at this time. She'd never been in a police station before. And she'd come in this way. How would she meet people in the future if people she knew about this? Hubby, save us. It's that bastard Zhang Nan who's causing us harm. It's him, it must be him. Hubby, we can't be detained. Otherwise our Zhang family's reputation will be ruined. How can we go out and meet people in the future? Wang Feng also cried a lot. Mom, don't be afraid. We will definitely get you out. Wang Hao wanted to go forward and hug Wang Feng, wanting to give her comfort. However, Lu Jia and the others used their eyes to signal him not to approach. Howard, you quickly and your father think of a way to save Mommy. Mommy doesn't want to stay in a place like the detention center. Wang Feng cried her heart out. Well, shut up. I told you not to be impulsive and to talk things over before you went. Why did you have to start a fight with that guy? Well now, it's gotten you all involved. Zhang Feng stared at Wang Feng with an expression of looking at trash. When Wang Feng, who was still crying with tears and snot running down her nose, heard this, she was not happy. Zhang Feng, you're the one who agreed to let me capture that beast back. You also said that if that beast doesn't agree to go back, tie him up as well. That way the 100 million given to him can be taken out as well. Now that something has happened to our mothers, you're blaming us instead. I don't care. You're not a man if you don't get us mother and 3 out of here. Zhang Feng was so angry that his temples on the left and right sides were pulsating when he saw Wang Feng going further and further overboard. Sins? How did he marry such a stupid twat? Alright, stop arguing. You guys hurry back and wait for news. Lu Jia hurried Zhang Feng's few people out with an impatient face. By this time, it was getting dark. Zhang Feng and Zhang Hao, as well as the 2 sisters, Zhang Xinmei, stood outside the gates of the police station. A sad face. Dad, let's go find that Miss Zhou now. As long as that MS. Chow agrees to leave Mom and the girls alone. Then it'll be fine. Zhang Xinmei was distracted and worried to death at this time. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He was thinking about the weirdness of the whole thing. By this time, his accompanying lawyer was waiting. Lawyer He, how's it going? Can we get the guy out today? Lawyer He-shen shook his head helplessly. Director Zhang, the other party has a big head, specifying that they must have your wife stay in the guest house for 10 days. Zhang Feng gave an annoyed fuck. Lawyer He, no matter how much money or what method you use, fish them out as fast as you can. He-shin was silent for a moment as he listened. Finally, he sighed. Dong Zhang, please forgive me for not being able to do anything really this time. Hey, I can't continue to serve you from tomorrow on my side either. Because another partner in my law firm just called and said that pressure has been put on him not to let the lawyers on our side of the fence continue to serve you or else it will make it impossible for our firm to stay in the industry. What? Zhang Feng was shocked. Counselor He, just what kind of person wants to deal with me? Zhang Feng? He-shen still shook his head with a helpless face. Dong Zhang, I'm not sure about this. I only know that this time you must have messed with someone you shouldn't have. You, be careful. I won't need the lawyer's fee this time. I'll leave first. After He-shen finished speaking, he hurriedly walked away. That hurried look as if there was some kind of flooding beast behind him chasing him. Dad, what does lawyer He mean by that? Did we offend some big shot? Zhang Hao looked at He-shen's woefully departing back, and was inexplicably a little scared in his heart. He had met this lawyer He-shen a few times. Every time He-shen gave him a spirited and confident look. Never as wretched as this moment. I don't know either. Zhang Feng muttered. Dad, let's go find that Miss Zhou first and ask her to help withdraw the case first. Jiang Xianju was preoccupied with Wang Feng's few people. She could not let her mother them in the detention center kind of place to stay so long. She knew that her mother loved clean, and afraid of the dark, afraid of rats those. Zhang Feng was annoyed and confused in his heart at this time. On the one hand, I don't know which big shot self has offended. On the one hand, he was thinking about how he could fish out Wang Feng and those 2 daughters as fast as possible. Otherwise, the longer it drags on, the more people know about it, and when the time comes to make a big deal out of it, his company's stock is going to be affected. A few people sat in the car with heavy hearts. Have the driver drive toward the new market where Zhang Nan now lives. On the way, Zhang Xinmei looked out the window. The mind drifted back to Zhang Nan. We're going to see Zhang Nan later. I wonder if he's willing to help intercede with that Miss Zhou and let mother and the girls go. New ruins. Zhang Nan organized the loot that had only arrived today one by one. That's when he saw some new underwear. His face flushed, thinking about the time when he went into the lingerie store and Erishur helped him pick out his underwear. Before he went to Zhang's house, his underwear was picked out and bought for him by Sister Lan. So, today, Erishur still habitually took the initiative to help him pick. But then she forgets that he's an adult. What's on your mind? Hurry up and wash your hands and come over for dinner. By the way, those panties are in the shower room. I'll hand wash them later. Jolan said absently as she helped Zhang Nan serve his meal. That, Sister Erishur, just put it in the washing machine. No need to go through all that trouble. The red flush on Zhang Nan's face had already begun to spread to the roots of her ears. Didn't I tell you before? Panties are intimate apparel. You can't put them in the washing machine. They're prone to bacteria. Jolan looked at Zhang Nan with an expression of how come you don't even know this. At that moment, she realized that Zhang Nan's face was blushing abnormally. In the next second, she seemed to understand something. Her expression was also uncomfortable for a moment. Well, that, or why don't you hand wash yourself? You're grown up. When he finished, he pretended to be calm and looked down to get a spoon to serve the soup. Okay, I'll wash it right away. Jiang Nan couldn't top it and ran into the shower room as if he was fleeing. Soon there was the sound of flushing coming from the shower room. Not the sound of laundry. Instead, it's the sound of a shower flush. Zhou Lan froze, murmured in a low voice, still really grown up, really fast. And Jiang Nan, who was taking a cool shower at that moment, had already whispered and flung several slaps at Self's face. Jiang Nan, you're not human. You actually had thoughts about erasure that you shouldn't have. Upon seeing that majestic little Jiang Nan, he was even more pissed off. Raise your hand for a few slaps. You, little Jiang Nan, you're even less of a thing. What's the point of looking up? If you raise your head to Lan again, I'll make you unable to eat meat for the rest of your life. Innocent little Jiang Nan? 15 minutes passed. When Jiang Nan came out, it was like he was carrying a layer of coolness. First he rushed to the balcony and hung his personal clothes out to dry. Only then did he take a deep breath and sit down to get ready to eat. Seeing his lips that were a bit purple from the ice, Zhou Lan couldn't help but speak out. Although it's April now, it's still a bit cool. You don't want to catch a cold at this juncture. Got it. Sister Lan. Jiang Nan looked like a good boy. Seeing his well-behaved behavior, Zhou Lan smiled with her eyebrows and gave Jiang Nan warm soup to drink while it was hot to warm his body. Jiang Nan obediently did as he was told one by one in order to prevent Zhou Lan from discovering the abnormalities he had just experienced. Knock knock. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Lan frowned that good-looking brow. Sister Lan, I'll go open the door. Jiang Nan put down his dishes and chopsticks, wanting to get up to open the door. No, you sit down and drink the soup. Otherwise it won't taste good if it gets cold, Zhou Lan said as she got up and went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, a few people appeared at the door. One is Jiang Nan's real father. She met 3 years ago. One was an older boy about the same age as Jiang Nan. 2 women about her age. There are also a few bodyguard-like tall and strong men behind them. Hello, Ms. Zhou, we meet again. Zhang Feng was different from his arrogance the last time he saw Zhou Lan, this time with a smirk on his face. But Zhou Lan didn't give him a good look, just staring at him with a cold look on his face. Jiang Nan, who was eating, heard the commotion and hurriedly put down his bowl, holding 2 silver chopsticks and walked over. What are you guys doing here? Zhang Feng looked at Jiang Nan who had wet hair and had obviously just taken a shower. Another look at the sexy and charming Zhou Lan in front of him. He held an unspecified smile. Dad is here to see Ms. Chow about something. Jiang Nan's expression was cold. Mr. Chang, do you have Alzheimer's? I signed a severance letter with you one foot and you forgot it the next. In the face of Jiang Nan's unceremonious tone, Jiang Xinju, who was standing beside Zhang Feng, became furious. Jiang Nan, show some respect when you speak to Dad. Don't go too far. Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Xinju, who was halfway through her cosmetic surgery, and with an expression of surprise like she had seen a ghost, said, Who are you? How come you are as ugly as a ghost? You, Jiang Nan, you beggar, go to hell. Jiang Xinju really succeeded in being enraged, no longer heeding his father's admonitions halfway across the country, said must speak to Jiang Nan properly, not impulsive. Shut up. Zhang Feng immediately drank Jiang Xinju. In his heart, he secretly regretted bringing such a success over. Jiang Xinju was sobered up quite a bit by her father, and only then did she remember that they had come over to beg. She glared angrily at Jiang Nan and no longer dared to say anything. Zhou Lan's gaze took a deep look at Jiang Xinju before she faintly turned her eyes to Zhang Feng. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Zhang Feng had never been invited by someone so directly. There was a moment of displeasure on his face, but when he thought of the several people, Wang Feng, who were still locked up in the detention center at this time, and once again, he forced himself to hold back his unhappiness, revealing an expression of self-confessed amiability as he looked at Zhou Lan and said, Miss Shou, it's really not right for us to come over so late to disturb you, but you should also know what we came over for. Zhou Lan coldly interrupted Zhang Feng's later words. I know. I can answer you now. With the way they cursed us today, 10 days in jail is being polite to them. When Jiang Xinju heard this, she almost stormed out again. Zhang Feng frowned and raised his hand to stop her. Miss Shou, my wife and the girls really didn't act right today, but you fought with Jiang Nan as well. Isn't it a bit much to lock them up again? There's a saying I'd like to give to Ms. Zhou, being a man is a good thing. Zhou Lan sniffed, and those tightly pursed red lips lifted coldly. Being human? Are those few people? I've been treating them like dogs. Miss Shou, please show some respect to my mom and sisters. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you. Zhang Hao, who was on the side, saw that Zhou Lan was increasingly not putting them in her sights, and also became angry in a rare moment. He could endure Zhou Lan cursing Zhang Feng and Jiang Xinju, but the only thing that couldn't be tolerated was Zhou Lan calling Wang Feng a dog. If Wang Feng is a dog, what has he become? Ha, is the little pup angry? Zhou Lan looked askance at Zhang Hao indifferently. Humph, Miss Shou, I talked to you with kind words, but I didn't expect you to want a toast without eating. In that case, don't blame me for bullying people with my power. Zhang Nan stood up in front of Zhou Lan. Bullying with power? Come on, Sister Erasure, go get a knife. I'll hack this old bastard to death. Zhang Nan, don't think that just because you're my son, I won't dare to lay a hand on you. Zhang Feng was so angry that his liver hurt when he heard that Zhang Nan actually wanted to hack him to death. He had been hesitant to waste his arms and legs and lock him up. This would be something he didn't have to think about. Just waste the beast. Anyway, he still had Howard as a son. Just pretend that Zhang Nan, the beast, never showed up. Ha, Zhang Feng, do you still have the face to say that? You were ready to take me away before you came here today, weren't you? What should be on your mind right now? How to kill me so no one finds out? Zhang Feng's face became more and more gloomy, sinking as if he could drip ink. He didn't expect Zhang Nan to be able to guess his thoughts at once. This kind of mind and observation forced even him to be wary. Good, very good, beast, I still underestimated you. You guys, tie up this beast for me, and this woman too. Zhang Feng ordered in a low voice to the few bodyguards behind him. At this point, Zhang Xinmei was in a hurry. Dad, didn't you say before you came that you wanted to properly communicate with Zhang Nan and the two of them? Zhang Nan is just an adult and is prone to impulsiveness, so you should give him another chance. Zhang Nan, apologize to Dad, quick. As the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, she had been working at Zhang Feng's side for the past few years. Therefore, Zhang Xinmei is considered to be the one who understands her father's character the most among several children. She knew that her father, now, was really moving to kill Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan, who is weak and does not have the slightest background, is definitely going to be made to disappear by Zhang Feng. Zhang Nan did not even look at Zhang Xinmei, who was pleading for him, but instead, his gaze was dead on Zhang Feng. This is his real father. It's fucking flesh and blood. The more Zhang Nan thought about it, the colder his heart became. Trying to get me killed? Ha, you're forgetting what I told you the day before yesterday, aren't you? Zhang Feng's eyebrows jumped. He naturally thought of the things Zhang Nan said before he came, but all he had to do was get Zhang Nan back, break his arms and legs and lock him up. He had ways to make Zhang Nan talk and spit out those things. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng coldly continued to the few bodyguards. Don't listen to his nonsense. Go. Yes, Director Zhang. Several tall bodyguards led the order and aggressively grabbed towards Zhang Nan. Seeing this, Zhang Nan quickly pulled Zhou Lan away, then quickly closed the door behind him. But Zhang Feng would not do as he wished, and hurriedly blocked it with his hands, and the bodyguards behind him hurriedly pushed hard together. Zhou Lan had already brought 3 more kitchen knives from the kitchen at some point and gave 2 to Zhang Nan. Erasure, run back to your room and call the police. Don't come out. It's me they won't give you a hard time. Get in there. After Zhang Nan finished speaking, a kitchen knife in one hand, without blinking his eyes, slashed at the hand that was holding the door. Ah! A scream came from outside the door. It was the voice of one of the bodyguards. Kick the door, kick it hard, we must take this beast away today. When Zhang Feng saw that Zhang Nan really didn't want to chop at them, he backed away in fear and didn't dare to go up to the top of the door on his own anymore. However, he was red with anger by now and hissed loudly for his bodyguard to kick the door down. The other 2 remaining bodyguards bit the bullet and kicked the door as hard as they could. Bang! 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 Sweat broke out on Zhang Nan's forehead. Seeing this, Zhou Lan's always cold brows were colored with anxiety. Only she kept pressing the special studs in her ears to call out, "Red ribbon, come out! Immediately! Immediately! Bang! Bang!" Well, Zhang Nan let out a cry of pain. That iron door was still kicked in. Sister Erasure, quickly go into your room. No matter what you hear, don't come out. Quick! Zhang Nan yelled, then once again blocked in front of Zhou Lan. At this time, except for that bodyguard who had just been cut by Zhang Nan, covering his hand and standing to the side, the other 2 strong bodyguards, plus Zhang Feng, immediately walked into the house suburb and leeringly surrounded Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan, if you put the knife down and come with me, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and put on an expression on his face that everything was negotiable. You think I'm 3 years old? I'm never going to go with you. And if I'm pushed, I'll take one for the team. Come on. Zhou Lan behind Zhang Nan's face changed. Xiao Nan, don't do anything stupid. Zhang Xinmei was also terrified. She even said to Zhang Feng with a pleading tone, Dad, don't hurt Zhang Nan. He's your own son after all. With that, she wanted to run over to get in front of Zhang Nan. However, she had only just made a move when Zhang Hao, who was beside her, pulled her back with one hand. Sister, don't go over there. It's dangerous. Brother, you quickly put down the knife and go back with us. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to your father and apologize. Dad shouldn't blame you for hurting so many people these days. Although Zhang Hao's face wore a reasonable persuasion of Zhang Nan, there was actually a touch of schadenfreude hidden in the bottom of his eyes. Go ahead. Fight. It's better to kill this bitch Zhang Nan. Once Zhang Hao's words fell, Zhang Feng's face became even more ugly. He thought of the Zhang family in the past few days by Zhang Nan made bruises. You guys get on me? As long as you take down this beast, I will reward each of you with $500,000. Zhang Feng bit the bullet and yelled at the two bodyguards who were hesitant to act because Zhang Nan had a knife in his hand. As expected, when those two bodyguards heard that their boss was so generous that they could actually have $500,000 just by arresting Zhang Nan, their eyes immediately flashed with greed. The two men looked at each other. Utilizing the tacit understanding from these years of cooperation, they surrounded Zhang Nan. When Zhang Nan saw this, he wasn't afraid and even snorted coldly in return. Ha! It's true that people die for money and birds die for food, Zhang Nan said, placing the kitchen knives in both hands, rubbing out an ear-piercing sound, and a fury appeared on his thin but angular face. Come on, let your horses come. In a moment either I'll step on your corpses or you'll step on my head and go out. Zhang Feng, if I surrender my life here today, you shouldn't be complacent, because you will definitely get your comeuppance and not live long, for sure. After saying that, Zhang Nan took the lead in waving his kitchen knife and slashed at a fat bodyguard who sneakily tried to sneak up from his back. Ah! The bodyguard immediately let out a scream. He didn't expect that Zhang Nan would be so sensitive that he would actually discover his sneak attack. But just as Zhang Nan slashed at the fat and strong bodyguard, another tall and strong bodyguard quickly snatched the kitchen knife in Zhang Nan's other hand. Then with his backhand, he tried to chop Zhang Nan's head. Watch your back. Zhou Lan, who had been on the sidelines worrying about Zhang Nan, saw this moment and her heart clenched. Then without thinking, she immediately flew over. Bam! It had to be said that Zhang Nan's reaction was really fast and surprisingly quick. Even Zhang Nan surprised himself. Before that tall and strong bodyguard's knife even touched his head, he immediately pulled out the kitchen knife from the fat and strong bodyguard, and quickly slashed at the tall and strong bodyguard with his backhand amidst the fat and strong bodyguard's screams. But sadly, the chop fell short. It was so close to splitting the tall and strong bodyguard's head. That tall and sturdy bodyguard had a fearful and shocked expression on his face as he hastily took several steps back. Seeing this, Zhang Nan hurriedly pulled Zhou Lan to his own side. By this time, Zhou Lan had quickly regained her composure. She was also holding a long sword in her hand, and she and Zhang Nan were looking at Zhang Feng and the others back to back. In his heart, he had already cursed a certain woman who had run off somewhere several times. Zhang Feng on this side was so angry that he burst out on the spot when he saw this. In just a moment's time, this beast had injured two of his bodyguards in a row. What's even more infuriating is that Self's side didn't even hurt a single strand of this beast's hair. Zhang Feng picked up the fire extinguisher at Zhou Lan's doorway and tossed it to the other bodyguard who wasn't injured as badly and whispered in his ear. You're in charge of taking care of that woman. Zhang Nan, the beast, should be very attached to her. You just need to grab her, and Zhang Nan won't put up resistance anymore. The bodyguard listened and immediately nodded in agreement. Help the boss with these two today, and they'll each have $500,000 right away. Where can you find such a good thing? Bastard, you've completely pissed me off today. Keep going, dead or alive. At this time, Zhang Feng couldn't care less about those friends that Zhang Nan said would expose his company's secrets. Not to mention the Miss Zhou in front of me in the end. What is the big head? All he wanted at the moment was to get rid of the bad anger in his heart. With this thought, Zhang Feng joined the injured bodyguard to surround Zhou Lan. Now, Zhang Nan's side became passive. Zhang Nan frowned tightly. He's not afraid to die. After all, people who have died tragically once. However, he didn't want to drag down Erishur, who had always been good to him. And as Zhou Lan looked at the Zhang Feng, several people who were getting closer and closer, there was a rising anger in her always cold brow. She likewise didn't want anything to happen to Zhang Nan. Red Bearer, if you don't come out, there will be serious consequences. Zhou Lan pinched the earrings again and warned faintly. Hearing these inexplicable words from Zhou Lan, the people present frowned. A voice so fluffy and charming that it made one's bones soft suddenly appeared out of thin air. Zhang Feng had an uneasy feeling. Who? But they were the only ones inside the house. Where's the other guy? Just as Zhang Feng and the others were looking around for the sound, their eyes suddenly itched and stung. Ah, that hurts. My eyes hurt. I can't see. At this point, everyone covered their eyes and cried out in pain. Zhang Nan likewise felt as if his own eyes were burning with fire, causing him a lot of pain. He wanted to scratch hard, but for fear of scratching his eye membranes, he could only desperately hold back. The only person in the room who had no effect at all was Zhou Lan with her eyes closed. I only saw her say to somewhere with a flat face, Come out and give Xiao Nan the antidote. It seems like your sister cares for this little Nan Nan. Soon, in Zhang Nan's hand, there was a 2-finger-sized glass bottle. It held most of a bottle of clear-colored liquid. But at this time, Zhang Nan's eyes were already blurry and he couldn't see at all. Nan, it comes in liquid. You don't need to drop it into your eyes. Just spread it evenly around your eyes. When Zhang Nan sniffed and nodded obediently, he immediately opened the bottle without any doubt, poured out the liquid inside, and evenly applied it around his eyes. After about a few seconds, the itching and pain disappeared immediately and his eyes slowly regained their vision. At that moment, he suddenly saw a very sexy girl in front of him. The girl was dressed coolly, with a tight red wrap-around strapless leather jacket on top and super short red leather pants underneath. Petite but perfectly proportioned. Front and back, especially that career line in front, bulging deep groove, let men look at more than one glance will nosebleed kind. You are getting lazy now. Is it that following me for too many idle days has made you forget your own duties? Zhou Lan lightly looked askance at the red beer. Although Zhou Lan's voice was light, the red beer knew that she was getting angry. He then spat out his tongue. Sister, it's all because that fierce man is too good at seducing people. I was so wrapped up in him that I couldn't get out of it at once. I promise I won't next time. Zhou Lan had a look of I don't believe you as she watched the performance of the red rope faintly. The red beer was in a hurry. Her slender fingers, pointing at Zhang Nan who was standing aside, said seriously, Sister, trust me, next time I will definitely show up in time to protect you. I use this little Nan Nan's future lifelong sexual bliss to guarantee that. Zhang Nan blinked. No, she swore. What's he got to do with it? And swore on his lifelong sexual well-being. This woman is outlawed, too outlawed. Zhou Lan also rolled her elegant eyes as she couldn't stand it. Dad, my eye scratch is bleeding. I really can't see. Dad, help. It hurts. Just in the gap between Zhang Nan's few words, Zhang Hao was already crawling and rolling on the ground in pain, and his eyes were already bleeding from his scratches. Dad, where are you guys? Let's get out of here. Zhang Xianju was about to be unable to stand the itching and stinging torture. She just wanted to go to the hospital for treatment right away, or else if she was late, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to keep these eyes any longer. Zhang Feng was really scared at the moment. His eyes were dark. Can't see it, can't touch it. To top it off, the tingling sensation hurt so much that he couldn't keep still. He was so afraid that at this moment, Zhang Nan would suddenly stab him in the back. Go, go, he panicked, groping toward the air with open hands. Zhou Lan looked at the gang and finally felt a little more comfortable in her heart. Zhang Nan took the soles of his shoes and slapped the soles of a few shoes at Zhang Feng, who was once his oldest son. Pop, now you know you're scared. Wasn't it just dead or alive? Pa, you old fart. Zhou Lan let Zhang Nan vent. Self silently retraced his steps back to the dining table, and when he realized that the table was cold, he began to busy himself with the intention of reheating the meal. She remembers that Zhang Nan doesn't seem to have eaten enough. Zhang Nan slapped Zhang Feng and he didn't dare to curse. In fact, he couldn't care less about cursing, because the pain in his eyes was harder for him to top. Zhang Nan tapped a few times, put his shoes back on, and took the kitchen knife in his hand again, staring at Zhang Hao's pupils flashing with a ghostly light. Did you want to stab them a few times? The red casket emerged from behind Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan didn't deny it even though she saw through her thoughts. I'm the best at this kind of thing. Do you want me to help you? Zhang Nan stared at the red casket with an expression of looking at a monster. Don't give me that look. Where do I cut? I think it's better to cut the butt meat first, so that they can't sit down and sleep. Thinking about it is torturous. At that moment, Zhang Hao, who was originally in the midst of screaming miserably, was so frightened that he widened his bloodshot eyes, as if he didn't see their reaction. The red beer continued. Or the thighs will do. They have a lot of meat and fat. Cut them into slices and put them on the fire to roast for them to eat by themselves. It's very fragrant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan didn't even think twice. His feet strategically stepped backward and stayed far away from this demoness. Well, ears are fine too. I've been obsessed with eating pig's ears lately. The red beer squinted those mesmerizing eyes, looking like her mouth was about to water. Zhang Hao was the first one who couldn't stand it anymore. He opened his bloodshot eyes and roared towards the air. You wicked girl, killing is against the law. Seeing that her imagination has been interrupted, the red bonnet grabbed the kitchen knife in Zhang Nan's hand with a smile, and bam 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 a few times to Zhang Hao's buttocks. Ah, my ass, it hurts. Dad, sis, I'm dying. Oh, the red rope looked at his own masterpiece and laughed a few times. Not bad, the meat is tender. It seems to be a pampered little fresh meat. Zhang Nan, you beast, you're not a human being. How dare you lay hands on your own brother and kill him repeatedly? Zhang Feng forced himself to endure the severe pain in his eyes and cursed in a stern and angry voice. Zhang Nan snorted coldly and was about to dislike him back, when the red bear beside him, however, walked up to Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. Uncle, your ass is itching too, isn't it? How about I make you a grilled bacon? You're older, the meat is more firewood. Make it into bacon and it should taste better. Zhang Feng's mouth opened, but in the end, he didn't dare to open his mouth to scold the red bear. This woman cuts her ass when she says so. It's brutal. Zhang Nan was in a great mood when he saw Zhang Feng's shun-eating appearance. It seems that it's good to be evil, and sometimes it's good to be mean. Nan, come over and eat quickly. You haven't finished your bowl. Red bearer, hurry up and take care of them. I'll get back to you. Zhou Lan carried the warmed-up meal and faintly said to the two Zhang Nan and the red casket. As soon as she heard that Zhou Lan still wanted to settle the score with self, the red bear pretended to be unhappy and wrinkled that pretty nose. Pulling a lollipop from the deep cleavage of her chest, she tore the paper open and took a bite in her mouth. When she saw Zhang Nan's blushing expression in the afterglow, she smiled cheekily again. Little Nan Nan, do you want a lollipop? Take it here. Don't be polite. As she said that, she directly pushed up that proud career line towards Zhang Nan, making Zhang Nan reach out to touch the lollipop. Boom! Zhang Nan hurriedly jumped away, once again staying far away from the red bear, as if she was some kind of flood beast. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Funny, the red bear laughed out loud in a good mood, but the next moment, she received a calm glance from Zhou Lan. Immediately, he spat out his tongue and expelled Zhang Feng and the others before gently closing the door of the house. By now, the house was finally calm again. Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan could eat properly again, due to the fact that Zhang Feng's eyes of several people were completely blind. Several people had to all hold onto the stairs, screaming in agony from the itching pain in their eyes as they carefully felt their way down the stair steps. But before they could take a few steps, one of them didn't know who tripped who, and several of them rolled down the stairs together collectively at once. Ah, me, my ass. Who the hell pressed down on my head? At this moment, Zhang Feng, who had fallen to the ground, had that head pressed underneath the fat bodyguard's ass. The fat bodyguard was also startled when he heard the voice and knew it belonged to his own boss. As he tried to hurry up, he suddenly let out a loud uncontrollable fart. That fart just happened to be sprayed straight into his boss Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng heard and smelled it. Face instantly worse than eating shit. Ha 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 ha. The red bear laughed his head off. After more than a week from that day, the Zhang family never appeared in front of Zhang Nan again. Moreover, Zhang Xilan took the initiative to ask for Zhang Nan's theft charge to be dropped. As compensation, Zhou Lan also agreed to drop the charges against Wang Feng and Zhang Xilan and the others only after a week. However, the incident was still maligned by Zhang Feng's rival company. The title has, the family of Zhang Feng, chairman of the Star Peak Group, used their power to bully and besiege vulnerable people's land. Zhang Feng, chairman of the Star Peak Group, instructed his wife and daughter to beat up vulnerable people's soil, and all of his wife and daughter were detained. Exposure. The teenager beaten by Star Peak Group chairman Zhang Feng's family is actually his own son who was abandoned outside for more than 10 years. Exposed. The family of the chairman of the Star Peak Group has been abusing their eldest son for a long time. Exposure. Star Peak Group chairman Zhang Feng was injured. Several scandals about the Star Peak Group were exposed in one day. The strip is on the local news hot list. Because Star Peak Group is a relatively famous local listed company with a large market capitalization. So, after these scandals broke, the stock of Star Peak Group plummeted that day. The PR department of the Star Peak Group is working around the clock to figure out how to deal with this crisis. And that's when Zhang Feng was receiving treatment for his eyes at a major tertiary hospital. More than a week has passed since the poisoning. In the past few days, Zhang Feng spent a lot of money to hire the most authoritative ophthalmologist from abroad to cure his eyes. It's still in the restoration period. At this time, his VLP ward was filled with Zhang family members. Old Zhang, what should we do? Now the company's stock has dropped so much. Wang Feng helped Zhang Feng, who had just come out of the restroom, to lie back on the hospital bed and asked urgently with a worried face. The Star Peak Group was a matter of honor and wealth for the Zhang family. It was more about her and Zhang Hao's happiness for the rest of their lives. It can't go wrong. What to do? What to do? When I told you not to be impulsive and not to go to that beast, you just didn't listen. Now, well, this whole crap has come out, and it's causing the family to suffer. The more Zhang Feng spoke, the angrier he became. If Wang Feng hadn't run off to pick on Zhang Nan, then he wouldn't have been taken into custody and detained at the detention center. There would not have been the matter of their father and son going to settle the score with Zhang Nan and ending up being poisoned and blinded instead. Much less the fact that today's stabbing by a rival caused the company to have such a big PR crisis. This pile of things made Zhang Feng's head spin. Old Zhang, you should have a conscience when you speak. You were the one who gave me permission to go to that brute. And you were the one who acquiesced in my claiming back that money. Now that something's happened, you're blaming me instead. I, Wang Feng, haven't even blamed you for being incapable. You can't even fish out your own wife and daughter. And you still have the nerve to blame me. When Zhang Feng heard this, he was immediately furious again. Listen to it, listen to it. Is that still something a considerate wife would say? Self almost got himself killed trying to fish them out. In the end, you get a taunt from this woman. It's a sin. I was so blind. I can't believe I married such a woman. Okay, Dad. Mom, stop arguing. It's pointless to argue when things are as bad as they are. Our family should be making peace now and trying to work things out. Zhang Hao, whose eyes were covered with gauze, advised softly with a soft and sickly look. Zhang Hao was lying on the hospital bed at this time, and his ass was also wrapped in thick white gauze. The fingers on my right hand aren't quite healed yet, and it will be at least a week or so before they heal. If you say who wants Zhang Nan to die the most at this time, Zhang Hao is definitely the first, because he's more than just the worst and most injured, and it may also affect his ability to take the college entrance exam next. As he is now, even if he took the college entrance exam, it would definitely affect his performance. He couldn't figure out that no matter how he planted evidence to frame Zhang Nan before, it had been going well. But now, not only did he not frame Zhang Nan, but he got himself involved, and nearly lost his life 3 times. Wang Feng over here, once she saw Zhang Hao in this state, her heart ached. Goddamn Zhang Nan, that beast hurting my Hao like this. Why did I give birth to this beast in the first place? I should have strangled him to death. My poor Ho-chan, it's all because of that murderous brute that you've been victimized. Zhang Feng closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Zhang Xinmei, who was on the side, although her eyes were covered, couldn't help but speak out when she heard Wang Feng say that. Mom, you've misunderstood Zhang Nan this time. Xiaohao's wound wasn't made by Zhang Nan. It was made by that woman of unknown origin. Wang Feng in sadness didn't care about this. Don't you give that brute any sophistry. I've heard it all from your brother. That woman and that brute are in cahoots. Zhang Xinmei sniffed. Her mouth opened and shut up. Indeed, that weird woman seems to be with Zhang Nan. Now the whole family is injured and detained because of Zhang Nan, and the company's stock has even plummeted as a result. Zhang Nan is related to the Zhang family. Now this is really incompatible. The heaviness in Zhang Xinmei's heart grew heavier. Mom, it's okay. It's probably because my brother has always been cynical about me taking up your love, and that's why he's letting people do this to me. In these few years, Hao has gotten used to being treated like this by his brother. It's fine. Zhang Hao sounded sad and accommodating as he lowered his head. That look fell in the eyes of the Zhang family, making it even more heartbreaking. Brother, second sister understands your grievances. Don't worry. Second sister will definitely find a chance to avenge you. That beggar dared to treat you like that, as well as bullying our Zhang family like this during this period of time. A few of us won't let him go. Zhang Xinlan thought of the embarrassment and aggravation she had experienced in the detention center during this period of time, and her hatred towards Zhang Nan deepened a few more layers. Yes, brother, you'll always be a good brother to us. That beggar treated our family like that. He'll get what's coming to him. I can't wait to go up and stab him a few times right now and ask him why he's so heartless that he can lay such a heavy hand on his own loved ones. Zhang Xianju touched the gauze on her own eyes and gritted her teeth and cut her teeth in a hateful and angry voice. As long as she thought of self being disfigured and almost blinded by that beggar Zhang Nan, and she was furious. That son of a bitch better not end up in her hands. Otherwise, she would have gouged out his eyes and skinned him. Let him live in pain. Zhang Xinju nodded in agreement. Mom, Dad, and sisters, thank you for hurting Hao. It's a good thing I have your support. Otherwise, Hao would have been about to lose it these past few days. My brother cut my finger last time and it's still not healed. This time his friend almost blinded me, and he's so perverted that he cut the flesh of Hao's buttocks. Mom, you guys say, why is my brother so cruel to me? If he doesn't like Hao, he can tell Hao. Hao can just stay away from him. How can he treat me like this? I like him so much. I respect him so much. I've always treated him as my favorite brother. As Zhang Hao spoke, he broke down and cried again. Son, my good baby, don't you grieve for a man like that. That beast is not human at all. Our Zhang family has never treated him poorly these past few years, but he did this to us. From the day he got Mom into detention, he was no longer a member of the Zhang family. He's an enemy of the Zhang family. Wang Feng painfully took Zhang Hao into her arms and wiped away his tears. Hao, Mom only has one son like you, and in the future, the Zhang family will only have one son like you. Son, everything in the Zhang family is yours. It will only be yours. That brute, I'll never let him set foot in the Zhang family's door again. Zhang Feng still didn't say anything, under the gauze-covered eyes, thinking about how to get through this PR crisis. Zhang Nan, over here, had returned to school by now. He was out of class for nearly half a month, and the teachers, fearing that he wouldn't be able to keep up with the progress, took special care of him, letting him find them at any time if he didn't understand anything. Because Zhang Nan's grades at the 24th high school in Guangcheng were very good. Before he was in the detention center, he was a constant presence in the top 3 grades in the school. Later, when that whatever theft happened, the whole school was unanimous in feeling so sorry for the teachers. Such a good seedling, how come he's so tempted to steal? Not a good time in that the case was dropped in the last few days. The police officer who took Zhang Nan away at the beginning also made a special effort to clarify in front of all the teachers and students, Zhang Nan was not a thief, but was misunderstood by his family at the beginning. Until the end, the gossip and abuse about Zhang Nan only ended. Humph, not a thief? I don't believe it. Must have gotten a rich woman to fix this for him. Lin Wei thought about that day at the mall and he gritted his teeth in anger. Because after that day, Li Qingfang broke up with him. Keep calling him a wimp, a shrinking violet, not a man. Said his self-same girlfriend was slapped in public and he didn't even dare to fight back. It's been several days in a row. And it's a terrible curse. Fucking bitch. You were so slutty in bed, saying how much you loved me, and now it's reducing me to nothing. Wait for me. One day when you're alone, let's see how I'll fix you. And there's Chang Nan. Thinking of this, Lin Wei again put all the fault for this on Zhang Nan's head. At this time, he saw the water cup placed in Zhang Nan's table. Zhang Nan, Mr. Chow is looking for you. A boy wearing glasses saw Zhang Nan coming out of the restroom and made it a point to talk to him. Zhang Nan froze. Mr. Chow, what does she want now? Hasn't she always disliked herself? Yen Chow is the youngest teacher at secondary school 24, just 22 years old, a senior student of Tsinghua University, a proper female student, entered the 24th high school as a teacher for about a year. Now I'm with Zhang Nan in his senior class, 1. Cool looking, 168 centimeters tall with long legs. It's the dream girl of all the single male teachers at the 24th high school. It's also the object of many male students' imaginations. Probably knew self was popular. That's why it's always a condescending look. Zhang Nan doesn't like her. She disliked Zhang Nan even more. One could say it's a very distasteful kind of thing. Logically, with grades as good as Zhang Nan's, she should be very fond of such an outstanding student. After all the teachers in the school wanted Zhang Nan to be their student. But the only exception is Yen Chow. Only because she has a special status. She's Zhang Nan's fourth sister, Zhang Xianju, the best BFF. Needless to think, Zhang Xianju must have often badmouthed Zhang Nan in front of Chao Yanyan. He also told Chao Yanyan to take care of Zhang Nan at school. Therefore, in her previous life, Chao Yanyan had been devoted to making things difficult for Zhang Nan in various ways. Many times, in front of the whole class and even the whole school, he said that Zhang Nan was a piece of trash with a bad character. So what if he has good grades? His character is so bad, he'll be a lousy worm when he gets out of society. Verbal insults were not enough, but they also assigned heavy chores to Zhang Nan every day, making him too tired to concentrate on his studies. If Zhang Nan didn't do some of the chores she assigned, she used various excuses to punish Zhang Nan for not being allowed to go to dinner, or use a teaching ruler to whip Zhang Nan's hands and body every day. Even this arrest for theft was still something she publicized in the school so that everyone knew about it. By the time Zhang Nan went to the teacher's office, then she saw Chao Yanyan in the middle of a group of male teachers, like the stars were arching over the moon. Ms. Chao, you're looking for me? Zhang Nan politely walked next to Chao Yanyan and asked softly. Chao Yanyan, who was in the middle of the discussion, frowned out of habit when she saw Zhang Nan's voice. After a few words with the male teachers who surrounded her, the fawning male teachers then went back to their own workstations. Chao Yanyan, on the other hand, sat in her seat holding her towering breasts, lifting her lofty chin and looking askance at Zhang Nan with a disdainful face. I've had you called for a long time. Why are you here now? Just went to the restroom to take a dump, so I'm late. Zhang Nan purposely bit the word poop especially hard, because he remembered that Chao Yanyan hated to hear such vulgar words. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Nan's words fell, Chao Yanyan covered her nose and mouth and immediately shouted at Zhang Nan to stay away from her. Zhang Nan secretly rolled his eyes. Ha, what's the point of pretending? Make it sound like you grew up on fairy gas and can't poop. A beggar, indeed. And course, I asked you to come here today because I want to ask you to be in charge of the class discipline patrol every day starting tomorrow, and all the chores assigned by the teachers of the subjects. Anyway, whenever they need it, you go and help with those errands. Also, I have a set of language exercises here that you must do before the end of the school day. If you can't do it, come to me for 50 swats with the teaching ruler and 50 laps of the playground. Zhang Nan glanced at the book of language exercises in Chao Yanyan's hand. It's a very thick book, so even if you don't eat or drink, you'll have to do it for a day or two. Instead, Yen Chao asked that it be done before school, which is an hour later. Ha! Oh, did you hear me clearly? Chow Yanyan looked at Zhang Nan with an air of superiority. Listen carefully. Mr. Chow, have you ever smelled the soles of your shoes? Zhang Nan suddenly asked something inexplicable. Chow Yanyan sniffed and raised her willow eyebrows. Zhang Nan, do you want to get beaten up? You're sick, aren't you? He. Looks like Mr. Chow hasn't smelled it, Zhang Nan said, quickly taking off his left sneaker with one hand. Well, just ran several laps around the playground and it's smelling like stale sweaty feet. Then, his hand grasped the sneaker and quickly slapped the shoe on Chow Yanyan's cold and pretty face. Pop. Fuck you, you're asking me to do such thick exercises in an hour? Why don't you go to heaven? And to hit me 50 times with the teaching ruler, and make me run 50 laps of the playground. If you want me dead, just say so. Chow Yanyan had an incredulous look on her face, and was instantly struck dumb. All the teachers in the entire teacher's office were also dumbfounded, not reacting for a moment. Pop. Let you open your mouth and close your mouth like Zhang Xianju that slutty chrysanthemum call me beggar. Did I dig your family's ancestral grave in my last fucking life to make you treat me so viciously? Zhang Nan took advantage of Chow Yanyan's confusion to speed up and hit him several more times. It's only a month or so until the college entrance exams. And you're still fucking making me do these chores every day. You're trying to jeopardize my failure to get into college, aren't you? Still a people's teacher. You're a disgrace to the word teacher. When Zhang Nan had been rapidly hitting Chow Yanyan several times, the fiery pain and shame on her face made her scream out in shame and indignation all of a sudden. Ah, Zhang Nan, you beggar, you're crazy, how dare you hit me? But as if Zhang Nan couldn't hear her screams, he continued to whip her delicate cheeks hard with his sneakers. Yeah, I'm crazy. You're going to drive me crazy since you've been here. Pop, I fucking came to school to study, not to be abused and physically punished by you. Yan Chow. With every yell from Zhang Nan, that sneaker slapped harder on Chow Yanyan's face. He thought of the difficult days in his last life when he was deliberately targeted by Chow Yanyan. The thought of not being able to do all the hard work she ordered because she couldn't do it. Just told to run a few laps of the playground by this evil woman until he passes out from exhaustion. Once the summer temperatures were at their highest, he was punished by her for standing exposed to the sun for various reasons, and each time she saw him pass out from heatstroke before she gave up. In the coldest part of winter, he was often splashed with frozen ice water and called a beggar. If anything, the Zhang family is trying to kill him. Then the vicious woman in front of him was the one who made him completely lose his dignity at school, and his days were miserable. However, whenever he spoke to the school leaders, he was bullied and abused over and over again by the leaders because of insufficient evidence or the teacher was doing it for your own good. Which is a horrible excuse. Oh, in this life, he, Zhang Nan, didn't want to endure it, suffered in a previous life. This life will never be recovered. He's also born again a dick hair. Ah, help! Chow Yanyan couldn't be bothered to cover her face at this point, and hurriedly stood up to try to dodge Zhang Nan's attack. The other male teachers in the office came back to their senses at this time and immediately ran to Chow Yanyan's side, wanting to heroically save her. But how could Zhang Nan let Chow Yanyan off so easily? Only to see him grab Chow Yanyan's long, straight, black hair that was draped over her shoulders and yank it violently. Ah, it hurts. Zhang Nan, you beast, let go of me. Help! Chow Yanyan's tears came out in pain. However, Zhang Nan continued to slap her face hard with his sweaty sneakers. Pop, let you rumorize about me every day. Snap, let you call me a rotten worm every fucking day. That clear slapping sound resonated throughout the teacher's office. Chow Yanyan's cries also resounded throughout the teacher's office. When a few male teachers tried to attempt to rush up, Zhang Nan yanked Chow Yanyan to the ground and yelled, "If you guys come any closer, I'm going to smash her face in, and then we'll see which one of you is responsible for her." The words managed to scare the male teachers. They want to be heroic though, but I don't want to get into unnecessary trouble, especially when it comes to liability. After Zhang Nan saw that they all didn't dare to move, he let out a cold laugh before straddling Chow Yanyan's ass with force. One hand grabbed Chow Yanyan's long hair and one hand picked up the teaching ruler that Chow Yanyan had placed on her desk. This teaching ruler Zhang Nan was all too familiar with. It was sold by Zhang Xingju specifically for Chow Yanyan to use to beat Zhang Nan. Pop, I'll let you have evil intentions and think of tricks to use against me every day. I'll let you know right from wrong and set me up every day. Zhang Nan held the hard and long teaching ruler in his hand and slapped Chow Yanyan's ass hard. Ah, Zhang Nan, you beggar, rotten man, let go of me, I'll kill you. Chow Yanyan was about to break down. She had never been humiliated like this in all her life. But when Zhang Nan heard her screams, he snorted coldly and continued to whip Chow Yanyan's ass with the teaching ruler. Pop, you fucking know pain too? When you beat me every day before, did you ever think about whether I was in pain or not? You're responsible for a good portion of the injuries on my body. Pop, Don't think I don't know how many designer bags you've received from that rotten chrysanthemum Zhang Xinju. That's why you've been leaving no stone unturned in trying to ruin me. Chow Yanyan felt herself but hurt so much that it was about to smoke. She wanted to kill Zhang Nan at the moment. At that moment, the principal, who was working next door, was startled into running over. He was only seen with a big belly and panting. When he saw that Zhang Nan was actually straddling the youngest and most beautiful teacher in the whole school, Ms. Chow, he was so angry that he almost rose to immortality in place. Stop, Zhang Nan, let go of Mr. Chow. Are you male teachers shit-eaters? Why don't you go up and pull him back? With the principal's order, the male teachers only hastily swarmed to pull Zhang Nan. How could Zhang Nan's 2 fists defeat so many people? They were soon racked. Couldn't get his arm free though. However, Zhang Nan still hissed madly towards Chow Yanyan, his feet flying towards her through the air. Let me go. I'm going to cripple this wicked woman today. Otherwise she'll always think that I, Zhang Nan, am easy to bully. Let go. Wow. At this time, Chow Yanyan, who was lying on the ground, only looked like she had slowed down and cried out loudly. Chow Yanyan was really frightened by Zhang Nan this time. She never expected that Zhang Nan, who had always been coy and didn't dare to say anything no matter how she was bullied, would be so crazy today. Quiet. Shut up. The principal looked at the scene and was so angry that his heart stopped. Quiet your mom. Chow Gang. You damn well aren't a good person either. Watching this Chow bitch bully me every day and saying it's for my own good. Good old mother of yours. Let go of me. I'm going to go up there and slap this old bald ass who's aiding and abetting the enemy a few times. Let him see the truth. Damn it. Both of you surnamed Chow are no good. The few male teachers who were racking Zhang Nan were shocked when they heard this. They all looked at Zhang Nan with an expression of, are you crazy? They teachers haven't seen anyone who dares to scold the principal. When Chow Gang saw Zhang Nan scolding him like this without a care in the world, his blood pressure rose miserably. Good for you, Zhang Nan. So that's how good a student you are. Just got out of the detention center. Now you want to go back to stay, don't you? Good, good, yes. Xiao Lu, call the police. This Zhang Nan assaulted a teacher in public, verbally abused the principal, and disrupted the public order of the school, causing an extremely bad influence. Today, I, Chow Gang, will let him know what it means to be a rule. As soon as the principal's words fell, all of the teachers backed up. I'm afraid this Nan is finished again. It's only just been withdrawn from the case and it's so hard to reinstate the high school entrance exams. And now they're going to be taken away to a detention center. Chow Yanyan, who was covering her face, was so happy that she wanted to laugh out loud. Yeah, grab the little bastard. Better lock him up for a few years and see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Headmaster, have mercy. At that moment, a worried plea for mercy came from far away. Chow Gang, who was originally in a fit of anger, immediately frowned again when he saw the visitor. Once Zhang Nan heard this voice, his fierce eyes softened a few points. This is where the most heartfelt classroom teacher, Mr. Chen, comes in. The reason he was able to get out of the detention center so quickly before was because Mr. Chen Xianshang had been going to plead with Zhang Xianlan. In his last life, his shoes, so worn out that he couldn't wear them anymore, were the same shoes that Mr. Chen bought him a new pair of shoes to get him through the cold winter that year. Even many times, when Xiao Yanyan was making things difficult and embarrassing self, every time Mr. Chen saw it, he would rescue him. Unfortunately, in a society where so much depends on context, Mr. Chen who has no background, he is also a small person in this school and can't protect Zhang Nan too much. But even so, Mr. Chen was the only person in this 24th middle school who made him feel warm. If there was anyone he, Zhang Nan, respected the most, besides Zhou Lan, the second one would be Mr. Chen Xianshang. I haven't gone to settle the score with you yet, but you have the nerve to jump out. Look at this good student you brought up. He's all storming the teacher and hurling abuse at the principal in public. Chow Gang had not yet waited for Chen Xianshang to stand still, so he gave a splitting yell. Yes, please calm your anger. Headmaster, it's all my fault for neglecting my discipline. It's all my fault. Principal, this child is usually very obedient. His academic performance is very good. All the teachers present know that this child has been in the top 3 in every test and has never fallen off. There's still more than a month to go before the college entrance exams, and we're also teachers, so we can't ruin a child's life at this juncture. Chen Xianshang's tone was low and pleading. Anyone could hear that he was pleading for Zhang Nan. The principal fell silent at that. Students who place in the top 3 of their grade level time and time again are truly unbeatable. That's a good chance to get into Qingbei. It's really a huge loss for the school to just ruin it. This college entrance examination, the 24th high school but played the slogan of must produce 2 Qingbei to publicize. Thinking of this, Chow Gang hesitated a bit. But when I thought of Zhang Nan's arrogant gesture just now, beating teachers and verbally abusing principals, that's if we don't give him a taste of his own medicine. How will he be able to convince the public and establish his authority as the principal in the future? Mr. Chen, you don't have to plead for me. Let them call the police. I, Zhang Nan, am not afraid. When the police come, I'll give them the video of Chao Yanyan physically abusing me. Let's see who squats in the police station first. Just as the principal was in the middle of his silence, Zhang Nan suddenly exploded with a thunderbolt. This thunderbolt instantly caused Chao Yanyan, who was covering her face and buttocks, to break out in a cold sweat. You? What are you talking about? When did I abuse you? You're talking nonsense. Chao Yanyan shouted at Zhang Nan with panicked eyes. Humph. Is it or isn't it? We'll find out when the police come. Old bald ass. Call the police. Hurry up and report it. Seeing Zhang Nan shouting so justifiably, this in turn confused Chao Gang. But at the same time, something occurred to him. It was really afraid that the video in Zhang Nan's hand would victimize Chao Yanyan. So the eyeballs rolled. You say you have a video? Where's the video? Take it out and show it to me. When Zhang Nan heard this, he looked at Chao Gang as if he had an expression of looking at a fool. So angry that Chao Gang really wanted to go up and slap him twice. Old bald ass. Do you take me for a fool? If you want it, I'll give it. Give it to me and I'll get it back. Don't think I don't know that you and Chao Yanyan are having an affair. After Zhang Nan finished speaking, he viciously poo-pooed a mouthful of spittle towards Chao Gang. Reverse, simply lawless. You, don't think I can't rule you. Since you're not cooperating, I'm going to expel you from 24th High School today. Chao Gang was almost splattered by Zhang Nan's spittle. Exasperated, he immediately jumped to his feet and pointed at Zhang Nan and snapped. Principal, don't! Zhang Nan is about to take the college entrance exam. Don't ruin him. When Chen Xiansheng heard that Chao Gang was actually determined to make things difficult for Zhang Nan, he immediately ran forward to dissuade him again. Chen Xiansheng, you should stop pleading for him. This man is hopeless, hitting teachers and verbally abusing the principal and threatening people. So hostile. Even if your grades are good, you'll still be a lousy person when you get out of society. You guys rack this Zhang Nan out of here and tell him to hurry up and pack his things and get the hell out of here. Chao Gang stopped Chen Xiansheng's pleas for mercy while instructing the male teacher who was watching to kick Zhang Nan out of the teacher's office. He was afraid that Zhang Nan would really do something to Chao Yanyan. If something happened to Chao Yanyan wouldn't let him go. When the time comes to confess her affair with him, he's at the end of his rope as a principal. Humph. Okay, old bald ass. Since you have made such a sinister move, then you don't know how terrible it is to mess with me until I surprise you. Zhang Nan stared at Chao Gang as if he was looking at a bald donkey about to be stripped for slaughter. Hello, is this the Yun Chang Road Police Station in Tianhe District? I'm Zhang Nan from the senior class, 1, of the 24th High School. I want to report Principal Chao Gang of Secondary School 24 for raping female teachers and students. Yes, you hurry out the police and come here. Late. I'm afraid you won't be able to see me in a while. They may imprison me. Chao Gang's pupils were dilated. Scared big. Zhang Nan, you're fucking crazy. Don't you dare call the police to set me up. Chao Gang was going crazy. His whole body began to tremble. Chao Yanyan seemed to have thought of something when she heard Zhang Nan's alarm call. The pretty face was white in an instant. After Zhang Nan put the cell phone down, he sneered and didn't say anything, just staring at Chao Gang silently. Dead-colored donkey. I was going to let you bounce through your senior year before I cured you. Who let you fucking mess with me on your own initiative for Yin Yin Chao? Then it's all over for everyone. Before I leave here, I'll die with you guys on my back. Big deal. I'm not going to take the college entrance exam. Anyway, the old man now has $100 million in startup capital. Enough for me to invest money rolling in. But, Chao Gang, you and Chao Yanyan are finished this time. It's completely over. Get him for me. Lock him up. Chao Gang roared with 12 points of strength this time. None of you are allowed to touch Zhang Nan. Teacher Chen immediately jumped in front of Zhang Nan and stretched out her arms to protect him. Zhang Nan looked at Chen Xianqing in front of him, and there was heat flowing from his eyes. At critical moments, his Mr. Chen always fucking moved him inexplicably. He put one hand on Chen Xiansheng's shoulder and wordlessly showed Chen Xiansheng as a sign of gratitude. Then, eyes fixed on all the male teachers, he exclaimed, "Come on, if any of you touch me, I'll run headfirst into this. When the time comes to sue you for intentional injury, let each and every one of you get a taste of what it's like to be in a detention center." It had to be said that when Zhang Nan said those words, the aura that emanated from his body really didn't look like an 18-year-old high school student. That shook the male teachers back. Don't listen to him. Get up there and get him. Hurry. Are you all deaf? Chao Gang was furious when he saw that no one went to arrest Zhang Nan. Ha! Baldy Chao. Just stop shouting. Let's just be good and wait for Uncle Policeman to come over. Ha ha. Soon, the quiet of the 24th high school was pierced with the sound of a police car honking. A dozen police officers stepped into the teacher's office with serious faces. When Chao Gang saw this formation, the countless drafts he had originally made in his mind, now none of them could help but panic. He had never dreamed that he had only come to persuade a fight, but he had persuaded himself into it? Chao Yan, on the other hand, was cold all over and looked wooden. Is Zhang Nan a student? A police officer inquired in a calm tone. Yes. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation as well. Zhang Nan's mouth smiled. Yes, very happy to. Upon arrival at the police station, Chao Gang had been there trying to turn away the attention, saying how Zhang Nan had a bad attitude, hitting the teacher, abusing the principal, and so on and so forth. Zhang Nan hammed and hawed a few times. A flash drive was pulled out of his book bag. It contained many videos and photos of Chao Yan abusing Zhang Nan. There are also penalties for exposure to the sun, slapping, throwing ice water in the middle of winter, mocking him as a beggar, trash. Those videos and photos were all taken by the students of the 24th middle school, secretly to make fun of Zhang Nan. This is now all evidence of Chao Yan's abuse of students, and the most surprising thing was the video in the other folder. It's actually full of X-rated sex videos. The male protagonists are all Chao Gang. The female protagonists, on the other hand, are a lot of girls. There were dozens of them, each video corresponding to a girl victim. In it, Chao Gang, who uses various means to force or mesmerize those girls, commits mind-blowing crimes. What a fucking animal. This was the sound of all the police officers roaring out in anger when they saw the scene. Chao Gang's legs went weak at this moment. His life is over. It's really going to be over. Zhang Nan looked at the pale-faced Chao Yan, and Chao Gang who had already wet his pants. A sneer. Day 2. The school forum suddenly exploded. Normally, this forum is just for posting school announcements or positive publicity or whatever. Today, however, is a change from the usual positive image. Hashtag Principal Chao is having an affair with Ms. Yan Chao. This post is number 1 in terms of heat, followed by dozens of comments below. When you click in, it's all explosive information with lots of pictures to prove it. The picture shows Chao Gang touching Chao Yan's thigh with a lewd face. This shocked all the students in the school who had cell phones. The word has spread from one to the next. Within a day, almost all of the school's students and faculty ran to the forums to read them. Gosh, I didn't think Principal Chao was like this. Thanks to that, I always thought he was kind and a good principal. Upstairs, I was thinking the same thing as you before. Amiable my ass. He's all pretense. I've heard a lot of rumors before that he's that a number of female students. The moment this reply came out, the following are followed by scolding Chao Gang. A couple other threads about Chao Gang are also high on the list. Hashtag I didn't expect Principal Chao to be such a beast. Hashtag Chao Yan is Chao Gang's own niece? More comments under this thread. Holy shit. No. What kind of incest drama is this? That Chao Gang isn't human. Not even his own niece. Beast. What an animal. That Chao Yan is not good goods, but also has been in that Chao Gang eye to eye. I last time in front of the school also saw her sitting on Chao Gang's car. That attitude is so ambiguous. Oh. Damn. That Chao Gang is old and fat. How can Chao Yan get off on it? It's a waste of good skin. Yeah, thanks to the fact that I had a crush on her before. Now when I think of that image of her in Chao Gang, I want to vomit. Vomit. Hashtag Chao Gang doesn't deserve to be principal. Hashtag Chao Yan beating a student. Hashtag Chao Yan abusing Zhang Nan. Hashtag Gang Chao and Yan Chao get the hell out of 24th high school. Those posts are growing. The school's webmaster can't even manage it. What's particularly odd is that their permissions were actually changed. They can only go in as visitors and can't delete those posts at all. In the end, they had to reluctantly accept a fact. The website of their 24th high school was hacked. By the time Jolan and the Red Casket went to the police station to pick up Zhang Nan, it was already noon the next day. The Red Bear looked at Zhang Nan and sked twice. Kid, I can't tell. You're quite the troublemaker. 2 trips to the station in half a month. Not bad, not bad. Jolan lightly looked out of the corner of her eye at the Red Bear. Your ability to cause trouble in the first place was much better than his. The Red Bear sniffed and grinned with a row of big white teeth. Sister, we're in the same boat as each other. Zhang Nan didn't hear the conversation between the two of them clearly, because the officer was still confronting him about something, including in order not to cause panic in the school and social aspects, so that Zhang Nan will not publicize those things that Chao Gang assaulted. After the police department has dealt with all this side of the case and convicted Chao Gang, it will then issue a public announcement announcing Chao Gang's crime. When the time comes, the police department will also give Zhang Nan a big reward. Zhang Nan nodded his head to show his cooperation. This is because he also knows that the police are doing this out of secondary protection for those girl victims. In the last life, after this Chow Gang thing was blown out of proportion, those girls who were victimized at that time, but they committed a lot of suicides. People talk. Those 4 words, no matter what the era, are highly lethal. After he signed his name, the police officer told him to go home first, saying that he would be asked to come back in the next few days to assist in taking statements. When he, Joe Lan, and the red casket came out the door of the police station, he took a deep breath. That's cool. It's fucking awesome. That old baldy Chow Gang was arrested, under investigation. And Yen Chow. Yesterday, when she was in the detention center, she was scratched in the face by her aunt, Chow Gang's wife and children, and beaten so badly that she could barely get up. In his last life, he originally thought that Chow Yen was just a mistress on the throne. I didn't realize it was actually Chow Gang's own niece. Moreover, the reason why Chow Yen, a high school student, came to teach at the 24th middle school, it's entirely because of Chow Gang that I'm here, because she grew up admiring Chow Gang, who was the principal, exceptionally. So as soon as she graduated from college, she automatically threw herself into the arms of Chow Gang, a man of color. But it didn't take long for her to see that Chow Gang was a man with a human face. She regrets it again, and when she tries to escape, Chow Gang won't let her leave. Chow Yen was threatened with a video of her having fun with him to keep her in a relationship with him. The large melon surprised him even then. Jiang Nan knew about Chow Gang's ex-love video. In my last life, when I was a PPO, I saw someone uploading these videos on the forum. The person who exposed these videos is a computer repairman. The man happened to see these massive videos on Chow Gang's hard disk because he had repaired his computer. Found a lot of content in it, mostly students. He then sold the videos to certain B sites. Then things came to light. In this life, Jiang Nan, a few days before he was ready to go back to school, went ahead and found that computer repairman. For double the price he sold it to B Station in the last life. Bought those videos he was holding. Jiang Nan didn't want these videos to go outside. This will ruin the lives of those young girls who were tragically poisoned by Chow Gang. It would have been better for them to not have to go through all that cyber violence when they were already so hurt. That's why he rushed to buy the video before it was out, not wanting the suicide tragedy of his last life to repeat itself again. He had planned to wait until after the high school exams to take the videos and report them to the police. However, Chow Yen and Chow Gang crashed up yesterday looking for death. Then he'd have to strike early. Yen Chow. Jiang Nan didn't sympathize with her at all. In her last life, she was so vicious to self, taking out the psychological trauma he received from Chow Gang in a perverted way. He'd shown her the greatest mercy by not putting her in jail. But even if there's no jail time, after this, her life is pretty much ruined. Vengeance for being abused by Chow Yen in his last life. By the way, it also punished Chow Gang, a sinful lecher. Jiang Nan's body was crispy and cool. Sister Arisher. Sister Red Shellfish. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you to a hot pot. Zhou Lan looked at Jiang Nan's unimpeded face, and the smile at the corner of her mouth followed suit. Okay, listen to you. Things went on for a few more days. When Jiang Nan went back to school as usual, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at him. The people who used to bully him either avoided him or have taken the initiative to greet him in a gesture of goodwill. Even Lin Wei looked evasive when he saw him. Jiang Nan looked as if nothing had happened. As usual, he sat back in his seat. That's when he realized his own water glass was missing? He remembered putting it in his desk. How could it be gone? Lin Wei, who had been watching his every move. The face was a bit somber. The current Jiang Nan was no longer the same Jiang Nan who had let people bully him at will before. This made Lin Wei very upset. It was as if an ant that could be crushed with one's hand had suddenly grown into an elephant, which made people hate and fear. He really couldn't help Jiang Nan, and he's a little scared of Jiang Nan's ruthlessness. Someone was talking about Yen Chow today. Said she couldn't stand the publicity and committed suicide yesterday. However, it was saved because the cut was not deep. Now the entire 24th middle school's teachers and students were cursing Chow Gang. No sympathy for Chow Yen at all. Jiang Nan ignored the deliberate currying favor and glances of these people. He remained calm in his class. Concentrate on brushing up on his exercises. Too many things had happened in the time since he had returned from his rebirth. It gave him no time to even review it properly. Although the physical memories belonging to this period are still there, but in order to be admitted to the highest academic institution in China, it is also still necessary to read, memorize and brush up on the questions. During study hall, the class teacher, Chen Xiansheng, called him out. When he came to the teacher's office again, the male teachers who were there that day walked out a little embarrassed. The rest of the teachers greeted Jiang Nan and went to their respective classrooms. For a while, in the entire teacher's office, only Jiang Nan and Chen Xiansheng were left behind. Mr. Chen, thank you. Zhang Nan uttered these words with sincerity. It was also something he had been dying to say. Whether it's the last life, or this one, Chen's teachers are all the most sincere to him. Silly child. What's the point of being polite to Mr. Chen? As long as you take the college entrance exam well, your teacher will be relieved. During this time, don't care what those people say. Make sure you sink your teeth into it and go all out to prepare for the exam. Chen Xianshang looked at the student in front of him that he had followed for 3 years. His eyes were full of satisfaction and fondness. For Zhang Nan, it doesn't matter what people think of him or say about how bad he is. Chen Xiansheng was always convinced that Zhang Nan was not that kind of person. The first time he met Zhang Nan, he felt that the boy was having a hard time. The clothes on his body were worn out, and he never had a single new piece of clothing to wear. Because I've grown so fast in the last 3 years, my school uniform pants are short to my calves and I don't feel like changing them. Shoes too. It's all worn out to the point of showing my toes, and I still haven't gotten around to buying it. It wasn't until he couldn't look away and bought him a new pair of shoes that he saw he had proper shoes to wear. I heard that he was orphaned before and was only taken back by his real parents in the last few years. Although he hadn't seen what kind of living condition Zhang Nan was in a few years ago. However, these 3 years, Zhang Nan's increasingly thin body, and the usual dress, really does not look like a normal family over. It's almost worse than the bums under the bridge. So, he had been wondering what kind of family was the one that took him back. Is it so poor that you can't even afford to buy your child a dress and shoes? However, the 2 times I looked at Zhang Nan's attire, he was suddenly full of brands. This confused him again. Did his real parents suddenly become rich? Mr. Chen, I will. Zhang Nan was as meek in front of Chen Xiansheng at this moment as she was in front of Zhou Lan. He was never a gentle lion when it came to people who genuinely cared for themselves. Your teacher knows you're an understanding child, but the teacher is still the same. No matter what the difficulty is, you can always come to the teacher. Don't carry your own weight. There are some things that teachers may not be so capable of helping with, but it's always good to have one more person to think about. Zhang Nan's eyes were warm. Mr. Chen, I know. You should also take care of your health and stop staying up all night to help us with the information. Zhang Nan recalled that in his last life, Mr. Chen suddenly died a few years later because he stayed up late for a long time. At that time, Zhang Nan was not doing well because he was doing hard labor, so he never had the face to meet Mr. Chen. By the time I learned about Mr. Chen's news, he's already puffy, and Mr. Chen has been dead for several years. The thought sank in for a moment. Chen Xianqing smiled and patted Zhang Nan's shoulder. Don't worry, teacher is still young and in perfect health. When Zhang Nan came out of the teacher's office, a pure-looking girl walked up to me. The girl kept staring at Zhang Nan for a few moments. It made it hard for Zhang Nan to not notice her. Zhang Nan knows her. The school beauty of the senior class next door, Su Weiwei. The grades are also excellent. Ranked in the top 3 in his grade every time. Something wrong? Zhang Nan asked politely. I heard that you applied for Qingbei? Su Weiwei's voice of pure desire rang out. Zhang Nan raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Su Weiwei laughed. Good. Then I hope we'll see you in Xibei. After Su Weiwei finished speaking, she smiled gently towards Zhang Nan and then left. The breeze ruffled her long black hair draped over her fragrant shoulders, soft and shiny as if she'd used puffy. Inexplicable. Zhang Nan shook his head and decided not to think about such irrelevant matters. Continue walking back to class for your study session. He hadn't accomplished his brush-up goal for the day. Can't be lazy anymore. Otherwise, Qingbei University will become a rookie university. Zhang Nan thought as he walked quickly back to his senior 1 class. When he just arrived at the classroom door of the senior class 1, he found that the classroom was in chaos inside. Where's that little bastard Zhang Nan? Where is he? Call him out. A high-pitched voice emanated from within the classroom of the senior class 1. Zhang Nan frowned as soon as he heard the other party shouting his own name. He saw a couple, aged in their 50s, yelling in the classroom. Seems to be looking for self. Zhang Nan, you're back. At this moment, a loud voice shouted towards Zhang Nan at the doorway. Zhang Nan looked at it, and it was Lin Wei, who he had slapped earlier. You're Zhang Nan? The man and that elderly couple leapt up to Zhang Nan in a flash. Yes. What can I do for you, please? Zhang Nan just nodded his head. The male from then immediately swung with a fist. It all happened so fast that no one even expected him to suddenly strike. But fortunately, Zhang Nan's reaction was also quick, grabbing his fist in a flash and twisting it with a backhanded force. Son of a bitch, let go of me. The man growled and screamed in pain from the grip. The old woman who came with him, seeing her own husband undefeated, immediately shouted and ran to Zhang Nan. Let go, you little beast, let go. How dare you publicly hit an old man? I'm calling the police to arrest you. Zhang Nan sneered and not only didn't let go, but also twisted harder. Humph. That's wicked. You guys started it. I was acting in self-defense. There are so many eyes watching here. Don't you dare try to renege. The old man was twisted by Zhang Nan and screamed in pain. You, let go, or I'm not done with you today. The old woman next to him was also crying in shock. Goddamn beasts. Ruined my daughter, and now they want to come and ruin both of us old people. This is going to ruin my whole family. I don't want to live. Just let me crash here. Woohoo. That old woman's got a big voice. All of a sudden the teachers and students in the next classroom were attracted over to watch the fun. Chen Xianshang also heard the commotion and hurried over. Zhang Nan, what's going on? Let go and come over to the teacher's side. When Zhang Nan saw Chen Xianshang coming over, he obediently lowered the old man's hand. You bastard, stop right there. The old man pointed at Zhang Nan and shouted with a ferocious face. But in the end, he didn't dare to make another move against Zhang Nan. Two big brothers and sisters. This is a classroom for the students. What are you doing? Chen Xianshang saw such two figures suddenly appear in the classroom. It was also depressing for a moment. What are those two security guards in front of the school doing? How could you let two strangers in? Are you the homeroom teacher of the senior class? 1. When the old man saw that Zhang Nan seemed to be a bit afraid of Chen Xianshang, he immediately barked at Chen Xianshang. Yes, this big brother. Can we go outside and talk slowly beforehand? This is a classroom and students have to learn. Chen Xianshang bent down with a polite face and made the gesture of invitation. We're both not going anywhere today. We're just going to talk here. I'm going to hold this bastard responsible for my daughter. With that, the old man sat down at the podium and glared at Zhang Nan with an angry look on his face. As soon as Zhang Nan heard his words, he frowned. His daughter? Who's his daughter? Chen Xianshang was also confused. Big brother, who is your daughter? My daughter is Li Qingfeng. The old man, also known as Li Qingfeng's father Li Jiejin, roared out in anger. Li Qingfeng? Zhang Nan frowned. Chen Xianshang also frowned. Qingfeng Li is a student in his senior class. 1. Hasn't Qingfeng been unwell for the past 2 days and taken leave from school? What does this have to do with Mr. Zhang Nan? Li Qingfeng's mother, Lu Hui, as if she was waiting for this sentence, heard Chen Xianshang ask this question and immediately howled out. Mr. Chen, my daughter is not unwell in any way. My daughter was raped by this little bastard named Zhang Nan. Holy shit. A word of caution. The whole classroom was in an uproar all of a sudden. There was a lot of talk. Zhang Nan didn't make a sound, just frowned and stared at Li Qingfeng's parents. Parent of student Qingfeng. Are you mistaken? Student Zhang Nan has always been obedient and understanding. Never someone who would do such a thing. Without thinking, Chen Xianshang immediately opened his mouth to defend Zhang Nan. What kind of student is Li Qingfeng? Chen Xianshang still understands. Usually it's not a good reputation at school. Often hangs out with unsavory people outside of school. He'd told her many times, both explicitly and implicitly, but she just turned a deaf ear to it and acted the way she did. And Zhang Nan and her were people from two worlds. In school it's all about learning. The two don't go together at all. So if anyone says that Zhang Nan will rape Li Qingfeng, he, Chen Xianshang, was the first to disbelieve. Teacher Chen, are you trying to harbor this little bastard? Li Jiejin glared at Chen Xianshang with rounded eyes. When Chen Xianshang saw this expression on Li Jiejin's face, he was anxious and just wanted to explain, but he was immediately interrupted by Lu Hui's cries again. You must not be a good person for a teacher to try to harbor this little brute. My daughter herself cried and told us that a classmate named Zhang Nan bullied her. How could we have wronged him? Would we joke about my daughter's reputation? This little bastard is the rapist who victimized my daughter. Lu Hui cried and screamed while running over to try to catch Zhang Nan's hand to pull him away. How could Zhang Nan do as she wished? Immediately yelling in a stern voice, if you come over again, don't blame me for twisting off your hand. Lu Hui sniffed and thought of the scene just now when Zhang Nan twisted her husband's hand. She was a bit abashed in her heart and immediately shrunk her hand back. You little brute. You're so righteous when you've done something wrong. Is this how your parents taught you to behave? When Li Jiejin saw that his own wife was scared off by Zhang Nan, he immediately bellowed out. Ha, my parents died out a long time ago. If you want to find them, then go to reincarnation earlier. And I don't care what you guys want, but I can tell you clearly that I have never met with Li Qingfeng alone, much less touched her. Zhang Nan didn't know why Li Qingfeng's parents suddenly approached self, but don't try to pin shit on him for something he didn't do. In this life, Qingfeng Li's pregnancy. Humph. If some junkies wanted to rely on him, then he didn't mind making them eat their own. You didn't touch my daughter. So how could my daughter keep saying you screwed her? My daughter has always been well behaved and understanding. And it's you, the little brute, who cheated her. Although Lu Hui didn't dare to pull Zhang Nan again, she still balked at the idea that Zhang Nan had harmed her daughter. Ha, you two are claiming it's me, so show me proof. If you can't produce evidence, I can sue you for libel. As soon as Zhang Nan's words fell, immediately, Lee Jae Kim took out of his pocket a Nokia 5230 cell phone of the latest model. That's Lee Ching-fong's. Then, Lee Jae-jin opened his phone's photo album in public. I pulled up several intimate photos of Zhang Nan and Lee Ching-fong. Disliking Zhang Nan, he shouted, "Open your doggy eyes for me and see what this is." When Zhang Nan saw these intimate photos, his eyes narrowed slightly. Mentally, he laughed coldly. Looks like Lee Ching-fong and the people behind her have prepared a hand, but trying to scare him. Zhang Nan, with this kind of PD picture? Well, see, then, Lee Jae-jin had a roguish expression. And then, little brute, don't you dare try to scoundrel. If you don't take responsibility for my daughter today, I'll let you squat in the police station. Oh, then how do you want me to be responsible? Zhang Nan looked at Lee Jae-jin indifferently. Over the years, he'd seen more than his share of such scoundrels. This Lee Ching-fong's parents so disregard their own daughter's face, make a big fuss to the school, is just want money. In that case, he would like to see how big their appetite was. It's worth their shameless risk. Lee Jae-jin and Yu Hui looked at each other. Both of them were secretly happy, especially Lee Jae-jin. He had expected some trouble, but he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. The boy was bluffed by them all at once. Come with us first. It's not convenient to talk here. Lee Jae-jin gestured by pointing outside. Zhang Nan looked slyly at the couple. Lee Jae-jin, lead the way out of the classroom. Lee Jae-jin and Yu Hui grunted and immediately followed them out as well. Chen Xiansheng took a look at this development. Frozen. No. Did Zhang Nan really rape Lee Ching-fong? No way. Absolutely no way. Chen Xiansheng believes in his own judgment of Zhang Nan. Trust your own instincts. 2. Seeing Zhang Nan's few people walking away, Chen Xian was afraid that Zhang Nan would suffer later, so he hurriedly followed Zhang Nan out with him. At that point, the classroom exploded. F***ck. Zhang Nan really forced Lee Ching-fong? This is too much power. Is our school going crazy these days? One moment Principal Chow was exposed to be arrested. One moment Teacher Chow was submerged. And now it's actually exposed that Lee Ching-fong was forced by Zhang Nan? Oh my gosh. Is this the last madness before high school? The classroom of the senior class, 1, was completely bustling. Everyone found it incredible. No one expected that Zhang Nan, who had always been an obedient person, would actually do something so violent. Lin Wei, isn't Lee Ching-fong your girlfriend? At that moment, someone suddenly remembered that Lin Wei had been with Lee Ching-fong before. Yeah, Lin Wei. You were seen fighting with Lee Ching-fong before. Lin Wei, who was pretending to read a book and trying to lower his self-existence, was asked. He pulled out a stiff smile. You guys don't talk nonsense. Lee Ching-fong and I already broke up as early as last week. Zhang Nan and the others over here had come to the teacher's office at the school. Chen Xiansheng moved a few stools. Let Lee Zaijin two-in-laws sit down. Zhang Nan, on the other hand, stood, his upper body lazily leaning against Chen Xiansheng's desk. When Lee Jae-jin's two-in-laws sat down, he spoke calmly. You guys just say it. How do you want me to be responsible for it? First of all, for the record, my parents died young. So if you guys have anything, just talk to me directly. Lee Jae-jin looked at Zhang Nam, who was in a big trouble, but still looked unperturbed. The heart was a little disturbed. Why is this kid so calm? When Chen Xiansheng saw that Zhang Nan kept emphasizing the early death of his own parents, he felt a little strange. Didn't Zhang Nan get picked up by his parents a few years ago? But he also knew it was not a good idea to ask more questions. But when Lee Jae-jin heard Zhang Nan say that, he screamed with a disbelieving face. Your parents died young? You're lying. I could have asked around before I came. Your parents are famous big bosses in Guang City. What's his name? Zhang Feng, the chairman of the Star Peak Group. Chen Xiansheng frowned a bit puzzled. How come he had never heard of it? Zhang Nan was finding it more and more interesting. This Lee Ching-fong family is quite something. I can't believe I even investigated his background. At school, he had never told anyone about his life. After all, the Zhang family had always disliked him and had never publicly recognized him. And in the entire school, it was estimated that only Chao Yanyan, who was BFFs with Zhang Xianju, knew about his life. But now, looking at the attitude of this Li family, I think that they have put in some effort to investigate. Since you know who I am, then if you guys have been watching the news for the past 2 days, you should also know that I've cut ties with them. Lee Jae-jin sniffed and waved his hand without caring. That's your family business. Now, what I want is for you to take responsibility for my daughter. Zhang Nan reached out and picked up one of the soft candies on Chen Xiansheng's desk. Slowly and methodically peeled off the candy paper and took out the white soft candy inside, tossing it into his mouth while lazily asking, Fine, I'll cooperate. Tell me, how do you want me to be responsible for this? Seeing that Zhang Nan still had such a disinterested expression, Lee Jae-jin was a bit elusive for a moment. Before he came, he had done a great deal of preparation with his daughter, including some evidence, and some persecution talk, etc. Just waiting for Jiang Nan to resist and refuse to admit it. But now Jiang Nan was suddenly so cooperative. No defiant attitude at all. It made Lee Jae-jin feel that his previous preparations were a bit useless. This little beast should be afraid of trouble and want to try to get a quick fix. That's why it's so cooperative with Self's side. Must be. Thinking so, Lee Jae-jin's back straightened up quite a bit. I don't ask for much. Just that you marry my daughter. That way, we won't hold you accountable for your crimes. Or else. When Lee Jae-jin finished speaking, he waited for Jiang Nan's response. Jiang Nan looked at Lee Jae-jin's greedy face, and the hand that was holding the candy paper, rolled it finely into the shape of a cigarette strip. Marriage? Did I hear you wrong? Or are you overthinking this? Your daughter is only 18 years old, right? A broken shoe that has been worn by who knows how many people when she's only 18. And she has the nerve to ask me to marry her? Where did she get that face? Lee Jae-jin and Liu Hui's faces, which had calmed down, instantly saw their blood pressure soar when they heard Jiang Nan's words. Little brute. What did you say? I'll beat you to death. Lee Jae-jin jumped up at once to hit someone. No parent would allow their daughter to be defiled in this way. I'm going to tell the truth even if you beat me to death. What kind of person your daughter is? You can just ask around at the 24th high school. You can't top that just when I say it. So I advise you to take some blood pressure pills before inquiring. You brute. Bullying my daughter and insulting her like that. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Hearing that Jiang Nan was still talking nonsense there, Lee Zaijin immediately rushed to Jiang Nan and wanted to kick Jiang Nan to death. Chen Xiansheng hurriedly stood up to stop it. The 2 or 3 teachers in the teacher's office also rushed over to stop people. Jiang Nan, stop talking. Chen Xiansheng gave Jiang Nan a few winks, telling him to stop irritating Lee Jae-jin. Jiang Nan shrugged. Mr. Chen, it's really not my fault. They're the ones who tried to put shit on my head as soon as they arrived. I'm a person who doesn't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. And since they want to come and blackmail me, then be prepared to be hit back by me. Lee Jae-jin now realized. Just now, this little beast's appearance of cooperation turned out to be all pretense. Well, so you're faking it all. Fine, since you want to make a scene, I'll make a scene and see who ends up having a bad time. Don't blame me for putting you in jail when the time comes. Jiang Nan smiled at his words. Then, spreading his hands with a look of you like it, feel free. Fine, whatever. You can call the police if you want, as long as you don't regret it when the time comes. Lee Jae-jin's 2 in-laws were furious when they took a look at Jiang Nan's indifferent attitude. The plan that he had before coming was overturned at once. They had wanted to blackmail the Zhang family with this matter. Let's let the Zhang family shed some blood to settle this matter. Especially Lee Jae-jin. He sells fish. When my daughter told me that she had been raped by the son of the chairman of the Star Peak Group, I was told that she had been raped by the son of the chairman of the Star Peak Group. He just got so excited he didn't sleep for days. Every day, she fantasizes about the son of the chairman of the Star Peak Group marrying her daughter. He'll take the opportunity to ask for a few $1 million in gift money and a mansion for his ungrateful son. Then, for the rest of his and his partner's lives, he followed his daughter's lead in eating and drinking. That's why he made a scene at his daughter's school without a second thought. It's a deliberate attempt to make this matter public so that the Zhang family can smash money to eliminate the disaster. But now look at the meaning of this little beast, is to want to bring up his pants and deny this kind of loss. Lee Jae-jin would not allow to let it happen. Okay, little brute. Just wait for me. I'll call the police now. Lee Jae-jin finished, immediately rang the police. When Chen Xiansheng took a look at it, he was suddenly left without tears. What's all this about? The police came to the school twice within a few days. Soon, the whine of police cars, once again, resounded through the 24th high school. With the whole school looking on, Jiang Nan stepped into the police car once again. The students and faculty of the 24th high school blew up again. This Jiang Nan is really bullish. In half a month into the bureau 3 times. Male student A looked at Jiang Nan that calmly into the police car look, is also admired. Everyone else was pulling shrugged eyebrows and a look of shame into the police car. This Jiang Nan has a calm look of going home, and the police officers next to him are unusually polite to him? Yeah, this speed of just coming out and entering is no one else. Male student B was also genuinely surprised by Jiang Nan's speed. The first time was a theft offense. The second time was reporting the principal for rape. What's this one? Male student A asked curiously. I heard from someone in the senior class, 1, that this time it was Jiang Nan who raped a girl in their class. Holy shit, that's so awesome. So he's staying at the station this time? New ruins. A park in the streets of Cloud City. A woman with a delicate figure, wearing a mask and a sombrero to hide her face. She pushed the garbage cart while holding a long broom and slowly swept the ground. Red Bearer sat on a park bench in boredom. Dressing remains cool. The waves in front of her chest, from sitting sideways, swung out in a charming arc. She had a lollipop in her mouth, squinting and licking it. There were a couple of old men playing Tai Chi off to the side, and even their Tai Chi moves were disrupted by her presence. Seeing this, the corners of her charming mouth hooked, and she deliberately gently threw a few winks towards those few old men. Throwing a few winks, it made those old men's hearts beat wildly. "Come with me to the police station." A cool voice languidly interrupted the continued discharge of the red casket. The red bear withdrew her teasing gaze. Smiling, she looked at Jolan and said, "Good, we'll have hot pot to eat again tonight." Jolan gave her a sidelong glance. "Aren't you curious as to what he's committed this time? Fighting, voyeurism, or stealing again?" Jolan pushed the garbage cart back to its original position and put it away, then walked back in the direction of her home. "Rape." The red bear's flirtatious eyes went wide and she forgot to lick the lollipop in her mouth. "Good lord, you've improved this time. You've actually engaged in rape. Hey, sis, aren't you going in the wrong direction? Shouldn't you be going to the parking lot?" Jolan didn't look back. "I'll go back and take a shower and change my clothes first, so that guy can reflect properly at the police station." The red bear smiled cheekily. "Well, the sister is angry. It's rare." Zhang family villa. By this time, Zhang Feng had returned home to recuperate. His eyes have also long since had their cloths removed and he now sees normally. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju were able to get out of bed and walk around earlier because they recovered quickly. "Dad, good news. The police station just called, saying that Zhang Nan was suspected of rape, and asked you and Mom to go over to the police station." At this time, Zhang Xinlan gleefully ran into Zhang Feng's room to report the good news. She was followed by several sisters from the Zhang family. Zhang Hao has been lying in bed because his buttocks are not yet healed, so he didn't come along. However, Zhang Xinlan had just been the first to tell him the good news. At that moment, he was excitedly in his room, secretly laughing maniacally in more ways than one. Alleged rape? Humph. That's really something. It's a pity that my eyes can't see the wind yet. Otherwise, I would definitely go and slap this beast hard a few times. Zhang Feng had a cool-to-the-touch expression as he gritted his teeth. Zhang Xinmei, who was beside her, sniffed and subconsciously explained, "Haven't the police not yet convicted him? It must be a misunderstanding. Zhang Nan doesn't look like this kind of person." "Humph. Big sister, don't excuse that beggar. He is such a dirty and lowly rotten person." Zhang Xinlan was a bit dissatisfied with Zhang Xinmei's attitude of excusing Zhang Nan, and deliberately talked Zhang Nan down. At the same time, in his heart, he was speechless to Zhang Xinmei, his big sister. Didn't he used to hate Zhang Nan as much as they did? Been on the wrong medication lately? Why do you always speak for that bitch Zhang Nan? Ha, could it be that Zhang Nan beat her up last time and developed feelings? Zhang Feng ignored Zhang Xinmei's words as he turned his head to Zhang Xinlan and ordered, "Xinlan, have your mother go to the police station, and tell your mother that she must cooperate well with the police to properly convict Zhang Nan." "Forget it, why don't you ask the housekeeper to call lawyer Zhang over? I'd better hand over to lawyer Zhang for good." Zhang Feng thought of Wang Feng's sketchy appearance and was afraid that giving this to her would mess it up. It would be more reliable to give it to his cousin's son. "Humph, Zhang Nan, was wondering how to get at you, and you bumped into it." A few people came out of Zhang Feng's room. Zhang Xinju then saw Zhang Xinmei with a forlorn look on her face, going up to the third floor. In no time, they entered the nanny's room where Zhang Nan had stayed before. Zhang Xinju felt strange. What's big sister doing in Zhang Nan's room? It's dirty and smelly in there. Despite thinking so, Zhang Xinju followed to Zhang Nan's former room. "Big sister," Zhang Xinju gently called out. Zhang Xinmei was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice, and the book in her hand fell down with it. "Xinju, why did you suddenly make a noise? It scared me." Zhang Xinju bent down to help Zhang Xinmei pick up the book on the floor and smiled. "I've been here for quite a while. It's just that you were too preoccupied with your thoughts and didn't notice me." "Ha, what's this? Looks like a diary?" Zhang Xinju casually flipped through the book. It was found to have been densely written on it. Those words were neat, and I could tell that the person who wrote them had put a lot of thought into them. Zhang Xinmei saw her holding Zhang Nan's diary. Somehow, she suddenly wanted to let Zhang Xinju also take a look at these diaries that Zhang Nan had written earlier. Because, in this diary, not only did it record her, but also all the people in the Zhang family. It recorded the bits and pieces of Zhang Nan's life in the Zhang family over the past 3 years or so, and him to all of them. How it went from being full of love, then to being all about pleasing, and finally to complete despair. "Xinju, this diary is Zhang Nan's record of everything he has gone through in our Zhang family over the past 3 years or so. There's a lot in there about his love and admiration for you. Do you want to take a look at it?" As soon as Zhang Xinju heard that it was Zhang Nan's stuff, she immediately covered her nose with a look of disgust. I don't want it. That stinking beggar's stuff is bad luck for anyone who dabbles in it. Sister, hurry up and throw it in the garbage can. It's disgusting to look at this thing more than once. Once Zhang Xinmei heard this, she sighed in her heart and instantly felt a bit drained. She gave a bitter smile and silently put away the diary, saying to Zhang Xinju, let's go. Mother there should be back soon. Let's go with her to the police station to check on Zhang Nan. Hearing this, Zhang Xinju only laughed out loud. Right. We have to go quickly. If we are late, we won't be able to see the beggar's unlucky and downtrodden appearance. Xinmei Zhang, looking at Zhang Xinju's falling down the well, and then thinking of the parents and a few other sisters just now, treating Zhang Nan with that hateful look, Zhang Xinmei's heart was hard again. She felt that Zhang Nan and the Zhang family really couldn't go back anymore. Police department. Why are you in here again? Lu Jie froze for a moment when he saw that Zhang Nan had been brought to the police station again. Yeah, I'm helpless too. I probably miss you. Team Lu. Zhang Nan joked as his mood seemed unaffected. Don't be poor. What is it about this time? Team Lu glanced at the husband and wife Li Jie-jin who followed them in together. Seeing that Zhang Nan's lips were a bit dry, he got up and poured a cup of warm water for Zhang Nan alone. Li Jie-jin looked at the policeman in front of him who seemed to know Zhang Nan and couldn't help but feel a bit of a drum in his heart. Could it be that the Zhang family is so rich that even the police department has someone in it? I've heard that rich people, they all have some connections with officials. Thinking like this, Li Jie-jin tensed up a bit in his heart. If that's the case, Self's side is in trouble. Definitely won't do any good. They sued me for raping their daughter. Zhang Nan took the warm water handed over by Lu Jie, gave a thank you and slowly said, originally, this matter was out of Lu Jie's hands, but once Lu Jie saw that it was Zhang Nan, he took the initiative to take on this errand. Rape? Yo, you've grown a lot this time, and you're actually even stumped for something this big. Zhang Nan could hear Lu Jie's teasing and smiled carelessly. After these several dealings, he seems to feel a little. Lu Jie seems to be deliberately protecting him? This had always puzzled Zhang Nan. Self-employed and powerless. What made Lu Jie, who was not even afraid of Zhang Feng, actually take the initiative to favor him? It can't be because he's handsome, can it? Where is your daughter? Call her to come over. How can the case proceed if she doesn't come over after such a big incident? With you two in-laws testifying at every turn? Lu Jie had a businesslike appearance as he coldly said to Li Jie-jin and Lu Wei. However, Li Zijin's two in-laws can still clearly feel that Lu Jie is very polite to Zhang Nan, but his attitude towards them is very tough. Li Jie-jin pursed his lips, thinking that this was a police station. I didn't dare to yell like I did before at school. Then he hurriedly nodded his head and called Li Qingfang towards home. At this time, Li Qingfang was lying at home eating potato chips and watching TV, a relaxed and cozy look, not at all like a sad-looking person who has just been raped. In fact, she really wasn't upset or ashamed about being raped at all, and even want to do it a few more times, simply because that night felt, well, really wonderful. At the time, she had just returned from the bar alone. While passing through a deserted alley, someone suddenly blindfolded her and covered her mouth as well. Don't move. Move again and I'll scratch your face and make you ugly. She had always been very protective of this face of hers, because she usually relied on this face, which was still somewhat attractive, to seduce those boys to pay for her. Therefore, as soon as she heard the threatening words, she was too scared to move. Seeing how cooperative she was, the man behind her gave a couple of ha-ha laughs, then her hands were tied. Someone was whispering about how big her breasts were. Someone is saying she's been banged by so many people. From these voices, Li Qingfang immediately understood that there should be several men. She was quick to whisper a plea for mercy. Big brothers, I'm still a student. I don't have much money. Please let me go. You can have all the cash in my wallet. I swear, I will never resist calling the police. However, no matter what she said, those people ignored her and just discussed among themselves. Time waits for no one. Let's get started quickly. You first, or a couple of us? Hearing this, Li Qingfang instantly understood. These men didn't come to rob her. They wanted to rape her. She immediately screamed out, "You guys, what do you want? You're breaking the law. Help, Pop." A slap to the face scared her so much that she never dared to say another word. Shut up. One more word and we'll kill you. She was so shocked and trembling with fear that she never dared utter a word again. Upon seeing her fear, a few of the men burst out laughing lustfully. It had been hours before the men left with a satisfied look on their faces, dropping a small razor blade on their way out and telling her to cut the rope herself. As soon as the ropes were untied, she saw a glass of water sitting on the erotic-smelling floor, and that water glass had 2 words written on it, Zhang Nan. The next day, when she went to school as if nothing had happened, she found out that Self was pregnant. The blood underneath frightened her. She doesn't know whose baby this is. Although she had experienced multiple people the day before, she had also dated several guys at the same time before that. So she messaged the boys, including Lin Wei, who had just broken up with her. She wanted to ask them for some money for the operation, just as she had done before, pretending to be pathetic. Ask for money for each one, and then go buy yourself some random abortion pills to fix it. This way, Self can still make a little money from it. But just as she sent a message to Lin Wei suddenly told her a powerful news. Zhang Nan is actually the invisible rich kid. He is the eldest son of the chairman of the famous Star Peak Group in Guangzhou. The news was a shock to her. She thought about the gang J rape the night before. I thought of the water cup with the name Zhang Nan written on it. She had always sat behind Sutra Zhang Nan during her classes at school. So, she always knew what Zhang Nan's water cup looked like. It's this water glass she picked up. The moment she got the news, she wanted to burst out laughing. Li Qingfang also stopped thinking about it and went to ask Lin Wei and these people for money for an abortion. Instead, he immediately talked to his own parents about being bullied the night before. But she didn't dare to say that multiple people raped her, only that it was Zhang Nan alone. At the time she was crying her eyes out. 1 minute you're looking for death. The next you're saying you're sorry for embarrassing your mom and dad. Straight away, Li Jiejin and his wife were upset. She has been accused of being a disgrace. However, when Li Qingfang said that Zhang Nan, who bullied her, was a rich second generation, Li Jiejin and Lu Hui's eyes then glowed with greed. At that moment, Li Qingfang knew that Self had been supported by her parents. She knew very well what the virtues of her own parents were, knowing that their own daughter, and so rich second generation relationship, their heart of the calculator has long been playing up. So, at the back, basically no need for her how to arrange. Her parents will think of their own way, how to get Zhang Nan this rich second generation. The thought of having the possibility of marrying into a wealthy family with this, or as a way to make the Zhang family pay a large sum of money in compensation. Li Qingfang was so happy that she hummed a tune. The 36 Rules of Love. I have to stay attractive to score points and not be sentenced out. A pleasant cell phone rang. It was the ringtone of Li Qingfang's other cell phone. Her new cell phone, a gift from Lin Wei, was taken by her parents and used as evidence at school. The pictures of her and Zhang Nan's lovemaking in it were used by her to lie to her parents and some other people. Anyway, Zhang Nan is strong her. She pa picture. To solve the difficult he still dared to deny it. After seeing that the number of the incoming call was from Self's new cell phone, the corner of Li Qingfang's mouth hooked in a winning manner. The answer button was pressed. Hey, Dad, what's going on? What, you're at the police station? No. Why did you guys make a scene at the police station so soon? How can I marry into the Zhang family if it's such a mess? Okay, I know. I'll come over to you guys now. Li Qingfang hung up the phone with a gloomy face. She was furious when she thought of her parents actually taking Zhang Nan to the police station. She wanted to threaten the Zhang family with this matter and then marry Zhang Nan. Although Zhang Nan did not look like the kind of creamy little handsome guy she liked to look like, but he's a good student and he's tall. The recent images of several domineering beatings have made many of the school's little girls, even more so, start to pay attention to him. And, the main thing is that Zhang Nan's family is rich. Boys like that were so many times better than the ones she had dated before. It's really a make or break situation. A good card for these two idiots to play. Li Qingfang hatefully cursed a few words. 2 hours later, Li Qingfang arrived at the door of the police station. At that moment, she happened to see Zhang Nan's mother hurrying in as well. It was a beautiful woman all dressed up in expensive designer labels. The large diamond ring on her hand sparkled so much that she couldn't take her eyes off of it. The limited edition Hermes bag carried on his left hand made Li Qingfang drool. She was accompanied by a couple of beautiful-looking sisters. Li Qingfang's eyes rolled. She had done her homework on Zhang Nan's house before. Zhang Nan has 4 sisters and 1 brother. I think these 4 are Zhang Nan's sisters. Hello auntie. Hello sisters. Li Qingfang sweetly greeted. Wang Feng raised his eyes and looked askance at Li Qingfang in front of him. You-hoo. That tone was unkind. Li Qingfang smiled with an expression of disinterest. Auntie, I'm Zhang Nan's classmate. Li Qingfang. Wang Feng's few people still had an expression of not recognizing her. It was only after the lawyer, Zhang, who had been hired only after spending a lot of money, whispered a few words beside them. Only then did Wang Feng and the others have a look of sudden realization. So it's you. Ha, a foxy thing. Zhang Nan. That bastard can't even pick a better one. He eats all these flavors? When Li Qingfang saw that Wang Feng looked arrogant and didn't want to take care of herself, a trace of annoyance flashed in her eyes. Humph. What's the big deal? You'll be crying later. You're Li Qingfang, right? Come this way. A co-police officer led Li Qingfang inside. By the way, Wang Feng and the others were also invited in. When they all arrive, Jiang Nan didn't even give them half a glance out of the corner of his eye. Because he knew that Wang Feng and the girls coming here was nothing more than a fall from grace. And when Li Jiejin and Yu Hui saw the bejeweled Zheng family, several women, subconsciously, they thought they were here to fish Jiang Nan out. To think that they were so nervous about Jiang Nan, Li Jiejin was even more confident about blackmailing the Zheng family. Hey, this time their Li family is going to be rich. My poor daughter, you're finally here. As soon as Lu Hui saw Li Qingfeng, she immediately shouted with a heartbroken face, "Mom, are you guys okay? Did they do anything to you?" Li Qingfeng changed her expression to that of a good girl at this time and asked Li Jiejin and Yu Hui with a worried face. "Mom's fine. It's just that your dad almost hurt his hand with this animal. This kid." Li Jiejin also matched Yu Hui's tone and acted as if he seemed to be hurt badly. When Jiang Nan saw this family of playwrights, he'd scared twice. Alright, if you want to act, go to Hengdian. This is not a suitable place for you to play. When Li Jiejin and Lu Hui heard this, they were just about to have a fit, but they were pressed back by Li Qingfeng with her hand. "Jiang Nan, you did that to me and actually beat my father. Doesn't your conscience hurt?" When Jiang Nan heard Li Qingfeng's words, it was as if he had heard some great joke. "Conscience? Li Qingfeng, are you worthy of talking about conscience? Flat out wrongly accusing me of raping you. Do you want a face? I'm shameless? You bullied me and instead of apologizing to me, you called me shameless?" Li Qingfeng looked at Jiang Nan with wide eyes. "Brat, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your Zhang family is rich. If you keep insulting people like that, we'll sue you for rape. I'll make you sit in jail when the time comes." Li Jiejin saw Jiang Nan's unrepentant appearance and also insulted his own daughter in public. The anger made him swallow for a moment, and he immediately snapped a warning. Once Wang Feng over here heard this, he immediately spoke out in excitement before Jiang Nan could reply. "Sue him, hurry up and sue him, better make him go to jail. Our Zhang family definitely supports you." Wang Feng's voice, a moment to the angry Li Jiejin. Li Qingfeng and other three people confused? This is Jiang Nan's mother, right? What did she say? Supporting them and suing Jiang Nan? Aren't they here to save Jiang Nan? With regards to this wave of Wang Feng's maneuver, Lu Jia had long since seen it and was not surprised, and even frowned unhappily. He turned his head to look at Jiang Nan, trying to see the sad expression on Jiang Nan's face. But no, Jiang Nan's face was bland, as if he didn't care at all about what Wang Feng had just said. At this time, Jiang Nan was actually thinking about things. He knew that those who had raped Qingfeng Li wanted Self to take the blame for them for Qingfeng Li, but that's not what he's confused about right now. Rather, it's the strange behavior of Qingfeng Li herself. He had thought that even if Li Qingfeng did not know which people gang raped her, then surely also know that it does not self-rape her. But the conclusion is not. The feeling Li Qingfeng gave him now was that she looked as if she was sure that Self had raped her. That look of certainty doesn't look like an act to put on. This was worth making Jiang Nan think deeply. Those people, how did they make Li Qingfeng so sure that it was Self who did it? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan's eyes narrowed and suddenly took the initiative to ask, "Li Qingfeng, since you're saying that I forced myself on you, then show me the evidence. By the way, don't take out those so-called intimate photos from your cell phone. I can go out there and make a bunch of them for you for a few bucks." When Li Qingfeng heard that Jiang Nan had actually recognized the fact that she had asked someone to picture her with a single glance, she was a bit too weak to reply for a moment. Fellow student Li Qingfeng, how dare you, actually using fake pictures to deceive people. Lu Jia shouted angrily at Li Qingfeng. This loud roar scared Li Qingfeng and made her shake a few times. Li Jiejin saw his own daughter this look. Know his daughter like a father. He immediately knew that this photo has a ghost. Thinking that Li Qingfeng had actually lied to him as her father, he was so angry that he wanted to fling a slap at her on the spot. It's true that Li J Kim didn't know the photo was photoshopped. He's a fish seller. How would he know to see if these things are peas or not? He'll believe whatever his daughter says. Then they took it directly to the school to confront Jiang Nan and demand compensation. But now is clearly not the time to hold Li Qingfeng accountable for cheating people with fake photos. At this time, Li Jiejin suddenly remembered something and immediately urged Li Qingfeng loudly. "Qingfeng, didn't you say you picked up this kid's water cup? Hurry up and take it out. It's evidence of being there." When Li Qingfeng heard this, her head immediately cleared. Hurriedly, she took out Jiang Nan's water cup from the bag she brought with her. Jiang Nan took a look and solved a large part of the mystery in his heart. So this is the reason why Li Qingfeng identified herself? "Jiang Nan, I didn't realize it was really you who raped this Li student." At this time, Wang Feng, who had been watching the show, suddenly joined the fray, only to see her pointing at the water cup in Li Qingfeng's hand with an agitated face. She said to Lu Jia with a pained look, "Officer Lu, this is the water cup I bought for Jiang Nan. I remember it clearly. Jiang Nan is indeed a rapist. You guys hurry up and sentence him." As soon as Lu Jia heard this, he immediately disliked it back angrily in displeasure. Quiet, am I on the case now or are you? Open your mouth and say Zhang Nan is a rapist. Are you still his mother? Lu Jia how can not understand? This Zhang family, is not all have lost heart crazy? Each and every one of them treats Zhang Nan, a blood relative, like an enemy? Anyone who understands the law knows that a person convicted of rape faces at least a dozen years in prison. As Zhang Nan's family member, at this time, instead of making a concerted effort to find a way to exonerate Zhang Nan, he was still all agitated and pushed Zhang Nan into the fire pit. What kind of blood feud is it to do something so poisonous? Wang Feng was a bit overwhelmed by these few chants from Lu Jia. Humph, Officer Lu, I'm cooperating with you to solve the case. Although Zhang Nan is a blood relative of the Zhang family, I won't harbor him because of that. On this point, you should be praising me. Why are you scolding me? Zhang Nan, who had just wandered off, sneered once he heard Wang Feng's words. Old woman, you really have Alzheimer's. I have long since severed my ties with you. Are you dogs? Can't you read or understand human language? And by the way, you didn't buy this cup. My Arisher sister did. And you used to think it was dirty and wanted to throw it away. Wang Feng was so angry that she was shaking when Zhang Nan called her a dog. Who are you calling a dog? Zhang Nan, let me tell you, even after signing the severance letter, what flows in you is still my Wang Feng's blood. If you have the guts, drain the blood and give it back to me, and burn the bones of your body bitch, too. That's the end of it. The moment Wang Feng said this, everyone present stared at her with a look of disgust. What are you looking at? It's none of your business if I teach a lesson to the bitch I gave birth to. Lu Jia and the co-policeman present felt that this mother was invincible. She called her own son a cheap bastard, and this kind of mother is also chilling. They instantly felt pity for Zhang Nan. With a family like that, it's no wonder Zhang Nan wants to sever ties. As if the Zhang family felt as if scolding like this wasn't pleasurable enough, Zhang Xinlan also joined in and viciously said, and don't blame my mom for being cruel to this bitch. You guys don't know how disgusting the things this beggar did before. Zhang Nan just quietly watched Wang Feng and Zhang Xinlan's tirade. Wait until they're almost done cursing. Only then did he say slowly, you guys mouthed off about me being a pariah. Then what are you? Wang Feng female earth. I am a bitch. Then you who gave birth to a bitch. Are you not a bitch? Zhang Xinlan, if I am a beggar and a pariah, then wouldn't you, who was born from the same mother's womb as me, be the same? If you want to say disgusting, I'm the one who has the most right to say it. Right, because I was born in such a suffocating and disgusting family because I was born in the wrong womb. I'm so fucking unlucky. Is it hard? Zhang Nan really didn't feel that way at this time. After all, a broken heart can no longer make waves. From the moment they had just appeared here, he had known what they wanted. Falling down is light. I'm afraid I'm going to give him a hard kick in the ass. Ha, that's family. This was the kindred spirit he'd wanted with all his heart in his last life. It's fucking ironic. Zhang Nan, mom and your second sister just spoke heavily. Don't take it personally. Zhang Xinmei came out at this time to round up the situation. Zhang Nan swept a glance at Zhang Xinmei and hummed. Not speaking. Big sister. He's not my brother. Don't drag me with him. My only brother is Xiao Hao. Zhang Xinlan immediately exclaimed in disgust. The most disgusting thing in her life was when someone put her and Zhang Nan together. Alright. We're not here today to solve your big family drama. So all of you cut the crap. Lu Jia coldly interrupted their conversation when he saw the Zhang family getting more and more excessive. The mood of the Li family, who had watched a big show of luxury, was like falling from heaven to hell at once. Originally, I thought I could use this rape to get some blood out of the Zhang family, but judging by the Zhang family's attitude towards this Zhang Nan, the Zhang family is rushing to get Zhang Nan to go to jail. How could they still lose money to their Li family? It's really a loss of a daughter and a loss of her family's reputation. Li Qingfang was even more furious that her heart was dripping blood. I should have known that was the case. She'd killed herself not to tell her parents she'd been raped in the first place. Now the money did not get, but also the self-reputation completely hitched. What will the neighbors think of her when she goes out? Everyone knows she was raped. Zhang Nan, is this water cup yours? Lu Jia saw that everyone was quiet, so he proceeded to ask Zhang Nan. It's mine. Zhang Nan didn't deny it. Li Qingfang sniffed with an expression of I knew it. The heart is alive again. Anyway, it's already hard to ride the tiger now, so she'll first make Zhang Nan admit to the crime first, and then think of a way to ask for compensation. If the Zhang family refuses to give it, she will let her gangster brother bring people to the Zhang family's company door and home to make trouble. So what if the Zhang family had severed ties with Zhang Nan? As long as the law does not recognize such an agreement, then Zhang Nan is still the son of the Zhang family. With his own son in this mess, and the Zhang family being a powerful family, he would have to take care of the company's facade and the family's reputation. Thinking of this, Li Qingfang gave her self-same parents another reassuring look. Li Jiejin obviously thought of this as well, so he raised his spirits to deal with it. Lu Jie listened to Zhang Nan's words, and then turned his head to ask Li Qingfang where the crime was at that time. But Li Qingfang stammered. It seems to be over Sinny Road. Zhang Nan sniffed and laughed out loud. If this hadn't gotten so far back in the day, it would have impressed him. He almost couldn't remember the crime scene. No, Officer Lu, it's 33 Yui Road, the deserted alleyway going in next to the Changsheng supermarket. When Li Qingfang saw that Zhang Nan actually reported the address word for word, she glared at him angrily. You, how dare you say it? Zhang Nan looked at her with an expression of looking at an idiot. What? You framed me to this extent, and I'm sitting around waiting to die? Li Qingfang, don't get excited. The good part is still to come. Officer Lu, you'd better check all the surveillance cameras over on Yui Road. I'm sure things will come to light soon. Lu Jia had originally intended to do just that, but before he could nod his head, Li Qingfang screamed out with a scared look on her face. No, it can't be. That's my nightmare. You can't do this to me. In fact, Li Qingfang is afraid that after Lu Jia really went to check the surveillance, he would see the scene of multiple people gang raping her. In this way, her lies were exposed. Ha, Li Qingfang, you're just coming to your senses now? Why didn't you think about the whole surveillance thing before you framed me? That's right, you've always been unconcerned about this. You only know that you fall in love every day. How would you understand that our country has popularized surveillance in many places in order to reduce the crime rate in the past 2 years? Li Qingfang's face was pale. Qingfang, what's going on? Li Jiejin asked in a nervous whisper beside Li Qingfang. Li Qingfang kept shaking her head and didn't answer Li Jiejin's question. Lu Jia also asked Li Qingfang which day. What time? He good accuracy to investigate. But Li Qingfang will say that she has forgotten about it, and she will say that Zhang Nan did it alone, and she will just arrest him. But Zhang Nan's memory was not covered. He immediately went along with the time of the crime when he saw the news in his last life, and intentionally set a time to Lu Jia that wasn't too far off from the news. Co-policeman Kobayashi immediately searched that time period. After some searching and double-checking, that's when they locked onto the young boys on the screen. There were 6 boys in all. They walked into a deserted alley. They didn't notice because the surveillance in the alley was installed somewhat discreetly. They were smoking cigarettes and seemed to be waiting for someone that had been lurking there. A short while later, another girl appeared on the surveillance video screen. It was the coolly dressed Li Qingfang, who had also walked into this deserted alley. Soon she was being dragged into a nearby shady clearing by a couple of boys who were waiting, quickly covering her mouth and eyes. Li Qingfang's call came out on the monitor, but soon after, she was slapped in the face. The images after that are pretty much a bloodbath. Everyone was shaking with anger at this scene, one after another. They sympathized with Li Qingfang. No, don't look, no more, please. But Li Qingfang seemed to be afraid of something and kept telling everyone there to stop watching. However, the beast walk continued, and Lu Jia and the others discovered a major problem. So, he told the co-policeman, Kobayashi, to keep putting it on and not to pause. The video went on and on for hours, with Kokop Kobayashi awkwardly fast-forwarding all the time. Li Jiejin and Yu Hui's faces also changed from anger at the beginning, to shock, and finally to indignation. At this moment, Li Jiejin and Yu Hui's anger finally erupted. Pop, why are you such a bitch? Lu Hui couldn't help herself and was the first to slap Li Qingfang. No, it's not me. It's not me. Li Qingfang covered her face and screamed out. Zhang Nan lightly glanced at Li Qingfang. Officer Lu, please rewind the surveillance back to 2:43 and 52 seconds AM. There, my innocence is there. Lu Jia sniffed and glanced at Zhang Nan with an appreciative expression. This kid is good. Careful observation and a superb memory. The co-police officer Shaolin was also impressed, and he immediately rewound the video to the point in time that Zhang Nan had said. Then everyone saw that when those boys finished and were about to leave, one of them, after putting on his pants, took out a cup of water from his school bag and placed it at Li Qingfang's feet. After Li Qingfang untied the rope, she saw this water cup and took it by hand. Please zoom in on that video of the water cup. Zhang Nan stared at the video. Co-policeman Kobayashi immediately did as he was told. The water cup was Zhang Nan's, exactly the same as the one Li Qingfang had just taken out. At this point, it was obvious that Zhang Nan had not been involved in raping Li Qingfang from start to finish. He was deliberately planted. So it was Lin Wei who took my water cup. Zhang Nan murmured out softly, but that voice was heard by all. Li Qingfang fell to the ground in shock this time. It's not Chang Nan, it's Lin Wei and the others. Looking at the Ouroboros in front of them, some people breathed a sigh of relief. Some were greatly disappointed, especially Wang Feng and the Zhang family who brought their lawyers over. Why not Zhang Nan? Why not him? Wang Feng hated in his heart. Zhang Nan looked at the disoriented Li Qingfeng, thinking of her and her family, the way she had just made that decisive false accusation against him. He really doesn't sympathize with pity at all. If he hadn't been born again, knowing the truth of the matter. Remember the key message in this case as well. He, Zhang Nan, will really be convicted and jailed because of this. By then, this life is pretty much ruined. Student Li Qingfeng, you and your family have maligned and slandered me. How do you want to compensate for this matter? When Cholan and Red Bearer rushed over, Zhang Nan had already come out with a face of relief. Wang Feng and the others didn't get the desired result and walked away with resentment. Zhang Nan was too lazy to care about them and affect his own mood. Anyway, the Zhang family's next days won't be easy. Li Qingfeng and Li Jiejin, who falsely accused Zhang Nan of rape, are suspected of false accusations and are sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. He also compensated Zhang Nan for 8,000 yuan of moral damages. Li Jiejin couple see their own side lost their daughter and money, and finally even ended up in jail. For a moment, he was so angry that he almost fainted. Slap straight whip Li Qingfeng, both sides of the face are swollen high. In an instant, the entire police station was filled with the curses of the Li family. In the end, the Li family, unwilling to damage only themselves, sued those boys who gang-raped Li Qingfeng, demand that they pay up and hold them accountable. And next thing you know, the police are continuing to hoof it to the 24th high school to catch people. Finished? The Red Bear circled around Zhang Nan and saw that Zhang Nan had a joyful look on his face. Yes, it's finished. Zhang Nan was in a good mood, and even as he looked at the Red Bear, he felt that it was getting prettier and prettier. So soon? Hey, was thinking about seeing your gray head. Next time when you get caught over here, let me know earlier. The Red Casket said to Zhang Nan with a look of pity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan shook his head helplessly. You're cursing me. Who likes to go to the police station for nothing? Well, I made 8,000 bucks today, and I'm in a thief's mood, so I'll buy you guys. Before Zhang Nan could finish his sentence, the Red Bear immediately interjected. Treat us to a hot pot. Zhang Nan smiled and nodded. At that moment, he realized that Zhou Lan had been standing there faintly looking at self, listening to him speak with the Red Casket. He didn't interrupt, but the expression on his face was a little uncomfortable. Arashur, what's wrong? Zhou Lan sniffed, shook her head, and then said, it's good that it's okay. Your Arashur sister just thought you were really dizzy and did something bad, so she was so angry that she didn't speak the whole way. When the Red Bear said this, she muttered again, and she came late on purpose, causing me to not see the wonderful show. Zhang Nan's heart was a bit hard to bear when he heard the Red Casket say that. Sister Arashur, I'm not that kind of person. It's fine if other people don't believe me. How can you not believe me too? Zhou Lan's face was stunned for a moment, and the discomfort on her face became more obvious. Yeah, Zhang Nan wasn't raised by her since she was a child though, but it was also raised around her for 3 years. After those few years together, she knew better than anyone what kind of character Zhang Nan had. She really shouldn't have rushed to judgment as soon as she heard that call. What's the difference between her like this and those sisters of Zhang Nan? Thinking of this, Zhou Lan's heart was suddenly filled with guilt. I'm sorry, it's Arashi's fault. Arashur won't think of you like that in the future. Zhang Nan froze for a moment when he heard Zhou Lan apologize to Self. Arashur has rarely said sorry to him. Self is a man. How can he let Sister Arashur take the initiative to bow down to Self? Arashur, it's okay, it's my fault for not explaining it to you on the phone. Seeing Zhang Nan's fear of Self's unhappiness, Zhou Lan smiled and touched the temples on his forehead. Alright, let's not keep blocking the door of other people's police stations. Let's go eat hot pot quickly. You should be hungry too. Aha! Listen to Sister Lan. When Zhang Nan saw Zhou Lan smile, he immediately put his heart down. One hand held Arashi's catkin that was touching his temples, and he smiled that big smile. Looking at the hand held by Zhang Nan, Zhou Lan did not know what came to her mind and her face suddenly turned red. You two are really explaining half a day here for a matter. Don't you feel exhausted? The Red Bear pulled out another lollipop from her plump breasts and flirted with both Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan as she ate it. Zhang Nan's face was bashful as he watched the Red Casket's behavior. Why does this woman always like to chest the lollipop? Is it because it's big? You're the one who talks too much. Zhou Lan laughed and cast a sidelong glance at the Red Bear. The unconsciously overflowing flavor momentarily made Zhang Nan look dumbfounded for a moment. The Red Bear was obviously in a good mood as she smiled cheekily and carried Zhou Lan in one hand and Zhang Nan in the other. Come on, let's celebrate with hot pot. Zhang Nan, it's okay to go into the station a few more times so we can eat hot pot a few more times. Zhang Nan smiled helplessly, knowing that the Red Bear was deliberately teasing Self. After the last few days with the Red Casket, he realized that this Red Gator was very mysterious. although he had never seen Red Gator make a move since the last time he was poisoned. But that was the time that left an indelible impression on Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan still does not understand. How did the red rope that time do God not know? Poisoned blind so many people? Zhang family villa. By the time Wang Feng and Zhang Xinmei returned home, Zhang Feng had already received a debriefing call from lawyer Zhang Jun. Zhang Feng's expression was still calm, but Wang Feng was there yelling away. That little brute is so lucky that he actually escaped again. Alright, I've got someone on him. Recently the company's things are more difficult. A few competitors side staring very tightly. Our side has any wind blowing grass. They will take the opportunity to Star Peak Group fall on the well. You guys have nothing to do this period of time. Just give me a low profile. Also don't go to mess with that rebellious son first. That rebellious son is a bit abnormal recently. When it comes to making something happen, it will not be good if it affects the company. Wait until this wind is over. Then we'll take care of that beast. When Wang Feng and Zhang Xinlan's few people heard Zhang Feng hear this, they stopped saying anything. After all, they were also clear that the company's stock had fallen too much recently, and the Zhang family really shouldn't make any more trouble at this time. Uncle Peak, Uncle Ming's side will come to Guang City in a few days to do business. My father asked me to inform you that he would be joining you to fetch Uncle Ming's dust at that time, and also that you should prepare yourself well then. At this moment, Zhang Jun, who was on the side, saw that several people had stopped their discussion and then said to Zhang Feng, "Your Uncle Ming is coming?" Hearing this news, Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Jun in momentary excitement to confirm. "Yes, Uncle Feng." Zhang Jun nodded as if Zhang Feng's reaction was expected. In fact, not only Zhang Feng, I'm afraid that anyone in the entire Zhang clan would be thrilled to hear that Zhang Ming was coming. Zhang Ming, this being who represented the highest authority among all the clansmen of the Zhang clan. Only in his 50s, he was already in the circle of bigwigs in the capital, the group of people close to the pyramid. It is said that he has hundreds of billions of dollars in assets and is well known in both black and white, backed by the top 4 families in the capital, the Zhou family. In the capital, and even in the country of China, almost few people dare to mess with him. The side branch of the Zhang family, also because of Zhang Ming is a living signboard, sometimes go out to talk about business, also become extra smooth. Who wouldn't dare to sell Zhang Ming's face? Who's not afraid of the Zhou family behind Zhang Ming? Zhang Feng's relationship with Zhang Ming was a collateral relationship counting several generations upwards. Zhang Ming is considered the adopted son of Zhang Feng's grandfather's brother's son, same year as Zhang Feng. Because he was adopted, he was not taken seriously by the Zhang family since he was a child. The personality is rather cold, not talkative, and not very close to many of the Zhang family, but no one expected it to be such an unpopular guy. Then it actually hit the ground running. Having reached such heights, it made everyone in the Zhang family look up to and flatter. Zhang Feng had met Zhang Ming a few times, twice. They had seen each other when they were children together in their hometown, at a reunion of the entire Zhang family. Not impressed. Times L. Most recently, it was years later. It was Zhang Ming who built schools, roads, and the Zhang family shrine those for the old family, and returned home in honor. Then everyone raised their clans to greet Zhang Ming before Zhang Feng had the chance to say a few words to Zhang Ming, but it was just a couple of words at that meeting, as Zhang Ming soon left again in his private jet. Great, June. You've really brought Uncle Feng great news. Thank your father properly for me first. No, when my eyes are completely healed in the next 2 days, I'll go and thank your father properly first. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more excited he became. The crisis of Star Peak Group will definitely be over. Wang Feng was momentarily excited when she heard that she could meet Zhang Ming. This is Zhang Ming, the richest and most powerful man in the Zhang family. I can't believe they're coming to Guangqing and their Zhang family. That's a super leg to hold on to. Zhang Jun looked at the excited looks of Zhang Feng and the others, and there were still no ripples under his eyes. In his opinion, no matter how awesome Zhang Ming was, it was none of his Zhang Jun's business, because he, Zhang Jun, is a bastard who can't get on the stage. It's his father, Zhang Hong, who accidentally left his bitchy seat outside. Yeah, cheap bastard. At least that's how his half-siblings, with whom he shares a father and mother, describe him. Even if he became a famous lawyer in Guangqing by his own efforts, his siblings still don't recognize him as the Zhang family seed. In fact, he didn't want to take the job on Zhang Feng's side because the circle had gotten wind that someone wanted to mess with Zhang Feng. However, his father, Zhang Hong, ordered him to come and help Zhang Feng. He said that he was a member of the Zhang family, and it was impossible for him to watch his own clan fall into a crisis without pulling a hand. So he listened to his father and took the job. When he took over to investigate a bit, he suddenly understood why Zhang Nan had severed his relationship and had done such a cruel thing to Zhang Feng's family. It was because Zhang Feng and Wang Feng, among others, treated Zhang Nan in a manner that was simply infuriating. Zhang Jun thought that self was also considered miserable. After all, his mother was the only one who loved him growing up, and his father wasn't very affectionate with him. The siblings are always sneering at self again, and have nothing good to say. However, compared to Zhang Nan, he seems to have gotten a little lucky again, because Zhang Nan is not loved by all Zhang family members, including his parents. Several sisters even mistreated and abused him. Again, they're all from posh families, and again, they're all picked up from outside. When he was picked up, he was the one who always had a nanny to attend to him. He has his own room, is well-fed and clothed, and his allowance starts at tens of thousands of dollars a week. But on Zhang Nan's side, he's living in a nanny's room, can't eat at the table, all sneakily eating meals that the babysitter dumped, not to mention having pocket money and designer clothes and shoes and all that. This is a real son. All lived worse than he did as a bastard. Once Zhang Jun understood all of this, he couldn't like Zhang Feng's family anymore. The feeling of being hurt by a family member is something he can really empathize with all too well. Therefore, he sympathized with Zhang Nan's situation. So much so that, when he was at the police station today, he unprecedentedly did not speak out in defense of Wang Feng. After coming out of Zhang Feng's villa, Zhang Jun went to sit down at a tea house. At that moment, a middle-aged man who looked a bit similar to him sat down across from him. "Why did you ask Dad to come here? Is it not good to go home and talk about it?" Zhang Hong sat down and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was a bit chubby and sweated easily when he walked a little faster. Zhang Jun smiled faintly and poured a cup of warm tea for Zhang Hong. And after Zhang Hong drank it and slowed his breath, he then slowly said, "I just spoken to Uncle Peek about Uncle Ming's coming. Uncle Peek was very excited and said he wanted to thank you properly." "Dad." Zhang Hong took another sip of tea and smacked his mouth before squinting his small eyes back. "Well, is that why you called me over?" How Zhang Feng reacted, Zhang Hong didn't need to guess. He knew that he must be ecstatic. His brother Zhang Ming's character was on the cold side, and out of all the Zhang family members, he ignored everyone, except for him, Zhang Hong, who was a little bit special. Zhang Ming's identity is very special. It was something he learned when he was a child once when he heard his father and Zhang Ming whispering in secret. Since then, he changed his previous prejudice and disdain and made a special effort to get close to Zhang Ming and gain his favor. Therefore, he was considered to be the best person to Zhang Ming in the family besides his father. This Zhang Feng, Zhang Hong is thinking that he is also a business talent. After all, Star Peak Group listing and influence, Zhang Hong is also in the eyes. Therefore, he had the intention to ride on Zhang Feng's boat and do a favor to him in the meantime. Both families are in Guangcheng. Maybe Zhang Feng will be useful to self in the future. Hearing Zhang Jun's doubts, he lowered his head and thought for a moment before he said to Zhang Hong, "Father, I found something very interesting about Zhang Nan." When Zhang Nan returned home with Zhou Lan and the red casket with a full stomach, it was already after 9 o'clock in the evening. After a few people had showered, the red bear nestled on the couch, eating chips and watching TV, and Zhou Lan was preparing the fresh milk that Zhang Nan would drink the next morning. When Zhang Nan came out of the shower room with his freshly washed hair wet, Zhou Lan took a dry towel and wiped Zhang Nan's hair directly. Because he grew tall, Zhang Nan had to stay low for Zhou Lan to reach. Although he wanted to tell Zhou Lan that he could wipe himself, Zhou Lan always thought that his hands were clumsy and didn't wipe dry enough. Today, Zhou Lan wore an open-chested, low-necked nightgown dress. As soon as Zhang Nan's head lowered, his eyes were right on that neckline. At once, a pair of plump and rounded deep grooves were presented in front of Zhang Nan. The next second, Zhang Nan felt his nose a little itchy, as if there was some liquid flowed out. "Nan, why do you have a nosebleed?" Zhou Lan's voice rose in alarm. Upon hearing this, the red bear who was watching TV also turned around to look at Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan hastily and awkwardly wiped his nosebleed. "It's fine. Maybe I ate too much hot pot tonight and got on fire. I'll go wash." First, after Zhang Nan finished speaking, he hurriedly covered his nose and looked like he was fleeing. Zhou Lan uneasily followed behind and urged, "Should I brew some fire punch for you to drink?" But what answered her was the sound of Zhang Nan's door closing. Ergo, a cry came from the room. "No need, Sister Lan. I'll be done in a while." Zhou Lan was still a bit uneasy and wanted to turn around and go to the medicine chest to get some fire-reducing brew to give Zhang Nan a drink. He, sister. It's useless. This symptom will only get worse for little Nan Nan in the future. Ha ha ha. When Zhou Lan heard this, she first frowned and glared at the red bear. But soon, she seemed to have figured out the meaning of the red bear's words again, and was stunned for a moment. So, Nan can catch fire already. The next day, Zhang Nan got up early. "Actually, it's that I didn't sleep much last night either, and I went off on a wild goose chase there all night. So when I woke up, the 2 dark circles under my eyes were obvious." Zhou Lan, on the contrary, told him to hurry up and wash up as if nothing had happened, and then she opened breakfast for him. It's 2 sandwiches plus a big glass of warm milk. Zhang Nan took it and ate it carefully. At this time, he realized that Zhou Lan had changed into a more conservative nightgown with a high round neckline. Could it be that Erasure had found out about me staring at her neckline last night? When Zhang Nan thought of this, he was too weak to meet Zhou Lan's eyes, probably thinking of yesterday's images. Zhou Lan did not take the initiative to open her mouth to talk to Zhang Nan either. Erasure, Arashi-san, I'm full. I'm going to school first. Zhang Nan stammered a little as he opened his mouth. Well, go, be safe, and call me if you need anything. Zhang Nan looked at Zhou Lan, who lowered her head to pack up the dishes, and nodded a few times carelessly before opening the door and walking out quickly. It was like something was chasing him behind him. Wait until you hear the door close. It was only then that Zhou Lan stopped moving his hands. Looking at the doorway, he launched himself. After fuming for a long time, Fong sighed, then went to the Red Beer's room, intending to speak to her about something. Knock knock, knock knock. After knocking for a while, he didn't see the Red Beer come out to open the door. Zhou Lan frowned, as if she had a premonition. Immediately unscrewing the unlocked doorknob, he opened the door and eased into the room to take a look. The room was empty inside. There was only the faint scent of perfume that filled the entire pink room, and the super pink king-sized bed in the red casket was neatly folded with a pink comforter. Obviously, the owner of the room, who had not returned all night. Looks like this guy ran off to find another man in the middle of the night last night. Zhou Lan shook his head helplessly. Turning around, he went out and closed the door behind him. The moment she closed the door, an old man suddenly appeared beside her. As soon as she saw this old man, her eyes went cold and, Butler Chow, Zhou Lin greets the great miss. Zhou Lin cupped his fists and saluted with a face of respect. Zhou Lan grimaced and looked straight at Zhou Lin. What does he want again? Eldest miss, the family head, he really misses you. Just go back with the old slave. It's been so many years and you still refuse to forgive the family head? Zhou Lin advised with a bitter face. Zhou Lan didn't seem to hear it. Turning around, he went and poured himself a glass of milk and drank it. Seeing this, Zhou Lin was momentarily helpless in his heart. This little master, whom he had seen since he was a child, was so headstrong that even his father felt a headache. Eldest miss, the old slave knows that you haven't forgiven the head of the family. But, it's been so many years since the incident. Besides, that woman has already been punished. You, just don't be angry with the family head anymore. Okay. Upon hearing the words that woman, a touch of ice coldness appeared on Zhou Lan's calm face. You go and tell Zhou Zhentian that as long as that woman doesn't die, I won't return to the Zhou family for a day. Once Zhou Lin heard Zhou Lan's words, he sighed in embarrassment. How could the head of the family possibly let that woman die? Over the years, that woman was a spiritual pillar-like presence for the head of the family. Moreover, the woman's tactics are also very good, while coaxing the head of the family to him obediently, while letting their own close family members gradually infiltrated into the Zhou family's industry in the middle of. He had come to Guang City this time to persuade his own young lady to hurry back. Otherwise, in a few years, the Zhou family's world would be that woman's. When Zhou Lin told Zhou Lan all the concerns in his mind, Zhou Lan remained cold, not caring about who the Zhou family's industry fell into the hands of as if it were in the hands of the Zhou family. Miss, the Zhou family only has one bloodline like you. Zhou Lin said a big disrespectful words. Miss, you cannot look at the Zhou family, just in your generation's hands to be eaten up. Zhou Lan's eyes looked straight out of the balcony at the equally dilapidated building across the street. That dusty memory seemed to come back to her. After a long time, she coldly said, I still say that. I won't go back to the Zhou family until that woman is dead. Even if the Zhou family falls into that woman's hands, it will still be Zhou Zhentian's own fault for leading the wolf into the house. However, she didn't believe that Zhou Zhentian would be so spermatic as to do something as foolish as handing over the Zhou family's centuries-old foundation. No matter how powerful that woman was, she couldn't escape the old fox Zhou Zhentian. Even a woman as smart as her mother had been tricked by this old fox. Not to mention the woman. Think of self's mother. Zhou Lan thought of her own lovely brother again. The thought of it brought another pain to the heart. Zhou Lin looked at Zhou Lan's stubborn side face and sighed again in his heart. In fact, before he came, he knew that self would not be able to persuade Zhou Lan back, but he always held out a glimmer of hope. The head of the family was also holding on to a sliver of hope. In order not to arouse the suspicion of that woman Yang Shui, Zhou Lin could only sneak a trip to Guang City to visit Zhou Lan once a year. Every time I come with a glimmer of hope, I end up going back with a loss. He knew that as long as Yang Shui was still in the Zhou family for one day, the scar in the young lady's heart would never be healed. He's not the only one who understands. Zhou Zhentian, who was Zhou Lan's biological father, knew Zhou Lan's nature even better. After seeing that there was no hope of persuasion, Zhou Lin clapped his hands. Soon, a girl with a pure and spiritual look suddenly appeared. girls are around 18 years old. With an air of youthfulness about him, the white face wore a quiet and pleasant look. If Zhang Nan were here, he would definitely be shocked. Because the girl in front of her was actually the school beauty of the 24th middle school, Su Weiwei? Missy, recently that woman may be a little different. Home. I have found a girl with good hands for you on my side. Her name is Su Weiwei. She is the secret child that our Zhou family has cultivated since childhood. And she only came to Guang City to study in high school last year. Vivi is a very smart child. Not as good at using poison as the red beer, but she has some more care and patience than the red beer. Ranked 11th on the list of top killers in China. Within the great families of China, there is a list of killers. Above is a breakdown of some assassin rankings based on mission and force value. People like killers were a resource that every family would spend a lot of money to grab. The richer and more powerful people are, the more they value their own lives. That's why every year, anyone who appears on the hit list is up for grabs. Su Weiwei was an assassin that the Zhou family had spent a lot of money to train since she was a child. Outwardly as harmless and innocent as a normal girl, but she has a lot of human lives in her hands. Zhou Lin said while signaling Su Weiwei to go and greet Zhou Lan, as if she was afraid that Zhou Lan would disagree with Su Weiwei staying. Eldest miss. Su Weiwei immediately comprehended Zhou Lin's meaning and immediately called out softly in a well-behaved manner. Zhou Lan raised her eyes and took a serious look at Su Weiwei. You're from 24th Middle School? Zhou Lan noticed the school logo on Su Weiwei's uniform. Yes, Missy. Su Weiwei was surprised to hear Zhou Lan's words, but she still behaved well on her face. Oh, well, you stay. When she heard that it was from the 24th Middle School, Zhou Lan no longer hesitated. Thank you, Missy, Su Weiwei said softly. Zhou Lin was also happy to see Zhou Lan leave Su Weiwei behind. He had brought quite a few people to Zhou Lan before, but Zhou Lan had refused them all. Over the years, only the red beer was left behind. There's no telling how good the red beer is. After all, he was perennially 7th on the killer list, nicknamed the Red Casket Lady. But there is one bad thing. That is, the nature is not stable. Always liked to be lazy in desert. Zhou Lin was afraid that the red beer would fall off the chain at the critical moment. Suave is a fine mind, and sometimes it's good to replace the red casket. Zhou Lin handed Su Weiwei a few words before saying goodbye to Zhou Lan. He can't stay over here too long. Yang Shui has been making a lot of moves lately and has sent someone to keep an eye on him. After Zhou Lin left, Zhou Lan looked at the time, so she asked Su Weiwei, what high school grade are you in? Back to Missy. Senior year. Senior class, too. Senior class? That's not the same class as Nan. Okay, I know. Look after someone for me. He's also in the senior class of your school. His name is Zhang Nan. When Su Weiwei walked out of Zhou Lan's residence, the look on his face was no longer one of good behavior and obedience. Instead, it's full of incredulity. Her mind kept repeating a message. Zhang Nan actually knew Missy? And still living with Missy now? What is their relationship? It hadn't been long since her memory had been restored. All these years, she's been like a log. No feelings or pain. Just remember the little boy. All the way to school after a trance. Su Weiwei had just put down her book bag when she heard a few students next to her chatting about gossip. And the gossip was actually related to Zhang Nan. So she pricked up her ears and eavesdropped. Zhang Nan, this beggar is still really capable. This time actually All Right Again was released. I heard it was framed by that Li Qingfeng. Female classmate blocked her own mouth with her books and said quietly with a few female classmates beside her. Yes, I've heard about it too. And I've also heard that it was that what's his name Wei from the senior class, one, who brought several boys to gang rape her. And that when the police came to the school yesterday, we got out of school, and then went to the boys' homes in groups to arrest them. Female classmate B also immediately share your first-hand information. Gang rape so horrible that Li Qingfang is quite pitiful, the female student C lamented out with a sympathetic look on her face. Any girl would not be able to stand it if this happened. Pity what I can hear. That Li Qingfang not only do not feel shameful, at that time also very enjoyable look at. I heard some of the boys say that when those boys raped Qingfang Li at that time, she screamed so hard that they even recorded a video. In the back they were leaving after having a good time, and Li Qingfang still wanted them to continue. Female classmate B obviously knew more inside gossip, and when she finished gushing, the other two female classmates next to her covered their mouths and exclaimed in shock. My gosh, such a slut. Female classmate C looked like she had never seen the world before. The thought that self had just sympathized with such a woman instantly made her feel sick. Worthy of the boys said bus actually so wave. Female classmates A also followed and agreed. Thinking about it like this, Zhang Nan is really pitiful. Actually almost being victimized by this slut. If the charge is true, but to be imprisoned it. Female classmate B thought of Zhang Nan who has been framed. It's not. Poor Zhang Nan. I used to call him a thief. Peeping Tom or something. After all this time, after Zhang Nan's report to the principal and his counterattack on Xiao Yanyan, I realized that Zhang Nan was all set up by those people. The female classmate C felt guilty when she thought of the self that had once treated Zhang Nan so badly. Yeah, I used to think that about him too, and I used to call him out on it. Actually, we all owe Zhang Nan an apology. Female classmate B is also guilty. In the past few days, she was hesitant to find some time to write a letter to apologize to Zhang Nan. That way, self will feel better. After all, over the past 2 years, self every time I see Zhang Nan will mock him spit. When Su Weiwei heard this, the corners of her mouth pursed into a straight line. She just transferred to the school last year. Because she had the Zhou family behind her, she was less likely to come to school in a serious manner. The general outward message is that you review at home with a dedicated tutor. She's fine with the occasional class once or twice a month. The rest of the time was spent doing some of the tasks ordered by the Zhou family. So, for everything Zhang Nan did in school, she doesn't know much about it. I only know that last year a female classmate named Zhu Zhu insulted and spatted Zhang Nan in public. That night, she cut out the girl's tongue, but after that day, she went back to school very little because she had been on a mission. So, what happened behind Zhang Nan? She really didn't bother to investigate it specifically. Su Weiwei turned to look at the female classmate B who had just spoken, looking straight at that female classmate with a puzzled expression. Vivi, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Female classmate B said while subconsciously touching her own face. Su Weiwei smiled gently. It's fine. You're so good looking. Female classmate B sniffed and her pretty face blushed slightly. What day is it? The school flower Su Weiwei, who seldom comes back to class, praised herself for her good looks. Thanks Vivi. How dare I say pretty in front of you? Su Weiwei looked at the still simple female classmate B, pondered for a while, and said seriously, you must go apologize to Zhang Nan today. For sure. Ha? Female classmate B looked stunned. Did schoolmarm Su just hear them chatting? And also told self to go apologize to Zhang Nan right away. Hell. Okay, listen to Weiwei. I'll write a letter to apologize to classmate Zhang Nan in a while. Female classmate B didn't squirm and immediately assured. It was indeed her who had misunderstood and bullied Zhang Nan before. This she admitted. Since you have done something wrong, you have to be brave enough to admit your mistake and apologize. It's nothing to be ashamed of. The two female classmates next to them spat out their tongues a little embarrassed when they saw Su Weiwei overhearing their chat. Just as she wanted to turn around and go back, Su Weiwei stared into their eyes again and said seriously, both of you go and apologize too. For sure. Once female classmate A heard Su Weiwei's words were a bit forced, she immediately looked unhappy. She was raised by her family to be pampered. I've always been used to doing my own thing, and I don't like to be told what to do. Schoolgirl Su, whether I go and apologize to Zhang Nan or not, that's my business. There's no need for you to tell me what to do here. If you have that kind of heart, you might as well spend it on your studies. Don't make us go apologize to Zhang Nan as soon as you come here, making people think that you and Zhang Nan are having an affair. Silence fell around the room as soon as Ms. A's words fell. Female classmate B and female classmate C didn't dare to say anything. In his heart, he secretly admired female classmate A's courage, actually daring to dislike schoolgirl Su head-on. In this 24th middle school, Su Weiwei is a special existence, although she doesn't come to school often. But in this 24th high school, she is present all the time, because she's so popular with the boys. There was once a male student for molesting Su Weiwei. That same day that male student was surrounded in the men's restroom and beaten so badly that he almost lost half his life. There was also a female classmate who got her face slashed with a pocket knife on the way home because she messed with Su Weiwei. From then on, very few people bothered to molest and disrespect schoolgirl Su. Well, you mean you don't apologize, do you? Su Weiwei asked the female classmate A with a smile. Right. So what if I scolded Zhang Nan in the first place? It's not like I'm the only one who scolded him. Are we going to make all of them apologize to him? Where did he get that big face? Female classmate A said with a disdainful look on her face. Su Weiwei looked at the female classmate A, and then looked at the name on the student ID card on her chest. Chen Mingji. Suddenly a gentle smile. You're so good looking. Chen Mingji didn't understand what Su Weiwei suddenly meant by saying this to self, but see each other no longer pay attention to self, turn his head to read, then muttered a sentence, Che, pretending to be noble, looks beautiful terrific. Oh. Su Weiwei's hand flipping through the book stopped for a moment and quickly returned to normal. When Zhang Nan returned to the classroom was silent. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes. Zhang Nan froze for a moment. Something on my face? I touched my face. It's pretty clean. The table next to him sat far away from him as he walked back to his seat. About as far as a table. Then his eyes didn't dare to look at Zhang Nan. That, Akika-san. You. Just as Zhang Nan opened his mouth to speak, Xuanxiang immediately shook her head. I don't know. I don't know anything, don't ask me. Jiang Nan. He just wanted to ask her if she had seen his math exercises. Forget it. Let's just find it ourselves. As soon as he sat down, just as he was about to put down his bag, he realized that there were some letters in his self-same desk. That's a rarity. Back in the day, he usually kept snakes, shit, or some disgusting shit in his desk. It was all put there by the people who screwed him over. Jiang Nan was a bit scared at first, but after much experience, it has become numb. He frowned, opening a few of the letters and reading them. Mr. Jiang Nan. Hello, I'm Ma Xiaohu from the class next to yours. I have offended you a lot before because I listened to some rumors, so I hope you will forgive me. I'll never be such an asshole again. I can see that the person who wrote the letter should have written it in a hurry. The handwriting is a bit scribbled. Ma Xiaohu? Could it be the same Ma Xiaohu who pressed his head and slammed it against the wall earlier? After reading a few more, almost all of them were apologies, and one or two were letters of confession. Jiang Nan didn't read them all and put them aside before ignoring them. He hated the feeling of being slapped in the face and then given a candy bar. Very unlikable. However, with only about a month to go before the college entrance exam, Jiang Nan did not want to cause any more trouble. Things are prioritized. All he wanted now was peace and quiet to study for his exams. When he's done with his high school exams, and then we'll do the math. When he couldn't sleep last night with his rambling thoughts, he borrowed a computer from Arisher and mined bitcoins for a long time. Bitcoin hadn't been out long at this point. No one knew how crazy it would go up a few years later, so no one takes it seriously at all. It's basically foreigners mining bitcoins at this point. You can buy over 1,000 of them for a few bucks now because they were just released and have almost no value. He remembers a fool trading 10,000 bitcoins for 2 pizzas shortly after. Later, the guy was teased as the biggest eater. Those 2 pizzas also became the most expensive pizzas, and by the time we got to in 2017, Bitcoin was insanely high. 1 Bitcoin rose to over $20,000. In his last year as PPO, it even rose to $69,000 per piece. Although it eventually plummeted again, it, too, has remained above $60,000. Therefore, Jiang Nan now wants to hurry up and make a crazy acquisition while Bitcoin is still worthless. This stuff is a lot easier and less stressful than real estate speculation. Spare yourself a lot of trouble in plain sight. Last night, he left a comment on the forums, $5 for 1,000 bitcoins. I didn't expect to be given 1,000 bitcoins in the middle of the night. There are even people who trade him hundreds of bitcoins for a Q coin or two. It's only been one night, and Jiang Nan has already acquired more than 3,000 bitcoins. If we wait until 2017, this is worth over 400 million renminbi. It's a great deal of money. Next, he's going to focus exclusively on the geezers on the extranet. Jiang Nan wanted to hoard it by the millions. This is the equivalent of hoarding a gold mine for yourself. Hey, a few million pieces. That's trillions of yuan. In this life, even if I spend money recklessly until I die, I won't be able to spend it all. Sometime, he'll have to register a foreign company first. The domain name should also be foreign, because by the time 2017 rolled around, trading Bitcoin was not allowed in the country. But you can't buy too much at once to avoid frying yourself, and then it's too late to cry. Moreover, it is better to buy backwards with some accounts and make your own big bank. When the time comes, sell it to the Kid Nation, the fake free country. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan's mouth never stopped. Also, I have to go to Zhang's house to move my account out. Thinking about it, Jiang Nan felt that the house is still necessary to buy. After all, there is a house to transfer the convenient point, although he can also move his account to the collective account of the university he will study in the future. But Jiang Nan didn't want to do that. He had money in his hands now, and could totally buy a villa in the capital for Sister Lan to live in. Then you can buy your own set for your family. At this point in time, villas in the capital that are between $5 to $8 million are already considered very nice. Waiting for a decade or so, the price of this villa can go up dozens to hundreds of times. However, Jiang Nan did not want to use all these funds on hand to invest in real estate. This money, which has a great use, how can it all be used to invest in real estate? The best way to generate money at the fastest rate possible. Of course, his task now was still to pass the college entrance exam first. After all, not having a college entrance exam in his last life was always a hurdle he couldn't get over in his heart. Thinking this way, Jiang Nan quieted himself and ignored the probing gazes around him. Immerse yourself in a sea of questions. As soon as Chen Xiancheng entered the classroom of the senior class, 1, this was what he saw. Almost all of the students focused their attention on Jiang Nan. They are either scared, worried, curious, or upset. Chen Xianshang coughed lightly, trying to turn those people's attention to himself. Those students immediately withdrew their self-same gazes on Zhang Nan when they heard Chen Xiansheng's voice. At this time, Chen Xiansheng slowly walked to the classroom next to the class wall newspaper column. He looked at the striking line on the class wall poster. Gently the line on the blackboard, countdown to the college entrance exam, 39 days. Change it to, countdown to the college entrance exam, 38 days. As soon as he's done changing, the entire senior class, wailed at once. Ah, another day missing. Time really flies. I feel like my head is in a muddle. Oh, I'm going to die today doing math exercises. I'm not even taking a shower this month. Gonna spend my shower time brushing up. Study committee member. Are you serious? It stinks so bad. What if we don't get into the exam room then? Looking at the group of wailing students in front of him, Chen Xiansheng pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said in a positive tone, "There's 38 days left, and you're all going to fuck me to death. If you can't make it to Qingbei, you have to make it to 985. Study hard for more than 10 years, just to become a Fei Hun one day. Go for it, go for it, go for it." The corner of Zhang Nan's mouth rose lightly as he listened to Chen Xiansheng's cry, which was a bit like that of a pyramid scheme leader. Chen Xiansheng is indeed a good teacher, always dedicated to the students. He helped students whenever he could and never found it troublesome. Often stay up late and work overtime, but also to organize the key exercises to the self-students to review. That's what led to Chen Xiansheng's sudden death in his last life. Zhang Nan had a hard time in his heart every time he thought about it. He didn't want such a good teacher to end up with an untimely death. Finding a time. He must talk to Mr. Chen properly now. Okay, everyone, stop wailing and hurry up to seize the last 38 days of golden time to seriously review and brush up. Hear that? All the students heard this forceful voice of Chen Xiansheng and answered in unison. I heard you. Chen Xiansheng saw that everyone's fighting spirit had been mobilized by self again, and grinned with great satisfaction. At that moment, he also saw Zhang Nan's eyes full of fighting spirit. He smiled in relief. Among this group of students, Zhang Xiansheng is most optimistic that Zhang Nan will be able to get into Tsinghua University, because Zhang Nan has played consistently over the past 3 years and has never fallen out of the top 3 in his grade. A lot of the time, it's leaping back and forth between first and second place. Even if he sometimes doesn't show up to class for a few days because of a bullying injury, still solidly in the top 2 as well. Over the past half a month, too many things had happened to Zhang Nan that people found shocking and inexplicable. It all worked out in the end though, but Chen Xiansheng is still afraid that it will affect Zhang Nan's mood and state. Therefore, he had planned to find Zhang Nan to enlighten him properly when he was in study hall in a while. But now, seeing Zhang Nan's look, Chen Xiansheng was relieved. At the same time, he appreciated Zhang Nan even more. The average student, after all this, has a lot of emotional ups and downs, which definitely affects the state. But Zhang Nan actually didn't. And a fighting face. But Chen Xiansheng thought about the hardships Zhang Nan had experienced along the way in the past few years. Then it was hard to realize a fact. It's been a half a month of turmoil. How could it compare to the abuse that Zhang Nan had experienced in the previous 3 years? After Chen Xiansheng gave everyone a pep talk, he went on to say some of the usual topics to be added to the focus of this college entrance exam. Soon it was time for school to end again. Zhang Nan quietly put away his books and put on the new bag Zhoulan bought for him. When I first came out of my senior year, a girl with a wow look came up to the front of the room. That girl has white skin and long legs. It was as if she was waiting for someone on purpose. As soon as he saw Zhang Nan come out, he stared straight at him. As she stared at Zhang Nan, all the students next to her were also looking at her. Wow, did I read it right? The person schoolgirl Su has just been waiting for is Zhang Nan? It should be. Didn't you see schoolmarm Su heading towards Zhang Nan? Su Weiwei ignored the whispers of those next to her. After she walked to stand in front of Zhang Nan, she smiled at him. Something wrong? When Zhang Nan saw Su Weiwei, as usual, he asked again politely. It's fine. Going home with you. Su Weiwei whispered back. Zhang Nan's eyes widened, thinking that self was hallucinating. What did you say? Su Weiwei still smiled gently. I forgot to tell you. I'm sharing a room with Ms. Zhoulan. From now on, we're housemates, so we can go home together after school. Zhang Nan froze. Going home with Ms. So, sharing a room with Su Weiwei? What's this with that? At Arashi's place, it's just 3 rooms. Now he was living with Arashir and the Red Beer, and there were already 3 of them, and it's still a room for 1 person. Why does Sister Lan still let this Su Weiwei live here? You said that you shared a room with Sister Lan? Chen Nan asked again for fear of mishearing himself. Su Weiwei nodded her head gently, with a hint of elation on her face, but it quickly disappeared again. Zhang Nan had nothing to say now. The house is Arashi's, and Arashir can share it with whoever she wants. No. Where will he live then? The living room? Thinking of this, Jiang Nan's mood was instantly not good. Oh, got it. Hearing Jiang Nan's resigned tone, Su Weiwei laughed out softly. You don't seem to be happy about it? Jiang Nan sniffed and smiled awkwardly. No, that house is my sister Lan's. I'll listen to her whatever she arranges. You listen to her all the time? It seems that you like her a lot. Su Weiwei murmured. Jiang Nan didn't hear it. Ha, what did you say? Nothing. We'll take the subway back together? Jiang Nan scratched his head. A bit of an unreal feeling. No, we hit the dirt. How can I be so good to let you? Su schoolgirl, and I squeezed the subway together. Su Weiwei smiled and nodded without objection. The pretty face of the watery, smooth face on the raised ground was full of suppressed joy. Her pupils reflected Jiang Nan's face. The look, and the boy she remembered, overlapped. She had been quietly following Jiang Nan's side, walking slowly out of the school side by side with him. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on her and Jiang Nan. Two backs stretched out, and the students who had been watching the two of them smacked their lips. Schoolgirl Su actually walked with Jiang Nan? What kind of explosion footage is this? That's when the boys of High School 24 heard the sound of their own hearts breaking. But at the same time, something else occurred to them. Jiang Nan has to get into trouble again now. When Jiang Nan returned home, I found that Zhou Lan had already prepared the meal. The 8-course meal was plentiful. Su Weiwei was surprised and glanced at Zhou Lan. Missy can actually cook? Moreover, it is still very intimate with Jiang Nan. Nan, from now on, Vivian will be our roommate. You have to treat people well. Zhou Lan's words blocked the words Jiang Nan wanted to ask out of his throat. Wow, the character that came this time is good. It's actually so watery looking. When the red beer saw Su Weiwei, she whistled a sour compliment and proceeded to watch TV. But the way she was sitting, it was just too much for a normal man to resist thinking about it. A low-cut sexy lace nightgown with the collar open so low that it all revealed a large portion of her breasts, obviously wearing a skirt. But she rested those long, thin, white, slippery legs on the coffee table in front of the sofa. That lace hemline still lifts up to the glistening white thighs. If Jiang Nan wanted to walk into the room to put his book bag away, he had to pass by the coffee table. Passing by the coffee table, you're sure to get a glimpse of that underskirt view of the red beer. Now, Jiang Nan had a bit of a hard time. He coughed. That, Sister Redbearer, could you sit down a little better? I'm going to walk back to my room. The red casket sniffed and her eyes finally shifted from the TV to Jiang Nan. What? Never seen a woman's underwear before? It's just a piece of cloth. Why are you shy? Are you still a virgin? After saying that, she even threw a teasing wink at Jiang Nan. Su Weiwei instantly had silk flames jumping in her pupils when she saw the teasing look of the red casket. The red casket noticed it right away, too. She returned a provocative look to Su Weiwei. What? Jiang Nan isn't yours. Why are you so angry? Su Weiwei also didn't bother to pay attention to the red casket. Put down the bag you're holding. Turning around, he went to help Zhou Lan wash the dishes. When Jiang Nan saw that the red beer did not have a single concern for him, he secretly sighed and had to give up. His eyes looked in the direction of the room and he walked across the coffee table counter without looking away. Just as he was about to get halfway there, a news story broadcast on a local TV station caught his attention. Today's news: a junior high school girl, who was seriously injured because of bullying by her schoolmates, is now in the hospital for resuscitation. This is our reporter, Zhang Xinlan, following up on junior girls bullied. Zhang Xinlan. Jiang Nan turned to look at the television. Then, take a seat next to the red beer. Hello, I'm Xinlan Zhang, a reporter from Guangzhou News Channel. Yesterday our station received a report from the public that a junior high school girl in a certain middle school was bullied by a number of girls to serious injury. Jiang Nan looked at Zhang Xinlan on the TV, and the expression on his face had changed from the mildness he had just shown to indifference. He looked at Zhang Xinlan, who had a microphone and was interviewing the victim's family about their situation and feelings. The victim girl's father's eyes were scarlet, and the anger underneath them could be strongly felt through the camera. But Zhang Xinlan didn't seem to notice. She seems to have asked some of the victim girl's family some unpleasant questions, causing the victim's family, on the spot, to refuse to cooperate with the story and kick her out of the hospital room. Zhang Xinran was kicked out on the spot and was so angry that her temper came up, only to see her start fabricating in front of the camera with a fake smile on her face. The kind of parents you have. The kind of kids you have. This parent is so grumpy. I'm sure his daughter is not a good student. Otherwise, why didn't those girls bully others? But only her? I heard that this girl has a very bad reputation in school, and at a young age she has already been having an affair with a number of boys. Zhang Xinlan has been in front of the camera making some of her points. No matter how much the staff member next to her prompted her not to say that, she ignored it, just wanting to get out the anger she had just suffered first. How dare a lowly pariah give her a look and kick her out? Humph. Then she, Zhang Xinran, would let them know what would happen if they offended her. Zhang Nan, who was in front of the TV, looked at her overbearing and willfully inverting black and white appearance and snorted coldly. Zhang Xinlan, I didn't think the day you did die would come so soon. Zhang Nan remembered that in his last life, Zhang Xinlan was planted in the hands of this victimized girl's father. The victimized girl, a good-looking, well-behaved student with good academic performance. It should have been rare for a girl like that to be bullied, but she did because a boy in her class liked her. She was then bullied by the boy's admirer, who called several girls together. Those girls were not human, they were evil. The horrible scars crisscrossed the girl's pretty face as they scratched it with knives. A lighter was used to burn the girl's head of hair, scorching her scalp all over. The skin on the body, none of which was intact, had been burned to the bone by those demons with a fire engine. Such heinous evil. Such an infuriating encounter. It was too much for the girl and her family to bear. Instead, the girls who did the evil were there because someone in their family was an official and someone was a rich local, thus avoiding punishment. No matter how much the girl's father reported it, it didn't work. What happened to the girl made some righteous citizens look the other way. Someone then dialed the local radio station's tip line, hoping that this would bring justice to the girl's family. Unfortunately, this act of justice, and this otherwise promising report, instead, it ushers in another demon, Zhang Xinlan. Because the girl's family kicked her out of the hospital room, Zhang Xinlan made some black-hearted comments in front of the camera. The girl's family, who were the original victims, were subjected to a lot of attacks and abuse. Those people, even in the hospital, cursed a lot of unspeakable slurs at the girl who had just woken up. Just look at her. She's a slut. Shameless. Hooking up at a young age. Little bitch, why don't you go to hell? That's right. That reporter Zhang is right. This little bitch is just too slutty for those girls to beat her. Why do you stay in this world if you're so shameless? Your family is no good. Those people curse every day. Straight away, the girl's family had to change hospitals several times, but it's still being fleshed out by those people. And put the girl's picture on the internet so that everyone can join in reviling the girl and the girl's family. In this way, the girl, who had just been rescued from the gates of hell, eventually could not withstand the verbal abuse and maltreatment. A suicide note was written and the syringe was removed. Jumped to his death. Such a beautiful, simple life. Just because of these rotten people. It's because of these damn waterboys and keyboard warriors. Let such a beautiful and simple life end in the shadows of these people. And as one of the culprits, Zhang Xinlan, more so, every time Zhang Nan thought of it, he wanted to fiercely slap her a few times. This woman is not a human being. She's an animal. However, thinking about the image of Zhang Xinlan being retaliated against by that girl's father in the end, his heart soothed a little more. Disgusting people have their own evil grind. Zhang Xinlan's bad karma is coming. Little Nan, hurry over to eat. Zhou unclasped the apron on her body while telling Zhang Nan, who was still in a daze, to hurry up and eat. Zhang Nan glanced at Zhang Xinlan, who was still smearing the victim's family. Pursing her lips together, she put her book bag away and then went to wash her hands for dinner. Su Weiwei also sat down quietly and served Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan's bowls with rice. Only not the red beers. The red beer looked askance at Su Weiwei and gave a light hum, pretending not to care. Zhang Nan took a bite of his meal and seemed to think of what had just happened to the girl on the TV, and his appetite suddenly became bad. What's the matter? Is today's meal not to your liking? Seeing that Zhang Nan only ate 1 or 2 mouthfuls of rice and didn't take much food, Zhou Lan asked with concern. No, I'm sure Arashi's cooking is delicious. It's just that I just watched the news and my mood has suffered a bit. Zhang Nan answered truthfully. Zhou Lan's watery eyes blinked as she sniffed. What was the news just now? She was cooking, didn't pay attention. At this point, the red beer then ate, while the news that she and Zhang Nan just watched, briefly described to Zhou Lan listened to. Zhou Lan listened, looking at the rice in Zhang Nan's bowl that hadn't moved much, a moment of quiet contemplation. If this isn't resolved, it will affect Nan's appetite. Thinking of this, Zhou Lan gave a wink to the red casket. Red bearer, you've got nothing to do tomorrow, so go to that hospital or whatever it is and see what's wrong with you. It's best to understand the condition and treat it if you can. The red beer, who had just taken a bite of the dish into her mouth, choked on her words. Can you express yourself properly? What do I need to see? Do I look sick? Can you not mindlessly spoil someone? It's so annoying. She couldn't help but mutter in a small voice at the thought. Spoil someone all the way to heaven. Even things like this don't matter. Zhang family villa. Today, everyone in the Zhang family was excited. Everyone dressed themselves up on purpose. The servants of the family, too, had already cleaned the Zhang family's villa since the day before. It was because they had received orders from Zhang Feng long ago. Today, the Zhang family is going to receive a very important VIP, so it must be taken seriously and not be sloppy. The servants of the Zhang family had rarely seen Zhang Feng pay so much attention, so it was evident that the status of this guest was extraordinary. So, they have raised their spirits to mess with the various details. Wang Feng is even more uneasy to stare a dozen times a day. This is a bad placement. That one for a change. It was hard, but finally the day came when the guests came. Zhang Feng went out early to greet Zhang Ming. When it was time for supper, with Wang Feng's cry, "Get ready, the honored guests are here," several sisters, Zhang Xinmei, nervously went forward to stand in the parlor. Zhang Hao's injury was not yet healed, and the thick gauze bandage on his buttocks was really unsightly, so Zhang Feng did not let him down. For this reason, Zhang Hao all but hated Zhang Nan in his heart, and the vicious woman who had sliced his ass flesh. Today, it's the most powerful person from the Zhang family coming to the Zhang family. That man called Zhang Ming was in existence that many people wanted to befriend. If he hadn't been injured, he could have used this to meet Zhang Ming. With his ability, he would definitely make Zhang Ming impressed with self. Unfortunately, he actually missed such a rare opportunity because he was injured. The more Zhang Hao thought, the more angry, can only smash things in the room to vent their anger. Soon, the honking of a car sounded at the entrance of the Zhang family villa. He was only accompanied by a group of bodyguards in Zhang Feng and Zhang Hong. Zhang Ming, who was dressed in a customized version of a Chinese mountain suit, walked slowly towards the Zhang family's meeting room with an indifferent expression. "Brother Ming, we can finally expect you here." As soon as Wang Feng saw Zhang Ming appear, she immediately smiled like a flower. That powdered face was full of compliments. Zhang Ming only nodded indifferently and said nonchalantly, "Trouble's sister-in-law." Then he walked in. That aura of an unruffled superior instantly subjugated everyone. Zhang Feng gave a wink to Wang Feng, who was smiling brightly, telling her to quickly stay to the side and not to be too high profile if nothing else. Wang Feng had long been intimidated by Zhang Ming's aura, so how could he dare to move forward? He hastily retreated and followed Zhang Feng. "Hello Uncle Ming." "Hello Uncle Ming." Zhang Xinmei led several people, Zhang Xinlun, to greet Zhang Ming with a well-behaved and generous face. Zhang Ming raised his eyes and looked around, his face still light. Yeah." After he said yes, he suddenly asked again as if he remembered something. "Zhang Feng, it seems like I've heard that you have a son, right?" When Zhang Feng saw Zhang Ming asking a question, he hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, named Zhang Hao, but Hauer was injured a bit too badly to see guests, so I let him recuperate upstairs. When he has recovered from his injuries, I will bring him to pay you a personal visit in person next time, Brother Ming." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ming didn't care, so he casually cared. "Seriously injured? Is it an illness or?" Zhang Feng's eyes flickered a few times, but he still didn't dare to hide anything from this powerful Zhang Ming. It was by a wicked woman. That woman's methods are very cruel. She can use poison, and she also sliced off a few slices of Hauer's but flesh. It's causing Hole to not be able to sit up properly right now." As soon as Zhang Feng's words fell, Zhang Ming raised an eyebrow. "Can use poison?" Zhang Feng nodded his head vigorously. "Yes, that woman is very skillful with poison. There were 7 or 8 of us who went, and all of them were poisoned without knowing it. My brother sent his men to sneak up on the woman a few times, but she found out and poisoned her blind." Zhang Ming became interested this time, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, I didn't realize that such a powerful person had come to Hero City. Can poison? Or is it a woman?" Zhang Ming thought for a moment, and his eyes suddenly glowed. Was the woman 24 or 25 years old, all dressed in red? Zhang Feng recalled it, and it was true. Right, does Ming know who she is? Zhang Ming pondered at this time. The expression was rare and serious. "I can't believe it's her. So that news is true." Zhang Ming had already guessed who the woman Zhang Feng was talking about was, in addition to the red casket woman, who was ranked 7th on the list of top killers. He will not make a second choice. "How did you get in trouble with her?" Zhang Ming didn't tell Zhang Feng about the origin and identity of the red casket. Instead, he asked Zhang Feng about the ins and outs of the matter. Seeing Zhang Ming's serious expression, Zhang Feng also became a bit nervous. Did that woman come from a horrible place? Thus, Zhang Feng told Zhang Ming on the spot about the situation that day. Of course, there are some additions in between. Zhang Ming didn't interrupt him, but listened quietly. After listening, Zhang Ming was silent for a while. In the end, he could not help but chastise Zhang Feng with an expression of incomprehension. "You've searched for that stray son of yours for so many years and finally got him back. Why don't you treat him well and kick him out? If that's the case, why did you guys even pick him up in the first place?" Zhang Feng heard that Zhang Ming's tone didn't seem to be very good. He panicked in his heart for a moment, somewhat regretting that he had told Zhang Ming all of these things, making Zhang Ming have a bad impression of him now. "Yes, It's that this rebellious son is too disobedient. I've already given him many chances. Zhang Feng hurriedly explained. Hearing that it was about the topic of Zhang Nan, Wang Feng on the side couldn't help but speak up as well. Yes, that brute steals, peeps, and beats people to death. We really can't afford to have such a bad seed like him in the house. Moreover, it was he who first raised himself to sever his relationship with us, and blackmailed our Zhang family for $100 million. This cheap bastard. Really? Wang Feng was still about to curse, when he realized that Zhang Feng was desperately giving Self a wink. She was unsure, but stopped cursing. Only then did she realize that Zhang Ming had, at some point, turned a bit ugly. Ha, you couples are odd. Zhang Ming let out a heckle and said this coldly. Immediately afterward, he looked around the Zhang family for a week. Secretly, he shook it. Then, turning to look at Zhang Hong, who was following him, he said, "Ah Hong, it's better to go to your place for tea." When he finished speaking, he stopped talking and wanted to get up and leave. Zhang Feng's heart thumped once he saw the sudden change in Zhang Ming's attitude. Secretly, it's not good. Brother Ming, my brother's family has already prepared a meal. You haven't eaten yet. Why don't you? Before Zhang Feng could finish his words, Zhang Ming raised his hand to stop his next words. No appetite. After saying that, he left with Zhang Hong without looking back. Zhang Feng froze in place for a moment. As Zhang Hong was leaving, he glanced at Zhang Feng's disoriented expression and shook his head. And Zhang Hong's expression of shaking his head landed in Zhang Feng's eyes. Another blow. He understood Zhang Hong's meaning too well. That was showing his disappointment in him. Zhang Hong was disappointed in him, and he could still remedy the situation. But Zhang Ming was disappointed in him. Zhang Feng. He would be ostracized by those clansmen in the Zhang family's clan in the future. This was because the current Zhang Ming was the weathervane of the Zhang family. Zhang Hong carefully accompanied Zhang Ming out of the Zhang family villa. After Zhang Ming had gotten into the Rolls-Royce, He Feng asked Zhang Ming with a puzzled expression. Second brother, is there anything wrong with Zhang Feng? Zhang Ming sniffed and looked out the window at the luxurious single-family house of Zhang Feng's family and coldly hummed. You're fine, or you should refrain from having too much contact with Zhang Feng. It won't be long before he has a big problem on his side. When Zhang Hong heard this, alarm bells went off in his heart. Is he messing with someone? Zhang Ming turned his eyes forward and spoke indifferently. Well, if the guess is right, he's messing with someone that I can't afford to mess with even at the moment. Zhang Ming's words were like a bomb blasted into Zhang Hong's ears. Someone even his second brother couldn't afford to mess with? This Zhang Feng, he's crazy. Second brother. I understand this Zhang Feng person. He usually doesn't dare to touch anyone stronger than himself when he encounters them. So how did he suddenly get into trouble with such a big shot? Is there something wrong with somewhere? Zhang Ming closed his eyes and meditated. That's a question for him. How can he throw away a real pearl and leave a fish pearl there as a treasure? And it offended that pearl to do so. Second brother. You mean the outcast who was kicked out by Zhang Feng? Zhang Hong then asked. Zhang Ming still closed his eyes and faintly Zhang Hong was even more confused now. What does this abandonment have to do with Zhang Feng's future decline? Zhang Ming saw that Zhang Hong hadn't figured it out yet, so he didn't plan to explain any further. He twirled the jade trigger on his thumb. The mind was calculating something. The red beer is in Hero City. Then she must be with Zhou Lan. And that outcast of Zhang Feng should be living with him. Ah Hong, help me find out all the information about that outcast Zhang Feng. The more detailed the better. Zhang Hong immediately nodded in agreement. Try to befriend the outcast if you can. Haven't you been moving back to the capital recently? Starting with this outcast will give you a surprise. Zhang Ming thought about it and attached another sentence. Then, there were no more words, and the eyes were completely closed thinking about something. That woman Yang Shui has been making a lot of moves lately. Zhou Zhentian actually hadn't let Zhou Lan go back yet, allowing Yang Shui to turn the Zhou family upside down. So what was Zhou Zhentian thinking? Zhang Feng stood in front of his villa. With a respectful face, he watched Zhang Ming leave, until after Zhang Ming and the others' vehicles disappeared from his sight. The respectful expression on his face only slowly shifted to a somber one. He should not have brought up that rebellious son today. Every time he's mentioned, nothing good happens. Zhang Feng, what's going on? How did that brother Ming suddenly leave? Wang Feng asked with a puzzled expression. Didn't you say you were coming over for dinner? Why are you suddenly leaving without even eating? Wouldn't all her preparations and busy work over the past few days have been for nothing? It was fine if Wang Feng didn't ask, but asking made Zhang Feng even more annoyed. I don't know. Zhang Feng threw down such a sentence before turning around with a gloomy face and walking back into the house. Hey, what's gotten into you? I've prepared so hard. It's not okay to ask. Wang Feng muttered in dissatisfaction as she followed him, but Zhang Feng ignored her and continued to walk back to his own study. It was only then that Zhang Xinmei's sisters dared to open their mouths to comfort Wang Feng. Mom, Dad is angry. Don't bother him first. Angry? Why? People just didn't stay for dinner. Why don't you just invite them over for dinner next time? Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju exchanged glances and let out a bitter smile. Mother was thinking too naively. That Mingbo is clearly not in the mood today. The minds of such characters are generally hard to guess. One second you're smiling with you. The next moment it's suddenly unhappy. The speed of that change of face was faster than turning a book. And if you mess with this kind of person, the relationship is usually a bit hard to repair, unless you have a benefit for him to exploit. Otherwise, why would they come back to your place for dinner next time? He doesn't need this meal? There's a long line of people who want to invite him, Zhang Ming, to dinner. If it wasn't for Uncle Hong, how could Zhang Ming come to the Zhang family? Wang Feng, a housewife who only knew how to buy luxury goods, did not understand these twists and turns. Seeing that Zhang Feng was angry, he didn't want to comfort. Instead, he asked the subordinates to bring up all the expensive and unusual delicacies that were originally prepared for Zhang Ming to eat, while loudly greeting Zhang Xinmei a few sisters to hurry to eat, while shouting, "Really in Gonglio? So wasteful." After shouting, he immediately picked some of the most delicious portions and served them up to Zhang Hao, her poor baby boy. But he didn't even have a chance to go downstairs in order not to be rude. Humph. If he had known that this was the outcome, then Zhang Ming might as well not have come. Son, baby, look what mommy brought up for you. Wang Feng had her subordinates bring the best parts of those top ingredients and set them in front of Zhang Hao. Ha, Mom, what are you doing up here? Hasn't Uncle Ming arrived? Zhang Hao blinked a pair of innocent eyes and asked. Hey, don't say it. He's gone. Wang Feng was angry in her heart as soon as she heard this matter being asked. Gone? So soon? Didn't you say you were coming over for dinner? I don't eat. I don't know what's going on. I asked your father a few questions, said some things, and then suddenly he left without eating. When Wang Feng said this, she remembered the image of Zhang Ming blaming her and Zhang Feng for not wanting Zhang Nan just now. All of a sudden, he became even more resentful towards Zhang Nan. Yes, it's all this beast's fault. It was because Zhang Ming had misunderstood that they had driven the beast away that he blamed them for being insensitive. With this in mind, Wang Feng told Zhang Hao what had just happened downstairs in its entirety. After hearing this, Zhang Hao's pupils flashed with a flash of thought. Mom, why don't you guys explain to Uncle Ming that it's all about ignorance on brother's side? We would like to explain but Zhang Ming he did not give the opportunity to explain to us your father was in a hurry. It's all that bitch's fault. Every time he's mentioned it's always bad. When Zhang Hao saw Wang Feng's gnashing of teeth, the previous gloom of not being able to go downstairs to meet his guests was swept away. Mom, how's it going with Dad now? Wang Feng rolled her eyes when she heard the word Zhang Feng. Being angry in the study. Useless man. It's worth getting angry over this little thing. Zhang Hao also probably understood when he heard this. Zhang Feng valued this meeting with Zhang Ming, and everything that was fine and dandy suddenly turned sour just by mentioning this bastard Zhang Nan. It's a wonder Zhang Feng doesn't hate Zhang Nan now. Just the thought of Zhang Feng disgusted Zhang Nan even more. Zhang Hao's mood became even better. Mom, you comfort Dad later. It's not easy for Dad. After all, it's all because of his brother that things got so bad. It's even harder for you, Mom. You've been busy up and down these past few days. Hao sees that you've lost weight. Zhang Hao touched Wang Feng's face heartily. When Wang Feng saw that Zhang Hao was so understanding, half of the displeasure she had just felt dissipated. This son of hers is truly a blessing sent down to her from God. It's still my Ho-chan who cares about mommy. You should hurry up and eat. Those tutors will be here soon. Wang Feng fed Zhang Hao with a loving face. Well, yes, my dear Mom. I will study hard and strive to get into Qingbei, and give our Zhang family a good name. When Wang Feng heard the words, to bring honor to the Zhang family, her chopstick hand shook a little. She was too vain to look Zhang Hao in the eyes. The mind had long since drifted off somewhere. To honor the Zhang family? Count on it. Sort of. This next period, Zhang Nan bought 2 computers with the best kind of configuration. One for a Bitcoin acquisition spree, one for watching movies. After his constant posting and mixing some QQ groups, without realizing it, he has collected more than 100,000 Bitcoins. Of course, get the most from the gringos. It only cost about $1,000 in total, but in exchange for hundreds of billions of dollars down the road. How does this deal look like a great deal? Without realizing it, another small half-month had passed. Everyone is mentally strained to prepare for the entrance exams and is making the final push. Zhang family Wang Feng side, but also invited the most famous local master teacher to give Zhang Hao estimate questions. Brush those. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju, who graduated from Qingbei, were also called back by Wang Feng to accompany Zhang Hao to brush up. Wang Feng has been giving Zhang Hao 10 whole tonic soups every day, changing them as if they don't need money. Jiang Xinmei looked at these and suddenly thought of Self's other brother, Jiang Nan. I wonder how Jiang Nan is doing it this time. I think he's trying to make the final push as well? Thinking of this, Jiang Xinmei went to the 24th middle school the next day to look for Jiang Nan. She was also carrying 2 lunchboxes in her hands. Inside there was the cordyceps soup that Wang Feng had made for Zhang Hao today, as well as some meals to replenish his body. She withdrew from Wang Feng yesterday and tricked her into getting a copy for herself to take to the company. Wang Fengkai packed one for her. Otherwise, usually these are first-type brother Zhang Hao. They several sisters also just drink Zhang Hao's leftover soup, but Jiang Xinmei didn't bother about that. After all, Zhang Hao did need to replenish his nutrients more than their sisters right now. Arrived at Jiang Nan's school, Jiang Xinmei asked the family's driver to pull over to the side as she carried her lunchbox and slowly walked towards the entrance of Jiang Nan's school not far away and waited. She had purposely picked the time when Jiang Nan was about to get out of school. Therefore, she didn't have to wait long before she saw Jiang Nan and a very pure and delicate-looking girl walking together. Jiang Nan. Jiang Xinmei immediately called out joyfully towards Jiang Nan. When Jiang Nan heard the voice and saw that it was Jiang Xinmei, he frowned and continued to walk forward without hitching a ride. Hey, Jiang Nan. Wait. I came to see you on purpose. Jiang Xinmei hurriedly chased after her. Jiang Nan cast a cold glance at Jiang Xinmei. Why are you looking at me? Do I know you well? Su Weiwei on one side froze for a moment when she saw this. She rarely saw Jiang Nan being so cold to people. He was a polite sort, though his expression was always light. Never a frowning, impatient look. As now, Jiang Nan. I know you still refuse to forgive us, but I'd like to say that we're all family. Even if we've broken bones we're still connected kind of thing. I don't want our relationship to be like that. Jiang Nan cut a sound. Do not even want to listen to the end. Directly lifted his feet and walked away. Jiang Xinmei's half-said words just choked in her throat. Jiang Nan. Big sister was wrong. Big sis shouldn't have thought of you that way before. And I'm sorry for what I did to you before. I'm sorry. Will you just forgive big sister? Jiang Xinmei said while chasing after Jiang Nan. But Jiang Nan acted as if he hadn't heard it and didn't even stop in his footsteps. Su Weiwei behind him also pursed her lips and followed him, not giving a single glance to Jiang Xinmei who kept apologizing. When Jiang Xinmei saw Jiang Nan like this, her heart was hard and she didn't know what she should do. Jiang Nan, can you forgive big sister? Big sister will definitely not treat you like that again. I promise. Jiang Nan sneered when he heard this. Forgive you? Could be. You told me to have someone beat you up every day for a week, and then go to your company every day and call you a cheap bastard, a beggar, a piece of trash, and then have to kneel in front of me every day, begging me to drink that stuff you bought, and I'll consider forgiving you. When Jiang Xinmei heard this, she drew a breath. Jiang Nan, I am your sister. How can you be so cruel to me like this? Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Xinmei's incredulous eyes and smiled. Jiang Xinmei, these are the moves you used on me before. Huh? What? Are you getting amnesia? It was okay for you to treat me like this before, but now it's not okay for me to treat you like this instead? And you're called cruel? Ha! Fuck off. Jiang Xinmei's face turned pale as soon as Jiang Nan's sentence "get lost" was uttered. She did treat Jiang Nan this way back then. But she didn't mean it. She just said it was all a misunderstanding. Jiang Nan, I really didn't mean it. You forgive me. At that moment, Jiang Nan raised his hand and beckoned to the dirt of one. When he heard Jiang Xinmei's words, he didn't bother to reply, and wanted to sit in on the dirt he was heading towards. Jiang Nan, wait, you take this back to eat first. This is the tonic soup that Mom made at noon for you. Jiang Xinmei saw that Jiang Nan had no intention of forgiving at all, and still insisted on leaving. Then she wanted to give the soup she brought over to Jiang Nan to take back for dinner. As long as Jiang Nan is willing to accept the soup she sent, at least her heart will feel better. However, Jiang Nan did not even look at the lunchbox in Jiang Xinmei's hand and coldly returned. There's no need for you to be hypocritical here. I'm afraid Wang Feng is poisoning it. After saying that, he told Su Weiwei to hurry up and get into the car, and then let the toaster drive away quickly. No, Mom is not like that. Our mom still loves you. Jiang Xinmei shouted out these words under her breath. Jiang Xinmei, aren't you vain for saying this? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Driver, please drive. Thank you. The toaster sniffed, so he embarrassedly said to Jiang Xinmei, pretty girl, please close the door. Many thanks. Jiang Xinmei looked at Jiang Nan who had a look of absolute indifference. Tears fell uncontrollably for a moment. Jiang Nan, do you really want to do this to big sister? I've apologized to you. Jiang Xinmei's heartbreaking expression made the toaster there unable to bear it. Jiang Xinmei, stop acting here. I don't eat this. Don't think you can fool me with this trick. I, Jiang Nan, am no longer the Jiang Nan of old. I remember clearly how you treated me before, And there's no way I'm going to forgive you guys. You'll get your comeuppance, believe me, soon. After saying that, Jiang Nan slammed the car door shut with force and once again coldly asked the driver to drive. The driver saw that Jiang Nan was angry and was afraid that he would complain against self, so he didn't dare to sympathize with Jiang Xinmei anymore and hurriedly drove away. Jiang Xinmei looked at the relentlessly distant exhaust. Thinking about Jiang Nan's cold words just now, her heart ached like pins and needles. The tears kept falling even more like a kite with broken strings. The 2 lunchboxes in his hands also became extra heavy. How did it come to this? How can he treat me like this when I've put down my identity to ask for his forgiveness? You used to like me so much, respect me so much, say I was your favorite big sister. How it's all changed now. Jiang Xinmei covered her face and couldn't help but cry out. When Jiang Xinmei returned to the Zhang family, Wang Feng saw her going out with her lunchbox, carry it back again in one piece. A moment of wonder. Mimi, didn't you say you were going to bring it to the office for dinner? Jiang Xinmei didn't say anything, and after giving the lunchbox to Wang Feng, she walked to the sofa and sat down with a wooden expression. Wang Feng took the lunchbox and opened it, realizing that the soup and rice inside were well untouched. Why haven't you touched it? This is mom's stew for a long time. Jiang Xinmei sat there in a daze as if she hadn't heard Wang Feng's nagging. Sitting there, she thought about what Jiang Nan had said again. Her nose flared and she buried her head in her bent knees, unable to stop her shoulders from shrugging. Mei, what's wrong with you? Seeing this abnormal behavior of Jiang Xinmei, Wang Feng hurriedly put down that lunchbox and walked to Jiang Xinmei's side. Jiang Xinmei heard her mother's concern. Her heart broke down and she burst into tears. Ouch! My big baby, who made you cry? Tell mommy. Mommy will help you out. Wang Feng was a little surprised to see her eldest daughter, who had always been strong, crying. Ever since Jiang Xinmei grew up, she was rarely seen crying. For being the oldest of several children, Jiang Xinmei had always been a good example of a big sister to the siblings underneath. That's why she's strong and good in everyone's eyes. The younger sisters at the bottom didn't know any better, so Wang Feng and Zhang Feng would use Jiang Xinmei as a positive teaching material, so that those younger daughters would learn more from Jiang Xinmei. But now, the always strong boss suddenly cried, instantly scaring Wang Feng. Good boy. Are you in some kind of trouble? Did your father scold you? Wang Feng asked as she gently stroked Jiang Xinmei's shoulder with one hand. Jiang Xinmei shook her head and didn't say anything. She also didn't dare to say that it was because Jiang Nan was making it hard for her. Jiang Xinmei knew her own mother's character. Originally, her mother was already disgusted with Jiang Nan. If she let her mother know that self went to Jiang Nan again, she was even scolded by Jiang Nan in return. With her mother's temper, she would definitely go and settle the score with Jiang Nan right away the next day. She didn't want to see that happen. Is that the department you're in charge of going out? Wang Feng asked again, guessing. Jiang Xinmei still shook her head and finally wiped her tears and squeezed out a smile. No, Mom, it's okay. I'm just having a hard time thinking about something and crying it out. Wang Feng looked at Jiang Xinmei's forced smile and asked a bit uneasily, is it really alright? Jiang Xinmei nodded with a smile. She really didn't want her mother to know that she was crying because of Jiang Nan. I'm glad you're okay. Go and drink the soup. You begged mommy for so long yesterday. She'll be heartbroken if you don't drink it. Wang Feng's heartache is not about those expensive soup ingredients, but the time she spent cooking herself. Would Jiang Xinmei not understand where Wang Feng's heartache was? She nodded with a bemused look on her face. Okay, I'm going to go change and come down for a drink later. Only then did Wang Feng nod in satisfaction. Just as Jiang Xinmei was about to get ready to go up. Ma'am, it's bad. Something's happened to second miss. An exclamation of surprise came all the way in from outside the villa. Wang Feng listened to the panicked voice. The heart beat wildly with unease. What's so presumptuous? Soon a man came running in, panting. That was Lu Yong, the driver who was usually responsible for taking Zhang Xinlan to work at the TV station. Ma'am, something big has happened to second miss. She's disfigured. She's been slashed several times. She's in the hospital right now to be rescued. As soon as Wang Feng heard this, his eyes went black. Ma'am, 7 days to the entrance exam. The countdown on the senior class, 1, wall poster changes every day. As the days of the college entrance exam get closer and closer, the entire senior class of the 24th high school, teachers and students, went into a tense atmosphere. For more than a week in a row, Jiang Nan has been attending school seriously and trying to brush up on the exercises of each subject. Something also happened at the 24th high school during that time. For example, a few days ago, a female student named Chen Minji from the senior class, 2, suddenly had her face scratched. Didn't come to school for days at a time. Then the family called the police and said they were being bullied at school. However, after investigating for several days, and also bringing in some people who were usually friends with Chen Minji for interrogation for a long time, there was no result. But, privately, some people circulated that it was Chen Mingji who offended the school flower that day, saying that he would not apologize to Zhang Nan or something. This rumor is getting more and more realistic. And today, the police came back to take Su Weiwei away. When Zhang Nan heard that Su Weiwei was taken away, he was a bit anxious for her. He had also heard those rumors, and he naturally didn't believe them. Not to mention the fact that Su Weiwei's kind of gentle character wouldn't do such a thing. It was Su Weiwei who couldn't possibly hurt that Chen Mingji for his sake. In the past half a month or so, although he went to and from school with Su Weiwei every day, the two of them didn't actually talk much. The topics are also all related to learning. He realized that Su Weiwei's memory was also amazing. There were some things that he only mentioned and turned around that he didn't even think much of, but she remembered them well. A girl with a high IQ and an amazing memory. It's hard not to admire. Zhang Nan looked out the window again. School was over after this class. He was going to go to the police station after school to see what was going on. It would be nice to at least have someone by her side. I heard from Sister Lan that Su Weiwei is also an orphan without parents. Mr. Zhang Nan, this is a letter that was just sent to you by the class next door, and I forgot to give it to you. At this time, the table mate Akira, who had always been afraid to speak to him. Suddenly several letters were handed towards Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan reached out to take it and said thank you. Akane laughed a little and busied herself with saying you're welcome. In the past few days, she had been observing Zhang Nan. It was found that Zhang Nan basically didn't pay much attention to others except for studying. When Zhang Nan was always bullied in the past, she used to look down on him too, and privately called him trash with some of her classmates. But since all that had happened in the meantime, she was no longer afraid to underestimate him. Zhang Nan didn't open those envelopes again. He had received far too many letters in the past half dozen or so months, all of which were nothing more than apologies, plus some confessionals. These things, he was too lazy to bother with right now. For those who have heard self, he wasn't so saintly as to do it so he could go with the wind. That's what dead people do. But he didn't want to go into active counter-retaliation right now, either. Since he had more important things to do, he put it on hold. When you're done with your exams, you'll be able to move your muscles again. With that thought, the school bell rang. Zhang Nan packed his school bag as usual and was about to take a dirt to the police station when Zhou Lan's call came. Nan, back for a bit. Pack up your stuff. Let's get ready to move. Zhang Nan froze. Moving? Don't you live well? But he didn't ask too many questions. Instead, he told Zhou Lan about Su Weiwei's visit to the police station, and expressed his desire to go to the police station to see what was going on first. There's no need to go. Vivian came back a long time ago, so hurry up and come back too. After saying that, Zhou Lan hung up the phone, leaving Zhang Nan holding his cell phone in the wind. Didn't Su Weiwei just go to the police station not long ago? Why are you going back so soon? By the distance from the police station to her residence, it would also take over an hour, and she had only been traveling for 2 hours. That's less than a cup of tea at the police station. Never mind. It's good that it's okay. Putting down his heart, Zhang Nan hit the dirt back to the new marketplace residence. When we arrived at the residence, we found several moving company vehicles already waiting downstairs. He first saw the red bear in a sexy hottie outfit, carrying a large suitcase and sitting on a stone bench under a tree eating a lollipop. When she saw Zhang Nan coming back, she immediately beckoned. Little Nan, hurry up and go pack up your broken books, or else your sister Lan will have to give them to the rag collector. Granny Wu, thank you for the reminder. Sister Red Casket, have you packed up yet? Zhang Nan asked back. He remembers that girls have a lot of stuff. What with a ton of clothes and shoes and bags and makeup, almost many times as much as boys. They movers have someone to pack. I'll just keep an eye on my baby. The red bear smiled and patted the oversized suitcase she was carrying. Inside, they are all the treasures she has developed over the years, which are much more valuable than her limited edition designer bags and jewelry. Zhang Nan sniffed, so he said nothing more, and after telling her, he immediately ran upstairs to pack his things. As soon as he arrived upstairs, he found Zhou Lan already packing his clothes. He saw Zhou Lan holding a pair of his own underwear and looking left and right, was hesitant to fold it up and put it in my suitcase. Zhang Nan's face rubbed red at the sight of those panties. That's what he wore last night because he had a wonderful wet dream and woke up in the morning with seminal emissions on it. He'd gotten up late in the morning and hadn't had time, so he'd casually left it there at the end of the bed, thinking he'd wash it when he got back from school. Sister Lan, I'll just clean it up. Zhang Nan took an arrow step up and took away the panties in her hand, blushing and stumbling over his words a few times. Zhou Lan would not know what he was shy about, and did not point it out, holding a meaningful smile. It's okay, I'm pretty much packed. You, wait until you get to your new place in a while. Remember to wash it otherwise it'll stink. Or else, wash it for me. Jiang Nan imagined the image of Zhou Lan washing her own underwear, and her heartbeat accelerated. Sister Erasure, no need, I'll wash myself. At this time, Su Weiwei carried 2 pieces of luggage past Jiang Nan's room. Hearing the two conversing, he looked at the panties in Jiang Nan's hand again. I don't know what came to mind, but my face instantly leapt red. Well, hurry up and pack up and let the movers move it down. Zhou Lan changed the subject. Sister Lan, why the sudden move? Jiang Nan couldn't help but ask. And there was no sign at all. Didn't tell him that in the morning either. It was so sudden. Not like it had been planned for the past few days, but like it had been decided in a hurry. On the spot, like he was running away from something. Oh, the landlord won't continue to rent to me, Zhou Lan replied while organizing her things. At that moment, the red bear who was carrying her suitcase up to get her things sniffed and secretly rolled her eyes. My sister is getting better at performing now. The land and houses in this area are in your name. Who can kick you out? However, the red bear thought of the words Zhou Lan had confided to her. Therefore, she also skimmed her mouth, and finally pretended to be deaf and dumb and walked to the balcony to put away the sexy lace lingerie drying on the balcony. Jiang Nan over here felt something was wrong when he heard Zhou Lan say that, but always with the belief that Erasure wouldn't lie to him. He didn't continue to dwell on the matter. I just cursed the landlord for not letting them move out sooner or later. Isn't that embarrassing? So where are we moving to now? Have you found a place yet? Jiang Nan watched Zhou Lan's few people busily cleaning up, and hurriedly joined in as well. Well, I've rented a villa near your school. Let's go there for a while. Let's make our next move when you finish your high school exams and see where you get in. Hearing this, Jiang Nan was moved to tears in his heart. Lan's sister, this means, in the future is to be self-centered. Okay, listen to Erasure. Jiang Nan didn't dawdle any longer and moved briskly to help move things. Since Zhou Lan had called many strong men to help, a few of them are only responsible for packing their own luggage can be put away. The few moving company employees will be carried down one by one on the big truck. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly as he looked at the huge pile of stuff from Sister Lan and Red Bearer. There's just a lot of girl stuff. A whole lot of mess. The afterglow glanced at the quiet Su Weiwei on the side. Jiang Nan could not help but be stunned. Okay, this girl is the exception. I only saw Su Weiwei had packed her own suitcase long ago. It's just a suitcase. There's not much left. After packing up her own, she quietly took the exercise book and looked at it carefully there. The crystal lamps in the room shone on her unpowdered face, inexplicably giving her a feeling of high purity and holiness. Only from a distance. Probably so. Little Nan, what are you waiting for? Hurry over and help me carry it down. The red bear, carrying her suitcase that never left her side, pretended to look delicate and feeble and purred daintily. If Jiang Nan hadn't seen her unblinking eyes when she poisoned, he would have almost been fooled by her appearance. Su Weiwei, who was reading a book, frowned those good-looking eyebrows when she heard the red bear's call. Suddenly, without a word, he walked up to the red casket, under the eyes of the red rope that looked puzzled, picked up the red rope suitcase, quickly walked to the balcony, and then threw downstairs a Su Weiwei, you, the red bear glared at Su Weiwei, puffing out her cheeks in a very angry and pissed off manner. Jiang Nan was startled. Rush out to the balcony to see if the box has been torn apart by the fall. When he looked downstairs, he froze. That precious box of the red casket is lying securely in the moving company's big van. Jiang Nan blinked. Is this supposed to be a coincidence? Someone tell him if this is a coincidence. The red bear is huffing and puffing and going down to find her suitcase. She warned in a voice only the two of them could hear as she passed by Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei, don't think I don't dare to beat you up. Su Weiwei had a calm expression. Come on, who's afraid? Zhou Lan looked at the two who seemed to be at odds from the start. It was also a momentary headache. Can't really figure out what the point is that these two see each other as bad. Is it because they're both on the hit list, so no one's going to be able to convince anyone? After several people cleaned up almost, Zhou Lan did not know where to drive a red Ferrari over to car them. Jiang Nan was shocked again in his heart. Is this his Erasure sister finally not wanting to pretend to be poor? Actually, after all this time together, Jiang Nan had long guessed that Sister Lan was not an ordinary person. Think about it, a great beauty at such a young age and with such a beautiful and dignified look. It can't just be a plain old sanitation worker. Moreover, he also knew that Sister Lan was a graduate of Qingbei. Such high education and looks. It's snapped up everywhere you go. As for the whole knowing Erasure is rich thing, it was really because some of the things that Sister Erasure used on a regular basis were really not something that an ordinary person could afford to use. Everywhere is understated luxury and compelling. Erasure doesn't explain her identity to him. He wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask, because he believed that one day, Erasure would tell him the reason. Maybe, it's just not a good time to talk about it. Zhou Lan glanced at Jiang Nan with his afterimage as he pulled out the car. Noticing Zhang Nan's calm face, she sighed inwardly. This guy still knows so much and never asks something that puts others in a difficult position. Self had better find an opportunity to properly explain Self's identity to Zhang Nan. But thinking of her multiple identities, she hesitated for a moment. Zhang Nan is just an ordinary person. Whichever one of her identities was known, it would not be good for him. The downtown area of Hiroshima City has a common problem that makes people very helpless. And that is, the traffic jam is very serious. It's only less than 10 kilometers and you could be stuck in traffic for half an hour or so. By the time Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan and the others arrived at their new residence, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Lan parked the car into the villa's garage. The movers, long ago, were already unloading their bags. Zhang Nan looked up at their new residence, a 3-story detached villa, built in a style much like a small medieval townhouse. The villa is quite large, at least 700 square feet or so, absolutely top of the line next to this inch of school district housing. Prices in Hiroshima should be around 10,000 this time of year. For villas, there was a king of villas in Hiroshima last year, a golf estate valued at $168 million. It has become the most expensive villa estate by force over the capital city and the Magic City. The villa that Zhou Lan had brought them to live in now was not that expensive, but it was across the street from Zhang Nan's school. Zhang Nan basically walks 5 minutes down the road to the school. It is really convenient. The villa is estimated to be at least 50 million upwards. Because it is a school district house and covers a large area, it is at least 3 or 4 times the size of a typical villa. Zhang Nan looked at Zhou Lan, who was directing the movers to get the luggage. Mentally, he sighed. Erasure, just how many more surprises are you waiting for me to discover? When the luggage is moved in, soon over came several servants and butler-like men. Ms. Zhou, hello, I'm your housekeeper. Zhou Lan also didn't treat them politely and told them to hurry up and help organize things. So the crowd got busy again. This busyness took until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Zhou Lan hurriedly told Zhang Nan to hurry up and go upstairs to bed. Nan, go up and choose your room first, and sleep in whichever one you like. Zhou Lan wiped the fine sweat on her forehead, her face turning red and attractive due to her busy schedule. I'm a guy. I'll sleep anywhere. You girls pick first. Zhang Nan always adheres to the principle of prioritizing women's soil. Let these 3 ancestors pick first. Especially that ancestor who can use poison. Count on you kid still knows how to gentrify the earth. It's not in vain that my sister I've been hurting you so much all this time. The red casket was pleased with Zhang Nan's performance. Then, without any ceremony at all, she was the first to run up. Leave the largest and most luxuriously decorated master room on the 2nd floor to Zhou Lan. Self has taken the master suite on the 3rd floor. After selecting it, he even glanced at Su Weiwei with a provocative face. Humph. It's nice to finally not have to share a room with a certain snoring pig. As soon as the red casket's words fell, Su Weiwei glanced at Zhang Nan, deeply afraid that he would believe the red casket's nonsense in general. Ergo, a cold glare was immediately shot at the red beer. Who are you calling a snorer? Speak big without fear of flashing your tongue. The red beer smiled cheekily. Yo, what's the rush? Whoever admits it is. What the hell? Come hit me if you don't want to. Su Weiwei pursed her lips and no longer took care of the red casket. Knowing that these two would not be able to fight for a while, Zhou Lan led Zhang Nan upstairs to choose a room. There were 12 rooms in the entire villa, and except for the 1st floor for the butler and the servants, the 2nd and 3rd floors were completely random. Zhang Nan thought that he would only stay for a month or two, because when he finished his exams, he was going to go over to the capital. We'll buy 2 more sets over there when the time comes, so I thought I'd just pick one at random and forget about it. Except the master suite is bigger anyway. The others are pretty much the same, all with ensuite bathrooms and checkrooms those. But Zhou Lan clearly doesn't think so. She personally chose a room for Zhang Nan that was close to her. When it's time to open up the next room, then you have more space here. Zhang Nan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Okay, looks like he was almost fooled by erasure again. What a rented villa. This is simply Lan's own villa. Otherwise, who would dare to open up a room in someone's landlord's villa? After Zhou Lan finished the sentence she just said, she realized with hindsight that she had lost her words in front of Zhang Nan again. Really? How come Self is always so relaxed when he is in front of Zhang Nan, talking without thinking? Sister Erasure is saying that when you make a lot of money later on and buy this place, then we'll play through. Zhang Nan laughed a few times. Okay, Sister Lan, if you like this place, I can buy it now as well. Sister Barbara, it's okay. If you want me to act with you, I can do that too. I'll pretend I didn't notice anything and play along with you. Well, as long as your acting skills aren't too bad. Buy what you want, rent what you want. Don't spend your little bit of money. Save it for your graduation business. Well, hurry up and get some rest. And that those panties of yours, hurry up and wash them, or else, they'll all stink. After saying that, Zhou Lan flew out of the room with a slightly uncomfortable face. Jiang Nan saw Zhou Lan's rare blushing and cute look, couldn't help but laugh. Then, from the plastic bag, Erasure actually put it in the plastic bag. Jiang Nan came close to smell. The smell is actually a little fresh. Jiang Nan, your book of language exercises. At that moment, Su Weiwei's voice suddenly sounded and suddenly stopped. Jiang Nan's hand that was sniffing the panties stopped. Awkwardly, he looked up and smiled awkwardly. Su Weiwei looked at the panties in Jiang Nan's hand and saw the fresh white on the black panties. When Jiang Nan awkwardly tried to explain to her, he heard a sentence. You're so perverted. The corner of Jiang Nan's mouth twitched, watching Su Weiwei immediately turn around and fall away. It was as if Jiang Nan was really some kind of pervert. Jiang Nan murmured breathlessly. Sniffing your own underwear makes you a pervert? Haven't you ever smelled your own panties? Beat me to it. Ah, that's not me. I can't be disfigured. No way. I must be dreaming. Yes, I'm dreaming. Zhang Xinlan looked at the repulsive self in the mirror and screamed out of control and fear. She was lying in a hospital bed with gauze tied in several places all over her body and gauze wrapped around her face. Wang Feng and Zhang Xinmei and the others had a hard time hearing her get so emotional. Lan, it's okay. When you're healed, mommy will take you to get fixed. Plastic surgery is so good these days. It will recover. But Wang Feng's comfort did not help in the slightest. Zhang Xinlan slammed the mirror in her hand to the ground with force, and the splattered shards scraped the ankle of Zhang Xinju, who was standing on the sidelines. That ankle immediately oozed red blood. However, when she saw Zhang Xinlan's maniacal appearance, her mouth opened and she ultimately did not say anything. It was just a bit farther away from Zhang Xinlan. Zhang Xinmei sighed and followed Wang Feng to comfort Zhang Xinlan. Second sister. Mom is right. Nowadays technology is so advanced. Let's find the best doctor to fix it. It will definitely be restored. All you have to do now is rest and get well. Zhang Xinlan didn't listen to anyone's persuasion. She thought of the ghastly wound on Self's face. Even if you do have the best cosmetic surgery, so what? There will still be visible scars in. Oh, I don't want to live anymore. What's the point of living in my condition? That bitchy man, he ruined me. Mom, he tried to ruin me. I didn't hurt him. Why is he doing this to me? I'm going to kill him. Zhang Xinmei sniffed and frowned. She knew who the man Zhang Xinlan was talking about was. In the past 2 days, their Zhang family has called the police, but no arrests were made. It was as if the man had disappeared without a trace. A middle school in Guangqing City has seen a spate of murders in the past 2 days. The police investigated and it was the man who killed them all. A total of 2 junior high school girls were killed, both of whom were burned to death with horrific premortem symptoms. There are also 3 girls with burnt hair, disfigured faces and dozens of stab wounds on their bodies who are still undergoing resuscitation at Thilku. The modus operandi is extremely brutal. Zhang Xinlan was protected by a driver by her side at the time, so by counting, she was much less injured than those schoolgirls. After all, that man, at that time, was running to take Zhang Xinlan's life. Zhang Xinmei went to understand the case, only to realize that Self's sister is really a disaster. If True Orchid wasn't her own sister, she'd be tempted to add, deservedly so. The man who tried to kill her sister is called Lin Wenbin. It was supposed to be an honest pasta store owner. His wife died of cancer a few years ago. Only he and his daughter were left behind. The daughter's name is Lin Jinjin, junior in a middle school. She is very good in school, good looking and understanding. The man's family loved her. The teacher likes her too. But because there is a good-looking boy in the class who likes Lin Jinjin, it aroused the jealousy of another female classmate whose family was an official. That female classmate then called a few girls and together they bullied Lin Jinjin. Those girls were pretty brutal. The burning destroyed the girl's head of hair, causing the scalp to be completely charred. They also disfigured the girl's face and stabbed her dozens of times in hidden parts of her body. Never get pregnant again. No longer able to urinate and defecate like a normal person. It also made Lin Jinjin almost die at that time. Lin Wenbin's heart ached like crazy overnight. He called the police a dozen times in a row in those days, but all you get is to wait for the results of the investigation. Waiting and waiting, but in the end it's not enough evidence. Or the abuser is under the age of 14 and cannot be administratively penalized under the law. Yes, those girls who bullied Lin Jinjin were only a few months shy of turning 14. And then, nothing more. What happened to Lin Wenbin's family made some members of the public feel heartbroken. So they called and reported it to the local TV station. I hope the media will intervene and do justice to the Lin family. Such heinous behavior. Anyone with a conscience would be heartbroken to see it. But when Zhang Xinlan's side received a report to go to the scene for an interview, some of the words asked made the Lin family feel disrespected and insulted by Lin Jinjin. May I ask the victim's family if your daughter often stayed out at night and misbehaved? I heard that your daughter doesn't fit in at school and always dresses up to try to get boys' attention? I heard that your daughter often bullied other classmates at school on the basis of her good academic performance, and that's why she caused those classmates to retaliate? Lin Wenbin saw that Zhang Xinlan was getting more and more outrageous, and that it was all hearsay. It's not even about justice. Instead, it's made to look like you're here to make false accusations. Thinking this way, Lin Wenbin's already sad and upset emotions exploded at once, telling Zhang Xinlan to get out on the spot. Zhang Xinlan, who had always been pampered, had never suffered such anger. Then in front of the camera, began to denigrate Lin Jinjin and Lin Wenbin. This is not the end. Go back to the Zhang Xinlan more and more angry. On the same day, she dedicated a story on her personal social media platform to denigrating Lin Jinjin. This report came out. The parents of those abusers immediately retweeted it. Two rich and powerful parents, but also hired internet water army crazy retweeting, commenting, denigrating Lin Jinjin. Just like that, an otherwise innocent victim. It's become a street rat for everyone. Those people also human flesh out Lin Jinjin received treatment hospital. So Lin Jinjin family was forced to stop and change hospitals. The victim, Lin Jinjin herself, was subjected to incessant abuse and attacks. Not yet 14 years old. She was so helpless and scared. Why is she not the one at fault? Yet those people come and abuse and attack her. Why is it not her fault that those people call themselves dirty bitches? Why? In the end, Lin Jinjin jumped off the building. The suicide note left behind reads, "Dad, I'm so tired. Please forgive Makoto for not being able to grow old with you. You must take good care of yourself. Live well for Jinjin. Dad, they're horrible. Really can't top that. Dad, they're at it again." Zhang Xinmei couldn't help but sigh softly when she thought of this poor girl. What happened after that got out of hand? After Lin Wenbin cremated Lin Jinjin, he launched a frantic revenge. None of those who had bullied his daughter had been spared. He used the way those girls once brutalized Lin Jinjin, doubled back on them. "Xinlan, don't worry, Dad has already sent people out to look for it. He will definitely catch that Lin Wenbin and help you take revenge." Zhang Xinmei heard Zhang Feng's voice and was busy snapping out of her contemplation. "Dad, oh, you must help me get revenge. Catch that son of a bitch and I'll stab him to death." Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Xinlan, whose state had gone insane, and secretly sighed in pity. This daughter, it's no longer useful. Lin Wenbin murder case. Like a nuclear bomb. It has attracted widespread attention from the entire population. Everyone spat at Lin Wenbin's cruelty. My God, those kids are 14 years old. This person is really worse than an animal, actually having the heart to murder so many people. Catch the killer and give the girls justice. Lin Wenbin looked at the television with an expressionless face. Look at the faces of the citizens on TV who are being interviewed on the street and make a point of abusing him. At this time, Lin Wenbin's hands and feet were tied tightly. Couldn't break free at all. Zhang Nan, who was struggling to brush up on the questions on the side, seeing that Lin Wenbin's lips were a bit dry, he remembered that he hadn't drunk any water for a long time. Then he got up and went to pour a cup of warm boiled water for Lin Wenbin. It's the weekend. It's also the last weekend before high school. Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei had just gone out to purchase ingredients, said it was a big meal before the exam. Nourish your energy to do better on the test. So now it's just him and the red casket left in the house. Those housekeeper servants were also fired by Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan felt that the red casket and Su Weiwei were special. Some of the moves sometimes, for fear of scaring those people. It wouldn't be good to cause some unnecessary trouble then. The villa is big, but having a bellhop clean it 3 times a week is about right. Little Nan, he's very hostile right now. I advise you not to go near him yo. The red bear lay on the couch, crossing her legs in an arrogant pose and eating a lollipop. Lin Wenbin's gaze went to her when he heard the red casket's words. There was respect in the scarlet pupils. He would have been well hidden, but this woman found it. He was once retired from the special forces and is quite good at fighting, but when he met this woman, he was simply powerless to fight. Just drink the water with the straw. Zhang Nan ignored the red bear's dissuasion and still poured a cup of warm boiled water, placing it on the table next to Lin Wenbin. As long as Lin Wenbin turned around, he could drink. However, Lin Wenbin didn't even look at the water that Zhang Nan poured. Once again, he coldly inquired, "Are you sent by them?" Zhang Nan shrugged his shoulders when he saw the wariness and suspicion in Lin Wenbin's eyes. "We don't understand who you're talking about them, but we invited you over to protect you." Lin Wenbin looked askance at Zhang Nan and the others and snorted coldly. "Protect me? Do you guys realize you're committing a crime? Harboring a criminal is a punishable offense." Yo sentence I'm so scared yo. The red bear had a scared look on her face, covering her sexy plump breasts, and yo weirdly screamed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan returned to your bored look to her. He, auntie is not even afraid of killing. but still afraid of sentencing? Hey, those criminal laws are only useful for law-abiding people. For people like me, they're just for show. After finishing her speech, the red bear threw another wink at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan saw no reason to ignore it. He knew that his sister, the red casket, always liked to flirt with him when she had something to do. Yes, molestation. Probably because he was the only male out of several. Here's how Nanjiang understands it. What exactly do you guys want? Lin Wenbin didn't want to listen to the red casket's nonsense and went straight to the point. The red bear smiled and nudged her small mouth towards Jiang Nan's side. Ask him, he's the one who asked me to save you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you. Lin Wenbin was choked for a moment. His expression remained unchanged as he stared at Jiang Nan with hostile eyes. Jiang Nan didn't feel scared when he stared at him like that, because those eyes, they were similar to the eyes he had on the day he was reborn last month, all with the ruthlessness of screwing each other regardless of the odds. Mr. Lin, I can understand what happened to your daughter because I was once a bully in school. I know all too well the pain of being abused, beaten, and set up. So, your revenge, which I personally feel is right. If I were you, I'd probably still get revenge on the whole world. Jiang Nan wasn't being alarmist. He had also stood in Lin Wenbin's position and thought differently. Self's only daughter is being abused like this. Not only did the abuser not apologize one iota, not even the so-called law can protect itself. Let those people, once again, attack and hurt Self's daughter. What was wrong with his daughter from the beginning to the end? Why should I be subjected to the vicious abuse and treatment of these people? Finally forced his own daughter to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Since you guys are so desperate for my daughter, then I will punish you with evil. Jiang Nan's words caused that wariness in Lin Wenbin's eyes to diminish a bit. Let me go. I have someone left to kill. Kill her and I'll go stay with True Makoto. She's alone. She'll be scared. Lin Wenbin's voice was choked with emotion. The slender hand of the red bear holding the lollipop gave a start, as if thinking of something from the past. Those flirtatious eyes dimmed instantly. Jiang Nan didn't notice the change in the red casket. His attention was on Lin Wenbin. Hearing that Lin Wenbin was still going to kill people, he frowned. The person you're talking about, isn't her name Zhang Xinlan? When Lin Wenbin heard Zhang Xinlan's name, the scarlet in the bottom of his eyes once again overflowed his entire pair of eyes. The hospital where Zhang Xinlan stayed was the best tertiary hospital in the entire city of Guang. Because this hospital has good security, that's why the Zhang family picked it. Now that murderer Lin Wenbin hasn't been caught yet, everyone in the Zhang family was afraid that that pervert would come back to kill Zhang Xinlan again. Therefore, Zhang Feng spent a lot of money to hire several bodyguards to protect Zhang Xinlan 24 hours a day. At this time, Zhang Xinlan has received a facelift. The stitches have not been removed yet, and I try to talk as little as possible. Zhang Hao, whose ass had not yet recovered, also came to visit Zhang Xinlan on this day. He's in the middle of a full-on college entrance exam and hadn't wanted to come, but hear that the whole family came to visit. He was the only one who didn't come for fear that the Zhang family would say he was cold-blooded, so he had to come. Second sister. God, why are you hurt like this? Brother looks so heartbroken. As soon as Zhang Hao arrived, he was filled with heartache and sadness. Zhang Xinlan saw that his favorite brother had also taken the time to come. The heart is happy. How? What are you doing over here? Hurry back and prepare for the exam. You should do well in the exams. Get into Qingbei, and bring honor to our Zhang family. And let that bitch Zhang Nan see the good genes of our Zhang family. Zhang Xinju, who was peeling an apple at the side, secretly shook her head at the words. This second sister is really something. She has hurt herself like this, but she still doesn't forget to step on that Zhang Nan. Think of Zhang Nan. Zhang Xinju's hand stopped. Yesterday, Zhang Xinmei gave Self a diary when she passed by her room. She said it's Zhang Nan's. She dropped the journal as soon as she did then, but Zhang Xinmei picked it up and said to her in a despondent tone, Xinju, he once liked you very much. He said, you are the most fragrant of all sisters. He loves being near you because you have a scent that soothes the wounds of being bullied at school. Xinju, Zhang Nan, he doesn't stink. He really doesn't. He goes to take a shower first thing every time he comes back from school in order not to make you feel smelly. And he gets up in the morning to take a shower too, sometimes several times a day. At that time, Zhang Xinju was silent for a moment when she heard these words from Zhang Xinmei. He said she smelled the best of all the sisters? Shinobu, what should we do? We all hurt him. Now that Xinlan is in this state. Is this the retribution Zhang Nan was talking about? Hello? The patient is now going to have her stitches removed and sterilized for a dressing change, so please go out and wait outside for a moment. At that moment, a male doctor with a somewhat thin build, wearing glasses and a mask, came in and said, there were only Zhang Xinju and Zhang Hao in the ward now. Wang Feng went back to make soup for Zhang Xinlan. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinjue and the others also went back to change their clothes, leaving Zhang Xinju and Zhang Hao on top first. Things are tricky at Zhang Feng's company, so there's no way to come and babysit every day. Xinlan, you cooperate with the doctor to remove the stitches first, we'll wait outside. Zhang Xinju gave the peeled apple to Zhang Hao in passing while admonishing Zhang Xinlan. Zhang Xinlan nodded in agreement. Aha! How? Mom and sister and the girls will be fine here, so hurry back and brush up. Zhang Hao couldn't wait for Zhang Xinlan to say this. The smell of medicinal water here disgusted him. Okay, Xiao Hao listened to Sister Lan. Sister Lan, you have to get well and don't think too much. Dad's already putting in extra manpower to find that murderer, and I'm sure we'll get results soon. Hearing Zhang Hao's words, Zhang Xinlan's emotions flared up again. Okay, find that bitch of a man and I'm going to skin him to the bone. By this time, the doctor on the sidelines had set up the sterilizing tools on hand. He expressionlessly glanced at Zhang Xinlan before turning his head again. His tone flat as he once again told Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinju to go out. Zhang Xinju and Zhang Hao sniffed and hurriedly nodded their heads and went out. Because some of Zhang Xinlan's wounds are quite deep, they have to be sterilized every day. When the two Zhang Xinju went out, the male doctor first shot a potion on Zhang Xinlan's arm. Zhang Xinlan didn't ask what it was. She didn't know anything about it when asked. It's just a local anesthetic. Doctor, in my condition, about how long will it take to get out of the hospital? Zhang Xinlan did not know how long she would have to stay in this situation, so she asked for an approximate time to prepare her heart. Only, when she opened her mouth to speak, she realized that her self-voice had become so small, and her body was getting weaker and weaker feeling. What kind of anesthetic is this? Is it that effective? The male doctor didn't say anything when he heard Zhang Xinlan's question. Another potion was injected into Zhang Xinlan's other arm. At this point, Zhang Xinlan felt something was wrong. Isn't it usually the slightly chubby male doctor without glasses who sterilizes them? And he usually has an assistant with him, who removes her stitches and doesn't really use needles. Why? Why don't you say something? How? Why do I feel so tired and sleepy? You, who are you? As Zhang Xinlan spoke, her eyes suddenly closed. Then, no more movement. The male doctor looked at Zhang Xinlan indifferently, the bottom of his calm eyes once again replaced by scarlet. He quietly collected his tools, then opened the door and walked out of the hospital room. Zhang Xinju and Zhang Hao saw him come out and glanced at Zhang Xinlan, who seemed to be asleep with her eyes closed. In a small voice, he asked, Doctor, what is my sister? The patient was just anesthetized and is now asleep. You guys wait outside until she wakes up from her nap before you go in. Zhang Xinju sniffed and immediately nodded in agreement. She looked at the sleeping Zhang Xinlan inside. It's good to let second sister sleep more. She'd had so many mood swings in the last few days that she hadn't slept properly. Zhang Xinju thought in this way, and was just about to say thank you to the doctor when the male doctor suddenly took off his mask. Riley, he smiled at her. Zhang Xinju frowned a bit uncertainly, but when she got a better look at the face, her pupils dilated. Lin Wenbin. Zhang Xinju didn't have time to scream out. Then Lin Wenbin spat out blood and fell to the ground headfirst. The moment he closed his eyes, he smiled in relief. Jinjin, Daddy's here to keep you company. Dad is also tired. So tired. Zhang Xinju and Zhang Hao were startled. It all came so suddenly. Dead man. Call the police. Today's news. According to our reporter on the spot, the crazy murderer Lin Wenbin in recent times, today in the city of 3 hospitals have taken poison to commit suicide. Lin Wenbin sneaked into the hospital through numerous obstacles and deliberately poisoned and mutilated Zhang Momu, a reporter of this station, resulting in Zhang Momu is now in a coma. According to the expert diagnosis results, Zhang Momu in an unknown poison. This poison can cause a person to be paralyzed for life. The current medical technology no one can solve. A case of bullying that triggered such tragic consequences. The matter should be worthy of deeper reflection and focus on school bullying. Zhang Nan held a book in his hand and looked on with a calm face. It seems to be unaffected in the slightest. Zhang Xinlan, this is your retribution. It's your retribution for having no one in your sight and an evil heart. Red Bearer, go and switch Lin Wenbin back tomorrow. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the families of that Zhang family and the other girls to demand a flogging on the spot. Zhou Lan looked at the news on the TV and ordered the red casket in a low voice. When the Red Bear heard this, she skimmed her lips. How troublesome. I can't figure out what you guys are being so special to that Lin Wenbin for. That's just an ice ballast. Zhou Lan laughed. Who let you fail to do a good job before and ended up making that little girl jump off a building? The Red Bear sniffed and screamed with an aggrieved face. I say sister yo, I only know how to poison, but I don't know how to comfort people. Even if I persuade that little girl for a moment, I can't watch her for the rest of my life. Her heart has been broken by the world with 1,000 holes. She has long despaired of the world. No one can persuade her. The Red Bear sighed even as she spoke of it. In fact, she had been following Lin Jinjin for a long time and had cheered her on several times. It's just that Lin Wenbin doesn't know. Still, she underestimated the power of words to kill. The reason why she was so cooperative in helping Lin Wenbin fake his death was also out of guilt that Self hadn't been able to save Lin Jinjin in the first place. It's all your fault, Zhang Nan. It's okay to be so sympathetic. The red bear looked furious and vicious, wailing at Zhang Nan. Sister Red Gator, you should be thanking me. Zhang Nan smiled and said to Red Gator, thank you, I'm dying of guilt now. The red bear glared at Zhang Nan. No, Sister Red Casket, you don't have to feel guilty. Lin Jinjin will thank you in heaven because you saved her dearest father. She must have wished her dad well. Zhang Nan sighed. He's really not wrong. In his last life, Lin Wenbin killed himself after taking revenge. 1 case of bullying, 4 deaths. Not to be outdone. In her last life, Zhang Xinlan was not seriously injured, and recovered quickly under the care of the Zhang family. Then she popped back up and joined forces with the parents of those bullying girls to write and curse at the dead father and daughter of Lin Wenbin and Lin Jinjin. Let Lin Wenbin and Lin Jinjin have no peace even after death. Today, 3 times, thanks to the support of brothers and sisters and power with love. Give Junzi a favorable review. Originally, Zhang Nan was not going to care about this matter, but think of that poor girl. To think that Lin Wenbin, who sought justice for his own daughter in such an extreme way, ended up leaving in such a humiliating way. Zhang Nan wouldn't be able to deal with it calmly. The world kissed me with evil. Why do I still treat them with kindness? So when Lin Wenbin said he wanted to go kill Zhang Xinlan, Zhang Nan did not object at all because Zhang Xinlan was his blood relative. In Zhang Nan's heart, he has no family in this life. His bloodline affinity for the Zhang family had been abused cleanly by the Zhang family back in his last life. But after Lin Wenbin realized that Zhang Xinlan was Zhang Nan's real sister, he smoked a cigarette outside the door that night. When she came back, she asked the red bear if there was any poison that could keep a person alive but paralyze her for the rest of her life. How could Zhang Nan not understand Lin Wenbin's thoughts when he heard this? He must have wanted to kill Zhang Xinlan. However, because Zhang Xinlan is her sister, she was merciful and did not take Zhang Xinlan's life. Zhang Nan didn't say anything. Anyway, in his heart, Zhang Xinlan living paralyzed like this was more devastating to her than dying. A woman who grew up high and mighty, in fine clothes, suddenly like a dead man. He eats, drinks and sleeps in bed. Days and days of such agonizing agony. It may not be long before she boils down to a nervous wreck. After listening to Zhang Nan's words, the red cripple felt that he had indeed done a good deed. She remembers that when Self went to visit Jinjin, the most she heard her say was that she was worried that her father would do something stupid for her. In fact, Jinjin was able to hold out for so long during that period of time without getting lighter, purely to keep her father from worrying and grieving. What a heartbreaking girl who knows her stuff. The red bear sighed at the thought, looking lost, and pulled another lollipop out of her ample breasts to eat. Sister Red Bear, aren't you tired of eating lollipops every day? So sweet. Zhang Nan finally couldn't help but ask this question that had puzzled him for quite some time. It's so sweet and cloying, I can't figure out why Red Riding Hood eats it every day. Aren't you afraid of losing all your teeth? The world is so bitter. Don't you want me to die of bitterness if you don't balance it back with more sweetness? Zhang Nan smiled bitterly when he heard this from the red casket. Seems like, makes quite a bit of sense. Zhou Lan, who had just returned from a phone call, saw Zhang Nan's bitter expression. She thought for a moment and suddenly came with a smile. Do you think the red bear is really eating lollipops? Red bear, give Nan one too, so he can taste what you've been eating every day. When the red bear heard Zhou Lan give the word, how could she dare to disobey? He pulled another lollipop out of her ample breasts. Seeing this, Su Weiwei on the side disdainfully rolled those good-looking white eyes. Big boobs are great. Day in and day out. Selling boobs there. Another peek at Self. It's not that small. It's just not as big as hers. Do you want to give yourself a whole boba? Seems like men like this one, but thought better of it. Fake is fake. Not as soft and touchable as her own hand. Although Zhang Nan saw the red bear taking lollipops out of her breasts every day, she couldn't help but blush every time she saw it. The red bear saw Zhang Nan's embarrassed look. Smiling cheekily, he then helped Zhang Nan peel off the outer wrapper. Twisting her sexy, stiff ass, she came to Zhang Nan's face. Nanny, come open your mouth Nan Zhang. Su Weiwei frowned in displeasure. Zhou Lan smiled helplessly. Sister Red Ribbon, I'll just do it myself. No need to trouble you. Zhang Nan reached out and took the lollipop and quickly threw it into his mouth to hide his embarrassment. Originally he thought he should have tasted a sweet flavor soon. Unexpectedly, a powerful choking flavor exploded on Zhang Nan's tongue. Zhang Nan was choking so much that he spewed out tears. He spat the thing out in one hasty gulp. Ahem! Spitting it out was followed by a violent coughing fit. Oops, you're such a waste. The red beer had a heartbroken look on her face. Nice and spicy. Is this the, ahem, lollipop you eat every day? Tears really welled up in Jiang Nan's eyes now. Su Weiwei hurriedly poured a glass of water for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan didn't have time to say thank you, and reached over and drank vigorously. Yeah, sweet? The red beer asked with a grin. Jiang Nan, who had just slowed down, gave her a speechless expression. Zhou Lan let out a light laugh. This is a special effects pill that the red beer got herself. Every day you have to eat a few of them on time. Sister, you're exposing my secrets. The red beer pouted in dissatisfaction towards Zhou Lan. It's fine. Xiao Nan is not an outsider, Zhou Lan said, picking up the recipe in her hand, then asked Jiang Nan what kind of dish she wanted to eat. Jiang Nan looked at Zhou Lan, who was not worried about anything and looked as if she had aged well, and his heart could not help but be filled with a softness. Well, his Arisher sister deserves to live a kind of carefree life. Jiang Nan, you have to cheer up. I will strive to give Arisher this kind of life without being disturbed by the outside world in the future. Day 2. A frozen corpse appeared in front of Jiang Nan and Zhou Lan. After the red casket let the men carrying the corpse leave, he poured a bottle of black liquid into the mouth of the corpse. Jiang Nan stared carefully with his eyes wide open. After a while, the corpse moved its arms and legs a few times. Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows. If he didn't know better, he'd probably think he'd seen a swindle right now. The corpse moved a few times before slowly opening its eyes. Then the eyes rolled back. Upon seeing Jiang Nan's enlarged face, he froze. I'm alive? Corpses? Lin Wenbin asked, opening his mouth. Jiang Nan hurriedly nodded to him. Mr. Lin, you're still alive. Lin Wenbin sniffed and slowly sat up. The eyes were dull. And what are you doing waking me up a sinner? My daughter is dead. What's the point of me living in this world? Seeing Lin Wenbin's lifeless look, the red beer frowned and raised his voice. Who says it doesn't make sense? Have you forgotten your daughter's last wish before she left? She wanted her favorite dad to live well. Lin Wenbin sniffed and thought of the words his daughter had said to him before she died. Dad, promise Xinjin not to do anything stupid, okay? Xinjin wants his father to be good, and it would be better to have a little Xinjin in the future. Dad, Mom must be hoping for the same thing, right? Xinjin misses her mom. Mom should miss Xinjin over there too, right? Dad, Xinjin loves you if there is an afterlife. Xinjin will be your daughter again, in the next life, and the next life after that, okay? Thinking about it, Lin Wenbin couldn't help his shoulders shaking and his voice choking up. My wife is dead and True is gone. My only hope of living is gone. I live on this earth as a sinner. Jiang Nan sniffed and immediately shook his head to deny Lin Wenbin's claim. You're not a sinner. You just did what you had to do. True's greatest wish is for you to live well and carry her share of. Can't you even fulfill this wish of hers? Jiang Nan knew that Lin Wenbin was having a hard time at this time and refused to accept reality. But he really didn't want to see a father who was avenging his love end up being driven to the brink of extinction. Alright, Jiang Nan. There's no need to persuade him. I think he's just a loser. Wasn't even thinking about his daughter, that those things weren't done yet. And no thought of doing right by his daughter. Just think of letting his daughter die with all these curses unknown. I'm really saving the wrong person with the red casket. As soon as the red casket's words fell, Lin Wenbin's dead pupils suddenly had light. Yeah, the real stigma hasn't been cleared yet. Those people are still indiscriminately slandering Xinjin. It's because of the verbal abuse from these scumbags that Makoto can't think straight. Yes, and he's going to name it for the real thing. He still has to go to the deposition to get justice for Xinjin. He's not worth dying for. But he couldn't let his daughter just die with her grievances. I heard that people who die unjustly are turned into lonely ghosts who can't be reincarnated. Thinking like this, Lin Wenbin felt that there were still a lot of things that self hadn't done. Jiang Nan saw the light return to Lin Wenwu's face. Gladly, he cast a glance of appreciation at the red beer. The red beer saw Lin Wenbin's renewed fighting spirit, but she knew it was only momentary. When this guy gets his revenge, he might even find a place to secretly kill himself again. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Lin Wenbin again and continued. Doing right by your daughter is just one of them. Don't you want to watch for your daughter the misery of those few who survived? Later on, wouldn't it be even better to be able to happily share the misery of these people with your daughter when you visit her grave every year? Killing is only a momentary pleasure, but watching your enemy suffer for the rest of his life is the most pleasurable. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look at the red beer one more time. This bitch, you'd better not mess with her from now on. Lin Wenbin sniffed, and the bottom of his eyes suddenly lit up with fighting spirit once again. Yeah, he can't die yet. He hadn't yet watched for True to see the final outcome of those few who had victimized her. One meal later, Zhou Lan brought out a large plate of fruit salad. Looking at Lin Wenbin, who hadn't taken in a drop of rice, she said quietly, Lin Wenbin, to the outside world, You are now dead. The body. I also had cremated about an hour ago. The person you are now is no longer Lin Wenbin, but a completely new identity. Zhou Lan announced his freedom to Lin Wenbin. Lin Wenbin's wooden demeanor. Wooden a few more points. This time it wasn't the woodenness of wallowing in sadness. Instead, they're thinking. He looked thoughtfully at Zhou Lan in front of him. This woman is not simple. To be able to be under the gaze of so many people. Let him sneak into the hospital without any problems. Then successfully approach Zhang Xinlan for revenge. And he managed to die in front of everyone. Finally and immovably fishing him out to wake him up. The difficulties involved can be imagined. But this woman did it easily. Thank you. This life of mine, Lin Wenbin, isn't worth much, but in the future, if you guys need it, I'll give up this life to help you. Lin Wenbin collected his thoughts and very sincerely thanked Zhang Nan and the others. What are your plans for the future? Zhang Nan asked as he looked at Lin Wenbin. Lin Wenbin was silent. What's the plan? Where could he go? Until then, True was all he had. It's what drives him to fight. But now that True is gone, his motivation is gone, although he is now considered dead. But once he appeared in his true colors, what greeted him was still an endless pursuit. So where can he go? Zhou Lan on the side saw Lin Wenbin's confused look, as if she had already helped Lin Wenbin make plans. She turned to look at Su Weiwei, who had been silent, and said, Vivian, next, he's all yours. Creating a new Lin Wenbin, the kind that's guaranteed to be unrecognizable even to his mother. Su Weiwei didn't have a hint of surprise and quietly nodded her head in agreement. When Zhang Nan's side heard this, he was shocked again in his heart. Listening to Ms. Lan, does Miss Su know how to make flowers with her wonderful hands? The red bear also had a surprised expression and glanced at Su Weiwei. This bitch, does she know the long-lost art of face-changing? Really underestimated her. It was true that those who could stay by Zhou Lan's side were not simple characters. I just don't know how well this dead bitch fights. Try pissing her off next time. As for Mr. Lin Wenbin heard his own savior address himself in such a way, and hurriedly waved his hand. Miss Shou, you can just call me Wenbin. There's no need to be so outgoing. Zhou Lan nodded without squirming and continued. Good, then I won't be polite to you. I've checked that you were retired from the special forces before, and those hands are pretty good in close combat. If you really don't have anywhere to go on your side, how about staying with me as a driver too? Once Lin Wenbin heard this, he knew that Zhou Lan was looking for a place for self to land. He was immediately moved in his heart. He had just been asking these people in front of him what they were doing going to such great lengths to save self. He was just a very ordinary, mundane person who was of no use at all, and was not worthy of all their efforts to help him. But none of the men spoke. Instead all eyes were on the boy. Then I heard the boy say, because I have been wet in the rain, I want to hold the umbrella for others. Thinking of this, Lin Wenbin felt a sense of determination in his heart. In the future, his life, Lin Wenbin's life, would be these guys. Fine, but by Miss Shou's arrangement. Once again, thank you for recreating my Lin Wenbin. Jinjin, Dad will do you justice next. You wait, this day won't be long. With that, Lin Wenbin stayed. Zhou Lan asked him to rename himself, and after some thought, he called himself Lin Wu. Zhou Lan had Lin Wu dedicated to driving a few of them, as well as being an explicit bodyguard. Pay him $30,000 a month. That's a year's salary for someone else. Lin Wu didn't want it, but Zhou Lan insisted. She said that fellowship is fellowship, but the paycheck still has to be paid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let him do it for long. Lin Wu understood that this was Zhou Lan's way of trying to keep him free of financial worries. She can also use it with more confidence. Humph, sis, are you thinking about giving me a raise? People haven't gotten a raise for 2 months. After the red bear heard Lin Wu's salary, she also pouted those rosy little lips and pouted at Zhou Lan. Zhang Nan, who was quietly reading a book on the side, sniffed and came in playfully. Sister Red Casket, your salary is even more than Brother Lin's lifetime of work. Lin Wu froze when he heard this. He's 30,000 a month. More than he's done in a lifetime. Wouldn't that make him Red Ribbon more than $3 million a month? In the past few days, Zhang Nan had gotten his hands on a piece of land. It's a local gambler in Xinhui who owes a lot of loan sharks because he lost his money in gambling. Then he sold the last piece of land left to him by his parents at the time of their death for the super low price of $4 million. The lot is a total of 600 square feet. Zhang Nan remembered that in his last life, it didn't take long for the subway to start running here in Xinhui. The flow of people is increasing. A year later, 200 sq.ft. of this land was bought by a bank at a high price of $30 million, and a bank business office was established on the site. The other 400 square feet was bought by a real estate company for $70 million. That's a 25-fold increase in profit from one purchase and one sale. By this time, Zhang Nan had already begun to pay attention to some low-priced plots of land, or properties that he remembered. He wants to make the most money in the shortest amount of time, so that other investment projects, so that there is more money to carry out. Within 2 days, Zhou Lan had gotten Lin Wu a new ID card. Lin Wu still had a few $1,000s in the bank card on him, and had wanted to take it out. But when Zhang Nan found out, he stopped him immediately. Zhang Nan told him that now everyone's identity information will soon be connected nationwide. As soon as he moves the money in his bank card, it's easy to arouse suspicion if someone checks it out later. When Lin Wu heard that, he immediately burned that bank card. Because Lin Wu's parents had died early, he was now the only one. So, for Lin Wu this identity, he took it quickly. The next day, Su Weiwei had changed Lin Wu into a different person, except the height hasn't changed. Everything else has changed for the worse. The former Lin Wu had a thin figure. The features were not handsome, but not ugly either. But after Su Weiwei's transformation, at 35 years old, Lin Wu's temperament has changed dramatically. Not only did you grow muscles overnight, moreover, the features are three-dimensional and hard, and the brow has a sense of humor. Born 10 years younger, Lin Wu had an incredulous expression on his face, touching that face of his self. Is this me? He looked uncertainly at his self in the mirror. It should be right? Zhang Nan looked at Lin Wu in a daze. Holy shit, what kind of technology is this? Plastic surgery doesn't even go that far. Not only have you changed your appearance, even the body temperament is completely different. Whoa shit, Su Weiwei, you're too divine, to actually be able to make someone so much younger. Beauty Su, big beauty Su, you help me change too. I want to change back to when I was 18, ouch. It was as if the red bear had forgotten the little squabble she and Su Weiwei had once had at this point. With a starry-eyed face, he ran to Su Weiwei to kiss her ass. However, Su Weiwei didn't seem to eat the red rope and coldly refused. Not available. I'm going to take the test. The red beer was on a roll right now, so she wasn't going to give up just because she said she wasn't available. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Su damsel, it's okay to wait for you to finish your exams. Wow. Must help me become the most beautiful woman in the world. Su Weiwei sniffed and looked at the red casket with an expression of looking at a fool. You're not overthinking it. Turn you into the most beautiful woman. Then wouldn't you have hooked up with Zhang Nan? Turning you into an ugly bitch is more like it. Zhang family villa. Zhang Xinmei looked at the surveillance video in front of her with a grave expression. In the past few days, after reading Zhang Nan's diary, she felt even more strongly that Zhang Nan might have been wrongly accused by them, because those diaries tell a lot about a person's character. From Zhang Nan's diary, what she saw was a Zhang Nan who longed to love and be loved, a Chang Nan who longs for his family to love him, boys who want their family's approval so badly. It is not possible to commit such behavior as peeping and stealing that would be displeasing to your family. But where did all those labels surrounding Zhang Nan come from? She'd never seen Zhang Nan steal from her. But every day I hear Xinlan, Xinju, and my mom and brother say that Zhang Nan is a thief and a peeping Tom. After hearing it more, she had vicariously absorbed the feeling, and along with it, she hated Zhang Nan even more. After thinking about it for days, the more I thought about it, the more it didn't seem right. So, Zhang Xinmei had the housekeeper give her videos of the various floors in the villa. Surveillance video of Zhang's home can usually be kept for about a year. So when Zhang Xinmei searched for the video, she suddenly wanted to see what exactly happened at that time when Zhang Xinlan's new cell phone disappeared. Zhang Xinmei was checking from the moment Zhang Xinlan came back to the Zhang family. After looking for a long time, I finally saw Zhang Xinlan, who was wearing a halter nightgown, holding her own new cell phone in her hand, and then ghostly walked to Zhang Nan's room. When she saw this, Zhang Xinmei's eyebrows furrowed. Still, she pursed her lips and continued to look down. Not long after, Zhang Xinlan came out of Zhang Nan's room, but when she came out, both hands were empty, and the new cell phone was gone. Zhang Xinmei sucked in a breath and covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. Xinlan, it was actually Xinlan who deliberately framed Zhang Nan. She framed Zhang Nan for stealing her new cell phone and then called the police on him. Oh, my god, why is Heartland doing this? Why did you frame Zhang Nan? Zhang Xinmei no longer had the heart to look at anything else. She hurried to her father Zhang Feng's study. Dum. In the study, Zhang Feng was frowning with a headache. Come in. When Zhang Xinmei opened the door and entered, what she saw was her father's sad face. Dad, what's wrong? Zhang Feng annoyingly put aside the pile of papers in front of him, rubbed his brow, and sighed. It's fine. But the more Zhang Feng said that he was fine, Zhang Xinmei, who knew him well, guessed that her father must be annoyed at the moment. Think about it. Too many things have happened to the Zhang family in this period of time. First, Zhang Nan wanted to break off the relationship and run away from home. Then there was the injury to his younger brother. Zhang Hao, who never recovered until now. Then there's the fact that mom and her sister were taken to a detention center, causing the Chang family's stock to fall all the way down. Now it's the second sister, Zhang Xinlun, who has been brutalized and left paralyzed for life. All of this seems to validate something. Is it really like what Zhang Nan said? Is this their comeuppance? Zhang Xinmei thought about it, but did not dare to say this out in front of Zhang Feng. What did you come in looking for me for? Zhang Feng took the initiative to ask when he saw Zhang Xinmei come in to look for herself without getting to the point. Dad, I think that all of us might have misunderstood Zhang Nan. As soon as Zhang Feng heard Zhang Xinmei running in to actually talk about that rebellious son of Zhang Nan, his originally annoyed face became gloomy. Did the adversary give you any favors? Why you're always speaking for that brute lately? Dad, how could you think that about me? Our whole family did misunderstand Zhang Nan. That new cell phone of Xinlan's was not stolen by him. Zhang Xinmei knew that Zhang Feng was speaking in anger, but she still couldn't help but cry out for Zhang Nan once again. If not, who would it be? He's the only one in the whole family with unclean hands and feet. Zhang Nan was furious when he thought of what Zhang Nan had done that day. Dad, Zhang Nan is not what you think. He is a very simple child. He loves us very much and wants to integrate into our Zhang family. Zhang Feng was in an irritable mood at the moment and didn't want to hear anything about Zhang Nan at all. He was now sick of hearing the word Zhang Nan. He even felt that it was because of this animal, Zhang Nan, that the Zhang family had been so unlucky recently. Well, if you don't have any proof that he didn't do it, get out. I'm too annoyed right now to pay attention to that beast. Your sister Xinlan is lying paralyzed in the hospital at the moment, and you don't go to take more care of her. Running here to plead for mercy for this beast Zhang Nan. You're really getting back on your feet. Zhang Xinmei had wanted to say that Zhang Xinlan was the one who had falsely accused Zhang Nan. The cell phone in Zhang Nan's room at that time was put there by Zhang Xinlan herself. But after she heard Zhang Feng talk about Zhang Xinlan's current situation, Zhang Xinmei's agonizingly uncomfortable appearance of Zhang Xinlan floated in her mind. The words that came to his mouth were swallowed so raw. Zhang Xinmei really hesitated at this moment. She was afraid that if she said it, Zhang Feng would be even more disappointed in Zhang Xinlan. Others didn't know her father, but she knew him too well. Her father was a man of extreme interest. A useless person is ready to give up in his eyes, even his own children. Xinlan has been paralyzed, and for the rest of her life, she'll have to live off of the Zhang family's charity. If this is the time to blow up again against her, the little sympathy Zhang Feng had for Xinlan would transform into anger. May not care about Xinlan's death and leave her alone to fend for herself. Thinking about this, Zhang Xinmei had a hard time in her heart. On one side is Zhang Nan's innocence. On the one hand, Heartland's pathetic second half of life. Finally, Zhang Xinmei's lips trembled and tightened, and she said no more. He said a few words of apology to Zhang Feng, then silently exited Zhang Feng's study. The moment she closed the door to her study behind her, 2 lines of tears ran down her face. Zhang Nan, my good brother, I'm sorry. Zhang Feng waited for Zhang Xinmei to go out and then made a call to the housekeeper. A moment later, the butler came up. Did you just say that Missy asked you for surveillance videos of all the floors in the villa? Zhang Feng's voice could not hear a trace of emotion. The housekeeper knew that Zhang Feng had been in a bad mood lately, so he didn't dare to hide it and hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, Missy also asked me not to tell anyone to know. And did she tell you what she wanted the videos for? Zhang Feng went on to ask. The housekeeper thought for a moment and immediately shook his head. No. Missy looked at the surveillance for a long time, as if she was checking something. Zhang Feng sniffed and frowned. Okay, it's okay, you go down. The butler hurriedly bent and retreated. Zhang Feng watched the housekeeper close the door of the room. His eyes still did not move away. Staring at the pupils of the door of the room, do not know what to think. Clear water. Yuntian Lake Villa Hot Spring Resort Center. This is a famous hot spring resort in Quang Province. As soon as you arrive here, there is a cluster of townhouses as far as the eye can see. The mountains are beautiful and the climate is pleasant. Inside a vacation house, a group of young men and women are having a good time. The boys are wearing only their bottoms. Girls in cool bathing suits. Some splashing around in the outdoor pool. Some of them were barbecuing by the pool. Zhang Xinju, on the other hand, is playing with her good friend Zhu Nana in her room. Nana Zhu teased Zhang Xinju, causing her to whimper uncontrollably. Xinju, do you like it? asked Junana with a compelling voice. Zhang Xinju nodded her head with winking eyes, the extreme sensation making her greedy. Then can you promise me to break up with Lin Junxian? Nana Chu continued to go further. In her excitement, Zhang Xinju was just about to nod her head, but when she heard these words, she sobered up a few more points. No, Zhang Junxian and I are getting engaged at the end of the year. My dad won't let me break up with him. When Junana sniffed, cynicism flashed across her face, which was both hard and soft. Yeah, don't. Soon enough, Zhang Xinju got a different kind of satisfaction from Zhu Nana's power. Afterward, the two of them lay contentedly naked on the bed. Juna pulled out 2 female earth cigarettes. First light one for Zhang Xinju, and then light one for himself on the end of Zhang Xinju's cigarette. Zhang Xinju looked at Junana's face with a blank expression. At that moment, her mind suddenly recalled Zhou Lan's stunning face. I don't know what kind of winks that miss. Zhou will be in bed. Thinking about what? Is it thinking about Lin Junxian again? Zhu Nana saw that Zhang Xinju was actually walking away in front of self, very dissatisfied. He pinched Zhang Xinju's firm puffy breasts. It caused Zhang Xinju to let out another cry. No, I was thinking about what's been happening to my family lately. It's so annoying. Zhang Xinju sheepishly changed the subject. She knows that Juna is always careful and doesn't like it when self thinks about other people in front of her. Junana exhaled a smoke ring. The smoke filled the room, revealing her hard and sexy side. She had a hint of magnetism in her voice. Zhang Xinju took this look and fell back into obsession. She remembered that when self first saw Juna, she was attracted by her charming smoke-spitting temperament. The original her was a non-smoker and even kind of hated people who smoked. But since she's been with Juna, she loves the smell of smoke. Junana saw Zhang Xinju staring at self with a fangirl look on her face. Very favorably, he exerted himself on Zhang Xinju's lips, which were already somewhat red and swollen, and bit down hard. You little leprechaun, do you want to do it again? Zhang Xinju glanced at her lightly in anger. People are talking to you right now. Juna smiled seductively and narrowed her eyes, taking a drag on her cigarette before exhaling quietly. Is this about your family's stock plummeting? Zhang Xinju nodded helplessly, and proceeded to tell Zhu Nana some of the recent happenings in the Zhang family. After listening, Zhu Nana reached out to smooth Zhang Xinju's furrowed brow. What happened to your second sister? After all, has already happened, so you guys open up to her in the meantime. As for this whole thing about your family's stock plummeting, wait for me to go back to the capital side tomorrow, discuss with my father, and see if my father agrees to help you. Zhang Xinju, who was originally a bit upset, immediately spread her eyebrows when she heard Zhu Nana say this. Nana, thank you, you're still the best to me. As Zhu Nana looked at Zhang Xinju's initiative to stick up as a gesture of goodwill, she pressed out the half-smoked cigarette in her hand. One hand cupped Zhang Xinju's tiny chin and his voice was low and seductive. If I help your family this time, can you break up with Lin Junxian? Zhang Xinju shook her head with a difficult look on her face. She really can't make the call. For girls like them, marriage is often tied to family interests. Moreover, privately, she was quite satisfied with Lin Junxian. After all, he's not bad to live. Zhu Nana seemed to have expected Zhang Xinju to refuse. Her expression suddenly came down hard. Looking at Zhang Xinju's delicate little white lotus-like delicate face, he said with a warning in his threat. I won't let you marry Lin Junxian. Baby, you can only belong to me. Today 4 more offer. Brothers and sisters, book reviews to give a favorable comment to encourage it. Code words is not easy. Thanks. Zhang Xinju's eyes trembled. A flicker of fear flashed under his eyes, though she's been with Juna for more than 2 years. However, she still didn't know what Juna did. All she knew was that Juna wasn't from this side of Hero City. It seems to come from a certain family in the capital, the kind whose family should be very powerful. Every month, Juna would come over from the capital to see her. Only for 2 days. For 2 days, they played and enjoyed themselves. That's why she's always relaxed in front of Juna. She was very fond of Zhu Nana before and was just coping with Lin Junxian, the blind date arranged by the Zhang family. However, since meeting Zhou Lan, she realized that there was someone more attractive than Zhu Nana. Zhang Xinju, who was in the middle of contemplation, suddenly felt a strange pain coming from the firmness of her own chest. That's when she saw Juna lifting her face from her high cloudy peak. One more distraction in front of me and I'll keep you out of bed today. As soon as Zhang Xinju heard this, the lust on her face immediately appeared. By the time they both came out from their pleasuring, the young men outside were shouting at them. Hurry up and get over here. I'm waiting for you too. This time, let's play something different. A young girl with her arm around another equally young and pretty girl, smiling ambiguously at Zhang Xinju and Zhu Nana. Once Zhang Xinju heard this, how could she not know what they were referring to? With a look of anticipation, he pulled Juna to join in. Before long, the special monthly party began. It's a battle between flesh and lust. Some of the boys even used their cell phones to film the lovemaking. Soon the day of the G exam came. Many people have been waiting for this day for a long time. For example, Zhang Nan at this moment. Nan, don't stress too much. If you fail the exam, your sister Lan and I can afford to support you. The red bear patted Zhang Nan's shoulder and said with a disinterested look. Zhang Nan smiled and nodded, knowing that the red bear was comforting self. That little Vivian. You too. With that skill, you'll be snapped up everywhere you go. so don't think too much about it. Su Weiwei didn't say anything, and returned an expression of "it's none of your business" to the red rope. At that moment, Zhou Lan and Lin Wu, who had gone to the car to get milk, rushed over. Nan, drink the milk. It's just been transported here. It's fresh. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. These days, Erishur has been busy for her own sake as well. Days of expensive supplements constantly, not to mention, in order to give self and Su Weiwei a quiet environment to review, all during the day. The TV-loving Red Casket was kicked out to go shopping. Because of this, the Red Beer had complained to self several times in the past few days with a grimace on her face. Little Nan, you must do well in your exams, or else my sister's contribution these days will be in vain. Every now and then, Zhou Lan came in amused. You're a daily good-for-nothing who doesn't watch TV for a few days is making a contribution. Pulling his thoughts back, Jiang Nan obediently took the milk. After taking a few sips, he said goodbye to Zhou Lan and the others, and Su Weiwei followed behind him and went into the school together. At this time, as far as the eye can see, it is densely packed with incoming students and parents. Baora, relax, don't be nervous Ao. Min, you too, go for it, mom and dad will always support you. Every parent cheers on their own child. The ubiquitous cozy picture. Even the air is soft. When Jiang Nan saw this, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. Again, all parents. Why the big difference? At this time, the Zhang family arrived with Zhang Hao, who had not yet removed the gauze. At this moment, the Zhang family, except for Zhang Xinlan who had been paralyzed, was not able to be there. The rest of the group arrived with a weary look on their faces. Of course, Zhang Xinju was genuinely exhausted, because she was having so much fun yesterday. Her whole body was getting weak. If I didn't have to get up early today to send Zhang Hao, she really didn't want to get up that early. In the past few days, the Zhang family was busy with Zhang Xinlan's side of things. The murderer killed himself. Zhang Xinlan's revenge looks to be avenged. But then again, it doesn't seem to be reported. After all, it's not like killing an enemy with your own hands. It's always unpleasant to think about. The aftermath of this incident hadn't yet subsided, and some of Zhang Fang's opponents came out to make a fuss again. The second daughter of the Star Peak Group, Zhang Xinlan, was widely publicized as being evil-minded. A little girl should not have been verbally abused and insulted like that at the time. Had it not been for Zhang Xinlan's false reports and malicious guidance, it would not have led to the tragedy that followed. Zhang Xinlan's current outcome was her retribution. The media, accustomed to catching wind in shadows, also began to chastise Zhang Xinlan one-sidedly. The Star Peak Group was originally falling stock, and now even more stop cannot be stopped. Originally, these things were already enough to upset Zhang Feng. Favorably, Zhang Xinlan's side didn't stop. Ever since she found out she was paralyzed, she has acted like the whole world has wronged her. A little bit of cursing, a moment of maniacal laughter, a little bit of crying and fussing. 1 minute he's screaming about suicide. The look of madness is frightening. It doesn't matter who's there to comfort. It made everyone in the Zhang family exhausted and miserable. The one who slept the best during this time, except for Zhang Hao, who was preparing for the exam. One by one, the rest of the guys haven't gotten a full night's sleep, and each of them is wearing a pair of dark circles under their eyes. At this moment, Zhang Hao had obviously adjusted his state to the best. The ass isn't all healed yet though, but he has recovered well from surgery on his broken finger and can already write. Hauer, your grades are so good, top student, we'll have no problem. You can travel anywhere you want for the summer. Wang Feng's voice seemed so shrill in front of the school, and the look of determination on her face made those parents next to her a little disdainful. Che, it hasn't even started yet and you're boasting like that. That's right, and I'm not afraid of the pain of a punch in the face when the time comes. Several of the parents had a disdainful look on their faces as they spat on Wang Feng. At that moment, their child saw that it was Zhang Hao and hurriedly whispered to his parents who were spitting. Mom, come on, don't say that. We all know this Zhang Hao. He's the school bully in our school. He often gets first place. As soon as the words of their own children were finished, those parents, who had just been there, resurveyed Zhang Hao with surprised faces. So he's Zhang Hao? I've heard his name so many times before at parent-teacher conferences. Yeah, me too, and I'm telling my boy to learn more from him. Ha, what happened to his ass? Bitten by a dog? One mom was a little loud, only to see her words fall. Everyone stared at Zhang Hao's ass. This made Zhang Hao, who was already bursting with self-confidence, instantly feel the shame of staring at him. Dad, Mom, I'm going in first to get ready. Zhang Hao, with a well-behaved look on his face, said to Zhang Feng, who was on the phone, and Wang Feng, who was lovingly looking at himself. When Zhang Feng heard this, he hurriedly hung up the phone in his hand and said to Zhang Hao, well, it's good to go in and get ready in advance. Just relax, Dad believes you're the best. Wang Feng followed suit and continued. My son is definitely the best. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I'll do my best to not let you down. You guys wait for me to win honor for our Zhang family. Zhang Feng and Wang Feng smiled in relief. At this time, Zhang Nan, who had just bid farewell to Zhou Lan, Red Casket and the others, happened to coincidentally pass by the Zhang family. Zhang Nan naturally saw Zhang Feng and the others, but he chose to turn a blind eye. There was only one main door, and the Zhang family was standing by the door, so it was hard not to bump into them. Zhang Nan wants to cross the Zhangs, but the Zhang family is very sharp-eyed, especially Wang Feng. Zhang Nan, you beast, what are you doing running here? Wang Feng's exasperated voice caused the parents next to her to look sideways. When Zhang Xinmei saw Zhang Nan, she seemed to think of self's failure to tell her father the truth that day. For a moment, he was too guilty and vain to look at Zhang Nan. Hearing Wang Feng's disgusting voice, Zhang Nan quietly stared at Wang Feng and said, What do you care if I came here to take the test? Is this school run by your family? Wang Feng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw that Zhang Nan did not give himself any face even in front of so many people. You animal! Zhang Nan didn't give Wang Feng a chance to finish his sentence and coldly interrupted. Wang female soil, if you call me an animal again with your mouth open and closed, then I'll really be an animal in a while and beat you up. This dead woman, always moving and calling him an animal. If you're not in front of the school now, you'll have to take a test later. The soles of his shoes had greeted her old face long ago. When Wang Feng heard Zhang Nan's words and saw his face that was so cold that it didn't have a trace of temperature, in the end, he was too scared to dare to point at Zhang Nan and scold him any more recklessly. After all, the reason Zhang Nan was too epileptic, say hit someone, the whole family, except Zhang Feng, had been injured by this beast. Mom, there are many people here, so don't make a scene. Zhang Xinmei was afraid that Zhang Nan would really hit Wang Feng, so she hurriedly pulled Wang Feng back and advised her. When Wang Feng saw that someone was pulling her back, she went along with it and glared at Zhang Feng with a hateful and angry curse. Humph! Zhang Feng, you really gave birth to a good son. Hearing Wang Feng's inexplicable words, Zhang Feng replied back in an uncertain manner. Make it sound like you didn't give birth. However, Zhang Feng was also a bit surprised, not expecting to run into Zhang Nan today. At this time he suddenly remembered that today is also the day of Zhang Nan's college entrance exam. If he hadn't fallen out before, he would still be able to calmly say to Zhang Nan now, take the exam well. But now, looking at this bastard, he doesn't even care about Zhang Nan. With this thought, Zhang Feng pulled Wang Feng away and told her to stop arguing with this beast in front of the school. It's a bit of a status drop. Just like that, Wang Feng glared at Zhang Nan and was pulled away by Zhang Feng with a reluctant face. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, smiled and nodded with Zhang Nan before walking into the examination room. Zhang Nan looked at Zhang Hao's back and narrowed his eyes. Ha! This Zhang Hao is really something. All bullied by self. I can't believe I was able to greet self with a calm smile. This heart is really not comparable to ordinary people. No wonder in his last life he was able to screw over everyone in the Zhang family and succeeded in appropriating the Zhang family's property. Zhang Nan, relax your mind and do well on the exam. Big sister believes you'll do well on the exam. Zhang Xinmei thought of her own guilt towards Zhang Nan. Then he took the initiative to walk to Zhang Nan's front, smiling and cheering Zhang Nan on. Beside her stood Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju. The two younger sisters stared in a bit of disbelief when they saw their eldest sister. Zhang Xinmei's look of careful currying favor with Zhang Nan. What is Big Sis doing? To actually use such an ingratiating tone to speak to this piece of trash. Zhang Nan? Was this still the highly intelligent, highly educated, unattainable big sister they remembered? Zhang Nan over here was pulled back into his thoughts by Zhang Xinmei's voice, but when he saw the obtrusive smile on Zhang Xinmei's face, his expression turned cold. Zhang Xinmei, I've told you many times that I don't know you well, so please don't keep appearing in front of me. I hate it when I see that face of yours. Once Zhang Xinmei heard Zhang Nan's words, her face instantly turned pale, and the two sisters beside her, Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju, couldn't help themselves when they heard it. Zhang Nan, what kind of attitude is that? Is there any way for you to talk to your big sister like that? Zhang Xinju was the first to speak out in reproach. That's right, big sister came to cheer you up because she cares about you. I didn't expect you, this white-eyed wolf, to be so ungrateful. Sure enough, trash is trash. Ungrateful trash. Zhang Xinju also joined the crusade. Zhang Xinmei, who was already miserably pale, turned even paler when she heard the two of them scolding her. When she tried to speak out to stop the two Zhang Xinju sisters from saying more, Zhang Nan warned them with a grim face. Yeah, I'm trash. I'm trash. Then please, noble ones, do not appear before me again, okay? Otherwise, the next time I see you, I'll make you try staying with trash. I'll do what I say. When Zhang Xianju heard this, she was also in a temper for a moment. Bastard! You have the guts to try it on me now, come on! As soon as Zhang Xianju's words fell, all she saw was a blur, and then she felt what appeared to be a kick in her abdomen. Then, the next instant, she was kicked into the nearest trash can. That garbage can is huge, and it was specially placed in front of the school today by the first middle school in Hiroshima. The purpose is to make it easy for students and parents who come to take exams to throw away their trash. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju's eyes both widened for a second. Did they just make a mistake? How do you seem to see? The pretty girl next to Zhang Nan, who has not been speaking, out of the foot kicked Zhang Xinju? Zhang Nan was also taken aback. But think of the last time Su Weiwei threw the red rope that bigly traveling box picture. It doesn't seem so surprising again. It seems that this schoolgirl Su, too, is a deep concealer. Oops, scared me to death. I wanted to throw out a piece of garbage. How come a woman suddenly appeared in the garbage can? A young woman's voice snapped Zhang Xianju out of her shock. Ah, who are you? I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xianju hissed somewhat frantically towards Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei, however, didn't care about her yelling. With a calm face, he walked up to Zhang Xianju and coldly said, "My name is Su Weaver. You have something coming at me, but don't let me hear you cursing him," Su Weiwei said, and then turned her head to look at Zhang Xinju, her pure face with indifference. "You too, and if I hear you guys swearing at him next time, I'll stitch your mouths shut." When Zhang Xianju heard Su Weiwei's words, she was so angry that her entire body was shaking. Because the Zhang family recently gave her in the entertainment industry, invested a little money secretly operating relationship, she is now considered a third or fourth tier starlet in the entertainment industry. When she was on the set, people paid her compliments once they heard she was the daughter of a rich family, so she rarely met anyone who talked to her like that. Zhang Nan had beaten her up before, and although she was frantic, she thought about the fact that Zhang Nan had blood ties to the Zhang family, and it wasn't like she was the only one who beat her up at the time. Therefore, she forced herself to endure for the time being, waiting for the stock of Star Peak Group to stabilize, and then find Zhang Nan to settle the score. But I didn't expect that nowadays. Even a bitch who came out of nowhere would dare to ride on her head. How does that make her bearable? Okay, Su Weiwei. Right, you wait for me. I, Zhang Xianju, will remember you. Su Weiwei cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xinju, not taking her warnings seriously in the slightest. If she wasn't in public right now, she would have wanted to settle this stupid woman with a slap. How dare you call my people trash? Schoolgirl Su, let's go in. It's almost time. Zhang Nan did not even look at Zhang Xinju in the garbage can. Greeted Su Weiwei quickly walked into the examination room. It's almost time for the exam. He didn't want Su Weiwei to get into trouble at this juncture. A little impatience goes a long way. We'll take our time to settle the score after the exams. It's really not that bad of a few days. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju hurriedly got out of the trash can and pulled Zhang Xinju up. When they had just pulled Zhang Xianju up, they immediately smelled a sickening and disgusting stench. Vomit. Zhang Xinju usually loved cleanliness the most, and was a very serious cleanliness freak. Once she smelled such a foul odor, she was the first to dry heave as she couldn't stand it. At this time, the parents next to them also hurriedly covered their noses and walked away with a disgusted face. It stinks. God, this is going to take days to wash, isn't it? Stinks to death. Just now I heard this woman call others trash. I didn't expect to end up becoming trash myself. Yeah, I just heard it too. It's okay to be arrogant. I'd say she deserved it. It's called an evil man's curse, and by the look of her fierce face, she doesn't look like a good person. There was one unpleasant murmur after another in his ears. It made Zhang Xianju so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole in the ground. At this moment, she hated Zhang Nan and that bitch named Su Weiwei. Just wait, she'll make it hard for them. Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei are in different classrooms. He took the test on the third floor. Su Weiwei is on the second floor. When Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei parted ways, he walked into the classroom where he was taking his exam alone. As soon as I walked in, I realized that the invigilator had just come in as well. He took a seat in his own examining seat without a fuss. At this time, Zhang Nan clearly felt a very uncomfortable prickly aura staring itself behind him. He frowned and turned his head to look. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but sneer. What a coincidence. I can't believe I'm in the same classroom as my own enemy. When Zhang Hao saw Zhang Nan staring at himself, he put away the resentful look he just had. He was busy changing into a harmless smile and nodded his head towards Zhang Nan, saying happily with the shape of her mouth, "Ni, what a coincidence." Zhang Nan looked at Zhang Hao's green tea expression, resisted the urge to slap him with the sole of her shoe, and coldly turned back, ignoring him. Soon the roles were handed out. Zhang Nan took a deep breath. Put away all distractions and put your own mind to the questions. It's better to have a good chest than to brush up on 10,000 exercises. The accumulation of the last life, and the diligent brushing up during this time. Jiang Nan, who had made his eyes unforgettable, was completely at ease with the topic in front of him, while others were still racking their brains. He had already done a good portion of the paper. Half an hour before the paper was due, he was all done with the paper and leisurely reviewing it. Zhang Hao, who was sitting behind him, panicked when his afterglow saw Jiang Nan doing it so quickly. I still have questions left to solve on my side. How did that bastard Jiang Nan finish it so quickly? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao's mind became restless. The solution to the problem, which was just a little bit of a clue, suddenly can't be remembered now either. Jingle bells. Time to turn in your papers. The last multi-marked question on Zhang Hao's paper was left unanswered. He was anxious, but the more anxious he was, the less he could think of an answer. It was clear that he had done a similar question before and that he was perfectly capable of answering it. How is it that you can't remember it at all now? Jiang Nan handed in his papers with ease and left with a pleasant expression. The math test followed in the afternoon. 3 days in a row of exams. When Jiang Nan finished the last subject and walked out of the school entrance with Su Weiwei, he stretched. Turning her head to Su Weiwei, she smiled. Schoolgirl Su, let's go celebrate tonight. Su Weiwei sniffed and returned a pure and absolutely beautiful smile to him. Okay, listen to you. At that moment, a deafening sound came from behind them. Finally the test is over. I'm finally liberated. This fucking high school exam is finally over. Yeah, I'm going to pick up some chicks and play the field tonight. There's such a good thing. Hey, brother, take me with you. Jiang Nan and Su Weiwei looked at each other helplessly. They both understand this release after holding back too well. It's like a Coke bottle of soda that has been shaken with constant stimulation, and the moment you open it, all you want to do is jet and vent. Schoolgirl Su, let's go. Sister Lan and the girls are waiting for us. Su Weiwei nodded her head obediently, then shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Nan, she hurriedly left the first high school of Guang City. Parking in front of the school is especially crowded with cars right now. Therefore, Jiang Nan let Zhou Lan and the girls wait for him and Su Weiwei to walk over to the parking lot not far from City No. 1 middle school. Not long after, the unsmiling Lin Wu arrived in front of Jiang Nan and Su Weiwei in a 7-passenger luxury car. Jiang Nan opened the car door and let Su Weiwei get on first. Then he got into the co-pilot's seat that a few people had saved for him. When Jiang Nan got into the car, Zhou Lan looked at his look of full of energy. There was no hint of the haggard feeling of having taken the whole test like she had shed her skin, as she had just seen with the other candidates. The moment smiled reassuringly. Looks like Zhang Dishan did well in his exams. Yo, the red beer said with a smile. Jiang Nan smiled modestly. Sloppy. With that expression on Big Beauty Sue's face, she should have done well on the exam as well. The red beer smiled and patted Su Weiwei's ass again. Su Weiwei's expression remained bland, sloppy. The red beer touched his nose and poked at it mentally. This little bitch, she's really greasy. Next time, don't beg your sister for something. On the Zhang family's side, Zhang Hao walked out of the classroom with a miserable face. He didn't play very well, since the first language test, because I saw Jiang Nan doing it quickly. For all those subjects he examined after that, he couldn't help but see how Jiang Nan was doing. Sometimes when he saw Jiang Nan's effortless and relaxed look, he felt a lot of pressure, for fear of being pressed by Jiang Nan over self. Thinking this way, the head becomes even more blank and often stuck. How did you do on the test? Howard? At that moment, Wang Feng brought Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju over to greet Zhang Hao. Zhang Feng asked Wang Feng and the others to take Zhang Hao to the 5-star hotel first because the company had an emergency. He would go over to meet them after the meeting and celebrate Zhang Hao's completion of the exam together. Zhang Xinju, on the other hand, did not dare to come to City No. 1 middle school because of the matter of being kicked into a garbage can by Su Weiwei 3 days ago. Fear of embarrassment of being recognized by those who were there that day. So Self first drove to the hotel to wait for Wang Feng and the others. Zhang Hao heard Wang Feng ask Self at this time, and his face became even more miserable. Mom, I don't know until the grades come in. Wang Feng saw Zhang Hao's face so ugly, thinking that it was the 3 days of exams that had boiled down his own precious son, and was busy coaxing him with heartache. Good. Then let's wait for the results with confidence. I'm sure Howard will be the top student in Guang City, or the top student in the province. When Zhang Hao heard Wang Feng's words, this time he did not dare to say anything, too vain to look up. At that moment, Zhang Feng's phone call came. As soon as Wang Feng connected, he immediately said to Zhang Feng on the other end of the phone with a confident and proud face, "Where have you been? So slow? Hurry over, don't let our provincial scholar wait for you alone." Zhang Hao on the side opened his mouth a bit awkwardly. In the end, when he saw Wang Feng's excited expression, he closed it again. How he wished at this point that Wang Feng would keep a low profile. Don't give yourself the title of Guanxing scholar or even provincial scholar. If it was before he took the test, he had a good chest. But after these 3 days of exams, he really wasn't sure at all. I just want to be able to get into Qingbei. When he thought of this, he resented Zhang Nan in his heart for confusing his own thoughts. Blame that bastard Zhang Nan. Why would he want to be in the same exam room as Self? Why? Without him, Self could certainly play well. He must have been deliberately putting on a relaxed face in front of Self these days, then deliberately pretended to finish all the questions in front of Self, in order to let Self mess up. Yes, he did it on purpose. Some of the questions were so difficult that even he wasn't sure he could get them right. How could that dumbass Zhang Nan do it so fast? Definitely a garbled answer. That must be it. Fuck that. That son of a bitch has got some bad intentions. I can't believe I'm deliberately engaging in psychological warfare to upset me. Zhou Lan led Zhang Nan and the others to a 5-star hotel Washing Hotel. This star-rated hotel is in the top 4 in Hiroshima. It is a large hotel with accommodation, food and entertainment. When Zhang Nan's few people got off the bus and walked into the box they had booked with a relaxed and happy face, he just bumped into Zhang Xianju who came out to pick up Wang Feng and the others. It's you guys. Haters gonna hate each other. Zhang Xianju was like this at the moment. She looked at Su Weiwei angrily, as if she wanted to eat her alive. Zhang Nan frowned. This fourth sister of his previous life, Zhang Xianju, was really getting more and more obnoxious in her behavior. Like a clown ready to rage, Su Weiwei's expression was indifferent, as if Zhang Xinju's agitation had nothing to do with her. Zhou Lan and the Red Casket, and Lin Wu, who had just parked his car and walked in, were unsure? Good. I was still thinking about how to settle the score with you, and you actually took the initiative to come to my door. The moment Zhang Xinju saw Su Weiwei, she thought again of the humiliation she had suffered 3 days ago, and snorted coldly. She didn't know how many showers she took that day. It's almost rubbing off a couple layers of self-skin, but the sickening smell seemed to remain, and no amount of washing could get it out. In those days, she was afraid to go out to pick up a movie, much less go out, afraid that people would smell that weird odor on her, and, even at home, aside from her big sister, it was still obvious to her that the rest of the family unconsciously covered their noses when they spoke to her. That action stung her deeply. The family used to be like that only with that Zhang Nan crap, and now it's Self's turn. What do you want? Zhang Nan gave Zhang Xianju a cold, slightly sidelong glance, with a strong sense of provocation. Zhang Xinju looked at the number of Zhang Nan and the others, and thinking that Self was now alone, he sneered, "You'll see what I want in a minute. If you have the guts, stay here all the time and don't run. Let's see what I'll do to you later." The Red Casket stared at Zhang Xianju with a look of a fool. Who is this fool? Why should we be made to stand here and wait? Pretty big face. When Zhang Xianju saw Red Gator calling herself a fool, she was so angry that she glared at Red Gator and asked, "And who are you?" The Red Bear let out a cut. "I'm your father, dumbass. Nan. Vivian, come on, let's go in the box. Don't let this kind of foolishness dampen your spirits after today's exams." With that, the Red Bear said, and took the lead in skimming past Zhang Xianju to try to head towards the box. But Zhang Xianju heard her scolding Self several times in a row, and her fire leaped to the peak at once. So, when the Red Bear passed by her, her eyes flooded with a sinister look, and she suddenly grabbed a handful of the Red Bear's sexy and attractive wavy curls, wanted to fling a few big earfuls at the Red Bear so she'd learn her lesson. Unfortunately, she messed with the wrong person. Just before she could get close to the Red Bear, she felt a flash of light in front of her eyes. She was backhanded by the Red Bear who grabbed her long, permed curls and slammed them into an over-the-shoulder slam. Soon, Zhang Xinju fell to the ground in a doggy style, woefully. That short yellow wraparound skirt revealed a sexy little black lace triangle inside, and the hated heels, they both flew off their feet. Ah, which ungrateful shoe is littering the floor? A cry of alarm came out from Wang Feng, who had rushed around the corner. Zhang Nan fixed his eyes on it. "Oh, this is hilarious. It's all together. Only the Zhang family, except for Zhang Xinlan who was already paralyzed in bed. Everyone else had arrived. Dad, Mom, help, Wu, Zhang Nan and them ganged up to beat me alone." As soon as Zhang Xianju saw that the Zhang family had arrived, as if seeing a savior, they immediately cried out in a ghostly manner, "My goodness, you beasts, are there no king's law? How dare you hit my daughter?" When Wang Feng saw the sorry state in which Zhang Xianju was knocked to the ground, he immediately pointed at Zhang Nan and the others and roared angrily. Zhang Feng's pupils clenched at the sight of the Red Casket. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Hao, on the other hand, hurriedly walked over to help Zhang Xinju up. Zhang Xinju had wanted to go over there as well, but when she thought of the disgusting scene where Zhang Xinju fell into the trash can 3 days ago, after all, I held back and didn't go over to help. while pulling out his ears that were a bit uncomfortable from Wang Feng's yelling. Red Bearer looked at Wang Feng with a defiant face. Old woman, I say, has your family practiced the lion's roar kung fu? Can you speak properly? Make any more noise and I'll throw you out the window. How had Wang Feng ever been so threatened by someone from outside? The last person who threatened her was still that brute Zhang Nan. How could this be tolerated by her, who had always been high-minded and proud? She immediately ordered in a loud voice to the two bodyguards behind her who were following Zhang Feng. You two get up there and smash this bitch's mouth. Those two bodyguards had always acted on Zhang Feng's orders. At this time, when they heard Wang Feng's words, they habitually glanced at Zhang Feng's meaning. Zhang Feng was still hesitant on his side as to whether or not to start a conflict with this dangerous woman in front of him. After all, the experience of having his eyes poisoned last time was still deeply seared in his mind. But he looked around. This is a hotel. This woman shouldn't dare to mess around, right? With this thought, he kept his face cold and silent. The two bodyguards understood Zhang Feng's meaning when they saw that he did not make a sound. They then walked up to the red casket with an angry look on their faces. This young lady, you hit my young lady, then we have no choice but to be offended. When he finished, he raised his hand and prepared to strike. Seeing this, Zhang Nan shook his head. Mentally, he mourned for the two bodyguards. Why did you mess with this little witch? The red casket, when there's no one else to mess with? Didn't those bodyguards tell you not to mess with this witch? Thinking of this, Zhang Nan calmly clasped his hands and watched the show. As soon as the red bear saw those two bodyguards coming over, she immediately put on a look of a weak little wight from shock. What do you two want? Do you want to bully me, a weak woman? I'm so scared, little Nan Nan. Come and protect me. Today's fourth shift. Thank you for the gift, brothers and sisters. Look forward to favorable comments. Gentlemen here, thank you. Continue to code to go. Zhou Lan and Zhang Nan glanced at each other in amusement. Even Su Weiwei, who had been silent on the side, rolled her clear white eyes in a rare moment. Wang Feng and Zhang Xianju laughed coldly at the sight. Bitch, now you know you're scared. Ha, late. Before Zhang Xinju finished saying the word late, she was dumbstruck and opened her mouth wide. Boom, boom, boom. Those two pugilists, who had only just gotten close to Red Girdle, were kicked one by Red Girdle, and were viciously thrown to the ground. After knocking them both to the ground, as if she hadn't had enough, walked up again and gave a messy punch output. Boom. Want to beat up Auntie-me? You're tired of living. Boom boom. After several dozen quick blows, the red bear was content to call it quits. Flinging her seemingly soft and delicate arms, she raised her eyes to look at Wang Feng and asked with a smile as she walked up to Wang Feng, didn't you just have a good time screaming? Scream. Why don't you keep screaming? Wang Feng has always been the kind of character that eats soft and fears hard. Seeing a hardened stalwart like Red Girdle, who fought two pugilists with one, she had already been scared to death long ago. You, don't come over. There's a surveillance camera watching here. I could sue you for assault. As soon as the red bear heard Wang Feng say that she was suing her, it was as if she had heard some kind of heavenly joke. Flattering eyes brightened as she walked in front of Wang Feng. Sue me for assault? In that case, wouldn't it be a loss if I didn't beat you now? The red rope finished, quickly raised a slender tender white hand, while Wang Feng has not realized over. On the snap a fan. Pa, this slap is to teach you not to be too arrogant. Pa, this slap is to show you that you really don't deserve to be a mother. Pa, this slap is my way of looking at you. Those slaps made Wang Feng cry out. The two sisters, Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju, who had been standing quietly at the side, immediately ran over with panicked faces to pull Wang Feng away from the red bear to prevent her from continuing to beat people. Zhang Hao over here, motionless, covered his mouth in fear. The entire group cowered behind Zhang Feng and the others, not daring to make a single sound. The memory of the last time his ass was sliced and diced came flooding back to him all at once. It gave him chills. This woman is horrible. He must go around this woman in the future. Zhang Xinju, on the other hand, thought of the ferocious fall by the red bear just now, and also held her waist, not daring to go forward. Zhang Feng, not to mention, stood in place, like a C-pin. He had already experienced the poison of the red rope. Where else would they dare to be so stupid like Wang Feng and the others? Having to go up and look for a fight? Mom, how are you? Zhang Xinmei asked Wang Feng with a face full of tension. Woohoo! I don't want to live ah. After the red bear slapped Wang Feng 3 times, she retreated to Zhang Nan's side with a satisfied look on her face, throwing a wink towards Zhang Nan. Little Nan Nan, sister has taken the heat for you again. You have to commend sister at night. Yo! The corner of Zhang Nan's mouth twitched. He felt the gazes from the two women, Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei, shooting straight at him. I said, Sister Red Ribbon, can you stop talking nonsense? Ah, you bitch. Wang Feng went crazy and wildly cursed before she could finish. She was covered by Zhang Feng's hand to cover her mouth. Wang Feng had been struggling desperately, her eyes staring resentfully at the red rope, wanting to cut the red rope into 1,000 pieces. You shut the hell up. If you piss her off again, you really won't even be alive in a while. Zhang Feng whispered a warning in Wang Feng's ear. Wang Feng sniffed, and only then did he unwillingly stop. However, the eyes were still staring resentfully at the red beer. Brother, how can you let someone bully your mom like this and not do anything about it? Zhang Hao saw that the scene was under control. Suddenly, with a mournful expression, he looked at Zhang Nan accusingly. Zhang Nan sniffed and looked at Zhang Hao with a different meaning. Why do some people always like to be green tea? You're sick, aren't you? Every day my mom. You're a high school student. How many times do I have to teach you the words break it off? Ha, aren't you your mom's nice big boy? What? Why did you act like a shrinking violet when she got hit just now? Not even daring to make a sound? Now that your mom is done getting her ass kicked, you're the good son who jumps in and accuses an outsider of not protecting your mom? Ridiculous, isn't it? Wang Feng female soils baby good Dale? Zhang Nan's words pinpointed Zhang Hao's head-shrinking behavior just now. Zhang Hao's face was unsightly when he was put on the spot like this by Zhang Nan. On the other hand, Zhang Feng on the side frowned. He had just watched Zhang Hao's behavior in his eyes as well. Seriously, he was a little disappointed at that moment. This young son he had raised in the palm of his hand since he was a child. When it comes to the moment of truth, they don't dare to let out a single fart. Far less bloodthirsty than Zhang Nan, who was raised outside, saying hit and stabbing. A look of insanity that even if I can't beat you, I'll still take half your life. Humph. Beast, you don't want to provoke our feelings with Hauer. My Hauer is still injured. How can he protect me? Zhang Nan secretly shook his head when he heard Wang Feng's words. That's a great line. You can never wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. Therefore, it was really not at all wrong for Wang Feng to be killed by the design of her precious son Zhang Hao afterward. Yes, it's so nice of your good oldest son to get hurt and not be able to protect you. So, can you guys get lost? When Wang Feng saw Zhang Nan's tone like this, the resentment from the beating she had just received poured into Zhang Nan at once. Damn bastard. Do you own this hotel? How dare you tell me to get lost? What Zhang Nan had originally meant was for the Zhang family to roll back to their own box, but Wang Feng's aggressive words really upset him. At this time, Zhou Lan, who had been silent, suddenly laughed, smiled a gentle smile. This smile of hers made Zhang Xinju, who was standing beside Wang Feng, stare straight at her with her eyes, her heart rippling. Wang Feng female soil, sorry, Zhang Nan can really tell you to get lost, because this hotel might be his from now on. Zhou Lan's words had just finished. Zhang Nan froze for a moment. Then he let out a bitter laugh in his heart. Sister Lan, okay, let's not pretend too much. Zhang Feng also snorted coldly as if he had heard a big joke. Ms. Zhou, although I know you're somewhat capable, but meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately, especially when it's still on someone else's property. Zhang Feng's words were both a mockery and a warning. The owner of this 5-star hotel is a big deal. It's only been open for a short while though. However, it was the top 4 ranked existences in Hero City. I don't know how many billions have been spent on inputs alone, but what's most shocking isn't how much money it's throwing around. Rather, it's the background behind it. Zhang Feng remembered that on the day it first opened, a lot of bigwigs from the capital had come. Almost all of the local black and white gangs, too, have stepped in. But what's even more surprising is that so many bigwigs showed up, but they didn't even see the owner? That's right, no one has ever known who the owner of this 5-star hotel is since it opened. But now this Miss Show, yet she dares to say, here in a loud voice that this hotel will be Zhang Feng's in the future? I really don't know if I should say she's a newborn, or if I have to laugh at her for not being afraid of death. Zhou Lan was not intimidated by Zhang Feng's words. She looked at Zhang Feng for a moment, then picked up his cell phone and made a call. I'm here. Come here a minute. Zhou Lan's tone was light, as if he was commanding someone, truly not knowing how to die. How dare you pretend to be a Taiyu? If you can even be the boss here, then I'm the richest man in China. Wang Feng covered her face that was swollen by the red beer slap and said with a disdainful face. Zhou Lan ignored Wang Feng shouting. Her gaze went somewhere. There was a slightly chubby middle-aged man fighting his way over there. Big. Miss Show. Sorry I'm late. The fat man was wearing a customized suit, and sweat was soaking his back from running so fast. However, he couldn't care less about wiping off his sweat and hurriedly ran to Zhou Lan in a respectful manner. As soon as Zhang Feng, who was on the side, saw this man, surprised. This slightly chubby man was the biggest steward here. The name is Fu Xinghan. People outside call him Mr. Pei. Here, under the boss, he's the biggest. Almost the entire hotel is his call. Zhang Feng had a few encounters with this Fu Xinghan. He once wanted to get to know a few local bigwigs through this Fu Xinghan, but Fu Xinghan didn't give him the slightest bit of face and didn't give a damn about him. No matter how much money and women Zhang Feng sent to Fu Xinghan, they were all returned unchanged by Fu Xinghan. It's really greasy. Well, it's fine, Manager Fu. These guys, they're upsetting my people. So help me out. In the future, I don't want to see these guys here. Zhou Lan's tone was light, but the words that came out caused Fu Xinghan, who had just arrived, to be startled for a moment. He didn't have that ability to see Zhou Lan on a regular basis due to his status though. However, he had never seen anyone who dared to upset Zhou Lan. Okay, understood. Fu Xinghan didn't ask why and immediately opened his mouth to agree. The attitude was unusually respectful. Zhang Feng looked at Fu Xinghan's attitude. The heart went cold. Some things are true. It seems that with the stooping of Fu Xinghan, it seems to be surfacing. Zhou Lan finished speaking and gave a smile to Zhang Nan, signaling that they could enter the box. The flies in front of them will naturally be chased out for them. Mr. Zhang Feng, please leave here with your family. There was no longer a smile on Fu Xinghan's face as he turned to face Zhang Feng, someone who could make Zhou Lan dislike him. This man's good days are over, no matter what his status is in Hero City. When Zhang Feng and the others heard that Fu Xinghan actually did listen to Zhou Lan's words and wanted to kick them out, they felt incredulous. Mr. Fu, I'm a Yellow Diamond member of your store. Before Zhang Feng could finish his words, Fu Xinghan interrupted him with a serious and unsympathetic expression. Dong Zhang, I don't care if you're a Yellow Diamond member or a Green Diamond member. You and your family are not welcome at our Watson Hotel right now. If you don't leave right now, then I'm going to have my security people throw you out. After all, you've just been deliberately provoking trouble here, which has affected the business of this hotel. Zhang Feng and the others stared in anger when they heard Fu Xinghan's upside-down words, especially Wang Feng. From start to finish, it was Zhang Nan's few people who abused them and fought them. They didn't gain anything at all. We provoked trouble? What's wrong with your eyes? A few of us were beaten by that woman to the point where we could barely get up. And you're actually opening your eyes and saying that we were the ones causing trouble? Zhang Feng was now able to thoroughly understand the situation. He pulled back Wang Feng, who was still going to scream, and prevented her from continuing to bark. Then, after taking a deep look at Zhou Lan, he immediately smiled with a respectful face and said to Xinghan, Yes, Mr. Fu, I will take my family away now. Fu Xinghan let out a hum and didn't say anything else, but Zhang Xianju, who was on the sidelines, couldn't swallow it. Just now she and her mother, Wang Feng, were both beaten by those men. She has a father and she can't even fart? Dad, my mom and I were beaten up by Zhang Nan and the others. Are you just going to let them off the hook? Zhang Feng's face sank as he frowned and angrily rebuked Zhang Xianju. Alright, you guys are the ones who messed with the others first. Hurry up and leave, don't embarrass yourselves anymore. This would be the time when Zhang Feng had already, in his heart, cursed this stupid little daughter. Something that won't look people in the face. What is this place? This was a place where even the underground gangsters of Guang City would tremble when they came. Who is Fu Xinghan? He was a man who knew both black and white in Guang City and the capital. Even he has to treat that Miss Zhou with respect. How could you be so stupid as to mess with that woman? I'm not leaving. Zhang Xinju's missy temper came back. Seeing Zhang Xinju like this, Zhang Xinmei was afraid of another incident, so she hurriedly pulled her arm and persuaded her. Okay, Xinju, listen to Dad. Forget it. The few of them have been on the receiving end of this today. Such a situation. She and Dad have been clear that they cannot possibly benefit, but Xinju and Mom actually still here to scream non-stop. Although she didn't know how Zhang Nan, all of a sudden, knew such a powerful woman. However, Zhang Xinmei was more relieved than scared in her heart, because she thought of Zhang Nan finally having someone to love him too. Sometimes, Zhang Xinmei even felt that Zhang Nan leaving the Zhang family was really good for him. Zhang Xianju's side still didn't care. She looked at Zhang Nan who was about to walk into the box. The thought that this piece of garbage that she had been bullying could actually be eating here unharmed at this point. As for the few of them from the Zhang family, they were beaten up for being beaten up, and in the end, they had to be driven out of the hotel in a sorry state. How can she swallow this? Zhang Nan, you really are worse than an animal. How dare you let someone drive away your real parents? Are you still human, you piece of shit? Zhang Nan, who was already about to enter the box, heard this shrill insult from Zhang Xianju. The foot that had stepped in retracted. He looked at Zhang Xianju with a look of disgust. Ms. Zhang Xianju, it seems you got addicted to eating garbage a few days ago, and you're cursing people with garbage. I'm being merciful if I didn't just personally whip the soles of my shoes in your faces. If you keep pushing, this time it won't be a garbage can, it'll be a toilet bowl. stinking beggar. Zhang Xanju glared at Zhang Nan with vicious anger. Okay, cut the crap. Hurry up. Zhang Feng suddenly shouted angrily at Zhang Xinju. That angry expression was something Zhang Xinju had rarely seen. Zhang Xinju was startled. It was immediately followed by a resigned face with tears in its eyes, and a reluctant shutting of the mouth. Zhang Nan lazily ignored them and once again lifted his foot to walk into the box, and Zhou Lan sighed as she followed him. It was supposed to be a happy day, but a few flies spoiled the fun. Zhang Feng angrily left with Wang Feng and the others. Su Weiwei stared at Zhang Feng and the others' backs with a ghostly gaze. If it wasn't for the fact that they were Zhang Nan's relatives, as early as the other day, she wanted to do it. The little boy who once protected self. She won't allow anyone to bully him. Otherwise, what was the point of her searching and getting stronger all these years? After Zhang Feng's few people came out of the hotel's entrance, they walked towards the parking lot without saying a word. Zhang Feng, you're such a loser that you were actually kicked out just like that. Wang Feng was sarcastic about Zhang Feng as he walked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju looked at each other and both sighed. They knew that next, they would have to face Zhang Feng and Wang Feng's scolding battle. As expected, once Zhang Feng, who was originally in a fit of anger, heard Wang Feng say this, he really wanted to immediately give this idiot a few slaps on the face. Yeah, I'm a loser. Get back in there if you can. It would have been a nice dinner. This is great. Not only have you guys offended a great god for me, but you've also dragged me out on the spot as well. Zhang Feng has lived for decades, but never happened to go to the hotel to spend money as a grandpa, but also can be driven out this kind of wimpy thing. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinmei, several siblings, did not dare to say anything. In this case today, it was indeed Zhang Xinju who first stirred up trouble, and then her mother added fuel to the fire. Zhang Hao even mentally blamed Zhang Xinju for being indolent. Yo, Zhang Feng, you're incapable of protecting your wife and child, and you still have the nerve to blame me, don't you? Wang Feng had always been a mouthy one when she quarreled with Zhang Feng over the years. If you're not to blame, am I to blame? I've told you all these years to learn to read people's words, and you've all learned it in the belly of a dog? Not only did each one of them not do me any favors, but they gave me a bunch of shit all day long. What a waste of time raising you guys. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more angry he became, and he also began to speak out of turn. Wang Feng would have already felt aggrieved by this. Being punched in the face on the spot, with so many people watching, was humiliating. At this moment, her own husband not only did not have a trace of comfort, but also scolded her. Zhang Feng, if you have the fucking guts, go scold Zhang Nan's brutes. Don't just harbor them. Your daughter and I were beaten in front of you. Even if you dogs don't help us, you still talk about us like that. You say you're still a man. Wang Feng's words instantly touched Zhang Xinju, who was at the side as well. She also held her recently injured waist and complained to Zhang Feng with tears in her eyes. Dad, I've always respected you, but you really let me down today. Ever since that trash Zhang Nan came back from the detention center, our family has either been injured or maimed by him. Look at our little brother. How? Whose ass is not even healed right now? And look at me and mom, and big sister and third sister. We were all beaten by Zhang Nan, called that bitch, even your eyes before. But you actually didn't even dare to help us seek justice, allowing us to be repeatedly bullied by Zhang Nan and the others. Zhang Feng pursed his lips and suddenly stopped talking. Wang Feng covered her red and swollen face as she looked at Zhang Feng and sneered. Zhang Feng, Wang Feng, truly despise you. Your wife and son are being bullied like this, yet you dare not do anything but be a shrinking violet. How could I, Wang Feng, have married a loser like you in the first place? Zhang Feng, who had planned to keep his mouth shut, suddenly stopped his advance when he heard this. He looked at Wang Feng, whose face was already swollen like a pig's head, looking at the face he'd been looking at for decades. At this moment, he was suddenly a little sickened by the face. Seeing that Wang Feng was getting more and more excessive, Zhang Hao hurriedly pulled Wang Feng and gently persuaded. Mom, you should stop talking. Dad is not such a person. Dad must have been thinking of helping us at that time. It's just that the woman was too powerful, and Dad went up to get beaten for nothing. Zhang Feng glanced at Zhang Hao, hearing how he sounded awkward when he said these words. However, the angry man didn't think much about it and only coldly said to Wang Feng, when have I, Zhang Feng, not also regretted marrying a thing like you? Can't help with anything? Only spends money every day. Only gives me curses like a shrew every day. These kids are also arrogant and bossy in character because they have learned that virtue of yours and don't know how to restrain themselves. Even that beast Zhang Nan has gotten into a feud with my Zhang family because of your negligent teaching over the past few years. Wang Feng let out a strange laugh, and the bottom of his eyes began to flicker with madness. Zhang Feng, that beast Zhang Nan was the one you had to pick up and raise in the first place. What's it got to do with me? Wang Feng, don't you put all the shit on my head. When I was dead set against picking up Zhang Nan, I could tell at a glance that that brute wasn't a good person. But you had to pick him up with the idea of raising one more heir. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Zhang Hao's pupils flashed with a touch of grimness. It turned out that Zhang Feng had picked up Zhang Nan back in the beginning. Is really going to grab property from him? Zhang Hao. Heck. He usually says every day that he loves me the most. It hurts my ass. Hypocrite. Not a good person? Wang Feng. No longer a good person. But still born from your belly. You even dislike your own son like that. Are you still a fucking normal mother? Until now, Zhang Feng did not understand where Wang Feng's nasty point toward Zhang Nan came from. Unlike self, Wang Feng only started to dislike Zhang Nan after discovering those vices of Zhang Nan later. She was disliked from before Zhang Nan even returned. There really is no reason at all for that kind of disgust and dislike. Just because he was born to me. I hate him. I should never have had him in the first place. I should have strangled him myself when I was in the hospital. He wasn't supposed to be here in the first place. No. He deserved to die. How nice that he died in the first place. Wang Feng was in a state of madness, and with a face of abhorrence. He shouted out words that made Zhang Feng and the few others feel inexplicably shocked. Zhang Feng had always known that Wang Feng didn't like Zhang Nan. However, it never occurred to her that Wang Feng would try to kill Zhang Nan when he was just born, although he also wanted to waste Zhang Nan during this period of time. But think of it as after all their own flesh and blood, not as a last resort, or do not want to kill, but not this Wang Feng. She was trying to kill Zhang Nan from the moment he was born. Wang Feng, you're crazy. You're crazy. Zhang Feng looked at Wang Feng with an incomprehensible expression. It was like looking at a stranger he'd never known. I'm crazy. Yes, I am. If I had been crazier and more selfish then, and not for the so-called good of the family, I wouldn't have married you in the first place. Wang Feng laughed maniacally, not caring about the attention of the people next to him, so she could be with him. Blame it on the Zhang family. It was all Zhang Feng's fault for looking at her in the first place. Zhang Feng grimaced. Wang Feng, you mean that you regretted marrying me from the beginning to the end? Right. Zhang Feng used an affirmative sentence. Right, you think I liked you back then? Yuck. I was sick of seeing you in the first place. Wang Feng continued to poke at Zhang Feng's heart. Mom, don't you say it. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju rushed forward and pulled Wang Feng, who was already acting like a madman. Don't you guys stop her. Let her continue. Zhang Feng glared at Wang Feng and drank in the stopping behavior of the two Zhang Xinmei sisters. At this point, Zhang Hao was also scared. Wang Feng was the one in the family who loved him the most. Give almost anything you want. He didn't want Wang Feng and Zhang Feng to quarrel and get into a divorce. When Zhang Nan marries another stepmother back, won't his property be divided up? Mom, don't argue. Please don't make Dad angry again. Zhang Hao softly begged Wang Feng. He didn't want Wang Feng to continue to be crazy. As long as Wang Feng was no longer crazy, Zhang Feng would not bother with her anymore. Don't you call him Dad. He doesn't deserve to be your dad. Wang Feng inexplicably yelled. Mom, what are you talking about foolishly? I'm Dad's son as well as yours. I'll always love you and Dad. Zhang Hao thought Wang Feng was so angry that she started babbling. Zhang Feng suddenly stopped talking. He had thoughts about Wang Feng's words just now. He flashed in his mind the day Zhang Nan severed relations. Has been called self-Zhang cuckold this matter. At that time, he thought that Zhang Nan was just trying to be angry with self, so he purposely called him that. After all, at that time, Zhang Nan's state was indeed as scary as a psycho. But Zhang Feng now thought back carefully. Zhang Nan must know something about Wang Feng. Wang Feng, tell me honestly, have you done something to wrong me? Zhang Feng stared at Wang Feng with an eerie gaze. Seeing Zhang Feng's appalling gaze, Wang Feng was like being poured a pot of cold water down. A moment of clarity. Humph. Yeah, I just did something wrong to you. I just didn't want to give birth to Zhang Nan in the first place. I shouldn't have given you so many children, causing me to be old and out of shape now. In the end, I have to suffer your suspicion and suspicion. I'm so self-inflicted. Oh, as Wang Feng spoke, she leaned aggressively on Zhang Xinmei beside her and cried patteringly. Dad, Mom just got beaten up by brother Zhang Nan and the others just now, and she's emotionally addled and talking nonsense. Don't blame Mom anymore. You also calm down. Let's not worry so much as a family, okay? Zhang Hao then advised Zhang Feng at the right time. Zhang Feng still didn't say anything. He stared at Zhang Hao's face. This face, except the eyes look like Wang Feng. It's nothing like Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Nan is the asshole. But Zhang Nan's eyes look like him and his nose looks like him. Going out for a stop. People can tell at a glance that Zhang Nan is his son. Zhang Feng stared at Wang Feng with cold eyes and stared for a while. Then without saying a word, he called on his bodyguard to leave. Dad, aren't we going to eat? Zhang Xianju called towards Zhang Feng's back. Zhang Feng's advancing steps stopped for a moment. No food. That tone was raw and cold. Mom, then let's go back. Jiang Xinmei saw this, sighed, and helped Wang Feng slowly walk towards her own private car. Zhang Hao's eyes flickered. Those words from Wang Feng just now. Whatever did not leave a doubt in his mind. Ever since he was a child, Wang Feng had told him in private that he was her son alone, not Zhang Feng's. He just thought at that time that Wang Feng had quarreled with Zhang Feng again, so he deliberately said that. Later, Zhang Nan came back. He clearly felt Wang Feng's nervousness and uneasiness. It was even more obvious that Wang Feng detested Zhang Nan from the bottom of her heart. Many times, Wang Feng told him with a serious face that he should study hard and work hard, so that in the future, he could hold the Zhang family's property in his own hands. Zhang Hao also only thought that Wang Feng was the result of favoring himself and disliking that Zhang Nan. However, today, these words from Wang Feng caused Zhang Hao to have some uneasy suspicions in his heart. Box. The red bear twisted her sexy arms. The blush on his face seemed like blush, red and pink, so that when people looked at it, they couldn't help but want to bite on it. She was seen holding a glass of red wine in one hand and holding the seat with the other. The Sheena's figure came to Zhang Nan's face with a sway. Little Nan Nan. More drink. Today is your big birthday. Sister wishes you. May you be as blessed as the East Sea and as long as the South Mountain. Children and grandchildren. Zhang Nan sniffed and had a black line. How did today become my birthday? And it's high life. Sister Red Casket. You're drunk. Hurry up and sit down and drink some sobering tea. Zhang Nan saw that the red bear was so drunk that he even came out to toast the birthday. With a helpless smile, he hastened to help her sit down. Zhang Nan did not expect that kung fu and poisoning so powerful red rope. Actually a cup fell. Zhou Lan was also a little bit slightly drunk. Her face was flushed and red, lining her stunningly delicate face even more beautiful. The one who surprised Zhang Nan the most was Su Weiwei. She was as if she had been drunk for 1,000 cups, and there was nothing unusual about her at all. But the watery eyes kept staring at the plate of lobster in front of them for a long time. Dang, a kowtow sounded. Okay, schoolgirl Su is down. 2. At a glance, 5 people came. He and Lin Wu were the only ones who weren't drunk. Midway through the game, Chen Xianshang made a phone call and asked how the play was going. This day after day, Chen Xian didn't dare to make a single call for fear of disturbing Zhang Nan. I didn't dare call to ask how it was going until all the tests were done today. Zhang Nan smiled and replied to Chen Xiansheng, Mr. Chen, it's not bad. You should be able to go to Qingbei. Get this. Chen Xiansheng was happy as a child and laughed on the other end of the phone. After the phone call, Zhang Nan had to hold up schoolgirl Su, and Zhou Lan held up the red beer, and walked out of the box together. As they passed through the lobby of the hotel, several people were suddenly stopped by a voice. Missy? A voice of astonishment came out from the mouth of a middle-aged man dressed in a customized Zhongshan suit. A touch of gravity appeared on Zhou Lan's slightly intoxicated pretty face. Zhang Ming? Zhou Lan searched for the name of the man in front of him from his memory. Zhang Ming was shocked beyond words when he saw that Zhou Lan actually remembered himself. He hurriedly left behind Zhang Hong, who was following behind him, and those pleasing wealthy bigwigs of Guang City. Excitedly, he trotted over to Zhou Lan. I didn't expect to actually meet you here. Oni Ai-chan. Where is Missy going? Zhang Ming can give you a ride. Zhang Hong, who was following behind Zhang Ming, heard that the second brother, who had always been joyful and angry, was so deliberately trying to please the young woman in front of him. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Who the hell is this woman? No, we have a car. Nan, come on. Zhou Lan faintly refused Zhang Ming's goodwill and turned her head to tenderly greet on Zhang Nan to go with her. Zhang Nan nodded his head and raised his foot when he wanted to continue walking. Zhang Hong suddenly pointed at Zhang Nan in surprise. Are you Zhang Feng's son, Xiao Nan? Zhang Nan frowned. Who are you? Zhang Hong was excited at this time as if he had found his own son who he had not seen for many years. Ha ha. I'm your uncle Hong Ah. You have been living in exile since childhood. You should not have seen me, but I'm your own cousin, Zhang Hong. As soon as Zhang Nan heard that he was a relative of the Zhang family, his face immediately faded. Oh, so, Zhang Hong continued as if he didn't see Zhang Nan's coldness, still with an excited face. Your father kept telling me before that the Zhang family had a hard time finding you back, and I didn't realize it was true. By the way, this is your uncle Ming, who told me earlier that he would come along to see you. Zhang Ming, who had touched a cold nail at Zhou Lan's place, heard Zhang Hong's introduction at this time. His shrewd eyes quickly sized up Zhang Nan. It was discovered that this Zhang Nan and that what's his name Zhang Feng did look a bit alike. Ah Hong, this is little Nan? Zhang Ming walked to Zhang Nan with a loving face. Zhang Nan looked indifferently at this relative who had come out of nowhere again. Yes, brother Ming, he's the Zhang Nan I told you about. The boy has been a good boy since he was a child. Zhang Hong excitedly introduced Zhang Nan to Zhang Ming. That cordial and self-conscious look was as if he had known Zhang Nan for years. Are you guys up to something? I don't know the Chang family well. Thanks. Zhang Nan's tone couldn't be described as cold, but it just carried a sense of being uninviting. Who cares if you're Uncle Hung or Uncle Ming? What's it got to do with me? The Zhang family and I have already formed a feud. I don't want any of you Zhang family relatives. Zhang Ming heard Zhang Nan's cold tone. To think that Zhang Feng and Zhang Nan had severed their relationship. Zhang Nan's attitude towards him and Zhang Hong was so cold at this time, and it was justifiable. Then he continued to smile at Zhang Nan without caring. It's fine. I don't know Zhang Feng well either. Son, in the future, if you have any difficulties, you can look for Uncle Ming. This is my business card. Zhang Ming didn't dwell on it with Zhang Nan. There were some things that if he said anymore, it would only cause Zhang Nan's resentment. Zhang Nan looked at Zhang Ming in front of him. He thought for a moment and suddenly remembered. In his last life, this man was the most powerful man in the Zhang family clan. If the Zhang family had a patriarch, then this Zhang Ming would be equivalent to the status of the Zhang family's patriarch. In his last life, this Zhang Ming didn't think much of the Zhang family, even if the Zhang family is doing well in Guan City. But in this Zhang Ming's eyes, it was still not worth mentioning, because of the power and wealth of this Chang Ming. It's something that 100 Zhang Fengs can't even compare to. Therefore, Zhang Feng in his last life adored Zhang Ming and often told them about such a person consciously or unconsciously. Let them, the juniors, aim for Zhang Ming. Zhang Nan tried to recall the last news about Zhang Ming. At this flashback, he suddenly remembered the year when Arisher was investigating the cause of Self's death. It was this Zhang Ming who brought a wave of people over to invite Sister Lan away. Also since then, Arisher was like a missing person. He never saw her again. Missy, since we met, could Zhang Ming have a few words with Missy? Zhang Ming smiled and asked Zhou Lan what she meant. It was an inquiry, but the attitude was fleshy and respectful. Zhang Nan raised his eyebrows. His Arisher's sister is really something. Could it be one of the families? A family that could make even Zhang Ming respect them so much must come from no small source. Unfortunately, in his last life, he died so quickly that he never went to the capital. Don't know anything about the situation over there. Zhou Lan glanced at Zhang Ming and nodded lightly. Zhou Nan, help me support the red beer, Zhou Lan said, pushing the body of the red casket onto Zhang Nan's body. At once, the unusual medicinal scent that belonged uniquely to the red beer invaded Zhang Nan's nose, and the soft body of the red beer was close to Zhang Nan. The red-berried winks glanced lightly at Zhang Nan's tense expression. Sexy and charming red lips hooked. The tender white lotus root arms pretended to be powerless and hugged Zhang Nan's neck tightly. The plump puffy breasts, intentionally or unintentionally, rubbed against Zhang Nan's arm. The little mouth sprayed warm and fragrant hot air against Zhang Nan's ear. Little Nan Nan. I'm so hot. That seductive voice made all the male soil present resist the urge to look up. Sister Red Casket, wake up. This is outside. Zhang Nan was helpless. He wasn't afraid of Red Rider poisoning him. He was afraid of Red Rider teasing him. Zhang Ming thoughtfully glanced at the red beer. The heart murmured. This Zhang Feng's son. He's a real flirt. I can't believe I can even take this demoness. After Zhang Ming and Zhou Lan's figures disappeared from sight, Zhang Hong looked at Zhang Nan with a loving face and continued. Nephew Zhang Nan, where do you live now? If you don't have a place to stay, it's okay to stay at Uncle Hong's. Humboldt's place is big and has lots of room, and there are a couple of cousins about your age. You youngsters make a mess together. Zhang Nan carefully supported Su Weiwei with his left hand and the red beer with his right hand. Seeing Zhang Hong so warmly invited, he shook his head and refused without thinking. No, I have a place to stay. Also, I've severed my ties with the Zhang family and am no longer a member of the Zhang family. So, please still address me as Zhang Nan. After all, it's the first time I'm meeting you guys, so I don't need to pretend to be so familiar with you. Zhang Hong sniffed and froze awkwardly for a moment. He was also doing well in Guang City, even a bit better than Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Nan, a descendant of the Zhang family, did not give him any face at all. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Zhang Nan. But after thinking about the woman who had just left with Zhang Ming, thinking about how Zhang Ming was unusually polite to that woman, Zhang Hong's eyes rolled around and hid his resentment again. Hey, you kid, Uncle Hong knows about you and Zhang Feng. We're all family. There's no need to make a scene. I went to your Zhang Feng's house a few days ago, and at that time I also said Zhang Feng Emil, you're such a good kid. That Zhang Feng is really blind. How can he do this to you? Zhang Nan skimmed his lips and did not respond to Zhang Hong's words. When Zhang Hong saw Zhang Nan's indifferent look, he sighed and couldn't say anything else. It's hard for a purist to judge family matters. It's really hard for him, an outsider, to say too much. In order to prevent the atmosphere from being too awkward, Zhang Hong opened up the topic and talked to Jiang Nan passionately about his studies. Learning that Jiang Nan had just finished the college entrance examination today, he was very happy and said that when his results came out, he would invite Jiang Nan for dinner. Jiang Nan held up the two drunkards, namely Red Beer and Su Weiwei, without moving, and kept replying aha perfunctorily. So noisy. Little Nan Nan. I want a hug, I want a kiss. The red casket was obviously coming on strong from the drunkenness. Suddenly came close to Jiang Nan's face, to his lips to kiss down. Jiang Nan secretly said, wow fuck. I was just about to be heartbroken when I lost my first kiss. Pop. A small, tender white hand slapped open the Red Beer's small, rosy mouth with one hand. Jiang Nan was stunned. He froze and looked at Su Weiwei, who had woken up at some point. Ah ouch. Nanny. You're kissing me so much it hurts. Unsteady on her feet. The Red Beer, with her drunken, misty eyes closed, had no idea who had hit her. Nan Zhang. Su Weiwei saw that the red casket was a little more peaceful than drunk in Jiang Nan's other arm. Nan Zhang. Speechless again. Zhang Hong looked like a man who had been there before and looked meaningfully at Jiang Nan. On Zhou Lan's side, Zhang Ming walked with her to a hidden corner. Zhang Ming was still thinking about how to open his mouth when Zhou Lan stared into his eyes and asked seriously, did he call you? Zhang Ming was startled. He thought Zhou Lan was talking about her father, so he immediately shook his head. No, Dong Zhou has been quite busy lately, and Zhang Ming hasn't seen him. Zhou Lan glanced at Zhang Ming with a shallow gaze before dropping her eyes to a shadowy place. Zhang Ming, plain speaking, I'm not talking about Mr. Zhou. Rather, it's the real master behind Yulao Chun. He shouldn't be able to hold it up anytime soon, should he? If I'm right, it's only been a couple years, and he's about to mutate. The moment Zhou Lan's words fell, Zhang Ming's face instantly changed drastically. Missy, you remembered? Your memory has returned? Zhou Lan's eyes were still fixed on that gloomy place. No, if it's restored, you're going to disappear. He will also be abused and killed again. Now he is becoming more and more like a normal person. Zhang Ming sighed in his heart regretfully when he heard that Zhou Lan had not recovered her memory. They had been hoping that Zhou Lan would regain her memory. That's how we know where Lone Wave is. It is only when Chen's condition is under control. Eldest Miss, Chen Lao's body has indeed become more and more out of control over the past 2 years, and sometimes he shows his original form during the day. If you recover your memory on your side, please help Elder Chen. He's afraid he won't be able to wait for President Lone Wave to return. Zhang Ming, who had always been arrogant and accustomed to it, would be especially respectful whenever he spoke the names of Chen Lao and Lone Wave, especially the president of Lone Wave. That's one guy that the top guys in the world are scared of. No, he can't be called human. Not long after, Zhou Lan and Zhang Ming returned. She gently smiled at Zhang Nan. Xiao Nan, let's go. Zhang Nan nodded his head and steadily supported Su Weiwei and the Red Beer with both hands as he walked out of the hotel shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Lan. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, carefully followed them. Wait until you get to the front of the hotel. Lin Wu had already driven his car and waited there. Zhang Ming immediately went forward to help Zhou Lan open the car door. And Zhang Hong was also very awake to help Zhang Nan open the door of the car and helped get Su Weiwei and the Red Beer inside the car. After doing everything, the two parties waved goodbye to Zhang Nan and the others with a respectful face, until after Zhang Nan and the others' cars were gone. Only then did Zhang Ming put away the smile on his face. Second brother. Is this the Zhou family's eldest miss that you mentioned before? Zhang Ming nodded, looking at Zhang Nan and their faraway direction in deep thought. It seemed that he had to tell Elder Chen right away that Zhou Lan had the beginnings of recovering her memory. It's been over 6 years since Lone Wave disappeared. Song Jishu is also alive or dead. If we don't let Zhou Lan top it again, how will China compete with other countries in a few years? They, really, can't sit on their hands any longer. In this little month and a half of waiting for the results of the entrance exams to come out, Zhang Nan wasn't idle either, because you have to prepare for the exam before. Therefore, he did not have time to pay special attention to the current market situation, just investing from the memory of some major events in my last life. Now he could finally relax properly. Do your homework properly. This year is the first time that China's GDP has surpassed that of the ghost country, become the second largest economy in the world. Love of the Free State is still number fucking one, but China's manufacturing value added officially surpassed that of the country of love and freedom in that year. China also became the world's number one manufacturing country in the true sense of the word from that year onward. In his last year as Puffy, he still hasn't changed much, and can be said to have been stable for more than 10 years. The province of Guangnan, too, has remained the number one economic province for more than 30 years. However, these were only meant to be a hilarious sight for the current Zhang Nan. He's a guy who just had a small goal. It's not as practical as caring about yourself and how to get stronger and bigger. Bitcoin he feels is almost ready to be left alone for now. This stuff will make people rich though, but charge too much, attract the attention of those manipulators, and suddenly come to an emergency break. Then Self will be too late to cry. After all, the manipulators aren't stupid. People make these out to get the big end of the stick. Jiang Nan felt that Self was pretty much eating the cake in his mouth right now. Are you watching a little porn? The red bear was wearing a sexy lace nightgown, with her ample bosom mostly exposed. She leaned against the doorway of Jiang Nan's room. A teasing face seduced Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan could not help but let out a bitter smile once he saw the red casket like this. What's the matter, Sister Red Ribbon? The red bear's graceful figure walked to Jiang Nan's side, glanced at the computer. It's not watching a small porno and I was going to say I'd share it with you, the red bear said, and her body, dressed in sexy pajamas, deliberately leaned forward. The pair of plump rounds on her chest immediately poured out, as if beckoning to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's eyes hurriedly moved away. The bitch definitely did it on purpose, but there was nothing Jiang Nan could do. Don't ask why he didn't dare punish her on the spot. It's true that the red casket is often out of order. She's in the mood to tease you when you won, but take it seriously. The next moment, she'll change her face and poison you with a pain in the ass. Jiang Nan used to think that the red bear went out to look for a man and really ate meat. I didn't realize that this little witch was the one who seduced the man afterward. Wait until the moment those men take off their clothes. She's just playing with the men with a wicked look on her face. So, she's really playful and teasing, but it's just all flirtation and no red racket. I don't have those movies here. Go ask at the internet cafe outside, Jiang Nan said as he shifted himself a little bit. Try to keep Self from running into this little leprechaun. It's a big night. Why are you still letting people go outside? Nan, I know you must have a little porn on your computer. It's a long night. It's so lonely. Let's study it together, the red bear said, and deliberately rubbed Jiang Nan with those big waves again. Jiang Nan immediately unleashed his ninja sensei, not daring to even glance at his eyes. Sister Red Ribbon, I really don't have these in my computer. You've got the wrong person. No, it's impossible that a normal boy doesn't have a little porn on his computer. Nanny, tell me honestly, are you gay-o? Looking at the skeptical look on the red bear's face, Jiang Nan immediately shook his head. How can that be? I'm a normal boy. The red bear still looked skeptical. I don't believe it. You must be gay. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on me all this time. No matter how much I've tempted you. You must have. Jiang Nan wanted to cry. My aunt, don't you know how poisonous you are? Who'd dare lay a hand on you? No. In order to break you upright, I decided to be a good guy tonight. Nanny, come on. Sister will do whatever you want tonight. As the red bear said, she fell into Jiang Nan's arms with a smile on her face. But before she could make a move, in the next instant, she felt a crisis that came quickly towards her face. The red bear immediately blocked his face with his hands. Whoa shit, Su Weiwei, you little shrew, you actually tried to ruin my face. Su Weiwei pulled Jiang Nan, who was sitting motionless on the chair, to her side. Then it was a quick fight with the red bear. The red bear is not one to be bullied. In itself, she had always wanted to fight Su Weiwei. Vivi, Sister Red Ribbon, you guys don't want to break my computer. Get out there and fight outside. There's plenty of room out there. Jiang Nan watched the two women fight. Instead of trying to persuade them to fight, they worry about their own computers. It's stocked with some of the best stuff he's found lately. Nan, you little heartless one. I'm about to get killed by this little bitch and you're only worried about your computer. And that there's no little porno in it. While the red casket and Su Weiwei were going through the motions, they were still able to take the time to flirt with Jiang Nan. Su Weiwei, you have the guts to go out with me to the open space outside and have a painful fuck. The red bear did resent the fact that Jiang Nan's room couldn't cast a spell. It was hard to get Su Weiwei to make a move today. How can we not have a good time? But Su Weiwei acted as if she knew what the red casket meant. A cartwheel inches towards the red bear, after seeing that the red bear easily blocks it. Then he stopped fighting. She couldn't beat the red bear. She had always had this self-awareness. But the red casket is not going to win her easily either. She had just seen the red bear eating Jiang Nan's tofu, and it was hard for her to watch before she stepped in. Otherwise, she usually didn't bother with those tawdry maneuvers of the red casket. Thinking of this, Su Weiwei glanced at Jiang Nan with complicated eyes. Then he turned and went back to his room. Hey, Su Weiwei, aren't you going to fight? Why don't you fight? Come out. Go on. Su Weiwei, bastardless woman. Ha! The red bear pouted in anger when she saw that Su Weiwei wasn't going to fight with her anymore. Oh, you guys aren't going to fight? Then, Sister Red Ribbon, can you go out now? I'm going to sleep. Jiang Nan laughed and said to the red bear. Sleep? Yeah, I'll sleep with you, and I'll straighten you out tonight. The red casket seems to be obsessed with straightening Zhang Nan. Again? Sister Red Ribbon, give me a break. I'm really not gay. What are you doing? Don't come over here. Don't undress me. Zhang Nan's scream just sounded. Su Weiwei suddenly appeared again. Vivi, come on. Come and hit me. Otherwise, I'll force myself on little Nan Nan tonight. Su Weiwei knew that the red casket was using agitation, but it's just that she doesn't want to put up with it either. She'd been looking at this red casket in a bad light for a long time. That night, the villa was full of chickens and dogs. Every now and then there is the sound of something breaking. Zhou Lan didn't know what was going on that night. Surprisingly, he hadn't come out of his room to mind the red beer in Su Weiwei. The two of them are about to turn the villa upside down and they don't come out to take a look? While Zhang Nan felt strange, he was not in a position to disturb her rest. Look at those two ancestors fighting. He immediately snuck back into his room and locked the door behind him. The war on women. It's better to stay out of it. Especially from these two women. I've been preparing for the exam for a while now. Su Weiwei hadn't let go so much in a long time. The same goes for the red casket. It had also been a while since she'd had an opponent she could fight over. The two fought for over an hour. Both sides had a lot of color on them. As they fought, they suddenly both looked at each other favorably. Your face is finally piggybacked by me. The red beer laughed with that soothing smile. Well, your boobs were also swollen by 2 numbers by me. Su Weiwei was not willing to show weakness. When the red beer sniffed, she covered her huge breasts with a heartbroken expression, and was heartbroken. Why are you staring at my boobs all the time? It hurts like hell. Su Weiwei's expression showed a touch of relief. Because I don't feel good about looking at it. Yoo-hoo, so you're jealous that my boobs are bigger than yours. Ha ha. But her laughter had only just risen when Su Weiwei slapped her palm in the air and slapped it towards her bulge. Shit, I can't believe I'm doing a sneak attack and trying to hit me in the chest. The two fought for another half hour or so. Only at last were they satisfied and each left with a harsh word. Only a mess was left behind. And a dumbfounded Lin Wu. Those two ancestors just now. They're really not ordinary people. Inside Zhou Lan's room, the air was icy cold. The entire room was covered in frozen frost. Zhou Lan has fallen into a coma. Only her eyes were closed tightly and she looked agonized. An image kept flashing through her mind. There was laughter, roaring, and cries of pain. Sister, I want to be a sanitation worker when I grow up. Because my dad always says I'm going to sweep the streets if I don't study hard. So I'm going to sweep the streets to piss him off. Laner, don't blame your dad. Mom knows he has no choice. Don't blame him. Zhou Lan looked at the two closest relatives. She was just about to go up and touch these two to see if they were real when the picture changed again for a moment. At that moment, a man of great stature appeared. Zhou Lan saw him and felt a surge of joy inside. Lone Wave, she called out softly. The man's expression was cold and hard, and he just looked at her quietly. I'm not going to be able to hold out much longer. Lone Wave, will you recover quickly? The man remained expressionless, his figure slowly blurring. Zhou Lan was getting more and more agonized, and her face had turned pale. The temperature around the room dropped even more rapidly. Just as she was about to bond with the frost, the red beer appeared. She frowned in worry at the sight of the room. For the first time, a serious intense look appeared on his always unruffled face. The next moment, she dug out a fiery red bead from within herself. She stared at the bead in awe for a few seconds. The eyes closed decidedly for a moment. When you open your eyes again, she righteously put the fiery red beads into Zhou Lan's mouth. After the bead was completely absorbed by Zhou Lan, she laughed miserably. She knew this meant that self's time on this earth was running out. Be well, sister. After saying this, a crystal tear fell from the corner of her eye. The next morning, when Zhou Lan saw the red casket with the color hanging off his face, a rare expression of surprise appeared on his always calm face. You're actually injured? That's rare. The red beer held a piping hot egg in her hand and rolled it around on her bruised and purple little face. The face also kept throbbing and hurting because the eggs were so hot. It caused the red beer to roll away while hissing and spitting in pain like Era. Zhou Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the red casket like this. Humph. Sis, aren't you curious as to who I was hit by? Zhou Lan smiled and squinted those watery eyes. Besides Xiao Wei, who else can cure you here? The red casket looked displeased when she heard this. Say it like she's better than me. I've been giving in to her because I see she's younger than me. With an expression of I don't believe it, Zhou Lan squeezed the fresh orange in her hand into orange juice. At this time, Su Weiwei also got up. Ms. Su, Lin Wu, who was quietly eating breakfast on the side, greeted. Su Weiwei politely returned. Big brother Lin, good morning. Then, it was as if nothing had happened. Walked over to Zhou Lan and squeezed orange juice with her. Ha, Su Weiwei, where's the wound on your face? Didn't I purposely slap you in the face a couple times last night? The red bear pointed at Su Weiwei's delicate, bouncy, smooth face and screamed unhappily. She had specifically picked Su Weiwei's tender little face to punch last night. It's like Su Weiwei staring exclusively at her boobs and fanning them all the time. Su Weiwei cast a sidelong glance at the red bear and replied in a somewhat smug tone. I'm sorry, I happen to have a special ointment to reduce swelling and stop bruising. One rub and it's gone. Upon hearing Su Weiwei's words, the red casket, who was holding the egg and trying to roll it, had her eyes light up. Vivi, you're not nice enough to have this ointment and not give it to me last night. Made me look like a pig for a night. Oh damn heartless. Thanks to the fact that I just cooked 2 extra eggs for you to roll. Looking at the aggrieved little expression of the red bear, Su Weiwei was not moved in the slightest. The red bear saw that Su Weiwei didn't open her mouth to share the ointment with self. Cheeks puffed out in anger. So angry. In a fight, you're bruised and swollen. But the other guy is still gorgeous. At this time, Zhang Nan also got up with a yawn. Lin Wu also came over from downstairs. There are 3 women down there. He thought it would be better to go up to his own room and look at the pictures of his daughter and wife. Ringo. Zhang Nan greeted Lin Wu. Lin Wu hurriedly nodded his head respectfully to return good morning. Brother Lin, you've been going out early and coming home late these past few days. Is it true that things are progressing again? Zhang Nan often saw Lin Wu running out in silence during this time. If Zhou Lan doesn't have anything to order him, he'd be out there for 2 or 3 days and not come back. Don't know what's going on either. However, Zhang Nan knew it must be related to his daughter. Well, found evidence of some dealings with the girl's parents, hiring people to buy water boys. Seeing that Zhang Nan was concerned and asking questions, Lin Wu didn't hide it and said it directly. Zhang Nan was delighted at his words. That's a good thing. In this way, the real injustice can be cleared up quite a bit more. Brother Lin, I've already finished my exams. There's nothing to be busy with. If you need anything, you can call me for help. Hearing Zhang Nan's words, Lin Wu nodded his head in a moved manner. Okay, thank you, little Nan. Zhang Nan was busy waving his hand to signal Lin Wu not to be so polite. When he saw Lin Wu, he thought of Jinjin, the girl who was abused at school like self. In his last life, both he and Jinjin died. Zhang Nan in this life was more fortunate and was reborn in desperate circumstances. However, Lin Jinjin in this life had not been able to escape all of this. Verbal violence, physical destruction. It makes her ache every day. That's why she chose to leave this world in such a way as to lighten her life. In order to free myself from, after all this time together. Zhang Nan also probably understood Lin Wu's character. It's one of those personalities where people don't bully me and I don't bully them. Usually there's nothing to do, so I go out and look for evidence. There was nothing to do back at the villa, so I stayed in my room by myself. Several times I've watched him hold the family photo there in awe. One look is a long time. Sometimes there were tears in my eyes as I watched. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan's mood sank. Big brother Lin, I'll go down for breakfast first. Zhang Nan greeted him and planned to go down for breakfast. At this time, Lin Wu suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stopped Zhang Nan and asked, Little Nan, do you have a sister named Zhang Xinju? Zhang Nan's face sank a few points when he heard it was about the Zhang family. She's not my sister. Why? Lin Wu remembered at this time that Zhang Nan had severed ties with that Zhang family. An embarrassed face apologized. Sorry, it's like this. I was at the internet cafe last night when I was looking up information. It was discovered that in the internet cafe, there were a couple of young men watching some videos, and those videos were some very, Lin Wu had wanted to say that those videos were lewd and filthy, but when he thought of those girls in this video, one of them was Zhang Nan's blood and bone relative. It was not easy to say, hey, I gave some money to them and asked for a copy of the video back. It's in this USB drive. You can look at it later when you have time. After Lin Wu finished speaking, he awkwardly handed a USB flash drive into Zhang Nan's hands. Zhang Nan took the USB flash drive in Lin Wu's hand. Laughing, Zhang Xinju, here's your comeuppance. In fact, Zhang Nan also had some videos about Zhang Xinju in his hands. That's what he's been slowly collecting all this time. Don't say Zhang Xinju's, even Zhang Xinju, who was the mistress of several directors at the same time. He had the information. Zhang Nan, in his last life, died too quickly to know any of this. But Zhang Nan, who has been a pal for more than 10 years, but the provenance of this information is clear as day. This life, he and the Zhang family were already enemies. What do you mean, enemies? It's either you or me. And on Zhang Feng's side, Zhang Nan will send some information about Wang Feng's previous photos to him in a few days when some information is fully organized. At that time, when Zhang Feng knew the identity of Zhang Hao, his illegitimate son, his expression would definitely be very wonderful. Some time ago, the reason why Zhang Nan chose not to publicize these things mainly because he really didn't want to make a temporary mess considering that the college entrance exam was approaching. Inside, he still wanted to fulfill his regret of not being able to take the college entrance exam in his previous life. At that time, he was in a detention center for a few months. Come out and you're done with high school, plus being kicked out of the Zhang family again right away. And then it wasn't long before the Zhang family got him killed. In this life, if it wasn't for the fact that when he was reborn, he had asked Mr. Chen to make that phone call to Zhang Xinlan in the first place, and said a person's name to make Zhang Xinlan's heart weak and afraid, he wouldn't have been arrested for a few days and then immediately released, much less a chance to take the entrance exam. The Changs. Get ready for my first shot. One by one. I, Zhang Nan, will surely screw you all into oblivion. On this day, the results of the G exam also came out. Several sisters, Wang Feng and Zhang Xinmei, were happily waiting for news at home. At this time, Zhang Hao was also nervous and inexplicable. He always remembered not playing very well on the days of the exams. During this time, he also mentally estimated a score for self. There should be 620 points or more, though not as high as his previous mapping scores in school, but shouldn't be too bad. Zhang Feng didn't go to the office this day either. Wanted to wait until after the results were released. He was still confident in Zhang Hao's accomplishments. After all, Zhang Hao was in the top 3 in the first middle school before. It's well known. The city's first high school, the most seedlings out of Qingbei and Guangcheng. The top 3 of the first school, moreover, are almost a lock for Qingbei. Early in the morning, Wang Feng and Zhang Feng's phones were also ringing non-stop. All of them congratulated Wang Feng and Zhang Feng in advance. Thank you. There's nothing excellent about my Hauer. It's the grades part that never loses. Yes, our Hauer can say that he's running for the provincial top prize this time. He's very confident. His teacher even made a special effort to congratulate me in advance yesterday. Ha ha. Well, turn around. Our Zhang family will definitely hold a celebration banquet, then invite all of you to come over to celebrate together. Zhang Feng also received some early wishes from his business friends. He was in a rare mood that turned a little better at this point. At this moment, he coped with his friends and family with Wang Feng. It was as if the previous violent quarrels seemed to have been deliberately forgotten by them. Hauer, you've been working hard this whole time. This is an early gift from Dad. Zhang Feng handed Zhang Hao the keys to a Ferrari sports car. Zhang Hao immediately brightened up. Dad, the results haven't even come out yet, and you prepared a congratulatory gift for me so quickly? It's fine. Dad knows you'll definitely go to Qingbei. Zhang Feng laughed out with a proud face. Zhang Hao sniffed and was not modest, as he also felt that self should have passed the exam. Thank you, father. Your love for Hauer remembers it all in his heart. Zhang Hao smiled happily. Wang Feng smiled at this point and joined in. Hauer, take this card. It has $10 million in it. It's mom's reward for you. For the rest of the day, you can buy whatever you want, and if you don't have enough, you can ask mom for more. Zhang Hao held the Ferrari keys in one hand and the bank card in the other, smiling from ear to ear. Thank you, my dearest mom. Dad. Mom, you guys are really too good to Hauer. In the future Hauer will definitely be filial to you. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and stared at Zhang Hao's face, not knowing what he was thinking. For her part, Wang Feng happily kissed Zhang Hao's face before continuing to answer the phone. Zhang Xinmei, who was on the side, looked at the Ferrari key in Zhang Hao's hand. He also looked at the bank card in Zhang Hao's hand. There was a momentary silence. She thought of her other brother, Zhang Nan. Zhang Hao grew up with everything. It's such a great reward even before the high school grades are out. And Zhang Nan has nothing. Even his real parents didn't think of him. It's a bad comparison to make. Dad. Mom, it's time to open the webpage and check your grades. At this time, Zhang Xinju saw that the time had just arrived, so she reminded Zhang Feng and Wang Feng in a loud voice to Zhang Feng and Wang Feng, who had been talking on the phone. Wang Feng sniffed and hurriedly laughed with her good sister on the other end of the phone. Okay, enough about you for now. We're going to look at the grades first. What? You also want to hear the good news? Okay, let you be the first witness to the good news. You do not hang on. Wang Feng then deliberately took her cell phone and came to Zhang Hao's side. Zhang Hao opened the web page a little apprehensively, then entered his own number. At that point, the page suddenly got stuck. Wang Feng was a bit anxious. What's going on? Why is it blank? It's fine. There were probably too many people checking their results, so the web page got stuck. Zhang Xinmei comforted Wang Feng. Zhang Feng's expression was also a bit tense, and his eyes kept staring at the computer's screen. Soon, Zhang Hao's results appeared. They are 95 for language, 106 for math, 100 for English, and 199 for general science. 500 points total? The entire Zhang family fell into a dead silence. They were dead set on the blinding 500 points. Everyone couldn't believe what their eyes were seeing. Ho, ho, is there a renaming? Wang Feng finally found her own voice, but the voice was shaky. Zhang Feng stared at the word Zhang Hao on the computer, as if he wanted to stare a hole in the computer. Zhang Hao's face turned pale all of a sudden. The head was blank, as if it was in the same state as it had been during the exam that day. He had an unbelievable expression as he muttered under his breath. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Xinmei's sisters looked at each other and both saw sighs in each other's eyes. Check again. Refresh the page and check again. Wang Feng's shrill voice rang out. At that moment, her little sister on the opposite side of her cell phone seemed to sense something and pretended to ask with a concerned tone. What's wrong? Wang Feng, isn't it true that Zhang Hao has become the top science student in our Guang province? It's really congratulatory. When did you say you'd organize the celebration banquet? But at this time, Wang Feng, who cared if she was being sarcastic on purpose, hastily hanging up the phone. He asked Zhang Hao to refresh the webpage and check again. Zhang Hao's eyes stared straight at the computer, his gaze dull and unresponsive. Wang Feng, stop it. You still don't think it's disturbing enough, do you? Zhang Hao only scored 500 points. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and coldly broke Wang Feng's beautiful dream. It also shattered Zhang Hao's last shred of sanity. No, that's not true. There's no way I could have gotten so little. Dad, it's all Zhang Nan's fault. It's Zhang Nan who caused me harm. Zhang Feng frowned, looking at the always well-behaved Zhang Hao, who suddenly became hideous. You said that Zhang Nan victimized you? Zhang Nan asked in a calm voice. Right, it's Zhang Nan. Dad, Zhang Nan purposely disturbed me while I was working on a problem. He knew he wouldn't get into a good college with his poor grades, so he dragged me down on purpose to try and hurt me. Dad, Zhang Nan, he's so ruthless. When Zhang Xinmei heard Zhang Hao say this about Zhang Nan, she immediately stood up for Zhang Nan. Impossible. Xiao Hao, Zhang Nan is not such a person. Big sister, are you not trusting me? Do you know that Zhang Nan deliberately scribbled down the answers and casually finished the test paper at that time? Just to make all kinds of provocative gestures to me in the remaining time when the invigilator was not paying attention. Deliberately distracting me from answering my papers properly. Brother, he's doing it on purpose. He's trying to hurt me. Oh. Zhang Hao bawled sadly as he spoke. How can anyone mess around in a high school exam? Zhang Xinmei opened her mouth to defend Zhang Nan, but looked at Zhang Hao, who was in the midst of sadness and difficulty. After thinking about it, I couldn't refute it anymore. And Zhang Feng also thought of a peace with Zhang Xinmei. However, thinking of the possibility that Zhang Nan might actually take advantage of the invigilator's inattention, while deliberately trying to disgust Zhang Hao, the thought of this made him ironic and completely silent. Wang Feng was so angry that his liver hurt after hearing Zhang Hao's words. Zhang Nan the beast. He's actually so vicious, causing my Hauer not to be able to go to Qingbei. I'm going to kill him. Ha! Zhang Feng cast a sidelong glance at Wang Feng and rubbed his brows, suddenly feeling his heart so tired. At that moment, Zhang Feng's phone rang. He hadn't wanted to take it. But look at the caller ID, Zhang Hong. XL. A flash of joy appeared on his face and he hurriedly picked up the phone. Brother Hong, how are you free? You, what did you say? Who became the top science student in Guang province? Zhang Nan, X. The volume of Zhang Feng's cell phone was loud. This is the strength of Nokia phones. However, when Zhang Hong on the cell phone said, Zhang Nan is the top science student in Guangzhou province, all the Zhang family, again fell into an eerie silence. Did Uncle Hong just say that Zhang Nan became the top science student in Guangzhou? Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju covered their mouths as they both looked at each other with unbelievable looks on their faces. Zhang Hao's eyes widened and his face instantly turned into a pig liver color. Zhang Nan is the top science student? No way. Absolutely no way. It must be the same name. Must be. How could that bastard do so well on the test when he's so stupid? Wang Feng also thought the same as Zhang Hao. It must not be that beast. I'm not sure how much that beast weighs. It must not be him. Wang Feng's mumbling fell on Zhang Xinmei's ears, and she really didn't feel good listening to it. Zhang Feng didn't know how self hung up on Zhang Hong. He looked at Zhang Hao with a complicated expression. The voice was so cold that it made everyone in the Zhang family feel cold. Did you just say that Zhang Nan he got poor grades and purposely caused you to not be able to do well on the exams as well? Zhang Hao looked at the gloomy Zhang Feng, his mouth opened, not daring to make a sound. And you're saying that Zhang Nan scribbled the answers only to save time for petty maneuvers to harm you? Zhang Feng's voice carried sarcasm and deep disappointment. Zhang Hao's face now turned deathly white. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that the smack in the face would come so quickly. He had just falsely accused Zhang Nan in the heat of the moment, just to find an excuse for self's low score. He really hadn't thought that Zhang Nan would do so well on the exam. If he had known this was the case, he wouldn't have made this stupid excuse of lifting a stone to hit his own feet. Zhang Feng stared at this face of Zhang Hao, this face that didn't look like his Zhang Feng's son at all. Eventually, his gaze sank to stare at Zhang Hao, his tone tinged with disappointment. Zhang Hao, I don't blame you for not doing well on the exam, but you shouldn't have lied to me. To all of them, you are such a disappointment to me. Seeing Zhang Feng blaming Zhang Hao, Wang Feng immediately protected Zhang Hao. Zhang Feng, what are you mad about? Hao has been victimized by Zhang Nan to the point where he can't even get into Qingbei. / Instead of scolding that bastard Zhang Nan to death, you actually came to blame Hao? What were you thinking? Zhang Feng looked at Wang Feng, looking at this woman who was so eccentric that he wondered if Zhang Nan was the woman she gave birth to. Sneering, he ignored her. Instead, he picked up his cell phone and made another call to self-secretary. Make final confirmation. Shaoli, help me check if the top science scholar in Guang province that just came out is a Zhang Nan. Lena, the secretary across the phone, happened to be working at her computer. After she heard Zhang Feng's command, she immediately and sharply went to the education website to check. Yes, Zhang Dong, this year's top science student in Guang province is a candidate named Zhang Nan from the senior class, 1, of the 24th middle school. Dong Zhang, if it's convenient for you, you can go on your computer and open the local news network to check it out. At this point, some of the news networks and educational websites must be out with the latest news. Zhang Feng hung up the phone again, standing in place for a long time. He didn't know what was going through his mind. Silent Afterglow caught a glimpse of Zhang Hao's Ferrari sports car keys on the table. He felt as if the thing was carrying an ironic light that hurt his eyes from flashing. No one dared to speak, and the atmosphere was so subdued and quiet that it was suffocating. After a moment, Zhang Nan said nothing and, with a gloomy face, walked upstairs. Zhang Xinmei's sisters waited for Zhang Feng to leave before they dared to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, they saw Zhang Hao and Wang Feng, who had been smiling and happy half an hour before, now wilting. He sat there in a daze. Zhang Hao undeterred called and asked teachers, classmates. The replies I got were all from Zhang Nan of the 24th middle school, who took the top science prize in Guang province. Zhang Hao's mind was breaking down more and more. How come it's Zhang Nan? How could it be him? Why would it be him? Zhang Xinmei looked at the atmosphere in front of her and sighed, comforting Zhang Hao with a few words. But Zhang Hao couldn't hear her words in the slightest. His face was disheveled, but his heart was already extremely twisted to the core. Zhang Xinmei also raised her eyes to look at the Ferrari keys that Zhang Hao had placed on the table. Somehow, she suddenly felt a little saddened. A Zhang Nan who had no rewards whatsoever had given the Zhang family a shocking thunderbolt. I wonder what my father, at this point, would be thinking? He should regret kicking Zhang Nan out of the Zhang family so soon, right? Zhang Feng did regret it a bit at this point. He even thought of having to face all those friends and family to explain it, and a pang of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Zhang Feng really didn't expect Zhang Nan to become the top science scholar in Guang province. If he knew that, he wouldn't have been so tough on Zhang Nan on the day he came back from the guarding house. How to coax him to stay. Although the Zhang family is not short of those who got into Qingbei. After all, Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju also graduated from Qingbei. However, what the Zhang family lacks is a sign of a scholar in Guang province, especially or the sons. Zhang Hao really let him down too much. How can you get a score as crap as 500? Of his 4 daughters, no comparison can be made except for Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju, who got into Qingbei. It was Zhang Xinju, the one with the worst grades, who had entered the top-ranked film academy in the capital with the first place in the liberal arts in Guangqing City that year. Where's Zhang Hao? What is this shit he's taking? Can't even get into a better book. Before that, he also said to him that Qingbei is no problem, and the provincial top student is no problem? That's no problem? Zhang Feng was really getting angrier and angrier at this moment. If he hadn't been coddling Zhang Hao for years, he probably wanted to go down there and beat him up. He hated it when his own children lied to him by telling big lies. Moreover, some of Wang Feng's recent bewildering maneuvers had made Zhang Feng suspicious of Zhang Hao's identity. Zhang Feng took out a copy of the transparent bag he had secretly collected Zhang Hao's hair from his desk. The eyes hesitated for a moment, finally returning to determination. Better go get a DNA appraisal for Zhang Hao. Otherwise, the image of Zhang Nan calling him cuckold Zhang always surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Zhang Hong called again. Why is Zhang Hong so free today? Usually he doesn't call self a couple times a year? However, Zhang Feng understood that Zhang Hong was a man who had nothing to do with anything. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng immediately adjusted his emotions and connected in a respectful tone. Hong, what's wrong? There was some chaos on Zhang Hong's side, but to the naked eye, Zhang Hong seemed happy. That kind of happiness was as if his son had won the top prize. This makes Zhang Feng's heart feel even worse. Zhang Feng Why don't your family come over to the Huaxing Hotel tomorrow? Brother Ming has organized a celebration banquet for Jiang Nan to celebrate. There will be a lot of reporters there, so you must come over. Ming asked me to inform you. Zhang Feng was shocked at his words. Isn't it just a science student? How come even a big shot like Zhang Ming is alarmed? However, hearing that it was Zhang Ming who had invited their family, Zhang Feng was thrilled. But after the excitement had passed, another question occurred to him. Jiang Nan isn't dealing with their Zhang family now. Ah, that, Brother Hong. Have you forgotten that Jiang Nan has severed his ties with our Zhang family? Zhang Hong heard Zhang Feng hear this and replied without caring. This I heard you say last time. Hey, this is something you guys did unkindly. How can you kick out such a good son? Now that your youngest son at home, he should have gotten his grades. Right. How much did he get? Is there any hope of going to Qingbei? Qingbei? My ass. It's not even a book. Not bad. Not bad at all. When Zhang Hong heard Zhang Feng's words, he also guessed that he should have failed to meet Zhang Feng's ideal. That's just average. Last time, Ming said it really well. You guys, you're just mistaking fish pearls for pearls. Listen to brother. Tomorrow, all of you Zhang family members should have a better attitude and coax him back to our family properly. That's what Ming meant. Zhang Feng frowned a bit when he heard this. Zhang Nan's attitude towards the Zhang family during this period of time is not something that can be turned back with a good coaxing. But it was not good for him to confess to Zhang Hong. He was afraid of disappointing Zhang Ming and Zhang Hong, saying that he, Zhang Feng, could not even handle his own son. Zhang Feng, I can tell you that once Jiang Nan's results come out now, but a lot of media is on him. You guys better not make any mistakes at this point. A child wants nothing more than to be loved by his parents. You use this opportunity tomorrow to coax him and sweeten the deal, and he will forgive you all. Zhang Hong said a lot and also urged the family to be on time tomorrow before hanging up the phone again. Zhang Feng didn't dare to refute anything and could only do as he was told. Zhang Ming even gave the order himself. He dared not disobey Zhang Ming. So, this feast tomorrow, everyone in his Zhang family, except for the paralyzed Zhang Xinlan, must be there. Zhang Nan sighed. The Red Casket and others gathered around the computer table. Zhang Nan adhered to the attitude of prioritizing female soil. Help Su Weiwei check her grades first. As soon as Su Weiwei's results came out, everyone gasped. Wow, 718 total points. Su Weiwei, why are you so powerful? The red bear envied it fiercely. Jesus, is this little bitch even human? So good looking, so good with her hands, and some special skills that even she envied. These had already made her envious. It's amazing that the grades are even this good now. Oh, she Red Casket are compared. Congratulations schoolgirl. Su Zhang Nan was also happy for Su Weiwei. Zhou Lan, with a smile on her face, appreciated Su Weiwei. Not bad. I'll reward you with a special gift later. Su Weiwei's originally smiling face. Once she heard Zhou Lan's words, her pupils let out a rare light. It was a look that could have been even more exciting than when she had just heard self-score. Thank you, ma'am. When the red bear heard Zhou Lan's words, her eyes also glowed. Sister, the listener gets a share. Give me one too. Zhou Lan looked at the gluttonous appearance of the red bear and poked her forehead with her finger in amusement. Haven't you ever heard that you don't get anything for nothing? The red bear flattened and grunted. Damn Vivi, that's too much treatment and luck. Su Weiwei treated it as if she couldn't hear the envy of the Red Casket as she turned her head to look at Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan, it's your turn, so hurry up and see what score you are too. Zhou Lan and the Red Casket were also hastily nodding their heads to urge them on. So, with the anticipation of several girls, Zhang Nan entered his own number. When Zhang Nan's results appeared on the page, everyone sucked in a breath. Zhang Nan's total score, 738. After confirming that there was no mistake, the entire crowd let out a deafening cheer. Wow, Zhang Nan, you're too good too. It's actually 738 points. The red bear let out an unbelievable groundhog squeal. Su Weiwei also had a stunned expression on her face, but think of it as Zhang Nan. She then laughed. The guy's grades, they've always been so good. Oh my god, is today a dream? The Red Casket felt so unreal. Zhang Nan, I really want to see your head, how it grows. The red bear stared at Zhang Nan's head and ground his teeth. It looked like he wanted to get Zhang Nan's head off and study it. Zhang Nan cried and laughed. How can this be lemonade? Zhang Nan also didn't expect self to score so many points. He had previously estimated to himself that it should be around 710. Now that was a real surprise to him. That obsession with high school for so many years has finally fallen away. At this time, the class teacher Chen Xianqing's phone call came. As soon as Zhang Nan connected, Chen Xianqing on the other side was excited beyond words. Zhang Nan, you scored 738 points. Hearing Chen Xianqing's excited voice, a warm current floated through Zhang Nan's heart. Soon, local TV stations, local news websites, and Quang Province's education website were all clamoring to interview Zhang Nan. In an instant, Zhang Nan's name was familiarized by countless candidates and parents in Guang Province. On the social networking sites that day, 7 or 8 of the first 10 messages were about Zhang Nan. Some local journalists even made a special trip to Zhang Nan's school. We interviewed Zhang Nan's various teachers to find out how the genius they spoke of usually learns. We also interviewed some of the current students of the 24th high school about their views and some of Zhang Nan's deeds. As their interviews progressed, they were suddenly heartbroken by what had happened to this talented young man. 738 points. Zhang Nan has set the highest score in the history of Quang Province. The once bullied top student of Quang Province. Framed and misunderstood. But it still won't stop the scholar's path to success. Abandoned genius. Top student kicked out of his house to fend for himself? When many people read these reports, they all sympathized with Zhang Nan's encounter and growth path. But at the same time, they were more curious about Zhang Nan's parents. Who was so stupid as to abandon such a genius? For fulfilling the regrets of the last life, Zhang Nan's state of mind was as if he had unlocked a shackle that had trapped him for quite some time. A sense of relief permeated his body. That night, Zhang Nan had some very strange dreams. A voice rang in his head in his dream. There are 2 last things left to do. Soon, you'll be mine. What 2 things didn't work? Zhang Nan, who was sleeping, frowned. The dream continues. His entire body was also surrounded by a wave of indifference. An emotion that didn't belong to him gradually took root within him. Immediately afterward, he saw some people behaving strangely. Those people, old and young, men and women, and many small children. Zhang Nan looked at these strangers in front of him. He'd obviously never seen it before, but there was a sense of familiarity that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Each of them had a stony expression and stiff movements. It was like one emotionless robot. In a while, I saw the dreamy Zhang Nan pouring something into their mouths. Each of these people has an animated expression. Inside these people, there was a delicate and cute-looking little girl who kept staring at Zhang Nan. Only the eyes, large and round and glowing like crystals, were empty and wooden. The Zhang Nan in the dream looked at the little girl with an indifferent face. The look seemed to be admiring a perfect piece of work. He whispered in the little girl's ear, "Mark my words, don't let him think of you. Don't ever." The little girl obediently nodded her head gently, staring blankly at Zhang Nan. But that look was as if he was looking at another person through the Zhang Nan in front of him. This dream made Zhang Nan, who woke up early in the morning, shake his head and laugh. It seems Self was overjoyed by yesterday's results. Even such a strange dream. Zhang Nan stretched his back and pulled back the sunshading curtains as soon as he could. A ray of warm sunlight with a vibrant sunrise poured over him. He was in a good mood, looking out into the distance with the corners of his mouth slightly hooked. The river is clearly reflected in the distance. The roar of cars on the broad river bridge. You can hear it from a dozen kilometers away. Zhang Nan was stunned for a moment. He felt a twinge of weirdness, thinking that it was his own head that was still in the dark. He shook it off and resumed staring at all the traffic on the river bridge. A dozen kilometers or so away is the broad river bridge. Those vehicles were yet still very clearly presented to him. Those distant license plate numbers, too, one by one, like a magnifying glass, zoomed in front of his eyes. Xiangj 138, Guangdong AC 7638. UB 8806Y. Holy fuck. A sound of nationalism just soared out of Zhang Nan's mouth. That was definitely an illusion. Definitely. Zhang Nan closed his eyes in disbelief. Open again. Or the license plate numbers of countless cars have appeared as red starbursts flashing in front of the eyes. Am I still dreaming? Pop. Zhang Nan viciously swung a slap at Self's face. It hurt so much that he was almost bleary-eyed. When I went to see those cars again, the picture remained the same. Even the adventurous peaks on the opposite side, several hundred miles away, and those fruits growing on the trees on the mountain could be seen clearly. Now, Zhang Nan was shocked. Am I a reborn, belated hangover? 1,000 eyes and ears? A sound as lazy as a kitten murmur sounded from the room next to him. Zhang Nan could hear that this was the voice belonging to Sister Lan. It should be Erishur who was about to get up. Sure enough, not long afterward, he heard Erishur lift the covers and get up, then get out of bed and walk around. Then came the sound of Erishur going to her dressing room and changing. Zhang Nan instantly blushed. This feeling of not being able to see, yet knowing what she's doing is really more seductive than visualizing it. Zhang Nan didn't dare to let himself hear anymore. He quickly diverted his attention and got up to wash up. And when Zhang Nan shifted his attention, he realized that Self wouldn't hear those voices anymore. What's going on? How did you wake up like this? Zhang Nan was puzzled. He had just stepped out of the doorway of his own room. Jolan also washed up and came out. Little Nan, you're up so early today. Jolan smiled with a gentle face. As soon as Zhang Nan saw Jolan, He thought of the image he had just heard of her changing clothes and blushed a little bashfully. Yeah, I went to bed earlier last night. Jolan sniffed and nodded with an agreeable face. That's right, early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Shall we go for morning tea today? Shout to a few of them to get up and go early. Jiang Nan had always had little requirement for food, as long as he could eat. I suffered so much as a child. Back then it was all about the food. It was all about the, what's all this? Jiang Nan tried to think back. I realized that I couldn't remember what I ate when I was a kid. When he thought about it more deeply, he was shocked to realize that he couldn't even remember what happened when he was a child. What's going on? Little Nan. What's wrong? Jolan asked out loud when she saw Jiang Nan suddenly standing there in a daze. Jiang Nan shook his head. It's fine. Thinking about something from the past. The old days? Is it the Zhang family ones? Jiang Nan looked at Jolan and thought that Self was adopted by Jolan when he was 13 years old. Sure. When was the first time you saw me? And what was I doing then? Jolan was a bit strange when she saw Jiang Nan suddenly ask this. Still, she answered truthfully. The first time I saw you, you were crouched in a corner by yourself, refusing to let anyone come near. You had just turned 13 and were tall, but thin. Jolan recalled the first time she met Jiang Nan. At that time, Jiang Nan was so skinny that he looked like the wind was blowing. He then crouched alone in the corner with a defensive look on his face at everyone around him, not letting anyone get close to him. He made an attacking gesture with a cold stare whenever he did. That look hurt her somehow. The dean says you're the most out-of-touch kid in the orphanage. Usually a picky eater, refuses to eat properly, and refuses to be taken by those adoptive families. I looked at you then and asked if you wanted to come with me, and you actually agreed at the time. And then, I adopted you. Jiang Nan listened in silence. In his mind, he was also carefully recalling what Jolan had said about the situation, but he found them unfamiliar. Thinking about it more, there was a sudden stabbing pain in his head. Little Nan. What's wrong? Jolan couldn't help but ask nervously when she saw Jiang Nan stroking his forehead. It's fine. Maybe I got up early in the morning and my head is a bit dizzy. Jiang Nan was afraid that Sister Lan would be worried, so he pulled out a smile and said, should we go to the hospital? Jolan uneasily reached out and touched Jiang Nan's forehead. See if he has a fever. As soon as her hand touched Jiang Nan's ears burned red. There's no fever. Why are your face and ears so red? Jolan wondered. The red beer came down at some point as well. What are you two doing? Wow. Jiang Nan. Why are your face and ears so red? Could it be? He. Nonsense. Jiang Nan and I were just about to get ready to call you guys down to go out for morning tea. When Jolan saw the red beer coming down, she asked her to go and call Su Weiwei by the way. As the red casket was leaving, he looked meaningfully at Jiang Nan. The light of gossip in her eyes made Jiang Nan not dare to look at her. Jiang Nan also turned around and called Lin Wu to go. Jolan saw that he had recovered his state, so she stopped asking anything. Jiang Nan waited until he reached the corner before slowing his pace with a grave expression on his face. Is something wrong with his body? Why can't you remember what happened before? No, correctly. It was before he was adopted by Erasure at age 13, and he doesn't remember any of it. It was almost noon after Jiang Nan's few people finished their morning tea. Because he got such a good score, Jiang Nan decided to reward himself. So I took a couple of women to Taiku Hui for some good shopping. Also bought 2 outfits for Lin Wu by the way. Normally, when you look at Lin Wu, you always wear 2 sets of clothes back and forth to change. A shopping spree was underway and it was almost dinner time. A few people put their shopping bags in the car. We went to the Watson Hotel together. Yesterday, Jiang Nan had agreed to Zhang Ming's invitation to have dinner together at the Huaxing Grand Hotel. But Jiang Nan also made a request. Want to make a big deal out of it? Better hire media reporters those. When Zhang Ming heard this, he thought that Jiang Nan was young and wanted to be in the limelight. Then he immediately and happily agreed. Little Nan, don't worry. Uncle Ming will definitely do a good job for you. You're covered. Jiang Nan saw that Zhang Ming seemed to have misunderstood Self a bit, but he wasn't going to explain. So just let Zhang Ming think whatever he wanted. Self has finished his exams. There are some things that are true, and it's time to let them come to the surface. Half an hour later, the group came back to the Huaxing Hotel. Just after arriving, Jiang Nan was startled by the formation of Huaxing Hotel, only to see the entrance to the Huaxing Hotel has long been surrounded by a large number of reporters, and above the sign of the Huaxing Hotel, a huge red plastic archway was posted with a prominent line of blessings. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang Nan of Secondary School 24 for winning the top prize in Quang Tri Province. Jiang Nan raised his eyebrows. This Zhang Ming is quite good at what he does. When he says it's a big deal, it's really a big deal. He and Jolan and a few others just got off the bus. Huaxing Hotel's top steward, Fu Xinghan, had already respectfully come up to open the door for them. Now that would stun the reporters who were waiting in the wings. What's with this Zhang Nan? Even Fu Xinghan, who has such a high status, came out to open the door for them? Click 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 click. Reporters seized the moment and snapped away. At this moment in time, they're all already thinking of headlines for tomorrow's front page. Ha ha. Nan, you guys are finally here. Zhang Nan had just gotten out of the car, and before he had a chance to look around, he was attracted by Zhang Ming's laughter. At that moment, he immediately saw those people standing around Zhang Ming. Many of them he didn't recognize, but there are a few that he will never forget. That's the Zhang Feng family. Today's Zhang Feng was dressed unusually grandly. He had been waiting at the door for a long time. Yes, respectfully. He hadn't thought that one day, Self would greet Zhang Nan at the door with his whole family. The discovery upset him. However, it wasn't just him now. Even the entire clan of the Zhang clan had come out. Today, Zhang Nan's celebration banquet had 30 tables. It was Zhang Ming who asked for a special big deal. Some of them are from the Chang family. Some of them were fellow teachers at Zhang Nan's school. And then there are the media. In addition to this, some local and capital city bigwigs came. Zhang Feng could see that all these bigwigs were basically called by Zhang Ming to liven things up. The name of the banquet is, his favorite nephew got into Qingbei, or the top science student in Quang province. Those people in the business world are used to seeing what's going on. Normally, even if he wanted to flatter Zhang Ming, he couldn't even reach the edge. At this time, when they saw Zhang Ming set up a banquet, each of them immediately brought thick gifts over to flatter and curry favor. Mr. Zhang Ming, Zhang Nan called out politely. Zhang Feng frowned. You don't know how to scream, do you? That's your Uncle Chang. But Zhang Ming clearly didn't care what Zhang Nan called it. With a happy face, he said to Zhang Nan, hurry up and go inside. We're just waiting for you guys to come over and serve the food. Zhang Nan nodded his head, directly skipped Zhang Feng and Wang Feng, and walked into the Chinese restaurant area of Huasheng Hotel. Wang Feng saw how Zhang Nan ignored Self and the others. The heart was mad with anger. As for Zhang Hao, who was on the side, looking at Zhang Nan's appearance of being surrounded and courted by the crowd, he was so jealous that his face twisted beyond control on the spot. If he hadn't failed the test, all of this originally belonged to him. Zhang Hao, but now Self has to act like a clown, standing here to greet the trash he once despised. This kind of discrepancy made Zhang Hao feel worse the more he thought about it. Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju were both indignant as well. This beggar is not just a test of the first prize, tugging. Of the Zhang family, it was estimated that only Zhang Xinmei was the most at peace and with genuine blessings. Zhang Feng silently followed Zhang Hong, mentally calculating how to ease the relationship with Zhang Nan later. He knew very well what Zhang Ming meant when he asked their Zhang family to come over today. And that was that he wanted their Zhang family to reconcile with Zhang Nan. If it was before, wanting Zhang Feng to bow down to Zhang Nan was impossible. What kind of father bows down to his son and admits he's wrong? However, now looking at Zhang Ming's attitude towards Zhang Nan, if he, Zhang Feng, doesn't let Zhang Nan come back to the Zhang family, Zhang Ming may dislike Self even more. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng clenched his fists. After a few people came over to the Chinese restaurant side, Zhang Nan took a seat at the center of the main table. On the right-hand side are Zhou Lan, Red Casket, Su Weiwei, and Chen Xiansheng. On the left-hand side are Zhang Ming, Zhang Feng, Wang Feng, a certain big leader of the capital, a certain big tycoon of the capital. Zhang Xinmei's siblings were all placed at the next Zhang family table. As soon as he sat down, Zhang Ming immediately acted as the introducer, introduced them one by one. When the others were introduced, several of the capital's bigwigs nodded with a light smile. By the time Zhou Lan arrived, they had all changed to another face, and their attitudes were incredibly respectful. Ms. Zhou, I'm the current CEO of Song Group, Song Zhizhang. Wait for those guys to finish their introductions. Zhang Nan had a pensive look on his face. These guys seem to be scared and respect Sister Erisher. Zhang Feng, who was on the side, froze. The heart was appalled. The Song family of the four great families also came, and the second son of the current head of the family. And the big guys, they are all full ministers in China. Zhang Feng swallowed his saliva, and Wang Feng exchanged glances. When he saw Wang Feng, who had always been so stupid that he was not afraid of the sky and the earth, his eyes were also glittering with nervousness and fear. At this time, if Zhang Feng could no longer guess Zhang Ming's intention for doing all this today, then his decades of life have really been in vain. Zhang Ming, which is going to great lengths to reconcile Self and Zhang Nan. People are clearly trying to please that Miss Zhou. Knowing that Ms. Zhou loves this kid Zhang Nan, she throws herself at him and just loves this guy Zhang Nan. I didn't expect such a genius to come out of this year's college entrance exam in China. Young man, you have a lot of promise. Zhang Nan heard that the one who praised himself was the one who had just introduced himself as Zhou Tong, as if he was a leader at the level of a full ministry. He smiled. Before he could say thank you, Zhou Tong, next to another secretary of a province, immediately followed the praise. A flurry of praises came down, straight to Zhang Nan's praise in the sky and on the ground. Zhang Nan now really feels the art of complimenting people. A word down. Aside as Zhang Nan's parents Zhang Feng and Wang Feng, but quiet as a quail. A word did not dare to say. Ha, aren't the two of you the parents of little brother Zhang Nan? On such a happy day today, won't the two of them make a speech? Zhou Tong looked at the two of them, Zhang Feng and Wang Feng, who were a bit strangely quiet, and asked with a puzzled expression. Wang Feng grunted, her eyes dodging as she didn't look at anyone. So what if the beast did well on the exam? It's not like Hor did well on the test, so it's none of her business. Seeing the crowd's eyes placed on self and Wang Feng, Zhang Feng hardened his head and awkwardly smiled at Zhang Nan. Nan did very well on this exam. Dad, I truly feel high for you. But Zhang Feng hadn't finished his words. A cold voice interrupted him. Mayor Zhou, you've misunderstood. These two disgusting people are not my parents. My whole family, long before I was a child, died out. As soon as Zhang Nan's words fell, there was silence in the gallery. The people in the room. You look at me and I look at you. Some of those who have read the news wondered darkly. Looks like those news stories are true. This odd family literally kicked the top student out of their home. As soon as Wang Feng heard Zhang Nan's words, he immediately couldn't help but shout out angrily. Zhang Nan, don't go too far. Don't you dare call your parents disgusting. Is that what I taught you growing up? Seeing that Wang Feng dared to be so disrespectful on such an occasion, Zhang Ming could not help but frown displeasingly and chortle. Sister Wang, have a word. Zhang Feng hurriedly apologized and said sorry to the crowd. Then, tugging on Wang Feng's skirt, she told her not to disgrace herself. Zhou Lan, who hadn't said anything, asked Wang Feng in a somewhat amused and sarcastic tone. What did you teach Chang Nan growing up? Zhang Nan was left to grow up in an orphanage by you guys until he was 13. What did you teach him? Wang Feng choked at Zhou Lan's question. Humph, he deserved it when he was thrown into the orphanage. Didn't I pick him up later? Her words came out. The whole room was in an uproar. Your own child was left in an orphanage. And you're so righteous about it? Is that still something a mother would say? Zhang Feng glared at Wang Feng, his eyes warning her to stop talking. On an occasion like today, it really wasn't appropriate to get tough with Zhang Nan. Wang Feng received his look and grunted, intending to stop when Zhang Nan did not intend to let her go. Pick me up. Oh, why do you have such a big face? The one who picked me up was Zhang Feng, not you Wang Feng. Wang Feng immediately followed with a dislike. Without my consent, Zhang Feng would have picked you up so quickly? What a conscience eaten by a dog. It's only a matter of time before I'm picked up. Do you think you can stop Zhang Feng? Wang Feng, female Earth. There's no need to put on a show here. You're a disgusting actor. When Wang Feng heard this, she was so angry that she immediately cursed. I shouldn't have given birth to you as a brute in the first place. Zhou Lan's gaze coolly glanced at Wang Feng. The others also frowned at once when they heard Wang Feng's tone like this. What kind of attitude and tone is that for a mother to have towards her own son? If you don't say they're mother and son, you'd think they were enemies meeting. Zhang Nan's side still had an indifferent expression and a face that didn't care. Anyway, Wang Feng would have something to cry about in a while, and he didn't mind letting her have her way for a while longer. Zhang Ming coughed lightly. Today is Zhang Nan's celebration banquet. We should have a good time. Keep eating everyone. Saying that, Self first raised his cup, intending to first toast a cup to today's protagonist, Zhang Nan. Only, as he raised his glass and prepared to speak, he realized that everyone was staring at the big screen behind him with shocked faces. What's the situation? Zhang Ming turned around with a puzzled expression. Zhang Feng, who was standing beside Zhang Ming, also turned around in uncertainty. Only, when he did, he turned around and saw an image that he will never forget, only to see a picture slowly flashing above that huge screen. That photo features a man and a woman. In the beginning, those pictures were just cuddling. It gets more and more explicit later on. When Zhang Feng saw the woman's face, his eyes turned red like sobbing blood. Whoa shit, something. A group of journalists who were sitting in the media reception booth were excitedly raising their cameras and clicking away. My goodness, once Zhang Xinmei's sisters saw those naked photos of their mother, they exclaimed out in disbelief. As for Zhang Hao next to her, his blood froze all over his body when he saw the face of the middle-aged man in the photo. That middle-aged man looked so much like him. Eyes, nose, mouth. It's like it's copied. Zhang Hao's previous bit of thinking surfaced at this time. He shook his head in fear and muttered. No, it's not true. Absolutely not true. I'm Zhang Feng's son. I am Zhang Feng's son. Fake. Stop it for me. Stop playing it. Wang Feng stared at the large screen, his voice trembling with fear. Stop, I told you to stop. Did you hear me? If you don't stop, I'll call the police. Zhang Feng, this is fake. This photo is definitely fake. Believe me. Tell them to stop. Don't let go. Wang Feng turned her head to look at Zhang Feng, whose face was as black as splattered ink, and hurriedly explained while asking him to help stop the playing video. That panicked look was a ghost to behold. But Zhang Feng could no longer listen to her words at this point, as he just stared at Wang Feng dead in the face. The look in his eyes was like he wanted to eat someone. Pop! After Zhang Feng threw a slap on Wang Feng's face, Feng could not help but roar out in anger. Wang Feng, you actually fucking cuckolded me! Wang Feng was instantly thrown off her center of gravity and fell to the ground. Zhang Xinmei's several sisters hurriedly got up and ran up to help Wang Feng. Dad! Don't be fooled. Those pictures must be synthesized. Someone must be trying to frame Mom. Zhang Xinju supported Wang Feng while hastily turning her head to Zhang Feng to explain. This picture doesn't look like a composite. It looks so natural. Yeah, the synthetic ones aren't like that. I've been messing around with image manipulation for so many years now. One look at these and I know they're real. These pictures are the real thing. That's when some of the media reporters muttered up there. Those voices were not too loud, not too small, and just about all of them were heard by everyone on the scene. Zhang Feng was so furious that his chest was heaving up and down, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Dad, don't you dare them to talk nonsense. Many photos can be made to look fake nowadays. Mom isn't like that. There's absolutely no way she would betray you. It must have been my brother trying to frame Mom to make things bad for us as a family. Yes, he must have had these pictures put up. Zhang Hao didn't even forget to throw dirt on Zhang Nan at this point. Zhang Nan snorted coldly. Zhang Hao, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Which eye of yours saw that I had someone put it there? How could Zhang Hao have any evidence? If there was evidence, he would have taken it out and slapped Zhang Nan in the face long ago. What's the point of making false accusations here? Those photos, still going strong. Immediately following the photos, recordings began to appear. Kung, where is it? I missed you so much. You haven't come to see me in over a month. It was Wang Feng's voice, with a sprinkling of pettiness and dissatisfaction with her lover. The voice came out. Wang Feng, who originally still held a hint of luck, immediately turned pale with fear. Little wannabe hoof. It's been so many years and it still hasn't fed you. I'll be back in Canton in a few days, so wash up and wait for me. The man's voice was rough and lustful. Inside the recording, Wang Feng, once she heard that her man was coming back, she was as happy as an 18-year-old girl, whining and laughing with a clip sound. The recording continues on the screen. Turn it off. Turn it off. Wang Feng hissed to turn off the recording. The moment Zhang Xinmei heard this voice, her entire worldview of Wang Feng collapsed. The mother actually did cheat. At this point, the screen switched to another ambiguous recording content. Little Feng, is Zhang Feng powerful or am I powerful? The man asked with a gasp. Of course it's Kung. Zhang Feng, that premature ejaculation ghost, as small as a needle. Every time I do it with him I feel sick. At that moment, the teasing gazes of the entire audience settled on Zhang Feng. The recording on the screen stopped, but Zhang Feng was so angry that his body was trembling all over, and his face was black and green. Zhang Nan, it's you. It must be you who wants to ruin me. You bastard. Garbage. I'll kill you. Wang Feng screamed at Zhang Nan with her eyes wide open. Ah, Zhang Feng, what are you doing? But what answered her was Zhang Feng's irrational punching and kicking. You bitch. And falsely accusing me of premature ejaculation. And talk about the old man's little. And who's the one who begs for mercy with me in bed every day? Fuck you. Zhang Xinmei's several siblings were terrified, crying and rushing up to stop Zhang Feng. Dad, stop fighting. Any more fighting and people will die. Dad. Zhang Ming, who was sitting next to Zhang Feng, also hurriedly got up to stop. Hey, what's all this about? That's when the flashes came and went. The scene was chaotic, and there was a lot of talk / Everyone's face was wonderful, except for Zhang Nan, who remained calm. Zhang Feng, that's a fake. It was Zhang Nan who tried to frame me. Wang Feng is still trying to weasel out of it, but she hadn't finished her sentence. The screen, which had just paused for a moment, started shaking again. At this point, it's video footage. The scene shows Wang Feng and a rough-looking middle-aged man lying on a bed. The man had lit an afterthought cigarette and was gulping it down. Wang Feng's well-maintained face, with a face of redness after the spring tide, looked at the man. Brother Chang, our Howard will soon be taking the college entrance exam. If he gets into Qingbei, will you meet with him? Wang Feng saw this video footage. She's really going to break down. All of a sudden, he fell softly onto Zhang Xinmei's body. Ah, no looking. Turn it off. Turn it off. Do you hotels eat shit? Turn off. Ah. Wang Feng was really scared now. But the video continues. Zhang Feng's eyes were glued to the screen. Body trembles so violently that it can barely stand. Zhang Hao also stared at the screen with a silent deadpan expression. In the picture, Kang exhales smoke rings and looks impatient. It's better not to act rashly at such a critical moment now. Anyway, it's enough for me, Li Ziqiang, to know that he's my son. Wang Feng reached around the middle-aged man's neck and continued to pout. Just don't let him know you're his father. Just a meeting. Wang Feng was so scared that her body was completely paralyzed. She's done for the day. It's really going to be over. Zhang Nan. You animal. You don't even spare your mom. You go to hell. Go to hell. Wang Feng roared and rushed toward Zhang Nan. However, before she could even get close to Zhang Nan, Su Weiwei in the red casket had already sneered and blocked in front of her. Pop. Zhang Feng quickly slapped Wang Feng. If he had reservations before, this time he used all his strength. Wang Feng, you bitch. Divorce. Zhang Feng, will definitely make you pay. Zhang Nan was unmoved, quietly drinking the tea in front of him. With that calm appearance, even Zhang Ming and the others sitting beside him could not help but secretly marvel. The man is so calm when his own parents are screwed up. Should I call him cold-blooded? Or just unfazed? Brother, this is what you wanted, right? Screwing up your own mother and turning her to death? She's the one who carried you to term and gave birth to you. The one who endured the pain of walking through the gates of hell to give birth to you. What is your heart made of? You're breaking the law, you know. Zhang Hao looked at the calm Zhang Nan and suddenly snapped towards him with a sad face. When he said that, some people started talking about Zhang Nan as well. It can't be that these things were really put there by Zhang Nan, right? If it was released by Zhang Nan, this is to the death of his mother. Which son is such a? It's his mom after all. That's just too cruel. Zhang Nan didn't care in the slightest when he heard these questions and condemnations in his ears. Instead, he looked up at Zhang Hao and smiled. Zhang Hao, today is a good day for Mr. Zhang Ming to throw me a celebration banquet. What are your intentions in falsely accusing me there all the time? I can sue you for libel if you keep this up, okay? Zhang Nan's seriousness gave off the impression that he wasn't joking. Zhang Hao stared at Zhang Nan with a still questioning look. If not you, then who? You're the only one here who wants our parents to turn against each other the most, and wants our Zhang family to fall apart. Zhang Xinju, who was supporting Wang Feng, also called out to Zhang Nan with an agreeable face. That's right, Zhang Nan. Don't think that just because you've taken some kind of top-grade exam and have someone backing you up, you can frame us with impunity. I'm here today to put the word out to you if anything happens on mom and dad's side. Zhang Xinju, will be the first to not let you go. Zhang Xinju glanced at the entirety of the hotel. And your Watson Hotel. How dare you collaborate with others to expose other people's privacy? We won't let you off the hook either. But Zhang Xinju hadn't finished his words. At this time, Zhang Feng immediately opened his mouth to curse towards them. You idiots aren't ashamed enough, are you? Get back. All of you. Pussyfoot around a little more. And you'll pack up your bunk and get out of the Zhang family with this bitch. Zhang Nan's sanity had returned a few points by now. He saw those two stupid daughters of his own, who actually dared to threaten the upper Huasheng Hotel. So angry I wanted to go up and slap each of them to wake them up, and ask them who gave them the ability and courage to do so. They don't want to die. But he, Zhang Feng, still wants to die. For the sake of this bitch Wang Feng. Stupid enough to drag him Zhang Feng into the water. Are they all fucking sick? Get back! Zhang Feng roared loudly and angrily once more. The two, Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju, were so frightened that they were too aggrieved to say anything else. They didn't understand why their father was angry with them instead. Why are they the ones being scolded when it's clearly someone else's fault? Zhang Xinmei didn't dare to utter a single word from the beginning to the end. She knew it was wrong to say anything at this point. Besides, Wang Feng's actions made her feel sad as well. Wang Feng huffed and was pulled up by the two sisters, Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju. Now the face is lost. She didn't want to be here another second either. She glared at Zhang Nan with indignation, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Zhang Hao also looked at Zhang Nan, so angry that his teeth ached. He knew it had to be Zhang Nan's doing. Must be, but he couldn't find the evidence. Looking at Zhang Nan's airy and calm demeanor, he sat there in a posture of watching him laugh. He couldn't wait to pounce and tear Zhang Nan's face apart. Brother, go away. Zhang Xinju tugged on Zhang Hao's clothes, signaling him to hurry up and leave. Zhang Hao nodded and was just about to ask Zhang Feng if he wanted to go alone. It was discovered that Zhang Feng was actually staring at him with a resentful face. Zhang Hao's heart thumped. He's grown so much. Never before had I seen Zhang Feng staring at itself like this with such terrifying eyes. He gulped in fear. Panicked in Zhang Xinju, several people left the scene. At that moment, Fu Xinghan walked up with an apologetic look on his face. Dong Jiang, I'm sorry. The staff responsible for managing the hotel's big screen walked away. The machine is networked and the content is standardized throughout the hotel. I don't know what's going on. It's suddenly out of control. We're troubleshooting now to see what went wrong. It should have been hacked. Zhang Feng raised his hand with a tired face, indicating that it was fine. He really didn't dare to have any complaints. Still less did they dare to ask for an explanation from Fu Xinghan. It's useless even if you ask for a lawsuit. People have ways to clear their name. That's what the Watson Hotel is all about. When the time comes to make a big deal, the big brother here, single out one, are enough for him. Zhang Feng drink a pot of. It's better to be humiliated than to be offended and lose your life. Moreover, it was also because of those things just now that he was able to see Wang Feng's face in these decades. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's anger leapt up again. He didn't want to stay any longer. He really didn't. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Zhang Feng will take his leave first. Next time I have the chance, I will invite you all to a banquet. Zhang Ming and the others naturally sympathized. As a man, who wouldn't be mad to be exposed as a cuckold on such an occasion? Then it is not good to stay. Only let Zhang Feng do not think too much. Before Zhang Feng left, he looked at Zhang Nan, who was surrounded by many bigwigs. It seemed to want to say something to him, but his mouth opened, and he didn't say anything after all. Turning around, he left with a complicated look on his face. When Zhang Feng left, the farce wasn't over. Because, at this point, the conversation is just starting to take off. But Zhang Nan didn't care about that. At this point, he's thinking about it. It's going to be the Zhang family's turn to whoever is unlucky next. Zhang Feng and Wang Feng's side would, unsurprisingly, soon be dog eat dog. And Zhang Hao should be showing his fangs soon in this dog-biting war. Then next, let's just let Zhang Xinju, who loves to be a mistress, take the stage. She just cursed quite a bit. The next morning, on the local news media, Zhang Feng's opponents, who had already bought the pass in advance. The news reporters who were on hand last night to eat their hearts out were no better. Chairman of the Star Peak Group. His wife has been cheating on him for years. The chairman of the Star Peak Group, who raised a bastard for his lover for years. The chairman of the Star Peak Group mistook fish pearls for pearls and threw his genius son out. Scholar's original family is so obscene that it's no wonder he says he has no family. Zhang Feng looked at the news and was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He quickly took the fast-acting heart pills from the desk cabinet with a trembling hand, then lay back in the leather sofa chair and closed his eyes to calm himself down. He sat up slowly after the medicine had taken effect. The look on his face was horribly grim. At that point, he made a call to the bodyguard who had been keeping him close. Did you get that information yet? The bodyguard on the opposite side immediately returned respectfully. Got it, Dong Jiang. Well, you bring it to the office. I'm in my office now. Okay, Dong Jiang. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. The bodyguard set a time. After Zhang Feng hung up the phone, leaning back in his chair again, his eyes slowly closed as he thought back on everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Last night, he didn't come home all night. No one at home called him either. He slept alone right here at the office for the night. His only thought now, it's to find out about that adulterer of Wang Feng's, the man who gave him, Zhang Feng, decades of cuckolding. When he found it, he would never let the adulterous couple get away with it. Shame about last night. He'll double down on both of them to get it back. Times. As for Zhang Hao, Zhang Feng opened his eyes. When I think of Zhang Hao, I think of that adulterer's face. Fuck. It's pretty much the same thing. No wonder he used to feel that Zhang Hao was not like Self. It's not even Self's son. How is it like that? Think of Self all these years. Self has been raising wild seed for that adulterer for 17 years. Put that wild seed in the palm of his hand to care for and love. And never spared a word of scolding. He even kicked his own son out of the house for the sake of this wild child. This one. Zhang Feng couldn't swallow this breath. Literally to the point of death. I can't swallow it. Knock. Not came the knock on the door. Zhang Feng thought that the bodyguard had arrived. Come in. Zhang Xinmei looked at her father, who had a tired face, and then her heart ached. Dad. When Zhang Feng saw that it was Zhang Xinmei, his face was expressionless. Here to plead for that bitch? Zhang Xinmei shook her head. No, Dad. I have something for you. Maybe you can use it then. Hearing that Zhang Xinmei actually wasn't here to help Wang Feng, the indifference on Zhang Feng's face faded a bit. Finally a daughter who isn't stupid. As he reached out to take the bag of papers handed over by Zhang Xinmei, he asked, "What's this?" Zhang Xinmei didn't say anything, and there was a dark green under her eyes. Obviously she didn't sleep well last night. She only used her eyes to tell Zhang Feng to open the bag and take a look first. Zhang Feng opened it to find a stack of information, and the first page showed Zhang Hao's name at the top, and a flash drive. Fuck, it's the flash drive again. Nothing good can come from seeing this for 2 days. Seeing the USB flash drive. Zhang Feng instinctively thought of the humiliating occasion last night. Still, he took a deep breath and inserted the USB drive into the computer USB port. That's when he saw a lot of videos. When he picked a few videos to click on, the more he looked, the angrier he got. The videos were all about Zhang Hao secretly taking jewelry, underwear, and whatnot from Wang Feng, or Zhang Xinju's sister's rooms, and then secretly put it in Zhang Nan's room. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth pursed, his chest heaving up and down in anger. Then the scene shifted, and it was everyone who had lost their stuff grabbed Zhang Nan and cursed him, all falsely accusing him of stealing it. The curses were harsh, with Wang Feng being the worst, and they also beat them with their hands. A few slaps were not enough to relieve their anger, but they also beat them with a very thick stick. The beating left Zhang Nan covered in wounds, with blood flowing from his nose and mouth. Next to her, Zhang Xinmei couldn't bear it and kept stopping Wang Feng. "Mom, don't hit anymore." Zhang Nan knows he's wrong, but Wang Feng, like she had lost her mind, kept hitting and hitting, yelling at Zhang Nan as she did so, "Go to hell. Why don't you go to hell?" When Zhang Feng saw this, he was so angry that he wanted to kill Wang Feng on the spot, while Zhang Nan in the video screen. But a person standing there alone silently endured beatings. No one came up to help him. He kept trying to argue that he didn't steal it from himself, but no one believed him. Zhang Feng saw that there were several times when Zhang Nan was wrongly accused. He also stood there indifferently, disappointed to follow and scold Zhang Nan. "If I had known you were such a thing, I never should have picked you up in the first place. Next time you steal something, get the hell out of the Zhang family." Soon, the scene shifted again. Zhang Hao, in the video, sneaked into Zhang Xinlan's room. Not long after, screams came from the room and Zhang Hao ran out in a mess. A while later, Zhang Hao took the initiative to tell Zhang Xinlan that he saw Zhang Nan running out of her room, and that it was Zhang Nan who spied on her bathing. Zhang Feng's fists clenched. When Zhang Xinmei saw this, she sighed as well, because she remembers, Zhang Xinlan is from here. Began to Zhang Nan more and more disgusted and dislike. Immediately afterward, the video showed the entire Zhang family beating and cursing at Zhang Nan. Even Zhang Feng made a move to slap him. "Bastard, why did I give birth to such a disgusting thing as you? Not even your own sister." Strangely enough, this time, Zhang Nan's expression was wooden and dull. He didn't argue out loud like he had been doing before. He just looked down and mumbled, "Yeah, I'm a disgusting thing. I don't deserve to be a Zhang family member." Zhang Feng fell silent, his fists clenched and his veins bulging. Zhang Xinmei looked at Zhang Nan's eyes that were disappointed to the point of no longer being extravagant. The heart pumped for a split second. "Zhang Nan, this is saving enough disappointment. Ah, Dad. These videos, they're all videos of Zhang Nan being framed by Xiao Hao. When I asked the housekeeper for the surveillance, I found that it had been tampered with and a lot of it deleted. But I had the experts in our technical department restore. Dad, all of us in the Zhang family have misunderstood Zhang Nan." Zhang Xinmei looked at the grim-faced Zhang Feng and couldn't help but plead for Zhang Nan. Zhang Feng didn't reply. He picked up the stack of information he'd just picked up again. Above the information was a report on Zhang Hao's blood type. Zhang Hao has type O blood. When you see this undeserved O-ring. Although Zhang Feng already knew that Zhang Hao was not self-born, he was still infuriated by the piercing O-type blood. This is the bloodline of that adulterer. He is blood type O and Wang Feng is blood type A. And Zhang Nan's blood type is the same as his. A small possession of type. This was only known after Zhang Feng went to recognize Zhang Nan and did a paternity test and blood type again and again. What blood type Zhang Xinmei's sisters were, Zhang Feng was not sure, because it's Wang Feng who was in charge of these kids. Sometimes children go to the hospital those. She does not allow themselves to interfere, or to let the housekeeper maid to accompany her. Just let Zhang Feng put his mind on the company, and she'll worry about things at home. This made the former Zhang Feng, for a time, still think that she knew how to be considerate. Now it seemed that this was clearly Wang Feng's fear of self knowing Zhang Hao's blood type. I'm afraid it's not just Zhang Hao's, his nominal daughters, and I wonder which one is his own. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's ice-cold gaze stared at Zhang Xinmei in front of him, looking at Zhang Xinmei's profile that is somewhat similar to his. When Zhang Xinmei saw Zhang Feng suddenly staring at herself, she knew what her father was thinking. The father is wondering if self is his own. It's a little hard on the heart, but think of the humiliation and shame that my father has been subjected to in the past 2 days. Zhang Xinmei understands Zhang Feng again. Dad, I have type A blood. Saying so, he pulled a few more hairs from his own head and put them in front of Zhang Feng. Dad, I'm your real daughter. If you don't believe me, you can take my hair and do a paternity test. Zhang Feng was relieved to see Zhang Xinmei being so open and honest. May, don't blame Dad for the way he just reacted. The events of the last 2 days have made it impossible for Dad to tell who's right and who's wrong. Dad believes you are my Zhang Feng's daughter and my proudest daughter. When Zhang Xinmei heard Zhang Feng's words, She was so moved that her voice choked with emotion. Dad, I understand. The reason I just brought these over to show you is to tell you that we've all misunderstood Zhang Nan. He was victimized by Koho. Zhang Feng looked at the image on the computer, his gaze as cold as ice. I know. Dad just hates himself for being so focused on his work before and not looking into these things properly. It led to Zhang Nan being forced out of the house in the end. Zhang Xinmei sniffled. Then Dad, let's go apologize to Zhang Nan again, okay? Zhang Feng waved his hand. Zhang Nan's matter. There's no hurry. Right now, Dad has more important things to settle. If we don't take care of Wang Feng and her adulterer, Zhang Feng would not be willing to do so. Dad, how do you want to deal with Mom? Zhang Xinmei asked with a trembling voice. Zhang Feng was expressionless. Stay out of this. It's between Wang Feng and me. At Zhang Hao's place. You should also keep it quiet for now. This beast actually has been framing your own brother Zhang Nan, causing Zhang Nan to centrifuge from us. I will not let him go. It's true that you have the blood of an adulterer, and your behavior is just as dirty and disgusting as the adulterer's. Zhang Xinmei wasn't worried about Zhang Hao. I just feel sorry for him. After all, we've been living together since we were kids for over a decade. But Zhang Xinmei is worried that something will happen to her mother. Wang Feng. Zhang Feng's tactics. She has seen a lot in private. There are so many ways to want someone to disappear. If they are paid enough. Dad, if Mom comes around, can you forgive Mom and not hurt her? Hearing Zhang Xinmei's plea, Zhang Feng did not move. You don't have to care. I'll make my own decision. Well, you did well today, and Daddy is very pleased. If it's alright, you can go out. Daddy's got things to do. Seeing Zhang Feng's uncertain attitude, Zhang Xinmei had no choice but to go out with her heart in her mouth. After seeing Zhang Xinmei go out, Zhang Feng snorted coldly. You want him to let Wang Feng go? Unless he, Zhang Feng, dies. At that moment, the rest of his eyes glanced back to the hair that Zhang Xinmei had just pulled off on the table. He picked it up carefully and put it in a Ziploc bag. The other 3 daughters are going to have to be collected with the help of the housekeeper. Knock knock. Zhang Xinmei had just left a short while ago. The bodyguard Zhang Feng sent out to the office. When Zhang Feng opened the document bag that the bodyguard brought back without a word, after a long time, a wave of anger spread throughout the office. It's all about a man named Li Zicheng, because out of all these scandals, unsurprisingly, the stock of Star Peak Group fell again. Zhang Nan watched the news. The corners of his mouth are rising. He made a call out to, Dude, it's ready to go. There was an aha on the other end and he hung up. Zhang Nan is also prepared to wait for the stock of Star Peak Group to fall to an all-time low before making a move. Zhang Nan is also quite busy these days. Took a couple interviews. There are also celebratory potlucks organized by the school. Those who used to sneer at Self are now all flattering one after another. Some guy who beat up Self. I don't know what happened, but suddenly everything went wrong after the high school exam. Either you break your leg or your arm. Either that or they suddenly get beat up halfway through. It caused those people to cry and ask for Zhang Nan's forgiveness as soon as they saw him. After thinking for half a day, Zhang Nan couldn't figure out which good man, who did good deeds without leaving his name, helped him take revenge. Originally Self was wondering how to fix these people, but suddenly someone helped him do it. It just feels good somehow. Several days have passed since that dinner. Zhang Nan's name is linked to the Star Peak Group, but the headlines are all about Zhang Nan being dumped by the chairman of the Star Peak Group, growing up poor, etc. When Zhang Nan saw these, he swept them away. But one interview caught his attention. That's from his previous orphanage. Zhang Nan used to be the most well-behaved and obedient child in our orphanage. All the kids in our yard love him. For him to do so well in the exams is really beyond our imagination and a great joy for our Ishan orphanage. Zhang Nan looked at the loving woman on the TV. See, the bottom right corner says she is Dean. However, Zhang Nan could not recall who she was in the slightest. It doesn't make sense. If this woman is the director and she just said she's been at this orphanage for 20 years, then how could Self not remember her at all? The more Zhang Nan thought about it, the more wrong it became. So, the next day, he came to this orphanage alone. He bought a lot of things. It's basically food. When he arrived at the orphanage, he found banners stretched over the entrance to the orphanage. Congratulations to our talented young man Zhang Nan for becoming the top student of Guang province. That red banner fluttered in the wind. It's very conspicuous. Zhang Nan took his eyes off the banner, toward the place where he had lived until he was 13. As he stepped into the courtyard, a couple of young women came out at that moment. Looked like an escort. Once those women saw what Zhang Nan was carrying in his hand, their eyes instantly glowed. One of them, a chubby woman, still had greed in her eyes. Young man, are you here to visit the children? A woman in overalls with a creased smile asked amiably. Zhang Nan nodded faintly. Is the dean in? I'd like to give these to her. As soon as several women heard that Jiang Nan was looking for the dean, they introduced him into the dean's office. There are occasional socialites here and there who come over to help with volunteer work. If you don't have help, bring food over to the kids. Yishan Orphanage is located in the middle of nowhere and does not have as many people coming as some of the popular orphanages. Recently, because of a genius kid, Jiang Nan, who also went out from here, so it drew some attention, so it came every day. When Jiang Nan was brought to the dean's office by them, an elderly caregiver, carrying a bucket of water, came over to clean the office floor. Jiang Nan? The old caretaker looked at Jiang Nan and called out a bit uncertainly. The caretakers who had led the way were taken aback. Is this the top student of the college entrance exam? Jiang Nan, that the hospital has been publicizing lately? Are you? Jiang Nan looked at the old caretaker in front of him and asked with a frown. You're really Jiang Nan? I'm Auntie Lin. Don't you remember Auntie Lin? Aunt Lin seemed a bit excited to see Jiang Nan. Aunt Lin? Jiang Nan still looked confused. He fixed his eyes on the haggard-looking woman in front of him, very thin and plainly dressed. But when Jiang Nan saw him, she had a very warm feeling in her heart. Aunt Lin saw that Jiang Nan seemed to have forgotten about self. The look was a little sad. Hey, how did this kid forget about her so easily? Jiang Nan? At that moment, a surprised voice then rang out. When Jiang Nan looked over, he realized that it was a middle-aged woman wearing gold-framed glasses who walked out from the inner room of the office. Seeing her, Jiang Nan knew that this was the dean on TV. Dean, Jiang Nan lightly called out. The dean looked at Jiang Nan with a momentary flash of embarrassment in his expression. But again, he quickly calmed down and smiled a kindly smile. Little Nan is finally back. It's been a long time. Dean's mom missed you. Jiang Nan was led by the dean and walked through the room he had stayed in before. It was a small apartment. 2 iron beds. The beds were bunk beds with iron beds. 1 bedroom sleeps 4 children. You can tell it's a room for older kids. Don't need to be taken care of. Can eat and drink independently. Jiang Nan looked at the small abode and thought hard for a moment. But strangely enough, it really doesn't ring a bell at all. This is the marbles you loved to play with when you were a kid. They hurt to hit. Dean grinned and grabbed a handful of glass marbles on the side of the door, talking to Jiang Nan about how he was naughty as a kid and specialized in taking these to throw people off. Jiang Nan listened carefully, but it felt as strange as if I were listening to someone else's story. During that time, he saw a lot of children. These children are orphans. They saw Jiang Nan coming, some fearful ducking, some expressions of indifference. Some of them even stared at Jiang Nan with an indignant face. Jiang Nan didn't give any indication. Turning his head, he pulled out all that food he had bought for himself. One by one, they were spread out in front of them. He packed a lot of KFC, snacks, fruits. The food gave off an aroma that attracted some children who wanted to come forward. The caretakers who had just seen it were busy drinking them down. Don't you move. You can eat when Big Brother leaves. As soon as their words fell, those children who had originally seen the food had a look of dismay in their eyes. Jiang Nan seems to think of Lan said this orphanage, but often deducted the social human soil to the children to bring things. So, he said to the caretakers in a faint voice, it's okay, it was meant to be bought for them to eat. It's the same whenever they eat it. After that, he distributed the food one by one, waiting to be assigned to a big, tall-looking boy. Jiang Nan saw that he kept staring at self. This strange behavior made Jiang Nan pay attention to him as well. The boy would have been about 16 years old. It's a big boy. 3 fingers on his left hand were broken. Very bad burns on the face. Walking with a limp. He stared at Jiang Nan and hesitated for a long time before asking, Jiang Nan, have you seen Xiaoya? Yeah. Jiang Nan froze for a moment. The older boy saw this expression on Jiang Nan's face. Deep disappointment welled up on his face. Even if you forgot about me, you actually forgot about Sayaka? Ya's right. You guys get out there and you'll forget all about this place. The older boy said as he silently limped back to where he was. He didn't even ask for the big Kentucky chicken burger that Jiang Nan handed him. Jiang Nan frowned as he listened to his inexplicable words. Jiang Nan, don't mind him. Arrow is just looking at the fact that several of you have gone out and left him alone here. It's just an unbalanced mind. The dean looked at Arrow, and a flash of anger crossed his face. His name is Arrow? Jiang Nan asked. Yeah, didn't you used to hang out with him a lot? You really forgot? Dean seemed surprised. To avoid embarrassment, Jiang Nan had to lie to the dean and say that his head had been in a car accident earlier. I can't remember a lot of things, so I came back to see if I could get some memories back. Dean listened, secretly relieved. A look of pity immediately crossed his face. Sadly, alas, poor child, how is it that you are so ill-fated? Dean, who is Xiaoya? Jiang Nan thought of the person's name Era had just said. He had just asked, and the dean was silent for a long time before he said, Xiaoya, she's a very obedient girl. and has always followed you and Arrow before. It wasn't long after you were adopted that she disappeared. 2. It's our fault for leaving the iron gate open at the time and letting her go in the middle of the night. Dean's expression looked sad, as if he was blaming self for his poor care. Gone in the middle of the night? Zhang Nan repeated doubtfully. A child who grew up in an orphanage and knows nothing about the outside world. It is possible to leave a self-same familiar environment for the unknown outside world. That in itself takes a lot of courage. Besides, she's a girl. Even if you don't meet a bad guy, you still face survival issues. When the dean saw Zhang Nan's doubts, he thought for a moment and then continued. Yeah, that kid was raised to be very self-motivated. Here, she listens to no one but you. We all thought, at the time, that she was looking for you. When Zhang Nan walked out of the orphanage, it's almost dark too. He turned to look at the peaceful little orphanage behind him. Suddenly there is a feeling of disgust, indifference, and fear in my heart. Playing together. 2 tigers. Little girl. He memorized the 2 names, then walked away without a word. As soon as Zhang Nan leaves, Dean called for Arrow. On your knees. Arrow saw the sinister expression on the dean's face. Know what's going to happen next. Kneeling in silence without a word. Pop, pop. The sound of a wooden stick striking resounded in the dean's office. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense from now on. Pop. Straight after beating Arrow until he passed out. It was only then that the dean had 2 of the orderlies carry Arrow out. He's been tortured by you. Why do you even bother with him? Aunt Lin, the one who appeared during the day, sighed at that moment and said to Dean, you care about me. If it wasn't for his cover in the first place, that bitch a girl Shaya wouldn't have escaped so easily. Dean thought about this, and the anger he'd been holding in for years reared its ugly head. Seeing her in such a state, Aunt Lin was afraid that she would get into trouble later, so she shook her head and said no more. Zhang Nan didn't return to the villa. Instead, he walked around the neighborhood of the orphanage. He's looking for memories, but there was nothing. That's when the phone rang. Dude, watch the news. A raspy male voice came from across the phone. Zhang Nan smiled at his words. Okay, I'll transfer the honorarium to your account later. When the opposite party heard Zhang Nan's words, he softly hummed and hung up the phone. Zhang Nan immediately checked the entertainment news channel on his cell phone. The movie 1,000 Songs. The second female lead, Zhang Xinju, seduced a married woman. Explosion. Director Zhang and Zhang Xinju's extramarital affair video exposure. There's another scandal in the Peak Star Group. Its daughter, Zhang Xinju, has hooked up with several directors. Private photos of Zhang Moju, the daughter of the Peak Star Group, who has been involved with several married men, are exposed. Zhang Nan calmly dialed the news on his cell phone. When I passed the donut store, I also bought 2 donuts with soy milk and ate them beautifully. Now the PR department of the Peak Star Group will be busy. Had to work all night again. The rivals of the Peak Star Group have their work cut out for them. Rushed to buy heat and water overnight. Zhang Xinju's phone was busted. At this point she was sitting in the nanny car, looking at the news that suddenly broke. And the private photos. Where did these photos come from? Who wants to harm me? Her eyes hissed in panic. Take your cell phone and scratch around desperately. From these photos, she remembered the story behind them again. Some are selfies she took with them. Some of them were secretly filmed by them. Some of it was stolen by someone else. She couldn't help her hands shaking as she watched. At that moment, her agent, Brother Tony, had just returned from taking a call from Weno. Seeing Zhang Xinju in this scared and panicked state, the heart was angry and resentful. Usually, I tell this big lady not to be a mistress for the sake of seeking excitement, but she wouldn't listen. What decent girl, letting go of a good mansion girl. You're a married man's mistress? Only this ancestor of her family. What a bitch. Xinju. Don't wonder who's trying to harm you here for a moment. Our immediate priority is to hold a press conference to clarify to everyone that these photos are fake. Otherwise, once it's confirmed that you're the one who took these photos, your acting career will be over. Brother Tony was also now in a hurry with his teeth aching. If Zhang Xinju was an ordinary 18th line small curiosity, he simply wouldn't have cared whether she lived or died. But she's the daughter of the local Peak Star Group. Her old man, Zhang Feng, has some money and power locally. The boss of their Starway Entertainment Company wasn't afraid of Zhang Feng, but he, the little agent, was afraid. The boss of this kind of public company. If you accidentally offend, you don't know how to die. Yes, we're going to have a press conference to clarify that those photos aren't me. They're P's. It's not me. Zhang Xinju tried to convince herself in this way. Brother Tony shook his head. If I had known it would come to this, why would I have done it in the first place? Why didn't you think this day would come when you were having a good time? On Zhang Feng's side, when he saw these private photos of Zhang Xinju, so angry that his liver hurt. What a family tragedy. The family is in trouble. It didn't take long. Zhang Feng then on the news, saw Zhang Xinju full of tears to open the press clarification meeting. Stupid. What an idiot. Zhang Feng was so angry that he wanted to smash his cell phone. At this time also ran to open what press conference? Directly ignore. Wait for a period of time. The wind slowly passed on the line. Then as soon as the photos came out you cried and held a press conference to clarify. Isn't it obvious that there's nothing here? But Zhang Xinju, who was holding a press conference, thought otherwise. And the manager assigned to her by StarHub Entertainment doesn't think so either. They just want to clear the air while the photos are just coming out so it doesn't get bigger and bigger. In the midst of a flashing light, Zhang Xinju sobbed and cried. Those pictures aren't of me. And those videos are even less so. I don't know who's so cruel as to try to destroy me. Oh, I've always been a decent person and worked hard. I've never actively messed with anyone. Seeing Zhang Xinju crying in a good way, most of those media reporters sympathized a bit. However, at that moment, a man wearing a hat suddenly stood up and stared at Zhang Xinju and asked, "Ms. Zhang Xinju, some time ago, I did film you and director Wu going shopping together in Ghost Country. The two of you also kissed in the street. Here, this photo and video. I personally took it. How do you explain this?" As soon as the words of the man in the hat fell, everyone was taken aback and hurriedly picked up the cameras in their hands to take pictures. Impossible. That wasn't me. Who sent you? How dare you come to the city to frame me? When Zhang Xinju saw the man in the hat talking about director Wu, she was already in a panic. At that moment, I heard that he had taken a picture, and I was even more frightened and hastened to stop him. The man with the hat was disliked so much by Zhang Xinju. He was not angry either, but personally faced the crowd with his raised hand. Everyone, I'm Zhao Lei, a senior reporter from The Sun. Many of my peers here should know me, and you should all know me as a person. I would never falsely accuse a third or fourth tier starlet just for the sake of momentary heat. Here's the video. Everyone keep your eyes open. It's absolutely real. If it's fake, I'll eat shit right where I am. Zhao Lei said, then took his cell phone and let the reporters on the scene pass it around one by one. That video was shot so clearly that even the pimple marks on Zhang Xinju's face were about to come out. In the video, after Zhang Xinju kissed director Wu, who was nearly 24 years older than her, she snuggled into his arms with a contented look on her face. When she realized that someone was secretly filming, she immediately walked over with an angry face and tried to shake Zhao Lei's phone. But Zhao Lei ran fast and she didn't catch up. But the look, the voice, the tone, it's exactly the same as Zhang Xinju at the scene. If it's anyone else, unless that person is blind. No, that's not me. Don't you guys look away. Zhang Xinju saw everyone staring and whispering at her with a look of contempt. She immediately turned to her agent, brother Tony, who was next to her. But at this point, Tony didn't know how to fix it. This live punch in the face came too directly, and he had never encountered it in his years as an agent. Zhao Lei immediately asked Zhang Xinju with a disgusted look on his face when he saw Zhang Xinju's weak and flustered appearance. Ms. Zhang Xinju, there's another one. You spent the night at Director Zhang's house last month and were caught live in the act of adultery by Director Zhang's wife. In the end, he even fought with Director Zhang's wife, causing her to miscarry. In this matter, you haven't given Director Zhang's wife an explanation until now. Zhao Lei stared at Zhang Xinju and asked word for word. Holy shit, I can't believe this is happening. Hurry up and write it down. Here comes today's hot search. Holy shit, this trip wasn't wasted today. Zhang Xinju's eyes widened as she stared at Zhao Lei with an unbelievable expression. You're lying. I don't know any Director Zhang, much less know his what's-her-name wife. You were sent here. Why do you want to harm me? Zhao Lei looked at the sophomoric Zhang Xinju, sneered, and made a call out. As soon as the reporters saw him on the phone, they immediately knew a good show was coming up next. Sure enough, it didn't take long. A woman in her mid-30s walked in with a haggard look on her face. As soon as Zhang Xinju saw her, she was first angry, then thought of something, then looked horrified. She suddenly felt a coldness in her selfsame hands and feet. Done. Ha, isn't this Director Zhang's wife, female Soil Lin Rusheng? Yes. Before that she has been accompanying Director Zhang to some movie festivals or award ceremonies. Oh my god, what Zhao Lei just said is true. A burst of flashing lights came and went. Lin Rusheng quietly looked at Zhang Xinju, looked and then suddenly burst into tears. Zhang Xinju, you shameless bitch. Give back my child's life. After Lin Rusheng finished speaking, she lunged at Zhang Xinju like a madman. What are you doing? Don't come over. Pull away from this crazy woman. Pull her away. She's going to beat me to death. Help. At once, the scene was thrown into a chaos. Later that evening, entertainment news is all over the place. Zhang Xianju and the famous director of the previous generation who kissed passionately in the street. Zhang Xianju interfered in director Shang's marriage and injured Mrs. Lin, causing her to miscarry. How can a woman be so shameless, hooking up with a married man? Zhang Xianju, get out of showbiz. Zhang Xianju, fire out of the ring. Fire to the street to 80 years old, down to a few years old children. All know that she loves to intervene in other people's marriages as a mistress. She used to want to make headlines. Now she's finally on. And it's a dozen or so on at a time. Zhang Xinju locked herself in her room and kept crying and crying. She's afraid to go out right now. And there's a huge crowd of reporters surrounding her outside. There are also some very emotional radicals who are immediately attacked whenever she leaves the house. Lin Risheng's appearance that day directly nailed her to the pillar of shame as a mistress and adulteress. Zhao Lei and Lin Risheng are cousins. Zhao Lei came specifically to avenge Lin Risheng that day. Zhang Xianju now regretted why she had to hold this press clarification meeting. If she hadn't opened it, she wouldn't be in such a mess right now, falling from the clouds to the bottom of the mud in one fell swoop. When Wang Feng came in, all she saw was Zhang Xianju's eyes that were red from crying. Mom, help me. Help me beg Dad to spend more money on my PR. Otherwise, I'm really going to ruin it. Wang Feng sat on the edge of Zhang Xianju's bed inside. Begging me won't help. Mom is on her own now. Your father hates me now. How can he possibly listen to me like he used to? Wang Feng said, raising her eyes to look out the window of Zhang Xianju's room. Outside the window, only a dozen or so bodyguards could be seen taking shifts to monitor the entire villa. It was so tight that it seemed like not even a fly could get out. Zhang Feng, he's now sending bodyguards to supervise Xiaohao and I 24 hours a day, not letting either of us step out of the villa. Xianju, Mommy's the one who's scared right now. Want to add more brothers to give a positive feedback. Junzi May first vacation will burst more, at least 3 times a day to hit the bottom. This is the first time I've written an article, so thank you for your support. When Zhang Xianju heard Wang Feng's words, she also turned her head to look at those silhouettes outside the window. Think of all the bodyguards that have increased all at once in the past 2 days. And the father who never came back. She had a feeling something big was going to happen next at home. Thinking about it that way made her even more scared. Losing the showbiz path wasn't scary. As long as she had the money, she'd make a big deal out of doing something else in the future. Therefore, the Zhang family was her last haven for her. And moreover, the guarantee of her material life. Mom, it won't be. Dad will be fine when his anger subsides. Just try not to make Dad angry in the meantime. And coax him nicely. Didn't you always teach me to learn how to coax men? When Dad comes back, you take the initiative. Zhang Xinju couldn't care less about her own difficulties at this time, and helped Wang Feng to come up with ideas so that she wouldn't fall out with Zhang Feng. Ever since she was a child, the person Zhang Xianju was most afraid of was Zhang Feng, because Zhang Feng always had a serious face. Unlike Wang Feng, her emotions always showed on her face, letting people know what she was thinking at once. Although Zhang Feng rarely lashed out at the sisters, but Zhang Xinju knew her father after so many years. She knew that Zhang Feng was the type of character that either didn't get angry or saved up to settle scores together in the fall. Such a man will stare at you like a viper if you offend him. Zhang Xinju knew that it was a bit bad to describe her own father in this way, but that was how Zhang Feng felt in her heart. Well, you worry about how you're going to get through this first. Wang Feng withdrew his mind and said to Zhang Xinju. Zhang Xianju's face suddenly wrinkled up again when she was reminded by Wang Feng. But Mom, I don't know what to do. I'm so annoyed. Wang Feng took a look at Zhang Xianju's disheveled hair, thought for a long time, and finally made up her mind. Why don't you go to the capital for a while? Wait for the wind to blow over. Zhang Xianju was a bit puzzled. Why do you want to go to the capital? It's just as well for me to stay at home. Wang Feng looked at Zhang Xianju, wanting to say something, eventually sighing. Okay, whatever. Xianju, Mom already gave you the chance to go together. It's just that you won't. Then don't blame Mommy for not taking you with her. On Zhang Nan's side, his eyes were indifferent as he watched Zhang Xianju's growing scandal. He thought for a moment, his fingers flying over the keyboard for a few minutes. He smiled when he saw OK from the other side. Then he stretched and walked out of the room to see what Arisher and the girls were doing. As soon as he walked to the first floor of the villa, he was shocked. Only the red casket collapsed on the couch with a pale face. Sister Red Casket, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Zhang Nan rushed over and asked. No, it's fine. I'll just rest. By the way, help me. Help call my sister. The red bear's breath was very unsteady and his speech was broken. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan didn't dare to delay and immediately called Zhou Lan. But Zhou Lan on the other side of the phone didn't know what she was busy with and actually didn't answer the phone. He called several times in a row, but no one answered the phone. Zhang Nan hurriedly called Su Weiwei again, who immediately picked up. Zhang Nan, What's wrong? Vivi, where's Erishur? Is she with you? Su Weiwei on the other end of the phone sniffed and immediately shook her head. No, I'm out for a bit right now. Isn't Sister Su home? Did something happen? Zhang Nan quickly talked to Su Weiwei about the situation of the red casket. When Su Weiwei on the other side of the phone heard this, she seemed to have thought of something and her tone rushed. Where's that potent medicine for the red beer? It's that lollipop. Hurry up and give it to her. Zhang Nan turned his head to ask the red beer. The red beer was already weak at this time. It's useless. It's already useless. After finishing the red rope, her body went limp and she fell into complete darkness. Sister Red Ribbon. Sister Red Ribbon. Zhang Nan called out a few times, but the red casket didn't respond. He was a bit flustered. He had never seen the always fearless red beer like this. Zhang Nan hurriedly hung up the phone, picked up the red beer and ran to the door. And Su Weiwei on the other side of the phone hurriedly put the white sphere in front of her into her body. Then frowning with a beautiful frown, she quickly ran towards the hospital that Zhang Nan had just mentioned. Could it be that something is wrong with the red bearer's life bead? If so, the red casket may be going away. Thinking of this, Su Weiwei's heart clenched. The dirt that Zhang Nan sat on brought the red beer to the hospital not long ago. Su Weiwei also arrived quickly. When she saw Zhang Nan standing in a daze at the entrance of the LCU, she sighed. Red casket, this situation, how can not be solved by the current medical technology? Vivi, how did the red casket suddenly become like that? Just now her heart almost stopped. Zhang Nan still couldn't believe it when he thought of the shocking scene just now. At that time, he felt the body temperature of the red beer keep dropping in the dirt bike he was sitting in while holding it. Hell knows how scared he was. Scared that the red beer would just die in his arms. It's okay. It'll be okay when Sister Su gets here. However, Zhou Lan's phone call was always unanswered. Now, even the always calm Su Weiwei felt a hint of something wrong. Does Missy know about the accident? Where did she go? Not long after, the red casket was pushed out of the coup. Originally, Zhang Nan thought that the red beer would continue to fall into a coma with a pale face, but I didn't realize she was actually sitting on a pulley bed, glaring at a young male doctor with a displeased look on her face. You quack! I'm the one with the heart problem and you're pulling down my pants. Tell me, what do you want? Is it coveting my beauty? Why are you looking at me with a bitter smile on your face and trying to deny it? Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei glanced at each other and both let out a sigh of relief. At this point, they would love nothing more than to see the red casket wake up and curse. How are you doing, red bearer? Zhang Nan asked the red beer how she was feeling while smiling apologetically at the doctor who had just been scolded. But that doctor waved his hand without caring, looked at the red beer for a moment, and immediately turned his head away sheepishly, thinking for a moment before he said to Zhang Nan, although this young lady is temporarily out of danger, she still needs to be transferred to the general ward for observation. Zhang Nan nodded in understanding. It's really not normal to have a red beer like that just now, and it's definitely a stay in the hospital for observation. Observe what? No, I'm going back. The red beer immediately protested when she heard she was going to be hospitalized. No, Sister Redbearer, you have to listen to me this time. You have to be hospitalized. Or what do you want us to do when something goes wrong? Zhang Nan pressed the red beer back into the hospital bed and wouldn't let her get up. Nan, are you concerned about me? The red beer looked at Zhang Nan and asked with a smile. Definitely. You don't even know. You just scared the hell out of me with that look. Lie back down for me and don't move. I'll go pay the bill for hospitalization first. Vivi, watch her for me. Thinking of the jumpy nature of the red beer, Zhang Nan was afraid that she would not cooperate and suddenly run away. So he busily instructed Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei sighed with a complicated face as she looked at the pale-faced red bearer. Go ahead. She can't get away with me. When Zhang Nan sniffed, he immediately went to go through the admission procedures. Those. Yo, what do you mean I can't run away with you around? Make it sound like you can beat me. The red beer looked at Zhang Nan's faraway direction and hummed at Su Weiwei with a haughty expression. But eventually, she dutifully lay back down on the pulley bed and let the doctor and the earth guards push her to her room. It's all turned out like this, and you still don't forget to show off. Su Weiwei lightly looked askance at the red beer. The young doctor, who had just been there, was still beside himself with something to say to the nursemaid. He waited for the guardian earth to nod in agreement before he turned his head to look at the red beer. But one look at the red casket made him blush again. That, young lady, you must get some rest. If there's any discomfort, you must remember to call me. My name is Gushin. The young doctor was about to say something else, but the red casket immediately interrupted with a look of impatience. Got it. I'm fine. Strong as an ox. You're fine. Hurry up and save the others. Don't waste your time here. Gushin bitterly smiled and shook his head a little. It's kinda cute, this woman's personality. After Gushin took one step forward and 3 steps back, It was only then that Su Weiwei found a seat to sit down, locking her brows and staring at the red beer. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you jealous of my beauty? Su Weiwei didn't reply. After only the two of them were left in the ward. Only then did she speak slowly. Where are your life beads, L? As soon as Su Weiwei's words fell, the red beer's originally smiling face immediately froze. Life beads? Of course it's still well inside me. Su Weiwei looked askance at the red rope with an expression of, do I look like someone who was so easy to cheat? Is it for Missy? Something is going to happen to Missy too, isn't it? The last sentence is an affirmative. The red beer was silent for a moment. Well, my sister probably won't last much longer. Su Weiwei looked at a certain place with mesmerized eyes. Is it true that as long as Lord Lone Wave comes back, Oni-chan will be fine? Hearing the words Lord Lonely Wave, the red casket instinctively stood in awe. Yes, as long as Lord Lone Wave returns, we'll all be fine. But I heard from my sister that something might have happened to Lord Lone Wave as well. After all, he's been gone for years. Su Weiwei's expression flickered imperceptibly when she heard the red beer say that Lord Lone Wave might also be in trouble. Everyone's looking for Lord Lone Wave, including Lan Zhou, but Zhou Lan does not know. In fact, the person she is looking for, far away from the sky, close to the eye. After the red casket over here finished, she seemed to think of self. She was in a bit of a low mood. If Lord Lonely Wave doesn't come back, she'll be gone from this world in 3 months at the most. Once a person with a different body like them doesn't have the life pearl, not to mention the potion dispensed by Lord Lone Wave, their energy will be depleted day by day until it slowly disappears. Even her sister, who was her master, couldn't do anything about it. Thinking of her master, the red beer came back to her senses for a moment and suddenly said to Su Weiwei, Vivi, who is your master? Never heard you talk about who your master is? The owner of the red beer is Lan Zhou. When she was very young, the Chow family brought her back from the dead. They are then transferred to secret bases for various studies and training. That's how I got myself matched with Zhou Lan. The hardship and pain in that one can't even be imagined. However, once they are successful, they are not normal people, but other people. Nowadays, those who are ranked high on the list of killers are basically other body people, possessing supernormal abilities, speed, and strength. There are several powerful countries that are also developing alien people. Among them, the alien people researched by the Free Country, the Sentry Country and the Great Bear Country are even more capable than those of the Chinese country. Lord Lone Wave is the only creator in China who can develop an alien human being. The Red Girdle and Su Weiwei, they all rely on the potion he developed to become stronger and even renew their lives. But now Lord Lone Wave is nowhere to be found. Even Zhou Lan, who was one of his assistants, didn't know where he had gone. The bigwigs up there are all speculating whether Lord Lone Wave could have met an untimely end and been backstabbed by those few black-hearted countries in the Free State. Therefore, a number of people have been sent up there to secretly investigate over the past few years, but all of them have come up empty-handed. In the middle of the red casket's contemplation, Su Weiwei's voice pulled her back to reality. My master, Su Weiwei murmured, but thinking of someone's instructions, she pursed her mouth. I don't remember. The red beer froze. Who is your master? And you don't even remember? No way. You're fooling me. As soon as Zhang Nan returned to the hospital room after completing all the formalities, he heard these words from the red beer. Sister Red Casket, who dares to fool you? When the red beer and Su Weiwei saw that Zhang Nan had returned, the two of them glanced at each other and tacitly refrained from continuing the topic they had just talked about. Nan, I'm hungry, I want to eat spicy shrimp. Seeing the pouty expression on the red beer's face, Su Weiwei's good-looking white eyes couldn't help but roll up again. Zhang Nan also shook his head helplessly and refused. It's really just the right wound to forget the pain. No, it's better if you don't mess with your food in your condition. How about something light? How about a skinny porridge with eggs? The red casket immediately protested when she heard that she could only eat kanji. But when Zhang Nan heard her protest, he added an extra salted duck egg. Instead, he and Su Weiwei ordered spicy shrimp, spicy beef slices, and mapo tofu. It made the whole ward smell like spices. But fortunately, Zhang Nan gave the red casket a single room, so no one disturbed it. The red beer on the side, which could only look but not eat, croaked in anger for half a day. Oh, you two scumbags, how could you be so cruel to me? Little Nan, wait for me. When I get out of the hospital, I'll eat you up. Oh. Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei smiled at his words. Su Weiwei was stunned for a moment as she looked at Zhang Nan, who rarely laughed out loud. At this time, Zhang Nan's cell phone rang. Zhang Nan pulled out his cell phone and took a look. It turned out to be Zhou Lan, who hadn't been contacted today. As soon as Zhang Nan connected, he immediately asked, Sister Lan, where are you? Zhou Lan, on the other side of the cell phone, seemed to be still out there, but the signal wasn't very good. I was running an errand and just got done before I saw you call. What's wrong? When Jiang Nan heard Zhou Lan say that she was busy, he hesitated but decided to tell him truthfully. Sister Erasure. Sister Red Beer. She's not in a very good condition. When I was at home at noon, they all fainted. So if you're done now, hurry over to the hospital for a bit. Zhou Gang frowned a little in confusion as soon as she heard that the Red Beer actually fainted, and frowned a little with her pretty eyebrows. But the next moment, she seemed to associate. Okay, I'm going over to the hospital right now. You guys wait for me. Wait for Jiang Nan to hang up the phone. Zhou Lan immediately dialed another cell phone number. After 2 rings, a lazy and seductive voice came from the opposite side. Baby, you finally gave up on me. How are you doing with what I told you last time? Zhou Lan directly opened the door to inquire. The man on the other side, hearing Zhou Lan call and ask this directly, said in a hurt tone, Baby, you don't even care how I'm doing. Zhou Lan stroked his forehead speechlessly. Song Jishu, be serious. Something has happened to the red casket now. Don't blame me for not greeting you beforehand. Song Jishu on the opposite side heard this sentence about the Red Beer's accident and hurriedly stopped his molestation, pursuing the question in a tense tone. What's wrong with her? Red casket? Zhou Lan quickly returned as she walked to the garage. It's not clear yet, but I'm guessing she gave me the life beads. She gave you the life pearl? That woman doesn't want to die. Song Jishu's original lethargy was no longer visible, and there was anxiety and worry in his voice. So, what happened to what I asked you to do last time? Zhou Lan asked back to the question he had just asked. Song Jishu sniffed and was silent for a while before deflating back. No word yet. The Free State side is keeping that thing pretty close to the vest. Zhou Lan frowned. Not even if you pay a high price? Song Jishu let out a bitter smile. My missy, that alien body enhancing liquid is priceless. Zhou Lan had just walked to the garage when she saw Lin Wu waving at her. She raised her hand in response, then whispered to Song Jishu. Then send more people to find out where they'll put the alien body enhancement liquid. If the Free State won't sell, go to the Squire and the Bear. These countries, if all of them won't, even if they blow up their research institutes, they'll snatch it up. Otherwise, the red casket really won't last until Lone Wave comes back. Song Jishu was also annoyed in his heart when he heard this. I know. I've already had all of the Song family's undercover agents go to the free country to poke around. Zhou Lan nodded. I'll turn around and have Zhou Jintian send someone to look for them as well. After a few more words of advice, Zhou Lan hung up the phone and got into the car. Song Jishu on the other side of the phone, on the other hand, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the president's office of Song Group with a silent face. Looking out the window at the skyscrapers, he fell into a memory. That woman is so cruel. She just confessed to her. What's the point of avoiding him for so long? 6 years at a time. Song Jishu touched the red string worn on his wrist. The red string was so faded that it had a carnelian Buddha strung on it. The overall redness and translucency is due to years of wear. He turned around and made a phone call. Uncle Song, make arrangements. I want to go to Guang City as fast as I can. Zhou Lan arrives at the hospital just in time to see the Red Beer cursing Jiang Nan and Su Weiwei for being cruel with an aggrieved face. Her worries along the way were alleviated quite a bit as she watched the Red Beer's spirit. Sister, do you think the 2 of them are bad people? Purposely eating these in front of me and not giving them to me, causing me to drool. Zhou Lan sniffed and gently poked the Red Beer's glossy forehead with her slender finger. What time is it? Still full of thoughts about eating. The Red Beer covered her forehead and pretended to have a face of pain. Humph. Sister, are you also towards them? It's too sad for me. Seeing this, Jiang Nan shook his head in amusement. Alright, when you're discharged from the hospital, I'll let you eat enough. Really? Your treat? Oh? The Red Beer smirked. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly. Okay, my treat. As long as you're happy, Auntie, you can eat as much as you want. That's more like it. The Red Beer then let the crowd go. Zhou Lan's heart was slightly astringent as she looked at the smiling appearance of the Red Beer. This guy, no matter what, always looks out of tune. Even if you know that you may not live for 3 months, you still have this heartless look. For those who don't know, they really think she's fine. However, only Zhou Lan knew that the Red Beer was deliberately using playfulness to divert everyone's attention, not letting people worry about her hard. Ouch. What a haughty and all-over-the-place woman. Zhou Lan sent Jiang Nan and Su Weiwei back to get the clothes for the Red Beer over to the hospital. Lin Wu also immediately followed and drove Jiang Nan to send them. After a few people had left, Zhou Lanfan looked at the Red Beer with an angry face. Well, it's just you and me now. Be nice and confide in me when this is going on. The Red Beer took out one of the red apples that Jiang Nan had just bought for her downstairs. When he intended to peel himself, Zhou Lan reached out and snatched it. Then he picked up the fruit knife next to him and slowly peeled the fruit. The corners of the red beer's mouth lifted slightly as she looked at the gentle way Zhou Lan lowered her head. Sister is really getting good looking. Zhou Lan cast a sidelong glance at the red beer and continued to peel the fruit seriously. You don't want to deliberately change the subject. When? The red beer knew that Zhou Lan wouldn't let her escape the past until she asked for the results. She sighed inwardly. Sister, don't ask. Just let me keep you company for the next few months. When Zhou Lan heard this, the cold white jade hand peeling the fruit stopped. Red beer, I won't allow you to say such demoralizing things. I'll find the ectoplasmic enhancement fluid. Don't worry, you'll be fine. When she finished, she handed the peeled apple to the red casket. The red beer took it and took a gentle bite, smiling and narrowing her eyes. Zhou Lan looked at her in this contented manner and instantly thought of the first time she saw the red beer. At the time, Red Bearer had just turned 14, a year younger than her. The body was so thin that it seemed as if a gust of wind could blow her over. When Butler Joe brought her here, Zhou Lan had doubted for a moment that she could protect herself. Missy, don't look at her skinny. It's poisonous. The whole institute is about to be poisoned by her. It made Lord Lone Wolf want to throw her out of the institute. At that time, when Zhou Lan saw housekeeper Joe talking so metaphysically, he temporarily left her behind for observation. At the time, it hadn't been long since she lost her mom and sister. The whole thing is in meltdown phase. Li Shui, that woman, is also in that period of time. Taking advantage of the self is in ruins. Then 3 times sent people to kill her. And it was during those chases that she really saw the poison of the red beer. 1 minute they're laughing with you. The next they're letting your soul go to the west. Describes her like that. After some time, she was then matched with the red casket. Once a xenomorph is mated to a person, it is 100% loyal to that person. From then on, she became the nominal owner of the red beer. However, after these 9 years of companionship, she had long treated the red beer as if it were her own sister. She doesn't have a sister anymore and can't stand by and watch something happen to the red casket. Sister, do you know who Su Weiwei's master is? Seeing that the red beer was suddenly pulled over Su Weiwei's head, Zhou Lan was a bit strange. Why are you asking about this? The red beer took another bite of the apple thoughtfully. Ergo, looking at Zhou Lan with a serious face, he replied, trying to get a clear picture. I want to unmatch my sister if she doesn't have an owner. Let her be matched with you. Sister. Later, if I'm not around my sister anymore, I'm relieved to have her around to protect my sister. Starting today, 3 shifts have resumed. Brothers, praise me. Ha ha. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think the mating is something you can easily undo if you say you want to? Don't think about it so much. It's going to be fine. Zhou Lan felt her eyes get a little sore. Sister, I understand my body. If it wasn't for the Zhou family, you, and Lord Lone Wave, I would have died back then. No, I should say that I died a long time ago. I just rely on Lone Wave-sama's special ability to keep my consciousness in this world without extinction. So she was always grateful that they had given her a second life as a red casket. In between Zhou Lan and the red casket chatting, a small private plane parked at the empty back of the hospital. Soon, a man wearing sunglasses stepped down from the private jet. The man was upright and very handsome. He raised his eyes and looked around, the corners of his slightly thin lips curving into a seductive arc. Young master, the hospital's main entrance is that way, Uncle Song said respectfully to his young master. Song Jishu let out a soft hum and let Uncle Song lead the way. When he stepped into the hospital, many of the nursing soil and female patients gave him a stunning look, but as if he was used to it, he followed Uncle Song without looking away. In a short while, he quickly reached the personal ward of the red beer. Just approaching the room, Song Jishu was a little nervous in his heart. This kind of tension, even in the face of hundreds of billions of orders, have not been such a phenomenon. Haven't seen her in years and at this point she's inside. Took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Come in. A gentle voice came from inside. Song Jishu knew it was Zhou Lan's voice. When the door was opened, it was met with 2 great beauties, the gentle and serene Zhou Lan, and the red beer in a hot outfit. When he entered, the 2 men inside were visibly surprised. Song Jishu? The red beer screamed with wide eyes. The corners of Zhou Lan's lips slightly hooked as she looked at the 2 without saying anything. Hi, my little chilly. Song Jishu winked an electric wink at the red beer. Yo, haven't seen you in a few years. You're still so flirty. The red beer looked at Song Jishu's discharged expression, and sourly and conspiratorially. Song Jishu choked. Pepper, I haven't seen you in a few years and you're still so sharp-tongued. The red beer laughed twice. Same to each other. What are you doing here? What's the purpose? Song Jishu looked at the red casket's somewhat pale face, and his heart ached, but her mouth was still on the red rope. Let's see if you're dead or not. If you're dead, I'll be able to snatch my Erasure baby away. As soon as the red beer heard Song Jishu's words, she was so angry that she casually grabbed one of the pillows on the bed and threw it at him with force. It hit Song Jishu right on the head, but he caught it with one hand. Good. Surname Song, I thought you came to visit me, but I didn't realize you came to steal my sister from me. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Song Jishu finally laughed out loud when he saw how angry the red beer was. Well, it looks like this chick has a good essence. Jolan looked helplessly askance at Song Jishu. You rushed over here specifically to be angry at the red casket? Song Jishu shrugged. Do I look like such a heartless person to you? The red beer grunted. That's right, you're just heartless and vindictive. That says it all about yourself, doesn't it? Who was so scared by my confession back then that he ran away to Hiroshima City for years at a time? Caused me to fall deep into the mire of lost love back in the day and almost fell apart. He. After Song Jishu finished speaking, he looked forlorn and sighed a great sigh. Jolan didn't say anything, so she quietly watched Song Jishu act with a teasing face. Over here, the red beer rolled her eyes. Don't you dare. You're surrounded by warblers every day. It's only strange that you'd be sad. Besides, you're simply teasing me. And the hell with believing your confession. Song Jishu's mouth held a smile when he saw the red beer rolling her eyes. Which one of your eyes saw me with a woman around? I'm surrounded by nothing but wangs, and it's your black and white picture frame that's keeping me company. With that, Song Jishu put the pillow back on the red casket's bed. Jolan was too lazy to listen to the two of them, busy excuses to go out to make a phone call. So Song Jishu stayed behind to watch the red rope. The red beer looked at Song Jishu with a look of disgust and turned her head to Jolan. Sister, go and return quickly. I don't want to be alone with this annoying animal. Jolan smiled and nodded, then picked up her satchel and went out. At this point, only Song Jishu and the red casket were left in the room. Song Jishu sighed as he stared at the pale but ever-present stubborn face of the red beer. Then, alien body enhancement liquid, I will definitely find a way to help you find it. When the red beer heard him suddenly say this, it would be a lie to say that she was not touched in her heart. How scarce was that alien body enhancement liquid? Wouldn't she be unaware of it? A single drop of that stuff would allow the creation of a foreign body with powers greater than hers. If the alien used it, it would only be stronger. That's why governments are looking at it very closely. In the past, when Lone Wave was there, the alien body enhancing liquid was not to say that there were many, but at least there was no shortage of this one for her red rope. What's the point of looking? I've enjoyed it enough. You see, I've followed my sister for the past few years to eat and drink without worrying about it, and spend my money as I please, and my days have been awesome. The red beer tugged at her pillow and laughed with a disinterested expression. So you're thinking of leaving us all behind? No matter that we are sad and hard for you? If you don't think of others, think of Jolan, who just lost her mother and sister some years ago, and now she's facing the loss of you? The red beer continued to pull the pillow, glaring at Song Jishu. Then what can I do? That thing is not something I can have just because I want it. Song Jishu stared at the red rope, thought for a moment, and then said, come with me to the free country to borrow it for a while. What? Going to the free state to borrow? The red casket thought he'd heard wrong. Well, my men are already poking around over there, and when there's a little more preparation, we can do it at the end of the month. Let's blow up that lab before we do that. I've been looking at those guys for a long time. Upon hearing this, the red beer was excited and immediately dropped the pillow that she had torn and crumpled. Holy shit, why didn't you just say so when there's such a thing as moving your muscles? Song Jishu looked at the fighting spirit ignited in her eyes, and the fireworks that belonged to the red casket were back. You're silly. Jolan was there just now. If I had said that, do you think she would have let you take the risk? After thinking about it, the red beer felt that Song Jishu was really right. Don't look at Jolan, who is usually gentle and soft, but she has always had her own opinion. She wouldn't let self take a chance on something she didn't feel sure about. Boy, your trip wasn't in vain after all. The red beer would look at Song Jishu just a little bit more smoothly. Then she asked, so when do we leave? Song Jishu looked at her expression of impatience, wanting to leave immediately, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Next week, when Chen's people send you some supplements to eat first. Otherwise, in your current state, to go is also the part of blocking bullets. The red beer had originally smiled with excitement, but when she heard Song Jishu's words, she was instantly displeased. Just complimented you and you're getting itchy, aren't you? Want to try instant death by poison for you? After Jolan came out of the hospital room, she walked to the bench outside the hospital and sat down. Song Jishu hadn't seen a red beer in many years. She knew he must have had a lot to say to Red Ribbon. Song Jishu's thoughts on the red casket were always known to Jolan. It's just that the flowers are falling and the water is running. Jolan looked at the clear blue sky, staring at the white clouds in a daze. She remembered what Butler Joe had said to her when she went to see him today. Eldest miss, the family head's health is getting worse. That woman Yang Shui doesn't know what she fed the family head for a long time. The head of the family asked me to sneak in and find you. so that you must return to the Zhou family during this time. The capital is also not peaceful right now. The private fight between the four great families is also quite fierce. Since knowing that you are not in the capital, the Chen family and the Li family have long since joined forces to deal with our Zhou family. Thinking of the Chen and Li families, Zhou Lan frowned. In the past, when she was a lone wolf assistant at the Altered Body Institute, these two big families didn't dare to show her the slightest disrespect, and every time they saw her, they were all nodding their heads and fawning with a fawning face. Now that Self has only been away from the capital for a few years, these people have changed their faces so quickly. Zhou Lan doesn't think Yang Shui didn't put effort in. As long as she thought of Yang Shui, Zhou Lan's always gentle eyes instantly erupted with killing intent. The woman who victimized her mother and sister. She is not going to let her go. Sure, what are you doing out here? At this time, Zhang Nan, who had gone back to the villa with Su Weiwei to pack up the clothes of sister Hong Jiwei, happened to arrive at the hospital. When Zhou Lan saw Zhang Nan, she hurriedly raised a smile. A good friend from Red Casket came to see her, so I came out to let them talk. For the first time, Zhang Nan heard that the Red Bear actually had a good friend who came to see her. It was also a moment of curiosity. So we'll go in later? Zhang Nan inquired. Zhou Lan shook her head. It's fine. They should be about done. Let's go in. Zhang Nan nodded his head. So he went in the ward with Zhou Lan shoulder to shoulder. Su Weiwei looked at Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan's backs and pondered. You're Zhang Nan? Song Jishu stared at Zhang Nan, his eyes unkind as he asked. Sensing this inexplicable hostility from Song Jishu, Zhang Nan nodded and returned a yes. Song Jishu looked Zhang Nan up and down, consoling himself in his heart with a secret displeasure. It's okay. It's just an 18-year-old kid. Red Racket, a 23-year-old girl, would never have fallen for such a young brother. That little Nan she just said should only mean that this Zhang Nan is little, but nothing else. Don't think for yourself. There's no way a spirited character like Red Ribbon would like a little brother. No way. Song Jishu reassured herself over and over again. However, when he saw the conversation between the Red Bear and Zhang Nan, he was instantly nonplussed. The Red Bear had a pouty expression on her face. Little Nan, peel me an orange. I want to eat it. Zhang Nan is discussing with Zhou Lan what to eat in the evening. Heard the words, thoughtlessly back, Red Rope Sister. Your hands are not disabled. Peel yourself. The Red Bear looked at Zhang Nan aggrievedly. Little Nan, I want to eat siumai and barbecued pork buns at night. Zhang Nan, fork your head. Eat these on a big night and add a skinny kanji. The Red Casket smiled and nodded. Good drop. Little Nan is the best. Zhang Jishu glared at Zhang Nan, and then looked at the Red Bear who acted like a little girl. He was irritated by the image before him. Holy shit. So Red Riding Hood likes dicks? She likes small ones? No. That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Song Jishu, will never agree. That Zhang Nan. You give me. Please come out for a moment. Song Jishu had originally brought a fierce look and wanted to tell Zhang Nan to get out. But just as he showed a little bit of ferocity, the three women in the room simultaneously looked at him with unkind faces. He swallowed and hastily changed his tone. Zhang Nan was a bit surprised to see Song Jishu calling self out. Song Jishu, I can warn you. Don't try to bully my little Nan just because you know a few three-legged kung fu moves. Song Jishu, listen. This woman is still protective. Zhang Nan and Song Jishu came to the bench where Zhou Lan had just sat. Song Jishu looked at the teenager in front of him. There was a bit of inexplicable familiarity in the mind. This feeling was just felt on the first side, but he was sure this was the first time he had seen Zhang Nan since. That's weird. I heard that you were the top student of the college entrance exam in Guang City this year. Song Jishu found a topic to lighten the mood. Yes. Zhang Nan didn't know what Song Jishu meant by calling him out, but thinking that he was a close friend of Zhou Lan and the girls, he responded politely. Song Jishu nodded appreciatively as he listened. Nice. So have you picked out which college to go to? Zhang Nan laughed a little and thoughtlessly returned. Xingbei. So, does the university have any other plans? Like an early internship at some business? Song Jishu went on to ask. Early digging potential high school students to go to the company to focus on training, which is the practice of many enterprises in recent years. Because graduates of prestigious schools can enhance the overall quality of the company, the high school graduates are even a business card for the company HR interview. Song Jishu believed that when Zhang Nan went to the capital, there's bound to be some big business out there trying to poach him. After all, Zhang Nan's results in this year's college entrance examination were too bright, almost the highest score in years. Zhang Nan shook his head. Not yet. Wait until we go to the capital. Want to consider a career with Song? Song Jishu looked at Zhang Nan and threw the rugby ball. Song? Zhang Nan didn't expect Song Jishu to invite him on the spot. Song Jishu smiled confidently. Yes, I'm the Song family of the four great families of the capital. Song Group is the largest publicly traded company in our Song family. Of course, it's only part of the Song family, we have many other areas. Next, Song Jishu briefly spoke with Jiang Nan about Song's mall section. Seeing this, Jiang Nan also took the opportunity to understand the current situation in the capital with Song Jishu, and the four families ones. Although he knew that the current self was not enough to reach out to the other few great clans, it wouldn't hurt to learn about it. Song Jishu knew everything and answered him one by one. In fact, putting aside the relationship of the red beer, Song Jishu was somewhat appreciative of Jiang Nan, because after some conversation, Jiang Nan did not feel like an 18-year-old at all. Well organized, speaks in and out. In his previous life, Jiang Nan had seen many big changes in the industry. Knowing what ups and downs China's economy will go through in the next decade or so, when he heard that the Song family had a piece of doing network information, his heart was moved. On the spot, and Song Jishu chatted about some of the topics of network development, and incidentally the e-commerce aspect of. The two of them just sat there and talked for a long time. It's been so long that Zhou Lan couldn't help but come out and seek them both out for dinner. Brother Zhang, having a good chat with you today has instantly given me a better understanding. That short video you were talking about just blew my mind. Smartphones nowadays haven't come out with this feature yet, but if we can develop it ahead of time, this really is a superb piece of cake. Song Jishu's gaze at Jiang Nan changed at this time, like seeing a diamond sparkling with light. Zhou Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw the two of them chatting so opportunistically. Well, it's late, don't you all need to eat? Song Jishu didn't even want to think about eating it this time. He kept chatting non-stop with Jiang Nan about how to get these. He has also been asking Jiang Nan to go over to his Song family, and as long as Jiang Nan agrees, the salary will be as much as Jiang Nan wants. Jiang Nan smiled and politely refused. I haven't been to the capital yet, so let's wait until we go to the capital and settle down before. Seeing that Jiang Nan didn't refuse, Song Jishu couldn't push too hard and told Jiang Nan to think about it and definitely give him an answer. Zhou Lan on the side, however, laughed. Song Jishu, are you treating me as if I don't exist? You dare to rob someone from my Zhou family? Song Jishu's eyes rolled. Baby, didn't you want to leave the Zhou family to start your own business? When Zhou Lan heard this, she suddenly fell silent. When Song Jishu took a look at Zhou Lan's expression, he cursed himself in his heart for not mentioning which pot was which. Zhang family villa. Zhang Hao lay on his side on the bed and flipped through his cell phone, looking at the latest entertainment news on it. When he saw Zhang Xin juice scandal, a flash of mockery flashed across his pupils. It's so self-inflicted. After watching a few more news stories, I felt bored and put my phone aside. The itchy pain in his ass came back when he tried to switch positions. This one caused Zhang Hao to huff in pain. Zhang Feng didn't know what kind of madness he had gone through in the past few days, and it kept him and Wang Feng locked up in the villa without letting them go out. No matter how much he called Zhang Feng, he didn't answer, and no sign of him coming back to the villa. But the bodyguards in the house are growing. There's over 20 of them now. 2 days ago, he and Wang Feng were able to walk downstairs for dinner and activities. Now outright rooms are not given. Meals are served by servants. Zhang Hao was annoyed and scratched his hair. Ping! The sound of smashing came from the second floor. Zhang Hao didn't need to think about it to know who had done it. Except for his stupid mother Wang Feng, there was really no one who had the guts. Thinking of Wang Feng, Zhang Hao's eyes were filled with anger and dislike. This idiot, letting the good life of the mansion go by, but want to make a fool of herself like this. She's not even going to kill herself. She's going to drag me down with her. In the past few days, it was hard for Zhang Hao to wake up from the role of self not being Zhang Feng's biological son, when he thought that he might have to lose the Zhang family in the future. He couldn't wait to slap Wang Feng a few times. Why wasn't it self who was born to Zhang Feng in the first place? Why did you have him with someone else in the first place? If you had him with someone else, why didn't you tell him ahead of time? Let him also make preparations instead of wasting all these years in vain and becoming passive in the end. It wasn't that Zhang Hao hadn't thought about running out of the villa and leaving the Zhang family. Although he didn't know how Zhang Feng would deal with Wang Feng, he certainly wouldn't leave him behind again. He now has tens of millions of dollars in savings in his hands, all saved over the years. It's not much, but once he's in college, it'll be enough to take some out and start a business then. Knock knock. Just as Zhang Hao was silently making plans for self, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Hao thought it was the servants bringing up the food. Come in. At this time, Zhang Hao saw Zhang Feng, who he hadn't seen for several days. Only at this moment, Zhang Feng's face was eerily terrifying. He was standing in the doorway of the room, and it was night, and the lighting in the hallway reflected his silhouette and trailed it. However, the look on his face was too terrifying, like a life-threatening Hades, staring coldly at Zhang Hao. There were several bodyguards behind him. Dad! Zhang Hao was instantly startled and swallowed and shouted, "Don't call me Dad. I'm not your dad. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao hurriedly knelt down. Dad, I know you're angry right now, and I can understand how you feel. I won't complain if you punish me and Mom any way you want, but I want to tell you that I have always treated you like my dad. Zhang Feng stared at Zhang Hao's face, staring and staring. He let out a cold laugh. Are you done? Zhang Hao didn't know what Zhang Feng meant, so he had no choice but to nod. Having said that, let's hit the road. Grab it. After Zhang Feng coldly finished speaking, he waved his hand for the bodyguards to tie up Zhang Hao. Dad, what are you doing? Let go of me. Dad, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know anything. You can't do this to me. Zhang Hao was really scared this time. He struggled as hard as he could, but the bodyguards were strong and didn't give him a chance to resist. Soon, his hands and feet were tied. Mom, help me. Mom! Zhang Hao's voice howled up in the villa, but before he could howl a few times, he was immediately stuffed with a ball of cloth in his mouth. Wang Feng downstairs also heard Zhang Hao's cries for help, but by now she was on her own, and she too had her hands and feet tied and a cloth stuffed in her mouth. Her eyes were filled with fear and she kept screaming mmm. It didn't take long for Zhang Hao to be thrown in front of her by the bodyguard. Aha! Wang Feng screamed heartily at Zhang Hao. It barked a few more times at Zhang Feng with an angry expression. Aha! Zhang Hao screamed at Wang Feng with tears in his eyes. Zhang Feng looked at the two mothers and children with a cold expression. Turning to the butler again, he said, Is Missy back yet? The housekeeper respectfully returned. Just phoned. The eldest miss is still on her way, and the third miss has already parked downstairs. Zhang Feng let out a hum. Tell Zhang Xinju to come down. The butler hurriedly did as he was told on his fat old legs. He didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to, but he knew that something big was definitely going to happen to the Zhang family today. Aha! Aha! Wang Feng glared at Zhang Feng and screamed, but no one could understand what she was about to say. Zhang Feng sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea, trying to calm his mind. Soon, Zhang Xinju was invited out by housekeeper Zhang. At this moment, she looked worried and scared. The commotion just now was not small, and she also heard Zhang Hao's cries for help. She had wanted to go out and see what was going on, but after a moment's thought, she backed away. She knew that the commotion should be Zhang Feng coming back to settle the score with her mother and Zhang Hao. It's a matter of being cuckolded for years and helping to raise a child. Zhang Xinju knew that Zhang Feng would definitely not let it go. If I go up at this time, I'll be blamed by the furious Zhang Feng, saying that she's siding with Wang Feng. Then she would be lightly beaten and scolded, and if she was more serious, she might be kicked out of the house by Zhang Feng. She had just lost her job in the entertainment industry, but she couldn't afford to lose this iron rice bowl of the Zhang family again. Therefore, Zhang Xinju pretended that she couldn't hear and never dared to come out to help Wang Feng and Zhang Hao. However, at this time, Zhang Feng actually sent someone to invite her down, so she would have to face the storm in front of her. But when she came down and saw the tied-up Wang Feng and Zhang Hao, she was still scared and her legs went weak. Dad, what's wrong? How did you tie up Mom and brother? I posted a string of chapters last night. I was supposed to post 79 chapters, but the time setting in the background was wrong, so I posted it first. Aha! As soon as Wang Feng saw Zhang Xinju coming down, she looked at her with a pleading face. Would Zhang Xinju not understand her thoughts? But how could she dare to save them both in front of Zhang Feng? Zhang Xinju, you've been lying around and hiding for the past few days. Is it thinking of just lying in the Zhang family and letting me, Zhang Feng, support you for the rest of your life? Zhang Feng opened his mouth and did not mention the matter of Wang Feng and Zhang Hao in front of him. When Zhang Xinju heard Zhang Feng's words, she was a little unsure. What did Dad mean by that? She hadn't seen Zhang Feng say a word about her before when she hadn't gone to work at home for a long time. Why do you suddenly resent being in the house today? Is Dad mad about the whole cuckold thing? No, Dad. I'm not, because those reporters are still out there. I'll go out to work when those reporters are gone. Zhang Xinju was now completely unable to guess Zhang Feng's thoughts. Don't set foot in my Zhang family again once you've gone out. My Zhang family doesn't have anything as disgusting as you. Worthy of being born of your bitch mother, with crude and lewd blood flowing in your body, and behaving in such a lewd and unattractive manner. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Xinju with a look of disgust, and his words were filled with malice. Zhang Xinju was stunned as she looked at Zhang Feng with an unbelievable expression. Her dad's crazy. Really crazy. Dad, what did I do wrong? How can you talk about me like that? It's not like I've done anything wrong to you. Zhang Xinju's character can't be provoked. Similar to Wang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Xinju's face and laughed coldly. Didn't do anything wrong to me? Ha! So it's me, Zhang Feng, who's wrong? Should I, Zhang Feng, fucking raise a few of you scumbags? Zhang Xinju didn't know what to say back. What do you mean? Raise them a couple of scumbags? What's Dad talking about? Just when she was puzzled and scared and didn't know what to do, Zhang Xinju returned, followed by Zhang Xinmei. When the two sisters, Zhang Xinmei, saw the situation in front of them, they gasped in fear. Dad! What? What's going on? Don't scare us. Let's talk this over, okay? As Zhang Xinmei spoke, she immediately ran to Wang Feng's side and took the cloth from her mouth. Zhang Feng watched with cold eyes and did not stop. Instead, he turned his head to instruct the butler. Steward Zhang, where has Zhang Xinlan arrived? The housekeeper hurriedly replied. Already downstairs. The hospital side had to do the discharge formalities, so it was delayed for a while. Wang Feng. Several people heard that Zhang Feng actually had to carry back even Zhang Xinlan, who was paralyzed. A look of shock. What exactly does Zhang Feng want? Doesn't he know that Zhang Xinlan is now dependent on hospital treatment for her body's indicators to remain normal? Zhang Xinmei hastened to discourage her. Dad, are you mad? Xinlan is hurt like that. Why do you still let her come over? Zhang Feng didn't say anything as he made tea for himself with a gloomy face. Zhang Feng, if you have anything to do, just come at me. Xinlan is innocent. She's like that, how can you bear to get her back? You're not asking for her life. The cloth in Wang Feng's mouth had just been removed when she couldn't wait to yell at Zhang Feng. Zhang Xinmei knelt in front of Zhang Feng, her eyes red. Dad, I know how hard and angry you must be right now, but anger won't solve the problem. Mom, she already knows it's wrong, so please forgive her. After what you did today, our Zhang family is really going to fall apart. When Zhang Xinju saw that Zhang Xinmei had knelt down, she immediately knelt down as well. Yes, big sis is right. Dad, just forgive Mom. She was just confused. You just forgive her once. She won't dare next time. When Zhang Feng heard Zhang Xinju's words, his hand that was making tea gave a start. You all want me to forgive the slut? What about me? Have any of you thought about how I feel? I've been fucking cuckolded for over 20 years. Not only cuckolded, but raised a bastard for an adulterer for over 20 years. Now people out there laugh at me every day as Zhang Feng is the cuckold king. The wrongdoer. Zhang Xinmei looked at Zhang Feng roaring with his veins exposed, and her tears could no longer hold back the fall. She knew her father had suffered greatly. But she really can't do it with her own eyes watching her mother in danger. Dad, it doesn't matter what people outside think. What matters is that our family can't fall apart. When Zhang Feng heard Zhang Xinmei's words, it was as if he had heard some kind of joke. Home? What kind of home is this? My wife cuckolded me and the child is not mine. The pro-life ones were driven away by me. Leave you filth behind. Zhang Feng laughed, roaring a little and laughing a little. This look adds to the fear. Master, the second young lady has carried it back. The butler quickly walked into the hall and carefully reported to Zhang Feng. Carry that beast in. Zhang Feng blurted out nonchalantly. Soon, Zhang Xinlan, who was lying on a stretcher, was carried in by the combined efforts of two bodyguards. At this point she was yellow and stiff. Seeing the entire Zhang family gathered in the hall, and seeing Zhang Feng's gloomy face, she vaguely felt that something big had happened in the family. Otherwise, Zhang Feng wouldn't have suddenly discharged her from the hospital. Besides, what did her father just call her? Bastard? Isn't that a title that only Zhang Nam is equipped with? Dad, why are you bothering to toss me around when I'm like this? Zhang Xinlan's voice was so weak that she said to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng glanced at her, then at all of them, and smiled again. That's all of them now. Good. Very good. Wang Feng, next, let's settle the score. When Zhang Feng said the last sentence, the voice sounded as if it came from hell. Then he had the butler get the projector and started the screening. Wang Feng was now instinctively afraid when she saw a projector or something like that. The Zhang family sisters didn't know what Zhang Feng wanted to do with all this fanfare, so they could only remain silent and see what was next. Zhang Xinmei incidentally also pulled off the cloth from Zhang Hao's mouth. When Zhang Feng had the lights turned off, on the huge curtain, a list of blood types appeared. When Wang Feng saw the scene, his face instantly turned pale. First is Zhang Xinju's blood type list. Blood type O. Zhang Xinju was flabbergasted. What's wrong with my blood type? She turned her eyes to look over, only to see Wang Feng and Zhang Hao with pale, panicked faces. Everyone else, however, was frowning and just as puzzled as she was. She turned back to the projector and continued to look at it. And then the next one, Zhang Xinlan, type O. Zhang Xinlan's entire body was paralyzed and there was no way for her to sit up. However, the housekeeper thoughtfully helped her sit up. When she saw her own blood type, she had a wooden look in her eyes and gave little indication. And then there's Zhang Hao, blood type O. Seeing this, Zhang Xinmei's heart thumped. She gets it. Father's gone and checked the blood types of their sisters. The mother is blood type A and the father is blood type O. It's simply not possible to give birth to an O-type blood type. But now Zhang Hao O-type blood, the second sister, Zhang Xinlan, has type O blood. My little sister, Zhang Xin also has type O blood. Oh, my god, crazy. This family is going crazy. And the projector continues to play. For more shifts, brothers and sisters. Zhang Xinmei seemed like she could no longer hear herself breathe. Her eyes stared straight at the white curtain and she felt goosebumps shivering all over her body. Next is Zhang Xinju's blood type list. Blood type A. Zhang Xinju looked at self's blood type list and frowned. She couldn't figure out what Zhang Feng was trying to do here. She had never cared about her family's blood type. But her mother, Wang Feng's blood type she knows. Once when Wang Feng did a blood test, it was she who accompanied her. It is a type blood. However, father must have had some purpose in going to such lengths to have them look at blood types today. At this time, Zhang Xinju suddenly thought of a time when Zhang Feng said that Zhang Nan and he were the same of blood type. All the same of blood type. Suddenly, Zhang Xinju couldn't help but tremble as if she had been struck by lightning. My god, is Zhang Hao not the only one who is a bastard? The last one is for Zhang Xinmei. Blood type of. Zhang Xinmei's eyes were already reddening when she saw this. After all, being suspected by his own father of not being his own, and personally going to do the identification. It is a false feeling to say that it is not sad. Zhang Xinlan and Zhang Xinju, both of them, still didn't understand what it meant. Until next, after a DNA paternity test appeared, they were all dumbstruck, muttering under their breath. No, it can't be. It's not true. On the DNA identification certificate, it clearly shows that Zhang Hao, Zhang Xinlan and Zhang Xinju are not born of Zhang Feng. Zhang Xinju covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming out, though she had just extrapolated the results from the blood type. But this DNA paternity test has completely solidified her thoughts. With a shocked face, she turned her head to look at the expressions of Wang Feng and the others. Only Wang Feng dropped to the ground in resignation. Zhang Hao stared in surprise at the appraisal on the white screen. Zhang Xinlan's originally withered and wooden face was full of unbelief. Zhang Xin, on the other hand, desperately shook her head in disbelief and immediately denied it frantically. Dad, it's not true. I'm your daughter. I am your own. Zhang Feng looked at her with eyes like a piece of trash. Pro-life? He, what virtue and ability do I, Zhang Feng, have to give birth to such a lowly daughter like you who specializes in seducing married men? If he wasn't waiting for the results to come out to clean up this garbage together, Zhang Feng would have wanted to kick Zhang Xin out of the Zhang family villa a few days ago. These days, to gather evidence and results, Zhang Feng didn't sleep well for several days and nights. All that's left in his mind right now is one thought. When Zhang Xinju saw Zhang Feng talking about himself like this, she was scared and uncomfortable in her heart. Was this the same father who hadn't spared a harsh word to the sisters since they were children? Dad, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. You can scold me and beat me, but don't get these things to say you don't want me. I can't stay in the entertainment industry anymore. If you kick me out again, I'll be chased by those radicals. Zhang Xin said and burst into tears. But Zhang Feng didn't care how she felt at this moment. Zhang Feng picked up his cell phone and made a call he had just found out about. Then he also pressed the amplification button on purpose. The phone rang twice on the other end, then picked up. Hello, who is it? When Wang Feng and the girls heard the voice, they froze for a moment. That was Zhang Nan's voice. Zhang Feng cleared his voice and faintly said to Zhang Nan, Zhang Nan, it's me, Dad. As soon as he said this, the phone on the other side immediately hung up. Dry. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhang Feng's hand, which was holding the cell phone, just froze in midair. Zhang Nan, who was on the opposite side, continued to put his cell phone into his pocket before chatting with Song Jishu on the side. That's when the cell phone rang again. This time it's a text message. Zhang Nan, I know you don't want to answer my call, and I don't mean anything else. I just misunderstood you before, and now I want to do you justice. Just turn on the phone and listen to what happens to a couple of them. The words on it, with a hint of curtness. Zhang Nan raised his eyebrows lightly. Give me justice? That's easy for you to say. Do you still have it? However, Zhang Nan looked at the text message and guessed that at this moment, the Zhang family should be staging a big drama. At that moment, Zhang Feng's call came back. Zhang Nan thought for a moment and greeted Song Jishu before getting up and walking away to answer the call. Zhang Nan didn't have any other ideas, simply just wanting to see what Zhang Feng was up to. When Zhang Feng saw that Zhang Nan had connected, he thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, I really didn't mean anything else, and I didn't call to scold you, just wanted you to hear from Dad. How I'm doing you justice. It's fine if you don't want to talk, just be quiet and listen. Zhang Hao, who was on the side, was scared and jealous when he heard Zhang Feng say that. Chang Nan, again, thought it was a good idea to get rid of the bastard, but in the end, it's back to square one. Self actually became Wang Feng's illegitimate son. How can this be? Why was God so unfair to him? Why? And Wang Feng also had a resentful expression on her face. Zhang Feng actually wanted that trash Zhang Nan back? She, Wang Feng, would never allow it. Zhang Xinmei, on the other hand, had a blank expression. She was both happy that her father had begun to forgive Zhang Nan. He was also worried that his father's so-called justice would hurt the rest of the Zhang family. Zhang Nan remained silent, silently walked out of the hospital, found a milk tea store, ordered a cup of milk tea, and sat down with a comfortable face to listen to the next play. Zhang Feng was really in a bad mood at this moment, and he no longer had the time to guess what kind of mindset Zhang Nan was in to see him now. It was already rare for him to suppress his reasoning and call Zhang Nan first. Zhang Feng tapped on his cell phone to amplify the sound and set it aside. After taking a deep breath, he asked the butler to bring over a packet of papers. Remove the files inside one by one. Several copies were given to Wang Feng first. Wang Feng came closer to take a look. Divorce papers. She blanched. Although she had expected this outcome, it still gave her a sense of unreality when it became a reality all of a sudden. She then proceeded to read further, and when she saw the words netting, compensation for moral damage, and compensation for Zhang Hao's and other people's alimony, her eyes widened in anger all of a sudden. Zhang Feng, I've only made a little mistake. Why do I have to go out with a clean slate? And I have to compensate you with money. Why do you have such a big face? Who suffered with you all these years? Who helped you take care of your family? Who let you fight without worries? It's me, Wang Feng. Without me, Wang Feng, would there be the splendor you have today? Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng looked at Wang Feng, listening to her unrepentant and shocking remarks, and was so angry that his face turned a few degrees of green. Some people really don't deserve to be human. How did he even look at this disgusting thing in the first place? How could you have shared a bed with such a disgusting thing for so many years? According to you, I, Zhang Feng, have to be grateful to you? And thanks for cuckolding me for all those years. Grateful for all the bastards you and the adulterer had, for making me an ingrate for so many years? Wang Feng, do you still have some fucking face? You think I, Zhang Feng, am trash for you to trash, don't you? Fuck you. After Zhang Feng finished roaring, he kicked hard towards Wang Feng's face. That kick was so fast and hard that Wang Feng's nasal bone almost broke. Wang Feng immediately covered his nose and screamed out miserably. All the people in the hall were startled. No one had expected Zhang Feng to make a sudden move. Mom! Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Hao shrieked out. Zhang Xinmei just wanted to go up and help Wang Feng up. However, Zhang Feng was like a ferocious tiger that was thoroughly enraged, and he kicked Wang Feng several more times in a row, causing him to wow. Zhang Xinmei cried out and tried to pull Zhang Feng, but they were all thrown away by him. The force of that hand was so strong that she fell to the ground with it in a flash. Zhang Xinju hurriedly substituted for Zhang Xinmei and tried to pull Zhang Feng as well, but before she could get close, Zhang Feng warned her with a look. Those eyes were so sinister and frightening that Zhang Xinju instantly didn't dare to take half a step closer. At this time, Zhang Nan, who was on the other end of the phone, heard a generalization at once. It turned out that Zhang Feng had already found out by this time that Zhang Xinlan and Zhang Ju were not his biological children either. This is going to be a real hoot. I didn't expect this day to come quite so soon. In his last life, Zhang Feng was killed by Zhang Hao and Lin Ziqiang, two father and son, shortly before knowing these inside information. Zhang Feng, I just made a little mistake and you're going to beat me to death, aren't you? But what answered Wang Feng was Zhang Feng's red-eyed chain of life-grabbing kicks. When I think of the scene of the full mockery on that day at the Huaxing Hotel, the thought of Wang Feng snuggling naked with that adulterer, the thought of self-treating these bastards as if they were already there for 20 years, the thought of Zhang Nan being humiliated because of these bastards led to a centrifugal departure from him. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's every kick was under a vicious force. Each kick was directed towards Wang Feng's vitals without mercy. Zhang Feng, you beast, you're going to beat me to death. Help! Murder! This son of a bitch is going to kill me. Throughout the villa, the pig-killing screams of Wang Feng resounded. What are you standing around for? Help me! Zhang Feng, he's crazy! He's crazy! Wang Feng cried and roared shrilly as she dodged, tears and snot streaming down her face. Everyone saw Zhang Feng's insane rage as if he had lost his mind, all too scared to make a sound. Zhang Hao, who has always been the most loved by Wang Feng, stood far away and shouted in a low voice, Dad, don't fight anymore. If you fight again, something will happen. Zhang Xinlan obviously had not yet detached herself from the link that she was not Zhang Feng's biological daughter. She just stared blankly at Zhang Feng beating up Wang Feng. The mind kept asking over and over, what's going on? I'm not Dad's daughter? Who am I? Whose daughter am I? I'm like this. Why won't God leave me alone? Why? Zhang Xinju was in a similar situation to her, but she was worried about what she was going to do with herself. A few of the so-called Zhang family sisters, except for Zhang Xinmei, no one dared to step forward to pull Zhang Feng. If killing isn't against the law, I'll make sure to cut you up by 1,000 cuts, draw out your tendons and strip your bones. Fuck, I wanna fucking kill you slut. Die for me, go to hell. Once a person is under extreme anger, there is no reasoning. Besides, it's still this kind of encounter. Zhang Feng was already considered very tolerant when he did not kill anyone right away. After all, he was getting up in age, and after kicking several times in a row, Zhang Feng was so tired that he sat back on the sofa, panting heavily. Seeing this, the housekeeper immediately and thoughtfully handed Zhang Feng ginseng tea to ease his qi. Zhang Feng, you son of a bitch, you dare to kill me. Lin Ziqian will never let you go. Wang Feng rolled on the ground in a sorry state, and the pain in her body caused her to start threatening Zhang Feng verbally. When Zhang Nan on the other end of the phone heard this, he shook his head in silence for Wang Feng. This Wang Feng female soil is really stupid and detestable and hateful. It's that time of the year, and you're still talking about the pot calling the kettle black. Zhang Xinmei sisters also this idea. Is mother really not afraid to die? As expected, Zhang Feng, who had just sat down, heard the words Lin Ziqian. The ginseng tea that was originally in his mouth to be swallowed was so angry that he sprayed it all over Wang Feng's face at once. You slut! How dare you mention adulterer in front of me? Bam! After Zhang Feng finished yelling, he threw the teacup in his hand and threw it hard at Wang Feng's face. Wang Feng's face was instantly bloodied, but before she could cry out, she saw Zhang Feng swinging at her with a thick and large rod. At that moment, the entire Zhang family shrieked in fear. A few more hits with this stick can kill you. Wang Feng was scared out of his wits when he saw the stick. No longer daring to irritate Zhang Feng, he hurriedly opened his mouth to soften. However, Zhang Feng, at this time, was already mad on the head. Now he really hated to kill Wang Feng in front of him. Oh my god, help! Honey, I won't mention him. Don't dare to. Really don't dare, Don't hit me, help! Zhang Feng's wooden stick struck Wang Feng's forehead at once. Wang Feng's forehead immediately spurted blood. Now, Wang Feng's entire body was covered in blood, and that appearance looked very rash. Wang Feng suddenly went black and fell to the ground, paralyzed like a dead worm. Mom, how are you doing? Don't scare me. As soon as Zhang Xinmei saw the situation, she immediately jumped onto Wang Feng's body, trying to block her father's wild beating for her. Soon, Zhang Feng's second bat swung down again. Zhang Xinmei received a solid blow to the shoulder. She screamed miserably, but her body clung tightly to Wang Feng, refusing to let go. You get out of my way, or I'll even beat you up. Zhang Feng saw Zhang Xinmei pouncing on that slut's body and yelled with a hostile face. Dad, don't be impulsive. Zhang Xianju was so anxious that she shouted from her spot, her eyes already wet and red. At this moment, Zhang Feng was too scary. Really too scary. It wasn't the same dad she had in mind anymore. It's changed. Everything's changed. No, I won't let go. Dad, I'm begging you. Just hit me. Stop hitting Mom. If you keep fighting, Mom will really be killed by you. Zhang Xinmei's cries were tinged with heartbreaking stubbornness. Seeing this, Zhang Xinju also hurriedly followed Zhang Xinmei to pounce on Wang Feng's body. Dad, really stop fighting. Enough already. My daughter begs you. Oh, Zhang Nan heard the chaos and screams from the Zhang family side. The heart is in the right place. I just hate that Vixen video isn't developed yet. Otherwise, it would have been even better to have Zhang Feng start a live video. He couldn't wait for Zhang Feng to beat Wang Feng into the same paralyzed state as Zhang Xinlan. This old woman, who caused him to die a horrible death in his last life. Don't think that just because you're suffering from some injuries now, you want Zhang Nan to feel sorry for her. Impossible. He'd die before he could forgive her. Ha, Zhang Feng, keep fighting. I'm raising a big flag for you. Props to you for continuing to fight Wang Feng. Zhang Feng, who was over here, saw that Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju had already blocked Wang Feng. He sat back down on the couch with a grim look on his face and continued to pant heavily. Zhang Xinmei and the others were secretly relieved to see that he seemed to have calmed down. After Zhang Feng drank 2 cups of tea in a row, he stared at Wang Feng, who was already bleeding profusely on the ground, and said with a disgusted expression on his face, Wang Feng, if you don't sign this divorce agreement today I have ways to make you disappear. And these bastards you had with that adulterer. Believe me, I'll make each and every one of them worse than dead. He had to get Wang Feng to sign the divorce papers netting him out of the house. Not a penny for her. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xianju's eyes widened in disbelief when they heard Zhang Feng's sinister words. Dad, I don't know anything. I didn't do anything. You can't do this to me. Zhang Xianju cried with a panicked face. Zhang Xinlan's originally wooden expression suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha. Life is worse than death? What a life is worse than death. Come on. Let me die then. I beg for it. I, Zhang Xinlan, have long since had enough of this inhuman appearance. Kill me. Zhang Feng cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xinlan. ignoring her madness. The thing was already like this, and as long as Self cut off her treatment at the hospital, she wasn't that far from death. Don't blame him for being cruel. If you want to blame him, blame it on the fact that it was Wang Feng and the adulterer who gave birth to her. He had raised them for over 20 years, and that was enough. Hearing Zhang Xinlan start to go crazy again, Wang Feng, who was already about to pass out, suddenly became conscious for a few minutes. She had been a couple with Zhang Feng for so many years. She knew some of his private tactics. When Zhang Feng got more serious, he would really make people disappear without even knowing how. Wang Feng looked at the three Zhang Hao and Zhang Xianju in front of him. This is her and Kung's flesh and blood. All of them grew up being pampered by her. Especially Hao. He's still Kung's only son. She couldn't let anything happen to the three of them, or else Kung would blame her. Honey, I was wrong. I don't want a divorce. Leaving? Where do you want me to go? I've broken it off with him in the last few days. Really? I'm not lying. I'm never going to hang out with him again. Husband, believe me. Wang Feng begged Zhang Feng with a weak look. Hearing her begging voice tinged with humility, Zhang Nan, on the other end of the phone, sneered in his heart. Broken? Who are you kidding? In your last life, after you ganged up with Zhang Hao to get several Zhang Fengs killed, but with that Lin Zichang family a few families, love for several years to live in style. Don't you call me husband. I'm fucking sick to my stomach of hearing that. What? Didn't you just try to call your adulterer for revenge? Okay, I'll give you a chance now. You call that adulterer now. Tell him to come right over and collect your bodies. I heard the word corpse. All of them couldn't help but tremble with fear. They realized that Zhang Feng had really lost his mind. This is the rhythm of wanting to die together. Even the butler, who had always been joyful at the side, was a bit startled. Dad, don't do anything stupid. Please, please. You are like this. Our Zhang family is really going to be finished. Zhang Nan, please persuade Dad. Count on Big Sister to beg you. Okay. Zhang Xinmei couldn't care less about the physical pain at this point. She ran to Zhang Feng in a wolfishly fast pace, hugging Zhang Feng's leg and crying. Then he begged again to Zhang Nan on the opposite side of the phone, but Zhang Nan on the opposite side ignored her. Persuade Zhang Feng to stop? Don't make a scene. He couldn't wait to raise a big banner to shout and cheer for Zhang Feng now. Hurry up and kill Wang Feng and Zhang Hao. It's better to go to hell. Apparently Zhang Feng over here did have the idea of fixing people up as well. Only to see his pupil scarlet as he asked the butler for another cell phone and then slammed it onto Wang Feng's body. The tone of his voice was vicious as he said to Wang Feng, hit me right now. If you don't see Lin Zichang today, none of you and these brutes will be able to walk out of the Zhang family alive. The cell phone smashed and Wang Feng howled again. Old, Zhang Feng, brother Chang, he doesn't know anything. Don't take it out on him. You come at me with everything. It's my fault. I'm the one who couldn't let him go before. I was the one who reached out to him. He didn't know anything about it. Zhang Feng saw that Wang Feng was still speaking for that adulterer even when she was on the verge of death. He was so angry that he felt a stifling pain in his chest. This is the woman he, Zhang Feng, has slept with for over 20 years. He'd been at peace with himself for the past 20 years, never violating the boundaries of his marriage to her. No matter how much temptation there is out there these days, how many young lasses pounce on Self, he never moved to betray his marriage for a second. But in the end, the adulteress kept cuckolding him and defended the adulterer. How many lifetimes of bad luck did he, Zhang Feng, have to marry such a disgusting thing? Cut the fucking crap. Hit me right now. Zhang Feng covered his chest and drank 2 more mouthfuls of tea in a row. Wang Feng's trembling hand just refused to pick up her cell phone and call. Zhang Feng laughed coldly at the sight. Butler, get a knife. Everyone, upon hearing this, cried out in violent shock. Dad, no. Zhang Nan, who was drinking milk tea, was also startled for a moment and almost choked on his milk tea. Oh, I never thought I'd see old Chang have such a fierce moment in my lifetime. Wang Feng was also so scared that her whole body trembled. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? It's against the law to kill someone. Zhang Feng grunted and took the knife from the butler's hand. With a gloomy face, he walked towards Wang Feng. The 2 sisters, Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju, wanted to pounce over to stop Zhang Feng. Su Biao, you guys stop the girls for me. Bodyguard Su Biao is a new bodyguard who hasn't been here for long. He had served a few bosses before, but he had never seen any boss that was as crazy as Zhang Feng in front of him. That look and ruthlessness was simply more vicious than those of them who were bodyguards. But after thinking about this whole crap with the boss, he could understand it again. Who the hell meets the wife cuckold, but also gave birth to so many adulterers? Wild seed. Let Self raise so many years. Anyone else would be so angry that they would cut someone on the spot. It's no longer a question of sanity. Rather, it's a matter of a man's dignity. Su Biao immediately dutifully and a few bodyguards, Zhang Xinmei a few sisters to stop. so that Zhang Feng to play well. Zhang Feng, who was holding a knife, smiled grimly after walking towards Wang Feng. After thinking about it, he suddenly turned around and walked to stop in front of Zhang Hao. Those eerie pupils stared icily at Zhang Hao. Wang Feng, since you don't want to implicate that adulterer, then watch how this bastard gets his bones cut out of my flesh. At this time, Zhang Hao was still tied up. When he saw Zhang Feng raising his knife towards self with a sinister gaze, he was so scared that he wet his pants. How similar the scene was to the last time when Zhang Nan chopped his finger with a knife. Mom, help, call him now. If I don't fight, I'm going to be killed by Dad. Ah, Dad, spare me. I don't know anything. I'm innocent. Zhang Hao's scream cut through the entire villa. The sound was horrifying to hear. There wasn't a hint of hesitation on Zhang Feng's face, and he even looked at Zhang Hao with an expression of disgust. It was this beast that caused him to throw out his own son. To think that over the years, this beast has been superficially well-behaved and obedient, but in private, they keep planting evidence to frame Zhang Nan, so that the whole family misunderstands Zhang Nan. It made it impossible for Zhang Nan to stay in this family. Along with this, he was also disappointed in him. Zhang Feng has refused to forgive them. It was impossible to say that he, Zhang Feng, did not hate this beast in front of him. Zhang Xinmei and the others were stopped and could not move at all, and could only watch as Zhang Feng swung his sword at Zhang Hao. Zhang Xinmei at this time really began to hate Wang Feng. Why did you do such a thing that caused the Zhang family to chicken out now? How nice it would have been if it hadn't happened. Just as Zhang Feng's knife was about to slash down, Wang Feng screamed and stopped it. Don't, stop, I'll fight. I'm calling him right now, Zhang Feng, don't hurt my Haoer. Oh, I'll fight right away. I'll fight right away. Wang Feng was scared. Really scared. She was afraid that if she was one step late, Zhang Feng would really kill Zhang Hao. It's her lifeblood. XL. If Zhang Hao had any more accidents, how could she face Chang? Zhang Feng's knife stopped a few millimeters away from Zhang Hao. Scared, Zhang Hao almost fainted. By the time he came back to his senses, his pants were already wet. Oh, Mom, help me. Oh. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Hao with contempt before turning his head to stare at Wang Feng with a disgusted expression. Hurry up and fight. Don't make me repeat myself again. Fine. I'll fight. I'll fight now. Wang Feng dialed a string of numbers with trembling fingers. That familiar smooth look. It made Zhang Feng's eyes hurt again as he looked at it. This slut even remembers her adulterer's number by heart. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the more he felt insulted and stifled. Even the hand gripping the hilt of the knife was bursting with bruises. Wang Feng on this side did not know what Zhang Feng was thinking at this time. She tremblingly dialed the phone and waited quietly for the opposite side to connect. Zhang Hao also stared at Wang Feng's maneuver with panicked eyes. He didn't care what kind of man the real father was that he never met. As long as he can get himself out of this danger, he is his own father. Zhang Hao, Zhang Xin Ju, who was on the side, also held her breath and looked at Wang Feng with a nervous expression. Her mood at the moment could really be described as up and down. At one time, I knew that I was not born of Zhang Feng, and at another time, I experienced this suffocating picture in front of me. It made her heart feel like a roller coaster ride, up and down, with no peace of mind. She knows that with Zhang Feng's current attitude, she and her mom and her second sister and brother probably won't be able to live in the Zhang family. They, and the Zhang family, are completely finished. Thinking about this, Zhang Xinju was scared and confused, fearful of the present scene and confused about the future, not knowing where to go. Zhang Xinlun, on the other hand, didn't have much of a change of heart. Originally she was bent on death. Whoever her father is, it doesn't mean anything to her. When Zhang Nan on the opposite side heard that she was going to call Lin Zichang, the originally calm lake of her heart was like a bomb had been dropped. Ha! The person who killed him in his last life is finally going to show up. He couldn't help but sit up straight, his eyes ruthless. After the phone Wang Feng had called rang a few times, a rough voice resounded in the villa. Hey, who is it? The voice was a little loud with arrogance. Hearing this voice, the expressions of everyone in the villa changed. Zhang Feng was terribly gloomy. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinju, on the other hand, were a bit disgusted, because both of them heard the voice and it just felt like it was like a person with no quality of speech. Last time at the Huaxing Hotel, the man spoke in a foul manner, giving the impression that he was a gangster. On Zhang Nan's side, the moment that voice appeared, shivers rose throughout his body. The memories that belonged to the previous life were once again awakened. His fingers were cut off one by one. Pieces of flesh were sliced off the body, eyes gouged out, hands and feet cut off. That scene is another torment and agony for him every time he looks back on it. When Wang Feng heard Lin Zichang finally pick up the phone, the aggravation she had just suffered all of a sudden surged to her heart. Django, oh, come save me and Ho-chan and the others. Zhang Feng, Zhang Feng is going to kill us. As soon as Wang Feng's words fell, Lin Ziqian on the opposite side was first shocked for a moment, then immediately became angry in the next moment. Baby, what did you say? Zhang Feng, that premature ejaculation ghost wants to make a move on you guys? How dare he? Zhang Feng, who was on the side, was so angry that his chest was heaving up and down as he listened to Lin Ziqian's arrogant and domineering tone. Premature ejaculation ghost. Your whole fucking family are the premature ejaculators. Lin Ziqian, you have the balls to get in front of me now. I'll make sure you go in with a white knife and out with a red one. Lin Ziqian on the other side of the phone seemed to be unaware that Zhang Feng was right next to Wang Feng. At this time, he suddenly heard Zhang Feng's voice, and he froze for a moment. Soon, he figured out what was going on. Wang Feng's situation should be dangerous at this point. It must be Zhang Feng who was now showing his cards to her. At that thought, he settled his mind, and after his eyes rolled back in his head, he let out a hefty laugh. Hey, trying to kill me? You have a big mouth. Do you know who I am? Know who's behind me? Zhang Feng snorted coldly. He was able to pick apart everything today. So naturally, he had nothing to fear. After living most of my life, I have been so abused by my wife and adulterer for years. If just because Lin Ziqian's a few words scare back, then what was the point of him? Zhang Feng, living, better off dead. Who are you? Humph. You are just the junior leader of the White Lotus gang in the capital city. Don't think that just because you're a gangster junior asshole, you're trying to bring me, Zhang Feng, down. I, Zhang Feng, am not a vegetarian either. So don't hide behind it if you have the guts. Get your ass over here to Hiroshima to collect the bodies of you bastards. When Lin Ziqian heard Zhang Feng expose his own identity at once, he didn't feel surprised at all. He knew that Zhang Feng would definitely go to the bottom of his bottom, but how much he could find out depended on his ability. Over the years, it wasn't that Lin Ziqian hadn't paid attention to Zhang Feng and knew that Zhang Feng wasn't a simple businessman. It also has some means in Hiroshima. Otherwise, his peak star group would not have been maintained for about 20 years. But he, Lin Ziqian, is from the White Lotus gang in the capital. There is even someone at the top of their White Lotus gang backing them up. All along, it was only he, the White Lotus gang, who bullied people. Have you ever let anyone bully you? Back then, when his first love, Wang Feng, was arranged by her family to marry Zhang Feng, he, Lin Ziqian, vowed to take back everything that belonged to him. Therefore, all these years, he endured the humiliation of the White Lotus gang and secretly consolidated his own power, in order to one day be able to fight against Zhang Feng, high-profile face Zhang Feng, and get back the woman and child that belonged to him. Now, since Zhang Feng wanted to start the war early, let's do it. Let's see whose fists are hard. Alright, Zhang Feng, I, Lin Ziqian, have put up with you for a long time. I'm taking my private jet to Hiroshima right now. Wash your fucking neck and wait for me. Now, the war belonging to the Zhang family had officially begun. 4 more shifts, brothers and sisters. Zhang Feng smiled again when he heard Lin Ziqian's words, laughing a little sickly, a little maniacally. Ha, come on, don't you fucking just shoot your mouth off. If you don't come today, I'll cut off your bastard son's hands and feet one by one. Wang Feng immediately screamed upon hearing this. Don't touch my Hauer, Zhang Feng, I beg you. Snap, pop. What answered Wang Feng were 2 loud slaps. Ah, oh, Kung help. When Lin Ziqian on the other end of the phone heard that Wang Feng had been beaten, this time the blood in his entire body boiled. Fuck, Zhang, premature ejaculation. You have the balls not to hit a woman. Zhang Feng, however, didn't listen to Lin Ziqian's pushing. This was because in the eyes of Zhang Feng at this moment, Wang Feng was not considered a human being at all. Not to mention women. Lin Ziqian, cut the fucking crap. I'll give you 4 hours now. If you don't come, you'll collect your bastard's body. Zhang Feng finished without a trace of emotion and hung up the phone, not giving Li Ziqiang an ounce of wiggle room. Holy shit! Lin Ziqiang had a burst of nationalist output into his cell phone. He didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately walked out of the room to have a private jet arranged. By the way, he called some of his own men and asked them to contact some of their brothers in Guangqing and go to Zhang's house to guard it first. Then, he made a phone call to the first and second leaders of the White Lotus gang, telling them that Self had to deal with some personal matters. Zhu Daolong, the second leader who had always been on good terms with him, immediately smelled a hint of something wrong and frowned, asking him what the situation was. When Lin Ziqiang said that, he made a few more calls to Guang City with a righteous face. Let some of his friends in the city of Guangzhou also transfer manpower to the Zhang family. Now, Lin Ziqiang was more certain in his mind. Zhang Feng, I'll see whose neck is unprotected today. On Zhang Nan's side, after hearing that Lin Ziqiang was coming, the whole thing shuddered. That's thinking about some images from his last life. and after being under extreme anger, it made his body change some more. Many images kept coming to his mind. Is it painful? Are you in despair? Ha ha. Don't blame me for being cruel to you. If you do, blame it on the fact that you're Zhang Feng's son. As long as they are Zhang Feng's bastards, I, Lin Ziqiang, will not let any of them go. Lone Wolf, really want to do this? It's too risky. What if you can't come back then? If you do decide to do this, then I'm with you. Zhang Nan's head started to hurt again. At that moment, Zhou Lan's call came in, but because Zhang Feng's phone was on hold, it never got through. Zhang Nan hung up on Zhang's phone without thinking. Sure. Zhou Lan, who was on the opposite side, felt that Zhang Nan's tone was a bit off. Zhang Nan, what's wrong? Hearing Zhou Lan's concern, Zhang Nan tried to adjust his state. It's okay, Sister Sure. I have something on my side. I'll get back to you later. When hanging up Zhou Lan's phone, Zhang Nan finally couldn't help himself and hurriedly walked out of the milk tea store. At this point, he desperately endured his physical discomfort and went to a deserted open space, constantly running wild. Ah! A painful howl was shouted out from Zhang Nan's mouth. He didn't know what was wrong with self, but he only had one thought now. Run, run, run. The only way he could ease the pain in his body was to run desperately and constantly. Only Zhang Nan was seen running faster and faster, and in the end, only a shadow remained, until it suddenly disappeared from the spot. Zhang family villa. Zhang Feng saw that Zhang Nan hung up the phone without greeting him. He pursed his lips and said nothing, and instead of blaming him as he had done before, he sighed inwardly. Wang Feng on this side, on the other hand, cried that patter. She was afraid of what Zhang Ziqiang would do to him after Lin Ziqiang came. In Wang Feng's eyes, Lin Ziqiang was just a gangster with a few henchmen, definitely not a match for Zhang Feng. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kept Lin Ziqiang a secret all these years, not daring to let Zhang Feng know of his existence. Originally, according to her and Lin Ziqiang's previous plan, is waiting for Zhang Hao to reach the age of 18 and go to college, and then find a way to get Zhang Feng killed, and then inherit the Zhang family's property. However, what was happening now was beyond what either of them had planned. For the past few days, she had been distracted, then constantly call Lin Ziqiang, let him be careful to protect themselves. Nothing do not come to Guang City. However, today, this perverted operation by Zhang Feng had completely forced Lin Ziqiang to come. What to do? Is her whole family going to die here today? Zhang Feng instructed the butler to watch over several people, including Wang Feng's mother and son, and to the two sisters, Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju, he threatened, you two had better stay out of this, or else, don't blame me for being cruel. Zhang Xinmei's mouth opened for a moment, finally nodded and did not say anything. Tears have been falling non-stop. Zhang Xinju saw that Zhang Xinmei didn't even dare to say anything, and she didn't dare to say anything back, so she could only follow and nod her head and shed tears. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinju, on the other hand, cowered to the side like frightened rabbits, not daring to move. They didn't know how things would turn out when Lin Ziqiang arrived, but looking at her mother Wang Feng's reaction, she seemed to be afraid of Lin Ziqiang coming over. This means that Lin Ziqiang, their real father, should be a useless person. Otherwise, his mother wouldn't have been so afraid to let him come over to the Zhang family and kept it a secret all these years, not daring to announce it. If it was a rich and powerful big brother, with Wang Feng's character, he would have pulled out to anger Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng returned to his study and took a few quick-acting heart pills. He's a little calmer now than he was just now. After closing his eyes and resting for a few minutes, the fierce aura in his eyes reappeared, then started picking up his cell phone and dialing. He knew that Lin Ziqiang should also be calling people at this moment. 3 little later, Zhang Nan finally returned to normal. He has now appeared at the villa. At this point, he was so exhausted that his whole body was as if it had fallen apart, and he collapsed on the bed all of a sudden. Just now, he had wandered around many corners of Hero City. Everywhere you wander, it's like a gust of wind and no one notices, because that's too fast. So fast that one doesn't even wait for others to realize that he's gone to another place. Zhang Nan's mind was in a mess right now. He knew something must be wrong with self. I just wonder if this phenomenon is good or bad, with self being able to hear sounds from very far away, and see things after very long distances. And today he suddenly developed instantaneous movement skills? Suddenly? This is your skill in itself. Suddenly, in Zhang Nan's mind, a voice appeared to veto his thoughts. The voice appeared so strangely that it startled Zhang Nan. Who are you? Zhang Nan asked in his head, but no one answered him. There was silence in his head. A while later, Zhou Lan's call came. It was to ask Zhang Nan if he wanted to go to dinner with them. Sister Lan, you guys eat. I'm going to go to the Zhang family now. Zhang Nan spoke to Zhou Lan in a low tone before hanging up the phone. Zhou Lan looked at the phone in her hand and pondered for a moment. The feeling Jiang Nan had just given her was a bit familiar. The tone suddenly became low, unlike his usual tone, rather like a person. But after thinking about the vast difference between the two, she mentally shook her head in denial. Sister, what's wrong? The red bear bit into a lollipop and asked with concern when she saw Zhou Lan's expression was not right. Jiang Nan went to Zhang's house. The red bear froze. The Zhang family? Which Zhang family? Oh, it's the same Zhang family that kicked him out. What's Jiang Nan still going back for? No one in this family is sane. Zhou Lan looked out the window, thought for a moment, still a little uneasy, so he made a call to Su Weiwei. At this time, some of the underground gang leaders in Guangqing City, many of them received a call from the capital White Lotus gang second head, third head of the phone. They all wondered why the Peak Star Group, which had been famous for its recent scandals, had suddenly gotten into trouble with the White Lotus gang. At this time, Zhang Feng, who was resting in his study, also received wind of the situation. Zhang Dong I'm sorry, just now you want me to help the matter. I have to say sorry to you here Zhang Feng frowned. Paki Chen, what do you mean? Didn't you just take my money? Why did you suddenly back out again? When Paki Chen on the other side of the phone heard this, he immediately let out a bitter laugh. Dong Zhang, I just didn't know the third leader of the White Lotus gang you mentioned. You didn't make it clear to me either. I thought it was just some shrimp. That's the White Lotus gang. Paki Chen, don't even have enough lives to kill them. Zhang Dong, that money, I will return all of it to you in a moment. You ask another person to help. I have something. I hang up first. When Paki Chen finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. It was as if saying more than a few words to Zhang Feng would cause trouble. F***ck. Zhang Feng hung up the phone in annoyance. Not long after, several people he had just contacted called to tell him they couldn't make it. 2. Zhang Feng's face, all of a sudden, sank like black ink. Damn it, he had just promised well, but now when he heard it was the White Lotus gang, he was too scared to even show his head. In particular, there were a few people who had previously taken a lot of favors from him. Zhang Feng. But at this point, Zhang Feng was clearly on top of his game. He thought about it and called out again. He knew he was going to have to bleed a little when this call went out, but he didn't care so much anymore. He just wanted revenge. And at a resort hotel somewhere in Hero City, Zhang Ming was discussing something with Zhang Hong. Suddenly, Zhang Hong's cell phone rang. With an apologetic look at Zhang Ming, he picked up the phone. Hey, Kai Head. What's up? What? The news is true? 2 minutes later, Zhang Hong hung up the phone with a grave expression and looked at Zhang Ming. Brother Ming, it's bad. Zhang Feng seems to have messed with the White Lotus gang in the capital. Right now, the third leader of the White Lotus gang is mobilizing his men to go to the Zhang family to deal with Zhang Feng. When Zhang Ming heard this, he frowned. Zhang Feng is doing fine here. Why did he mess with the third leader of the White Lotus gang in the capital? Zhang Hong shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Although he had crossed paths with Zhang Feng a bit, it wasn't a lot. Brother Ming, the point isn't this. But, Jiang Nan is now in front of Zhang's house. Zhang Ming's originally calm expression changed. Isn't he incompatible with the Zhang family? What's the point of going to the Zhang family at this dangerous time? After saying that, there was a moment of silence, as if he had thought of something, and immediately got up with a serious expression. Hong, call all hands. Accompany me to the Zhang family. Time passes little by little. Not long after, a group of aggressive people walked outside the door of the Zhang family villa. They just quietly Zhang family villa door guard, the leader of the tough-looking bald man, but also from time to call. Kung, hey, it's me Jean Jia. Yeah, I'm here. Okay, I'll meet you in front of his house. At that moment, a teenager slowly walked to the entrance of the Zhang family villa. Jean Jia took a look at the teenager, stepped forward to block and asked, Hey, what are you doing? The teenager looked at Jean Jia and replied with a light expression, Came over to look for trouble. Ginger's eyes lit up at that. Brother, are you here to trouble this family as well? Ha, what a coincidence. So am I. We're kind of like-minded then. The teenager didn't say anything, just nodded, indicating he was going in. Jean Jia looked inside the villa, and then looked at the teenager so young, or a person. It is estimated that the accomplices have not yet come. After thinking about it, he advised the teenager, Little brother, I think it's a bit dangerous for you to go in like this, alone. Besides, there are quite a few bodyguards in there, so tell you what, you'll come in with us later. The teenager looked at the enthusiastic Ginger and smiled. How long will it take? Ginger looked at the big shiny gold watch he wore on his hand and grinned. Half an hour or so. We're also waiting for an important person. The teenager pondered for a moment. Is it waiting for Lin Zichang? When Jean Jia heard this, his eyes lit up again. Right. Could it be that you? little brother, are also waiting for Brother Chang? The teen nodded slightly. Yeah, I'm waiting for him too. Ha ha, that's quite a coincidence. The teenager didn't say anything back because his cell phone rang. The word Song Jishu was displayed on the cell phone. Ha, Zhang Nan, why did you go out for so long? Where are you? The teenager, also known as Zhang Nan, after talking to Song Jishu on the phone about the Zhang family's address, Song Jishu immediately said, wait for me. I'll be there in an hour or so. Zhang Nan was just about to open his mouth to tell him that he didn't need to come over when a busy tone came from his cell phone. This guy. Never mind. We'll see what happens later. Jin Jia watched Zhang Nan report the address of Zhang's house, so he thought Zhang Nan's accomplices were about to arrive. This made him even more affectionate towards Zhang Nan. This little brother is one of us, and so is the accomplice of the one of us. After about half an hour, several more groups of people came one after another. Looking at this formation, they're all from Lin Zichang's side. When Zhang Nan saw this, his expression couldn't help but freeze up. It seems that this Lin Zichang is quite capable. However, it was also true that if he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't have helped Zhang Hao to mess up Zhang Feng together in his last life a few years later. It seems like one side is destined to lose a lot of money in this scene today. Not long after, as a private jet circled high in the sky, soon, the crowd saw a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses, who came down from the airplane in a very racy manner. Hello Kung, hello Kung, hello Kung. Zhang Nan stood in the crowd, looking at the springy Lin Zichang, his eyes scarlet, but he glanced at Lin Zichang, who was protected by the men around him, and clenched his fists waiting for an opportunity. Lin Zichang clasped his hands together with a jaded face. Thank you brothers for being so righteous. In a moment when the matter is over, all of you will come with me to eat and drink well. In the future, if you need anything, just call me Lin Zichang. Zhang Feng was already sitting in the hall with a gloomy face at this time, and he was holding a long knife in his hand. If Zhang Nan had seen it, he would have recognized the knife, because it was the same knife that he had bought back from outside at that time and chopped Zhan Zhanghao's finger. In front of Zhang Feng, there were several people kneeling in front of Wang Feng and Zhang Hao. At this time, Wang Feng, already a little mentally unsupported east and west, if it wasn't for Zhang Xianju holding her by the side, she would have fainted long ago. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju stood aside with nervous and scared faces, their eyes swollen from crying. The butler returned from outside with a worried look on his face. Master, Lin Zichang has called quite a few people to surround the gate. By the looks of it, it's all gangbangers and such. Zhang Feng let out a hum and did not make any other indication, but instead picked up a paper towel and slowly wiped the long knife. Everyone present couldn't help but feel a chill in the soles of their feet once they saw him like this. Wang Feng and the others, even more so, felt that at this moment, Zhang Feng, was his nerves a bit abnormal? However, when Wang Feng and the others heard the butler say that Lin Zichang was outside at this moment, they were instantly happy. Zhang Hao even changed his impression of Lin Zichang all of a sudden. It turns out that the real father is useful after all. Appear to have some power? Wang Feng's mind, too, had already turned 100 times. Turns out my Django has gotten stronger without realizing it. So good. Zhang Feng, you premature ejaculator, I'm already here. You open the door. As soon as Zhang Feng heard this voice, his hand that was wiping his long sword immediately stopped. Butler, open the door and let the dog in. The butler immediately nodded his head and quickly walked out, opening the door of the villa and letting Lin Zichang and the others in. Zhang Feng looked at the distance, where Lin Zichang and the others gradually emerged. He suddenly lowered his head to Wang Feng, who had an excited look on her face when she saw her adulterer. Isn't it fun? Isn't that exciting? Let's get you excited a little longer then. Otherwise, your whole family will be separated from each other in a moment. It's all because you guys forced me, Zhang Feng, to come this far. As soon as Wang Feng heard these words, the excitement on his face instantly solidified, and his eyes stared at Zhang Feng in horror. Zhang Feng, what do you want? It's against the law to kill someone. Do you want to go to jail? Zhang Feng snorted coldly. Jail? I'm not even afraid of death now, but I'm still afraid of jail? To exchange my life for the lives of your family of 5. I suddenly feel that it's a very good deal. When Wang Feng heard this, his pupils were instantly filled with fear. But before she could pull herself away from her fear, she felt a throbbing pain in her own scalp. It turned out to be Zhang Feng who grabbed her hair and pulled her up from the ground. At that moment, Lin Zichang, who had just walked into the hall, saw the scene and was instantly furious. Zhang Feng, you let go of her. What kind of man is it to bully a woman like that? Come at me if you can. Zhang Feng pulled Wang Feng to himself. Then, he asked the bodyguard to also take Zhang Hao and a few others and grab them at his feet as well. As he was about to confront Lin Zichang, he suddenly saw Zhang Nan among Lin Zichang's men. Zhang Feng froze all of a sudden? How did Zhang Nan get mixed up with Lin Zicheng and the others? Wang Feng, including the rest of the Zhang family, also had a stunned expression as they stared at Zhang Nan behind Lin Zicheng. Lin Zicheng, who was in a state of rage, saw this situation. He frowned at first, and then, following suit, glanced back. The people behind him, too, were inexplicably looking from side to side. At that moment, they suddenly felt a gust of wind. Holy shit! Ah! And then, they heard a scream ring out. When they came back to their senses, they realized that their brother Chang was suddenly thrown to the ground by a teenager. Then he quickly dragged Lin Zicheng to the side again, holding a sharp knife against the aorta in Lin Zicheng's neck. They took a breath slash. It all happened so fast that they couldn't react in time. You stay back, otherwise, I'll send him down to meet the king of hell right now. Zhang Feng's side also had a shocked expression on his face. Just now, was that Chang Nan? My goodness, what kind of speed did Zhang Nan just have? Ginny period records aren't that fast. When did he get so good at this? Shit, who are you? Let go of me. Dare to touch me, Lin Zicheng. Are you tired of living? Lin Zicheng was also confused for a moment. When he reacted, he shouted a warning towards Zhang Nan with a fierce expression. Zhang Nan looked at Lin Zicheng with an expression even more hideous than his. Who am I? I'm your grandfather. You son of a bitch have finally landed in my hands. Thinking of how he was tortured by Lin Zicheng in his last life, Zhang Nan then wanted to end Lin Zicheng with a single stab. Zhang Nan, you piece of trash, I order you to let go of him now. Wang Feng's heart ached like it was dripping blood when she saw Zhang Nan actually holding a knife against Lin Zicheng's neck. Snap, pop. Wang Feng's words had only just finished when Zhang Feng, who was pulling her hair, slapped her with an ear slap. Fuck you slut. And you dare to call my son trash. You're the fucking trash. Zhang Nan. Good job. That's the real man of my Zhang family. Zhang Feng thought that Zhang Nan had come back to the Zhang family at such a juncture to take revenge on him. Zhang Feng. He was immediately moved and excited to praise Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan ignored Zhang Feng. His attention was now on Lin Zicheng. Humph. I was originally thinking that I would wait until the end of the month when I went to the capital to settle the score with Lin Zicheng. I didn't expect this thing to be delivered to my door. Zhang Hao and the others were anxious when they saw their own father being held hostage by Zhang Nan, especially Zhang Hao. He couldn't count on Zhang Feng anymore. Now it was so hard to find out that his own father, who was actually so powerful, was momentarily excited. With an expectant face, he wanted to see his real father clean up Zhang Feng early, and then bring a few of them back to the capital to enjoy the good fortune. But I didn't expect to be killed halfway. Zhang Nan actually came out of nowhere to hold their father hostage? Zhang Nan, are you crazy? My father has no grudge against you. How could you do this to him? As soon as Zhang Nan heard Zhang Hao. No, it was Lin Hao who said this. He was immediately exasperated and laughed. No grudges? The man who chopped off my fingers, gouged out my eyes, and brutally cut me up in my last life. I can't believe you say you have no grudge against me? Zhang Feng grunted when he heard Zhang Hao yelling at Zhang Nan. Snap. A few ear scrapes made Zhang Hao's eyes bleed. Dad, why are you hitting me again? Zhang Hao had an inexplicable expression of being hit again. Don't you call me dad. That's your weedy dad. Unbreedable white-eyed wolf. I, Zhang Feng, feel sick at the sight of you now. Zhang Hao's face appeared gloomy once he heard this, but he didn't dare to retort anymore. After all, several of them were now in Zhang Feng's hands. Zhang Nan, give me that thing. You don't move him. Let dad kill him. Zhang Feng then thought of how Self had treated Zhang Nan over the years. Don't want Zhang Nan to affect his life because of this self-same shit. If there's going to be a killing today, only he, Zhang Feng, can do it. Something must not happen to these people, Zhang Nan and Zhang Xinmei. However, Zhang Nan still ignored Zhang Feng as he looked at Lin Zicheng in his hands with a terrifyingly cold gaze. Kill him. Kill him. This is the demon of your last life. Kill him. A voice in his head kept compelling him. Zhang Nan's head started to hurt again. The face was terribly pale. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Nan and saw that something was wrong. He hurriedly grabbed Wang Feng in his hands and was just about to walk over to Zhang Nan's side to check the situation. Lin Zicheng immediately took advantage of Zhang Nan's hand loosening up and immediately flexed his leg in a side kick. In one fell swoop, Zhang Nan, who had a splitting headache, was kicked to the ground. Ah! Zhang Nan screamed in pain. Not from the kick. Instead, he had a headache that made it seem like a billion needles were sticking him. It made him suddenly ache. Butler, help the young master up. Zhang Feng was worried when he saw this strange appearance of Zhang Nan and hurriedly ordered the butler to elect Zhang Nan to get up. Without saying a word, the butler rushed to do as he was told. However, when he got close to Zhang Nan, he found that he had already fainted from the pain. When Zhang Feng saw this, he was surprised and angry. Damn it, Lin Zicheng. It must have been you who kicked my son just now. If that's the case, then your son isn't going to be any better. As Zhang Feng said that, the long knife that had never left his hand slashed at Zhang Hao's shoulder at once. Ah! Zhang Hao screamed out in pain. He had been tied up by Zhang Feng for hours. At this moment, he was suddenly stabbed, and the pain deformed his face. Lin Ziqiang was furious at the sight. It's none of his son's business. Actually cut his son? Zhang Feng, you bully people too much. I'm going to fight you. Brothers, give it to me. Lin Ziqiang gave an order. Those behind him then swarmed towards Zhang Feng and the others without saying a word. There were only about 20 bodyguards on Zhang Feng's side. As for Lin Ziqiang's side, there were several hundred people. However, Zhang Feng was not afraid in the slightest, only to see that he was still pulling Wang Feng with one hand, the knife in his hand, viciously and accurately, quickly stabbed at Wang Feng's thigh. Ah! Wang Feng's miserable screams startled Lin Ziqiang's heart for a few moments. Zhang Feng. Lin Ziqiang's eyes were dripping blood, and it looked as if he wanted to eat Zhang Feng alive. Come on, any of you come near me and I'll kill them. Zhang Feng was completely in a frenzy. Come on, if we're all going to die today, we're all going to die. Then pull a few together and die. Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju covered their mouths and kept crying. Father on one side, mother on the other. Watching your own parents kill each other. What could be more cruel and agonizing? When Lin Ziqiang saw Zhang Feng's maniacal state, he was afraid of hurting Wang Feng and Zhang Hao and the others again. Hurry up and tell those brothers to stop and stop fighting again. Zhang Feng, release them for me and I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, the entirety of your Zhang family will die without a burial place. As soon as Lin Ziqiang finished his words, another commotion came from outside the villa. Soon, a large group of people poured in from outside. Those people were all fierce and vicious, and at a glance, there were actually several hundred of them. Dong Zhang, sorry for being a little late. I hope I won't be offended. A voice full of apologies came from outside the door. As soon as Zhang Feng heard the voice, his body instantly relaxed. The Green Bamboo Gang is finally here. When Lin Ziqiang heard the man's words, he knew that it was someone Zhang Feng had called. Unable to help himself, he frowned and looked at the visitor. Bai Qingju. When he saw the visitor, Lin Ziqiang's pupils shrunk. Zhang Feng he actually managed to call even Bai Qingju. Bai Qingju was the second in command of the underground societies in Guang City, and the entire South China region. About half of the brothers Lin Ziqiang called today had once followed his. It's just that he has a not so good reputation for being selfish. So many people followed him and then left again not long after. However, his underground power is still very strong in this part of South China. Sure enough, the people Lin Ziqiang brought with him all had a retreat once they saw Bai Qingju appear. You're the third leader of the White Lotus Gang. Brother Lin Ziqiang, right? I've heard a lot about you, and when I see you today, you're really extraordinary. As soon as Bai Qingju came in, he was smiling and complimenting Lin Ziqiang. Mr. Bai Qingju, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to go against my White Lotus Gang now? Lin Zi held back his anger and asked Bai Qingju with a grimace. This Bai Qingju is feared by many on the South China side, but he, Lin Ziqiang, was not afraid. After all, he was also a top-ranked existence in North China and that part of the capital. What are you talking about, Brother Lin? I, Bai Qingju, have always been a man of peace and a man who walks the world with the word righteousness. We're all in the same boat. We eat pretty much the same meals. So how could we possibly go against you? Bai Qingju explained with a smiling expression. Then what do you mean you brought so many people here? Lin Ziqiang questioned nonchalantly. At the same time, his eyes looked towards Wang Feng and Zhang Hao with a bit of worry. Check out how they are doing. When he saw that the injuries were not very serious, he was relieved. But in his heart, he had already decided that he must find a way to get rid of Zhang Feng's family in order to resolve his hatred. As soon as Lin Ziqiang's questioning fell, the smile on Bai Qingju's face faded a few points. Brother Lin, didn't Mr. Bai just say that? Bai has always relied on the word righteousness to get around the world. Zhang Dong once helped Bai Mao, and now that Zhang Dong is in need, how can Bai Mao not return the favor? Lin Ziqiang sniffed and sneered. What kind of righteousness are you talking to me about when you have a bigger fucking reputation than I do? Then what Mr. Bai means is that he wants to offend my White Lotus Gang for the sake of a Zhang Feng. Right. Good. Very good. I hope Mr. Bai won't take the wrong path to my White Lotus Gang's territory in the future. This threat from Lin Ziqiang was full of meaning, not the slightest bit of face. Bai Qingju raised his eyebrows and his face began to sink. What's all the buzz around here today? By the way, at the risk of asking, has anyone seen my good buddy, Zhang Nan? At that moment, a handsome-looking man brought along a pure and absolutely beautiful-looking girl. Slowly, he walked in. When Lin Ziqiang and Bai Qingju saw the man's appearance, Lin Ziqiang was the first to scream out in fear. Mr. Song, why are you here? Ha? Song Jishu looked at Lin Zicheng, who called himself, and was a bit unable to remember which character he was. Mr. Song, I'm Lin Zicheng. Lin Zicheng looked a little excited and fawning. Lin Zicheng? Don't recognize it. That Keiko? Where's my brother Jiangnan? Have you ever seen it? When Lin Zicheng heard this, the excited flattery on his face immediately became stiff. Who did Mr. Song just say was his brother? Jiang Nam? Is that the Jiangnan he just kicked unconscious? Then isn't Jiangnan Zhang Feng's son? How could he be the brother of Song Jishu, the next head of the Song family? Jiangnan is injured. At this moment, the innocent girl beside Song Jishu suddenly spoke out with a nervous face. As she said this, she flew towards Jiangnan, who was lying dazed on the sofa. Jiangnan? Jiangnan, wake up. I'm Wei Wei ah. Su Weiwei gently shook Jiangnan. However, Jiangnan did not move a muscle. Hey, he was just kicked unconscious by that Lin Zicheng. Seeing Su Weiwei's worried look, Zhang Feng sighed and told her. Su Weiwei sniffed and looked at Lin Zicheng with an icy face. Did you kick him unconscious? Lin Zicheng saw that it was a little girl, so he didn't put it in his eyes and explained in a casual tone. I just kicked him, didn't use much force, and he passed out. He just threatened me with a knife and I was only acting in self-defense. If it was an ordinary girl, Lin Zicheng wouldn't have explained so much to her. So what if I kicked you? What can you do to me? However, thinking about the fact that this girl was someone brought by young Master Song, so Lin Zicheng didn't dare to take it lightly. How dare you kick him? Su Weiwei finished. Then he suddenly disappeared in place. Ping ping ping, ping 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 ping, Django, don't hit me Django, oh my god. You guys have to help him, help! Wang Feng covered her injured thigh and cried her heart out. When Lin Zicheng woke up from his coma, it's already evening. He was already tied up and his whole body ached as if he were falling apart. The hands and feet were severely fractured and immobilized. The pain was too much for him to bear when he moved. That's when he realized that the people he brought with him, all of them, were gone. In front of him, another number one appeared. Jiang Ming? Seeing Jiang Ming, Lin Zicheng no longer knew what to use to describe his shock at this moment. He thought that Zhang Feng would at most only be acquainted with some local groundlings. That's why he had no qualms about running for revenge. I didn't expect that it would attract the Song family's youngest, and the Zhou family's powerful assistant, Jiang Ming. Lin Zicheng subconsciously went to Wang Feng and the others. Wang Feng was found to have fallen to the ground with a pale face. Zhang Hao was pretty much the same. His face was ugly. Zhang Feng was sitting right across from him, staring at him with blood-red pupils. By this time, Lin Zicheng had already begun to regret it in his heart, regretting that he was too impulsive today. His brain was filled with blood and he came to Guang City to take revenge without investigating anything. And at this moment, Jiang Ming had a similar reaction as him. He didn't expect the Song family's youngest to actually come to the Zhang family as well. Of course, he didn't think that young Master Song was here to help Zhang Feng. It was probably for Zhou Lan's sake that he had come to help Jiangnan. Awake? Well, it's fun to be awake. A lazy voice came from another place. Lin Zicheng looked over at the voice and found Song Jishu brewing and drinking tea with a calm face. He looked around from side to side again, discovered that the innocent girl who violently beat him to unconsciousness. I do not know one has a face of tenderness for the unconscious Jiangnan. Wiping the dust on the face. Young Song, I didn't know this little brother was your brother. If I knew that, I wouldn't dare to touch him if I had 10,000 guts. Lin Zicheng explained in a very low tone. He was afraid that if he didn't explain, he wouldn't get a chance to do so in a while. Well, you don't have to be afraid. I'm always reasonable. Song Jishu's slender fingers elegantly steeped the tea. The corner of Lin Zicheng's mouth twitched. You think I, Lin Zicheng, haven't been in the capital before? Haven't you heard of your ruthlessness, Mr. Song? Zhang Feng saw that Lin Zicheng woke up, so he took the long knife. It came to a stop in front of Lin Zicheng. Lin Zicheng looked at Zhang Feng's gloomy face and hummed. What? You want to kill me in front of all these people? Even at this life and death situation? Lin Zicheng still didn't want to lose his momentum in front of Zhang Feng. When Jiang Ming saw that Zhang Feng was really going to go up and kill someone with his knife, he hurriedly went up to stop him. Zhang Feng, don't be impulsive. It's a legalistic society now. Don't cut yourself off for the rest of your life because of some unworthy person. Even if you don't look out for yourself, look out for a few of your sons and daughters. Jiang Nan has only just taken the provincial exam, and both of your daughters are still unmarried. Do you want them to have a homicidal father? Jiang Ming's words were very direct and had the meaning of knocking Zhang Feng awake. When Song Jishu heard this, his hand pouring tea paused for a moment, and he secretly sneered in his heart. This Jiang Ming's character is really nosy. Lin Zicheng has bullied his way to the head, wearing a green hat for decades and raising a child for more than 20 years. At the end of the day, You have to look over your shoulder to mess with people's minds to get revenge. It's no fun. But Song Jishu didn't say anything. He also understood some of the relationship between the Zhang family and Zhang Nan in the past few days. Therefore, he would not intervene if Zhang Nan did not make a sound. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhang Feng, who originally held the idea of trying to kill Lin Ziqiang several people, and then die with them, was a bit hesitant. Zhang Feng first thought of Zhang Nan, who he had been ashamed of all these years. Growing up abandoned outside as a child, he suffered a lot. After returning to the Zhang family, he has also been deliberately framed and harshly treated by Wang Feng and others. Now that the child has managed to get into the provincial top grade, do we really want to put the child on the hook for having a homicidal father? And Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's heart agonized. He felt so defeated. More than that, I feel self-unworthy of a man. What kind of a man is he if he can't even avenge such a strange insult? Ah! Zhang Feng hissed out with difficulty. That voice was full of resignation and humiliation. Lin Ziqiang was relieved when he heard him shout. He knew that Zhang Feng would no longer kill him. Humph. As long as Zhang Feng lets him go back this time. Next time, he would take the cheap lives of Zhang Feng and his bastards, to avenge today. Wang Feng and Zhang Hao and the others also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Wang Feng has even begun to fantasize in her heart a happy future with Lin Ziqiang. However, just as they were relaxing, an eerie voice filled with hostility rang out. Lin Ziqiang, that wimp Zhang Feng spared you. I, Zhang Nan, will not let you go. Today, I'm going to give you a taste of finger slicing, flesh picking, and eye gouging too. Whoever stops me, I'll fucking cut him down with me. Everyone heard such an arrogant tone. Both couldn't help but stare. Zhang Nan, you piece of trash. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I'll let you die. Wang Feng endured the pain in his leg and hissed at Zhang Nan in a mute voice. But as soon as she finished her words, she felt a couple of slaps being thrown at Self's face. Pop. Snap. When everyone didn't react to what was going on, then he heard Wang Feng's miserable screams. Ah! The entire crowd in the room was stunned. How did Zhang Nan just walk up to Wang Feng? How come they didn't see it? Song Jishu, who was originally elegantly sipping his tea, had his pupils tighten all of a sudden. Ectomorphs? All of them had surprised and shocked expressions. Only Su Weiwei had a calm and collected expression. After Zhang Nan slapped Wang Feng a few times, he flung her aside with a cold face. Then he walked over to Zhang Feng. Under Zhang Feng's stunned face, he snatched the long sword from his hand. As soon as Zhang Feng saw Zhang Nan's movement, he immediately stopped it. Children, Zhang Nan, don't be impulsive. You've only just gotten into the provincial exams. Your future is bright. Don't ruin your life for the scum. Zhang Nan gave Zhang Feng a contemptuous look. Cuckold Zhang, don't you fucking pretend to be a nice guy for me at this point. When your family sent me to the detention center, you never wanted to ruin my life. Now, who are you pretending to be affectionate for? After Zhang Nan coldly finished speaking, he gripped his long knife and slowly walked towards Lin Ziqiang. At that moment, Zhang Ming walked up again. He really couldn't bear to watch Zhang Nan make mistakes at such a young age. Zhang Nan, don't be impulsive. Zhang Nan coldly glanced at Zhang Ming. I don't know you well. Get out of my way. Zhang Ming choked for a moment, almost getting pissed off at this guy. Finally, he shook his head and stopped talking. Song Jishu, who was on the side, kept his eyes fixed on Zhang Nan. It's like the first time I met Zhang Nan. At that moment, Zhang Nan arrived in front of Lin Ziqiang. When Lin Ziqiang saw this grim expression on Zhang Nan's face, he inexplicably felt a little bit scared. Zhang Nan, what do you want? I don't have any grudges against you. Why are you rushing to kill me? Lin Ziqiang still could not recall when Self had offended Zhang Nan. He'd never seen Zhang Nan before this. Had he? If Zhang Feng killed him, he can still understand. After all, since so many years to Zhang Feng cuckold those, but on Zhang Nan's side, he really couldn't figure it out. Is it to avenge Zhang Feng? But didn't Wang Feng say that Zhang Nan and Zhang Feng didn't have a good father-son relationship? But Lin Ziqiang hadn't had time to think too much. He then saw Zhang Nan sinking a dead face, pressing his finger with one hand and chopping it down quickly without blinking. Zhang Nan, are you fucking serious? I fuck you big. Ah, my hand. Fingers. Lin Ziqiang suddenly screamed miserably. The crowd took one look at him and drew a cold breath, only to see Zhang Nan cut off Lin Ziqiang's finger with a fast, vicious and accurate slash. 5 fingers, neatly severed in unison. The blood that spewed out splashed onto Lin Ziqiang's clothes all of a sudden, and the 5 fingers that rolled to the ground, one by one with bright red blood, fell in front of Lin Ziqiang. Ah! Lin Ziqiang roared out in pain. He tried to cover his fingers, but realized that Self had long been tied up and couldn't move, so all he could do was watch his Self bleed out. Django, God damn it, Zhang Nan, how dare you touch my Kung? I'm going to kill you, you guys let go of my Django. Wang Feng's heart was broken with pain when she saw Lin Zicheng's fingers cut off so cruelly by Zhang Nan, but no one paid any attention to her. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinju, on the other hand, were scared out of their wits, especially Zhang Hao. He recalled the horrifying scene of Self's fingers being cut off by Zhang Nan that day. Zhang Feng stared at Zhang Nan with a horrified gaze. At this moment, only Lin Zicheng and Wang Feng's yelling continued in the hall, after Zhang Nan chopped the fingers on Lin Zicheng's left hand. Staring at the fingers of his right hand again, after Lin Zicheng understood what Zhang Nan meant, his face instantly turned pale. Zhang Nan, don't go too far. You're breaking the law. You stay away. If you move me again, I'm going to kill you. The 5 fingers of Lin Zicheng's right hand were also cut off with a single slash. Zhang Nan's movements were clean and sharp, not dragging his feet at all. The 5 fingers that were sliced off rolled to the ground with the 5 brothers before them, put together a tenor. Lin Zicheng's hands were all bloody this time. 10 fingers in a row. 10 fingers broken in unison. Lin Zicheng was in pain. He couldn't care less about scolding Zhang Nan at this point. His eyes were wide, the fear in his eyes infinitely magnified. Oh, Django, Zhang Nan, don't hurt him anymore. Mommy please let him go. Oh, Wang Feng has never begged Zhang Nan. She had always been high and mighty in front of Zhang Nan, hurling insults indiscriminately. Now, she had lowered her noble head for Lin Zicheng and begged for Zhang Nan. Ha, Wang Feng, this is just where it's at. And you're heartbroken? Zhang Nan did not even look at Wang Feng and coldly said. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinju, who were on the side, did not dare to let out a single fart. They were both so scared that their whole body couldn't stop shaking. But then he shut his mouth tightly, not daring Self to make a single sound, afraid of attracting Zhang Nan's attention. On Zhang Feng's side, he was looking at Zhang Nan with complicated eyes. The boy's changed. It's really changed. The former boy with a weak character who couldn't even speak up. Nowadays, it has turned into a ruthless man with a brutal character and an axe to grind. Zhang Ming also looked at Zhang Nan with shocked eyes. It was the first time he had ever looked into the eyes with that expression. He looked Zhang Nan up and down. This kid, it was really underestimated before. He had always thought that Zhang Nan was just a little boy who received attention from Zhou. I didn't realize it was such a tough character. That ruthlessness is not even comparable to many old geezers. And Song Jishu's pupils were suddenly colored by excitement. If Zhang Nan is an ectomorph, then I'll pull him into my Song family's camp no matter what. Zhang Nan didn't care what others thought of him at this time. He was now consumed by the factor of revenge, which had taken over his entire mind. When he saw Lin Zicheng twisting his body violently from the pain, he let out an evil laugh. Then, a large, broad and thick hand fixed Lin Zicheng's face. He stared at Lin Zicheng's fear-filled eyes. These eyes have appeared in his nightmares many times. He would always remember how Self's eyes were plucked out by Lin Zicheng bit by bit. Those eyes of yours are pretty damn disgusting. I've wanted to dig it for a long time. Now, finally, it's time to do it. No, don't, Zhang Nan. Brother Zhang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought anyone against your father. It was my mistake. Forgive me. A great disaster was on the horizon. And at this time Lin Zicheng was already too scared to show off. He hastily apologized to Zhang Nan, but he recognized the mistake in the wrong direction. He thought that Zhang Nan was so excited to help Zhang Feng take revenge because Self had brought someone against him. Until this moment, everyone was thinking the same thing. No one knew where Zhang Nan's furious hatred came from. Even Zhang Feng himself thought so. Zhang Feng was even moved in his heart. That's his real son. To take it out on his father. Nothing is left to chance. Hateful is that Self before those years, but also so cold to him. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng felt even more ashamed of Zhang Nan. Zhang Xinmei, who was on the side, was also thinking more or less the same as Zhang Feng. When she saw Zhang Nan in this madness to avenge Zhang Feng, the heart is also deeply touched. Her own brother, Zhang Nan, still cared about the kinship with them. On the other hand, Zhang Xinju, who was on the side, frowned in fear and disgust when she saw Zhang Nan looking so ferocious. This Zhang Nan is a real psycho. Why are you treating Lin Zicheng like this? Don't you know you can go to jail for hurting someone? If he drags the entire Zhang family into the water for the sake of a momentary whim, let's see how she's going to clean him up. Wang Feng was still roaring. Zhang Hao was still pretending to be a grandchild. And he doesn't even dare to open his eyes to see the scene in front of him. The others watched with bated breath, outwardly calm but inwardly alarmed. What appalled them even more was the image that followed, which made them extremely uncomfortable, only to see Zhang Nan pressing down on Lin Zicheng's face with a grim and vicious face. Then, with Lin Zicheng's eyes full of fear and struggling hard, He stuck his finger straight into Lin Zicheng's eye socket. Ah! Let go of me! Murder! Help! Wang Feng! Power! Help me! Under Lin Zicheng's mournful cries, and then with a high-pitched cry of misery from his agonized horror, Zhang Nan gouged out his left eyeball raw. That eye was tinged with bright red blood. With horror and dismay, it was bloody pinched in Zhang Nan's hand. Oh my god! At the sight of it, Wang Feng let out a scream, then fainted, unable to stop the stimulation. Everyone's eyes widened. Even Song Jishu and Zhang Ming, who had always been accustomed to seeing such scenes, couldn't help but draw a breath. Zhang Feng was even more trembling and extremely relieved. That's the flavor. Adulterer, you have your day. In Lin Zicheng's extreme pain, Zhang Nan's hand reached out again. Ah, don't! Stop digging. I beg you. I was wrong. Let me go. I'll give you whatever you want. I've got money too. I've got lots and lots of money and I can give it all to you. When Zhang Nan heard this, he smiled coldly. Money? I fucking hate your dirty money. Saying that, he pressed down hard on Lin Zicheng's constantly shaking face, and without hesitation, he quickly reached out and gouged out his other eye. Don't ah! Once more the mournful cries broke through the whole villa. It makes one's heart tremble at the smell of it. Zhang Hao's originally tightly closed eyes when he heard the mournful cry couldn't help but open my eyes for a moment, but it was that one hit that he'll never forget. Only to see his real father Lin Zicheng, at the moment, is sitting on the ground in a state of distress on his knees, 10 fingers broken in unison. Both eyes were gouged out. Those 2 bloody holes were gushing out gouts of crimson blood in a steady stream. Lin Zicheng's entire body twisted on the ground in pain, struggling, crying out. That look really makes it hard to look away. It was a stark contrast and irony to the high-profile, drawn-out scene when he first arrived at the Zhang family. Zhang Hao's mindset collapsed at this moment. He had hoped that Lin Zicheng's arrival would save him from getting out. But now, even Lin Zicheng has to ride here. Zhang Ming, on the other hand, had an obscure expression. This kid, the behavior and handling is really too hard. In the future, if he grew up, with his style of acting, he might be another headache-inducing character. I just don't know if Miss Zhou Lan can hold him. Zhang Nan threw the eyeball in his hand to the ground with a disgusted look, then put his foot down hard, just like Lin Zicheng did to his eyeballs in his last life. The eyeball issued a Z sound, immediately burst. Ah, my eyes, I can't see. Never again. Ah, Zhang Nan, you animal, you'd better kill me, or else, I won't let you go. Lin Zicheng knew that at this moment, Zhang Nan had already set his mind on killing him. Therefore, he no longer pitifully begged Zhang Nan to let him go, but instead, his expression broke down and he yelled towards Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan drew a tissue from the side and slowly wiped up the blood on his hands with an indifferent expression. Won't leave me alone? You think you're going to walk out of here today? Lin Zicheng got goosebumps when he heard that. Is this the devil? It's his father I'm green on. Not him. How could he do this poison? How can I? Zhang Feng, if your son really kills me, the White Lotus gang and the Chen family won't spare you. The Chen family's new matriarch is my cousin. Think about how many heads of your Zhang family are big enough for the Chen family to chop off. The reason why Lin Zicheng dared to come and seek revenge on Zhang Feng this time was because of the hard backstage of the Chen family. The Chen family, but it was one of the 4 oldest families in the capital. The strength was on par with the Song Jishu family in front of them. He had used all his efforts in the past few years to send his own cousin, Su Mingzhu, to the bed of the Song family's head, and finally succeeded in becoming the new matriarch of the Chen family. It's because of this relationship, that's why his position in the White Lotus gang has risen in the past few years, and he has become the 3rd leader of the White Lotus gang. Song Jishu, who was originally enjoying watching the show, immediately said calmly to Zhang Nan once he heard this. Chang Nan, do what you want. If something happens, brother, I'll take care of it for you. Song Jishu had become more and more interested in Zhang Nan at this point, so he did not hesitate to take this threat out of his mouth. But Zhang Nan obviously didn't want to bother him, and returned indifferently. Thanks, but since I have decided to take revenge, I do not carry fear. Zhang Xinju heard Zhang Nan say this, forcing himself to endure the fearful discomfort he felt when he just watched Zhang Nan gouge his eyes. He immediately protested loudly. Zhang Nan, you're not afraid, but we are. You got off on this today, but what about the rest of us? Have you ever thought about us? This is none of your business in the first place, and you've been kicked out of the Zhang family by us. So who are you to make decisions for our Zhang family? On what grounds? There was silence all around. Zhang Feng glared at Zhang Xinju, his teeth itching with anger. But Zhang Xinju continues to rage her discontent. Zhang Nan, I know that all this behavior you're doing right now is just to get back into our Zhang family, but let me tell you, your behavior like this today is tantamount to putting our warping crop to death. It's caused us to ride the tiger now. and maybe we'll be hunted down later. You stop this right now, or else you are not welcome in our Zhang family." Before Zhang Xinju could finish her furious rebuke, she was immediately thrown to the ground. Pa! Zhang Xinju covered her face and looked at the person who hit her with an unbelievable expression. That's her father, Zhang Feng. Only to see that Zhang Feng was so angry at this moment that his face was crooked. With a trembling hand, he pointed at Zhang Xinju and cursed with a pained face. "You're the one getting the hell out of here. Eat your heart out. Your own brother is seeking justice for me, and even if you don't help, how dare you whine about it here? Get the hell out of here. Say one more word to me and you'll end up like your bitch mother." Zhang Feng was so angry that he couldn't come up for air and cursed angrily. Zhang Nan's side looked at Zhang Feng like that, not giving him any expression at all. He sneered at Zhang Xinju, who was covering her face. "Zhang Xinju, which one of your fucking eyes saw that I was seeking justice for your Zhang family? Did I say from the beginning that I was seeking justice for you? Did I, Zhang Nan, ever say I wanted to go back to your filthy home? Are you guys sick? Feeling good about yourselves day in and day out?" After saying that, Zhang Nan no longer ignored both Zhang Xinju and Zhang Feng, continued to abuse Lin Ziqiang. Lin Ziqiang couldn't see Zhang Nan and the others by this time correctly. He was now blind to any object. It was pitch black in front of him. The darkness and the unknown dangers were strange and frightening to him. Scared? Fear? Lin Ziqiang heard Zhang Nan's voice and asked grimly in his ear. "You? What do you want? Go away! Get away from me!" Lin Ziqiang was able to hold out until now without breaking down. His mindset really wasn't generally good, but Zhang Nan was deliberately trying to mess with his mindset at this point. It drove him into madness, fear, helplessness, and finally to despair. Just like self in his last life, everything he, Zhang Nan, had gone through would be counted back from them one by one, and this Lin Ziqiang in front of him would not be spared. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan gripped the long knife in his hand again. When he was just about to make a move, Zhang Xinmei, who was holding Wang Feng on the side and pressing Wang Feng's human center in an attempt to make Wang Feng wake up quickly, couldn't help but open her mouth to advise. "Zhang Nan, that's enough. If you keep it up, he'll really die. You're still so young. You just got into Qingbei. There's still a great future ahead of you. Really don't take your whole life for this kind of person. This kind of thing Zhang Nan sniffed and gave her a sidelong glance, not bothering with Zhang Xinmei. Zhang Feng sighed in his heart when he heard Zhang Xinmei's words, walked over to Zhang Nan. Looking at the biological son who had once made him look down on him, now it is the most manly and proudest child he has ever had. A moment of mixed feelings. "Zhang Nan, give me the knife. Tell me how you want to get him. Let me get him." He said he couldn't let Zhang Nan go to the station for anything. Now Zhang Nan is the only son of his Zhang family. If anything happens to Zhang Nan, one day Zhang Feng went down there. How to explain to the ancestors of the Zhang family? But by the time he walked up to Zhang Nan stared at him coldly. The eyes were so unfamiliar that they frightened him. This kid still refuses to forgive him. Realizing this, Zhang Feng's heart suddenly felt very bad. "Get the fuck out of my way. Otherwise, my knife is not long for the eyes." After Zhang Nan finished speaking, he ignored Zhang Feng and gripped the long sword in his hand, viciously toward Lin Ziqiang's inner thigh. He stabbed down hard. In an instant, that blood sprayed onto Zhang Feng's body. Lin Ziqiang's screams came out miserably again. Zhang Feng's pupils flashed with a hint of pleasure. Zhang Nan was much calmer. Instead of pulling the long knife out immediately, he stirred it in Lin Ziqiang's thigh. In an instant, Lin Ziqiang felt the suffocating pain. Kill me. Zhang Nan. I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost." Zhang Ming frowned at this time. He wanted to open his mouth and say something, but after thinking about Zhang Nan's warning to him just now, he forced down the words that were about to come out of his mouth again. "Mr. Zhang, what are you worrying about? Well, drink your tea and watch the show." At this time, Song Jishu spoke out to remind Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming let out a bitter smile. He was only able to accompany this Song Dishao, who was also known to be ruthless, and absent-mindedly drank his tea. At this time, Zhang Ming's afterglow noticed Su Weiwei beside Song Jishu. At this time, Su Weiwei was holding a cup of tea. "Drink quietly. Drink almost as much." Song Jishu then busily added to her. Zhang Ming looked at Su Weiwei and felt a little strange. The girl looks a little familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before, but he couldn't remember for a moment where he'd seen it. At that moment, Wang Feng was also startled awake at once by Lin Ziqiang's mournful screams. When she followed the voice, she turned her head to look at Lin Ziqiang. The scene in front of her almost made her want to faint again, only to see that her favorite lover, Kung, was now covered in blood. All 10 fingers were broken and both eyes were gouged out. There are still trampled eyeballs on the ground. Seeing this, Wang Feng couldn't help but be guilty of wanting to vomit. but she saw that Jiang Nan was still torturing Lin Ziqiang, slowly as slicing the meat off of Lin Zi's mighty leg. Stop it for me. Jiang Nan, are you still human? You're so cruel, you'll get what's coming to you. Oh, how did I give birth to such a beast? God split him to death. Wang Feng is crying her eyes out. She never dreamed that the son who had once allowed her to abuse and beat her with abandon for a time, now it's turned into this horror. If she had known, she really should have strangled him earlier back then. Strangle him back then and nothing will happen now. Jiang Nan heard Wang Feng's tirade. He stopped moving his hands abruptly, pulling the long knife out of Lin Ziqiang's thigh. Then, with a gloomy face, he slowly walked towards Wang Feng. Zhang Feng, who was standing beside him, looked at Jiang Nan's expression and his heart thumped. Jiang Nan, wouldn't want to commit matricide? Geez, no, it has to be stopped. Jiang Xinmei likewise thought of this piece. She hurriedly ran over and hugged Jiang Nan's thighs and pleading. Jiang Nan, calm down. Enough already. As bad as she is to you, she's still your real mother. Dad, quick, pull Jiang Nan. 4 more, brothers and sisters. Jiang Nan, it's okay. Count on Daddy to please. Don't be impulsive. Let Dad do it. Zhang Feng and Jiang Xinmei each pulled one of Jiang Nan's arms. Couldn't stop urging. Jiang Nan gave them a cold look, and that look of disgust pierced their hearts. But before they could think much, they only saw Jiang Nan easily flinging the two of them away with force. The two Zhang Feng fathers and daughters then quickly crashed into the corner of the hall like sandbags. Ah! Zhang Feng and Jiang Xinmei screamed in agony. Jiang Xinmei was knocked out on the spot, and Zhang Feng almost lost half his life. Head is already spinning. Jiang Nan, who was in the midst of rage, did not realize that his own power had suddenly increased by more than n times. It was just that Song Jishu and the others over here. As soon as they saw the strength of the impact of Zhang Feng's two men, as well as the wall that was dented in, all of them had their pupils shrunk. That's a power that no ordinary ectomorph can do. The more Song Jishu looked at Jiang Nan, the more excited he became. Su Weiwei, on the other hand, was thoughtful. Soon, Jiang Nan walked in front of Wang Feng. You unfilial son, what do you want? When Wang Feng saw Jiang Nan like this scared her, especially thinking about the scenes where he abused Lin Ziqiang. Jiang Nan, do you want to commit matricide? You'll go to the 18th floor of hell for this. Wang Feng angrily rebuked while stepping back uneasily. But how could Jiang Nan let her go? Jiang Nan grabbed Wang Feng's hair, picked her up off the ground, eyes coldly fixed on her. Wang Feng, haven't you always regretted that you didn't do it earlier to strangle me back then? Okay, I'll give you a chance today, Jiang Nan said, handing the long knife to Wang Feng. Everyone who saw this was puzzled. What does Jiang Nan want? Give your life to Wang Feng? Is he crazy? Couldn't he see how much Wang Feng hated him? However, Zhang Ming, who was as human as Zhang Ming, sighed when he saw this. How could he not see that this was Jiang Nan's last chance to give Wang Feng? Wang Feng, who was in a rage, was also suddenly stunned. What did you say? Wang Feng asked Jiang Nan in a daze. Jiang Nan looked at her face coldly, the face that made him agonize every time he had a midnight dream. He had asked self countless times, just what a heinous crime he has committed, to have your own mother so resentful of self, and tried to strangle him when he was just born, picked him up and abused him so viciously, framed 3 times until he was pushed into brutal death at the hands of her adulterer. Give you one chance to kill me, Jiang Nan replied in a grim tone. Lin Ziqiang, who was being tortured by the pain, originally had a coy breath so weak that it seemed like he was about to break. As soon as he heard Jiang Nan's words, he immediately shouted loudly to Wang Feng without thinking. Phoenix, kill him, kill the bastard for me, avenge me. Wang Feng's face was ecstatic as he sniffed. She immediately snatched the long knife in Jiang Nan's hand. As she looked at the dark red blood on the long knife, she instantly reddened her eyes. That's her Django's blood on there. This fucking beast. I'm going to kill him. Jiang Nan, you have to keep your word. Stand still for me and don't move. Wang Feng was afraid that Jiang Nan would back out and hurriedly made him promise. At this time, Zhang Feng, who had fallen to the point that his internal organs were in pain, as soon as he heard that Jiang Nan was really going to stand still for Wang Feng to chop, he was so scared that he disregarded the pain on his body and hurriedly shouted, Jiang Nan, you're crazy. That dead bitch will really chop you up. Take the knife back now. Jiang Nan ignored Zhang Feng and continued to stare at Wang Feng with cold eyes. It was as if he was really letting Wang Feng cut him. Humph. Jiang Nan, don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame it on your wrong birth. Wrong birthday. But it's not just a wrong birth. There are thousands of women in the world. How did he happen to stumble upon such a disgusting contraption to be his birth mother? After Wang Feng roared those 2 words, he picked up his long knife with an agitated face and slashed towards the aorta on Jiang Nan's neck. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in that look. Not even a hint of dismay, sadness or guilt. Jiang Nan just stared at the excited and thrilled expression on Wang Feng's face. Song Jishu's face changed. No! He couldn't let Jiang Nan die in the hands of trash like Wang Feng. Just as Song Jishu wanted to immediately come to the rescue, Su Weiwei beside him had long since disappeared in place. This made Song Jishu once again marvel at Su Weiwei's speed. That speed is on the verge of rivaling that of a red beer. Ah! Instantly, a miserable scream rang out. Soon, the people who were close to the side of Jiang Nan and Wang Feng, one by one, were sprayed with hot blood on their faces and bodies. The next moment, they saw a figure fall heavily. That's Wang Feng. She was seen staring at the arm that was separated from her own body with an unbelieving look on her face, and covered his own half-broken arm in agonizing pain and cried out miserably. But no matter how she covered it, the blood kept flowing and flowing. Mom! Mom! When everyone came back to their senses, several panicked voices could be heard shouting out. Zhang Xianju and Zhang Xianju rushed over. The two of them were in a frenzy as they tried to help Wang Feng stop the bleeding. The tied-up Zhang Hao also struggled up, wanting to check on Wang Feng's injuries. However, he took a look at Jiang Nan, who stood still with grim eyes and had his long knife back in his hand, hastily stopping his forward body. He dared not make any further movements. Lin Zichang's eyes are blind. But when he heard the shouts of the two Zhang Xianju, he guessed something in his heart. When his heart panicked, he forced himself to endure the pain in his body and hurriedly asked, Phoenix, what's wrong with you? Answer me back, Phoenix, don't you scare me. But no one paid any attention to him. Wang Feng wanted to reply to him, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she felt a slight sting in her throat. It's like something is running down her neck. Just then, Wang Feng heard Zhang Xianju suddenly shudder and scream, Oh my god, Mommy's neck! Mommy's neck is spurting blood. With this cry from Zhang Xianju, it took all of them to notice Wang Feng's neck, which suddenly bled at some point. At first it just oozed out a little bit. In no time at all, more and more flowed, until now it's in the form of a jet, and I can't stop it. Wang Feng froze for a moment, and it was then that she felt a tearing pain coming from her neck. Wang Feng was terrified and wanted to scream out, but her brain was actually strangely unable to make a sound in her throat due to being occupied by fear. But this time, she clearly felt that the blood was draining out of her body rapidly. Stop the bleeding. Quickly stop the bleeding. Butler, call the doctor. Quickly stop my mom's bleeding. XL. Butler, hurry up. Zhang Xianju cried out and howled at the housekeeper. But the butler ignored her as he habitually looked towards Zhang Feng. When he saw that Zhang Feng did not show any indication, he sighed inwardly, so he stood too, not daring to move. Housekeeper Zhang had served the Zhang family for over 10 years and had long known what kind of person Wang Feng, the head mother, was. Selfishness and partiality, wrong-mindedness and lack of respect for women's rights. Everything before her eyes was her retribution. If she but saved some goodwill for the Grandmaster. It wasn't done that far. The eldest young master wouldn't do this to her. Zhang Xianju and Zhang Xianju cried in fear when they saw that no one came up to help. Zhang Hao couldn't care less about the danger this time and rushed to Wang Feng's side. When he saw that Wang Feng was having her throat slit, he too screamed out in terror. Butler, save my mom. She's dying. When Zhang Feng saw this, his internal organs that were originally in pain from the fall. Suddenly in this moment there was an overwhelming sense of comfort. Ha ha. Cool, what a fucking blast. Zhang Feng's cool laughter reached everyone's ears. Jiang Nan held a long knife and stared with a cold face at Wang Feng, who kept struggling on the ground. Su Weiwei, who had just come to his side, stared at Wang Feng with the same indifference. She cut Wang Feng's throat. Properly speaking, she and Jiang Nan struck at the same time. It was just that what Jiang Nan had cut off was Wang Feng's arm. She, on the other hand, cut her throat. Who let this woman actually try to slash Jiang Nan's neck with a knife? She didn't know Wang Feng, so she didn't spoil this woman. Feng? Did something happen to Feng? Lin Zichang, whose eyes were still bleeding, asked in a panicked manner. Once Zhang Hao saw this, he then shouted to Lin Zichang in grief. Dad, something happened to Mom. He's had the aorta of his neck cut by Jiang Nan. Mom is dying. When Zhang Hao finished speaking, he couldn't help but cry out in mourning. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichang roared up to the sky. Jiang Nan, you matricidal brute. I'm going to kill you. Jiang Nan looked at Lin Zichang in his frenzy with a cold face. Kill me? Trying to kill me with your current appearance? Lin Zichang, stop howling. It's time to end the feud between us. Jiang Nan slowly raised his long sword and slowly walked towards Lin Zichang. Lin Zichang was still in a state of shock, and he couldn't even see the danger coming towards him. He's still hurling insults. Jiang Nan, I won't let you go even as a ghost. You wait for me. Today's shame, I will return it 100, 1,000 times over in the future. Zhang Hao, who had been paying attention to the movements on Lin Zicheng's side. Seeing Zhang Nan force his way towards Lin Zicheng with his long knife, he panicked. "Dad, quick, get out of the way. Zhang Nan is going to kill you. Get out of the way." But his reminder was of no use to a man who was already blind and had both hands crippled. After Lin Zicheng heard his son Zhang Hao's warning, he laughed miserably a few times in despair. He knew he couldn't hide. In his current state, he was a wasted man, so how could he possibly avoid it? He just regrets it now. Regret not making precise arrangements. Why did you come over to Hiroshima so impulsively? If he was given a few more years, he would definitely let Zhang Feng and his bastard son die without a burial. But there's no such thing as a pill for regrets. Now he was a fish on a chopping block, to be slaughtered. Zhang Nan came to Lin Zicheng, looking at the man who once lynched him. From Lin Zicheng, Zhang Nan felt resignation and loss of fighting spirit. Zhang Nan felt bored. A man with no fighting spirit. He didn't have to waste time with him. Thinking of this, he stretched out his long knife and dryly stabbed at Lin Zicheng's heart, just like in his last life. When he was getting his meat cut by Lin Zicheng until the last moment, it was as if Lin Zicheng had given him a final stab to the chest. Only, the Lin Zicheng in front of him was a bit luckier than him. At least the meat wasn't cut much by him, and the legs aren't broken. Compared to Zhang Nan's previous life, where his arms and legs were cut off, Lin Zicheng is already considered a whole body. After pulling the long knife out of Li Zicheng's chest, Zhang Nan didn't bother to waste any more expressions, just coldly wiped the long knife with a paper towel, and as the long knife was drawn, Lin Zicheng's body slowly fell down. "Dad!" Zhang Hao let out a cry of pain. Bouncing around, he came to Lin Zicheng's body. When he tried to pick up Lin Zicheng, he was once again unable to do anything because his hands were tied. Lin Zicheng's breath instantly weakened. His body couldn't stop shaking, but he seemed to feel Zhang Hao beside him, and he smiled. At the last moment, it was possible to recognize my son. It was also the last consolation for him. Li Zicheng. In his life, he's done a lot of bad things, killed a lot of people. Unexpectedly, it ended up in such a way, dying at the hands of the son of his love rival of more than 20 years. "Hole, come closer, Daddy has something to say to you," Lin Zicheng said with a weak breath. Zhang Hao sniffed and immediately jumped in front of Lin Zicheng. "Dad, I'm in. You talk." After Lin Zicheng heard Zhang Hao beside himself, he Fong slowly whispered, "Hao, it's Dad who's sorry. If you live, remember your mom's birthday. Go to the Chen's house and look for your little cousin." Lin Ziji had just finished speaking when his body went completely limp. After that, not a single movement. Dad, wake up, wake up." Zhang Hao's had a hard time calling out to this father who had only just recognized him and died tragically. But the only thing that answered him was Lin Zicheng's gradually freezing corpse. "Mom!" At this moment, Zhang Hao heard Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju's exclamations of shock again. Zhang Hao panicked in his heart. Immediately turn around and look. That look startled him again. He could only return to Wang Feng's side again. Zhang Nan quietly wiped the long knife until the blade was clean, without a trace of Lin Zicheng's blood. Fang looked at Zhang Hao with a cold face. "Mom, don't scare me. Just hold on a little longer. We'll call an ambulance now," Zhang Xinju said, and wanted to call an ambulance. However, just as she wanted to go look for her cell phone, she realized that her bag was already in the hands of Su Weiwei, who had just made a move on her mother. "You fucking bitch, what gives you the right to touch my bag? Give it back to me." Zhang Xinju's words came out. Su Weiwei's cold eyes stared. Immediately, Zhang Xinju's bag was thrown into the trash can in one go. "Bitch, you, ah!" Before Zhang Xinju could finish her expletive, she felt her face burning hot and hurting. When she reacted, she realized that a piece of flesh had been scraped off Self's face by a sharp instrument. She's disfigured. Thinking about the fact that the Self that has always been proud of the appearance is actually destroyed. Thinking of the Zheng family today, they are surrounded by enemies. Thinking about this time Wang Feng's life was not guaranteed. Heavily stimulated. Zhang Xinju is crazy. She violently rushed towards Su Weiwei. "You actually ruined my face. I'm going to kill you. You go to hell." "Ah!" Zhang Xinju at first sight. Thinking about Su Weiwei's unusual, Zhang Xinju charging up like this was simply a death sentence. "Third sister, come back. This woman is dangerous. You'll be dead." But Zhang Xinju's warning was still a step too late, only to see a splatter of blood in front of her eyes. "My God! Third sister!" Zhang Xinju's scream was already hoarse. At this time, only Zhang Xinju's shoulder was already spraying blood, and that blood quickly stained her clothes red. Zhang Xinju let out a heartbreaking cry of pain. She glared at Su Weiwei with a deadly glare. That sharp pain in her face and shoulder made her whole body about to pass out, but she desperately bit her own lips. not allowing herself to scold Su Weiwei again out of spite. She hated it, but at the same time she was more afraid of the girl in front of her who didn't say much, but was a hit every time. Just when she was in so much pain that she could barely hold back another scream, the cries of Zhang Xinju and Zhang Hao came from his ears. Mom! Mom! Wake up! Don't die! Oh! Save my mom! Please! Dad! Dad! We beg you! Save my mom! She didn't deserve to die for her crime. Zhang Hao had knelt in front of Zhang Feng at some point, crying and kowtowing at the same time. However, Zhang Feng just looked at Wang Feng, who had become motionless, with complicated eyes. Then he turned his head away and said no more. The fact that he hadn't killed her himself had been the last thing he'd tolerated. Save her? How can it be? Besides, that girl just hit hard, with murderous intent. Wang Feng's aorta has been severed and he will die in a few minutes at most. At that moment, Wang Feng suddenly struggled and reached out to point in Lin Zicheng's direction. Xin, help mommy, and stay with your daddy. Quick! When Wang Feng was dying, she wanted to stay with Lin Zicheng. When Zhang Feng saw this, the little bit of complexity that was just under his eyes immediately disappeared into thin air. All that remains is indifference and shame. The woman who had shared his bed for over 20 years, never loved him from the beginning, even resented him all the time, resent him for everything, more than just keeping him cuckolded for so many years, and let him raise these beasts of an adulterer. There were even plans to kill him and take over the family business he had worked so hard for decades to build. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng dragged his pain-ridden body and walked to Wang Feng's side with a cold face. Then, under Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinju's eyes full of horror, he pinched Wang Feng's chin and coldly said, "Want to die with an adulterer? Ha! You wish! I'm telling you Wang Feng, even if I throw your body into the wilderness and feed it to the dogs, I won't let you die with him." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, the last glimmer of hope in Wang Feng's eyes was disillusioned. Then, it was staring at Zhang Feng with a resentful face. You're so cruel. I can't believe, even I'm dead, are not spared. Zhang Feng smiled with pathos at his words. I'm cruel? You have the fucking nerve to call me cruel? Greening me for decades and letting me raise these brutes. Wang Feng, God has long eyes. Once you're dead, I'll have someone do the spell so that even your and Lin Zicheng's ghosts won't have peace after death. This is what you, Wang Feng, owe me. Don't think you can die and get it over with. Zhang Hao and Zhang Xinju huffed as they listened. This was the first time they knew that when Zhang Feng was ruthless, he was really the kind of person who would not even spare ghosts. Wang Feng was already out of breath by this time. Zhang Feng, me, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. You. Wang Feng was no longer able to finish his sentence in full. She just stared like that. A face of unwillingness and resentment glared at Zhang Feng. As he was about to close his eyes, he looked at Lin Zicheng again with reluctance. Strong, brother, waiting for me. When he finished, he stared at his eyes and never moved again. The air was instantly quiet. Zhang Xinju trembled her hand and reached for Wang Feng's nose. The next moment, as if electrocuted, the hand was quickly retracted in fear. Then, the mournful cries resounded. Mama, don't you leave us. Oh, Mom, you wake up. Zhang Xinlan, who had always looked as if she was staying out of it, with a wooden expression on her face. See the scene. It was also tearful. However, she wasn't staying for Wang Feng and her newly recognized father. It's for Self, because it occurred to her that Self had really nothing left now. No father, no mother, also paralyzed all over. Now, she really wasn't far from death. At that thought, she let out a cry as well. On the other hand, Zhang Xinmei sighed. She was pinched by the housekeeper to let her see Wang Feng's last side. When Zhang Xinmei woke up leisurely, her head was confused. She then heard the heartbreaking cries of Zhang Xinju, and Zhang Hao. Hearing this, her whole heart clenched in an instant. Hastily, he followed the sound of crying. When she saw Wang Feng fall to the ground stiffly, she froze at first. The next moment, the heart ached beyond measure. The eyes were also instantly filled with tears. Mom! Zhang Nan made no indication and watched this coldly. When he saw Wang Feng's gradually stiffening body, there was despondency in his heart. Hard feelings, but more relief. It's like coming to terms with something. There is some kind of energy in his body that is irrigating him like crazy. Zhang Nan, my dad is dead, and so is my mom. Now you're fucking satisfied. Zhang Hao looked at Wang Feng's corpse with a scarlet gaze. He doesn't have a mother anymore. Even his father, who had just recognized him, was killed by Zhang Nan. Next, he would definitely be kicked out of the Zhang family by Zhang Feng as well. He has nothing left. And the black hand that led to all this was Zhang Nan. Why does this garbage just not leave him alone? He was kicked out of the Zhang family. Why would he come back to fight with him? Zhang Hao's anger had reached a critical point at this time. The head-shrinking behavior all day today had left him with a day's worth of anger already saved up, and now I'm witnessing the tragic death of my own parents, and he has a bleak future. It made his mind fall apart. Jiang Nan looked at Zhang Hao, who was on the verge of a seizure, and smiled coldly. What? Instead of being a shrinking violet, you want to be a man? As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, Zhang Hao was immediately furious. His face flushed red and green, but Jiang Nan's words continued. You think I'm going to let you go just because you're cowering there as a turtle? When Zhang Hao heard this, his heart thumped. You? What do you mean? I didn't offend you. Now you're the one who killed my parents. Jiang Nan looked at Zhang Hao's bluffing face and smiled disdainfully. You didn't offend me? Ha, looks like you're getting early Alzheimer's. Who peeked at Zhang Xinlan's bath and then framed me? Who took Zhang Xinlan's jewelry, Wang Feng's panties, and Zhang Xinju's underwear? Fucking all ended up framing me? With every word Jiang Nan said, Zhang Hao's face went a few shades of white. He did all of this. It was all done purposely by him to force Jiang Nan to be expelled from the Zhang family. Jiang Nan stared at Zhang Hao's ghastly white face, scarlet reappearing under his eyes. Zhang Hao, as I said the last time I left the Zhang family, what you owe me, I will make you pay in blood one by one. Now, it's your turn. You, what do you want? Zhang Hao saw the murderous look on Jiang Nan's face, too scared to speak. He had already begun to regret his brain-heated behavior just now to provoke this crazy man Jiang Nan. What do you want? Didn't I make myself clear enough just now? Jiang Nan approached Zhang Hao step by step. With every step he took, an image appeared in his mind that angered him. That's the image of Zhang Hao falsely accusing him in Zhang's house all these years. There's Zhang Hao taking Zhang Xinju's underwear and sneaking it into his room. It didn't take long for Zhang Xinju to find out and shake him a few times. Jiang Nan, why are you so cheap? Are you still human? Even my own sister's personal clothes are stolen. You pervert. Get out of the Zhang family. The sight of you makes me sick. There was Zhang Hao taking Wang Feng's underwear and putting it under his pillow. Then after being specially identified by Zhang Hao, Wang Feng took that big wooden stick and hit him hard again and again. You bastard. You can do such disgusting things. How did I give birth to such a disgusting thing as you? You go to hell. There are false accusations that self-peeped at Zhang Xinlan's bath. Ah, Mom and Dad, get this garbage out of here. He actually watched me take a shower. Oh, I won't live. Mom beat him to death. Yes, heavily to death. Then it was Zhang Feng who flung him a few slaps with a disappointed and angry face. I shouldn't have taken you back to the Zhang family in the first place. You bastard. You don't even let your sister go. You get the hell out of here. Frame by frame, scene by scene, it made Jiang Nan's chest swell with anger. But then a warm burst of energy eased that abdominal pain feeling again. Jiang Nan took a deep breath. Looking at Zhang Hao, the red aura in his eyes became more and more prevalent. Zhang Hao, without your malicious framing, none of this would have happened. So, you think I can let you off the hook? With that, Jiang Nan raised the long knife in his hand, wanting to slash at Zhang Hao. Stop! At that moment, an angry shout came from outside. Jiang Nan's long sword was distracted and slashed at Zhang Hao's shoulder. Unbridled, the voice of the visitor was getting closer and closer, already approaching fury. However, Jiang Nan didn't care who the visitor was and proceeded to slash at Zhang Hao's body again. This time, it went straight for Zhang Hao's vitals. Ah! Zhang Hao screamed miserably. Immediately, his shoulders and lower back were a bloody red. At that moment, Jiang Nan also sensed a palm wind coming his way. He grunted coldly and immediately raised his sword to slash. Bam! That palm wind immediately knocked Jiang Nan's long sword away. Only after Zhang Feng stopped did he see that the visitor was a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in black and was tall. Yo, Big Boss Chen actually came too. At this time, Song Jishu, who had been watching the play for half a day, slowly got up and walked to Jiang Nan's side. Su Weiwei had long ago taken a quick step and stood on Jiang Nan's left-hand side. She only saw her cold face, frowning as she stared at Grand Master Chen. The man in front of her gave her a familiar feeling. It's that sense of familiarity that comes with meeting a kindred spirit. Young Song, I didn't expect you to be here? Chen Jiping, the White Lotus Gang's Grandmaster, frowned when he saw Song Jishu. Zhang Hao couldn't help but scream out in pain. His face pale. Zhang Nan cut off his lifeblood with that last cut. Big leader Chen glanced at Zhang Hao and saw that he kept wailing. He then turned his head and ordered those men who came with him to bandage Zhang Hao's wounds. At that moment, his afterimage saw Lin Ziqiang. Shasta's eyes widened. With an unbelievable look, he hurriedly ran to Lin Ziqiang's body. When he saw Lin Ziqiang's miserable state, he sucked in his breath. Keiko, who killed the third leader of my White Lotus gang? Chen Jiping's furious roar shook the eardrums of everyone present on the verge of shattering. Song Jishu smiled calmly as if he didn't see Chen Jiping's anger. There's no need for the Grand Master to get so angry. The third lord was martyred with his lover. We didn't kill him. When Zhang Ming and Zhang Feng and the others heard this, they froze for a moment, but quickly regained their composure. But in their hearts, they were all secretly slandering. This Song Dishao's ability to open his eyes and bullshit is really deep. Zhang Nan, on the other hand, pursed the corners of his lips in a disinterested stance. Liar, my dad was killed by Zhang Nan. The guarded body of Wang Feng is crying up and down Zhang Xin. As soon as he heard Song Jishu's words against his will, he immediately spoke out in rebuttal. Chen Shiping's face sank once again when he heard this. Zhang Nan? Who's Zhang Nan? Come out here. Song Jishu raised his eyebrows and was about to speak out in favor of Zhang Nan, but he was stopped by Zhang Nan with his hand. Thanks, I made my own mess. I'll take care of it. After Zhang Nan finished speaking softly to Song Jishu, he stepped forward and stared back into Chen Jiping's eyes. I am Zhang Nan. Chen Jiping fixed his eyes on this teenager who had just made a move on Zhang Hao. Good. Very good. Actually daring to make a move to kill the third leader of my White Lotus gang. If I don't kill you today, it will be hard to calm the anger of my White Lotus gang brothers. After saying that, Chen Pingji immediately bullied his way forward again, wanting to grab Zhang Nan. Seeing this, Su Weiwei immediately greeted her and blocked it. However, she was still a step behind. He could only watch as Chen Pingji's hand grabbed Zhang Nan. Just when everyone thought Chen Pingji was about to get his way, the two figures moved. One way is Song Jishu. He was incredibly fast, almost in the blink of an eye. The other course is Zhang Nan. He was faster than Song Jishu. Fuck! Chen Pingji grabbed an empty hand. The next instant, he was suddenly punched hard in the back. That punch came as fast as lightning and simply caught people off guard. By the time Chen Pingji reacted, he had already been knocked back to the side. Song Jishu, who had slowed down a little, was also startled for a moment when he stopped. Ha! How can I be slower than Zhang Nan? Could it be that not taking the potent medicine for the last 2 years has caused my speed to regress? Now everyone was stunned, including everyone from the White Lotus gang that Chen Pingji had brought with him. In the eyes of the people of the White Lotus gang, Chen Pingji was almost like a god of war. It's rare to see someone who can beat him. That was why they were so convinced about Chen Pingji being the boss. But now, their boss was actually punched by a little boy? Chen Pingji was also stunned. At that moment, he stared coldly at Zhang Nan. There was more than a hint of wariness and caution in his eyes. No wonder this kid dared to kill Lin Zicheng. So there are a few brushes on the body. Under Chen Pingji's guarded gaze, Zhang Nan moved once again. When Chen Pingji saw this, he thought that Zhang Nan was going to strike itself again. Hastily, he focused 12% of his energy trying to fight it. But he thought wrong. Zhang Nan's target from start to finish was not him. Instead, it's Zhang Hao. Today, there was no way he would rest until he messed with Zhang Hao. Just before the crowd could react from the shock of Zhang Nan's instantaneous disappearance, a heart-wrenching cry of misery then rang in their ears. Ah! Zhang Hao, who was dizzily being bandaged for his wounds, suddenly screamed miserably. Chen Pingji's heart jumped. In the next moment, he saw that the henchman who had bandaged Zhang Hao's wound was suddenly sprayed with blood. The henchman pointed at Zhang Hao in front of him and shrieked out in fear. Ah! Break! Break! When the crowd heard the shout, they hastened to fix their eyes on what was going on. The crowd was in an uproar, only to see Zhang Hao's head separated from his body alive. The neck was cut off in a single slash of life. That blood just kept spewing out. The body is still trembling, and the head that fell to the ground rolled down to Zhang Nan's feet. Zhang Hao's eyes widened roundly, a face of horror. His mouth was still slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, and eventually closed reluctantly. However, the frightened expression quickly turned into resentment, and his eyes stared at Zhang Nan in death. It was as if he wanted to carve Zhang Nan's appearance into his soul. It didn't close until the last moment. Ah! To see such a brutal scene, Zhang Xianju screamed, rolled her eyes and fainted. Zhang Xinmei also stared at Zhang Hao's body and head with horrified pupils. Vomit soon. She couldn't help but dry heave. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhang Nan like he was looking at a god of killing. 2 kills in a day. How can this be done by a normal person? Zhang Feng sighed in his heart as he looked at Zhang Hao, whose head and body were separated. After all, it's a child that's been raised for almost 20 years. It's the kind of thing you put in the palm of your hand and love over the years, and you get what you want. However, the thought that it was also because of him that Self and Zhang Nan were centrifuged. Moreover, he was born of an adulterer. With this thought, Zhang Feng no longer pitied Zhang Hao, self-inflicted, who let him treat Zhang Nan like this for the past few years. He brought this all on himself. Thinking of Zhang Nan, Zhang Feng swallowed. He's also gotten a lot of people to disappear privately. However, even so, he didn't kill 2 people in a row without blinking like Zhang Nan did, and in front of so many people. Isn't it obvious that he's going to be sent to the station? Hey, this kid, This is no way to take revenge. Can't you do assassinations in private? That way, people won't be able to catch us. Zhang Feng couldn't help but fret as he thought of this. Song Jishu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as well. Zhang Nan's character, this temper, is getting more and more to his liking. You actually killed him in front of me. Chen Pingji trembled his hand and pointed at Zhang Nan with an unbelievable face. Over the years, it had been a long time since anyone had dared to be so reckless in front of him. Chen Pingji, even the people from the four great families were not so licentious. Today, he had to make Zhang Nan die. Otherwise, how was he going to establish his authority in front of this group of brothers from the White Lotus gang in the future? What? Opinions? Zhang Nan looked at Chen Pingji indifferently. Chen Pingji was so angry that his face turned green. As he tried to step forward to do so again, a teacup was shot at him. He quickly turned his head sideways and caught the teacup in one hand. The splash of scalding hot water scalded his face. When Chen Pingji saw the person who threw the cup, his gaze could not help but freeze. Ectomorphs, only to see Su Weiwei, at some point, standing beside Zhang Nan again. But then a flash of light flickered in her eyes that only her kind could see. That's the ghostly blue pupil light unique to only xenomorphs. Chen Pingji suddenly calmed down. He glanced at Su Weiwei, another glance at Song Jishu, and there's Ming Zhang who's been drinking tea. Zhang Ming, he knew something about it, and was clearly the Zhou family's right-hand man, but the private power is not small. Although the White Lotus gang is not afraid of him, but it is also a person who easily do not want to offend. And there was no need to mention Song Jishu, the next head of the top family, the Song family, in the capital. No one dared to go against him easily. Also, this is a ruthless man with a grudge. He had a lot of hits on his hands, but no one ever dared to get him. But what made Chen Pingji hesitate the most at this time was this innocent-looking girl. I didn't realize she was actually an ectomorph. There are only a few dozen ectomorphs in China, all created by Lord Lonewave, including Chen Pingji as well. He was nearly cut down in a gang war. If it wasn't for Lord Lonewave, he wouldn't know where his soul had gone. Therefore, he had always maintained an absolute respect for Lord Lonewave. The alien created by Lord Lonely Wave has a bond of friendship with his fellow disciples. But now, these few people with such transcendent status, I can't believe they're all protecting Zhang Nan? At that moment, Chen Pingji's brain had a feeling of enlightenment. He seemed to think of something. Just now Zhang Nan's performance. Not a normal person at all. Could he also be an ectomorph? If that was the case, then Zhang Nan would never be able to move. Ordinary people don't know what an ectomorph stands for. But Chen Pingji, who was an ectomorph, could understand its importance all too well. The entire country of China has a population of over 1 billion. But there are more than 30 ectoplasmic talents. And, now the numbers are dropping. It's just because the Free State and the Sentinel States are so fucking insidious and disgusting. Actually sent their country's most capable xenomorphs to form a group to quietly come to China and assassinate China's xenomorphs. So, one more xenomorph is now too important for China and Lord Lonely Wave. It's about a certain study 3 years from now, and that research will require many xenomorphs to work with Lord Lonewave. Thinking of this, Chen Pingji took a step back. The eyes looked deep into Zhang Nan for a moment. You're an ectomorph? Zhang Nan frowned. What ectomorphs? What do you mean? No more fighting? Not to take revenge? Chen Pingji saw that Zhang Nan did not give himself any steps at all. There was a bit of anger in his heart. Shit, I've taken the initiative to give you a step down. Can't you just go along with it? And you're asking me if I want to fight? Do you want revenge? White Lotus gang, so many brothers watching. I do not want to lose face? Chen Pingji took a deep breath and pulled away from the topic to turn his head and ask Song Jishu. Mr. Song, Zhang Nan is. Song Jishu raised his hand to interrupt Chen Pingji's question. Big Boss Chen, don't ask me. Zhang Nan is in charge here today. A few of us are here to back him up. That, Zhang Ming, you say right? Zhang Ming's mouth twitched as he sniffed. You, Mr. Song, have asked me to do this. How can I do this to you? Moreover, Zhang Ming's original intention was indeed to come over to help Zhang Nan. When Song Jixie saw that Zhang Ming didn't say anything, he took it as his acquiescence. So with a light smile, he asked Chen Pingji in return. So, big leader Chen, do you still want to take revenge now? If you still want to take revenge, a few of us will also accompany you to the end. Chen Pingji looked across the room, taking another look at the two fathers, Lin Ziqiang and Zhang Hao, whose corpses had stiffened, eyes closed for a moment. Young Song, I need to give my brothers an explanation on my side. Moreover, even if I let Zhang Nan go, then the Chen family's new matriarch won't let Zhang Nan go. Song Jishu's pupils flashed with a hint of disgust when he heard Chen Pingji talk about the Chen family. The Chen family? Then let them come to me. I, Zhang Nan, am always ready to accompany them. If you're okay, stay where you are and don't stop me from getting my revenge. After Zhang Nan finished speaking, he never gave another glance to Chen Pingji. Then, with a renewed glance at the crowd on the field, that's when the people swept by his sight. Both felt a chill run down their backs. Especially those who had just witnessed him kill 2 people in a row were trembling in fear, their gazes not daring to meet his. There was only one exception. Even she still acted so disgusted and resentful when she came into contact with Zhang Nan's gaze. That's been planting evidence against Zhang Nan and personally sending him to the detention center. In his last life, he even ruined Zhang Nan's college entrance examination and ruined Zhang Nan's life. Zhang Xinlan. Zhang Nan saw the abhorrence in Zhang Xinlan's eyes. Laughing, he said it, not one less. Then, pick up the long knife that fell on the ground, slowly walked toward Zhang Xinlan. Seeing this, Zhang Xinmei immediately stepped forward to stop Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan, you've had enough. If you keep this up, I'm going to call the police on you myself. Zhang Nan, you've already killed 2 people in a row. I'm begging you, just stop it. Otherwise, it really is a death sentence. Zhang Xinmei couldn't let Zhang Nan kill anymore. No matter what, a few of the sisters had grown up together as a bond. How could she stand by and watch Zhang Nan murder Zhang Xinlan? Zhang Nan looked at Zhang Xinmei, who stopped in front of self. A sneer. Zhang Xinmei, did you think I wouldn't lay my hands on you? Don't you have any pussy in your heart about what you've done to me these past few years? And actually pop in front of me 3 times? Who gave you the courage? Zhang Nan said, grabbing Zhang Xinmei's hair. In the midst of her shrieks of dismay, she slapped her several times across her delicate face. Ah! Zhang Xinmei was slapped in the eyes all of a sudden. Zhang Nan, don't fight. Ah! But Zhang Nan acted as if he couldn't hear. No fight? I've been looking at your White Lotus look for a long fucking time. Why didn't you think of my pity when you told the guards to beat me up before? Why don't you feel sorry for me when you call me names? Calling me names with them, calling me trash, and now you come to pity and feel sorry for me? Yuck. This kind of care old me feel sick to vomit. Get the hell out of my way. Otherwise, you'll be the next to be slaughtered. Zhang Nan said, not relieved, and slapped a few more times, straightening Zhang Xinmei's nose and face. After tossing Zhang Xinmei aside like a piece of trash, Zhang Nan continued to walk towards Zhang Xinlan with his sword. At this moment, Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Xinmei with a complicated expression. Sigh, how dare you mess with Zhang Nan at a time like this? Didn't you see how hard he killed just now? You should be thankful that he only slapped you a couple times, instead of killing you right away. Zhang Xinlan saw Zhang Nan walking towards self. Not only do you not feel scared, but your eyes are full of excitement and excitement. Zhang Nan, come on, kill me. Ha ha. I'm already like this anyway. Life is worse than death. You hurry up and kill me. Come on. Zhang Nan walked to stop in front of her and looked at her in this maniacal state. The long knife, which was about to be raised, was lowered again. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Xinlan was bent on courting death. Therefore, at this time, if self killed her, instead, it would still be as she wanted. But Zhang Nan really didn't want to do what she wanted. Otherwise, it's not called revenge. It's called becoming whole. You had so much fun when you victimized me before. No psychological guilt at all. And now that you're paralyzed, you want to be relieved once you die? You wish. Seeing that her own thoughts were seen through by Zhang Nan, Zhang Xinlan was instantly annoyed. Dead trash. You disgusting thing. I'm just going to look at you and try to hurt you. So what can you do to me, you bastard? From the first day you came to the Zhang family, I've been sick of looking at you and wanting to vomit. A piece of trash wants to enter my house too. You go to hell. Go to hell. Hearing this, Zhang Nan's hand holding the long sword was immediately bruised. This woman's got a mouth on her. When Zhang Nan couldn't help but raise his sword to make a move, Zhang Xinlan's mouth suddenly spurted blood. That blood sprayed all over her mouth. Her pupils went from anger to disbelief to pain. Right in front of everyone's eyes. Zhang Xinlan's tongue was cut off raw with a sharp instrument. That white and red tongue. First a bright red, and then slowly bluish black. Oh my god. The field was filled with screams. Su Weiwei came to Zhang Nan's side peacefully. Zhang Nan looked at her. That serious expression caused Su Weiwei's face to blush. She has a dirty mouth. I'm too loud. Hearing Su Weiwei's words, Zhang Nan nodded with approval. It's okay, you're doing fine. I was going to do the same thing. When Su Weiwei heard Zhang Nan's approval, she didn't say anything else, but silently stepped aside, letting Zhang Nan continue to finish his business. Only, she looked at his back. Her eyes slowly drifted a little. She remembered what he had said. I'm running out of time. Those people are not going to leave me alone. I can only force myself to transform again through this way. Xiao Ya, would you like to go back to the past with me? Zhang Nan half squatted in front of Zhang Xinlan. His eyes were indifferent as he watched Zhang Xinlan struggle in pain. The way you are now, you're the trash. Ha! Enjoy the rest of your good days. Being paralyzed and unable to speak is worse than killing you. After saying that, Zhang Nan stopped paying attention to Zhang Xinlan, because such a Zhang Xinlan was really a lot more painful than killing her. Thus, Zhang Nan turned his head to look at Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju. Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinju both took a look at the eyes projected by Zhang Nan. All of them are scared. Zhang Nan, what do you want? Zhang Xinju took the lead and asked nervously. At this time, she didn't dare to condescendingly call Zhang Nan a trash those anymore. Instead, a smile was piled on his face. Nan, sister was wrong about you. Sister shouldn't have listened to Zhang Hao and scolded you with them. You're the one who's my own brother. Oh, sister is so blind. How could she treat you like that? Nan, will you forgive sister? Sister is wrong. Oh, I have to say that Zhang Xinju is a person who can bend and bend. The first half hour was filled with more insults to Zhang Nan. This moment is a crying show of weakness. Don't dare to mention the matter of being disfigured by Su Weiwei just now in the slightest. But yeah, it's definitely more about saving your life than disfiguring those. As long as your life is on the line, you can still get plastic surgery to repair your disfigurement. Zhang Nan looked at the hypocritical woman in front of him. Mentally, he couldn't help but feel sick at the admiration he had for her back then. At that time, he liked Zhang Xinju and Zhang Xinmei from the bottom of his heart. I think these two school sisters who got into Qingbei are both pretty and have good grades. When he first returned to Zhang's home, his daily motivation to study was modeled after these two academic sisters. But everything these two did was chilling him more and more. Zhang Nan looked at the bleeding wound on Zhang Xinju's shoulder, and that fair face that keeps dripping blood. Forgive you? Okay, you get down on your knees and kowtow to me 3 times and say I'm sorry. I'll forgive you. This was already Zhang Nan's biggest concession. After all, Zhang Xinju had only scolded him before and hadn't done any substantial harm to him. And today, Su Weiwei had ruined her face and hurt her shoulder. It's even. As long as she's not stupid enough to keep jumping around in the future. He was able to put it down. When Zhang Xinju heard this, there was anger and embarrassment welling up in her eyes. Make her kneel? She was his own sister. How could he do something that would bring his own sister to her knees? And in plain sight, the more Zhang Xinju thought about it, the more angry she became, and she was just about to open her mouth to say something else. Just then, he heard Zhang Nan coldly add another sentence. Still pushing, aren't you? Good. As soon as Zhang Nan's words fell, Zhang Xinju was like being pointed at a mute point, and no longer dared to push for more than a single word. She's scared. She was truly afraid of the murderous madman in front of her. He even killed his own half-brother. Someone who won't even let go of his own mother. How could she possibly expect him to be special to her? With this thought, Zhang Xinju slowly knelt down in resignation. A voice with sobbing resounded in the hall of the Zhang family villa. Zhang Nan, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The last I'm sorry was full of resentment and grievances. How could Zhang Nan not hear her resentment? A man with a grudge. Just give her a chance, and she'll only get crazier when she retaliates. However, Zhang Nan was not afraid of her. Bam! A sound of a knife weapon clashing with the floor rang out. Ah! The next moment, Zhang Xinju screamed miserably as he covered his fingers. Then, everyone saw one of Zhang Xinju's fingers being sliced off flush with the long knife. The bloodstained severed finger, alone, rolled over on the ground and became still. Hiss! The punks that Chen Pingji had brought with him couldn't help but draw a cold breath once again. Oh, my god, is this boy still normal? Ruthless, actually more brutal than them. The punks who always fight outside? Chen Pingji also looked at Zhang Nan. This moment had begun to dawn on him. This boy is doing things too hard, and fucking vindictive. In the future, Self can't offend this kid at will. Otherwise, one day when Self is not paying attention, he will end up like Lin Zicheng's son just now. Think of Lin Zicheng. Chen Pingji's freshly rested irritation rose again. If Lin Zicheng was just an ordinary member of the White Lotus gang, he wouldn't have bothered so much to seek justice. But on the contrary, this Lin Zicheng is the cousin of the Chen family's main mother, and the Chen family's main mother has an unusual relationship with Lin Zicheng. For Su Rui to be able to sit in the position of the Chen family's main mother, Lin Zicheng had made a lot of effort in the past few years. Therefore, Su Rui had let it be known that anyone who bullied Lin Zicheng would be messing with the Chen family. Thinking of this, Chen Pingji's brows furrowed. With the way Zhang Nan had just behaved, he should be an ectomorph. But the Chen family also had ectomorphs, all of whom were hired at great expense, and several more. The 4 great families of the capital are wealthy and powerful, hundreds of years, even thousands of years of inheritance, with unfathomable depths. Screwing up a Zhang Nan was like crushing an ant. Zhang Nan disregarded Su Rui's face like this and actually killed her cousin and nephew. She would definitely not let Zhang Nan off the hook. Zhang Nan cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xinju, who was clutching her hands and screaming miserably, and no longer cared. Instead, He walked towards Zhang Xinju's side. When Zhang Xinju heard Zhang Nan's oppressive footsteps walking towards self, her whole body immediately kept shaking her head in fear. Before Zhang Nan could get close to her, she then immediately fell to her knees with a horrified look on her face. Without waiting for Zhang Nan to show something, he kowtowed desperately without saying anything. Zhang Nan, it's my fault, it's my bad. I was the one who misunderstood you before. I'm sorry, oh, you give me a break. Oh, I won't dare to do it again. Oh, I'm sorry. Zhang Nan watched as Zhang Xinju kept kowtowing to the ground with constant force. His forehead was all bumped and skinned, and a large trickle of blood was oozing out. For Zhang Xinju, Zhang Nan had already punished him before. He's the one who got those racy photos of her to come out, including that what's-his-name director's wife going to the press conference site. He was behind it all. Zhang Nan looked at this Zhang Xinju who took the initiative to admit her mistake, and for a moment he felt uninterested. He likes the ones that bite, the ones that don't bite, even if they are insidious, give him no thrill of revenge. Bam! Zhang Nan threw the long knife in front of Zhang Xinju. Under Zhang Xinju's perplexed expression, he slowly said, "See that you recognize your mistake in a timely manner. Just chop off a finger. Do it yourself and don't make me say it twice, or else, it's all 10 fingers." Zhang Xinju heard Zhang Nan's words. Frightened, he sucked in his breath. "No, don't. I don't want to cut my fingers. Oh, Zhang Nan. I was wrong. Please let me go. I was really wrong." Oh. Zhang Nan pursed his lips, unmoved, and stared at Zhang Xinju, who was crying and could not catch her breath, and counted down indifferently. "I'll count to 3. If you won't do it, I'll do it myself. 1, 2, ah." Zhang Nan just counted to 2. Zhang Xinju then quickly picked up the long knife on the ground and ruthlessly hacked towards the small thumb of his own left hand. That ruthless look was engraved in many people's minds. Ah, oh. Zhang Xinju clenched her lips and cried in a heartbreaking and depressing manner. She didn't dare cry too loudly. "I'm afraid that the ruthless girl who's been following Zhang Nan around will think she's noisy and cut out her tongue too." Zhang Nan just finished scolding Zhang Xinju. He walked over to Zhang Xinmei again. Zhang Xinmei saw Zhang Nan walking towards self indifferently. She didn't say a word. Tears dripped silently. She knew that sooner or later it would be self's turn. Just now, when I saw Zhang Nan seeking revenge on the entire Zhang family one by one, she had been prepared for this for a long time. If Zhang Nan wanted to kill her, she wouldn't blame Zhang Nan. After all, at first, self, just like Zhang Xinlan and the others, didn't understand Zhang Nan and didn't listen to Zhang Nan's explanations. Even more, when Zhang Nan was deliberately currying favor with self, he called the security guards to beat Zhang Nan out. Thinking about all this, Zhang Xinmei felt like an asshole to herself. Self is the eldest sister, but does not set a good example as an elder sister. Zhang Nan has been ostracized, abused and framed these past few years. She is unaccountable for all of it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xinmei closed her eyes in resignation, said softly in a voice that wanted to cry with pity, "Zhang Nan, do it. I won't hold it against you." Zhang Nan looked at Zhang Xinmei's sad face, a sudden wave of nausea. At the same time, countless images flashed through his mind. When it was raining heavily, Self used his clothes to block the coffee he bought for Zhang Xinmei, fearing that the rain would wet the punching bag. There was the underground parking garage where he waited expectantly for Zhang Xinmei to get off work, but when she saw him, she screamed at him to get lost and called him a stalker and a pervert. There are images of being kicked out of the Peak Star Group by a few security guards for several days and beaten to a pulp. There was also being told to get lost by Zhang Xinmei after she saw Self in the company, in a disgusting tone, saying that you are a piece of trash, not touching what the trash has touched, and thinking it's dirty. Ha, he was just trying to bring her a cup of coffee from the beginning to the end. How did it become the filthy garbage she said it was? So what kind of nice person is she pretending to be to him now? Steward Zhang, make me 100 cups of coffee. Inside, to add shit and piss in. What? Put shit and piss? Housekeeper Zhang, who had been standing on the sidelines shivering and watching the show, thought that he had misheard himself. Did the youngest just say to put dog shit and piss in your coffee? Who is this supposed to disgust? Yeah, make 100 cups of coffee, put dog shit and piss in it, and if you don't have much dog shit, use human shit. Isn't Zhang Xinmei a self-starter and a coffee drinker? Then let her drink enough, Zhang Nan coldly said to the housekeeper. The butler was shocked to hear that. He's just a butler. How can he disrespect the great miss? Zhang Xinmei was also wide-eyed. She thought Zhang Nan would kill her. It had also occurred to her that Zhang Nan would cut off her fingers or slash her. But it never occurred to me that Zhang Nan would use such an insulting way to make her drink coffee with feces and urine in it. She couldn't accept the arrangement at once. Zhang Nan, I'm your own sister. How could you do this to me? Jiang Nan looked at Jiang Xinmei, who had an incredulous face. Ha, how can I do this to you? You have the fucking nerve to ask that? During that time, I used what little savings I had left to buy you coffee every day. But what about you? What did you do to me? Calling me trash with a disgusted face and having people beat me every day. You're too dirty to say that trash has touched something. Jiang Xinmei's face turned white when she heard this. She knew that Jiang Nan hadn't forgotten so quickly about what happened during that time. But isn't she his most respected big sister? Jiang Xinmei, your behavior at that time and those vicious words were like knives that stabbed me in the heart. And you have the nerve to ask how I could do this to you? After Jiang Nan finished speaking, he immediately turned his head to angrily shout at housekeeper Zhang again. Steward Zhang, you're not going to soak again. I'll stab Jiang Xinmei in the neck right away. 5 minutes, 1 cup not less. Start. Zhang Feng, who was at the side, sniffed and hurriedly asked Steward Zhang to do it. After receiving Zhang Feng's order, Butler Zhang no longer dared to be negligent. For the first time, his hands and feet greeted the last few servants and hurried to speed up to make coffee. At this point, looking for coffee and shoveling shit, Zhang Feng saw Butler Zhang busy going about his business and looked at Jiang Xinmei and Jiang Nan's side with nervousness in his heart. He doesn't want anything to happen to Jiang Xinmei. Over the years, Jiang Xinmei was the most obedient and proudest child of all Zhang Feng's daughters. Moreover, it was also Jiang Xinmei who was the first to give him a video to prove Jiang Nan's innocence before. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng opened his mouth and said to Jiang Nan, don't hurt your big sister. Ever since you ran away from home, your big sister has always been toward you. I can assure you of that, Jiang Feng said, but also pointed to the projector that had been turned off to explain. But Jiang Nan didn't want to hear that. Lake kinship is cheaper than grass. If regret works, what do we need the police for? Jiang Feng, you're next. Think of your own lines. At this time, several people from housekeeper Zhang moved quickly to bring the coffee powder. Fortunately, usually Jiang Xinmei and Jiang Xinju like to drink coffee, so Zhang housekeeper prepared a lot of coffee beans and coffee powder. Soon, a rich coffee scent wafted up through the blood-filled hall. Song Jishu smelled the familiar coffee odor and narrowed his eyes. Would have liked a glass to take the edge off. After all, I'm a little sleepy after a couple hours of watching the action. But when I think of what Jiang Nan just said, adding shit and urine to coffee, he then instantly dismissed the idea. Zhang Ming, come, let's continue drinking tea. That, Chen de boss, would you like a cup of tea as well? Upon hearing this, Chen Pingji swallowed and shook his head no. Lin Ziqiang died right in front of him, and his corpse was still cold. Even if he didn't immediately avenge Lin Ziqiang's death, he even sat down and drank tea with his enemy. If Lin Ziqiang is alive, he will turn into a ghost and look for him in his dreams. Thinking of this, Chen Pingji was again distressed. When we get back, what should we tell the Chen family? And that cranky second brother of his own, Zhu Daolong, if he knew that his third brother, Lin Ziqiang, who had always been a good friend to him, had been brutally murdered, he'd probably storm off on the spot and fly over for revenge. Chen Pingji's brows began to furrow again at the thought. Lao San, why did you mess with such a brutal ectomorph when you can't mess with anyone else? Now I can't even avenge you if I want to. Song Jishu saw Chen Pingji's refusal and shrugged indifferently. He knew that Chen Pingji must be feeling angry and furious beyond words right now. An enemy who killed Self's brother is right in front of Self. But Self was unable to do anything about the other side, and have to stand here and watch the other side keep punching everyone in the face there. The feeling is really fucking hard. Thinking of this, the corner of Song Jishu's mouth hooked, and his heart was overjoyed. He's a man who doesn't usually have any hobbies, just love to see people having a hard time, and giving people a hard time. Vivi, are you thirsty? Come and have a cup of tea. Song Jishu greeted Su Weiwei and sat down, drinking tea with them while watching the play. Su Weiwei didn't say anything and silently picked up a clean teacup. After Song Jishu refilled the tea, he slowly brought it to Jiang Nan. Have some tea, your lips are dry. Seeing this, Jiang Nan did not squirm and directly took a mouthful of it. Self hadn't dripped for most of the day and was indeed a bit thirsty. More? Su Weiwei thoughtfully asked. Jiang Nan shook his head. His mind was now on revenge. Moreover, Jiang Nan found something strange. As the depression in the heart of the self to be released, the body of that powerful energy also quickly and constantly surging. 5 minutes almost up. 2 maids just shoveled in a lot of shit. I don't know how they got so many. When Jiang Xinmei saw this, the nausea in her heart began to spread. No, I'm not drinking. Jiang Nan, kill me. I beg you. From birth until now, Jiang Xinmei has been the golden young lady who has collected thousands of favorites. Whether it's in Jiang's house, or at school, or at work, she's all about the one in the limelight, because she's from a good family. She's pretty, and she's a proper schoolteacher. So, she is surrounded by compliments and suitors. Everyone who sees her is invariably submissive and envious. But today, Jiang Nan made her eat shit. This made Zhang Xinmei, who had always presented herself as a rich and white woman, have her mind crumble all of a sudden. Kill you? If you hadn't been doing so well lately, do you think I'd let you off the hook for just shit coffee? Zhang Xinmei, I've been merciful enough to you, but it's a debt that needs to be paid. You drink it yourself, or I'll have someone fill you up with it. No, I'm not drinking. I won't drink even if you kill me. I've already admitted my mistake. What more do you want from me? You killed my mom and hurt my sisters. And now you have to come and insult me. Jiang Nan, do you want me to hate you too? Zhang Xinmei watched Zhang Butler and the others, adding a pile of black and yellow shit to her usual favorite coffee. The stench of that stench irritated her all of a sudden, causing her to break down and yell out. Zhang Feng heard Zhang Xinmei's collapsing cries. The heart was also in a state of distress. The oldest daughter who had grown up with him in the palm of his hand. Self-esteem has always been high. So, this led to her being more competitive and hardworking than several of Zhang Xinju's from a young age. He grew up with excellent grades, and was again admitted to Tsinghua University with high scores. Now in his own company, his abilities are of the outstanding kind. The person who has always been at the top of her game in every way is now making her eat shit in front of everyone. It's really worse than killing her. Jiang Nan treating Zhang Xinmei like this is really killing her heart. How did this child become like this? Is becoming more and more frightening. Couldn't be that the last few years have spurred him on so hard that he's psychopathic, could it? In the middle of Zhang Feng's contemplation, in the next second, he heard Jiang Nan tone back Zhang Xinmei's accusation with disdain. I don't care if you hate me or not. All I'm asking you now is, are you drinking? Zhang Feng saw that Jiang Nan's face had grown impatient, has even raised the long knife in his hand. He was startled and hurriedly shouted to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, if your sister won't drink, I'll drink for her. I drink. However, Jiang Nan simply ignored Zhang Feng, and his gaze was so tightly fixed on Zhang Xinmei. That meant that as long as Zhang Xinmei didn't drink it, his knife wouldn't be polite with her. When Zhang Xinmei saw the sinister look of Jiang Nan, she was so scared that she cried out again. She really didn't want to drink. Drink up, and she'll never be able to hold her head up for the rest of her life. Shadowed for life. But Zhang Feng was in a hurry. He was already cursing Zhang Xinmei's stupidity in his heart at this point. What's with the face and taste when you're about to die? Just drink it with your eyes closed. It's important to save your life. Otherwise, Jiang Nan's character is really going to make her meet the king of hell immediately. Xinmei, you drink it, or else you'll really die. When Zhang Xinmei heard Zhang Feng shout, she was even more aggrieved and shed tears. The thought of that black and yellow shit made her heart turn over in disgust. At that moment, the butler also hurriedly handed her the coffee cup in front of her, begging her with a heartbroken face, Missy, drink up. I added a lot of sugar. It won't taste so bad. If you don't drink, the young master won't let you go. Housekeeper Zhang had grown up watching Zhang Xinmei. This eldest lady's character was something he still liked within the previous few sisters. He's not a bad guy, though he's sometimes confused. Now the eldest just made her drink shit and never hurt her much from the beginning. It's kind of a tolerance for her. Zhang Xinmei listened to the butler's words and then saw the cup of blackened coffee he brought. Obviously the usual favorite drink stuff. Now it stinks of disgusting shit. She took the coffee with trembling hands, her eyes tearing up like a kite with broken strings. It kept falling desperately. Finally, resign yourself to closing your eyes. Vom. Wow, vomit. A burst of vomiting sounded in the halls of the Zhang family. At this time the Zhang family villa hall. It's already several flavors mixed together. There was a smell of blood so strong it was frightening. There was the gradual odor of a corpse. Smells like shit and piss mixed with coffee. In such an odor, Song Jishu's few people could still manage to drink tea with a quiet mind. I have to say, it's not really something that can be done by the average person. Oh, vomit. Zhang Xinmei's entire body had already vomited until she couldn't catch her breath. The contents of her stomach were all that she should have thrown up. Still, she has to keep drinking and spitting. Makes all the male dirt on the field feel bad. It's a sin. I can't believe I let such a beautiful person drink dog shit and urine. It was only when Zhang Xinmei had drunk an unknown number of cups that Zhang Nan coldly called a halt to let her go. When Zhang Xinmei heard the word stop, she cried out again with a loud wow, and then kept digging his hand down his throat desperately. Zhang Nan watched her movements and sneered. He knew that Zhang Xinmei probably didn't want to drink coffee in her life, because it will become her shadow. When I think of coffee, I think of the taste and shame of today's shit coffee. Don't blame him for Zhang Nan's ruthlessness. Who made you resent the dirty coffee I sent? Then let's get you some really dirty coffee. After handling Zhang Xinmei, Zhang Nan slowly turned his head, staring towards Zhang Feng who was looking at Zhang Xinmei with a heartbroken face. Sensing Zhang Nan's line of sight, Zhang Feng let out a bitter smile. What's coming is coming. He knew he couldn't hide. Zhang Nan ignored his bitter smile. He stared at Zhang Feng, staring at the face that already bore some resemblance to his own. Speak coldly. Now. It's just you. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said to Zhang Nan with a loving face, it's Daddy who's sorry. All these years, it's been aggravating. Go ahead. Punish Daddy any way you want. Daddy accepts it. Seeing Zhang Feng call himself Dad, Zhang Nan frowned and retorted, don't give me that loving face. My real parents died out a long time ago. Do you think signing that severance letter is fucking child's play? Zhang Feng's lips hemmed and hawed. If he was in his usual character, he would have scolded back with a serious face. But now, the situation forced him to put away the previous one, because this son of his had quickly grown into an existence that even he didn't dare to offend. And, after this series of encounters, Zhang Feng's state of mind had long since changed. The youngest son who was once the favorite was the adulterer's. The son he once disliked the most is now his pride. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Nan, looking at this son who had a few similarities with self both in appearance and personality. The more you look at it, the prouder you get. That's all. The day had begun with the idea of going down with the adulterous couple. Now the adulteress is dead. This revenge is still being taken by his own son. He has no regrets. Zhang Nan. The previous severance letter was signed by Dad in a moment of anger. But it doesn't matter, whether you admit it or not. The Zhang family will always be your family. You will always be my Zhang Feng's proudest son. As long as you want, all of my Zhang Feng's possessions are yours. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Nan with an eager gaze and made a promise to Zhang Nan. But this emotional speech by Zhang Feng, it didn't move Zhang Nan by half. Much less did it shake half of Zhang Nan's desire to get back at him. Ha! Finished? Zhang Nan sneered and threw the long knife he was holding in front of Zhang Feng with a bam. Here's the knife. Broken arm, or broken leg. Your choice. Bam. As soon as that long knife hit the ground, the hall was silent. Zhang Xinmei held back her nausea and immediately spoke out to stop it. Don't! Zhang Nan. He's your real father, and Dad admitted he was wrong. So can't you just get over it? It has to be a lose-lose situation, doesn't it? Hear the words, let's get it over with. Zhang Nan's originally calm pupils were instantly filled with ice. That's it? In his last life, he, Zhang Feng, was the one who tricked him back and tied him up to exchange him with Zhang Hao. It ended up being brutalized by Lin Ziqiang. Chop off your fingers one by one, cut off your toes one by one as well, and slice off the flesh of your body piece by piece, and gouge out both eyes and split the body. Until now, Zhang Nan remembered what Zhang Feng said to Lin Ziqiang on the phone. I don't want this son. I have only one son, Zhang Hao. If you want to kill him, do it. Zhang Nan still can't figure it out. What exactly did he do wrong? Why was Wang Feng so disliked at birth? Why did you pick up the Zhang family, only to be spurned by them so much? Even my own father, in the end, was cruel enough to abandon me, sent himself to the wolves with his own hands. Think about it yet. A broken arm, or a broken leg. Zhang Nan ignored Zhang Xinmei's cries. Staring at Zhang Feng, he continued to ask. Zhang Feng froze for a moment. Red eyes followed. Zhang Nan still won't let him go. Also, over the years, self has really broken his heart through. Zhang Nan, Daddy still loves you. Daddy's wrong. So wrong. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he bent down and picked up the long knife from the ground. Dad, don't! Dad, oh! Zhang Xinmei and Zhang Xinju simultaneously cried out to stop it. Bam! A sound of a knife tool chopping bone rang out at the same time as the sound made by the floor colliding. A suppressed cry of pain rang out. Then, everyone saw Zhang Feng's left hand. The entire arm was cut off by him with a single slash. Hiss! Many people secretly stared in disbelief and huffed. My goodness! Is this a real father and son, playing so hard to get? Zhang Ming was also startled and stood up all of a sudden. Zhang Feng is no longer the Zhang family. It was hard for him to be immovable when he saw his own family like this. Hey! When does injustice end? However, Zhang Ming was no fool. At this time, he already knew that Zhang Nan was a bit special. At least it wasn't just an ordinary student like he'd last seen. Zhang Ming sighed and slowly sat down again. Song Jishu glanced at Zhang Ming and smiled faintly. With elegant movements, she made a cup of tea for Zhang Ming. It's better to take care of parental matters like this one sooner rather than later. That way, there's nothing to worry about back there to do something great. When Zhang Ming heard Song Jishu's words, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. He remembered what Elder Chen had told him. If an ectomorph wants to be more capable, relying on drugs is only temporary. Only by breaking off love and cutting off all the past will you be reborn in nirvana. That's what Lord Lonewave has always warned us. Thinking of this, Zhang Ming's gaze became fiery as he looked at Zhang Nan. If Zhang Nan is really an ectomorph, if he can be broken and unattached, then he would definitely be more capable than all the current xenomorphs in China. perhaps, it would even be appreciated by Lord Lonewave and become his assistant, just like Lanzhou. In this way, not to mention the 4 major families in the capital, even the officials would treat him with respect. Isn't Zhou Lan the reason why the Zhou family has been at the top of the list among the 4 great families for many years? Because she is the assistant of Lord Lonewave. Dad Zhang Xinmei hurriedly ran to Zhang Feng's side. Housekeeper Zhang was so frightened that he hurriedly called the family doctor on his hands and knees to come. Zhang Feng looked at the arm that fell to the ground and then looked at Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan. So, you can forgive Dad? If it doesn't work, I'll chop my foot off again for you. As long as you're willing to forgive Daddy. Zhang Nan stared at Zhang Feng's broken hand. A voice in my head rings out indifferently. Finally the second thing is done. And one last thing. One last thing? What is it? Zhang Nan had just ventured this doubt. Another pinprick of pain hit his head. Then, an even stronger energy than before rushed through his entire body. Holy shit, it hurts. Zhang Nan roared out in pain. That voice was full of struggle and pain. In the end, he couldn't withstand the pain that was like a million needles piercing his bones and rolled his eyes once again in a coma. Zhang Nan. What's wrong with him? At this time, the Zhang family hall was once again in chaos. However, this time it was no longer murder and suffocating torture. Rather, Zhang Nan suddenly and bizarrely fell into a coma. Just the moment Zhang Nan fell, Su Weiwei then had quickly helped Zhang Nan up and then quickly took him away from the Zhang family villa. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Nan, who was escorted away like a star. The heart was anxious and worried. Dad, you need to get to the hospital. The sooner the better. Zhang Xinmei looked at her father's bleeding arm and was worried. If saved in time, there is still a good hope that the arm can be attached. Zhang Feng sighed and nodded. At that moment, he saw Chen Pingji, who had someone pack up Lin Zichang's body. Song Jishu and Su Weiwei and the others were in too much of a hurry to care about Chen Pingji. Therefore, Chen Pingji had to bring Lin Zichang's body back to the capital first. When Chen Pingji took away Lin Zichang's body, he had wanted to take Wang Feng as well. But seeing Zhang Feng staring itself with a grim face, he thought about Zhang Feng's creepy son Zhang Nan. That guy is a man with a grudge. This Wang Feng is his own mother. It is better not to touch himself. Otherwise, when Zhang Nan, that little guy, wakes up, suddenly want to give his own mother flogging, self will not have to be annoying. With the way that guy's been acting so perverted today, there's a real chance he'll want to flog a corpse on a whim. Moreover, Wang Feng is Zhang Feng's apparent wife. You can't just take someone's wife away in front of Zhang Feng, right? Isn't this another slap in Zhang Feng's face? Therefore, Chen Pingji took away the bodies of Lin Zichang and Zhang Hao. By the way, they also took Zhang Xian Ju and Zhang Xian Lan sisters. Zhang Feng didn't object. People were dead anyway. It's also troublesome to leave the body in the Zhang family. As for the 2 sisters, Zhang Xian Ju and Zhang Xian Lan, even if Chen Pingji did not take them away, he'll kick these 2 bastards out of the Zhang family too. All of them silently collect their bodies. All as if they had made an appointment to keep their mouths shut about who they were going to settle the score with. Not to mention the comment about going to the police. And with that, everyone dispersed. Going to the hospital. Help carry the bodies. There was a White Lotus gang brother who saw Zhang Hao's separated body. Enduring the fear in his heart, he carefully put Zhang Hao's head and body together. Then, cover with a white cloth. Chen Pingji then had the body carried into the car. The car drove quickly. Chen Pingji sat in the other car. When he sat down, he closed his eyes and meditated on how he would go about confronting Su Rui. Just then, in a gap that no one was paying attention to, Zhang Hao, who was originally covered with a white cloth, moved his fingertips, and then, his eyes suddenly widened. Thank you for the gift, brothers and sisters. Please continue to help Junzi point a free gift with love to generate electricity. Thank you. GGG. I, Yamamoto, have finally made it. The 2 White Lotus gang brothers who were sitting in the car looked at each other with a puzzled expression when they heard the voice. Razor, were you just talking? Razor shook his head with a confused look. Aren't you the one talking? At that moment, Razorhead suddenly thought of something and turned his head to the back of the car with a horrified expression, only to see the car trunk there. There is a pale hand, is slowly reaching out to them. Ah, fraudulent corpse. The driver of the car turned his head to look and it scared the hell out of him. He hastily slammed his foot on the brake. Then quickly unbuckle your seatbelt and get out of the car and prepare to run for your life. Luckily it was nighttime. And with this road being relatively isolated, there weren't many people. Just them. Just as he was about to get out of the car and yell for help, he was still a step too late, only to see the pale hand pick up his neck and twist it gently. He then heard the sound of his own neck breaking. Then the darkness came to him. Zhang Hao licked his tongue after killing 3 people in a row, and a ghostly blue light flashed. At that moment, because of the emergency stop, those cars following along behind them were also forced to stop. Chen Pingji, who was following the car, frowned. When he saw Zhang Hao actually get down from the car, his entire pupil went wide, but before he could finish being shocked, that Zhang Hao instantly moved in front of him. Ectomorphs, everyone, get out of there. After Chen Pingji yelled, he went out to fight with Zhang Hao, but his speed was still too slow in his opponent's eyes. Boom! Chen Pingji was sent flying by Zhang Hao's punch. Ah! The boss has been killed. The next day, Zhang Xinmei came to the hospital to see how her father and Zhang Xinju were doing. Looking at Zhang Feng's agonizingly gritted teeth as he endured the treatment, her tears flowed again. It shouldn't be like this. The original good home. It shouldn't be like this. At this time, it was impossible for Zhang Xinmei to say that she did not resent Zhang Nan. Dad, do we really have to send Mom's body back to Grandma's? That's not good for Mom's reputation in her mother's family. Mom's dead. Can't you leave her alone? Zhang Xinmei thought that her own mother had died, and Zhang Feng was still treating a dead person like this. Isn't that a bit much? Hasn't Dad ever heard of the dead being dead? If they're all dead, it means all the grudges are over. Zhang Feng, who was gritting his teeth to endure the pain, heard Zhang Xinmei's words, and for a moment, his anger spread towards his chest again. She can't be made to feel better when she's dead. Do you think about what she did to me in the last 20 years of her life? And your grandmother's family. I can't believe your grandma's family doesn't know about your mom's behavior. Zhang Feng knows that Wang Feng has always been on the phone non-stop with her own mother's family. Also went back to my mom's house for a month or two every year for a small visit. Sometimes even a few times a year to go back. Each time to go back is a big bag. A stay is 10 days and a half months. If he said that Wang Feng had not met with Lin Ziqiang's adulterer in private in these days, he would not believe it. As Zhang Feng was furious, Butler Zhang's phone call came. Zhang Feng's hands were not too convenient to answer now, so Zhang Xinmei thoughtfully put the cell phone on speaker. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was staying in a VLP single room, and he was not afraid of making noise to other patients. As soon as the phone was connected, housekeeper Zhang's anxious voice immediately came from the other side. Zhang Dong, it's bad. Zhang, Lin Hao's corpse has changed. He killed a lot of people last night, and now all the police are following his information and coming over to the Zhang family villa to investigate. As soon as Steward Zhang's words fell, Zhang Feng and Zhang Xinmei's faces turned white with fear. Corpse change? Is this a joke to me? Someone whose head and body have been cut apart? How can they still kill people? Zhang Feng and Zhang Xinmei, both of them, were so scared that they had goosebumps all over their bodies. Another place, inside a luxury star hotel suite. The coquettish female voice echoed through the room. Baby. The burly man yelped with intent as well. The woman was about to respond when she realized that a somewhat sickly pale boy had suddenly appeared behind the burly man. Yossi, flower girl. The woman saw a boy suddenly appear in the room and was so frightened that she immediately tried to scream out, but she realized how self couldn't scream. At that moment, she was even more horrified to find that in her lover, Zhu Dalong, also suddenly did not move at all. Zhu Dalong covered his neck with a horrified face. Bright red blood is slowly spewing from there. Soon after, Zhu Dalong died with wide-eyed unwillingness. The petite woman had just screamed out when her mouth was immediately covered by the sickly boy in front of her. Don't be afraid. It will be comfortable in a while. The sickly boy looked at the petite girl with a lecherous grin on his face. After saying that, he knocked the delicate woman out. Sick boy, also known as the resurrected Yamamoto, a sudden wry smile, pouring a cup of liquid onto the newly dead Chu Tai Lung. Not long after, the dead Chu Tai Lung's eyes suddenly turned round. Slowly, he sat up. Congratulations to Lord Jack on his successful crossing. Yamamoto smiled doggedly at Jack from the Free State. Sitting up, Dallin Chu, also known as Jack, stretched, somewhat disgusted. He skimmed. This body sucks. Yamamoto was quick to smile. KJ, just don't pick. This body I found for you is already a very strong and punch-resistant being among ordinary people. Look at mine. Weak and skinny. Yamamoto's words had just finished when a sudden stabbing pain came from his head. Bakayaro. This thing still doesn't give me the word that he's weak. Jack sniffed and let out a sneeze. Yamamoto, you can't do it. You can't even handle a weakling. Yamamoto fought back the stabbing pain in his head. His gaze fierce. This guy died with a great deal of resentment, allowing me to avenge him in order for me to fully occupy his body. What an asshole, to actually threaten me. Jack stopped the blood from his neck after moving it around a bit. Man, we're going to have to hurry up and get the rest of the guys to keep coming. When everyone is here, we're going to find the lone wolf's true form. This time say whatever you have to destroy him. Yamamoto nodded his head in agreement. Jack finished, looking down at the naked, petite woman in front of him. The eyes are glowing with lust. Yamamoto, go ahead and avenge the little one inside you. I've heard that the flavor of Chinese women is wonderful. I haven't felt it yet. Ha ha ha. Yamamoto came out of the hotel with a look of lust on his face. Bakayalu, I got you here and I can't believe you won't share a woman with me. Yamamoto crumbled all the way. Kill them. Kill them. That's when the obsession in Yamamoto's mind tormented him again. Okay, got it. As Yamamoto roared, the obsession disappeared again. Annoying. Why am I so unlucky to pick a body that is weak and has such deep resentment? Aha. Go kill someone. Unable to release his desire, Yamamoto decides to kill the people in Zhang Hao's grudge. Otherwise, he could not really control Zhang Hao's body. In the future, this is a fatal disadvantage in the same level against the enemy. That's when the name of the person he was going to kill came into his mind. Nan Zhang. Zhang Nan sighed. Zhou Lan looked at Zhang Nan, who had been asleep for 2 days, and frowned with worry. The red bear was discharged from the hospital by this time. She had a medical condition that would not have been resolved even if she had been hospitalized. Is this guy going to be okay? What took you so long to pass out? The red bear's always cheeky expression was a rare sign of worry. If Nan doesn't wake up again in the next 2 days, we'll make preparations and take Nan back to the Alien Body Institute in the capital to receive a checkup. Zhou Lan sighed and finally decided. Upon hearing this, the red bear raised her eyes to Zhou Lan in surprise. Is this where my sister finally decides to compromise? For Zhang Nan. Where is this? As soon as Zhang Nan opened his eyes, then he realized that Self had actually come to a room that looked like a research room. There are a lot of bottles and jars here, and human specimens those. Looking at these things, Zhang Nan felt very familiar. It's like he's been here before. That's when he drifted to. And so on. Gone? I've only been alive for a few months. And now I'm dead again? Zhang Nan was startled. Shit, doesn't that fuck with people's minds? Luckily, I have just taken revenge. Or this trip to rebirth is a loss. Zhang Nan floated around in depression. I drifted halfway around the world and realized it was all labs and such. No energy. A bunch of cold stuff. What do you mean by showing me these instruments and specimens of corpses? Zhang Nan continues to float. At that point, he drifted to a crowded lab. There were about 8 or 9 of them in all. Everyone had a serious look on their faces as they sat around a long-shaped table for the meeting. On the main seat, a man in his 50s or so was frowning. Zhang Nan felt bored and was about to float away. The words of the man in that master's chair made him stop in his tracks. Assistant Lan Zhou has finally decided to come back. This is great news. So, next, to show our sincerity, let's pause the work at hand for a moment and put together a welcoming ceremony. Zhou Lan, is that Arashi-san you're talking about? Sister Erasure or the assistant of this What's Her Name Institute? Gee, that's a lot of identities. Bull. Zhang Nan listened for a while longer and saw that the man on the main seat was arranging some welcome procedures for tomorrow or something. The moment drifted away uninterested. I wonder what Erasure and the others are doing right now. As Zhang Nan thought this, he only saw the environment change. Zhou Lan and the others then appeared before his eyes. Fuck me, is it that metaphysical? I'm just thinking about it. Zhang Nan couldn't help but exclaim out in shock. It can't be. This is the legendary Heart's Desire, right? That's when he saw Erasure and the others packing their bags. The red bonnet has a preoccupied look on her face, and her delicate little mouth bites into her lollipop potion, eyes staring blankly out of Zhang Nan's room. Zhou Lan, on the other hand, also looked lost in thought, and it took half a day to pick up a few things and throw them into her suitcase. As Zhang Nan watched, his heart felt a little hard. Am I really dead? Otherwise, why is everyone's atmosphere so low? Ha, where's Mrs. Su? When he thought of Su Weiwei, the image in front of his eyes changed, and he saw Su Weiwei sitting on the edge of his bed. He looked at Zhang Nan on the bed for a split second. Hey, let's see if I'm dead or not. Is this a final goodbye to self? Thinking of this, Zhang Nan floated forward. Then, he stared at self on the bed for a while with a nervous expression on his face. Finally, he let go. Luckily, it's not broken. These women, they've got that I'm dead look on their faces. They're messing with my mind. Thinking of the looks on the faces of Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei, Zhang Nan smiled with a helpless face. Vivi, aren't you going to clean up? We've put it all away, so go and sort it out, and I'll come and see Nan. Zhou Lan came into the room at this time and called out to Su Weiwei. In fact, Zhou Lan was in no mood to clean up. She just took a few important things before she stopped organizing. The day Zhang Nan didn't wake up, this mind of hers was always restless. In the past 2 days, Zhang Nan was taken to the top hospital in Guangqing for a checkup. No instrument can check Zhang Nan's problem. Song Jishu and Zhang Ming say that Zhang Nan is an ectomorph, but she never felt like it. There are a couple of very distinctive features on the xenomorphs. One was a blue spectral pupil. One is a cold body all year round. Here's another one that doesn't have a heartbeat. And Zhang Nan has none of these characteristics. He's a human being, a living, breathing human being. When she said this to Song Jishu was silent. And what do you call Changnan? Ordinary people definitely don't have this kind of ability. If it's not an ectomorph, how did Zhang Nan get these specialized skills on his body? Hearing Zhou Lan's call, Su Weiwei's eyes remained fixed on the sleeping Zhang Nan. Without turning his head, he returned, I don't have anything to take with me. The only thing I want to take away. Only Zhang Nan. Zhou Lan sighed when she saw this look on Su Weiwei's face. How could she not understand Su Weiwei's mind? Zhang Nan silently glanced at Su Weiwei. As he watched, a memory popped back into his head. Xiao Ya, have you decided yet? This way, you'll actually die. The little girl in his head looked at him and nodded with determined eyes. As long as I can follow you, I'm willing to die even if it means death. Zhang Nan frowned. Who is this little girl called Xiaoya? Why does it keep popping into Self's head? Stop. Who let you in? At this moment, Zhang Nan heard the sound of a red bear's petulant voice filled with anger ringing out. He quickly floated out to see what was going on. This look almost made him so angry that his soul flew away. Holy shit, Zhang Ho? How the fuck are you still alive? It is stated here that Zhang Ho is just doing his role as a toolman, and when Yamamoto goes offline, he'll be finished, too, and won't be able to make any waves. Zhang Jia revenge. This line has basically finished. Brothers, I've always said that this article is a kindred spirit revenge plus supernatural power article. What a scourge. I had my fucking head chopped off and it's still alive and bouncing? Zhang Nan stared incredulously at Zhang Hao, who was smiling with a lewd face. This side of Zhang Hao, also known as Yamamoto, did not know that Zhang Nan was staring at him angrily. He just looks to go in a sexy red beer. Yasi, another flower girl. Hey, and this is a little more correct than the one in the hotel. I love it. Yamamoto was already thinking about how to enjoy the beauty in front of him after killing that Zhang Nan. The red beer's pupils welled up with anger at the sight of the lecherous-looking Yamamoto. She was already in a bad mood because Zhang Nan was in a coma. This boy who appeared out of nowhere actually molested her with a lewd expression. Like, that depends on whether you have the life to enjoy it. After the red casket finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards Yamamoto in an instant. Stretching out his long sexy leg, he tries to kick Yamamoto in the face. Yamamoto's face changed violently the moment the red beer moved. So it's a mutant. Ha ha. Well, let me, Yamamoto, meet you. With that said, the two of them fought with fists and feet all at once, but it didn't take long for the red casket to fall. How did Zhang Hao suddenly become so strong? No, that's not Zhang Hao. Zhang Nan, who was watching the two fight from the side, frowned and denied that the person in front of him was Zhang Hao. If this man in front of you is Zhang Hao, then he wouldn't have been such a weakling to be beaten up by me before, much less killed by me. Soon, the red beer was going to be beaten back by Yamamoto. Yamamoto smiled crookedly, a winning expression on his face as he looked teasingly at the red beer. Right from the start, the red beer was no match for him. It was only that Yamamoto wanted to tease the red beer slowly. In his mind, the tougher the girl, the more fun she'll be in bed. Wouldn't the red casket not understand what that look on Yamamoto's face represented? Usually she was the only one who teased the others with her red beer. How could she stand to have people treat her like a monkey? She grunted at the thought. Trying to play me? Let's see if you can afford to pay the price. As soon as the red casket's words fell, Yamamoto hadn't had time to savor the meaning of her words when she did. Both of his hands suddenly turned black quickly. Moreover, the speed of that blackening was actually spreading rapidly throughout his body. Ah! Yamamoto screamed miserably. Asshole! I can't believe you poisoned. Yamamoto's body couldn't help but collapse to the ground. Red Bear panting and stopping his takedown. Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei had long run out by now. Su Weiwei was shocked to see that the one who came was actually an ectomorph and hurriedly protected Zhou Lan behind her. Yamamoto saw two more beautiful women come out, but at this point, he wasn't in the same mood as he was just now to try and enjoy the beauty of the flush. He was only seen grimacing with a face that was about to turn black as he threatened towards the red beer. Damn woman! I never thought I, Yamamoto, would fall into your hands. Give me the antidote, or I'll kill you. Zhang Nan heard Zhang Hao call himself Yamamoto. An image immediately flashed through my mind. There are many ectomorphs in the picture, but it's almost always more foreigners. There are just a dozen Chinese. He, on the other hand, stood in the center of all of them with a face full of indifference. No, properly speaking, he was surrounded by all foreigners in the center. Each of them stared at him with bad eyes, but, again, for whatever reason, had not dared to come forward and take the initiative to attack. At that moment, one of them, a short and lewd-looking man from the ghost country, suddenly pointed at him and agitated towards the other country's ectomorphs. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us here today. I'm sure I can kill him. Everyone, just kill him. We'll be free. What are you guys still hesitating for? Let's do it together. As soon as the words of this Ghost Nation man fell, immediately another man volunteered to chime in. Yes, we had a hard time tricking him. If we don't kill him this time, it won't be so easy next time. I, Jack, have been under his control for over a decade and don't want to continue. Do you want him to remain in control of his own destiny? Kill him. We want freedom, to be masters of our own destiny. The xenomorphs of the Squire's land, seeing that the Free State had spoken, immediately followed suit. Yamamoto and Jack are right. Kill him and set us free. By what right should the Chinese be allowed to control the destiny of us national ectomorphs? Kill Lone Wolf, returning us to freedom. Kill Lone Wolf. Kill Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf. Zhang Nan murmured the strange yet familiar name. Why would he see such a scene? Those xenomorphs. He clearly hadn't seen a single one of them. Yet he felt very familiar? Zhang Nan remembers Su Weiwei once explained to him about ectomorphs. It says that all the shifters in this world were created by Lord Lone Wolf himself. Allomorphs. It's a supernatural being. There are normal human traits, all the thoughts and physical behaviors of a normal human. But the only thing that doesn't have a heartbeat. But one thing that makes normal people envious is that as long as there are those special drugs for ectomorphs made by Lord Lone Wolf, ectomorphs can recover quickly from even the most serious injuries. And, with the more potent drugs you take, some ectomorphs with special physiques, even if they were dismembered, it's just as easy to pick up a broken limb and bring it back from the dead. No one knew what Lord Lone Wolf intended by creating them, much less how Lord Lone Wolf created these ectomorphs out of it. Then who is he? Zhang Nan was confused again when he thought of this. Just now in the picture, the men screamed Lone Wolf at him with scared faces. Could Self be the mysterious Lord Lone Wolf? Zhang Nan was startled by this bold idea of Self. Impossible. How could he be the powerful and mysterious Lord Lone Wolf? He must have hallucinated himself. He's Zhang Nan, one that was abandoned in an orphanage as a child. Zhang Nan has no parents to love him. How could it be related to the respected Lord Lone Wolf of China? But how come these images of the Lone Wolf keep popping up in Self's mind? As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Nan felt that his own brain was about to explode again. It felt as if a fog had been cast over Self's eyes. It made him unreadable and impenetrable. Just when he was depressed, a sigh that resounded in his head. No need to dwell on it. You are Zhang Nan and Lone Wolf. Now we are one. Have you become one? What do you mean, are you Lone Wolf? Zhang Nan asked the him in his head, but in reply to him, there was silence, and the sight of the red beer and Yamamoto. Yamamoto looks like he's about to die of poison. His whole body is charred black. I didn't realize that there were actually ectomorphs in China who could use poison. What an underestimate. I, Ichiro Yamamoto, will remember today's revenge. Ah! Yamamoto grimaced and roared in pain a few times. Then, it quickly stormed back in the direction it came from. The red beer after seeing Yamamoto escape. Fong sat down on the ground with a pale face, gasping for air. Su Weiwei and Zhou Lan immediately came over to help her sit down towards the sofa. Looking at this pale face of the red beer, Zhang Nan's heart ached. He looked in the direction Yamamoto had just fled. Yamamoto? Ghost country? Good. I, Zhang Nan, remember you too. Due to the red beer injury, Zhou Lan sped up the packing. That night, several people took a private jet to the capital. Zhang Nan was originally going to follow the three of them to the capital as well. However, without knowing what was going on, the environment in front of him automatically turned around. He actually came to the Yishan orphanage. It was evening by this time. It's quiet in the Yishan orphanage. The night vision lights in the yard were dim and dim. Zhang Nan didn't understand why Self had drifted here, but both come and go. Besides, he'd been feeling something strange about this place in his mind since the last time he'd been here. I had thought about stopping by again sometime to see what was going on. Why do you have no memory of the place you grew up in? This doesn't make sense. Thus, Zhang Nan followed the memory of the last time the dean took him for a walk, floating away to where he used to live. As soon as he got close to where Self used to live, a sudden low whimper caught Zhang Nan's attention. Aha! Zhang Nan drifted over to the voice. It was discovered that the sound was actually drifting from his previous residence. With curiosity, Zhang Nan slowly floated in. As soon as he entered, the image in front of him immediately frightened him, because he saw the boy named Era from last time, actually holding a knife. His eyes were cold as he cut the flesh on the head of the Yishan orphanage. That dean had a knotted cloth stuffed in his mouth. Because of the pain, her normally kind face had been transformed into one of horror and fear. There were quite a few people in the room. Standing were several teenagers of 15 or 16 years of age, each of them holding a knife and thick wooden stick in their hands. Kneeling on the floor, all female caregivers. And the female caregivers, they were tied hand and foot. Even Aunt Lin, who greeted Zhang Nan last time, had her hands and feet tied. Eru, stop torturing her. You'll be condemned if you get her killed. You're going to be 18 soon. Aunt Lin looked at Eru, who was holding a knife, and cried and advised. Dean nods his head desperately and begs for mercy from Eru with a pained look on his face. But there was only killing on Eru's cold, emotionless face. 18 years old. I just want to kill her before I turn 18 yet. This black-hearted woman has kept me living in the dark for so many years. What do I expect when I go out? What else? Eru snarled, his burnt face one of hidden years of resentment. Think of all the years of chronic abuse by Dean, and her chronic violation of that aspect of self. I'm about to turn 18 myself. However, she actually insisted on detaining him in this orphanage again on the grounds that he was mentally abnormal and still needed care. Originally, I thought that if I stayed up for 2 more months, I would be able to escape from this woman's clutches. But the woman just wouldn't leave him alone, simply because his size in that area satisfied her the most. What a disgusting reason. What a fucking disgusting person. The anger and loathing in his heart made Eru so angry that he just wanted to kill the Dean on the spot. With that thought, he grabbed Dean's long hair, pressed her head down, and slammed it against the wall all at once. Oh! Dean's forehead was immediately red from the impact. Woohoo! The caretakers, who were on the sidelines, shrieked out in fear. Some of them even burst into tears, their bodies unable to stop shaking. How could they not have imagined that Eru, who had always been sullen and silent, would be so terrifying when he started to go crazy? Isn't it usually how he is scolded and beaten and he doesn't dare to say anything? Gosh, after he beats up Dean later, will he beat them up too? Jiang Nan felt inexplicably comfortable in his heart when he saw the Dean being hit. Fuck, I'm not turning into a sadist now, am I? When you see this, shouldn't you sympathize with the Dean who is the weaker one? With questions in mind, Jiang Nan decided to continue reading. Anyway, he is now a PPO and can't help even if he wants to, so he might as well see what's going on. You're young and have a great life ahead of you. Eru, listen to Aunt Lin. Don't be impulsive. Hold back for a while. Step back for a while. Before Aunt Lin could finish her persuasive words, she received a big slap on her face. Pow! Bear with me. Tolerate your mom. I've been putting up with this for almost 18 years. You won't leave me alone. She won't leave me alone yet. Eru said as he kicked hard at the escorts who were kneeling on the ground. As soon as Aunt Lin saw that he was mad, she hurriedly stopped talking, fearful that he would kick itself next. I'm too old to go through all this trouble. I have nothing left. 2 of my best friends were sold by this black heart. Sell it to the succubus. They are still so young. This woman can't even do that. I don't know how many more have been sold. Fuck, why don't you go to hell? Why don't you go to hell? The Dean heard Eru actually tell his own evil deeds just like that. Her face turned white with fear and she hurriedly shook her head to deny it. She had always done these things covertly, and as long as she refused to admit it, no one could find out about her. When Eru saw that the Dean wouldn't admit it, a wave of anger welled up on his scarred face. How fucking dare you? Don't you have nightmares in the middle of the night after all these years of selling children for black money, destroying me into this inhuman shape, just so I can't go anywhere in the future and have to stay here? Use us big boys as your sex slaves, satisfy your perverted desires. You're still human. Do you fucking think we won't seek revenge on you? Jiang Nan frowned. You don't think so? I didn't realize that the director of the Yishan orphanage was such a person. Then when he was a kid, wouldn't have been poisoned by this disgusting bitch too, right? Jiang Nan felt a wave of nausea when he thought of this. But, what was he like as a kid again? Jiang Nan tried hard, but just couldn't remember. Strange? How come you can't always remember what kind of life he had before Erishur adopted him? Did he hit his head before and lose his memory? In the middle of Jiang Nan's puzzlement, Eru over here kicked a couple times towards Dean hard with each curse. The few teenagers who were standing, hearing Eru's words, also glared at the Dean with pained and indignant faces. How many days and nights had they wanted to kill this disgusting old woman? We're already so pathetic. No father, no mother, no relatives, no one to love, no one to love. And when I get here, I have to suffer your destruction and abuse. A somewhat clean-looking boy, with a pained face, pointed at the Dean and cursed. Our little friends, who are a little bit prettier, are taken and sold by you. Take it to please those upper figures. You're a fucking wolf in sheep's clothing. Hearing this, Jiang Nan couldn't help but also look at the Dean with eyes full of anger. I didn't expect this woman with a loving face to be such a filthy, disgusting person. It's a bunch of fatherless orphans here. They are homeless, disliked or discarded. Only then did they come to this, their only happy place. But now, this only place of peace they had had was ruined by this disgusting woman. How traumatized should these kids be? To think that Self also spent 12 years of his childhood here. Jiang Nan couldn't help but empathize with his anger. Eru, let's kill her. I'm afraid that old Mo will come over to check the room later and it won't be good to find out then The skinny teenager who was in charge of guarding the door and keeping watch on the side, looked out the door and said with a bit of worry, "Old Mo is in charge of the evening shift at the orphanage, but he had a habit of lazing around at home for about 2 hours before slowing down to come over to the orphanage for his shift." The few of them, just now, had taken advantage of Old Mo's shift change and laziness to lay their hands on a few of the deans. Arrow sniffed and bristled with disinterest. "Fear not, it's Old Mo I'm waiting for. The reason why this disgusting woman is so open-minded is that she has Old Mo who usually helps her control us." Thinking of Old Mo, Arrow's pupils were chilled. "And, Ding Jiang, don't you want to inquire about your sister's whereabouts? Your sister, dingy words, has been out for over 2 years, and not a single message has been sent back to you. Don't you think it's strange that you're not coming back to check on you even more? You're her own brother, the only family she has in this world. Aren't you the least bit worried about whether or not she's okay?" When Ding Jiang heard about his sister, Ding Yu, his originally worried emotions were immediately attracted by Arrow's words. "Yeah, it's been over 2 years since my sister was taken out by Mo himself and given to a new family for adoption. But from the day we left until now, sister never heard from him. When he first asked Dean always told him that his sister was happy in her new home. Her new family's mom and dad are very good to her. My sister is also very obedient and is having a great time. Tell him not to think too much. He should be happy that his sister has found such a wonderful adoptive family." However, Ding Jiang felt uneasy on countless nights. His sister had grown up relying on him the most, sharing everything with him as soon as it came up. It's impossible to go to a new home and not send him any news at all. "Eru, are you sure Old Mo knows where my sister is?" Ding Jiang asked, staring at Eru with a hopeful face. "Old Mo sure knows. Many of the little girls in our Ishan orphanage over the years were brought up by him." Era hasn't dared to tell Ding Jiang that the girls who have been missing from the orphanage over the years, as well as the girls who have been brought out personally through the hands of Old Mo, are mostly sold to those traffickers for money. Girls who fall into the hands of traffickers end up in none other than those. Either that or they are sold to pick up customers in a sex den. Either they are gutted and their organs are bought and sold. Rarely will they be sold for adoption to the general public, because of the small amount of money. All of this, Era knew from eavesdropping on Dean's conversation with Old Mo. Therefore, Era was certain that Old Mo he definitely knew how to contact those sellers. Era made this mess today because he wanted to gather everyone together to fight against people like Old Mo and Dean. By the way, from the mouth of the Old Mo, I can find out where all their previous buddies have gone. Then he kills them again. He can't get out anymore anyway. Instead of rotting here and continuing to endure the destruction of this disgusting woman, might as well let it go and drag these evil people to hell with us. Another teenager in ill-fitting black pants listened to Ding Jiang and Eru's conversation, cowardly opening his mouth as well. "Eru, so, does that Old Mo know where Xiaoya is? A few of us haven't seen ya in years." Eru, who was talking to Ding Jiang, trembled when he heard the word, Xiaoya. "I don't know. I'll force that old bastard to ask later." "Xiaoya. I hope that old bastard doesn't have any information about Xiaoya's whereabouts. This is what's best for little Ma." Zhang Nan heard this. He suddenly remembered something. Xiaoya, Xiaoya. That's when the girl from his last dream came into his mind. The girl who kept staring at him. "Xiaoya, have you decided yet? This way, you'll actually die." The little girl looked at him and nodded slowly with determined eyes. "As long as I can follow you, even if I have to die, I'm willing to do it." Turns out, she's what Arrow and the others call Xiaoya. So how did she find him? Why is she following Self? God, my head hurts. Zhang Nan held his head and crouched in a corner with difficulty, looking at the strange and familiar room in front of me. Soon, a bunch of memories came to him like a tidal wave. There's the image of him being head-butted against the wall by Dean. There he was whipped and then locked in a small darkroom for days and nights without being let out. There was the first time he met Xiaoya, by her beautiful as a doll, made very inferior. Some little girl was mesmerized by the Dean to get it out and sell it. And then the image of him and Arrow and a few of his buddies who like Shuya, all together, asking for help from the socialite land. "Zhang Nan, why did you save me? Do you like me?" He was on screen, shaking his head nervously. "Arrow and the others save you too. I'm not the only one." The little girl looked at Zhang Nan, a touch of bewilderment surfacing on her delicate little face. Didn't say another word. The scene shifts. He taught little Ma to write her name. "Xiaoya, do you know your name?" When Xiaoya saw Zhang Nan ask, her expression habitually froze for a moment. Su Weiwei, Zhang Nan, who was on the screen, was obviously the first to hear Xiaoya's name. Acting happy. Su Weiwei, that's nice. Xiaoya looked at Zhang Nan and asked seriously, "Does it sound good? But my mom says it's hard to hear, because dad took it." The scene shifted and he saw Xiaoya running after his and Arashi's car. "Zhang Nan, don't leave me behind. Turn your eyes again." He begged Arashir to adopt Saya as well. But when he and Lan came to the orphanage again, Xiaoya was no longer. Zhang Nan mumbled in the corner of the wall holding his head. Vivian Su. Xiaoya is actually Su's schoolgirl? Ah. As Zhang Nan's pain increased, the memories in his head were growing. In the end, Zhang Nan once again passed out from the pain. Then, his entire body was gradually covered by a layer of energetic golden light. That energy golden light was getting denser and denser, as if to reshape his body. Old Mo came over from over there to check. Ding Jiang saw old Mo frowning as he walked over to inspect one room at a time. The heart couldn't help but get a little scared and nervous. Normally, the older kids, didn't dare to say anything when they saw old Mo, because the caretaker had told them since they were kids that they couldn't mess with anyone at this orphanage but old Mo. Otherwise, they'll be sent out by old Mo to be adopted by bad people and never come back. Era's side was using his knife to warn Auntie Lin and a few of the caretakers to keep quiet. When he saw Ding Jiang's frightened look, he was busy whispering in a soothing voice. Scared shitless. There are so many of us. Are we still afraid that we won't be able to defeat one old bastard like him? All of you, get your asses in gear. Fuck him. When Ding Jiang saw whose vigor, he was greatly encouraged. Yes, in order to ask for his sister's whereabouts, he'd say anything to take the old Mo down. Da. With a familiar sound of footsteps, old Mo sank his face and came to the room where Arrow and the others were sleeping. Ding Jiang swallowed a little, his hand holding the knife trembling a little. For old Mo, he was instinctively afraid. In the dim light, Era gave him a look that told him to switch places with him. Ding Jiang nodded his head and immediately did as he was told, because the position he was in now was the first important position to attack old Mo. If he fails, old Moko would be right to fight back against them or run away. After Arrow and Ding Jiang had changed places, old Mo gently pushed the door in from outside. It was one of the tasks he had to perform every night. As soon as the door opened, what appeared in front of old Mo's eyes was the dean's crowd on the ground with their hands and feet tied. By this time, old Mo had gotten a good look at the room. He was extremely shocked inside. What are these guys up to? I can't believe I kidnapped the dean and the caretaker. Oh! Dean desperately screamed at him for help. Old Mo's eyeballs rolled quickly and he screamed out in a dark voice. Oh no! Then immediately stormed back and tried to take the door. But he was still a step too late. Eru, who was hiding behind the door, had already raised the knife in his hand with a ferocious face and stabbed at him quickly. Old Mo's pupils widened instantly in fear. Eru, don't you dare! Ah! As soon as old Mo's words fell, his shoulder was slashed down by Eru. Blood spurted out in a flash. Oh! The dean and the women caregivers were wide-eyed with fear, shaking their heads desperately trying to scream. Ding Jiang immediately shut the door to the room with a quick eye, not letting old Mo leave. Two tigers, you guys are crazy, trying to do something, itching to get your ass kicked aren't you? Several teenagers were subconsciously scared when they heard old Mo's words. Which one of them didn't grow up under old Mo's punching and kicking? That fear from the body that instinctively keeps them from going forward. Don't be afraid, everyone, this old bastard is just scaring you guys. He's cut by me now. We've come this far, never turn back. Otherwise, when this old bastard and that old woman recover, it will be our end. Arrow roared for the rest to not wimp out. Thinking of his own sister, Ding Jiang gritted his teeth and roared along. Right, there's no turning back for us. Everyone together. Old Mo was shocked to see Arrow and Ding Jiang's goading. He now regretted not taking a weapon on him. It's a bad situation to mess up and now you have nothing to show for it. He immediately pulled out his cell phone and tried to call the police. As soon as Era saw it, he would not do what he wanted and aimed another slash at his arm. Old Mo reaches out and kicks him in the ass. Era's knife missed. Instead, old Mo kicked him out. Everyone on me. Screw him. Ding Jiang hissed and was the first to pounce on old Mo. When old Mo saw that these people had begun to go crazy, he was a bit alarmed in his heart. Couldn't be bothered to call at this point. Hastily freeing up his hands to deal with these people in front of him. Old Mo was a bit older though. Around 40. But he was a butcher in his youth. That strength was not comparable to these skinny teenagers in front of him. Otherwise, the dean wouldn't have taken a liking to him and made him a security guard on the night shift. This would only see him swinging his big hand, backhanding and grabbing Ding Jiang, who was hacking at himself with a knife. In the blink of an eye, he snatched the knife from Ding Jiang's hand. Reach out and kick hard again. Ding Jiang suddenly fell like a rag in the direction of Eru. Ah! The rest of the teens screamed, trying to back out again. Fuck! Go on, all of you together. Kill him. Eru's red-eyed roar. After saying that, he endured the pain and got up from the ground again, taking the knife and slashing at old Mo again. Eru's only thought now is to take down old Mo. Otherwise, all of them will end up miserable tonight. Dean and old Mo and the others won't let a few of them go. A few teenagers naturally thought of this layer. They don't want to live the same life of being used as sex slaves as before. They don't want to be abused and tortured by these guys anymore. Die together. All of them attacked old Mo again with a sad face. The knife and the wooden stick were all aimed at old Mo's vitals. Fuck. You dead bastards. I can't believe you tried to kill me. Die for me. Old Mo's killing intent was also instantly aroused. He swung the knife in his hand, aimed at the oncoming teenagers like they were chopping pork back in the day. One cut at a time. Chopping madly. The caretakers and deans on the floor, their faces contorted in fear at the sight of this hellish scene. Desperately backing away screaming in misery. But no one cares about them. A smear of hot blood splashed on each of their horrified faces. Well, maybe those hisses were too much. Zhang Nan's brows furrowed in discomfort. When he opened his eyes, a flash of golden pupil light flickered under his eyes. But when he looked at the tragic scene in front of him, he was instantly irritated to the point that his eyes burst. The only thing you can see in the room is a middle-aged man hacking away with a knife. Just now those teenagers, a few have been cut down by him, lying on the ground dying. When Zhang Nan saw the middle-aged man clearly, his face instantly became furious. He remembered who this person was. Old Mo. The man who used to abuse him and Arrow all the time. The disgusting man who had almost sold you several times. Stop. Zhang Nan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and roared. But soon it occurred to him that old Mo couldn't hear him. No one can see him because he's in a state of floating. Fuck. Zhang Nan raged furiously. Shit, if only I could show my face. I'm going to beat this son of a bitch to death. Zhang Nan thought anxiously as he saw old Mo, who was still chopping away at people. But as soon as his thoughts fell, his body then quickly coalesced into solid form. At this time, Eru, who had already been focused on being cut by old Mo, caught a glimpse of Zhang Nan, who had suddenly appeared. Zhang Nan? Arrow yelped incredulously. Zhang Nan froze for a moment as he sniffed. And then the ecstasy. Old Mo heard an anomaly. Holding a machete long ago stained with blood, quickly turned to look behind him, but he turned around before he could make sense of the situation. Then he saw a foot kicking towards his vitals. Fuck. How dare you cut my brother Arrow? Fuck you. Old Mo takes a head kick. Zhang Nan, however, didn't let him have a chance to catch his breath. Casually picking up the wooden stick on the ground, a hard blow went down on old Mo's forehead. Ping. A hit. Old Mo's forehead instantly exploded with blood. The whole person went limp and could no longer move. Arrow and the others were dumbfounded. Zhang Nan immediately tied old Mo's hands and feet. Then he threw him in front of Arrow and the others like garbage. Zhang Nan, you remember me? Because he was cut in several places by old Mo, Arrow was a bit weak at this time. Zhang Nan walked to Arrow and looked at Arrow's wound. Instantly red-eyed. Arrow's chest was actually stabbed with a good-sized bloody hole. That blood keeps flowing. Arrow, I'll take you to the hospital, Zhang Nan said, about to carry Arrow outside. But Arrow stopped him. Zhang Nan, don't mind me. From the time I planned all this, I wouldn't have wanted to walk out of here alive. Zhang Nan frowned hard. He knows why Arrow doesn't want to leave here. This is because Dean has been sexually abusing Arrow for a long time over the years. This ugly wickedness has tormented Arrow all these years. The original Arrow was good-looking and strong. So, there used to be a lot of people who wanted to adopt a second tiger, but all were rejected by the Dean on the grounds that they were mentally ill, or intellectually challenged. The scar on Arrow's face was still burned with fire by the Dean himself. The goal is to avoid having people continue to want to adopt the second tiger. Arrow, don't think like that. Didn't you want to know about Sayaka? How can you die when you haven't even met her yet? Hearing Zhang Nan say Xiaoya, Arrow's originally lifeless face suddenly glowed. Xiaoya, Zhang Nan, you found Xiaoya, didn't you? Where is she? Is she okay? The skinny boy who was already on the verge of breaking from the pain on the side. Hearing the word Xiaoya, she forced herself to look at Zhang Nan with vertigo. When Zhang Nan's gaze looked at him, he saw that he was on the verge of breaking. The eyes couldn't help but get hot and moist. This is Lu Xiaoming, usually not talkative and very withdrawn. He remembered. When Lu Xiaoming was beaten by the old Mo broke his leg, it was Xiaoya who ran forward and back to take care of him. Later, when the few of them played together, Lu Xiaoming kept following behind Xiaoya silently. Whenever there's something good to eat, they give it to little Ma. Arrow also secretly hid the delicious food. Do not want to eat, always left for Xiaoya to eat. Back then, in the orphanage, Ya is the most popular kid. However, everyone knew that Xiaoya's favorite was Zhang Nan. Every time those boys gave Xiaoya good food and fun, in the end, Xiaoya would quietly give them to Zhang Nan. So much so that during that time, Zhang Nan had been isolated by the entire orphanage children. However, Zhang Nan didn't blame Xiaoya at all. He knew she didn't mean it. He knew more than anything else that Xiaoya genuinely liked self. Zhang Nan, Where is Xiaoya now? We want to know so badly. We're so afraid she's been sold by old Mo. Lu Xiaoming's breath is already weak. Jiang Nan looked at this boy who had always liked Xiaoya. The heart's intolerance magnified again. Don't worry guys. Ya is fine. She wasn't sold. She really went looking for me. And now she's in the capital. When Lu Xiaoming heard the words Xiaoya is fine, a touch of relief that years of worry had finally fallen from his eyes. Well, that's good. Jiang Nan, tell her that a few of us are here and miss her very, very much. Especially, it's me, Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming seemed to think of something, and with great effort, he raised his hand and pointed to his sleeping berth to Jiang Nan. Next to my pillow, I have a box of paper folding stars. It's little Mashi, her favorite purple. Please help me take it to Saya, okay? Okay? Bye. Please. Lu Xiaoming didn't even finish his sentence before his hand fell helplessly. Jiang Nan hurriedly nodded. Okay, don't worry. I'll definitely help you pass it on to her. Lu Xiaoming smiled at his words. This is the first time anyone has seen him smile. Then he slowly closed his eyes. He's going to meet the girl of his dreams. That girl was beautiful and kind. The only person in the entire orphanage who was nice to him. Though, he regretted being born on this earth countless times, but he never regretted meeting and liking Xiaoya. Koto mine. Arrow let out a cry of pain. After screaming, the whole thing got even more weak. Jiang Nan was also having a hard time. Lu Xiaoming used to not talk much though. However, it never bullied him. Jiang Nan. At that time, he and Xiaoya, Eru, and Lu Xiaoming also boasted that they were the Ishan orphanage, F4, but he'd only just remembered him. He's going to die. And, in such a gruesome way, in front of self. PFF. Eru spat out a large mouthful of blood. Eru. Ting Jiang crawled over to Eru with difficulty. Of the several teenagers, only Ding Jiang and who were still alive now. But Ting Jiang is slightly better. Only both feet were cut off and unable to walk. Jiang Nan. Help me over. I'm going to kill that woman. Please, or I'll die. Die in peace. Eru for revenge. It was clearly dying. And yet, he's still holding his breath to kill Dean himself. Jiang Nan didn't stop it. And it's impossible to stop. He picked up Dean, who was hiding and trembling in fear. Then throw it in front of Eru. Grabbed another knife. To the Dean, who had been screaming oh in fear. He rushed to Eru. Say, brother, where to cut? Eru looked at Jiang Nan. Eyes instantly reddened. Don't you kill her. I'm afraid of dirtying your hands. My Eru was about to die. It's best for me to kill her. But Jiang Nan saw Eru's hand that couldn't even hold a sword. The heart was bitter. He thought for a moment. Took the knife and put it in Eru's hand. Then he held Eru's hand up. Dean shook his head desperately in horror. Scared tears and snot all the way down my face. Jiang Nan looked at her disgusting face and snorted coldly. Grip the hilt of the knife and slash it hard. Shasta. Blood sprayed all over the place. Dean's head. Broken. Her pupils were open until the moment she died. The white cloth in his mouth. Stained with blood. Ha ha. I've gotten my revenge. Eru have finally killed this disgusting old woman. My nightmare is over. Ha ha. Eru spits out blood as he laughs. But he didn't care in the slightest. Jiang Nan. Help us take care of Xiaoya. Tell her Eru. Thanks for not minding that I'm dirty. And thank you. For helping me get revenge. In the next life, we'll be brothers again. And then, you won't forget me again. Eru. To the side. Ding Jiang screamed in agony when he saw Eru dead. The hard feelings and unwillingness in Jiang Nan's heart increased exponentially. The Eru who immediately helped him out when he saw someone bullying him is dead. That Lu Xiaoming, who always followed them, is also dead. Even Xiaoya, also died for him. Do you think you're useless? At that moment, the voice in his head sounded again. Is it true that you feel that the world is treating you unfairly? Abandoned as a child, disliked by biological parents, framed to death by a so-called relative. Even your childhood friends have left you. Scarlet red reappeared under Jiang Nan's eyes. The voice continued. Only this time, he has always been cold tone. Seems to be full of resentment. Once upon a time, I gave back to the world with goodness. But the world has rewarded me with evil. In that case, let's fight evil with evil. As the voice fell, in an instant, Jiang Nan felt that his entire body was filled with power. That kind of power is as strong as it has ever been. Because that power was too strong and overbearing. Jiang Nan's soul body fainted in pain once again. 1 second before fainting, Jiang Nan heard a sigh. Failed so many times. Finally, awakened successfully. Capital. Zhou family villa estate. At this moment, almost everyone in the Zhou family was gathered in the main hall. The Zhou family's current family head, Zhou Badian, was sitting on the main seat with a majestic face. Beside him sat a woman with a very beautiful posture. The woman was about 30 or so years old, but it was extremely well kept, and not a single wrinkle could be seen on her fair face. She was the Zhou family's current matriarch, Yang Shui. At the moment, Yang Shui was looking at Zhou Lan, who had been away from home for several years, with a joyful expression on her face. Sure, you're finally back. Your dad and I have missed you these past few years. Zhou Lan, who was sitting and drinking tea, sniffed, his face pale. Yeah, then how come you didn't come to Hiroshima to see me? Yang Shui smiled awkwardly. It's not. Your father's health is not good, so he can't labor long distances. Gee, it's good that you're back now. Our family can be reunited again. Once Zhou Lan heard Yang Shui's words, there was a knife in her words. A family reunion? You have a big face. I, Zhou Lan, have never treated you as a member of the Zhou family. Once Yang Shui heard this, the smile on her face could no longer be feigned. Barb, you just got back and I don't want to fight with you, lest people say I drove you away again. As for whether or not I'm a member of the Zhou family, my status as the Zhou family's rightful matriarch is squarely recognized by the state under seal. After Yang Shui finished speaking, she proudly beckoned the maid at the side to pour her tea. That mannerism was like declaring the sovereignty of this home to Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan's eyes gave her a cold look. Mr. Zhou, I came back this time because I want to get back the inheritance that belongs to my mother. Please take advantage of the time I'm at the Zhou family's house to organize the share that belongs to my mother. Zhou Lan's mother was the first lady of the Song family, one of the four great families. That's why Zhou Lan's relationship with Song Jishu was so good. The previous Song family and the Zhou family were more than just a marriage, but also an inseparable business partnership. But all that cut off 6 years ago, because Zhou Lan's mother, Song Xinyu, died, and Zhou Lan's sister, Zhou Cotton, died in a car accident. It was a car accident that Song's family suspected was a murder. Zhou Lan was equally skeptical. But, on the contrary, all the people in the car are dead. The car checked out and everything was fine. The response given by the police was that the driver may have been fatigued and that's what led to the tragedy. Everything is so reasonably impeccable. Not long after Song Xinyu's death, Yang Shui then went to the top. Yes, Zhou Zhentian remarried less than 3 months after the death of his first wife. That wedding was high-profile and ostentatious, slapping the Song family and Zhou Lan in the face. Zhou Zhentian sighed when he heard Zhou Lan say this. It's good to be back. What's the point of talking out of turn? Just tell Daddy directly what you want. Daddies will be yours from now on. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. When Yang Shui, who was on the side, heard this, his pupils flashed with a murderous intent. Humph, old undead. I've slept with you for so many years and I'm actually no better than your daughter. You want to give the whole family fortune to this little bitch? Let's see if she survives the year 2. Hospitals. Zhang Feng was being attracted to a local news story at the moment. According to our reporter tracking reports, the city's Ishan orphanage, yesterday burst into flames, burned to death on the spot more than a dozen people, including the director of the Ishan orphanage, 6 caregivers, 7 teenagers, a security guard. Mount Eaton orphanage. Zhang Feng mumbled a bit. When he remembered something, his eyes widened. Isn't this the orphanage where Zhang Nan stayed as a child? Dad, why are you sitting up? Go ahead and keep lying down and get some rest. Zhang Xinmei came in just then. Seeing that Zhang Feng was watching the news, he helped Zhang Feng to lean back so that his posture would be more comfortable. Zhang Feng turned off the TV when he saw Zhang Xinmei come in. Just, in the back of my mind, there was some confusion about the news footage on TV. A dozen people all burned at the same time? And, still locked in a room. Some of those burned to death had their hands and feet tied. Who does that? How's the company and the family business? How's it going? Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Xinmei, who sat down to peel fruits for herself, and asked. When Zhang Xinmei saw Zhang Feng asking the question, her hand peeling the fruit paused for a moment. You don't have to worry about the company, Dad. I've arranged everything as you instructed. There's some trouble on the home. Heart Bamboo sighed. Zhang Feng frowned. What's wrong with this oldest? What's she doing again? Zhang Xinmei looked at Zhang Feng's furrowed brow. After thinking about it, he sighed, but reported it as it was. Xin Zhu Shi. Some videos have been posted online. Right now she's committing suicide at home. When Zhang Feng heard the word video, it was as if some scars had been uncovered in his heart, and he was disgusted. What video? Speak clearly. Zhang Xinmei's mouth hemmed and hawed, thinking about what to say so that your father won't be angry. Xin Zhu She was partying with some friends and then the video was posted online. Zhang Feng stared at Zhang Xinmei, stretching out his uninjured hand, and directly said, What about that video? Bring it to me. As soon as Zhang Feng's words fell, Zhang Xinmei dodged a bit. Bring it on. Zhang Feng let out a loud shout. Zhang Xinmei was startled and hurriedly took out a certain fruit cell phone from her satchel with a trembling voice. Then, with trembling hands, he opened the picture of Xinju and her best friend having sex. As soon as the video screen opens, just saw Zhang Xinju and her best friend hugging and kissing together in full view of everyone. There were a few other pairs on the side that were just like Zhang Xinju. They even trade their best friends for each other's enjoyment. After Zhang Feng watched those images, so angry I almost had a heart attack. Ping. The next moment, Zhang Xinmei's cell phone was scrapped on the spot. Zhang Xinmei's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. It's not so much that I'm heartbroken about my cell phone. Rather, they are nervous and scared for Zhang Xinju. She had envisioned what would happen to Zhang Xinju ever since the image was exposed. But either way, Zhang Xinju could not escape being kicked out of the house. This kind of thing is too detrimental to the face of the Zhang family. Although, after this round of scandals, the Zhang family no longer had any face to speak of. But Zhang Feng originally had a big grudge against Zhang Xinju for bullying Zhang Nan before. Dad, you take care of yourself. It's happened and there's nothing you can do about it. But as soon as Zhang Xinmei's words fell, Zhang Feng immediately looked at her with a disgusted expression. What? No way. You guys, one by one, you've been brought astray by that bitch Wang Feng. None of them are positive. Everyone is crooked except Zhang Nan. The more Zhang Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. 6 children. 3 of them not his. The other 3. One is this damn thing. One wants to cut ties with him. A carryover. Jesus Christ. Did he, Zhang Feng, dig someone's ancestral grave in his past life? Why was he made to suffer such disgrace and calamity in this life? Zhang Xinmei sniffed and didn't dare to say anything else. Kick Zhang Xinju out of the Zhang family. Stop her card from now on and don't let her present herself as a member of the Zhang family. Zhang Xinmei was immediately distressed. Dad, no way. Xinju is undergoing cosmetic treatment right now. The cost is huge. If you kick her out of our Zhang family and stop her card, then she'll really be disfigured. Moreover, the broken finger that was cut off by Zhang Nan is being retrieved and will also have to remain hospitalized for observation. Zhang Feng grunted indifferently when he heard Zhang Xinmei's words. You don't have to say it again. She had it coming. After Zhang Feng finished speaking, he was so angry that he kicked Zhang Xinmei out of the ward as well. He was now annoyed by even seeing Zhang Xinmei, because Zhang Xinmei's eyes looked like that bitch Wang Feng. When Zhang Xinju knew that Zhang Feng was going to kick self out of the Zhang family, scared and crying on the spot, she's on her way. Soon, Zhang Xinju was about to be kicked out of the hospital because she couldn't afford the hospitalization fees. She panicked and contacted her best friend, Nana Chu. But the other person never answered her calls. Actually, Nana Zhu, since her video with Zhang Xinju was exposed, she was then slapped a few times by Zhu's father, scaring her so much that she never dared to contact Zhang Xinju again. Moreover, Father Zhu told her that it was an obvious attempt by someone to mess with the Zhang family behind Zhang Xinju. Tell her not to get into this mess. Juna has never been a dedicated person. When she was with Zhang Xinju, she was surrounded by many warblers. When he first took a fancy to Zhang Xinju, he just thought that she had a few good looks and fell in love with her. Now, Zhang Xinju is completely disfigured. Even if it's repaired, it won't be restored to what it used to be. It's not worth it to get upset with your family for a woman like that. Besides, when Zhang Xinju was with her, wasn't she also in love with that fiancé of hers? Thinking of this, Zhu Nana simply pulled Zhang Xinju into black. Ah, that bitch, and says she loves me. That's love for me? Pissed off, Zhang Xinju sees Zhu Nana not only see death, actually will self-black. Angry cannot help but swear. Finally, she took a deep breath and then called Lin Junxian. Junxian. Before Zhang Xinju's words even started, Lin Junxian on the other side of the phone immediately snorted coldly. Zhang Xinju, you still have the face to call me? You fucking made me wear such a disgusting cuckold. Did you think Lin Junxian, was easy to bully? Where are you? Tell me. Zhang Xinju was startled by Lin Junxian's vicious voice. Junxian, it's not like that. You're mistaken. It was just a joke we all made together. I'm not that kind of person. But Lin Junxian clearly didn't want to hear her explanation. Don't you fucking lie to me. My people have investigated clearly. You've been fooling around with that what's her name Junana for more than 2 years. Longer than with me. Fuck, I'm sick to my stomach just thinking about you doing that shit with that girl. What is it about me, Lin Junxian, that doesn't fulfill you? Slut, to actually go and find a woman to fill you up there? Lin Junxian's words became harder and harder to hear. Zhang Xinju, I already know your father doesn't want you. My wedding date with you is cancelled too. You slut, screwing around behind my back and dragging my Lin family into being ridiculed by so many people in the industry. You wait for me. Better not let me find you. Otherwise, I'll make you eat your heart out. After Lin Junxian put down his harsh words, he hung up on Zhang Xinju. Zhang Xinju continued to hold the cell phone, so scared that his hands kept trembling. Is this the same fiancé who was so gentle and refined with her? At one time, he had always said she was his favorite. It's the woman he's identified with in his life. Now, it hurts her with such hurtful words. You're all assholes, and used to talk about loving me. It's all shit, fuck it all, woohoo. After cursing furiously in the hospital bed, Zhang Xinju fell back into panic. Now Zhang Feng really gave up on her completely. Throw her out of the Zhang family with a clean slate. Not a penny for her. Just have the housekeeper collect her clothes and give them to her. Don't get her anything. This is going to push her to the brink of extinction. Woohoo. You're all assholes. But think of the exorbitant medical bills. Zhang Xinju wiped away her tears, hardened her head and continued to look around for people to borrow money. China. The Institute for the Study of Allomorphs. Zhang Nan continued to slumber. Only at this time, he was inside the Altered Man No. 1 lab. Su Weiwei wiped his cheeks and limbs with wet wipes from time to time. Zhou Lan watched from the sidelines, with a few researchers at her side. Assistant Zhou, you said that this Zhang Nan student is not an ectomorph? An old man standing beside Zhou Lan stared at Zhang Nan with a torch-like gaze. There was a meaningful glint in his eyes. No, although I don't know how the skills on Nan came to be, but he's a normal person. He has a temperature. He has a heartbeat. Zhou Lan looked at the sleeping Zhang Nan, her worried pretty face filled with puzzlement. Zhang Nan, are you a human being or not? Su Weiwei, who was wiping Zhang Nan's body, heard the conversation between the two. There was a sudden pause in the action. Hesitation flickers in his eyes. Forget it. Ms. Chow will know later. It would be better for Zhang Nan to tell her in person. With this thought, he went back to wiping as if nothing had happened. When she gently held Zhang Nan's hand, she intended to wipe him again. She felt Zhang Nan's finger, gently hooked her hand. Vivi, what's wrong? Seeing that Su Weiwei was a bit abnormal, Zhou Lan thought that she had been taking care of Zhang Nan a bit hard recently, so she asked with concern. Su Weiwei glanced at Zhang Nan once again. See his stoic face. Not a single movement. She was silent and narrowed her eyes. It's okay. Zhou Lan saw Su Weiwei's expression and sighed. Weiwei should be too worried about Zhang Nan. Weiwei, go take a rest. It's my turn to watch Zhang Nan. Su Weiwei firmly shook her head. Sister Erisher, I'm really fine. You go ahead and get busy. Seeing this, Zhou Lan looked down at these researchers following behind her, so he nodded in agreement. Well, that's hard work for now. I have a meeting with them. I'll come back after the meeting and replace you for the rest of the day. Su Weiwei gave a soft Zhou Lan sighed, and then left with Chen Lao and the others. As he left, Elder Chen even made it a point to take another look at the sleeping Zhang Nan. This teenager named Zhang Nan. Why does it give me a familiar feeling? Wait for the crowd to leave. Su Weiwei got up and closed and unlocked the door. Then, slowly walked back to the bed, staring quietly at Zhang Nan's face again. Been staring at it for about 10 minutes. Zhang Nan, are you awake? Su Weiwei's voice was tinged with trembling and hope. The room was silent. Su Weiwei stopped talking, but continued to look at Zhang Nan. I don't know how much time has passed. Zhang Nan finally couldn't withstand Su Weiwei's burning gaze. Xiao Ya, the way you look at people is still the same as when you were a child. It hasn't changed at all. Su Weiwei was instantly ecstatic as soon as she heard Zhang Nan's voice, but when she heard Zhang Nan call Xiao Ya, she was stunned. Zhang Nan, you remembered? You got your memory back? Su Weiwei, who had always been a man of few words, had surprise flashing in her watery foggy eyes. Zhang Nan looked at the girl in front of him who had always stayed by his side without asking for anything in return and without leaving him. There were some mixed feelings for a moment. Well, most of it comes to mind. Yeah, thanks for always being there for me. When Su Weiwei heard Zhang Nan say the word thank you, her slightly curved pink lips pursed up. What I want is never a thank you. Just wake up. I'll go talk to Sister Erisher. After Su Weiwei finished speaking, she carried away the wash basin that had long been slightly cold by the bedside. Zhang Nan didn't think too much about it, so he let Su Weiwei go ahead and call someone. Not a moment too soon, Zhou Lan came in again. This time, however, it was with a run, probably running a bit fast, so his breathing is quite disorganized. Zhang Nan. Zhou Lan's eyes were moist. Zhang Nan looked at the institute in front of him from the perspective of a lone wolf. It was a moment of emotion. He's back. No, I should say, he's finally back again with the lone wolf, only with his body and soul, and lone wolf's memories back. Ever since Zhang Nan had completely received all of lone wolf's power and abilities, there are no more lone wolves in this world. What was there was only the Zhang Nan who, after being molded, was even more powerful than the lone wolf, experienced countless time reversals, and traveling back and forth through time. Lone Wolf allowed Zhang Nan to finally succeed in getting his revenge. Every time you cross a point in time, Jiang Nan will just be reborn again. For example, dress back in time to pre-13-year-old Nan Zhang. Originally, Jiang Nan was abused to death several times, but because of Lone Wolf's time ability, Lone Wolf repeatedly rewinds Jiang Nan back to before his murder. Keep dying, keep falling back, until after Jiang Nan changed his fate and wasn't killed again. Moving on to the next point in time, Jiang Nan had several hurdles that he had not been able to get over during these countless points in time, always there all the time, dying a million times. The first hurdle was being abused by old Mo until he died before the age of 10. The second hurdle was being beaten to death over and over again at the age of 13 for resisting the hard-on of the old woman, Dean. The third hurdle was the sudden death from prolonged exertion when he was framed by the Zheng family and driven out to do hard labor. The fourth course was killed by Lin Zicheng. These are a few hurdles. If Jiang Nan has been unable to pass them, Lone Wolf wouldn't have been able to pull it off. Jiang Nan also can't accept his psychic ability because he has a grudge. And Lone Wolf has been working so hard to bring Jiang Nan back to life. It's because he's running out of time. Since being besieged by self-created xenomorphs, the Lone Wolf would be left with only a wisp of obsession in the world. Though he's very capable, but it is also ultimately mortal flesh. Those wide-eyed wolves use despicable means to make his soul fly away. If it wasn't for revenge, he would have wanted to scatter with the wind. Lone Wolf, don't worry. I'll bring those ungrateful scumbags down to be with you, one by one. As Lone Wolf is about to dissipate into this world, Jiang Nan was very serious in his assurance. Lone Wolf's indifferent expression revealed a touch of relief. Good, I believe you. You're so much better now than I was then. Sure enough, I made the right decision. Make good use of these abilities I've left you, and there will be no one else in this world to compete with you. Jiang Nan didn't know the gold content of Lone Wolf's words right now. After all, during this period of time, he had only tried teleportation. Lone Wolf, thank you for bringing me back to life. My only regret now is that I couldn't bring you back to life. Lone Wolf smiled helplessly at his words. I'm not an ordinary person. I can't be resurrected at all. Jiang Nan frowned. It's not even possible to make you an ectomorph? Ever since Lone Wolf had given all of his abilities to Jiang Nan, he already knew how to get out the ectomorphs. Lone Wolf shakes his head. Can't get it. I don't belong in this world. Nan Zhang, you too. You are a unique being in the world. I, Lone Wolf, have searched for so many years to find such a special only child as you. In the end, Jiang Nan could only see the Lone Wolf leave. The Lone Wolf was a recreation for him. Jiang Nan. Therefore, Jiang Nan swore silently in his heart. Those shifters who had besieged Lone Wolf, he, Jiang Nan, would not let any of them go. Today's news in this city, some miscreants have been killing people continuously lately, which has caused great panic among the residents. Our reporter reminds residents that it is better not to go out at night if there is nothing to do, especially if you are alone. Jiang Nan ate the bowl of lean congee and watched the local TV news in the capital. If you think about it, Nan, would you like some more? Jolan couldn't help but ask as she looked at Jiang Nan, who had all lost a circle of weight. Jiang Nan shook his head. After putting down the bowl, he looked at the men who appeared on the news to be killed. He instantly recognized which ectomorph was responsible for the killing. I didn't realize that of all these people, I can't believe someone else knows how to travel through space and come over to kill Lone Wolf. Jiang Nan mumbled the name of the hotel in his head. The next moment, it disappears in an instant. Jiang Nan? No, don't come over. In the dimly lit alley, a pretty-looking woman was shaking with fear as she looked at the tall man in front of her. She was just a little late coming back from work, and suddenly she was followed by the man in front of her. Baby, don't be afraid. You'll be comfortable in a while, Jijia. The tall man stared at the woman with a lecherous smile on his face. When the woman heard the man's words, she could not fail to understand what he was thinking, and she screamed in terror. She immediately pulled out her cell phone when she wanted to call the police. The tall man, however, instantly moved in front of her at once. One snatched her cell phone and smashed it on the floor. The phone was smashed to pieces. Help! The woman screamed out again. Pa! Instead, the tall man smiled a lewd grin and shrugged her off. Scream again. I'm going to kill first and rape later. Hey, if you listen, I promise to leave after I get high and won't hurt you, the man said as he tore away the woman's clothes with great force. Soon the woman's clothing was almost entirely torn off. No, please leave me alone. Oh, help! The woman's cries were suppressed and desperate. She also did not dare to struggle vigorously again, for fear that the tall and strong man in front of her would really kill himself. She looked down the dimly lit alley, knowing that a miracle is not possible. Desperation sheds tears of humiliation. Ha! Pretty lively. A taunt suddenly sounded behind the two. When the figure slowly revealed itself, it was realized that it was Jiang Nan who had come over instantaneously. The woman, who had closed her eyes, instantly looked ecstatic. and the tall man who was about to commit the murder had anger welling up in his face. He hated being interrupted at such moments. "Get out!" The tall man roared angrily at Jiang Nan, who had suddenly appeared. Jiang Nan smiled. "Raghav, you're still so fucking horny." The tall man was shocked when he heard Jiang Nan actually say his own name. "He's wearing a Chinese body now. How does the man in front of me know all this? Who are you?" Raghav's grip on the woman's hands loosened by one. "I'm your father." Jiang Nan immediately disappeared from his spot after finishing his sentence. Raghav took a look, and for the first time, his anger-filled face was filled with amazement. "Ectomorphs? Fuck!" Raghav immediately dropped the woman as soon as he tried to focus on the battle when, boom, he was instantly blasted into the corner with a punch. That punch was so powerful that it blasted Raghav's entire chest in one fell swoop. "Ah!" The woman on the sidelines screamed again, but before her screams could fall, Raghav was picked up by an unseen object in a handful of arms. In the next moment, Raghav quickly disappeared. Soon the alley was quiet. Only the woman was left alone. Oh, ghosts, ghosts, woman paralyzed with fear. Inside a luxurious villa, the servants were constantly busy. For their master has had a recent change of temperament, suddenly bringing home several unidentified strangers. Mistress of the house but a few words, then the man was beaten back to his mother's house. And these people are rude, always hitting on their slightly younger maids. These people and the man of the house go out mysteriously during the day, come back at night covered in blood. As soon as you come back you have to eat non-stop. "Jack, why isn't Raghav back yet?" Yamamoto, who had a scorched face at the moment, was sitting on the couch watching the news. Seeing that one of his own associates was missing, he couldn't help but ask. Raghav is a heteronormative of the Squire's land, and Jack is from the Free State. The two have always had the best relationship. "Hey, don't worry about Raghav. He just phoned me, said he saw a very beautiful Chinese woman walking back alone. He wanted to send that beautiful woman home a trip first." The owner of this villa, Nanasa, smiled a lecherous smile. He's a heteronormative from the Three Kingdoms, and usually likes to suck up to Jack from the Free State, always following Jack and Raghav's ass around. Yamamoto understood Nunesa's words in a second. Hey, with that kind of good thing, why doesn't Raghav share it with us? Jack and I have been looking for a target lately to get you guys to come over. I haven't had meat in a long time now. Yamamoto fantasized about the picture of Raghav and the woman's lovemaking, and couldn't help but envy the fact that he also wanted to immediately go out and find a Chinese woman to have a shot. A few of Jack's men sniffed and hammed and hawed. However, the next moment, he immediately stopped laughing. Ping! There was a loud bang. The man they called Raghav suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but not in front of them in the image of having a good time. Instead, they were thrown to them like rags. Rojev. Jack immediately went up to help Raghav up. Then, with an angry face, he looked at Jiang Nan, who had instantly flashed into existence. Ectomorphs? Nanasa and the rest let out a gasp. Since when did the country of China have such a powerful ectomorph? Several people in Nunatsa were well aware of Raghav's abilities. It's the third person besides Jack and Roop. And now he was actually beaten up like this by this Chinese ectomorph in front of him? Who are you? Jack asked drily towards Jiang Nan. The Chinese shifters, he had recently investigated privately. A lot of them he recognized. The one in front of him appeared out of nowhere. He had never seen it before. I'm your father. Jiang Nan still had the same words. The tone was cocky and arrogant. Jiang Nan. His name is Jiang Nan. Yamamoto suddenly pointed at Jiang Nan out of the blue. Jiang Nan glanced at Yamamoto. Upon seeing Yamamoto topping Zhang Hao's nasty face, a flash of intense killing intent flashed through his eyes. Jiang Nan has always been the master of avenging on the spot, only to see that he didn't have any nonsense and quickly disappeared from his original spot, pouncing on Yamamoto. Ping 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 ping. There was a violent thud. Before Kijay and the others had time to react, Yamamoto was already beaten and crippled like a dead dog. Fuck. Jack was furious and raging about the essence of the two nations. Then without saying a word, he immediately stepped in to stop it. The rest of them immediately surrounded Jiang Nan as well. All this time, through the efforts of Jack and others, the foreign ectomorphs they had led through had reached as many as a dozen. And each one is in the group with outstanding abilities among the xenomorphs. Jiang Nan looked at these ectomorphs who had surrounded the lone wolf at that time. The voice was as cold as ice. You ungrateful people. Today, I want each and every one of you to have no return. As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, he immediately launched a preemptive attack. For a while, the screams continued to ring out. Jack and the others thought they were outnumbered at first, and Jiang Nan was alone, sure to be killed by self-side soon, but to my surprise, they thought wrong. Big mistake. They weren't even on the same level as this ectomorph named Jiang Nan. Soon, one by one, they were beaten by Jiang Nan to the point of continuous defeat. Ah! The servants in the villa fled in terror. Zhang Nan saw them escape and was afraid that they would alert the people outside. That way I won't get enough pleasure from killing myself later. Hastily, he snapped his fingers. Snap! In an instant, the whole villa was quiet. All objects, all motionless. Jack and the others who had been punched on the ground and moaned more than once saw this. Their mouths opened and their pupils filled with fear. A signal floated through their minds at the moment. Simultaneously. Time-fixing technique. This was a time-stopping technique that only Lord Lonewave knew. How does this guy know the time-fixing technique too? Could he be Lord Lonewave? The thought of it scared Jack and the others as if their entire souls trembled. They've been looking for Lone Wolf. Although the Lone Wolf had clearly been injured after being surrounded by them at that time. And yet, he still escaped. They were looking for a long time then. Not even a hint of Lone Wolf. That is, until they get a message from someone close to Lone Wolf. Says Lone Wolf has gone back more than a decade through time travel. Then they followed the signals given by the man, bringing Self's associates to the year of the Lone Wolf's appearance. Zhang Nan looked at the frightened looks of Jack and the others and smiled evilly. Scared? Was wondering, if I was a lone wolf? Jack and the others looked at Zhang Nan fixedly, and their minds seemed to be counting down. They know this time fixation spell is only 10 seconds. When Lone Wolf cast this time fixation technique back then, the fixation time was only 10 seconds, and it can only be cast once a day. At that point, they made a trick to get Lone Wolf to waste one in order to save the day. Otherwise, the Lone Wolf at that time wouldn't have been besieged so miserably and almost died. Jack and others silently count down. 6, 5. Zhang Nan seemed as if he had seen through Jack and the others' thoughts. The corners of his lips quirked. Counting down? Want me to help you? 3, 2, 1. Ping. When Zhang Nan counted to 1, he raised his foot and gave Yamamoto a big flying kick. Kicked Yamamoto around like a rag. Yamamoto mentally cursed. Baka Yalu, I didn't mess with you. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? At this point, Jack and the others despaired, because the time-fixing technique was not unlocked. Desperate? Zhang Nan asked in a complimentary manner. Then he walked back up to Yamamoto. Fixedly, he looked at Yamamoto. Yamamoto tried to dodge away from his eyes in fear. What a nasty asshat. Zhang Nan's words, in Yamamoto's ears, sounded like he was speaking to another person. That's when the voice in Jack's head started to get angry. Kill him, kill him. When Yamamoto heard this, he, who was already irritated, immediately cursed. Kill your sister or kill. Can't you see that I'm about to be killed by him right now? Baka, he just targeted me so much. It must be because you offended him. I really had the bad luck of 8 lifetimes to cross over to you. If he could switch, Yamamoto would definitely want to switch to someone else on the day of the crossing. He doesn't even want to give this body away. Not only is it chicken, but it's a whole lot of ass. In the moment Yamamoto cursed Zhang Hao furiously, Zhang Nan suddenly extended a hand towards Yamamoto. Then, press it to the top of Yamamoto's head. Instantly, Yamamoto felt a sharp stabbing pain in his own head. The pain made him want to scream out, but he couldn't call out. Because the time fixation continues. Zhang Nan gathered a ball of flame in his hand and squeezed it in hard against Yamamoto's head. That flame instantly surrounded Zhang Hao's entire body. Zhang Nan thought about it and snapped his fingers at Yamamoto. Let him feel what it's like to have his whole body bathed in fire. The next moment, Yamamoto moved. Only he was the only one who could move. The rest of them are still controlled by the time fixation technique. The first thing Yamamoto moved was a scream. It's a helpless climb. A twist. The Zhang Hao in his mind was also screaming miserably. Lord Lonewave, I don't dare anymore. I was wrong. Yamamoto was wrong. Please let me go. I promise to never have second thoughts about you in the future. Let me go. Zhang Nan looked on coldly as if he couldn't hear Yamamoto's miserable cries. How could he possibly believe the words of a ghost countryman? How can I be in pain? Fuck, I'm not dead. How can I? Also hurt like hell. Yamamoto, I order you to kill him. I can't take it anymore. The Zhang Hao in Yamamoto's mind desperately stabbed Yamamoto as he screamed in agony. Kill your mom. Stupid. Don't you get it? This is Lord Lonewave. He's not even the ordinary Zhang Nan, you know. He just burned us with the soul flame. He wants to burn your soul and mine completely. Zhang Hao started to get scared after hearing Yamamoto's words. He was originally glad that Self actually still had a trace of persistence left in this body. But if it's really like Yamamoto said, then Zhang Nan's current move was to make him completely destroyed in this world, and can never be reincarnated again. No way. He was not willing. His revenge is not yet avenged. He also wanted to control Yamamoto to kill the likes of Zhang Nan and Zhang Feng. He can't die. Never die. However, the flames didn't give him a chance at all. It soon devoured him and Yamamoto together. Zhang Nan, the bastard of the day. If there is an afterlife, I will cut your bones and bones and bones into pieces. Zhang Hao's curses faded as Yamamoto was burned to ashes. This time, he has completely disappeared from this world. And so is Yamamoto. After his consciousness was killed in this world, him in 2024, it will also die on the spot. They, the xenomorphs, are supposed to be a group of species that rely on their consciousness to survive. Consciousness is gone, and they are truly gone from this world. Jiang Nan looked at Yamamoto, who was gradually burned to ashes. There was only indifference in his eyes. The reason he was the first to kill Yamamoto. I really don't want to let this Zhang Hao guy pop up in the world for one more second. After killing Yamamoto, Jiang Nan fixed his gaze on the other xenomorphs who had witnessed the whole process from the side. Jack and the others saw it and their pupils filled with deep fear. Jack, in particular, had a million quizzical voices flashing through his head. Lone wolf. Is this really a lone wolf? How did he suddenly become so strong? And what's with this time-stopping technique? Why isn't it 10 seconds anymore? Question after question kept swirling in Jack's mind, but no one answered for him. He realized with horror at that moment that Jiang Nan's gaze met his. Jack instantly had the feeling of being targeted by a vicious wolf. He heard Lone Wolf snap his fingers. Then he felt like he could move his own body. And next to him, Nunesa and the others remained motionless. This ease of access to the time-fixing technique was alarming to Jack. If the person in front of us is really Lone Wolf, then he really is so much better than before. They, the xenomorphs, were no match for him at all. Lord Lone Wolf, we didn't cross over here to try and disrespect you. We were trying to apologize to you sincerely. Jiang Nan sniffed and let out an "Oh." Apologize? Jack immediately nodded his head furiously in a very sincere and respectful manner. Yes, Lord Lone Wave. You have previously provided a few of us with ectomorphs for the peaceful development of this world. That is why you have provided our countries with ectomorphs. The leaders of our country have always respected you and heard you. After you were injured by us, then let us travel over and invite you back to the year 2024 to figure out how to properly help you heal. So, we really came with sincerity this time, and in no way are we trying to kill you. Jack had an expression and a tone of sincerity. However, after hearing this, Jiang Nan stared at Jack with an expression of looking at an idiot. Do you think I'd believe such a lie to a 3-year-old? Jiang Nan looked around at the dozen or so xenomorphs. All are representatives of electrically strong ectomorphs from various countries. Everyone's face actually wore respect and fear, but the calculations in the bottom of their eyes can't be hidden in any way. Oh, Jiang Nan sneered again when he saw this. He was puzzled as to how the lone wolf of his day could even think of creating these things out. Create, just create. Wouldn't it be better to create it for China itself? Why even create a bunch of these disgusting whitey countries? 2. Especially these disgusting blah 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 ghost countries and free countries. This is a shameful enemy of China. Think of what the ghost country did to China in the last century. Jiang Nan couldn't wait to go and dig up those dead people in the ghost country and flog them now. He had asked Lone Wolf that same question before he died. Lone Wolf just sighed. Jiang Nan, some things are not as simple as you see them. At that time, some of my decisions are no longer at my own discretion. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Creating xenomorphs for these countries was a joint decision by the leaders of China. Those countries, it's impossible to just let China have ectomorphs since, otherwise, they will feel uneasy, may start an economic war and possibly even a nuclear war. It doesn't matter if we die personally, but what about the more than 1 billion nationals of China? Jiang Nan coldly snorted a bit unwillingly as he thought of this. Whatever the fuck the family sentiment is, others have bullied their way into their own house. I'm still as scrupulous as a shrinking violet. Then he, Jiang Nan, has been reborn hundreds of times, is not reborn alonely? Besides, he, Jiang Nan, has all the means to make those dog countries can't find any evidence to prove that he did it. When Jack saw that Jiang Nan didn't believe him, he immediately added with a twinkle in his eye, Lord Lone Wolf, I speak the truth. I swear it in the name of Jesus. Swearing an oath in the name of Jesus is serious business in Jack and the rest of their free country. However, Jiang Nan did not listen to such painless swearing. In Jiang Nan's mind, things like swearing were only somewhat useful to people with a conscience. A black-hearted man like Jack, it is simply blasphemy against Jesus. He's even got it in for his benefactor. Lone Wolf, what credit is there to be had? When he was first killed by a couple of gangsters with a gun on the street, if it wasn't for Lone Wolf, will he ever see the sun again? Lord Lone Wolf, I was wrong. I was instigated by Yamamoto when I made my move on you earlier. These are not my own intentions. I have always been grateful to you. Jack fell to his knees like a child who had done something wrong, crying out in pain and repentance. Well, I'll take your word for it. Jiang Nan looked at Jack and smiled a sincere smile as well. Jack immediately looked ecstatic when he heard it. The rest of the country's ectomorphs were just as ecstatic when they heard it. is that even okay? Then wait, they swear the same way, and act pious, right? Just as the rest of the group breathed a sigh of relief. Those next words from Zhang Nan made them instantly fall from heaven to hell. But I've always held a grudge. More than anything, I don't want to leave anyone behind who was a threat to myself. Do you guys think I'd be that stupid to give you another chance? Can you not be so naive when you're dozens of years old? Zhang Nan said, immediately condensing a ball of flame in his hand. As soon as Jack and the others saw this flame, their pupils were immediately horrified. They had just seen how Yamamoto was instantly burned to ashes by this tiny ball of flame. Jack's whole body trembled more than a little. He tried to quickly run outside. However, he had only just made a move when his body was immediately immobilized by Zhang Nan again. No, don't, Lord Lone Wolf, I won't dare anymore. Please spare me. We in the Free State will thank you for this. When Zhang Nan heard the words free country, he smiled coldly. Fuck you Free State. What we have done to our country of China all these years is so fucking disgusting. How dare you talk to me about your disgusting country? I want your mom's gratitude. The #1 combatant who goes around arching fires every day, fearing for the world's well-being. Die for me. Jack doesn't mention the Free State, and Zhang Nan might not be that radical, but when Jack rose to the level of the state, Zhang Nan then thought of some of the disgusting behavior of the Free State over the years. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became as a proper patriotic young man. The flaming ball in his hand slapped into Jack's head in one fell swoop. The next moment, Jack's screams immediately resounded throughout the villa. Ah! Help! Lone Wolf, I am the supreme commander of our Free State's xenomorphs. You can't kill me. Otherwise, we, the Free State, will not let you, the state of China, off the hook. Lone Wolf As Jack's soul-shattering scream ended, soon, he was burned to a crisp. It was just that Jack's cry of defiance seemed to still echo throughout the hall. Zhang Nan glanced at the ashes of Jack and Yamamoto with a cold face. Then, raising his eyes, he continued to stare at the next. Nanasa, the allomorph of the Three Kingdoms. This white wolf, as upsetting as his country is. A country that likes to wash its feet in the mother river and likes to wipe its ass with its hands before grabbing its food with its hands. The majority of its own inhabitants can't get enough to eat. And it's still popping up every day on the international scene to compete with China. Nanasa saw that after Zhang Nan killed Jack, he tried to kill self again. Scared pants peeing out the smell of mother river water. Don't kill me. Sananasa fell to his knees in fear and kept kowtowing. However, Zhang Nan did not listen to him and his hand remained raised. Nanasa was so frightened at the sight that he immediately raised his hands and shouted, Lord Lone Wolf, as long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you a plan about them. That's it. That's the plan that's very bad for China. Zhang Nan sniffed and lowered his raised hand. Oh, is that right? Nanasa immediately nodded vigorously. As long as Zhang Nan didn't kill him, he could do anything. Zhang Nan stared at the remaining dozen or so people and was silent for an instant. Fine. I'll give you guys a chance to live. I'll let you go if each of you tells me one secret that satisfies me. As soon as Zhang Nan's words fell, the remaining dozen hesitated and struggled. Kill me. I will not betray my country. I was born a Sentinelese, and I will die a Sentinelese soul. Don't try to make me a traitor. Raghav was the first to speak up and refuse. As soon as he opened his mouth, some people also immediately refused with a look of going to their deaths. Zhang Nan didn't show anything. In fact, he had some respect in his heart for such people who did not sell their country to save their lives. A person who can even sell out his own country will be criticized by thousands of people in China. This kind of person can't be called a human being. Calling him an animal would be polite. After Raghav took the lead, a good chunk of the crowd said no. Though, however, there are still some people who are greedy and afraid of death. And they keep reassuring themselves in their minds. Now they are in more than 10 years ago. Zhang Nan, even if they know the secrets of their own country, but also cannot affect what? It's just that when those people speak about the secrets of their own country, Zhang Nan, however, pulled out his ears in boredom. Look first to the group that sold out to save their lives. Finished? The group from the selling country nodded with a bit of a blush. When you're done, then let's hit the road. The group of people heard the words and were immediately scared and angry. Lone Wolf, didn't you say you'd let us go as long as we told the secrets of our own country? Why are you going back on your word again? That's not the way of a gentleman. When Zhang Nan heard that they actually had the face to say the word gentleman, he was momentarily amused. What did you say, gentlemen? How dare you traitors talk to me about gentlemen? What you guys just said. If I record it for the leaders and people of your country, do you think you'll be able to go back? Gentlemen? Shucks. When that group of people heard Zhang Nan's words, their faces instantly turned red for a while and green for a while. If I really want to hear the so-called secrets coming out of your mouths, I'll just use mind reading directly. You guys shouldn't have forgotten that I have the ability to read minds as a supernatural power. The moment Zhang Nan's words fell, all of their faces turned white. Yes, how could they forget that the one in front of them was a representative of superpowers? Even some of the abilities in them were given to them by him copying some of his own powers. And, even they are his creation. Everyone regretted it when they thought about it. But it was useless to regret. Zhang Nan was not going to let any of them off the hook just because they regretted it at the moment. Well, I've been playing along with you guys for so long that I've almost forgotten the purpose of this trip. You owed Lone Wolf your lives back then, and now it's time to pay. These dozen of you are just a little bit of interest. Not nearly enough. I will make the country behind you pay. As Zhang Nan said, a terrifying energy flame condensed in his hand. Those flaming balls, a dozen of them, just one for each person, flew towards each of them. Boom! When Zhang Nan returned from Nunesa's villa, it was already past 3 in the middle of the night. However, Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei were still waiting for him to return. Sure, why aren't you guys asleep? Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei were secretly relieved to see Zhang Nan return. Viv and I are waiting for you to come back. Zhang Nan looked at these two girls who had been worrying about Self, and felt a little emotional for a moment. Su Weiwei was a love interest who grew up with him. Moreover, she even gave up her life in order to keep following Self. Therefore, after retrieving his memories, Zhang Nan had a somewhat marvelous feeling towards Su Weiwei. Zhou Lan. Honestly, Zhang Nan's feeling towards Zhou Lan right now was weird to say the least. Because he thinks the person Zhou Lan likes should be Lone Wolf. She used to be Lone Wolf's assistant. There's always been an admiration for Lone Wolf. Zhang Nan felt a sense of disappointment in his heart when he thought of this. Where's Sister Red Casket? Half a day without seeing the red rope. Zhang Nan was suddenly a bit uncomfortable. Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei heard Zhang Nan mentioning the red casket. The two of them looked at each other with great understanding. The red beer she had to go out for something. It may be a while before I get back. Zhang Nan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Sister Red Casket injured? Why are you still running around? Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei, both of them, were not a good liar. Especially Su Weiwei, who subconsciously preferred not to lie to Zhang Nan. She had never lied to him since she was a child. Sister Lan, it's better to be honest with Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan's frown tightened when he saw Su Weiwei say this. Sure, are you guys hiding something from me? Zhou Lan was just about to say no. However, as soon as they came into contact with Zhang Nan's calm gaze that was different from the past, her heart missed a beat. Ergo, she sighed and said in a somewhat melancholy tone, well, the red beer she is in a bad way. You were in a coma before and she didn't feel comfortable leaving. After you came to your senses today, Song Jishu hard dragged her to the free country to look for the altered body enhancement liquid. Zhang Nan froze for a moment. Ectoplasmic enhancement fluid? Zhou Lan sighed and nodded. Originally, she didn't want the red casket to go. It was because Song Jishu was planning to use hard robbery to go to the Altered Human Research Institute in the free country to grab that altered body enhancement liquid. That ectoplasmic enhancement liquid was what Lord Lone Wolf had distributed to those countries of theirs earlier. Each country receives a certain amount of alien enhancement fluid based on the number of alien people. It's a rule that has remained constant over the years. But since Lord Lone Wolf disappeared, the production of alien body increasing fluid is then cut off from its source. Until now, it has become a rarity between countries. In order to be able to get increasingly rare, altered body increasing fluid, there are countless behaviors of paying high prices privately, or robbing each other. In the past 2 years, it has been even harder to find a drop. The red casket, on the other hand, is an anomaly during such periods. Zhou Lan's heart blamed itself. If the red beer hadn't been trying to save Self, she wouldn't have turned out like this. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Nan woke up, Song Jishu stopped letting the red beer drag on. Hurry up and take her on the airplane to grab the alien body increasing fluid. The allogenic increased fluid has to be preserved intact in a special way. Once removed, it must be taken within an hour. Otherwise the medicine wears off immediately. But Zhou Lan was still worried in her heart when she thought of them taking such a risk. It's a free country. The country where guns and bullets are served at the drop of a hat. When Zhang Nan heard this, he cried and laughed for a moment. Zhou Lan and their unattainable alien body increasing liquid. Zhang Nan can now get them all. Sure, let them fly back. I'll return a living, breathing red beer to you. Day 2. When Shonan had just gotten up and was ready to brush his teeth, a red silhouette caught his eye. That's the red beer. Only, at this time, the red beer's face was not as rosy and vivid as before. Just a pale face. See Zhang Nan. Song Jishu glared at Zhang Nan with a mournful expression. Hell knows how hard he had to work yesterday to coax the red casket onto the plane. Then not long after the plane landed, Zhou Lan called right away and told him to bring the red beer back right away. saying that Jiang Nan has a way to save the red casket? Jiang Nan, do you really have a way to save the red casket? Your brother and I had a hard time persuading this little devil to get on the plane. Next time I let her go, she won't necessarily cooperate. Jiang Nan smiled and patted Song Jishu on the shoulder when he saw his sultry expression. I've always been a truthful person, and I don't like lies. When Song Jishu heard this, those beautiful peach blossoms lit up. Jiang Nan, could it be that you found that ectoplasmic enhancement liquid? Jiang Nan shook his head. What's the point of going to all that trouble to find that thing? Let's go to the lab. Next, it's time for you to get a little boost, Jiang Nan said, looking meaningfully at both Zhou Lan and Song Jishu. Song Jishu and Zhou Lan froze for a moment at his words. What does Jiang Nan mean by this? Let them boost their strength as well? But they both aren't ectomorphs. Soon, Song Jishu and Zhou Lan realized that Jiang Nan really didn't lie to them. Even if they weren't ectomorphs, Jiang Nan also still had a way to stimulate the potential abilities of their bodies through the energy liquid, make them stronger than average. When Jiang Nan arrived at the lab, Elder Chen and the others were first curious. Why would Zhou Lan's assistant introduce a teenager who just finished his college entrance exam to the Alien Institute? But when Jiang Nan locked himself up in the lab alone for a small half-day and came out with several bottles of alien body-enhancing liquid, the entire Institute of Altered Humanity has gone crazy. Oh, my god. It's actually alien body enhancement liquid. This teenager actually managed to get the alien body enhancement liquid. Isn't this the ectoplasmic enhancement liquid that only Lone Wolf-sama can get out? How could this teenager named Jiang Nan get it too? Lord Jiang Nan, how did you get the altered body enhancement liquid as well? This is a great joy. I'm really excited. I haven't seen allomantic enhancement liquid in over 2 years. Chen Lao's hands trembled with excitement. He was also an ectomorph. And as soon as he smelled the ectomorphic enhancement liquid in those bottles in Jiang Nan's hands, he knew it was not false. And the energy fluctuations in there, it could be much more intense than the effects produced by Lord Lone Wolf before. It's been over 2 years since the disappearance of Lord Lone Wolf. There was no longer a single drop of altered body enhancement liquid in the Altered Body Human Research Institute in China. A few years ago, the Institute of Altered Human Research in China had been ransacked by some unknown foreign elements. Chen Lao was also injured in that man-made robbery. However, since there had been no altered body enhancement liquid for the past 2 years, his body had mutated. Xenomorphs mutate. Not every xenomorph does. Chen Lao is just a number. After the mutation, once or twice in the first month, he would suddenly turn into the same person he was when he had just died tragically. Then it became 4 or 5 times a month, mostly at night. Sometimes it occurs during the day. Occasionally, the appearance of a tragic death will scare some people who are unaware of the situation. As a result, he didn't know how many batches of servants had been changed in his house, causing his family to have a hard time hiring maids now. And that's not even the worst of it. Even worse, if he couldn't get the altered body enhancement liquid again this year, he won't live to see next year anytime soon. Jiang Nan looked at the adoring eyes of these people in front of him, and his heart was serene. Sister Red Ribbon, you should hurry up and drink it, Jiang Nan said, handing a bottle of alien body enhancement liquid to the red casket. The red bear looked at this large bottle in front of her. There are at least several hundred drops of altered body enhancing liquid. She was startled for a moment and swallowed. All this much for me to drink? Jiang Nan nodded carelessly. Whatever it takes to heal the red casket. Not to mention this tiny bottle of alien body enhancing liquid. It's just a matter of getting her a carload. This thing, simply with a few of his supernatural powers, coalesced into a liquid refined. So it's no wonder why, in this world, the lone wolf is the only one who can get it and no one else can. But it's a bit of a drain. Like this bottle in the hand of the red bear, he can only get about 10 bottles at most in half a day. No more than 20 bottles a day. Otherwise, his mental energy would be very depleted. On the side of the red bear, the alien body enhancement liquid was cupped in his hand, trembling. Woohoo! Su Weiwei and Zhou Lan, as well as Song Jishu who was on the side, saw that the red bear suddenly cried out. Somewhat unclear? Jiang Nan is even more at a loss? What's the matter with you, Sister Red Ribbon? Is it not enough? Fear not. I have several more bottles here. Take them all. When Elder Chen, who was on the side, heard this, his mouth opened and he inwardly exclaimed, oh, he needs it too. When the red bear saw everyone staring at Self, she, who had always been strong, suddenly became embarrassed. It's okay, I was thinking that Self could live. It was a moment of overjoy and I couldn't help it before I cried. You guys, you don't know. All this time, I even wrote a thick pile of suicide notes. I've even taken the money from my card and asked my lawyer to transfer it to Jiang Nan at the end of this month. That's the money I usually make from taking on quests. It's not much though, just about $500 million. When Jiang Nan heard the first half, he just wanted to open his mouth and say no. When hearing the second half of the sentence, he froze. What? 500 million? Did he hear right? It turns out that the red beer is still a little rich, and my jewelry, also left to Su Girl. The pupils of Su Weiwei, who had been very quiet next to her, flashed. Well, the fight wasn't in vain during that time. Those most precious poisons of mine are reserved for Missy. Lan had rarely seen a red beer actually cry out. Guess it's been a while. The red casket has been repressing itself and pretending to have a good time so that they don't worry. Others have thought of this layer as well. For a while, Jiang Nan's few hearts ached for this woman who was usually always cheeky. Wha? At this time, Song Jishu also pretended to give a dry howl. The voice was so sudden that it startled everyone. The cries of the red beer, and the dry howl, managed to be diverted. Dead Song Jishu, it's not like you're the one who's going to die. Howl your ass off. When Song Jishu saw the red beer scolding him, he howled even more vigorously. Red beer, you dead heartless. I loved and was so nervous about you that when I heard you were dying, I immediately dropped what I was doing and flew over to be with you. And even more so, despite the danger, he's going to take you to blow up the Institute for the Study of Xenomorphs in the Free State. What woman wouldn't be moved to death by such a touching act of righteousness? But how did you treat me? By thinking about a few of them, even just met Jiang Nan and Su Weiwei. Have a share in inheriting your things. I really hurt you for nothing. After Song Jishu finished accusing the red beer, he howled a few more times. The red beer pulled out his ears a little awkwardly when he heard this. Stop howling. I'm not dead yet. Besides, your family is almost as rich, and you have the nerve to come and think about this little morsel of mine? You want some face? As soon as Song Jishu heard this, he became energized again. It's not the money. I'm not interested in money. What I care about is that you don't have me in your heart. Jiang Nan and the others looked at each other and all smiled helplessly. The red beer only needed a bottle of altered body enhancement liquid, and Su Weiwei and Lan and the others also had a bottle each. As Lan held the bottle of alien body enhancement liquid, she lowered her head in contemplation. Nan Zhang, are you, by any chance, a lone wolf? Song Jishu put away the playful smile just now, his eyes like a torch looking at Jiang Nan's back. Only Su Weiwei, the trusting eyes stayed the same. A few people came out of the institute. Lan then received a call from Zhou Zhentian. Lan, the Chen family is here. You come back here soon. Lan hung up the phone. A slight frown. Sister, what's wrong? As soon as the red beer took the alien body enhancement liquid, his face immediately became rosy. Moreover, she felt that this ectoplasmic enhancement liquid was 2 times better than the ones before. It made her body's ability to follow suit. Obviously, she had just tried it, and not to mention anything else, the speed piece alone was 1 or 2 times faster than before. The discovery made her overjoyed. For a while, the gratitude towards Jiang Nan deepened in his heart. When Lan heard the question from the red beer, she busily withdrew her mind and said the information from Zhou Zhentian's phone call just now. Hey, it's not just a Chun family. What are you afraid of him for? We've got a Song family youngster here. Young Master Song, let's go. Let's go to the Zhou family together to help out. Song Jishu sniffed and bristled. Humph, don't think of me until you have a use for it. No conscience. No go, this young man is very busy. Although his mouth refused, his body was solidly followed by Song Dishao. Still, he called for a driver and went off with Lan and the others together. Lan also brought Jiang Nan back to the Zhou family. In the past few days, Lan had been staying in a hotel with Jiang Nan and the others. So, Jiang Nan hadn't been to the Zhou family yet. After seeing Lan asking self to go as well, Jiang Nan did not refuse, because he heard Lan mean that it was the Chen family that was going to come after her. Humph, the Chen family is looking for trouble with Lan. Jiang Nan immediately thought of who it was. When Jiang Nan and the others entered the Zhou family, only then did Jiang Nan truly see the depths of the ancient families of China for hundreds, if not thousands of years. The place where the current Zhou family lived was located in the center of the capital of China. That is, closest to the palace. This is a place that can't be described as an inch of gold. And here's the location. It's the kind of place money can't buy. The ancient people who used to live here, either kings, grandchildren, nobles or high officials. No wonder the Zhou family has always been one of the foremost mysterious and wealthy and powerful families in China. The bottom line is that it is even the top of the 4 great families. Think about it. Jiang Nan couldn't help but look at Lan beside him with a soft gaze. At 13, he managed to get through both. Lone Wolf was thrilled. It was as if he saw the hope of success. So, in order for Jiang Nan to continue to grow up, Lone Wolf then specially arranged for Lan to come over to the orphanage to adopt him. Jiang Nan learned from Lone Wolf's memories. Zhou Lan is depressed because her mom and sister died in a car accident. Plus the Lone Wolf suddenly disappeared again. So, she simply left the capital. One is to avoid her stepmother sending people after her. Secondly, there is a tug in her heart that leads her to the city of Hiroshima. And that hall. On the other hand, it was Lone Wolf who put it on Zhou Lan. So, Jiang Nan met and adopted Zhou Lan. It's all on Lone Wolf's special order. Thinking of this, Jiang Nan was grateful to Lone Wolf in his heart. After all, if it wasn't for Lone Wolf, and he will not be reborn, will not succeed in revenge, will not meet again Su Weiwei who has been silent to him. You won't meet a red casket that loves to tease, much less will he meet someone like Erasure, who treats him well. Nan, go in later, and don't be afraid if they give you a hard time. When it's time to strike, it's time to strike. Won't save face for Erasure. I don't know them very well. Zhou Lan knew what those people from the Chun family had come for. I am afraid that Jiang Nan will choose to hold his tongue for a while because of self. Busy saying hello to him ahead of time. Jiang Nan smiled at his words. Good. With Sister Arashi's words, I'm relieved. The red casket on the side heard Jiang Nan's words. Thinking of Jiang Nan's recent behavior, he immediately let out a fit of laughter. Sister, Nan has been so mean lately. You should be worried about the Chen family. I'm afraid the Chun family will be missing arms and legs later. The Zhou family won't end up well then. Yo! When Jiang Nan's few people entered the Zhou family's hospitality hall, then he saw that the hall was already full of people. On the main seat sat a middle-aged man who looked a bit similar to Zhou Lan. Jiang Nan thought about it. This should be Zhou Lan's father Zhou Zhentian. And on either side of the main seat sat two groups of people. One side was dominated by a flirtatious and delicate-looking woman. The woman was about 30 years old and was dressed in a luxurious designer outfit. Looking at her behavior, Jiang Nan knew that she was the support behind Lin Zicheng in the past few years. The main mother of the Chen family Su Rui. Jiang Nan didn't care which house's main mother she was. Because, his eyes only saw Zhang Xinju who stared at him with a resentful face. It really wasn't wrong in the first place. Just give Zhang Xianju a chance. She'll get back at him for sure. However, Jiang Nan did not take Zhang Xianju to heart at all. He likes a dog that bites. It's only good when he hits it later. And the other side. Instead, there sat the main mother of the Li family, Kai Yin. The dress code is also full-bodied and expensive. It's like the kind of dirt guy that wears several sweets on its body. And she was smiling with a gentle face as she talked with the beautiful woman sitting next to Zhou Zhentian. When Zhou Zhentian on the main seat saw Song Jishu next to Zhou Lan, an eyebrow flicked up. This, I believe, is Nan? Zhou Zhentian asked in a light tone as he stared at Jiang Nan. Seeing that he was Zhou Lan's father, Jiang Nan returned with a respectful face. Yes, Mr. Tao. Zhou Zhentian gently nodded his head disinterestedly. Not bad. A talented person. Worthy of being the top student of this year's college entrance examination in China. Butler, get a stool for Nan to sit on. The butler hurriedly answered yes. Then, it went ahead and moved a small stool and put it next to the door on. Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei. Several people immediately frowned when they saw this deliberate arrangement. Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that? Zhou Lan couldn't help but inquire in a cold voice. Zhou Zhentian gently sipped his tea and leisurely said, What's the matter? There weren't enough chairs, so I had to let Nan commiserate and just sit on the stool. Zhou Lan heckled. I now realize that the Zhou family is actually so poor that they can't even afford a chair. When Zhou Zhentian heard this, he frowned, and just when he wanted to reply, he was snatched up by Su Rui. Humph, what a piece of crap thing. How dare you sit down in front of us too? The Zhou family is really going down the drain, not only letting a poor beggar in, but also letting the beggar take the seat. Zhou Zhentian sniffed and frowned. Jiang Nan looked at the stool by the doorway and heard Su Rui's words again, and smiled coldly. Looking to Zhou Zhentian first, he said, I didn't expect that Mr. Zhou, who is admired by everyone, is actually this kind of hospitality. What, is this making me a watchdog? Zhou Zhentian looked at Jiang Nan, and the look on his face remained completely unconcerned. For this Jiang Nan, it wasn't that Zhou Zhentian hadn't bothered to pay attention. Because Zhou Lan was the one who adopted him a few years ago in Guang City, an orphan with no one to turn to, although it was later recovered. But now there's a falling out with the family of origin, and it's been messing with a lot lately. For example, Shan and the White Lotus Gang. All three leaders of the White Lotus Gang are dead. The first and second lords seem to have been killed by the ectomorphs. During this recent period of time, the hearts of several big families in the capital were a bit uneasy, because it's rare for a xenomorph to kill someone out of the blue. In the past, when Lord Lone Wolf was around, these ectomorphs obeyed Lord Lone Wolf's arrangements in a disciplined manner. Zhou Zhentian always felt that something was wrong, the third leader of the White Lotus Gang. On the other hand, was killed by this Zhang Nan in front of him. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhentian shook his head. Too young after all. Fretfulness. Doesn't know how to hold back. So what if I'm number one in the country? After messing with the Chen family, his life has come to an end. Zhang Nan, I think Mrs. Su has made it very clear. You are a junior, and there is no place for you here, regardless of your status and seniority. Giving you a place to sit is already an extraordinarily high regard for you. Zhou Lan was furious and wanted to go up and talk about Zhou Zhentian when he did so again. It was gently stopped by Zhang Nan. Sure, it's okay. Zhou Lan frowned. She couldn't see Zhang Nan suffer for her. Yang Shui, who was talking on the side, looked at the scene in front of him with a smug smile on his face. Thought Zhou Lan would bring back some kind of powerful character. I didn't expect to bring back a brat. And a troublemaker. It's really getting back to life. Zhang Nan, you're just in time. I was just about to go and settle the score with you. Seeing Zhang Nan ignoring self, Su Rui didn't want to let him go. And Zhang Xianju behind her did the same. Only her eyes were even more vicious than Su Rui's. Are you sure you want to come after me? Okay, just don't regret it later. Zhang Nan stood still, his eyes indifferent as he looked at Su Rui. Su Rui had been living the life of a human being for the past few years because she had married the Chen family head. Long ago, I got used to the bossy character. At this time, seeing Zhang Nan speak to her in such an arrogant tone, a moment of exasperation and laughter as well. I regret it? Humph. I'm afraid you'll be the one who regrets it later. You killed my cousin and nephew, and muted and crippled two of my nieces. I'll have to settle this score with you today. Once Su Rui's words fell, the hall fell silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Nan, especially Zhou Zhentian, but he chose to watch the show in silence. This Su Rui, but Chen Haotian put on the tip of his heart. It was unlikely that he would offend this new head mother of the Chen family for the sake of Zhang Nan. As long as Su Rui doesn't pick on the Zhou family, Zhang Nan what she likes to do with it, that's her business. But if Su Rui wanted to find fault with the Zhou family, he, Zhou Zhentian, wasn't a vegetarian either. Okay, how do you want to count it? Zhang Nan pulled over a stool and sat down in the middle of the hall with a big flourish. Nor did he care about Zhou Zhentian and the others angrily staring at his insolence. Anyway, people don't even treat you like a human being anymore. What do you care what people think? Su Rui looked at Zhang Nan's behavior, and the contempt in her heart grew heavier. Garbage is garbage. Not a bit of upbringing. How to count? Of course, take your dog's life to pay for my cousin and the others. And those people from the Zhang family. I won't spare any of them. Zhang Nan's eyes were unperturbed when he heard this. Any more? That's it? Su Rui commented on Zhang Nan's fearless expression. Exasperated. His teeth clenched. Where did this bastard get the courage to be worried and scared at all? Does he think that bitch Zhou Lan can protect him? Then he really underestimated me. Su Rui. Well, little bastard. You asked for it. After Su Rui finished speaking, she raised her eyes and looked directly at Zhou Zhentian. Master Zhou, today I, Su Rui, have come to the Zhou family for two things. One is to ask the Zhou family to give me an explanation because Zhou Lan teamed up with this Zhang Nan to kill my cousin. The second is to hand over Zhang Nan and make him kneel in front of my cousin and kowtow 100 times. If we don't strip him to the bone, my cousin won't die in peace. Don't you dare. As soon as Su Rui's words fell, the short-tempered red bearer immediately couldn't help but drink. Su Rui looked at the red casket. Seeing that it was just a dainty-looking piece of cargo didn't bother him in the slightest. Where is the cat or dog from that dares to talk to me like that? Shan Jin, go up and slap him. A young man next to Su Rui heard this and immediately led the way. With a furious face, he walked up to the red bear. His hand raised. This young lady, please keep your mouth shut in front of my lady from now on. When he finished, he wanted to slap him down. Zhou Zhentian didn't let anyone stop him. He knew some of the ins and outs of the red casket. This is the one he asked Butler Zhou to send to protect Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan glanced at the red bear and didn't say anything. Zhang Nan smiled a pleasant smile. Pow! A slap sounded. There was a moment of consternation in the crowd. Because, the one who was slapped was actually Su Rui's bodyguard. That bodyguard also froze instantly. He's an ectomorph that the Chen family paid a high price for. That ability and speed is much more terrifying than the average person. This girl in front of me. No, this girl is actually an ectomorph as well. The young bodyguard saw the ghostly blue light that flickered underneath the red bear's eyes. A moment of amazement. You're actually an ectomorph. The words came out. Surprise swept across Su Rui's face, but in the end it was replaced by anger. So what if the bitch is an ectomorph? She had purposely brought all of the Chen family's ectomorphs with her today to come to the Zhou family to demand an explanation. You guys go together and take this bitch down. Su Rui asked a few other bodyguards to go along to catch the red casket. Seeing this, Zhou Zhentian was in no hurry to call a halt, but slowly sipped his tea. Jiang Nan looked at the bodyguards, 3 of which were actually xenomorphs. Eyes narrowed at once. And naturally, the red beer saw the 3 ectomorphs. If it was just one, she could still juggle it. 4 wells. Although she had just drunk the ectomorph energy liquid given by Jiang Nan, her body had not yet recovered to its optimal state after all. Needless to say, it's definitely going to be a loss. But the ever-competitive red beer doesn't come with fear. So what if there's a lot of people? Come 1 to fight 1, come 2 to fight a pair. At this time, Su Weiwei did not move and came to her left-hand side. The red casket took one look and his lips grinned. This cold-faced, warm-hearted chick. It's still pretty good for her in a pinch. In the next moment, Song Jishu, who was drinking tea, also flashed to the right-hand side of the red beer. Mrs. Su is really a great bully. To try to outnumber a girl. Su Rui's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation when she saw that it was the Song family's eldest son. The Song family and the Zhou family have always been on good terms. It was only in the past few years that the Song family and the Zhou family had faded quite a bit because of the death of the Zhou family's previous matriarch. But among the 4 great families, the Song family was in existence on par with the Zhou family. It was her husband, Chen Haotian, who didn't dare to mess with it easily. But think of this current situation of riding the tiger. If she backs out today, in the future, in the circle of wives and the rich and powerful, how could she, Su Rui, still gain a foothold? Humph. Young Song, this is not your business here. Are you going to put the friendship of 2 families at risk for the sake of someone who doesn't matter? Song Jishu looked at the red beer with firm eyes. Fellowship? Yuchen family does some small actions against the Song family in your normal life. Take it that I don't know about it? Don't pull that fellowship thing with me here. You call your old man Chen, talking to me about friendship. You're not worthy. Suif heard Song Jishu's words. His face turned green with anger. Good. You actually bullied the Chen family's main mother like this. You guys grab that bitch and smash her face hard for me. Let's see who dares to bail her out. No matter how angry Su Rui was, she wouldn't dare to commit murder against Song Shuji in public. So, she had to take out her anger with the red beer. Soon, the 4 xenomorphs from the Chun clan immediately pounced on the red beer. Su Weiwei's eyes flashed, picked one of the most arrogant ones and hit it, and 2 on the side of the red casket to get her. Song Jishu is not an ectomorph. However, due to the fact that the Song family had spent a lot of money to buy a lot of good things for him from the Altered Human Research Institute, therefore, his hand and footwork and speed were, on the contrary, more agile than the average person. Even compared to the average ectomorph, it's no better. Jiang Nan didn't intervene. Let's get a couple of them warmed up first. Su Rui's side was also temporarily attracted by the fight on the field. Soon, the red beer, which had just been injured alright, could no longer support it. The pupils of one of the xenomorphs flashed with a touch of ruthlessness, and they were about to dig into the red beer's flirtatious eyes. The red casket has yet to make a dent, but Jiang Nan, who was watching the battle from the side, snorted coldly. He moved. Whoosh! Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The xenomorph who tried to gouge out the eyes of the red casket instantly covered his own eyes and howled. The red beer was busy fixing his eyes, only to see that Jiang Nan had stood beside her at some point. In his hand, he also holds 2 bloody eyeballs. Seeing such a bloody scene, all the people in the hall gasped backwards, especially the main mother of the Li family who had just chatted with Yang Shuai Kai Yin. She was even more frightened and shrieked out, "My God!" But her shriek had just fallen. Jiang Nan disappeared in place. Seeing this, Zhou Zhentian was so shocked that he stood up from his position in a flash. The calm expression on his face was no longer there, but a look of surprise. This Chang Nan is actually an ectomorph. How come no one told him? Ah, pa, ping dash. A few tremors later, the whole hall was suddenly restless. In the next second, those few ectomorphs from the Chun clan, all of them fell to the ground. All the arms and legs are broken in unison. Ah, the ladies in the hall were so frightened now that the screams seemed to break through the roof. Su Rui's eyes were even wider in fear. The body trembled uncontrollably. What? What the hell is this? Why is this Jiang Nan so scary? It actually kills xenomorphs in seconds. Good lord, this is an ectomorph. Jiang Nan didn't care about the horrified expressions of the bystanders. He coldly tossed his severed hand away from his hand. Then, after faintly sweeping a glance at the several xenomorphs lying on the ground and wailing, then he turned his eyes to Su Rui, who was too frightened to move. Mrs. Su, whose face did you just say you wanted to scratch and spend? When Su Rui heard Jiang Nan's words, she instantly dared not meet his eyes in fear. You? What do you want? I'm warning you. I'm the head mother of the Chen family. Don't mess around, or else, my husband Chen Haobian won't let you go. Zhou Lan, who had just handed Jiang Nan a towel, seeing that Su Rui had reached this juncture, she actually dared to threaten Jiang Nan. Couldn't help but shake my head at her courage. As expected, Jiang Nan, who had always disliked people's threats, heard Su Rui's words. There was a lurch as he reached for the towel to wipe the blood from his hands. Well, that sounds familiar to you. Seems like Lin Zichang threatened me the same way before he died. In that case, you go down and join Lin Zichang for company. Everyone's faces changed drastically after hearing Jiang Nan's words. What? This boy who came out of nowhere actually tried to kill the Chen family's main mother? He's not crazy. Zhou Zhentian was even more horrified. This is the Chao family. If anything happened to Su Rui in the Zhou family, how would he? Zhou Zhentian explained to Chen Haotian. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhentian hurriedly cried out, Jiang Nan, stop. However, Jiang Nan would not take his call into consideration at all. Moreover, no one could stop Zhou Nan's speed. Only a miserable scream could be heard. Then there was the sound of blood spurting. In the end, Su Rui collapsed into a chair with an incredulous face. Bubbling blood was gushing out of her snow-white neck. Her eyes widened in horror as she stared at the devil-like Jiang Nan in front of her. Then, turning his head to look aside. Help! Help! Help me! Zhou Zhentian covered his chest and immediately yelled. Butler, call Dr. Lin. Hurry! Quick dash! The butler was so scared that his legs went weak. Immediately called Dr. Chao's home doctor to rush over. Zhou Zhentian couldn't care less about his identity. He hurriedly ran to Su Rui's side. Mrs. Su, you have to hold on. The doctor is very soon. You've got to hang in there dash. Su Rui was still tightly covering her neck, her gaze deadpan on Jiang Nan. She didn't think about it until she died. The teenager in front of her actually killed her at the drop of a hat, without a hint of hesitation. She is the main mother of the Chen family. How dare he lay his hands on me? How dare? Jiang Nan. Chen Haotian won't let you go. You wait. Jiang Nan slowly wiped the blood on his hands with a towel. His demeanor was cold, almost indifferent. The Chen family won't let me go? Well, good. Then let the Chen family come. I'll kill as many as come. As it happens, he's been short of xenomorph research specimens lately. Su Rui's pupils immediately shrunk when she heard Jiang Nan's words. At this point, she suddenly regretted it so much. Regret why self had come for revenge. If I knew this what's her name Jiang Nan was this kind of pervert, she wouldn't dare to come in front of him to seek death. Now that she had screwed self to death, she was so upset. Blame it on Zhang Xinju. Why didn't she explain to self about Jiang Nan, and kept provoking her to come and avenge Lin Zichang? Thinking of this, Su Rui stared at Zhang Xinju with a face of hatred. Zhang Xinju was stared at by Su Rui, sending chills down her back. After all this time together, she kind of understood the cousin's ruthlessness. The bright side smiled flirtatiously. In fact, there is revenge. I think she must have known by now that self had deliberately lured her to seek revenge on Jiang Nan during this time. If auntie cousin is saved in a moment, then she and her second sister, Jiang Xinlun, will definitely be kicked out of the Chen family. When that happens, they will really have nothing to fall back on. Recently, the Chen family's head of the Chen family, Chen Haotian, has been quite interested in her and has been looking for a hospital to repair her little finger. Thinking of this, Zhang Xinju hurriedly stepped forward and supported Su Rui as she wailed. Cousin auntie, don't die. What will Xilon and I do if you die? Oh, you guys save my cousin aunt. Zhang Xianju cried while secretly exerting force on Su Rui's injured place, squeezing it to death. At this point, Su Rui had only a few breaths left. Being pressed like this by Zhang Xianju, he immediately rolled his eyes. The hand gradually went limp. Cousin? Auntie cousin. Oh, cousin auntie wake up. Zhang Xianju cried a lot. Jiang Nan, on the other hand, found a seat. He figured he'd have his hands full in a bit, because, in his ears came the content of the Chen family's subordinate, who had called Chen Haotian family master. Madam was killed. Chen Haotian on the other side of the phone froze for a moment when he heard this. Then a voice of incredulity angrily droned. What did you say? The lady was killed? Who dares to kill my Chen Haotian's woman? Stop him, don't let him get away. That subordinate let out a bitter laugh when he heard his own master's words. He was just about to say he couldn't stop it when a cold voice reached his ears. You talk to Chen Haotian. I, Jiang Nan, am sitting here waiting for him. The Zhou family's hall was deathly quiet. That Kai Yin, who had accompanied Su Rui to help out, was already too scared to shrink in her chair to make a sound. She was temporarily dragged here by Su Rui to watch the show. The Chen family has been on good personal terms with the Li family for the past few years, because of the previous marriage between the Zhou and Song families. Therefore, the Chen and Li families also chose to join forces together to fight against the Zhou and Song families. She has also just secretly sent a message to her husband, Li Zuenshen, and in the message it said that Su Rui was killed. The message was sent less than a minute later. Li Zuanqing returned what did you say? Wouldn't Kai Yan not understand the shock within Li Zuansheng's heart? It is estimated that at this time, Chen Haotian should have been on the way here with his own husband. Zhang Nan. You're trying to harm my Zhou family. Zhou Zhentian's body trembled a little as he looked at Su Rui, who was no longer breathing. I didn't expect this today. Actually directly placed the Zhou family in opposition to the Chen family. I killed the man. So it's none of the Zhou family's business. With all of you here, can't you testify? If the Zhou family wasn't Zhou Lan's family, Zhang Nan wouldn't even bother to talk so much nonsense with Zhou Zhentian. Zhou Zhentian smiled bitterly at his words. He had underestimated this Zhang Nan. At this time, Zhou Zhentian didn't dare to treat Zhang Nan as lightly as he did at the beginning. Song Jishu looked at the scene in front of him, thought for a moment, and sent a message to his own old man over. Not long after, Zhou Zhentian received a threat from Chen Haotian. Tell him not to move Su Rui. He'll arrive at the Zhou family in 10 minutes. Cursing on the phone is hard. Zhou Zhentian. If your Zhou family doesn't give me, Chen Haotian, an explanation, my Chen family won't settle with your Zhou family. And that bastard, you better keep an eye on him. Don't let him get away. Chen Haotian, will make him beg for his life and beg for his death. Zhou Zhentian hung up the phone. Mumbled came, this person is so strong. He wants to run. Zhou Zhentian can stop it? Soon, Chen Haotian arrived, and the head of the Li family, Li Zuanqing came back and forth, followed by a vast array of hundreds of bodyguards. Luckily, the Chao family is a large estate. The place is big enough to hold thousands of people. As soon as Chen Haotian arrived at the Zhou family, the gloomy anger that filled his face scared many people in the hall so much that they didn't dare to meet his eyes. Rui, when Chen Haotian saw Su Rui, who was limp on the stretcher bed, that cry of grief shook in the ears of everyone in the hall. Who? What son of a bitch killed my lady? Get the fuck out. Mad dog. Stop barking. It's me. Zhang Nan pulled out his ears that were a bit uncomfortable from Chen Haotian's yelling. The phrase mad dog stunned everyone at once. Zhou Zhentian even had an expression of having seen a ghost. This Zhang Nan. He's really mad as hell. Killing someone's wife. How dare you call Chen Haotian a mad dog? See, crazy. Never seen one who dares to be so crazy in front of the four great families. It's you. Good. Very good. Chen Haotian was so angry that he was trembling. He pointed at Zhang Nan and told the hundreds of bodyguards behind him. All of you, beat the bastard to death. The bodyguards were ordered and immediately answered yes. Then, they surrounded Zhang Nan in a well-trained manner. Then, one by one, weapons and pistols were pulled from their belts. Before coming, they had learned that Zhang Nan was an ectomorph. Moreover, the few xenomorphs from the Chen family had been crippled by Zhang Nan. Therefore, it was impossible for them to foolishly go up and engage in any kind of solo fight at this moment. Zhou Zhentian frowned and didn't say anything. At this point in time, this scenario, it's for the best that he doesn't make a sound. Zhou Lan, who was on the side, couldn't help but worry when she saw so many people surrounding Zhang Nan with guns. Xenomorphs are capable in many ways though. Even if you get hit by a few bullets, you'll be fine. As long as it doesn't hit you in the head or the heart. Because those two places are where the energy beads and life beads are placed. But so many people at once. The more Zhou Lan thought about it, the more scared she became. Su Weiwei had already stood beside Zhang Nan with a murderous look on her face by now. So is the red beer. Song Jishu thought about it. Also stood next to the red beer. Young Song, get the fuck out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame my men for having no eyes under their guns. Times L. Chen Haotian felt a little tricky when he saw Song Yushu's son, Song Jishu, actually standing beside that bastard as well. Although Chen Haotian was very emotional and looked as if he wanted to break Zhang Nan into pieces. However, he still didn't want to tear his face off with the Song family right now. Uncle Chen, can you do it for Jishu's sake? Let's sit down and talk about this? Song Jishu looked at Chen Haotian with a sincere face. He said this. Zhang Nan glared at him with an expression of looking at an idiot. I say brother, there's no need to. But Song Jishu looked at the blackened gunman. He felt it was still necessary. Hey, Zhang Nan has played a big game this time. I can't believe I'm playing on the head of the Chen family of the four great families. Before I met Zhang Nan, Song Jishu felt that self was also considered a maniac. The kind that sometimes goes crazy and doesn't recognize people. But compared to this big brother Zhang Nan in front of me, he instantly felt self weakened. This big brother wants to kill you, is really not going to joke with you? A deadly move is polite to you. See, this time it's a big game. It's going to be shot through a sieve. Chen Haotian heard that Song Jishu actually asked Self to sit down and have a good chat. It was as if he had heard some great joke. Sit down and have a nice chat? Ha, young Song, you're taking me for an old man who doesn't win, aren't you? The bastard killed my lady and maimed my men. You actually asked me to sit down and have a nice conversation? Song Jishu saw that Chen Haotian was getting emotional again. Trying to speak up to lighten the mood, Chen Haotian directly shouted, "Don't you say another word. Get the fuck out of my way. Otherwise, when old Song comes later, he won't be able to protect you." The corner of Zhang Nan's mouth skimmed, glancing at Chen Haotian, who was getting more and more agitated as he spoke. Then he turned his head to Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei and the others. "You guys find a cool place to stay. Don't interfere with my play." Su Weiwei sniffed, nodded her head and obediently retreated to the side. Seeing Zhou Lan and the few people from the red casket, they were still uneasily guarding Zhang Nan's side. She frowned and went up to pull Zhou Lan. "Sure, let's step back. Don't distract Zhang Nan." Seeing Su Weiwei say this, Zhou Lan asked uneasily, "That's a bullet. Are you assured?" Su Weiwei nodded firmly. "I believe Zhang Nan's words." Zhou Lan and the red casket looked at each other. All of them no longer hesitated and silently stepped aside. Song Jishu saw that these three women were so convinced that Zhang Nan was fine. He also stopped gabbing with Chen Haotian. All right, you guys fight. It's come to this anyway. If Zhang Nan is really dead, he, Song Jishu, will give him a graceful funeral. Sort of a perfect ending to their destiny of knowing each other for a while. At this time, Zhang Nan did not know that Song Jishu was inwardly singing his praises. He looked at the dozens of pistols in front of him. The eyes became fiery. He had long wanted to find a chance to try to see if self could be invulnerable to swords and spears. Isn't the best opportunity right now? You idiots. What are you doing standing there with a gun? Shoot. Hit me. Zhang Nan shouted arrogantly at those bodyguards with guns. Those bodyguards listened. Froze. This lunatic isn't scared out of his wits, is he? How dare you be so arrogant as to seek death? Silly. It's a gun. Chen Haotian, who was in a state of anger, was also momentarily stunned by the whole thing. Could this man be a psychopath? Even Zhou Zhentian, who had been following Zhang Nan's every move, was a bit skeptical as to whether or not he had heard it wrong. What the fuck are you guys waiting for? Shoot me. Zhang Nan didn't dare to move a muscle when he saw them. Looking straight at self, his hand gripped the gun and kept shaking and shaking. Don't be afraid to drive towards this. Hurry up. The bodyguards look at me and I look at you. Neither dares to be the first to shoot. At that moment, they also saw Zhang Nan taking a step towards them with an arrogant face. You, don't come over here. Come any closer and we'll really shoot. Really, don't come over. But Zhang Nan has always been a master of disobedience. When he saw that the bodyguards weren't hitting him, he yelled even more openly at Chen Haotian. Chen Haotian, do you still want to avenge your wife? Fuck, shoot me if you're a man. When Chen Haotian took a look at Zhang Nan's posture, he was instantly infuriated again. Who the fuck is threatening who? Shoot, don't blow your head off yet. Hit him in the legs and hands. I'm going to torture him to death slowly. Chen Haotian was finally enraged by Zhang Nan's arrogance. Immediately have the bodyguards shoot. The bodyguards received orders from Chen Haotian. Gripping the gun in his hand tightly, he murmured to Zhang Nan, "Crazy man, you're the one who wanted to get yourself killed." Ping, ping ping ping, ping 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 ping. Ah! Several screams rang out. That was the women present who were frightened by the sound of gunfire. Zhou Lan's heart clenched. Hurry up and fix your eyes to see how Zhang Nan is doing. But when she got a good look, she was stunned. Just see Zhang Nan's hands and mouth. I can't believe it's all bullets. Wow. I would like to thank Tap Dancing Crab in the Square for the 10 Boo Boo milk teas. Thank you for all the gifts from your brothers and sisters. Holy shit. Song Jishu, who was beside the red beer, was so shocked that he couldn't help but burst out. And the red beer was also dumbfounded as she looked at Zhang Nan in the hall. For a moment, she suddenly felt that Zhang Nan was so fucking handsome. Only Zhang Nan's entire body was unharmed. The bullets shot by those bodyguards were all caught in his hands. And, after the next second, kneaded by him as much as he could? Then, he blew gently at the powdered bullet ash that had been crumpled up in his hand. And the ash powder in his hand went up in all directions. Everyone's goosebumps instantly rose. Especially the bouncers. They felt that Zhang Nan had blown this. It's like blowing their lives away. Well, so much for bullets. Zhang Nan looked at just some of the bullets that hit the self. At this time have all been bounced off the ground. Bullets don't work. I wonder what would happen if a tank hit me. Shouldn't work either. Or missiles. Everyone quietly listened to Zhang Nan's crazy talk. However, in the next moment, they felt that this was not Zhou Nan's crazy talk. Because, just now, this madman really can't be killed even by bullets. Those bullets, all of them couldn't get close to him. It was as if it was blocked by an invisible transparent protective screen. What's even sicker is that Zhang Nan actually grabbed the bullet with his bare hands, and rubbed it with one hand. You're really an ectomorph? No you're not. There's no way a xenomorph could do that. Unless it's Lord Lone Wolf. Who are you? Chen Haotian's face was filled with horror. He felt scared now. A man who can't even get close to a bullet. How could this not frighten him? Zhang Nan, who was engrossed in his own world, being interrupted by Chen Haotian like this, he was somewhat displeased. When did I say I was an ectomorph? And, are you guys still hitting me? Chen Haotian's mouth was tightly closed at this time, and his eyes were resentful. But just don't dare go back up. And those bodyguards of his, seeing that Zhang Nan was not even afraid of guns, now it's like seeing a ghost too. There was a flurry of backing up. No more fighting? It's boring. Since you guys aren't hitting me, then it's my turn to play with you guys. What does this maniac want? What's he gonna play with them? Chen Haotian panicked and took several more steps back. Zhang Nan, what do you want? You really think you can be lawless just because you have this stunt, don't you? This is China, a society governed by the rule of law. You dare to make a move on me. The state will not let you go. Zhang Nan looked at Chen Haotian's face, which had become distorted due to panic, and let out a cold laugh. The state won't leave me alone? Ha, talk about how important you are to the country. Then, he no longer gave Chen Haotian any more chances, and with one hand and one bodyguard, he flung all those who stood in his way away. His movements were swift and powerful, as if these bodyguards were just papier-mâché in front of him. Zhang Nan didn't directly make a move on Chen Haotian because he thought of what Chen Haotian had just said to those bodyguards. Chen Haotian said that he wanted to torture him slowly, which caused a surge of anger in Zhang Nan's heart. He decided to return the favor to Chen Haotian in the same way, letting him also taste the taste of being slowly tortured. This what for families. Since Zhang Nan became stronger, he didn't have it in his sights anymore. They are rich and powerful though, but in the face of absolute power, they're like tiny little mole crickets. Just now, Zhang Nan figured out something. Money is not the most important thing. He wants absolute power and obedience now. The only way to make everyone fear and obey the self is to make them fear and obey the self from the bottom of their hearts. The money thing, as far as he was concerned, was just a bunch of numbers. It's up to you to decide how much you want. Besides, he really wasn't interested in money. Now, like the lone wolf before him, constantly getting stronger and climbing to the top is his ultimate goal. Chen Haotian was so scared that his legs were about to go limp as he watched Zhang Nan kill in a big way. At this point, he was already regretting coming over for revenge. Damn, there are so many beautiful women out there. It's that little niece of Su Rui's, Zhang Xinju, also looks like a chrysanthemum, much younger and prettier than Su Rui. Why is self so desperate to save face for a moment? I can't believe I took the initiative to mess with this lunatic. If you do die today because of a woman, how can he go down to face his ancestors? At this moment, Chen Haotian's afterimage saw Zhou Zhentian, who was looking at Zhang Nan in the field with a worried expression. Zhou Zhentian, you hurry up and stop this madman. I'm in your Zhou family's territory now. And old Li is here too. If anything happens to the two of us, everyone in the Chen and Li families will not spare your Zhou family. Li Zuwensheng, who was so low-key on the side that he didn't dare to say anything, was very unhappy when he heard Chen Haotian suddenly itself. At this time, anyone with a discerning eye knew to not start a conflict with the person called Zhang Nan in front of them, but this old Chen actually wanted to pull him down. Li Zuwensheng gritted his teeth and accompanied Zhou Zhentian with a smile. Old Zhou, this Lord Zhang Nan is a guest of your Zhou family, so go persuade him. Let him kill again. It's really going to kill and injure a lot of people. When the people above investigate, you can't get away with it. Zhou Zhentian sniffed. The concern is even greater. Why wouldn't he think so? This devil who had suddenly appeared had really scared him today. In his life, he had never seen such a scene. Moreover, he had made it a point to give Zhang Nan a hard time before when he first entered. At this point, let him go up and persuade. Zhou Zhentian glanced at Zhang Nan, who was ripping the arm of a bodyguard. Rah! Once again, his heart and liver trembled more than a little in fear. My goodness, he couldn't be sure that the demon would not tear him apart as well. Arashur, tell him to stop now. Count on Daddy to please. If this keeps up, something really bad will happen. In the heat of the moment, Zhou Zhentian thought of his own daughter, Zhou Lan, hurriedly running to Zhou Lan's side, pleading with her. Zhou Lan looked at Zhou Zhentian in front of her and seemed to think of something as her mouth hemmed and hawed, then coldly rebuffed. Something big is going to happen? Humph. Now you know you're scared? Where's that killing energy you guys had just now? Chen Haotian, who was on the side, was displeased when he heard Zhou Lan actually say this about them, but the thought of having to beg now. Besides, that madman's methods are too vicious. It's crippled dozens of people now. He held back his anger and said coldly, Niece Shou, now it's that madman who keeps killing people on my side. We haven't done anything yet. Just as Chen Haotian finished his words, Zhou Lan gave him a sidelong glance with a sneer. You guys didn't do anything? as soon as Zhang Nan came in. He hadn't intended to kill anyone. It was Su Rui who made the first move, and then when you came in the door, you were the one who yelled and screamed, and you were the one who made the first move. Now that you're not as skilled as the others, and you're being chased and killed, you're immediately changing your face and saying that you didn't do anything? It's true that when people are cheap, they are invincible. Sure, be reckless. Seeing that Zhou Lan actually said this about Chen Haotian, Zhou Zhentian hurriedly chimed in. Zhou Lan's words were like a slap that viciously slapped Chen Haotian's old face. It made Chen Haotian's face black for a while and green for a while. Humph. Old Zhou, you really taught a good daughter. Zhou Lan also hummed lightly, no longer ignoring Chen Haotian. Anyway, Zhang Nan will clean him up later. She just wait and see what happened to him. As expected, Zhang Nan's side snorted coldly in his heart when he saw that Zhou Lan seemed to have been targeted. In the next second, the spot disappeared. Ping dash. Chen Haotian, who had just finished satirizing Zhou Zhentian, was suddenly kicked hard. It smashed and flew to the ceiling. And then ping, the ground dropped again. But just that hard hit almost killed him. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. My goodness, this Zhang Nan is really brave. I can't believe he even dared to hit Chen Haotian. Zhou Zhentian also looked at Zhang Nan with wide eyes. At this time, the heart had already begun to regret having just treated Zhang Nan like that. He gave Butler Zhou a look without showing any emotion. Housekeeper Zhou sighed. So he quietly contacted all the ectomorphs in the Zhou family. Auntie, Zhang Xinju, who was on the side, saw that Chen Haotian was injured. Immediately jumping out, full of heartache, he helped Chen Haotian up. Zhang Nan looked at her, his pupils flashing with a touch of disdain. Zhang Nan, how dare you touch me? I, Chen Haotian, will not let you go. Zhang Nan raised his eyebrows. It's all come to this. Why do some people still want to have their way? Why don't you keep your mouth shut? Well, since you're tired of living, then I'll send you on your way. Since being reborn in many times, Zhang Nan then realized a truth. Any revenge must be avenged on the spot. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll lose my memory and forget. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan sank his face and walked step by step in front of Chen Haotian. Chen Haotian saw Zhang Nan approaching with a fierce face. At this moment, his party was shivering with fear. This guy really didn't care what status or position Chen Haotian had. He really would not hesitate to kill him. Zhang Nan, what do you want? My aunt's husband, he was just joking. Nothing he said was true. Don't you kill him, I beg you. Zhang Xinju's only hope now was Chen Haotian. She also thought of seducing Chen Haotian to take her in. The best to let her be the new mother of the Chen family. Anyway, Su Rui is dead. But if Zhang Nan really killed Chen Haotian as well, then where could she find such a rich and powerful backer? When Chen Haotian saw Zhang Xinju pleading for himself, there was a hint of emotion in his heart. But no sooner had his touching started than Zhang Nan shattered this mood. Zhang Xinju, you manly thing, how dare you show up in front of me, thinking that you can screw me, Zhang Nan, to death just because you found a backer from some big family? Ha, today, I will let you experience, once again, what it means to be desperate. As Zhang Nan said that, he picked up Zhang Xinju with one hand. The fingers of the other hand curled, bellowing, here comes the sword dash. In an instant, a long knife shot through the air from the Zhou family's kitchen. It fell steadily into Zhang Nan's hands. This god-awful scene stunned the crowd in the arena. What kind of divine skill is this? Sucking things up in the air? When Zhang Xinju saw the long knife, the fear buried in the bottom of her heart exploded out at once. No, don't kill me dash. Zhang Nan, I was wrong. I'll never dare to mention revenge again. I know I'm wrong dash. Zhang Xinju said as she kept kowtowing. My whole body was trembling and I kept screaming. I don't dare. I'm wrong or something like that. If anything, she still had the mindset that she would surely kill Zhang Nan before she came. Now after seeing Zhang Nan get the knife, as well as the bizarre abilities displayed by Zhang Nan, at this moment, she really no longer dared to have the slightest thought of revenge. This Zhang Nan is really not human. She was a mole. A mole. In front of him, Zhang Nan saw Zhang Xinju's fearful and scared look, really disgusted to the end. He's already given her a chance. The last time I let her go at Zhang's house, if she settles down and stops making waves, it would have been possible to live. But she came to pop in front of him. He had limited patience and didn't want to waste his time on such people. Zhang Nan gripped the long knife in his hand tightly. His face was as heavy as water. No longer listened to any words from Zhang Xinju. Put. A knife fell. Dry. Zhang Xinju's head and body immediately separated. Oh my god dash. Kill. The screams were once again in all directions. Chen Haotian's face was instantly sprayed with blood. That's Zhang Xinju's. His eyes widened in horror. I can't imagine Zhang Xianju, who was eyeballing him yesterday, now actually head rolls to the ground, staring at him with resigned almond eyes. The hands and feet have also been constantly twitching. Xianju blood oh Chun Haotian was instantly shocked and had a heart attack. Medicine. As soon as Zhou Zhentian saw Chen Haotian like that, he was so scared that he immediately asked the doctor to go over to see him. At this point, everyone in the hall was on edge. Each and every one of them dared not say a word, afraid that if he messed with the demon in front of him, self would be the next one to have his head moved. There were not a few young girls who couldn't help but cry out in fear. The most obvious of these is Yun Choi. She kept cursing herself mentally. Why did you promise Su Rui to come here? This is good. Watch the fun and almost lose your life. Her husband, Li Zuwensheng, was also too regretful to utter a single breath. Chen Haotian is all screwed up. Even if he had 9 lives, they wouldn't be enough to cut down this madman in front of him. On the other hand, Yang Shui, who had been silently watching the battle, stared at Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan with sinister eyes. I didn't realize that I had just looked away. Zhou Lan, this dead bitch, actually brought back such a horrible lunatic. This makes some of Yang Shui's plans, all of a sudden are disrupted. Master Zhou, Family Master Chen is having a heart attack. I'm going to get his medicine. But the doctor wasn't finished with his words. Zhang Nan has interrupted him. I asked you to save him? The doctor swallowed hard, afraid to speak. The eyes looked to Zhou Zhentian for help. Zhou Zhentian looked at Chun Haotian, who was lying on the ground and constantly convulsing, thinking of the trouble that would follow if Chen Haotian died in his own home. Then he stiffly walked forward and cupped his fists very respectfully to Zhang Nan. Little Nan, this Chen family master is no more guilty than death. You have already killed his wife. If you kill him again, the Chen family won't let you go. You're still so young. Don't ruin yourself just because of a momentary whim. When Zhang Nan heard Zhou Zhentian's words, his eyes cast a slightly cold glance at him. Are you lecturing me? Zhou Zhentian's cold sweat instantly flowed down. Hastily, he shook his head in horror and denied it. No, I'm just looking out for you. After all, you were also brought back by Lanner, and are considered an honored guest of my Zhou family. I heard the word honored guest. Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan both smiled coldly at the same time. Ha, wasn't it just now that you thought I was a stinking beggar who only deserved to sit on a cold stool at the door? Now how come all of a sudden you're an honored guest? Zhou Zhentian's face was instantly embarrassed. He gave a dry laugh and was just about to say a few words in his defense when Zhang Nan's next words sent chills down the soles of his feet all of a sudden. Zhou Zhentian, I remember how you treated my sister Lan before. The grievances that my sister Erishur has suffered over the past few years. It's time to settle the score today. Nan Zhang. Zhou Lan's eyes instantly reddened when she heard Zhang Nan's words. The boy she'd always wanted to protect was actually able to protect her now. During this period of time, although Zhang Nan acted strongly, however, she also never thought of using his power to help self-revenge, because she was more afraid that something would happen to Zhang Nan than revenge. She came back this time because she wanted to avenge her mother and sister. Secondly, we can't continue to let Yang Shui's power grow. Otherwise, everything in the Zhou family would become Yang Shui's bag. It was not that she was thinking of the Zhou family at all. Rather, she didn't want the Zhou family to fall into the hands of this disgusting person Yang Shui. That was something she would never allow to happen. Zhang Nan heard Zhou Lan murmur. He turned his head, meeting her eyes. There was a hatred and anger there that he was familiar with. His mind drifted. The once gentle and aloof Erishur. Turns out there's a side to this too. Anger. Not willingly, but it's gentler and lighter than it used to be. Zhang Nan also liked this kind of Zhou Lan instead. Sister Erishur, don't worry and leave it to me. Zhang Nan looked at Zhou Lan and said softly. I used to be weak, can't protect you, and it won't help you share your worries. Every time I see you frowning and fuming, I feel so useless. Now that I have the power, how can I still act as if nothing happened? Although the encounter with you in the first place was deliberately arranged by Lone Wolf, though I know you only adopted me by accident too. Although, for all I know it could have been Lone Wolf that you always liked. Yet, I have missed those days with you, because those were the best days of my Zhang Nan. Zhou Lan looked at Zhang Nan and nodded with reddened eyes. Good, Zhang Nan. Thank you. Zhou Zhentian's side of his body was already shaking. He was now really scared of this Zhang Nan from the bottom of his heart. A man who can't be killed by a bullet. Who's not afraid. If you dare to resist, you'll end up like Chen Haotian. Little Nan. What are you talking about? Lanner was a little mistaken about the Zhou family these past few years. She and I are real fathers and daughters. And between fathers and daughters, there's no such thing as a vendetta or a score to settle. Don't you misunderstand? But Zhang Nan wasn't going to listen to him pull that. He looked around the room first. Everyone who came into contact with his sight was too frightened to look him in the eye. Eventually, Jiang Nan's eyes stopped on Yang Shue's body. You're Yang Shue, aren't you? Jiang Nan very nonchalantly called Yang Shue's name directly and said. Yang Shue sniffed and frowned unhappily, but after thinking about Jiang Nan's bizarre tactics just now, she forced herself to hold back her displeasure again and nodded with a gentle smile. Yes, I am Yang Shue. Jiang Nan sized up Yang Shue. Shortly afterward, he suddenly said, I didn't realize that there were still compulsive people nowadays. Yang Shue's face suddenly changed when she heard the words compulsion people. How could this lunatic see that I was a companion? Zhou Zhentian on the side didn't seem to be surprised that Yang Shue was a Compass Clan member, but he asked with a deliberately shocked expression on his face. The companions? Nan, who are you calling a companion? Jiang Nan looked at Zhou Zhentian with an expression of you're pretending. You're pretending again. Zhou Zhentian, this old fox, would not be able to read Jiang Nan's expression. He coughed lightly when he wanted to ask something more. Suddenly, Li Zuanqing's shriek diverted his attention. Chen Haotian, you wake up dash. It turned out to be that Chen Haotian had completely broken off because he was not saved in time. See this scene. All of them fell back on their heels. This is Chen Haotian, the head of the Chen family, one of the 4 great families of China. Ah dash. Today it died so suddenly. No one dares to save. I don't know how much of a stir this has caused when it gets out. Zhou Zhentian was also nervous at this time. The man died in his Chow's house. The Chen family will definitely not stop. Just as he was fretting, Li Zuanqing's voice continued again. Zhou Zhentian, it was in your Zhou family that Master Chen had his accident. Just think about how you're going to give the Chen family an explanation. Li Zuanqing looked at Chen Haotian's corpse. After glancing at Jiang Nan, he finally didn't dare to directly yell at Jiang Nan, but turned to Zhou Zhentian to threaten him. How what? Not just a dead person? Scream again and you'll be next. Jiang Nan saw that the conversation between self and Zhou Zhentian was interrupted. A very unpleasant frown of warning. Li Zuanqing choked and stared at Jiang Nan with an expression of anger. If he hadn't considered Jiang Nan's weirdness, he probably would have called his bodyguard to go up and beat Jiang Nan to death. In all these years, no one had ever dared to be so rude to him. Jiang Nan ignored him. Continued to look at Yang Shue. Yang Shue was a bit furious by his look. What does this maniac want with her? Zhou Zhentian also frowned at Jiang Nan. Without realizing it, Jiang Nan's every move had long held the attention of the entire audience. Suddenly, Jiang Nan moved, only to see him looking at Yang Shue fixedly. Then his fingers curled slightly. Yang Shue then flew towards him uncontrollably directly from the chair. Oh dash. What are you doing? Zhou Zhentian, help me dash. Yang Shue to this bizarre scene, so frightened that he hastily lost his voice and screamed. And immediately towards the equally dumbfounded Zhou Zhentian shouted for help. Zhou Lan and the Red Bearer, among others, were also surprised as they looked at the bizarre scene in front of them. Spaced out dash. Several people shouted out the words in their hearts at the same time. Isn't that an ability that only lone wolf adults have? How come Jiang Nan can do it too? Zhou Lan, who had once seen Lone Wolf perform this move, and the Red Casket and the others were all puzzled? Zhou Lan calmly analyzed it at this time. Suddenly, she figured something out. Lone Wolves disappeared for 6 years. Jiang Nan met self 6 years ago. Jiang Nan is not an ectomorph. But these powers on display were even more bizarre and powerful than the ectoplasm. He also makes altered body increasing liquid. All the psychic abilities displayed are so similar to Lone Wolf. Jiang Nan, Lone Wolf, Jiang Nan. What exactly is your relationship? The Red Bear also looked at Jiang Nan in front of him with a puzzled expression. Being an ectomorph, she naturally sensed that Jiang Nan was not of her kind. However, the shock that Jiang Nan had given her recently was too great. Not an ectomorph, but tough as nails. Really all of a sudden it confused her as well. Jiang Nan, who the hell are you? Or, are you a human being or not? Song Jishu, on the other hand, was a bit regretful. Hey, this guy is so strong. All of a sudden it's screw this and screw that again. His Song family temple is small. I guess this guy can't see it. In the whole room, it is estimated that only Su Weiwei is the most calm and composed. She stood aside without a word, quietly watching Jiang Nan. As usual, she went up to help when Jiang Nan needed it. When it wasn't needed, she was quietly on the sidelines, watching him shine. Yang Shui on this side, after being sucked to Jiang Nan's heels all of a sudden, her heart was in her throat, especially eye contact with the bodies of the xenomorphs and bodyguards. That's all torn raw by the demon in front of you. Thinking of this, Yang Shui became even more terrified and wanted to break free from her bonds, but in Jiang Nan's hands. How could Jiang Nan let her break free easily? Only to see that in the next second, Jiang Nan choked her neck with one hand dash. Oh dash. Let go of me dash. I am the main mother of the Zhou family. You dare to lay hands on me. Don't you want to die? Yang Shui screamed and continued to roar again. However, Jiang Nan was unmoved, and his pupils flashed viciously. The strength of the hand increased. When Yang Shui saw that Jiang Nan really wanted to kill self, he didn't dare to hide anymore, only to see her palm flip. A row of tiny silver needles instantly shot towards Jiang Nan. Seeing this, Su Weiwei, who had been paying attention to Jiang Nan's every move, instantly had a cold light in her eyes and was just about to make a move. Jiang Nan had already acted one step ahead of her, only to see that after he easily avoided Yang Shui's attack, the force in his hand was slightly increased. Yang Shui was immediately pinched to the point where she was on the verge of giving up her breath all of a sudden. The face rose from red to purple. Jiang Nan, let her go. Don't be impulsive. When Zhou Zhentian saw this, he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked Jiang Nan to let go of Yang Shui first. Jiang Nan snorted coldly and ignored Zhou Zhentian, continuing to choke Yang Shui, but thinking that this was Zhou Lan's enemy. Killing this woman with his own hands would definitely not be as painful as Zhou Lan killing her himself. Also, Erasure has a reincarnation mission. Thinking of this, the force on Jiang Nan's hand was intentionally loosened a bit. Ahem dash. Jiang Nan's hand just relaxed. Yang Shui, who got a chance to catch his breath, hurriedly breathed desperately. Hands and feet fought to whip Jiang Nan's hands. The field was quiet for a moment. None of them dared to make a sound. Jiang Nan, have a word. And she didn't just offend you? Zhou Zhentian was afraid that Jiang Nan was really going to strangle Yang Shui to death, so he was so anxious that he kept persuading there. But Jiang Nan still didn't even give him a look. Lan quickly tell Jiang Nan to let her go. If she dies, Daddy dies too. Zhou Zhentian saw that Jiang Nan's side was not getting any oil or salt, so he had to persuade Zhou Lan. Humph. Zhou Zhentian, you're really in love with her. It's amazing that you won't survive if she dies. When Zhou Lan heard Zhou Zhentian's words, he felt a sense of irony to the extreme. She felt even more chilled by her own mother, the man her mother had loved for almost 20 years. How ironic is it that you can't live without another woman? Seeing Zhou Lan's appearance, Zhou Zhentian knew that she must have misunderstood the meaning of self's words. He looked at Yang Shui who kept struggling. His eyes flashed, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly said, Jiang Nan, don't kill the bitch yet. Let her give me the antidote first. All these years, she's poisoned me with parasites. There's no way I can live without her antidote. The moment Zhou Zhentian's words fell, the crowd in the arena was taken aback. Yang Shui actually poisoned Zhou Zhentian? Isn't that her husband? Over the years, every time Zhou Zhentian and Yang Shui appeared in front of the crowd, they looked like a loving couple. Let some of the original rumors of Yang Shui's mistress on the throne, but also gradually faded. Jiang Nan was not surprised at all when he heard Zhou Zhentian's words. From the time he saw that Yang Shui was a Compass clan member, he then thought that the Zhou family would surely suffer her poisonous claws. For a woman to be able to hold the Zhou family for so long without some special means, he wouldn't believe it. Jiang Nan let go of his hand with a cold face, temporarily letting go of Yang Shui. After Yang Shui got free, he first coughed violently for several times. After she had caught her breath, she looked at Zhou Zhentian with an incredulous expression and asked Trilly, Zhou Zhentian, what did you just call me? You have the balls to scream again. Zhou Zhentian looked at Yang Shui's shocked expression, thinking that since things had come to this point, and the Jiang Nan in front of me has this ability, at this time, why not take advantage of Jiang Nan's friendship with his own daughter? Completely Yang Shui this tumor of the Zhou family and eradicated? What? Calling you a bitch is still condescending? You've spent the last few years putting compulsion on me to get me, to make me crazy obsessed with you, and then it killed my favorite original wife, and my little girl, gives me sleepless nights and days. Yang Shui, if it wasn't for the sake of getting the antidote, I'd be eager to break you into pieces dash. Zhou Zhentian's words were like a bomb. Another shocking wave was created in the Zhou family hall. The Zhou family's former dominatrix and the little Qian Jin were actually killed by Yang Shui? Didn't you always tell the public that it was a car accident before? At this time, the eyes of the people on the field looking at Yang Shui were also filled with intrigue. This woman is not simple. How dare you kill the former head mother of the Zhou family and the youngest daughter of the family to get to the top? Kai Yan, who had just been chatting with Yang Shui, also looked at Yang Shui with a shocked face. She herself is very unashamed of Yang Shui's mistress's rise to power. Inside the circle of luxury wives, many people privately do not recognize the existence of Yang Shui, the new matriarch of the Zhou family, because, in their hearts, the Zhou family's former dominatrix, the Song family's $1,000 young lady Song Yun, it's the real head mother of the Chao family. When Song Yun was young, she was the most famous and the most beautiful magnate daughter in the capital. Not only are they beautiful, still notoriously talented. That innate nobility. It's something that a lot of the young ladies and wives in the gentry circle don't have. At that time, almost all the ladies and gentlemen of the mansion followed her example. This kind of status and temperament. But it has thrown off this Yang Shui who doesn't know where to fight dozens of streets. Zhou Lan on the side. His pupils had been filled with hatred at some point. She hadn't guessed wrong. Mother and sister were really killed by Yang Shui, and her father, Zhou Zhentian, not only knows everything. I can't believe I let this wicked woman stay by his side all this time. Head dash. Zhou Zhentian, what an ungrateful bastard. Would you have lived as long as you have if it weren't for me these past few years? Have you not forgotten what poison you were hit with back then? Without my Yang Shui's insect compulsion, you would have been a dead body by now. Once Yang Shui's words fell, Zhou Zhentian's mouth opened, and for a moment, he surprisingly did not retort again. Zhou Lan's eyes looked between Zhou Zhentian and Yang Shui both. All these years, she hadn't returned to the capital. It also deliberately did not think about what happened between Zhou Zhentian and Yang Shui, because when I think about it, I can't help but feel sorry for my mother, and in turn, I blame my father even more. Now it seems that her deliberate avoidance has left her out of something. What the hell is going on here? You guys get it straight. Facing Zhou Lan's questioning, Zhou Zhentian looked evasive. Yang Shui snorted coldly when she saw Zhou Zhentian's vain look. What's going on? Ask your good father. Ask him how he messed around behind your mother's back in the day. Ask him how he hooked up with me. Zhou Zhentian, now that your life is saved, you want to shrug me. Yang Shui, aside? Ha, then you really underestimated me. Yang Shui. Zhou Zhentian saw that Yang Shui actually disregarded the occasion and confessed his previous affairs in front of so many people. Embarrassment and disgust began to show on his face. This woman is getting really disgusting. What do you want? Over the years, you've amassed so much money in my Zhou family. Isn't that enough? Yang Shui, you were the one who hooked up with me first back then. The poison on my body would have been undone by someone even without you. Yang Shui suddenly smiled wryly when he heard Zhou Zhentian say this. Zhou Zhentian, the poison on your body. Other than me, Yang Shui, there's really no one else in this world who can cure it. As soon as Zhou Zhentian heard these words, his complexion instantly sank, and killing intent flashed through his pupils. Once Yang Shui saw this expression on his face, how could she not understand his mind? Immediately, he grunted coldly. What, trying to kill me? Zhou Zhentian, if you dare to lay your hands on me today, I promise to let you taste the pain of a million insects eating your heart right now. Zhou Zhentian looked at Yang Shui's reckless face. He took a deep breath. Ever since he knew that he had been compelled by Yang Shui, he lived in fear every day. I'm afraid I'll hang up someday. So, he had been very obedient and submissive to this woman. Even when she made a move on Self's original wife and youngest daughter, he had held his tongue, just waiting for the day when she would detoxify Self. Or, I will find someone who can cure the poison, and then I will kill this evil woman by 1,000 cuts. But he had been waiting for 6 years. This wicked woman had not even a hint of wanting to detoxify the poison. Instead, it had been rapidly eating away at his Zhou family's territory and wealth. It was becoming deeply disturbing to him. The Zhou family's hundreds of years of foundations had been laid down from generation to generation by the Zhou family's ancestors. It must not be swallowed by outsiders in his generation. That's why he hurriedly persuaded Zhou Lan to hurry back to the Zhou family. Now, Zhou Lan is back. Since there is no hope for him to cure the poison, then he, Zhou Zhentian, would drag Yang Shui to die with him. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhentian's eyes were filled with determination as he looked at Yang Shui. Well, since you won't let me get away with it, then die together. Zhang Nan, kill her. If I, Zhou Zhentian, can't live, she can't live either. Yang Shui was shocked when he heard Zhou Zhentian's broken words. Zhou Zhentian, you really don't want to die. Zhou Zhentian smiled coldly. All these years, living under your shadow, I, Zhou Zhentian, have had enough. It's good that I'm dead, so that I can go down and meet Rhyme. Zhou Zhentian remembered Self's original wife, the one who was impeccable in every way possible. The thought of Song Yun, Zhou Zhentian's heart then a burst of regret cannot be. Regretting his promiscuity and philandering back then, he had brought such a plague on the Zhou family. Not only did it cost the lives of his wife and young daughter, it also almost put the eldest daughter and Self in crisis. Over the years, if Self hadn't always secretly asked Butler Zhou to send ectomorphs to protect Zhou Lan, he may have parted with Zhou Lan for good as well. It's okay for something to happen to him, but Zhou Lan is the last hope of the Zhou family, and he must not let anything happen to her. Yang Shui seemed to have sensed Zhou Zhentian's thoughts. A cold smile. You want to go down there with that bitch Song Yun? Ha, dream on. After Yang Shui finished speaking, he coldly glanced at Zhou Zhentian, and that glance caused Zhou Zhentian's entire body to tremble. What does this woman want? At this time, Yang Shui suddenly mouthed the words. It seemed to be reciting some kind of ancient incantation. Zhou Zhentian took a look at this operation of hers. How could he not understand it? The bitch was trying to drive the compulsion inside him. Yang Shui, if you dare to drive that damn thing, I'm not done with you. But Yang Shui ignored him and instead stared at Zhou Zhentian with eyes full of resentment. There was still no stopping in his mouth. Within a short while, Zhou Zhentian felt a cone of pain rapidly coming at him. Aha! You wicked woman! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Zhou Zhentian suddenly cried out miserably like a madman. That look momentarily startled a number of uninformed people at the scene. What's going on with Master Zhou? Zhang Nan looked down at Zhou Zhentian before turning his eyes to Zhou Lan on the side. Sure. Want to. Zhou Lan's gaze was cold as he slowly shook his head. She understood that Zhang Nan wanted to help her out. But this is the evil of Zhou Zhentian. He deserves all the pain he's feeling at this point. If he hadn't married this wicked woman, their family of 4 would not have been separated. In fact, she had always guessed that the death of her mother and sister might have something to do with Yang Shui. It's just a matter of never finding the evidence. During that time, the Song family had also been secretly investigating, but the crash was too perfect. So perfect that no one could find a single flaw. That was why she and the Song family had never been able to take revenge. And no revenge. Because Yang Shui was too alert. She knew that the Song family and Zhou Lan would never let her go. So, she's always protected by bodyguards and xenomorphs 24/7. There was no relaxation at all. Zhou Lan just coldly watched as Zhou Zhentian's entire face twisted in pain. Nor did he stop it, much less say anything. Heartbroken while stubbornly not wanting to forgive. On Yang Shui's side, looking at Zhou Zhentian's painfully twisted face, there was not a trace of coolness. There was only anger and indignation. Ha! I'm vicious? Who on earth is wicked? After using me, you want to throw me away? Yang Shui looked at Zhou Zhentian with a resentful expression and continued. Zhou Zhentian, you are a useless asshat. Relying on the foundations laid down by your ancestors is what allows you to enjoy this monstrous wealth. Would those contracts of yours have been so easy to sign all those years without me? Without me, would you sit so comfortably as the Zhou family's family head? Zhou Zhentian was in too much pain to hear Yang Shui's voice at this point. He began to cough uncontrollably hard, coughing so hard that his entire face turned red. No one dared to step forward to help. Even Butler Zhou stood silently beside Zhou Lan without moving. With a sigh on his face, he looked at this Zhou Zhentian whom he had followed for decades. And that I seduced you back then? Ha ha. It's just a big joke. Back then it was you who were stalking me because you saw that I was full of compulsion and that it would help you in your business. And to say that that bitch Song Yun is empty of beauty and family, and has no love interest at all in bed, that you get annoyed when you see her. Those are your words. Zhou Zhentian had coughed up a storm by this time. Vom dash. With a vomiting sound, Zhou Zhentian spat out a large mouthful of blood. In that dark red blood, there were actually several long, blood-colored worms wriggling around dash. dash. My god. I can't believe there are bugs. I don't know who screamed out in horror. That's not a bug. It's a parasite. And I've heard it's a harmful thing that the compulsive people specialize in cultivating. Someone next to me was horrified. There were also whispers of discussion. Anyway, this scene today is destined to haunt them for life. Zhang Nan looked at the long, thin worm and frowned a little in disgust. He's never been a fan of bugs. Any kind of bugs. Because, when he was a child, he was bullied at the orphanage. It's just some disgusting kid putting worms under his covers or in his pants. Sometimes snakes. Sometimes bugs. Rats. Cockroaches. Dead animals. So, it caused him to subconsciously feel a wave of nausea and abhorrence when he saw these things now. Zhou Lan bit her lip and turned her head away, forcing herself not to walk over to Zhou Zhentian's side to check on him, but the wetness under her eyes betrayed her. It's hard to forgive while not wanting to. After all, it was Self's own father. She couldn't do it in a desperate, cold-blooded way and turn a blind eye. When Zhang Nan and the Red Casket and the others saw her like this, they all just sighed. As her sidekicks, would they not understand her pain? Zhang Nan. Kill her. Having her around is a curse to the Zhou family and Lan'er. After Zhou Zhentian spat out a large mouthful of blood, his entire complexion had become disheveled. It was as if he had aged a couple dozen years all of a sudden. The face was pale. Zhang Nan looked at him and pursed her lips. He was waiting for Zhou Lan's meaning. As long as Zhou Lan said kill, he would never hesitate for half a second. Ha ha. Kill me then. If I die, I'll drag you Zhou Zhentian down with me. Yang Shui saw that Zhou Zhentian was so desperate, not caring in the least about the fact that Self had shared a bed with him all these years. Her heart was cold as ice all of a sudden. Fine. Since you, Zhou Zhentian, want me dead, then I, Yang Shui, will not let you live alone. With this thought, Yang Shui once again recited the incantation to expel the parasites. Aha. Okay, that hurt dash. Kill me ah. Zhou Zhentian's voice was pained and shrill, and started spitting up blood again in big gulps. The immense pain that pierced into his bone marrow made him resist curling up into a ball on the ground. The crowd on the field knew what kind of torture it was when they looked at his agonized expression. Even Zhou Zhentian's opponent, Li Zuwensheng, could not bear to look at him. On the ground, there was all the blood that Zhou Zhentian had spit out, and there were more and more parasites in the blood, dense and writhing. They are all greedily sucking Zhou Zhentian's blood. Master, housekeeper Zhou finally rushed over to help Zhou Zhentian up in an unforgiving manner. Kill me dash. Butler Zhou, help me get the knife. Get the knife. Zhou Zhentian was already paralyzed with pain and his speech was breathless. If he could get up, he'd have wanted to headbutt the wall. But Butler Zhou just held him, not daring to make the slightest movement. How could he possibly dare to do something like kill the head of the family? He wouldn't dare even if he had 100 guts. Besides, this is the same master he has served for decades. Yang Shui still chanted the incantation with a resentful face. It's getting faster and faster. It was as if she had just said that she wanted to make Zhou Zhentian devour his heart with 1,000,000 insects. Zhang Nan looked at the increasing number of parasites on the ground. The discomfort in his heart was but growing heavier. That's fucking disgusting, Zhang Nan suddenly said. In the next second, his hand flicked up. A fireball flashed from his hand. Su Weiwei looked at the fireball in Zhang Nan's hand and pondered. How come she hadn't seen this fireball before? Is it Zhang Nan's new invention? Dash! The cry. That fireball instantly swept towards where Zhou Zhentian was spitting blood. Next moment, the flames are all over the place. Everyone then saw that those parasites that had just been writhing on the ground were all burned out at once. Not a single one was left. What kind of divine skill is this? That fireball just now. What was it? This Zhang Nan really isn't human, to actually be able to conjure up a fireball? Zhang Nan saw those parasites on the ground after they were burned clean. Fong turned his eyes to look at Yang Shui teasingly. Did you just say that no one can solve your what's it compulsion? Humph. You don't think too highly of yourself either. Now, open your doggone eyes and see how I'm going to get those filthy things of yours. After Zhang Nan finished speaking, he took a deep breath and gazed at his concentration to transport and knit out another ghostly blue fireball. This ball of fire, Lone Wolf called it the cosmic starfire, that could refine everything. This cosmic starfire was something Lone Wolf had from the moment he was born. He hadn't been able to start it since he came to this world. The main thing is that this world has too many shackles on him, and there's no way for him to perform many of his supernormal abilities. But not the current Zhang Nan. Because his body is a person who belongs to this world, he will not be ostracized by the world. After not having that shackle, many of the Lone Wolf's psychic abilities he could use without fear. Take for example this cosmic starfire, that can refine and burn everything. Although the method of getting rid of Yang Shui's compulsion, he still had some. But using cosmic starfire is the most direct and trouble-free way. Only that cosmic starfire came out. The temperature in the room heated up immediately. Okay, it's hot. Man, what is that thing? Why do I feel like I can't breathe since it came out? Soon someone couldn't stand the heat. Housekeeper Zhou hurriedly had the air conditioner turned to the lowest temperature. Zhang Nan expressionlessly focused the heat of the cosmic star flame into his hand after. It made Zhou Zhentian open his mouth. At this moment, Zhou Zhentian also knew that Zhang Nan was helping him to expel the parasites in his body, and he hurriedly opened his mouth cooperatively. Zhou Zhentian's mouth opened. Zhang Nan then aimed a throw at his mouth. Zhou Zhentian first let out a hard cry. Then, clenching his fists and opening his mouth wide, he continued to cooperate with Zhang Nan. Soon, Zhou Zhentian felt a hot current leaping up inside him. In the next second, he suddenly felt a tremor throughout his body, as if there were countless worms squirming uneasily within him. Zhou Zhentian was in so much pain that he looked up to the sky once again. In an instant, a parasite as long as an index finger slowly stormed out of Zhou Zhentian's mouth. But before it could escape for a second, it was immediately devoured by the cosmic starfire that followed it. Everyone was blown away. Even Yang Shui herself was scared to death, because she saw that the mother compass in Zhou Zhentian's body was actually drawn out and burned to death on the spot. That mother compulsion was something she had placed inside Zhou Zhentian's body and raised for several years. It was also the strongest means by which she had been able to control Zhou Zhentian in the past few years. Now it's actually all ruined by this what's-her-name Zhang Nan. It's over. It's really over. The despair in Yang Shui's heart almost buried her entire being. Zhang Nan stared at her as if she was a life-suppressing Rakshasa from hell. How do you want to die? No, you can't kill me. Yang Shui saw Zhang Nan about to make a move. Terrified, he stepped back. She could have yelled at Zhou Zhentian to go crazy before. It was only because he had eaten the mother compassion that she had placed in Zhou Zhentian's body that he didn't dare to really kill her. But now, after the mother compass was killed and her only means was lost, she panicked for a moment. Su Qi, you guys hurry up and come out to protect me. Quick. Yang Shui shouted in panic at the Zhou family's group of bodyguards and ectomorphs. The few bodyguards and the ectomorphs saw this and their eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation. However, when their sights came into contact with Zhang Nan's evil smile, immediately their hearts stuttered. Several people then glanced at each other, all seeing fear and retreat in the eyes of their companions. Hey, this what Zhang Nan in front of me is a killing god. A few of them going up there would be a death sentence. Aren't those mountains of corpses on the ground the best proof? People like Su Qi and the others are paid to do things. Although Yang Shui usually gave a good price, it wasn't to the point where they could sell their lives for her. Besides, lives are lost. And what good is money? Yang Shui saw that these few people all lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. Then you know what they mean. This is even more desperate. Zhou Zhentian, if you kill me, your Zhou family's business will also be halved. You better think about it. Zhou Zhentian heard this and hesitated again. In his mind, he thought about whether or not to put this bitch, Yang Shui, in jail first, forcing her to return all the things she swallowed in the Zhou family over the years one by one, and then kill her? However, when he glanced at Zhang Nan's impatient look, he gritted his teeth and grunted. Folding is folding. If I don't kill you, the Zhou family's foundation of several hundred years will be destroyed in the hands of you bitch. Yang Shui saw that Zhou Zhentian actually disregarded the Zhou family's business and also wanted Zhang Nan to get self-killed. The despair and fear in his heart had long since covered his entire body. No, I don't want to die. Zhang Nan, please let me go. Don't you have little money? As long as you let me go, I'll give you as much money as you want. I have lots and lots of money. Really, I can give you 100 million. No, 1 billion. However, Zhang Nan just looked at her coldly, unmoved. When Yang Shui saw Zhang Nan's cold look, she thought that the money he gave was too little. Immediately, he changed his mind again. 3 billion. No, just 10 billion. Zhang Nan raised his eyebrows. Shit, this woman is so rich? No, this Chow family is actually so rich? Even a woman who has just been a dominatrix for only a few years has this much cash on her? Yang Shui saw Zhang Nan's eyebrows raise, thought Zhang Nan was a little heartbroken. The heart was immediately ecstatic. As long as Zhang Nan doesn't kill her, ask her to pay as much as she wants. Zhang Nan, make a number. How much do you want to spare me? You name it, and if you can name it, I'll find a way to get it together for you. The corner of Zhang Nan's lips hooked as he stared at Yang Shui faintly. Oh yeah? Then you give me $1 trillion. As soon as Zhang Nan's words fell, inside the Zhou family's hall, everyone sucked in a breath. Is this Zhang Nan crazy about money? $1 trillion? How can he say that? Yang Shui's eyes widened in shock, and then, she suddenly laughed again. $1 trillion? Ha, you couldn't get that much cash even if you emptied the Zhou family. Giving you a few tens of billions is my limit, and you still want it to be too little? Ha ha. Fool who has money and doesn't earn it. You'll regret it. When Zhang Nan heard tens of billions, it was impossible to say that he wasn't moved. Once upon a time, he was a man who didn't even have 1,000 in cash. Now, someone is actually using tens of billions of dollars to buy his life from him? That was when he finally realized where the hundreds of millions of dollars from the red casket came from. The red casket has this skill. Casually takes some rich people's life preservation orders. Then the money is really rolling in awe. Looking at Yang Shui's face of fear, Zhou Lan looks a little lax. She kept looking at Yang Shui fixedly, but seemed to be looking through Yang Shui at who. Looking at it, she seemed to remember something. After a long time, she suddenly walked to Zhang Nan's side, looking deeply at Zhang Nan for a few moments before saying, Zhang Nan, give her to me. Zhang Nan sniffed and frowned when he turned his head to look at Zhou Lan. He felt that at this time Zhou Lan was somewhat different, but, for a moment, he couldn't tell what was different. Still, without saying a word, he immediately put Yang Shui under control. Then, a hand carried her to Zhou Lan. Butler Chow, get a broken down car over here. Tie her hands and feet so she can experience crashing and dying herself. I'm going to make her watch herself slowly bleed to death. Butler Zhou was a bit surprised, but he still nodded his head and went to do as he was told. Zhou Zhentian, on the other hand, looked up at Zhou Lan in shock. Erasure is avenging her mother and sister. This kid, hey. Yang Shui even understood Zhou Lan's meaning in seconds. This bitch Zhou Lan is trying to make self crash and die like her bitch mother. It seems that the car accident, back then, this bitchy bastard has always held a grudge and has never forgotten it. No, I don't want to die. I have so much left to do. I can't die. But no one listened to her. After Butler Zhou found someone to tie her hands and feet, he dragged her all the way to the Zhou family manor open space. The people in the hall. You look at me. I look at you. Everyone seemed to guess what was going to happen next. They couldn't stop the fear in their hearts. The spectacle they saw today was enough to last them a lifetime. What are you guys still doing there? Let's go out together and watch the crash scene. After Zhang Nan coldly finished speaking, He led Zhou Lan and a few others to take the lead and walk out of the hall. Those who were left, how dare they stay for half a second? Hurry up and keep up with this god of killing. Soon, Zhang Nan and the others all moved to the open space of the manor as well. Yang Shui had been so scared that the makeup on her face was crying. Don't dash, please, don't kill me. I was wrong. Zhou Zhentian, tell them not to kill me. Zhou Zhentian was assisted by his servants, but his pale and bloodless face was one of indignation. He just stared at Yang Shui so indifferently, and in his heart, he couldn't wait for her to die right away. What are you doing? Get off me! Li Zuwensheng, Mrs. Kai Yan Yan. You guys save me, please. Dash. Li Zuwensheng and his wife had been watching the show with fear and trepidation when they heard Yang Shui suddenly call their names. Frightened, he hurriedly glanced at Zhang Nan. After realizing that the guy wasn't looking itself, Fong breathed a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, he cursed Yang Shui in his heart. Save your mom's ass. Normally, I don't leave any room for error when I suppress my Li family. And now you're asking me to save you from death? Want a face? Besides, who dares to save you from Zhang Nan, the god of murder? Do not want to live? At this time, Butler Zhou immediately ordered Yang Shui to be stuffed into a gotten car, and then did not give her a seatbelt. Yang Shui struggled and Zhou cried hard, but none dared to save her. Zhou Lan slowly walked up, leaning down to Yang Shui's ear. He softly said, before I die, I'll tell you a secret. Know how many times I've killed you? 15th. What do you mean? Yang Shui's horrified face had a touch of puzzlement added to it, but before she could think about it in detail, Zhou Lan then signaled Butler Zhou and the others to make their move. Zhang Nan looked at Zhou Lan's side face. The color of his eyes deepened a few degrees. What Zhou Lan had just said in Yang Shui's ear could not be heard by the others. Yet, he heard it loud and clear. Zhou Lan said that this was the 15th time she killed Yang Shui? 15th. So, Erishur also knows that she's been reborn all along? Zhang Nan had been reborn countless times, something he thought only self knew. After all, Lone Wolf had purposely gotten this series of rebirth plans in order for him to completely metamorphose. But in these countless rebirths, Zhang Nan thought that other than self, the others should be passive and unconscious. But now, Zhou Lan actually also knows that self has been reborn all the time. Thinking of this, Zhang Nan looked at Zhou Lan's figure, and a touch of gravity was added to his pupils. If Zhou Lan knew that self had been reborn, what about the others? Is it also known? Zhang Nan felt that things were getting more and more uncomplicated. He felt that the Lone Wolf still had a lot of things he hadn't had time to explain to self. Zhang Nan frowned and looked at Zhou Lan, who had already regained her bland demeanor. Never mind. He'd ask Erishur properly after settling things here. By this time, Butler Zhou had already had someone secure Yang Shui on the driver's seat, and then secured Yang Shui's foot to the gas pedal. When everything was operated, Butler Zhou had the car started. Yang Shui looked at this and desperately shook her head. Zhang Nan dash. If you do kill me, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Zhang Nan glanced at her coldly. Meh, it's better to be a ghost. He hasn't tried how to play ghost yet. Yang Shui's entire spirit was already in the stage of collapse. She screams for help with whoever her eyes see, but no one dared to look at her. They were all afraid of Zhang Nan, and even more afraid of death. No, Butler Zhou, save me dash. I will give you lots and lots of money, help me dash. But Butler Zhou skimmed over her request without emotion as if he were a soulless robot. Ready dash. Start dash. With Butler Zhou's order, with everyone watching, the car in question that had been purposely modified. Soon it slammed into the wall in front of it with force like a deranged wild horse out of control. No. Ping dash. A violent collision resounded through the Zhou family's manor. That voice, too, resounded in the hearts of all present. Zhou Lan's pupils had a flash of ghostly blue color, which carried a hint of post-revenge pleasure. Zhou Zhentian, on the other hand, stared blankly at the battered car. I don't know what's going on in my mind. Help! A faint voice, coming faintly from the car. Then there was a bloody hand, slowly reaching out of the car window, but the hand only stretched out with difficulty for a few seconds before falling down in a feeble crumple. Butler Zhou frowned and went to check. Only Yang Shui stared. The eyeball of one eye has been bloodied by the glass of the car window. She just stared and kept mouthing, help me, but none dared to come forward to save her. She just watched in despair as herself bled, more and more. The pain in his body was getting worse, just when she was about to take it and wanted to close her eyes. In her mind, image after image came at her fast. That was a different way for her to die. There she was walking in the garage when she was killed by a fatal blow from a girl in red who appeared out of nowhere. There was death by a surprise attack from behind by Butler Chow. Some were killed by Zhou Lan with a silenced gun, running through their heads at once. I've really died many times, and each time I die in a different way. And the person behind all this planning was Zhou Lan. What's going on? Why did she die so many times? Why did Zhou manage to kill her so many times? Yang Shui felt a wave of weirdness. Even more so, he felt utterly terrified of Zhou. She instantly understood the words Zhou had just said. Zhou really killed her 15 times. Yang Shui suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared dead at Zhou. She wanted to growl out. Want to ask Lan Zhou what's going on? But she was completely speechless. Blood keeps flowing. Keeps flowing. It dyed the driver's seat red. And it also dyed Yang Shui's pupils red. Her life, for all intents and purposes, had come to an end. At this time, Yang Shui hated and feared. What he hated was why Self did not immediately send additional manpower to completely kill Zhou back in the day. The fear was whether he would be endlessly killed by Zhou again next time. Missy, Yang Shui is dead. Butler Zhou respectfully came in front of Zhou. Aha! Zhou indifferently answered. Then, he turned his head to look at Zhou Zhentian. She's dead. It's your turn. The Zhou at this time gave off a strange feeling. Cold and unfeeling. The red beer in Zhou stayed the longest. At this time, she couldn't help but frown as she looked at Zhou as well. She felt something was wrong with Zhou. Yet, it's impossible to say. It was as if she had suddenly changed. No longer the gentle young lady she used to be. But when she thought about Zhou change of heart 6 years ago, she understood a little more. When her mother and sister were murdered, her father married her enemy in greed and kept him retaliating against her. Anyone else would have to be crazy. In these years, the red casket alone had blocked those killers sent by Yang Shui, and he didn't know how many of them he had blocked. Yang Shui, this woman, had a murderous intent, and the assassins she sent were all xenomorphs. If not for the fact that the red casket can use poison, there is still the ability to excel a bit. It was estimated that she and Zhou would have been dumped in the wilderness by those xenomorphs long ago. Right in the middle of the red casket's contemplation, Zhou Zhentian's bitter voice rang in her ears. Good. I knew there was always going to be a day. Either you die by this bitch's hand or by my Arashi's hand. Father won't blame you. Do it. After Zhou Zhentian finished speaking, he closed his eyes and waited for Zhou to make his move. Looking at Zhou Zhentian as he closed his eyes and waited to die, Zhou fell silent instead. She once thought of making Zhou Zhentian regret, making him cry bitterly and confess to his mother and sister in heaven, as if that would ease the anger and pain in her heart. But every moment, she feels differently every time. The first time, she was in pain. The second time, it was painful and difficult. The third time, it was pain and resignation. Having been through it so many times, she had begun to numb it. It's also starting to get tired of the infinite repetition. So, this time, she has only endless indifference. Yes, she's been awakened to countless rebirths again. Here's the deal she made with Lone Wolf earlier. Every rebirth keeps up with Nan's footsteps. As long as Zhang Nan was reborn, she would follow along. Then, keep repeating the previous time track. The point in time when each memory was awakened was half an hour before it was going to kill Yang Shui. But this is her last wake. Because, she had sensed that the Lone Wolf had left this world. And the energy body that Lone Wolf had placed inside her was finally activated by her. That's the divine healer body. As long as the other party had a breath in them, no matter how much they were injured, they could have them instantly repaired to their original form. Even if it was an ectomorph, she could heal it just as well. Unlimited number of people per day, as long as she has enough energy fluid in her body. However, even if she ran out of energy fluid in her body, she could have also channeled the energy liquid to herself through Zhang Nan. In this world, only Zhang Nan could supply her with this special energy liquid. Therefore, she and Zhang Nan were in a bound state. Zhang Nan can leave her. Her skills, however, cannot leave Zhang Nan's energy fluid. This was why Lone Wolf had asked Self to adopt Zhang Nan. It is to make Zhang Nan feel good or grateful to Self. Though, she had agreed to it at the time without much thought in order to get her revenge. But now she is grateful for the Lone Wolf's arrangement. I'm not going to kill you. Zhou retrieved his thoughts and looked at Zhou Zhentian with an indifferent expression. When she was reborn before, she had killed Zhou Zhentian too many times. Enough already. This time, she was going to leave him alone, and spare the Self. But in this life, she will make him live in pain and guilt. Eldest Miss, Family Master Song is here. At this moment, a Zhou family bodyguard walked in to report. Song Jishu, who had been silent all this time, sniffed and his eyes flashed with a flash of chagrin. Oh, this old man. He arrives at this time of the day and at this time of the night. This is the time for Zhang Nan to kill the chicken and honor the monkey. Is this a good time to come and get a head count? Zhou Lan glanced at Zhang Nan, then said to the bodyguard, invite him in. When the bodyguard received the order, he immediately turned around and went to invite Song Yushu. After Song Yushu arrived at the Zhou family's meeting hall, horror and fear appeared on the jaded face. Hiss! What happened? How did so many people die? when he saw Chen Haotian, whose body was already cold on the ground. It was more like a scared eyeball. Chen Haotian is actually dead? God! Am I dreaming? How did Chen Haotian die? Who doesn't want to die and actually dares to kill Chen Haotian? He carefully trembled as he walked over to his self-same son, Song Jishu. She glared at Song Jishu with an unfilial look. Why did you ask me to come here? Do you want to scare me to death? Or do you also want me to die early? Song Jishu received the look from his own father. How could he not understand what he meant? He just laughed bitterly. When I first sent a message to my own father, I was just thinking about the Chen family that Su Rui had called people. Then the Zhou family's side can't afford to lose the battle. That's why I was going to call my own father to come over and hold up the fort. But how could I have imagined that Zhang Nan would create such a big battle? Get so many people killed. Simply like killing Red Eye regardless of. Zhou Zhentian. What's going on? Song Yushu asked as he looked at Zhou Zhentian, who was pale and still had blood on his face. Zhou Zhentian saw his great-uncle ask a question and hurriedly told him briefly what had just happened. After Song Yushu heard this, his pupils widened as he looked at Zhang Nan, the panic in his heart lingering for a long time. However, when he heard that his own sister, Song Yun, was really killed by Yang Shui, he turned toward the direction where Yang Shui died and said fiercely, "Good death." Over the years, his mother had cried her eyes out because of Song Yun's death, and her mental state had never been good. If it wasn't for those Song family boys taking turns coaxing her, she almost wouldn't have lasted. Thinking of this, Song Yushu swept away the fear and nervousness he had just felt and said firmly to Jolan, "Arashur, you can do whatever you want. Great uncle and the Song family support you." Song Yushu looked at Jolan, at the only remaining child of his own sister. The sadness in my heart came up like a tidal wave. He remembered that 6 years ago, Jolan came to him on the day she left the capital. "Uncle, I'm going to leave for a while. You and Grandma must take care of yourselves and wait for me to return. I'll find the evidence to take revenge. Even if I really can't find it, I will still kill Yang Shui to avenge my mother and sister." She did. She really avenged her mother and sister. A kid that skinny could do that. Then what did his Song family have to fear? When Zhou Lan heard Song Yushu's words, her face, which was originally cold and indifferent, was instantly overflowing with emotion. The Song family has always been so unquestioningly supportive of her, and her mother and sister. Not like this disgusting person Zhou Zhentian. Zhang Nan's side saw that Zhou Lan's revenge had been avenged, so he asked her what to do next. Zhou Lan was stunned for a moment. What to do with it? She remembered that in her last life, she had only killed Zhou Zhentian and Yang Shui, but she hadn't killed the two couples. Chen Haotian. Like today. Now the commotion is so big, closing can be a headache. And there were so many people watching. Apparently, everyone calmed down and thought of this at the same time. The subordinates and bodyguards brought by Chen Haotian all looked at Zhang Nan with resentment. "Humph. When we return, we will immediately announce the death of our family head to the outside world. Let's see how you'll answer to the Chen family then." Li Zuanqing didn't dare to say a word at the moment, but in the back of his mind he had long been growling, "Zhang Nan, you're finished. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape the Chen family's pursuit. Do you think that if you kill Chen Haotian, no one in the Chen family will dare to do anything to you? It's simply naive thinking." Chen Haotian was only the person elected by the Chen family to ostensibly represent the Chen family. The Chen family's hundreds of years of heritage is simply something you can't imagine. The people up there won't let you off the hook either. My Li family too. Song Yushu frowned as he looked around. When the eyes looked at Mr. and Mrs. Chen Haotian once again, they were prepared to bear all the consequences though, but the cheeks couldn't help shaking with fear. How can kill so many people? Killing other people's bodyguards and xenomorphs was fine. The Song family could still be pressed. How can even kill Chen Haotian, an old bird? Hey, it's just that, in the end, this Zhang Nan did it for Lanner. The Song family has to keep them safe. Zhang Nan, you go first. I'll take care of the rest. Zhou Lan didn't want Zhang Nan to be bothered by these things. He'd helped her enough today. For the rest, she just discussed with the Song family how to solve it. The Zhou family. Zhou Zhentian is now powerless to struggle anymore, and is considered to be completely in her hands. But Zhang Nan didn't think so. There was simply no way for Zhou Lan to perfectly solve everything in front of him. Besides, he wasn't about to just put someone back. There are too many risks and subsequent hassles. He was a man who never liked trouble. Sister Arashur, don't worry, since I can kill them, there must be a way to keep them from opening their mouths as well. Besides, isn't this what 4 great families all hear now? While the weather is good, why don't we kill certain people who have been working against the Zhou family together? Li Zuanqing, who tried to minimize his own presence on the side, heard this and his pupils widened in fear. That Li family, did you just say in your mind that? Wouldn't leave me alone? Jiang Nan looked at Li Zuanxing with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Li Zuanxing's body, which was already scared to death, was even more nearly unsteady now. Jiang, Lord Jiang Nan, when did I ever say such a thing? Oh, you heard wrong. Is to give me 10 guts also dare not ah. Jiang Nan sucked over the long knife that had just cut someone with one hand. The blood on it had dried. It went from bright red to dark red. However, the smell of blood does not dissipate. Jiang Nan held the knife in his hand and played with it, but his gaze was fixed on Li Zuanxing like a vicious wolf. Yes? Okay, then I'll believe you this time. When Li Zuanxing heard this, he was relieved. However, before he could completely let go of this breath, a blade light flashed across his eyes. Dash! Before anyone could react to what was going on, Li Zuanxing's miserable screams cut through the hall. Dash! Then, everyone saw Li Zuanxing's arm, separated from his body. Master! Kai Yanyan screamed incredulously. Heartbroken, she rushed to Li Zuanxing's front and quickly called for someone to hurry over to cover his wounds. Jiang Nan, my Li family hasn't offended you. How could you do this? Do you have any kingly laws left? Kai Yanyan glared at Jiang Nan with a resentful face, not understanding why he suddenly struck out. Li Zuanxing also had a pale face and moaned in pain as he covered his broken arm. Just because he hadn't started to do anything yet and only threatened in his mind. That's why I broke his arm as punishment. Otherwise, it would have been his life I wanted just now. Jiang Nan looked at Li Zuanxing, who kept spraying blood, with eyes so cold that there was not a trace of sympathy. Originally he was a mind reader. One by one can specialize in reading the inner thoughts of her person. It just never went that way. Because he, for one, didn't like to actively pry into each other's privacy, even if they were rivals, and he didn't want to unless it was necessary. But this to Li Zuanxing just resentment so big that he wants to pretend to hear cannot be difficult. Fine. Since you're so resentful you want to go back and play payback, then I'll just have to be rude. Kai Yanyan was about to curse again, but Li Zuanxing was busy pulling her back with a miserable face. Now he was really afraid of Jiang Nan. I can actually hear his inner thoughts. What is this if not mind reading? This madman is just so strong that it's off the charts. He really couldn't afford to mess with the Li family. Lord Jiang Nan, I will never dare to disrespect you again. Really? You believe me? When I get back, I'll make sure I don't tell anyone about today. Please, let us live. How had Kai Yanyan ever seen Li Zuanxing like this? So humble and fearful. He's always been arrogant and forceful. But after looking at Li Zuanxing's bloody arm, she was silent. This is a murderous lunatic. Who's there to mess with him? Jiang Nan slammed his knife into the table. Bam dash! The sound. The voice seemed to breathe the eeriness of death before it comes. Makes you shiver all over listening to it. It's okay to let you go. Promise me a few things and I'll let you go. Li Zuanxing was already bleeding profusely at this time, and the pain made him only want Jiang Nan to release himself immediately and hurry to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, if he keeps bleeding like this, he might die. You say, anything you say, I promise. Would Jiang Nan not know what Li Zuanxing was thinking? But he didn't care at all as he turned to Zhou Lan. Sure. Next, you talk to him. All these years, the grudges between his Li family and your Zhou and Song families will be set back today. Just ask for whatever you want and don't worry that he won't agree. At this moment, Zhou Lan and Song Yushu and the others looked at each other. All of them laughed bitterly. Jiang Nan is planning to use coercion to make them talk to Li Zuanxing? How does that work? As soon as we let the old guy back in, with his pissy nature, he'll soon disown it. Zhou Lan was just about to tell Jiang Nan about this problem when she was about to do so. Jiang Nan, however, waved his hand at her. Do as I say. He won't renege because he can't. Zhou Lan frowned for a moment. Could it be that Jiang Nan wanted to use memory stuffing on Li Zuanxing? In that case, wouldn't that turn Li Zuanxing into an ectomorph? Thinking this way, Zhou Lan's face immediately revealed an expression of so. Yes, only memory filling would allow Li Zuanxing to not only not renege on his debt, but also be absolutely obedient to his self-same master. Jiang Nan. I didn't expect Jiang Nan to know this. This was a skill that even Lone Wolf couldn't perform. The Lone Wolf will make people into shifters, but will not make shifters absolutely obedient. He said that making the xenomorphs absolutely obedient was only possible with the memory filling skill. Unfortunately, this skill, with his ability at that time, could not be performed in this world at all. Jiang Nan, really much better than Lord Lone Wolf. Great uncle, you go first. Over the years, hasn't some of the Song family's business been robbed a lot by the Chen and Li families? Now is the right time to be back. You just say to Li Zuanxing. Now do not care whether he answered or not. First say it. Say it and this memory will be in the back of Li Zuanxing's mind. Song Yushu and his own son, Song Jishu, looked at each other, confused. Each blinked. Say it first? Here, don't you want to negotiate? You don't have to type out the contract or anything? Sure. Is this serious? Now say it directly in front of Lee Zuoncheng? Song Yushu still asked Jolan with some uncertainty. Jolan nodded and smiled a helpless smile. Yes, say it, and turn around and Zhang Nan will take care of it for us. Song Jishu looked at Zhang Nan strangely, but he still took a chance. Walking up to Lee Zuoncheng, he bleeped out a bunch of stories about how the Li family had previously used dirty tactics to team up with the Chen family to swallow dozens of his cooperation projects, and something that makes you angry and sick to hear. At the end of his sentence, Song Yushu angrily gave Lee Zuoncheng another disgusting bah. Humph, that's only half of what I'm saying right now. The other ones I don't even care to talk about. Just return these to me and pay compensation to my Song family. Chen family yes. I, Song Yushu, will consider myself unlucky. After Song Yushu finished speaking, he hated and wanted to step back and let Jolan come. He had just retreated when Zhang Nan looked over with a puzzled expression. Why did the Chen families forget about their own bad luck? You can't forget it. What the Chen and Li families owe to Sister Lan is owed to me. How can you forget it? Song Yushu's just retreated feet stopped awkwardly. Isn't this? You have already killed the Chen family master? That's about as even as it gets. Moreover, when it comes to settling scores, it will be the Chen family that will be looking for us to settle Chen Haotian's debt accounts. We can't afford to settle our score with anyone else. Who said I killed the Chen family master? He stared himself to death of his own cowardice. What's it to me? The corners of the mouths of those in the hall twitched collectively. Well, you're strong. You say so. Zhang Nan sharpened his own nails with his knife and continued slowly. Besides, bring him back to life later. Wouldn't it be better to let him die when he's done settling scores with the Zhou and Li families? What? Resurrecting Chen Haotian? Everyone sucked in a breath of shock. Li Zuoncheng even forgot the pain of his own injury. He was full of shock at the moment. How is that possible? How can a person be resurrected when they are dead? He must have misheard. Must be. Fuck. I can say I misheard you. It's not so bad that I misheard it alone. But did all the people there mishear it? Song Yushu also looked at Zhang Nan incredulously. This one is called Zhang Nan. Is there something wrong with your brain? Someone tell him. It was he. Song Yushu, who was hallucinating. Or is this Zhang Nan guy just a psycho? The Chen family's master is dead through and through. Ah, his body is too cold to be seen. How else is he going to be resurrected? But no one answered him, and even his son, Song Jishu, was frowning without knowing what he was thinking. Zhang Nan, are you tired? Would you like to sit down and have a cup of tea and rest? Song Yushu thought that I had just believed Zhang Nan's words and ran to Li Zuoncheng to beep and count a whole lot of accounts. He then felt that his behavior was also funny. Family Master Song, you don't believe me? Zhang Nan was still sharpening his fingernails with his knife. The clicking sound, to the ear, together with the blood on the knife, was actually very creepy. Song Yushu swallowed. Seeing her own uncle stared like that, Jolan couldn't help but laugh heartily to relieve herself. Great uncle, Zhang Nan, he's just teasing you. After pacifying Song Yushu, Zhou Lanhua spoke to Zhang Nan with tenderness. Nan, thank you, and next, it's up to you. Zhou Lan's eyes were full of trust, and without saying any more nonsense, he directly retreated to the side and let Zhang Nan play. Zhang Nan also stopped dawdling and directly walked towards Chen Haotian's side. At this time, Chen Haotian's body was already in a stiff state. He was probably upset when he just died, so a dead look and a stare. The look was appalling, but Zhang Nan didn't care at all. He slowly crouched down. Then, close your eyes and meditate. In about 3 seconds, an ethereal blue glow coalesced in his hand. As soon as that light appeared, all the ectomorphs present brightened up. Life beads. Ectomorph life beads. The red beer touched his own heart. It was empty. Self's life pearl has been gone since she gave it to Jolan. The xenomorph, life bead, is like the human heart. It is what is needed to sustain the xenomorph. Without the life beads, the ectomorphs wouldn't live for more than half a year. However, it was good that she had the alien body increasing liquid given by Zhang Nan. It's so important to ectomorphs that a drop is hard to come by, because by using just one drop, an ectomorph without a life bead could not only live for 10 more years, but also immediately enhance their abilities. While the red beer over here was still caught up in her own contemplation, Zhang Nan over there had already slowly released the life bead into Chen Haotian's body. That life bead had a ghostly blue spherical surface, but it was a transparent sphere with an imaginary quality. With a little bit of luck from Zhang Nan, it automatically drilled into Chen Haotian's body. See this amazing scene. The mouths of the people present were wide open, but something even more shocking to them is about to happen, only to see that the life bead had just entered Chen Haotian's body not long ago. Chen Haotian original body's glaring eyes turned around. Hiss dash. All the people who were staring at Zhang Nan and Chen Haotian's side of the reaction sucked in a breath of cold air in fear. The next moment, Chen Haotian's hand moved. He blinked, then turned his neck, which had been stiff for quite some time. Clack 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 dash. The sound of that bone turning rang airily over the quiet hall. Then he looked around the room with a cold gaze. dash. Ghosts. There were women screaming in fear. There were one or two timid ones who were already rolling their eyes. Song Yushu and Zhang Nan were closer, and he could see them clearly. That Chen Haotian, who couldn't be dead anymore, actually really lived? This time, he was also scared and his legs were weak. Chen Haotian, alive? Oh, my mother, really living. This Zhang Nam really didn't lie to me. Chen Haotian's eyes rolled around. When he saw the familiar surroundings, and the familiar people in front of him, he blinked again incredulously. What's going on here? Am I not dead? How come you're alive again? At that moment, his eyes crashed into Zhang Nan's line of sight. Chen Haotian was immediately shocked and shivered. Chen family master. Hello again. Zhang Nan held a meaningful smile and calmly greeted Chen Haotian. Chen Haotian's mindset had already collapsed a bit at this point. See your sister. See, why are you still here? You crazy bastard? Didn't I just die? Did you save my life? Zhang Nan nodded sincerely. Yes, I went through a lot of trouble to wake you up. Chen Haotian stared at Zhang Nan with an expression of disbelief. The person who killed his wife and Zhang Xianju would be so kind as to save him. Chen Haotian? Isn't he afraid that Chen Haotian, will go back and take revenge on him? But this idea, Chen Haotian only dared to think in his heart, but did not dare to really say it in front of Zhang Nan. Otherwise, what if Zhang Nan kills him on the spot again later? This maniac who says he'll kill someone. He had barely survived. He didn't want to die again. But how on earth did this lunatic revive him? Could it be that Self's life was not meant to be, and he was saved at the last minute? Chen Haotian was puzzled. Brother Chen. When Li Zuanqing saw that Chen Haotian was really alive, his expression went from shock to excitement. Zhang Nan is really not a human being. It actually does bring the dead back to life. That's a skill that only Lone Wolf Sama can do in the entire world. Now, Li Zuanqing clearly knew that Self had messed with a great god, a freak who can instantly bring the dead to life. This ability, far from their four great families, cannot afford to offend. Li Zuanqing, your arm. Chen Haotian was terrified when he saw that Li Zuanqing was missing an arm, but he quickly figured out that this should be Zhang Nan's handiwork as well. When he saw Song Yushu, who had arrived at the scene at some point, and Zhou Zhentian, who had bright red blood on his face. Damn, the little son of a bitch. Today is trying to drive them four families to extinction, isn't it? Zhang Nan, what do you want? Do you want to fight against the four great families of China? With one sentence, Chen Haotian intentionally pulled the other three families against Zhang Nan at once. But as soon as his words fell, Song Yushu immediately retorted with a cold smile. Chen Haotian, don't drag our Song and Zhou families down with you. Brother Zhang Nan is a valuable person to our Song and Zhou families. Zhou Zhentian, who was on the side, couldn't care less about his injuries and was busy subconsciously expressing his loyalty. Yes, Brother Zhang Nan is a valued guest invited by me. Zhou Zhentian, Chen Haotian, don't even think about pouring dirty water on my Zhou family. When Chen Haotian saw this attitude of the Song and Zhou families, he knew that they had already submitted to Zhang Nan's lustful authority. The heart sank a few points, just as he was planning to find his self-same best friend, Li Zuanqing, to say a few words. That Li Zuanqing stared at him with an expression like he had seen a ghost. Brother Chen, stop talking. Think about how to survive first. Zhang Nan saved your life on a condition. He'll let you die again if you keep whining like that. You might as well be good and listen to him. That's the way to live longer. Dumbass. Listen to him? When we get back, Chen Haotian, won't kill Zhang Nan by 1,000 cuts. I wouldn't be named Chan. Chen Haotian shouted slogans in his heart, but after glancing at Zhang Nan, he didn't dare to yell those words out after all. He was afraid of being chopped to death by Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan, what exactly do you want? Tell me. As long as you don't kill me, I can spare you whatever you want. Chen Haotian originally wanted to say can let you go, but the words to half, hurry to break to change to what I'll give. In order to stay alive, he had to stabilize Zhang Nan before saying anything. Zhang Nan asked the butler to fetch him a basin of water, then began to slowly wash his hands. The smell of blood on your hands is a little unpleasant. It's like when Self used to get beaten and spit out blood. The blood was in my mouth as if I had a mouthful of rusty iron. Sister Erishur, you guys settle the score with him. If he doesn't listen, beat him up. Anyone who dares to push a line, I'll have my knife washed and waiting to cut my neck. All of you who had been staring at Zhang Nan slowly washing his hands couldn't help but shrink their necks when they heard these words. Who dares to go up to you and push you around when you're so crazy? Chen Haotian also felt a cold swish on his own neck. Zhou Lan glanced coldly at Zhou Zhentian and told Zhou Zhentian to go talk to Chen Haotian and Li Zuanqing. After all these years, she was not in the Zhou family, the business section. Many of the things she is not clear. Zhou Zhentian looked at Zhang Nan and saw that he had no opinion before settling accounts with the two Chen Haotian under the assistance of housekeeper Zhou. Not a moment later, Chen Haotian burst out in rage. Impossible, there's no way I'm returning these lands to you. The Zhou family. I paid for it in the first place. What do you mean it's your Zhou family's ancestral property? Bullshit. Neither are those programs. Before Chen Haotian finished yelling his words, he felt a chill run down his back. He took an afterimage. Oh, my god. Zhang Nan is rubbing his sword with a gentle face. Chen Haotian rolled his throat trembling a few times. Okay, those lands belong to your Zhou family. I'll give them back to you. Those items. I've been meaning to return them to you for a long time. Ha! Zhou Zhentian desperately suppressed the corners of his ecstatic mouth and struck while the iron was hot. What about those docks? Chen Haotian stared at Zhou Zhentian with a gloomy face. Those marinas, but they account for 20% of the Chen family's annual income. By giving it out, the Chen family would be breaking an arm. He wanted to yell, Zhou Zhentian, fuck you, don't go too far. However, the sound of Zhang Nan flicking the knife with his fingers seemed to come from his ears. Give it all. After watching Chen Haotian say this almost through gritted teeth, Zhou Zhentian laughed. Next up is Li Zuanqing. As an old rival for many years, Zhou Zhentian knew all too well which piece of the Chen and Li family's main business was. So, a meal operation down. Chen Li two families or Zhou Zhentian get away nearly half. Then, the Song family also wanted a third of the remaining half of the Chen and Li families. Next, it was up to Zhang Nan to make Chen Haotian and Li Zuanqing recognize the number. Don, Zhang Nan, Zhou Lan, Su Weiwei, and the others, had long ago eaten the delicacies that Butler Zhou had arranged for people to make on the sidelines. Otherwise, it's boring to just stand there and wait, isn't it? But that's all these people can eat. Everyone else watched with trepidation as they ate. The heart is more in awe of the fact that they can eat without changing their faces in a place like this covered in dead bodies. After seeing a few people talk, Zhang Nan lazily raised his eyes to confirm. Zhou Zhentian hurriedly nodded his head with a pleasing face under the resentful eyes of both Chen Haotian and Li Zuanqing. Talked it all out. Zhang Nan let out a hum. Then, he asked Chen Haotian and Li Zuanqing to come over to him. Chen Haotian and Li Zuanqing felt that nothing good could come of it, and they couldn't help but ask fearfully. What do you want? Li Zuanqing even begged with a bitter face. I did everything. You can't back out and kill me. His wife, Kai Yan, was even so nervous and scared that she kept staring at Zhang Nan. Don't worry, it won't kill you. It's not like there's any real benefit to the Zhou and Song families to kill you. Just now Song Jishu has a sentence right. Kill these two old birds. The Chen family and Song family will immediately introduce another new family head out. That would be better than just being here and taking direct control of these two old birds. With this thought, Zhang Nan extended his hand and sucked it towards Chen Haotian and Li Zuanqing. The bodies of the two Chen Haotian men then flew towards Zhang Nan immediately without listening to the call. No, don't you kill me. I'll give you anything, don't kill me dash. Chen Haotian was someone who had experienced death. He was more sensitively afraid of the feeling of death. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Nan made his move, he subconsciously thought that Zhang Nan was going to kill him, hurriedly screaming at the top of his lungs regardless. Shut up, any more noise and I'll kill you for real. Zhang Nan was too noisy and frowned and scolded. Upon hearing this, Chen Haotian immediately obeyed and covered his mouth with his hand. Li Zuanqing was still a bit calmer, but his heart was also scared. He wasn't a mortal enemy with Zhang Nan, and just now Zhang Nan had already broken one of his arms, so he was almost even. So, this would Zhang Nan should not kill him again. Sure enough, when Chen Haotian quieted down, Zhang Nan then glanced at everyone on the hall. Those eyes were calm, but inexplicably, everyone can't help but sink into it. In the next second, everyone felt a wave of vertigo. So dizzy. What's going on? What is this flavor? What? Smells good. In an instant, everyone fell. The hall was eerily quiet. No, there's one more person who hasn't fallen. Zhang Nan froze for a moment. That's Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei winked at Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan blinked after her suspiciously as well. And then, Zhang Nan seemed to have figured something out and suddenly came to a realization. Vivi, are you awakening? No wonder Zhang Nan had this doubt. As far back as he could remember, the awakened Su Weiwei is very strong. She had many skills, one of which, otherworldly fantasy, was very memorable to Zhang Nan. Because it was with this skill that Su Weiwei was the one who was the least controlled and influenced by Zhang Nan out of all the ectomorphs. This is also why Zhang Nan cast fill in memory on everyone while she was completely unaffected. Su Weiwei's otherworldly fantasy, as long as she thought of an image, she could be there in seconds. She can take whoever she wants. Just don't exceed 100 or more people at a time. It's even more awesome than instantaneous transportation. Of course, that's just her initial ability. Later, as she gets more capable, all of her skills will only get stronger and more numerous as well. It was the lone wolf's preference for her in the first place, because the lone wolf was too heartbroken for this girl who was all about Jiang Nan, so he gave all his favoritism to Su Weiwei. The corners of Su Weiwei's mouth gently rose, and a gentle light flickered in her pupils that hid stars. It's still a bit short, and probably needs to be reborn a few more times. After all my previous rebirths were always looking for you. Self-imposed tasks that have been put on hold. When Jiang Nan heard this and thought about it more carefully, he immediately felt guilty towards Su Weiwei in his heart. This girl who has been following self and trying to protect him. It's really too good for him. This kind of goodness is single-minded. It's okay, I'll take you back in time. Let's let go and have some fun with those sons of bitches. It didn't take long for everyone to awaken. Only, they all awoke in their own homes. All of them had no recollection of what happened in the Zhou family hall. As soon as Chen Haotian woke up, it was 10 o'clock in the morning. Why are you up so late today? Chen Haotian felt a little strange. On weekdays self gets up on time at about 6:30 in the morning. After getting up, he thought for a moment, then called his good friend Zhou Zhentian, inviting him to go with Miss Zhou to see those dachshund self. I had previously agreed to give it to the Zhou family. When did you say yes? Forgot. Anyway, that's what it says. The Zhou family was his Chen family's master. How could he, Chen Haotian, dare to doubt his master? At the same time, Li Zuanxing of the Li family also got up. It was woken up by his wife. As soon as he got up, he also looked at the time out of habit. It was also a moment of puzzlement to realize that self had actually taken an unprecedented nap. Master, didn't you say yesterday that you were going to give a big gift to the Zhou and Song families today? Why don't you get up? It's not good to keep people waiting. The two of them have been taking such good care of our Li family. Unlike the Chen family, that white-eyed wolf. When Kai Yanyan spoke of the Zhou family, it was with a very respectful tone. Li Zuanxing sniffed and immediately patted his head with a nervous face. Oops, look at my memory, I was just wondering if I forgot something. Oh, it's still the lady who has a good memory. I almost missed the main event. Today is an appointment to sign a contract with Miss Zhou. She wants to collect some of our Li family's industries. Kai Yanyan admonished Li Zunsheng as she organized his clothes. Then you can't charge for it. The Zhou family has been helping us so much. Li Zuanxing nodded again in agreement. That's a must. I didn't even receive any money. It's directly for Miss Zhou. Oh, with Miss Zhou here, we'll listen to Miss Zhou from now on. June 18, 2024. Ghost Country. A hidden area. This is an area that belongs to the Ghost Country's Altered Human Research Institute. The general public is not given to come in here, because this is the location of the highest research facility in the Ghost Country. At that moment, two silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the base. A man and a woman. It's Jiang Nan and Su Weiwei. What man? You can't just come near here. Please get out of here. Some of the senior guards patrolling the area saw that someone was actually approaching the area and were busy coming forward to stop them. Seeing their baka and their words were too difficult to hear, Jiang Nan frowned and tried to just skim over the guard. Stop. I told you. You can't enter here. Are you deaf? Seeing that Jiang Nan seemed to want to break in, a dozen guards immediately surrounded him. Some had stun batons in their hands, and some even tried to pull handguns. Su Weiwei glanced at it and was just about to make a move when she did. She only saw Jiang Nan mouth something before she could hear it. Everything in front of me stood still. Space static. Su Weiwei stayed for a moment, and then there were stars twinkling in the pupil holes. Come on, let's go together and kill the ungrateful ones, Jiang Nan said with cold eyes. Su Weiwei gave a soft hum and followed him with a docile face. Soon, a scream was emitted from inside the Ghost Country, Altered Body Research Institute. Not long after, Jiang Nan and Su Weiwei came out again. Only, both of them were stained with a bit of blood. Su Weiwei turned to look back at the occasion. A huge fireball was thrown from Jiang Nan's hand. Boom dash, pang dash. A mushroom cloud dozens of meters high rose into the sky. Ghost Country's Institute of Allomorphic Research, completely buried in flames. Next, Free State. Jiang Nan finished with an expressionless face and disappeared in place with Su Weiwei. What did you say? Our country's xenomorphs are dead? How can it be? It's so heavily guarded there. Who killed it? The Prime Minister of the Ghost Country was shocked plus scared a dozen times in a row once he heard the news. There were 11 ectomorphs in their Ghost Country. It was the Ghost Country that used some conditions to force China to pressure Lord Lone Wolf to get it out to them. Now it's actually all dead in one day. And the Altered Body Institute was charred in a fire too? There are hundreds of secret researchers in there. That's all the talent they've carefully cultivated in the ghost country. It's just gone. It is simply cruel and abhorrent. It was simply a provocation and contempt for their ghost country. Command down. Make sure you find out who the murderer is for me. When we find him, we must break him into pieces. But no one had a clue. Because all the equipment failed instantly that day. Not a single trace. Same day. Free State. When Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei set foot on this free land, the disaster of the Free State has begun. This rulers who have always been the only ones to take the initiative to raid other people's countries, doomed to live in panic from this day forward. Again a mushroom cloud rose. The Institute for Alien Body Research in the Free State was burned to the ground. By the time they get there to put out the fire, their idol, symbolizing freedom, suddenly grinned eerily. Then, in the next second, the Black Palace, the exclusive place where the leadership of the Free State met, was blown to bits by a mushroom. However, the good thing was that it was nighttime, and there were fewer people inside, all more guards on patrol, but dozens of people also died. Oh, my God, it's the terrorists. The terrorists are attacking us again. Soon, their leadership was even more desperate to find. The xenomorphs of their country all died in a collective violent death at the same time. Next, there was Squire Tudor, who was with the Free Brotherhood. Their Altered Body Institute and Palace, likewise, could not escape the bombardment. And then, there's the Agri State. Same day, same night, mushroom clouds rose above any country where there was an Alien Body Institute, and the entirety of their country's xenomorphs died en masse at the same time. Not a single one left. The world is in a panic. Thought it was another purposeful terrorist attack. That's when someone came back to their senses. How come China is fine? Correctly. How come China's Altered Body Institute is fine? How come none of the Chinese ectomorphs are dead? So, everyone wondered if China had sent someone to blow up their country's Alien Body Research Institute. But what's with all the sudden and instantaneous violent body deaths of the xenomorphs? It shouldn't be possible for China to do something that makes people die instantly, right? And it's the same time frame in a different country. Just as everyone was panicking and wondering, that's when a face suddenly appeared on all the cell phone or TV screens. Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Nan. From now on, you are about to enter the world I have constructed for you. That voice carries a mesmerizing magic. At this moment, the whole world heard Zhang Nan's voice. When Su Weiwei came back to her senses with a stunned look on her face, she and Zhang Nan have returned from the 2024 side. The people are back though, but the shock of what had just happened was still there. She saw Zhang Nan brainwash all the Blue Star people after 2024. No, I should say that Zhang Nan had given the 2024 Blue Star all modified memories. This is something that takes a lot of mental energy to do. The old lone wolf couldn't have done it. And, well, there doesn't seem to be any such anomaly. However, the current Zhang Nan was actually able to do it so easily. He more than made the entire population of 2024 forget that there was such a thing as ectomorphs, and forget all that bombing of the Institute of Allomorphic Studies today. Let them define this, all of this, as a terrorist attack. All those dead xenomorphs, all gone too. What's more, Zhang Nan had made those foreign leaders, all of them, look up to China. The foreign populace, too, had all the respect and love for the Chinese in their heads. Just now, she and Zhang Nan were walking on the streets of the Free State in 2024. As soon as those Free Nations people saw that they were yellow-skinned, they came over enthusiastically and asked if they were Chinese. Upon receiving the confirmation, they immediately looked at them with an excited face. We'll have to take a picture with them later. A little while later, he said he'd buy them dinner, and kept telling them excitedly that their thousands of years of Chinese culture was amazing. They must learn Chinese culture and Chinese language well from today. China is a paradise in their minds. The Chinese are most admirable. The Chinese are the smartest. Anyway, when they see a Chinese person on the street, they are all praised. Straight away, Su Weiwei complimented her face. If you hear that it's a ghost countryman when the Free Staters went up and gave a yin-yang output. You ghost countrymen, how dare they kill so many Chinese in the last century? How cruel and selfish. The ghost nation was a little aggravated for a moment when he saw the Free Nation scolding himself. That's the business of previous generations. What's it got to do with me? I hate it when my own country looks like this too. Besides, when it comes to selfishness and cruelty, who is as cruel as you in the Free State? Every day they fly the flag of freedom and peace, but they go and rob other countries of their resources, and making war all the time. If you ask me, you're the big bad ones. Zhang Nan saw Su Weiwei's frozen expression. What's wrong? When Su Weiwei saw Zhang Nan asking the question, she was busy smiling back. Nothing, it's just feels a bit metaphysical. But isn't it metaphysical? Many countries used to look down on Chinese people, especially the ones in Ghost Country who also attacked China. Now, suddenly the whole world is sucking up to the Chinese. I have to say that this brainwashing by Zhang Nan is really good. Zhang Nan knew what Su Weiwei was talking about. He thought about it and laughed along with it. Though I have powers in my body, but I will never forget that my roots are Chinese. As a patriotic youth, isn't it right to use your own psychic abilities to do what you can to help your own country? Su Weiwei looked at Zhang Nan and gently nodded her head in response. Well, as long as it's a decision you make, I support it. When she finished speaking, her jade-free pinkish-white ears immediately reddened. Zhang Nan's heart fluttered and he coughed softly, changing the topic a bit uncomfortably. Well, let's go check on Arashi-san and the girls. By the way, let's also catch the one who's been behind the lone wolf's back and slip him out too. Su Weiwei sniffed. Her face slowly recovered. Good. It was indeed time to catch the person behind the attempt to harm Lord Lone Wolf. Thinking of this person, Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei were surrounded by an icy chill. Go. On Zhou Lan's side, he had already signed contracts with both the Chen and Li families. Once these things are done, the Zhou family is immediately the largest, richest and most powerful family in China. Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei arrived. Zhou Lan was in a good mood and wanted to buy everyone a big villa each. They are the Red Casket, Su Weiwei, and Zhang Nan. In a place like the capital where every inch of land is expensive, villas can be much more expensive than in Guangcheng. However, Zhang Nan asked Zhou Lan to replace all of them with quadrangles for everyone. Quadrangle? That's fine. Then it's one quadrangle plus one villa each. Zhou Lan also did not ask Zhang Nan why he wanted to buy a courtyard house, but instead was very trenchant and gave several people all a set of courtyard house and villa each. When Zhang Nan saw her happy, he followed suit. Before he came to the capital, he was still thinking of buying villas for Zhou Lan and the girls. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lan ended up buying it for them. However, he no longer valued these out-of-body things now. He still has hundreds of thousands of bitcoins on his side. In a decade or so, in 2024, these things will be worth a fortune. By then the hundreds of billions. He'll have to arrange who to give it to. He got these hundreds of thousands of bitcoins and is not afraid that those people will renege. Oh, they dare to rely. He dares to search them out and make them pay with the blood on their bodies. Don't think that he, Zhang Nan, is an ordinary player. 2 days later, Zhang Nan, led by Zhou Lan, arrived again at the Alien Body Research Institute in China. The ones who came out to greet them were still Elder Chen and the others who had a face that was amiable. Lord Zhang Nan, you're finally here. When Chen Lao saw Zhang Nan coming over, he was as cordial as seeing his own son. When Zhou Lan saw Chen Lao like that, she couldn't help but laugh and snicker as well. Elder Chen, so you like Zhang Nan so much? Elder Chen smiled and narrowed his eyes. Ha ha, I've known young friend Zhang Nan since we first met. However, when Zhang Nan heard this, he looked at Elder Chen coldly. At first sight? Then is Elder Chen also so instantly familiar with Lone Wolf? The voice was a little cold. Zhou Lan's eyes, which had just been filled with laughter, immediately put away their smiles when they heard this out-of-place tone. Zhang Nan, what's wrong? Elder Chen also hastily put away his smile and looked at Zhang Nan in puzzlement. Zhang Nan looked at Chen Lao's aging face. Look at his loving face. It's this hypocritical face. It's this look of love. It kept Lone Wolf off guard, gave him his own back. If Zhang Nan hadn't gone to 2024 and get information from the mouths of those few Xenos in the Free State, it probably wouldn't have occurred to him that the original Lone Wolf had been surrounded by those ectomorphs before. It was this old man Chen in front of us who did it. What a father the Lone Wolf once thought of him in this world. Not only did it save his life, and everything for him, but what has this old Chen done to him? Stabbing Lone Wolf in the back notwithstanding, and have all those foreign shifters come and get Lone Wolf. Elder Chen, Lone Wolf's death. Do you have any guilt at all? Once he created the world's first ectomorph in order to revive you, who had deliberately committed suicide. What did you old mongrel do to him? What are you doing? Do not be rude to Elder Chen. The few young researchers who followed behind Elder Chen together, as soon as they heard Zhang Nan being so rude to their esteemed Elder Chen, they immediately shouted angrily. This is Chen Lao. Which of the entire circle of power and nobility in China is not treating him with respect? This Zhang Nan actually dared to call Elder Chen an old mongrel? If someone up there finds out, this Zhang Nan must lose a few layers of skin, especially a pretty-looking girl next to Chen Lao. She was a young researcher newly taken in by Chen Lao. Normally, he was a great admirer of such a highly respected and powerful person like Elder Chen. Humph. Zhang Nan, let's see you get the altered body enhancement liquid. Last time, a few of us still adore you. I was thinking of finding you today to ask for advice, but I didn't expect that you would actually be so disrespectful. When Zhang Nan heard her words, he didn't even cast a glance at her. I want to speak to the old mongrel, so get out of here. The saucy female researcher's fire intensified when she saw Zhang Nan's attitude. You! What a big mouth! This place is the Alien Body Research Institute, not your home. If you're going to roll, you're going to roll. Zhang Nan saw that this woman, who had appeared out of nowhere, had been chattering on and on. He frowned a little. Alright, since you like to drink the penalty, then don't blame me for not taking pity on you. Pang dash. Ping ping ping. In no time, the few young fellows originally following around Elder Chen were all whistled outside by a palm wind from Zhang Nan. The saucy girl was called out with a little more force, and it threw her off in a flash. Hope! A few male fellows hurriedly ran over to help her up in a heartbroken manner, originally wanting to come up to Zhang Nan to settle the score. However, they saw Elder Chen waving his hand at them. Hey, you guys are no match for him. You are not needed here. Take Hope to the infirmary quickly. A few male fellows glared angrily at Zhang Nan and angrily walked away. Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei stayed quiet and didn't say anything, although Zhou Lan was a bit surprised by Zhang Nan's attitude. But she believed that Zhang Nan was by no means the kind that couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. The one who could make Zhang Nan scold Elder Chen like this. It must have been Chen Lao who did something to Lone Wolf. Su Weiwei, on the other hand, stared coldly at Chen Lao. She'd always been grateful to Lone Wolf. Without the Lone Wolf, she probably won't see Zhang Nan again. It's also unlikely to still be alive. So, the Lone Wolf was a recreation for her. Yesterday, however, she learned from the free country's ectoplasmic population. Her benefactor, Lone Wolf, was actually victimized by Chen Lao on several occasions. How could this make her not hate Chen Lao? Elder Chen looked at Zhang Nan with a deep gaze. Little friend Zhang Nan, there aren't many people here now. If you have any misunderstandings, just say so. If the old man knows, he will answer for you. Chen Lao's voice was filled with calmness and clarity. It seemed that Zhang Nan's words just now had no effect on him at all. Old mongrel, there are no outsiders here, so you're out of the act. I didn't come to see you act today. I don't have that interest or hobby. Elder Chen frowned. His face remained calm and unchanged. Oh, then what does young friend Zhang Nan want? What do I want? Old mongrel, debts have to be paid, and the life you owe to Lone Wolf has to be paid in blood. When Elder Chen heard this, the sharpness in his eyes increased immediately. Little friend Zhang Nan, you claim that I owe my life to Lone Wolf. Where is the proof? The Lone Wolf boy was raised by me from a very young age, and this is something that he and I have never said anything about to the public, though, but Assistant Zhou Lan is also aware of that. How could I possibly want to hurt the child I've worked so hard to raise on my own? Elder Chen's voice was agitated. It seemed as if he had really been wronged by Zhang Nan. Lone Wolf's death, but China's loss. If the people up there find out that he got Lone Wolf killed, he just doesn't have 10 lives enough to pay for it. Therefore, nothing Chen Lao said could possibly admit that self had harmed Lone Wolf. Zhou Lan, who was on the side, couldn't help but ponder. Being Lone Wolf's only assistant all these years, she was aware of some of the relationship between Lone Wolf and Elder Chen. I heard that the Lone Wolf was picked up by Chen Lao and was brought around from a young age and nurtured with care. Lone Wolf also had a lot of respect for Elder Chen. The two have always had a pretty good relationship. Yeah, how can you do that to a kid you raised with your own hands? Okay, since you want proof, I'll show you. Vivi, give me your hand. Su Weiwei sniffed and without saying anything, placed her white catkin on Zhang Nan's hand. It was warm in my hand. Su Weiwei's petite body shook, but tried to put on a calm expression. Zhang Nan, however, didn't pay that much attention. After he took Su Weiwei's hand in his, he immediately dragged Chen Lao over with him. Nor did he care about Elder Chen's look of annoyance as he struggled. Immediately will be the self-hand, pressed on Chen Lao's body, closed his eyes to search Chen Lao's memory. The next moment, an image that was unfamiliar to her appeared in Su Weiwei's mind. She knew that it wasn't her memory picture. Instead, it's Chen Lao's. Zhang Nan was now using the search memory method to search Chen Lao's memory, and after Zhang Nan searched out Chen Lao's memories, he transmitted them to her. Let her take them to the old Chen's memory screen, as if confirming Su Weiwei's suspicions. As soon as Chen Lao's memory image appeared, her ears then heard Zhang Nan's voice. Weiwei, take us with you to this old bastard's memory screen. Su Weiwei hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. Then with a gaze, only a dizzying flare of light was seen as soon as it passed. Zhang Nan and Zhou Lan, Su Weiwei, and Elder Chen were among the four. It just appeared in the picture in Su Weiwei's mind. Seeing that Zhang Nan actually had this skill, Elder Chen was immediately shocked and drew in a breath of cold air. The last time he saw Zhang Nan was able to get out the altered body enhancement liquid so quickly. It had occurred to me that Zhang Nan must be very strong. However, I did not expect that Zhang Nan actually had this tactic. How can you even move instantly? This is a skill that even Lone Wolf doesn't have. Before this, Chen Lao had also thought that Zhang Nan should be the same person as Lone Wolf. because only people like Lone Wolf can make this stuff. In the middle of Chen Lao's thoughts flying around, Jiang Nan's voice rang in his ears. Old mongrel, recognize where this is. When Elder Chen heard Jiang Nan say this, he then let his eyes look at the environment that was somewhat familiar to him. It's a bit familiar here. Wait a minute, isn't this where Lone Wolf died at the hands of those foreign ectomorphs? How did Jiang Nan know about this place? At that time, he wasn't here. So how did he know? Where is this? What did you bring me to this place for? Elder Chen didn't know what medicine Jiang Nan was selling in his gourd. Plan to pretend for a moment that you don't know what this place is. Anyway, he decided that Jiang Nan didn't know where this was. Zhou Lan's eyes rolled around. Showy eyebrows were locked. When Jiang Nan saw Chen Lao deliberately playing dumb, he was not annoyed. However, he slowly spat out a paragraph that left Chen Lao dumbfounded. Old mongrel, widen your doggy eyes and give me a good look. It's a picture from your memory. It's also where you engineered those foreign ectomorphs to surround the Lone Wolf. You think you can fake it? As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, it's not just Elder Chan. Even Zhou Lan was shocked beyond words. What? Is this a memory image of Chen Lao? Then wouldn't they be in the memory picture of Chen Lao now? No, it can't be. What memory screen? I don't understand. I don't know either. I wasn't even here. Elder Chen had an angry look on his face. Never been here. Don't worry. The answer will come naturally in a moment. Jiang Nan's voice came out coldly, seemingly with a hint of mockery and disdain. When Jiang Nan's words fell, a large group of people suddenly sprang up in front of them. The group were all foreign ectomorphs. As Elder Chen's gaze swept over the crowd, suddenly, his pupils contracted violently, because among the group, he unexpectedly saw a figure that was too familiar to be seen. Lone Wolf, the man who was once popular and feared, the man who has been out of sight in the outside world for years. At the moment it actually stood alive in front of him. Chen Lao couldn't believe his own eyes. He rubbed his eyes and fixed his eyes again. Yes, it was really Lone Wolf. And Jiang Nan followed Chen Lao's line of sight at that moment, and similarly saw the man who was in the limelight. Only among the many xenomorphs, a man in a black power suit stood out. He was upright and dignified, with a calm, unhurried demeanor on his face. His eyes were as deep and serene as the stars, as if everything in the world was hidden in his eyes. At this moment, he was quietly gazing at the surrounding xenomorphs, without the slightest hint of fear in his indifferent eyes. This was the first time Jiang Nan had seen Lone Wolf in person. Until then, the Lone Wolf had existed within him, in the form of a mere wisp of consciousness. Now that he was finally able to witness its true form, Jiang Nan could not help but feel a surge of unspeakable excitement in his heart. Chen Lao looked at the living Lone Wolf in front of him and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Lone Wolf? What the hell is going on here? Elder Chen muttered, his heart filled with doubts and incomprehension. It was important to know that in the beginning, the Lone Wolf's body had long been destroyed, and even his corpse had been personally dissected by Elder Chen. But now, this person who was supposed to be dead had miraculously resurrected and was standing in front of them intact, which was just too unbelievable. Chen Lao racked his brain and couldn't come up with a solution, and his heart became more and more flustered. Faced with such a bizarre situation, he began to wonder if he was dreaming all this. Right at this moment, the scene instantly switched to a tense moment where numerous xenomorphs were surrounding the Lone Wolf. Chen Lao took advantage of the Lone Wolf's distraction to exchange a meaningful look with Yamamoto from the Ghost Country in silence. This subtle look, as it was right in Chen Lao's memory, it then became incredibly clear and huge in front of Jiang Nan and the others. Jiang Nan snorted coldly, moving on down the line. Immediately afterward, something unexpected happened. In the next instant, Chen Lao was unexpectedly grabbed by Yamamoto and became a hostage. Yamamoto gleefully uses Chen Lao to blackmail Lone Wolf into tying his hands. Seeing that Chen Lao was suddenly arrested, the Lone Wolf stared at Chen Lao with a deep and uncertain look in his eyes. He only sighed softly and then cast the time fixation technique. This time fixation technique was originally used by Lone Wolf when he wanted to take the other shifters in China, as well as Chen Lao, and finally leave together. But now it ends up being used in moments like this. After 10 seconds, Chen Lao was successfully rescued. Unfortunately, however, Lone Wolf had gotten himself into an extremely dangerous situation. Shifter people from a number of countries, including the Free Country and the Ghost Country, swarmed forward, surrounding and brutally murdering the Lone Wolf. The scene shifts again and the scene comes to a tense conference room. Elder Chan and Yamamoto and the rest of the crowd were sitting around a rectangular conference table, negotiating. Chen Lao looked at Yamamoto with a serious expression. Yamamoto, didn't we agree on this before? I will cooperate fully with you in putting Lone Wolf to death, but his remains must be left to me afterward. Why don't you guys take it away from me now? Are you trying to backtrack? When Yamamoto and Jack's men heard Elder Chen's words, they all frowned tightly. Jack considered, his tone tinged with apprehension. But in my opinion, It would be better to incinerate the remains of the lone wolf more appropriately. Otherwise, if he comes back from the dead one day, then all of us will be plunged into a place of no return. The corners of Chen Lao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a grim smile as he replied in an unwavering tone. That would never happen. I've scrutinized it myself. The lone wolf is lifeless and completely dead. Yamamoto still seemed skeptical of Chen's claim. There's no way around it. Lone wolf is really too strong. Really? Can you be 100% sure? Elder Chen nodded his head in affirmation without hesitation. At that moment, Yamamoto turned his head and exchanged glances with Jack and the others beside him. After some brief exchanges they nodded their heads in agreement to let Elder Chen take away Lone Wolf's body. However, just to be sure, they unexpectedly and without mercy chopped the body of the lone wolf, which had long since lost its vitality and become cold, into countless pieces. The gruesome, blood-soaked scene in front of me. It made Zhang Nan's heart feel like a knife and was unbearable. He even hated to immediately travel back in time and space to personally cut down these ungrateful people. These inhuman guys are simply more ferocious than vicious wolves. The lone wolf gave them a chance to be reborn. A second precious life, so to speak. But it's just as well that these white wolves don't know how to be grateful. Instead, they treat their rescuers so callously. Just because they hated being dominated by the lone wolf in their own destiny, they were so cruel and selfish to return the favor with a grudge. This kind of behavior is outrageous. Simple is not human. Chen Lao looked at what was happening in front of him with a face full of shock, his heart filled with fear and anxiety. He didn't expect the memories that Self had deliberately tried to forget. I can't believe it's all coming back to haunt us again. Then, the memories belonging to Su Weiwei unfolded in front of her eyes like a movie. The fire burned as if it were going to consume the entire world. People fled in terror, shouting and pleading for help. And the vast majority of these panicked people were researchers and xenomorphs from the Free State. Elder Chen gazed at the image that suddenly surfaced, his heart filled with doubts and incomprehension. What is this to show him? At the same time, in the place illuminated by bright flames, Zhang Nan stood like a god of war. His cold as ice eyes were locked onto the dozen or so xenomorphs kneeling in front of him. Speak, who the hell leaked the news to you that Lone Wolf was not dead? Zhang Nan's voice was like a thunderous explosion that echoed in the air, sending shivers down one's spine, only to see that the group of xenomorphs were kneeling in unison on top of the cold, hard ground. Some of them are missing arms, others have lost their legs and feet, some of them have even lost their eyes and become blind, and their appearance is very horrible. And at this moment, these xenomorphs were looking at the man standing in front of them, Zhang Nan, with horrified eyes. Obviously, before that, they had already experienced firsthand the cruel and violent, inhumane methods that this man had unleashed. Just then, a mournful and extremely loud cry suddenly came from the crowd. It turned out to be one of the female xenomorphs who had a complete emotional breakdown due to excessive fear and thus could not help but cry out. She cried bitterly while trembling her voice and begged bitterly to Zhang Nan, "Please don't kill me, I'll say anything. It was Lone Wolf's father Chen Buping who did it. It was all because he deliberately leaked the information to us." That's right, it's that Elder Chen that you guys are talking about. As soon as the woman's words left her mouth, the surrounding ectomorphs, who were also attempting to stay alive, echoed and nodded their heads repeatedly. He not only informed the Xenos of my country about it, but even the Xenos of various other countries. Another person added, Yeah, otherwise, we wouldn't have known that Lone Wolf wasn't dead." These last words came out from all the ectoplasmic mouths almost in unison. When Elder Chen heard this, his eyes snapped open, full of incredulity as he shook his head back and forth, his voice shouting urgently, "No, this can't be, they're lying. I definitely didn't say anything like that to them." Zhang Nan knows that Chen Lao has never told them these words. After all, the group of people and images he had just seen were from the year 2024. The current Elder Chen, on the other hand, had only told Yamamoto and the others about the news that Lone Wolf was not dead several years later, about another 13 years or so. That is, in 2024 AD, one of those Xenos activated the ability to travel through time. Then Yamamoto, along with Jack and the rest of his party, used this ability to travel back over a decade to kill Lone Wolf. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Don't you guys try to trick me with such tactics. Hurry up and let me out. Elder Chen had a look on his face that could never be deceived. He was convinced that all that was happening in front of him was nothing more than an illusory scene created by Zhang Nan's illusions. Zhang Nan's skills were so bizarre that it was not difficult to create a realistic illusion and lure him to jump into it. Though those two images that appeared earlier did belong to his own memories. And he was also the one who deliberately plotted to kill Lone Wolf. But as long as he always denied it, there was nothing Zhang Nan could do about it. Illusionary realm. Would I, Zhang Nan, be so bored that I would use an illusion to deceive you? Chen Buping? Old mongrel, This is solid proof that you killed Lone Wolf. You son of a bitch. How dare you do evil but you don't dare to admit it. Jiang Nan roared angrily, getting more and more agitated, and swung out a punch, hitting Chen Buping fiercely and knocking him to the ground. Although Chen Buping was an ectomorph, but being the first shifter, Lone Wolf was only able to act with the apprehension of trying it out in order to save his life back then. As a result, the abilities he possesses are not really remarkable. Facing this fierce punch from Jiang Nan, he was completely unable to resist it. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Kaching dash. Immediately afterward, a crisp sound of cracking bones echoed in the air, like ice cracking in the middle of winter, piercing the eardrums. Elder Chen only felt a pain in his chest, as if he had been struck by a giant hammer. The pain caused him to arch his back, his face instantly pale as paper. Dash. He couldn't help but let out an agonized moan, the mournful sound especially harsh in the silent space. Stop it, you can't hit me. I'm the director of China's Alien Body Research Institute. If you dare to touch me, you are an enemy of the entire institute. Chen Lao struggled to raise his head, his eyes filled with panic and anger. He tried to use his self to suppress Jiang Nan. Over the years, Elder Chen had hung on to the identity of the director of the Ectoplasmic Research Institute, because he was the adoptive father of the Lone Wolf, and was highly respected. However, Jiang Nan's face did not show any fear. He coldly looked at Elder Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. The dean of the Alien Body Research Institute? You still have the nerve to say you're the director. Who did you get this position from? Don't you have any pussy? Jiang Nan's voice was cold and unfeeling. It's okay, you can deny that you caused Lone Wolf. Because I didn't come here today to try to get you to recognize me. I was trying to get you killed. Jiang Nan's words were filled with killing intent. The kind of killing intent that seemed to materialize, causing Elder Chen to feel a chill rise from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen such a terrible look in his eyes, as if an evil spirit had crawled out of the 9 hells to devour him. Jiang Nan said he would avenge Lone Wolf. Just find the one who did this to Lone Wolf. He, Jiang Nan, will definitely kill him. He didn't care a bit whether Chen Lao admitted his own crime or not. Trials and investigations are the business of the police. Killing for revenge. It's what he, Jiang Nan, did. Lone Wolf had helped him respawn so many times. How could he let Lone Wolf go so suffocatingly? Chen Lao was shocked by Jiang Nan's aura, and with a trembling voice, he tried to defend himself. I killed the Lone Wolf, not you. Why are you so obsessed with this? Why? Jiang Nan sneered, his voice filled with sarcasm. Because Lone Wolf is the person I respect most in the world. He saved me countless times, gives me a chance to get my life back, and you cruelly took his life. Thinking of this, a flash of pain and anger flashed across Jiang Nan's eyes. He clenched his fists as if he wanted to let out all his anger. You think your status and position will protect you? Jiang Nan's voice became even colder. I'm telling you, no matter who you are today, you won't be able to escape my revenge for Lone Wolf. After saying that, he slowly approached Chen Lao. Every step he took was like stepping on Chen Lao's heart, causing him to feel more and more fear. Don't you come over here. I'll give you anything you want. When Elder Chen saw Jiang Nan approaching step by step, that cold face full of killing intent, the fear in his heart was like a tidal wave. Even his voice trembled beyond recognition. Zhou, Assistant Zhou Lan, stop him, he's going to kill me. Assistant Zhou Lan dash. Chen Lao's body trembled in severe pain, but he still struggled to crawl forward, trying to grab Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei, the 2 straws that saved his life. He shouted Zhou Lan's name hoarsely, his voice filled with pleading and helplessness. Seeing this, Su Weiwei moved to the side in disgust, as if she didn't even want to dip into Chen Lao's shadow. Zhou Lan, on the other hand, did not move her feet away as she frowned at Elder Chen, her heart filled with disappointment and anger. As Lone Wolf's assistant, she had always respected Elder Chen, treating him as a kindly elder. She remembered when she first came to the institute. Although she had the divine healer skill that had amazed Lone Wolf, but Lone Wolf treated her like everyone else, cold and polite. At that time, Chen Lao always told her with a kind face, sure, this guy is just like that, cold-faced and warm-hearted. Don't take it personally, he's still nice. Later, after getting along for a long time, she realized that Chen Lao was right. The guy's not usually talkative. Just study some messy experiments and human specimens. However, when it comes to her having troubles or someone bullying her, he will be very protective. He had always been respectful to Elder Chen as well, and he would never say anything when Elder Chen asked him to do something. She remembered that he had said that to her. In this world, he has no so-called relatives. If there is only Chen Lao. It can be seen that he really treats Chen Lao as his own father. But Elder Chen actually had the patience to design to kill him. Elder Chen, I didn't expect you to do something like this. You really let me down too much. Zhou Lan's voice trembled a little. She closed her eyes, unwilling to see Chen Lao's disappointing face again. When Elder Chen heard Zhou Lan's words, his heart became even more desperate. He knew that he had lost Zhou Lan's trust and support, not to mention that he could not escape from Zhang Nan. He looked up at Zhang Nan with fear and pleading in his eyes. Zhang Nan, I am wrong, please let me go. I will make it up to you. I'll give you whatever you want. There was a sobbing tone in Elder Chen's voice, and he no longer had his old majesty and confidence. However, Zhang Nan acted as if he hadn't heard him, with only indifference and killing intent in his eyes, as if he wanted to completely destroy Chen Lao. You were wrong? Do you think your apologies and reparations will cancel out the crime you committed? Today, you must pay for what you have done. After saying that, Zhang Nan swung his hand violently, and a powerful palm wind struck directly at Elder Chen. Chen Lao screamed in horror as he tried to dodge the palm wind, but it was already too late. His body was struck by Zhang Nan's palm wind, and his entire body was like a small boat overturned by a huge wave, flying out backwards and crashing hard against the wall, then slid helplessly to the ground. The walls all shook slightly under the impact with a dull reverberation. Put! Chen Lao spat out several mouthfuls of blood one after another, staining the ground red as his face instantly paled like paper. Chen Buping, do you think you can really kill Lone Wolf? Do you think Lone Wolf he doesn't know you're trying to kill him? He knew all along, but he let you kill him anyway. Do you know why? As soon as Elder Chen heard Zhang Nan's words, his pupils flashed with a hint of confusion. Lone Wolf he knew all along that Self wanted to kill him? No way. I hid it so well. How could he know? But Chen Buping didn't dare to shout it out. Why? A cold light flickered in Zhang Nan's pupils as he said word by word, because he wanted to pay back the favor of your upbringing. Even if you were cruel to him, he wouldn't want to lay a finger on you, because you were the first person he saw when he opened his eyes, and the only family he had in the world. The only family. As Zhang Nan's words echoed in Chen Buping's ears, his kicked chest hurt even more. He knew. He had always known how Lone Wolf felt about him. It was the knowledge that emboldened him to take advantage of it. Zhang Nan's words were still ringing in his ears. He has feelings for you that you could never imagine. He couldn't do a single thing to resist you. He thinks of you as his own father, and you're hellbent on wanting him dead. When Zhang Nan said this, he was so angry that he kicked Chen Buping a few more times. Chen Yiping lay on the ground, fueled by Zhang Nan's words and angry kicks, but he seems to have gotten caught up in his own obsession. He struggled to raise his head, a wry smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, and a frantic gleam in his eyes. Zhang Nan, what do you know? It is eternal life that I seek. It's endless power. That would. He doesn't know anything but keep stopping me. Chen Yiping seemed to think of the Lone Wolf's previous attempt to stop him. His pupils were filled with anger and hatred as he continued to growl. He obviously has so much power, yet he refuses to use it for me. I nurtured him and gave him everything, and he's actually ungrateful and thinking of stopping me. Zhang Nan looked at Chen Lao coldly without a trace of emotion in his voice. You're wrong, Chen Buping. Lone Wolf he never wanted to stop you. He just didn't want you to go astray. He's been watching over you silently, hoping that one day you'll turn back to the world. Turning back? Chen Buping sneered. I, Chen Buping, have never had the word turn back in my dictionary. Zhang Nan sniffed and angrily pointed at Chen Buping. So you pushed him into the fire over and over again for power? For immortality? Elder Chen smiled when he heard this. Who let him know what I wanted and never helped me? Then let him die. As long as he's dead, I can eat his body and gain his powers. Haha dash. As soon as Chen Buping's thoughts fell, Zhang Nan, who was standing in front of him, instantly kicked him again in anger. Son of a bitch. You actually ate Lone Wolf's body dash. Are you fucking human dash? When Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei on the side heard this, they were so shocked that their pupils instantly widened. What? Chen Buping actually ate the Lone Wolf. Zhou Lan and Su Weiwei both were angry and uncomfortable. Especially Zhou Lan. She couldn't accept it. It was the Lone Wolf. So legendary a character before. Now it was actually eaten by a disgusting person like Chen Buping. How dare this Chen Buping? How can he get down? Thinking about the man who once had a cold heart and a hot face. Think of the man who always helps you behind the scenes when you are in trouble. He saved so many people, gave them a second life. But these people want him dead one by one. The world is so cruel and unfair to him. Lone Wolf. Chen Buping, you will get your retribution. Zhou Lan has rarely lost control of her emotions, but at this moment, she really couldn't help but cry out. If she didn't see that Zhang Nan was already beating him, she even wanted to personally go up and kick him a few times to vent her hatred. Chen Buping was also startled. How does Zhang Nan know? Could it be that Zhang Nan had just heard his heart? Zhang Nan has the mind-reading skill? But before Chen Buping could think more, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Pang dash. Ping ping ping. Old mongrel. Son of a bitch. Fuck you. Go to hell dash. Jiang Nan was really angry. Hearing that his own benefactor had been eaten in pieces by Qin Buping, what could be more agonizingly difficult for him? That was the person who had given him Jiang Nan's life countless times. Jiang Nan couldn't help but think of Lone Wolf's last sigh when he left this world. People in your world are too complicated. I don't fit in here. How disappointed he should be in the world. People who were never of this world in the first place. When he accidentally came to this world, he should have stayed with expectations as well. But in the end, these people taught him a painful lesson. Jiang Nan's heart ached at what had happened to Lone Wolf. He suddenly understood why Lone Wolf had helped Self so much. Because, what happened to him then, should have shown Lone Wolf the shadow in him. Both were equally betrayed and framed. It's just that Lone Wolf ultimately chose to return the favor, but it gave Jiang Nan the option to go for revenge. He didn't understand the humans of this world then, why they were so complicated. The anger in Jiang Nan's heart was like a raging storm that could not be calmed, and he could not tolerate what Chen Buping had done to Lone Wolf. He frantically punched and kicked at Chen Buping, as if this was the only way to alleviate the anger in his heart. Don't fight dash. Aha! Chen Buping screamed in excruciating pain, his voice filled with fear and despair. However, Jiang Nan's anger had caused him to lose his mind, and he only wanted to make Chen Buping pay for what he had done. Su Weiwei watched quietly from the side, her eyes filled with heartache for Jiang Nan. She knew how Jiang Nan felt at the moment, and understand why he was so angry. Lone Wolf was not only a benefactor to Jiang Nan, but also a kind of faith and support in his heart. No one can stand to hear that their benefactor is being eaten. It's really cruel. The sounds of fighting gradually stopped, and Jiang Nan gasped for air, his chest rising and falling violently. He stared at Chen Buping on the ground, his eyes filled with anger and grief. At this time, Chen Buping had already lost his face, and his entire body had been deformed by Jiang Nan's beating. Both arms were torn apart raw. Those two legs have long been separated from the body. One eye was dented and the other was gurgling blood. There's blood all over the floor. He was on the ground like a dead dog, not moving. Chen Lao is dead. The body lay paralyzed on the ground, never able to move again. Jiang Nan's purpose was originally to come to avenge the Lone Wolf, but when he heard about Chen Lao's unconscionable behavior and actually ate the Lone Wolf, his anger reached its peak. How inhuman! He's so fucking inhuman! Jiang Nan roared again, his voice filled with hatred and anger towards Elder Chen. If it wasn't for the last shred of reason stopping him, he really wanted to continue whipping Chen Lao's corpse to vent his anger. A few days later, Jiang Nan received an invitation from the top leadership of China. This is not about holding Chan accountable for his death. Rather, they were all sensationalized after knowing that Jiang Nan could actually create xenomorphs. A species like the xenomorphs, no one has been able to get them since the Lone Wolf disappeared. It wasn't that China was in great need of this kind of xenomorph, but it was because this kind of paranormal stuff always tends to cause panic, because you don't know what will happen to these ectomorphs in the next moment. However, a skill like being able to bring the dead back to life was indeed coveted. This kind of character, no matter in which country, is definitely a national treasure. People are afraid of death no matter how rich and powerful they are. They all wanted to die and then Jiang Nan or Lone Wolf could bring them back to life. So, Chen Lao's death was like a gust of wind that blew over and dispersed without anyone noticing. Jiang Nan wouldn't bother telling the outside world that Lone Wolf was dead. Let them continue to think the Lone Wolf is missing. In the past few days, videos and news of Jiang Nan being received by the leaders of China dominated the entire social media platforms and TV news. Everyone was curious about this teenager who suddenly appeared. This Jiang Nan is the top student of this year's college entrance exam? What's his origin? There are high school scholars every year, and those with higher scores than him have not seen which one can be received by our supreme leader. What does the introduction above mean? The director of the Alien Body Research Institute? What's the Altered Body Institute? I don't get it either. The people in front of the TV were unfamiliar with Jiang Nan. I don't even know the meaning of the Alien Body Research Institute, which I've never even heard of. Inside the Zhang family villa, the atmosphere was grave and complicated. Zhang Feng and Zhang Xinmei both sat on the sofa, their gazes locked on the TV screen in front of them. The emotions in their eyes were mixed. There was surprise, envy, remorse, and deep regret. On the screen, the teenager who was cordially received by the highest leader of China was none other than their former relative Jiang Nan. The young man's face was clear and his demeanor was calm. He remained calm in the face of the camera and the eager eyes around him. A wave of sourness surged through Zhang Feng's heart. This teenager should have been his pride, the hope of his Zhang family. However, it broke his heart to be kicked out of the house by their own hands. Zhang Feng thought every moment that if they hadn't kicked Jiang Nan out of the house at that time and hadn't made him feel disheartened, then today, they will also appear on TV and be received by the top leadership of China together with Jiang Nan. This was an honor that the Zhang family had never had for generations. Dad, don't think too much. Zhang Xinmei softly comforted Zhang Feng, who was sitting aside, and her gaze, likewise, fell on the spirited Zhang Nan on the TV. Zhang Nan, wait a little longer. He will think about it. In time, he'll come back and recognize us. Her words were tinged with sourness and anticipation, as if she was cheering up Self and Zhang Feng. With things having come to this point, she could really only hope for time, hoping that with the passage of time, Zhang Nan would be able to forgive the past and re-accept the Zhang family. See Zhang Nan in flashbacks, watching him being cordially received by the leaders of China. It would be a lie to say that Zhang Xinmei was not shocked in her heart. Who would have thought that Zhang Nan, who was once ridiculed by his mother and several sisters for being trash? It's amazing how quickly it grows and shines. Jingle bells. Zhang Feng's cell phone ringing broke the silence in the room. When he looked at the screen, it was a call from Zhang Ming from the capital. He immediately picked up the phone with his uninjured hand. Ming. Yeah, I watched TV. Oh, I know. I'm also happy for Zhang Nan. Zhang Feng's voice was permeated with unconcealed excitement. Ha ha, I know you're happy for little Nan too. Not only you, the whole Zhang family is excited. By the way, I've already asked Miss Zhou. She agreed that you should also go over to attend this banquet that the four great families are organizing for Zhang Nan. Zhang Ming laughed on the other end of the phone. Ming, what did you say? Really? Zhang Feng's voice suddenly raised a few decibels, and an incredulous joy appeared on his face. Really? Since Ms. Zhou agreed, I guess Zhang Nan shouldn't have any objections either. You're coming over a little early these days to get ready. The banquet is booked for the end of this month, when the most dignified bigwigs in the whole of China will come over. This is also the most raised eyebrow of our Zhang family. Zhang Ming was also excited on the other end of the phone. Good, thank you, Brother Ming, really thank you so much. Zhang Feng was so excited that he almost cried out as he thanked him repeatedly, his voice trembling a little. After hanging up the phone, it was as if Zhang Feng still couldn't believe the good news. Pa dash. With his other, uninjured hand, he slapped himself hard across the face, the fiery pain coming from his face assuring him that it was all true. The sound of that slap echoed in the room, leaving clear red marks on Zhang Feng's face, but he didn't care. He just laughed excitedly, tears glistening in his eyes. Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't you scare me. When Zhang Xinmei saw that her father had suddenly slapped Self after answering a phone call, she immediately showed a horrified expression and asked worriedly. Ha ha, not a dream. Zhang Feng laughed out loud, a look of excitement and thrill on his face. Xin Dad really isn't dreaming, he emphasized again, trying to convince his daughter of Self's true feelings at the moment. When Zhang Xinmei saw her father in such a state, her heart became even more worried, and she busily followed and asked, Dad, what are you talking about? What dreaming? Are you not? She looked into her father's eyes and hesitated, worried that she might hurt him by saying something like, are you crazy? Xinmei, just now, your Uncle Ming called to say that he wants us to go to the banquet that the four great families are organizing for Zhang Nan. Zhang Feng explained excitedly, his eyes glittering with joy. Ha ha, I'm really so happy. He couldn't help but laugh out loud again, his voice filled with excitement and pride. So happy. He repeated the words as if to etch the joy into himself. However, with the emotional excitement, Zhang Feng's eyes became wet and red, but he was strong by nature, and he hurriedly forced the moisture in his eyes back, not wanting his daughter and the butler and others to see his vulnerability. Zhang Xinmei still felt a bit dazed. This news was too much of a surprise for her. Dad, are you sure you heard it right? Zhang Xinmei asked again in a trembling voice, hoping to get confirmation from her father. Zhang Feng was so excited that he couldn't help himself and didn't hear Zhang Xinmei's words at all. He immediately called for the butler. Butler Zhang. Yes, master. Butler Zhang respectfully stepped forward and returned. Order me dresses for the banquet. 2, no, 3, all in black, not green, and order a few better sets for Missy. 2. We can't lose the young master's face on that day. Although Zhang Xinmei still can't believe Zhang Nan would forgive the Zhang family so quickly, but seeing her father's expression of such excitement and anticipation, she couldn't bear to break the joy. Maybe, Zhang Nan really figured it out and was willing to forgive her and Dad. Capital. A villa estate. This was given to Zhang Nan by the Song family. When Song Yushu gave this gift, he couldn't think of a reason to give it, but he just felt that the Song family should send this gift. The Chen family and the Li family had also sent tens of billions of assets. In this case, the red bear was lying on the sofa, watching Zhang Nan on the TV with a sour expression on her face. Sister, little Nan is so unfair. He actually only took Su Weiwei with him, leaving us two big beauties here all alone. There was a hint of pettiness and dissatisfaction in the red bear's words, and it was obvious that she was a bit grumpy about Zhang Nan only taking Su Weiwei away. Zhou Lan sat on the sidelines, her hands piled high with contract information. She sighed softly and inaudibly as she heard the red casket. It also seemed to be feeling a hint of loss for Zhang Nan's departure. Zhang Nan and Vivi are busy. Let's not give him a hard time. Just wait it out. When they come back, maybe, we'll be more lively here. Hiroichi. Inside the villa that Zhou Lan had previously purchased, Lin Wu was busily packing his bags. He received a call from Zhou Lan, inviting him to the capital to serve as her driver and asking him if he was willing to do so. Lin Wu hesitated for a moment, but decided to agree. His heart was filled with hatred, but after this period of time, his revenge was pretty much avenged. For the rest of his days, he just wanted to watch those enemies live in agony. And he, too, lives painfully without the truth. Going anywhere without Xinjin was the same for him. He no longer had much to hold on to. Lin Wu didn't have a lot of luggage, and as he was about to put the picture of the family of 3 on the table into his backpack, his eyes stopped on the frame. Looking at his wife and Xinjin's smiling face in the photo, his eyes reddened again. Want Makoto to come back to life? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. This voice seemed to come from deep within Lin Wu, and it also seemed to reach his ears from the outside, causing Lin Wu in his grief to instantly wake up. He looked around, but didn't find any sign of anyone. But in the next second, 2 people suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei. Zhang Nan, Lin Wu shouted with a face full of shock, disbelief laced in his voice. What are you doing back here? Ha, shouldn't you be receiving the great leaders of our country of China? Lin Wu stared wide-eyed, as if he had seen something incredible, because just a moment ago, he had purposely turned on the television and paid attention to the news reports about Zhang Nan. However, as soon as the TV was turned off, Zhang Nan unexpectedly stood in front of Self Alive. At this moment, he saw Zhang Nan again. Lin Wu's heart welled up with not only admiration, but also a deep sense of worship. He had always thought that Zhang Nan was a genius. This is evident from the fact that he is a high school senior. It was just never expected that Zhang Nan's achievements would be so extraordinary, and the speed of promotion was staggering. It had only been a short time since he had gone over to the capital, and he had gotten mixed up to the point where he was received by the highest leader of China. You know, this is a goal that more than 1 billion Chinese people have dreamed of but could not realize. It is really awesome. Facing Lin Wu's surprise, Zhang Nan smiled faintly and lightly returned. Came back to run some errands. By the way, do something for you too. His gaze revealed a hint of determination, as if he wanted to take this opportunity to make up for the regrets he had left behind. Do something for me? Lin Wu chewed on the words Zhang Nan said with a puzzled face, as if he didn't understand the meaning at all. Zhang Nan did not explain further. Instead, he turned his head to Su Weiwei, his eyes revealing a hint of inquiry. Are you trying to wait for me here? Or are you coming with me? Su Weiwei's gaze was firmly fixed on Zhang Nan and she replied without hesitation. Wherever you are, I'll be there. Don't even think about leaving me. Zhang Nan smiled helplessly. Well, it would have been nice to let her rest and watch a TV show or something, but after thinking about how she was a little different from the other girls, I stopped. Turning his head, he continued to say to Lin Wu, then, let us go see Xinjin together. When Lin Wu heard the name Xinjin, a hint of puzzlement flashed in his eyes. Look real? What do you mean? Do you guys want to go pay your respects to Makoto? Lin Wu thought that the 2 of them, Zhang Nan, were going to visit True Zero's grave. He was a little touched in his heart. However, Zhang Nan smiled and shook his head, dismissing Lin Wu's speculation. This made Lin Wu even more puzzled. He didn't understand what Zhang Nan wanted at all. Just as he was about to ask again, a sudden, intense wave of dizziness hit him. Lin Wu only felt that the entire world was spinning. His eyes were blurry and he could barely stand. He reached out his hand to hold onto something, but there was nothing around him. He felt like the whole world kept shaking. After Lin Wu's head regained its clarity, he then sees that Self is back in the rental house where he and True are living. Then he had a bowl of millet porridge in his hand and meat buns and soy milk on the table. What's going on? Why am I suddenly back here? Lin Wu remembered that back when he decided to avenge Xinjin's death, he had already retired his house here. That's when his eyes inadvertently swept over the cell phone on the table. The date displayed on the screen stunned him momentarily. Monday, May 10, 2010, 7:01 a.m. See this date. Lin Wu's head went boom. Ground woke up with a start. He would never forget this day, because this was the day that his daughter, Lin Xinjin, was abused by those cruel little brutes. It was also the day he regretted, really suffered the most. But at this moment, he had actually returned to this day, to this turning point that had changed his and Xinjin's destiny. Lin Wu's chest rose and fell violently. He held back his inner excitement and panic. His eyes locked on the room where Xinjin slept. The door was closed, as if it were a barrier separating reality from dreams. How he wanted to rush forward and open that door at once. However, Lin Wu's feet felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds, and he couldn't lift his feet or take a step. He was afraid it was all a dream, that it was just a false fantasy. He was afraid that when he opened the door, he would find that nothing had changed, and that Jinjin would still suffer all that cruel abuse. Ding 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 ding. The alarm clock on his cell phone rang on time. That was the wake-up ringtone Lin Wu had purposely set for his daughter. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his own excited and nervous feelings. It's time for True to get up and go to school. After placing the prepared breakfast neatly on the table, Lin Wu's eyes were red as he walked towards the door of his daughter's room. He knocked softly on the door, his voice gentle and expectant. True, get up and go to school. If you don't get up, you'll be late. However, the expected response did not come from the room. Lin Wu's heart sank violently, and his anticipation was lost in an instant. Dum. Jinjin, you don't open the door. Daddy comes in? After saying this, he paused for a moment, waiting for his daughter's answer as he had done before. However, the room remained silent, with only the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. Just when Lin Wu was almost about to give up, "Dad!" a thin voice came from inside the room. As soon as that voice fell, Lin Wu's pupils instantly widened, and his entire body froze in place as if he had been electrocuted. True. It is the voice of the real thing. He couldn't wait to twist the door handle, and as soon as the door opened, he saw his daughter Jinjin curled up by the corner of the bed. Her tiny figure trembled, and those helpless, uncertain eyes stared itself as if waiting for something. True. It's really you. Lin Wu muttered in his heart as he pinched the flesh of his own thigh vigorously. The pain assured him it wasn't a dream. He's really reliving the day True was bullied. A wave of ecstasy surged through Lin Wu's heart. If he wasn't afraid of scaring Jinjin, he would have wanted to immediately go up and hug his daughter and have a good cry. Jinjin, over here, doesn't know the joy her father is feeling at the moment. She cowered tightly in the corner, her eyes open with helpless uncertainty. The dark circles under her eyes showed her sleepless night. Dad, I don't want to go to school. May I? True's voice carried a hint of trembling and begging. With those fear-filled eyes open, she looked at Lin Wu as if waiting for his decision. That skinny little body has also been trembling as if it is afraid of something. Lin Wu looked at his daughter's expression and listened to her helpless and pitiful begging. The heart is like a knife. How could he not understand what she was thinking at that moment? She's afraid to face those kids who bullied her. Thinking back to the morning of True's accident, she was also so helpless in expressing to self that she didn't want to go to school. At that time, he was completely unaware of his daughter's inner fears and struggles and just blindly encouraged her to face the difficulties. I think that's what he told his daughter the other day. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Daddy will take you to the hospital? How can you not go to school? You get such good grades. Your teachers praise you. You have to study hard, get into a good university, and find a good job after you come out. Don't be like your dad. No diploma, only to do tiring work. Those words, as he remembered them countless times later, made him want to slap self to death countless times. Lin Wu took a deep breath, squatted down, looked levelly into Jinjin's eyes, tenderly stroked his daughter's hair, and said in a firm tone, "Okay, listen to you. If you don't want to go to school, you don't have to. Daddy can afford to feed you, as long as you're happy." Jinjin's eyes sparkled with surprise when she heard her father say that, and she couldn't believe her ears. Dad usually always encourages her to study hard, so how come he agreed so easily today? Dad, are you telling the truth? I really don't have to go to school? True's eyes were locked on Self's dad, careful to make sure. I was afraid that I had just heard it wrong. It's true. What Daddy says is true. Lin Wu looked at his daughter heartily, and his eyes were slightly moist. How you feel is most important. If we don't want to go to school, we won't go. It's okay if you don't want to marry later. As long as Dad has a mouth to feed, he won't let you go hungry. True. As long as you come back to Daddy, I'd let Dad die right away even if I had to. When Jinjin heard this, she could no longer control her own emotions and tears came to her eyes. She had been afraid to tell her dad about Self being bullied at school. It's Monday. A couple of them said they'd make her look good today, prepare her for the big surprise they will give her. She was also told not to tell her father, or else she would be left to die. So she's so afraid that I couldn't sleep last night. But today, her dad's words made her feel warmer and safer than she had ever felt before. Woohoo! Jinjin let out a loud cry. The fear and aggression that she had been holding back all these days was released at this moment. She hugged her dad tightly, as if she wanted to pour out all her angst. Jinjin, are you being bullied? Lin Jinjin sniffed and hastily shook her head, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. No, she can't tell Dad. Otherwise, they won't leave Dad alone. Some of them have rich and powerful parents. Not something a normal family like her and her dad could mess with. Lin Wu saw Jinjin shaking her head and mentally sighed. He understands that his daughter is trying to protect him. However, the thought of letting those people off so easily still didn't sit well in Linwoo's heart. Though those little bastards didn't plant any bad seeds today, but I'm sure I've hurt and abused my own daughter before. Otherwise, Jinjin wouldn't be scared like this. But the sight of her lost and found daughter, and her well-stabilized emotions, Linwoo sighed. Forget it. My daughter's back already. Let's leave those little bastards alone. Move away from here and stay away from these people. Makoto, let's eat breakfast first. Dad will sell out the store in the next few days. And then, let's leave here and go to the capital. Linwoo thought of Jolan and Zhang Nan who were in the capital. Nan Zhang. No. Just now Zhang Nan said come together to see Jinjin. Does he know I'm going back to today? Linwoo's pupils shook at once. After giving True's homeroom teacher a heads up about dropping out of school, Linwoo and Jinjin ate breakfast together. Watching Jinjin slowly eat the porridge, Linwoo's nose soured. Such a scene. These months, he could not dream of. And now it's really happening. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Who would call self early in the morning? Linwoo frowned and picked up his cell phone to see that it was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated, but pressed the answer button. Hello? How does Big Brother Linwoo like this surprise? As soon as Linwoo heard this voice, a warm current surged in his heart. He knew who it was. At this time, he was called Lin Wenbin, but not called Lin Wuo. Zhang Nan. Thank you. Lin Wenbin looked at his daughter, Jinjin, who was sitting at the table quietly eating kanji, his eyes filled with gratitude. He went into his own room and closed the door before continuing. Zhang Nan, this life of mine, Lin Wenbin, will be yours from now on. Just ask if you can use me. I'll do anything for you. Zhang Nan, on the other end of the phone, gave a soft laugh and said in a relaxed tone, what do I need your life for? I just want you to have a good life with True. She's a good kid and deserves a happy home. It's fate that we've met for a while. By the way, those little brutes, I've already taught them a lesson. And soon, you'll get the wind. Once Linwoo heard this, the words of gratitude choked in his throat, rolled a few times, and finally turned into a sentence. Thank you, Zhang Nan. In the afternoon, Linwoo received a message from those girls who had abused Jinjin. I heard that they suddenly went berserk and beat each other up en masse in the restroom during recess. Some took out knives from nowhere and slashed and stabbed each other in the face and body. A few people who used to be as good as Siamese twins. Now it's as if they have a deep grudge against each other. The viciousness of the hit is simply outrageous. Eventually, school leaders, who heard the commotion, stepped forward to stop it. But those girls were killing like they had no sense. Also, the knife was aimed at the teachers who were pulling the strings. When the police car arrived, several teachers were also carried away with minor injuries. When Linwoo heard this, the breath he was holding in his heart was finally spat out. At this time, his heart was even more grateful to Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei stood at the entrance of the Yishan orphanage. Both were surrounded by childlike architecture, but their hearts were heavy. Zhang Nan used his time travel technique to bring the two back to the night before Arrow and the others died. Weiwei, Arrow, and Lu Xiaoming. They, miss you. Su Weiwei let out a soft her mood a little low. She gazed at the buildings, her thoughts drifting back to days gone by. At that time, she was not a talker, but she always had a couple of little boys following her around all the time. They used to support each other, get scolded and beaten together. Arrow, Lu Xiaoming and others took good care of her, and whenever there was something good to eat, they would leave it for her. Then she turned her head and shoved it all back to Zhang Nan. For, of all the boys, her eyes saw only him. At that time, they would hide in a corner, dreaming of the day when they would be adopted by a pair of kind moms and dads. Take them out of this cage of despair and then you can buy them lots of good food and new clothes. Tonight, kill the old woman and the dog butcher, she said calmly, not a trace of emotion in her voice. Every day that these two beasts live as a scourge on the Yishan orphanage. Zhang Nan did not object. It's been killed once anyway, and don't care to kill one more time. He had just picked this time to wear back in to try to stop Arrow and the others from dying tragically again ahead of time. They've been suffering for over a decade. Next, one should live well and be happy and healthy. Go, take Arrow and the others home. Later that night, a news story about the Yishan orphanage has caused a local uproar. According to a follow-up report by our correspondent, the city's Yishan orphanage, a fire broke out yesterday, with a ferocious intensity, causing serious injuries and deaths. It was initially confirmed that a number of people, including the director of the Yishan orphanage, 6 caretakers and a security guard, were burnt to death on the spot. At present, the orphans in the orphanage have been temporarily taken over by the National Welfare Institute to ensure that their basic living and learning are guaranteed. The incident is highly suspicious. The cause of the fire is still unclear, and the police are fully following up the investigation. According to eyewitnesses, at the time of the fire, There were unusual sounds of fighting and screaming coming from inside the orphanage, but the fire was too large to enter to rescue them. At present, the police have cordoned off the scene and mobilized experts to investigate. After Zhang Nan settled the dean and old Mo and the others, bringing Arrow and Lu Xiaoming several people to the villa, he had already made an appointment with Su Weiwei, not to tell a few of them that they've already died once, so as not to cause them unnecessary fear. Arrow and the others acted very happy when they saw Su Weiwei. Lu Xiaoming, in particular, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. Zhang Nan gave them space to catch up with Su Weiwei. While standing quietly by himself, he's thinking about how best to house them. Aracy looked more and more pure in moving Su Weiwei after. At first very excited, not long, and a little inferiority. Su Weiwei seemed to know what he was thinking and revealed a smile at Era did. Eru, the scar on your face. I have a solution. Eru, who had lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Su Weiwei, sniffed and immediately raised his head, looking at Su Weiwei with glowing eyes. Yeah, really? Su Weiwei smiled and nodded her head, and that smile fell in the eyes of a few teenagers, becoming more and more heartwarming. Zhang Nan saw that she was in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth followed suit. The next day, Zhang Nan took Arrow and others to the capital. After introducing them to Zhou Lan solemnly arranged them in the Zhou family. Arrow has turned 18, considering that Arrow is an adult and has no intention of continuing his education. After consulting him, Zhou Lan decided to let him learn management affairs under the experienced housekeeper Zhou, and promised to pay him $50,000 a month for his internship. Arrow was so surprised when he heard this figure that he waved his hand in refusal, but it was impossible to resist Zhou Lan's insistence. In Zhou Lan's heart, these people are all Zhang Nan's childhood companions, and their significance is certainly different. You can keep it for now, and when you get on it, I'll raise it to 100,000 a month for you. When Arrow heard it, he was so shocked that his eyes widened and he couldn't believe his own ears. How much? 100,000? Once he was in an orphanage, but he was the one who didn't even have $10. Nowadays, they follow Zhang Nan, but they are paid $100,000 a month? And Lu Xiaoming's side was also shocked. He just turned 17 this year, but is a bit of an introvert, usually always silent in the corner, rarely interacting with people. Faced with Zhou Lan's cordial inquiry, he was a bit at a loss for words. When Zhou Lan asked him what he liked, his eyes glanced at Su Weiwei several times. The sentiment in his heart burned instantly like a flame that had been ignited, but at the same time, he also knows that he is not worthy of the so wonderful Su Weiwei. She was like a bright star and he was just a dull speck of dust. Moreover, he knew a long time ago that the person Su Weiwei likes has always been Zhang Nan. When he thought it was Zhang Nan, his eyes went down even more. Zhang Nan and him, one is the bright moon in the sky, the other is the dust underground. Ming, what's wrong? It's okay if you can't think of anything to do at the moment. Just let me know when you think of it later. Zhou Lan's gentle and considerate voice instantly soothed Lu Xiaoming's constraints. Eventually, Lu Xiaoming blushed and said that he liked to draw. After hearing this, Zhou Lan, without saying a word, directly asked housekeeper Zhou to arrange for a famous painter who would be specifically responsible for teaching him to paint in the future. Lu Xiaoming was shocked. That mouth stayed open and couldn't even close it. He never imagined that he would have such an opportunity to study under a painter. This sudden luck made him wonder for a moment if he was dreaming, but at the same time, he was grateful to Zhang Nan in his heart. It's true, the person that Xiaoya likes is a cow. On Ting Zhong's side, it was a bit more troublesome, because he always wanted to find his own sister. Zhou Lan here let people check a few days later. Ding Jiang that disappeared for a few years sister, finally have news. Not good news, though. His sister was first sold to a nightclub in a city, and then, later, resold to a big prostitution lounge abroad. When I got there, I was beaten alive by a local small business owner for a single instance of poor service. When Ting Jiang found out the news, he broke down and cried bitterly. His sister was the only thing that kept him alive when he was abused by that old woman, the dean, for the past few years. Now the belief collapsed, leaving him all at once disillusioned. Several people from Era took turns comforting Ding Jiang, but he hasn't spoken or eaten, and his eyes are dull and he doesn't know what he's thinking. It wasn't until a few days later that Zhang Nan brought back a skinny girl. That girl is good looking. Her expression was still a bit confused when she first appeared in front of Ding Jiang's group. Didn't old Mo just say he was taking her to her foster parents' house? How could I blink my eyes and everything in front of me changed? Once Ding Jiang saw the girl, his dull pupils slowly turned into shock. Dingy language? The girl also saw Ding Jiang at this time. Brother, how did you suddenly grow so tall? Nope. How did I grow taller too? Ting Jiang was stunned at first, and then in ecstasy he went up and hugged Dingy words. Woohoo! Tingy! You're not dead! You're not dead! Great! Woohoo! Ding Jiang said, howling loudly with tears of joy. Zhou Lan on the side looked at Zhang Nan and sighed in her heart. What a cold-faced guy. Same as Lone Wolf. Su Weiwei, on the other hand, had the corners of her mouth slightly curled. Well, it's all together now. My childhood buddies. In the future, they'll all be fine. Soon, the end of the month arrived. The news that the four great families of China had hosted a banquet for Zhang Nan had long since created a fervor among the major powers of China. This banquet was not just a simple social event. It was an important gathering between the top powers of China. Whether it's a high-ranking dignitary with a lot of power in his hands, or the rich and famous who are rich and famous, all were eager to catch a glimpse of Zhang Nan at this banquet. By the way, it establishes deeper ties with the four big families, and other high-ranking dignitaries. However, there are limited spots available for the banquet. Those who can be invited to this banquet are the top leaders of various industries, and each of them has been strictly selected. At this moment, Zhang Ming was in his own room, carefully selecting the dress he would wear for tomorrow's banquet. He stood in front of the mirror, wearing a tailored black suit with a white shirt underneath, his whole body looking refreshed. He turned around, surveying his own attire with satisfaction before turning to Zhang Feng, who was sitting on the sofa to the side. Brother Peak, what do you think about me wearing this tomorrow? Suddenly being called brother by the man I've always worshipped as a god. Zhang Feng didn't come back to his senses for a moment. Zhang Ming called him brother. This is Zhang Ming. Zhang Feng, was actually called brother by him one day. Ha ha ha. But Zhang Feng smiled and laughed in his heart. The next moment, there was another sudden silence. This was because he thought of the fact that Zhang Ming was being so polite to self because of Zhang Nan's face. The current Zhang Nan's achievements were enough to make any power or plutocracy in China lower their noble heads. And he Zhang Feng, what do they think they are? Realizing this, Zhang Feng's heart was momentarily filled with bitterness and relief and pride. If everything could really be done over again, he, Zhang Feng, would definitely kick those filthy things out sooner. Nice. This set fits your temperament. Although Zhang Feng was bitter in his heart, he still praised Zhang Ming with a sincere smile on his face. Zhang Ming sniffed and laughed so hard that the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened a few times. Seriously, it's been a long time since China had such a grand banquet. Ah Feng, you really gave birth to a good son. Tomorrow, no matter how difficult Zhang Nan is, you must find a way to make him recognize his ancestor. This is a position that the Zhang family has not reached for several generations. Zhang Ming asked the butler to take off the gown on his body as he admonished Zhang Feng in a serious tone. Would Zhang Feng not understand these truths? However, the thought of Zhang Nan's stubbornness, he was so worried that his eyebrows were knotted. That guy's a salt and pepper guy. When the time comes to piss him off, this guy really is a six-pack. Thinking of Zhang Nan's murderous image, Zhang Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps. I'll do my best, Zhang Feng promised under his breath. Zhang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Feng and secretly shook his head. When he first met Zhang Feng, he felt that among the Zhang family brothers of this generation, Zhang Feng was the one with a few skills. That said, after all these years of observation, it's really not bad at all. I've made billions of dollars on my own. Putting it on the vast majority of people is pretty awesome. However, there was one thing that Zhang Ming felt was unfortunate, that Zhang Feng had seriously dropped his IQ on the piece of managing the family home. How can you let that woman Wang Feng run amok in the house and drive away your own son? Moreover, I've been cuckolded by Wang Feng for so many years, and I still don't know it at all? Ended up separating wives and bloodshed. Since ancient times, the old patriarchs have said that all things prosper when the family is in harmony. If there is no peace in the family home, the family won't last long. It's okay, relax your mind. Then again, you're his real father. He won't embarrass you too much. Zhang Feng could only nod bitterly. He was mentally prepared. Tomorrow, even if Zhang Nan hit him with his hands, he wouldn't have any complaints. Who let him be such an asshole in the past and break Zhang Nan's heart? At 6 o'clock in the morning of the second day, Zhang Nan was still in dreamland when he was woken up by the loud voice of the Red Bear. The Red Bear excitedly rushed into Zhang Nan's room, pulling Zhang Nan up and tucking him towards the washroom at the same time, while urging, "Why don't you get up and dress up? Today, sister, I'm going to dress you up as the prettiest boy in the whole party." Zhang Nan rubbed his sleepy eyes and smiled helplessly and bitterly. "Sister Red Casket, it's only 6 o'clock now. What kind of nice guy gets up at 6 o'clock and dresses up? Besides, he's a man, not a woman. What's the point of dressing up? Why don't you just wear a nice dress for the occasion?" The Red Bear laughed in disbelief. "And you know it's 6 o'clock. Ha! The party starts at 11 o'clock. So you, the main character, have to be there at 10 o'clock to wait for the party." Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan instantly sobered up a few points and asked suspiciously, Protagonist? Didn't Erasure say that she wanted me to stand down for her and that I would just show up? When the red bear heard this, her heart thumped, realizing that self might have slipped her tongue. She spat out her tongue, and with a twinkle in her eye, she hurriedly changed the subject. Yeah, right. But my sister said that today we are all the main characters. Can't you see I'm up before you? Up in the middle of the night getting dressed? Look at the red-roped face gasping for air and rounding out the lie. Zhang Nan looked hopelessly at the red bear. He had heard the heart of the red casket. No way. This guy's heart is so obvious he can't even pretend he doesn't hear it if he wants to. Forget it. These are his best friends. They can toss it around all they want. Let them. As long as they were happy and he cooperated. Besides, he's leaving soon. Sister Red Ribbon. So this is your way of watching me undress? Zhang Nan pointed his finger down to the doorway and then pointed to himself. When the red bear heard that, she immediately blushed. It's not like I haven't seen you without clothes. After saying that, he immediately spat his tongue and left, leaving a bewildered Zhang Nan behind. What? When did the red casket ever see me without my clothes on? I'm always fully dressed in front of the girls, okay? Before Zhang Nan could think about it, Su Weiwei's sultry eyes suddenly appeared. When did you ever show the red casket a body? Zhang Nan. I didn't. Su Weiwei still looked at him slyly, with a look like you don't want to lie to me. Zhang Nan. I really didn't. But before he could finish his words, Su Weiwei gave him a meaningful look before turning away. 3 seconds later, there was a ping, 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 ping. The sound of Zhang Nan's hand, which was holding the toothbrush, shook. Red Racket, still really looking for a fight. To actually dare to mess with Su Weiwei, whose force value was already bursting at the seams. 11 o'clock noon sharp. The sun is shining. Zhang Nan's large private estate was already bustling with activity. Although the number of invitations is limited, but the invited guests had dragged their families and flocked to the estate, which was crowded and bustling. The estate was large enough to accommodate a large number of guests, and even though the number of people exceeded expectations, it was not crowded at all. Fortunately, the manor that the Zhou family had gifted to Zhang Nan in the first place was large enough to accommodate many guests. To ensure that every guest could enjoy the feast to the fullest, the banquet was purposely arranged outdoors. The lawn was covered with white tablecloths, and the delicate tableware was neatly arranged. The surrounding flowers and green trees intermingled, creating a noble and elegant atmosphere. People who come to the banquet can freely communicate and interact with each other, and at the same time enjoy the pleasure of food and wine. Zhang Xinmei, Zhang Feng, and the others sat in a quiet corner of the manor. Her gaze swept over the bustling scene in front of her, and complex emotions surged in her heart. On the one hand, she was pleased with Zhang Nan's achievements today. After all, that was her own brother. On the other hand, she felt an inevitable twinge of envy. The luxury of the estate is breathtaking, with every detail revealing exceptional taste and financial resources. And in front of us, these big names who count in China. More so, Zhang Xinmei profoundly realized that the current Zhang Nan in terms of financial strength and power, has left their Zhang family dozens of streets. She couldn't help but think of the day when Zhang Nan severed his relationship, when she thought that Zhang Nan had left the Zhang family, that he must not be able to get by, and that he must come back crying to beg for the Zhang family's understanding. And the reality is so in your face. Today, it's their Zhang family who will cry and beg Zhang Nan to come home, crying for Zhang Nan's understanding. Around 12 noon, a representative of China's leadership went up to speak and praised Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan is more than just young and talented. He is the pride of our Chinese nation. In the future, we'll need Zhang Nan's continued help with some of China's classified research projects. The representative of China's leadership effusively touted Zhang Nan for several rounds before going down amidst the applause of the crowd. Everyone sensed at this time how much the leadership of China valued and curried favor with Zhang Nan. Those present were all human beings who had already made plans in their hearts. In the future, no matter what way, we must find a way to hook up with Zhang Nan, someone who even the officials flattered. If they don't wake up, the opportunity will go to someone else, especially Zhang Feng. He clenched his fists even more. The remorse in his heart had long since turned over. Next was the representative of the four great families of China, Zhou Lan. It was only at this time that Zhou Lan exuded an innate air of superiority. She stood at the podium, her gaze confident and bemused as she looked out over the room. Under the gaze of her gaze, not a single person in the room dared to make a sound, and all of them unconsciously stood in awe. Who on the scene does not know? At this time the business circle of China is by the eyes of this stunningly beautiful and moving look of the woman said. After all, she commanded in her hands is the four great families that control 70% of the economic lifelines of China. When Zhou Lan finished her speech, she paused abruptly. Maybe everyone here thinks that I am the one who runs the four great families and that I am in charge of everything. But it's not. I'm just helping a certain high-ranking person to take over for a while. If he is willing, our 4 great clans will always be subordinate and submissive to him." Hearing this, a large portion of the banquet had already guessed who Zhou Lan was talking about. When Zhou Lan said this, her pupils, which had just carried a sharp look, suddenly softened and looked to a certain place. Well, the mood has been set here. Next, let's bring on our main character of the day. At that moment, the music in the arena suddenly started, the music of the king's entrance. Over here, Zhang Nan was eating a plate of snacks. It couldn't be helped that early in the morning, he was being tossed around in turns by Su Weiwei and a few people from the Red Casket. They were fighting. He ran to talk them out of it, and they ended up joining forces together to beat him up. Zhang Nan felt that these two were acting this out on purpose to try his skill. In the end, he was restrained by a single move. Still eating? It's your turn to play. Seeing Zhang Nan still staring at his dinner plate, the red beer covered her rosy little mouth and laughed. Me? What's it to me? Zhang Nan didn't even pay attention to what Zhou Lan had just said afterward. His mind had long since drifted, but when he saw that several people were looking at self with eager faces, he could only go out with a hard head, but he still had his dinner plate in his hand. Eat and walk. As soon as he appeared, the entire banquet immediately burst into commotion. Some of the rich and powerful officials with adoring starry eyes had expected to see a man full of the aura of a king come out. It turned out to be a teenager with a dinner plate, gestures casually slouching as he eats and walks to the podium. This is Zhang Nan? Someone couldn't help but murmur out a bit of disappointment. How is it different than expected? Some people had never seen Zhang Nan and hadn't paid attention to the recent news TV. Therefore, seeing that Zhang Nan was so young and had this careless loser look, he couldn't help but wonder a little if some of the media were exaggerating. High school seniors? The director of the Institute of Ectomorphs? The most flattered genius of the Chinese leadership? The big man behind the 4 families? The strongest man in China? Which one of these identities alone can beat everyone? But it's actually all focused on this teenager? Is this true? Or is it a deliberate media bluff? And a god-making program in China? No matter what anyone else thinks, Zhang Nan still didn't care much as he walked to Zhou Lan's side. Zhou Lan took the dinner plate in his hands with a gentle face, and wiped the snack crumbs from the corners of his mouth. With this set of moves, those human beings in the arena had long ago turned over in shock. They didn't recognize Zhang Nan's bullishness at this point. Then they really don't deserve to sit here. Zhang Nan looked around the room. The eyes went from being lazy just now to a domineering press in a second. He frowned because he didn't know what to say. No one had told him what to say when he came up here before this, either, much less a speech. Moreover, he can't always turn his head over and ask Zhou Lan, what am I going to say? As soon as Zhang Nan frowned in contemplation, the look on his face unconsciously became cold and blood-devouring. This change immediately made the whole audience move in fear. The strong shift in his aura caused those who had been somewhat contemptuous of him to instantly realize, maybe this is the real Zhang Nan. After a short silence, Zhang Nan spoke up. His voice was calm, but every word was full of power. Well, there's not much I can say. Just a few quick words. You are all the most dickish talents in China. Do well to create value for the country and be its strongest backing. We must always remember that there is a country before a family, and a strong country before a rich people. The leaders of China sitting in the first row couldn't help but want to raise their hands in agreement once they heard Zhang Nan's words. What an inspiring and patriotic young man. That's the kind of leader the country needs. Zhang Nan, listening to his self-same speech becoming more and more official, coughed and continued. Also, I'm more of a vindictive person. The kind of person who holds a grudge. These people, around me, Zhang Nan pointed to Zhou Lan and the others. All of them are the people I cover. If any of you are ungrateful and dare to hurt them. Zhang Nan's voice was low and eerie, as if it came from the land of the 9 ghosts, sending shivers down one's spine. You guys can stop washing your necks that day because it's useless. You'll keep spraying blood. As soon as Zhang Nan's words fell, there was a dead silence in the room, as if even breathing had stopped. The Chinese leadership, who had just praised him, followed suit and sweated. Madness. What a wild ride. But no one dared to raise their voice to stop or ridicule. Zhang Nan's speech was very short, just a few words really. When he finished, he walked down with a bemused look on his face. At this point, the arena applauded. For a long time, those words of Zhang Nan just now, even more so, have been echoing in everyone's mind. With those words, he was warning everyone that the people around him were his bottom line. Anyone who touches this line will pay a heavy price. No one in the crowd present would doubt that Zhang Nan's warning was a joke. Someone who even the officials flattered. The man who also controls the 4 great families, the economic lifelines of all of China. Can't you do it? Seeing Zhang Nan walking down, Butler Zhou hurriedly guided him to the seat belonging to him with a nervous face. That's the full C-suite. From the beginning of the banquet, There had been no one who dared to sit and no one who could sit in the C-seat. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Nan's unstoppable might. The pride was so great it brought tears to my eyes. That was his Zhang Feng's own son. The bloodline of his Zhang family dash. During the banquet, a business tycoon sitting next to Zhang Feng asked him who he was. After all, the identity of those who could come here to attend the banquet today was certainly not a simple figure in China. Zhang Ming, who was sitting next to Zhang Feng, just wanted to open his mouth to introduce Zhang Feng as Zhang Nan's father when he was immediately stopped by Zhang Feng. Afterward, Zhang Ming asked Zhang Feng what he wanted. Zhang Feng looked at Zhang Nan, who was not far away from all the attention, slowly returned. Brother Ming, no need to introduce me, I'm Zhang Nan's who's who. Once upon a time the Zhang family was sorry for Zhang Nan, so we've lost our chance to stand in the limelight with him. I was an incompetent father, and now that he's made a name for himself, what my Zhang family needs to do is not to take advantage of this opportunity to capitalize on the situation or add to it. Rather, we should quietly support him behind the scenes, without interrupting or adding to the chaos, so as not to let him disappoint our Zhang family again. When Zhang Ming heard this, he couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng twice in a highlight. Well, this guy, he's got some backbone. At last, it's not in vain that Miss Zhou Lan's special arrangement gave him one last chance to join the Zhou family's version. Zhang Xinmei, who was at the side, secretly nodded along after hearing Zhang Feng's words. In fact, she had just had a brush with Zhang Nan. It was then that she tried to call out to him, but, instead, he walked past with an oblivious look on his face. She knew that Zhang Nan had seen her. However, Zhang Xinmei was not exasperated by Zhang Nan's attitude this time. Zhang Nan refuses to forgive the Zhang family now, but in the future, if she behaves well enough with her father, time will fade everything. Perhaps, after many years, Zhang Nan will one day put aside her former suspicions and reconcile with the Zhang family. Zhou Lan's purpose of organizing this banquet was achieved. It's all about getting more people to know Zhang Nan. Let the entire upper class of China know that the master behind the four great families was Zhang Nan. During the banquet, the leaders of China even released a signal to Zhang Nan, trying to groom Zhang Nan to be part of the next Chinese leadership team. But Zhang Nan didn't even think about it and immediately refused. Sorry guys, I like the uninhibited life, not for politics. Zhou Lan looked at Zhang Nan's increasingly calm and collected demeanor. The corners of the mouth never came down. The days just went by for years. A lot has changed in the last few years. Zhang Nan became the richest blue star in the world. Tens of thousands of xenomorphs have also been developed for China. These people were all carefully selected by Zhang Nan. Only those whose character passes must be allowed to rise from the dead as ectomorphs. These xenomorphs were even more powerful than the batch lone wolf had made at the time. They're more than just sword fighting. They can have children. And in terms of strength, speed, acuity, and so on, they were all several times stronger than before. Zhang Nan placed them each in some important positions in China. In the past few years, under Zhang Nan's influence, the four great clans were subservient to Zhou Lan. The economy of China, too, had made great changes in all fields under the cooperation of the four great families, especially the short videos, Smart Owl, Spell UUU, social software, and so on and so forth. These that Zhang Nan had them develop. It allowed China to develop more than 10 years ahead of other countries, and it also put China's economy at the top of the world at once. In the past 2 years, China's annual GDP has consistently exceeded that of the Free State by nearly half or more. With more money, the state of China invests more in military equipment, and the national sense of security and national pride is stronger. Moreover, Zhang Nan helped China improve all the weapons and equipment by utilizing his own psychic abilities. Therefore, China's weapons have not only caught up with the Free State, but also attracted many countries to come to buy. Looking at the fact that China was already the most powerful country in the entire blue planet, it no longer had to be subjected to other countries. Zhang Nan couldn't stop being happy in his heart. Zhou Lan is obsessed with building a business empire. It probably has something to do with the fact that she grew up in a top family. For her part, Sue Weaver has no very obvious hobbies. She had been quietly following Zhang Nan around. Wherever Zhang Nan goes, she follows. If she wasn't allowed to follow, she kept her watery eyes open and looked at Zhang Nan until he compromised. On the other hand, on the side of the red beer, it was gradually taken down by Song Jishu over the past few years and became his fiancée. The night before the engagement, she suddenly came to Zhang Nan and asked him a few words. Zhang Nan, how do you feel about me? It's quite good. Zhang Nan replied as he looked at the red casket's rare blushing face. What do you mean pretty good? Like it? There was an air of anticipation and complexity in the red casket's eyes. Zhang Nan sighed in his heart as he looked at her with this expression. I like it. You and Erasure and Arrow in them. I like it. You are all my good friends. The red bear sniffed and murmured in bewilderment. A good friend? Yeah, good friends. What's up? No, it's fine. Good friends. We're good friends. The next day, Zhou Lan told Zhang Nan that the red bear had agreed to Song Jishu's marriage proposal. When Zhang Nan heard this, he was happy for the red bear in his heart. He knew that the red bear had had a bad time as a child, so the happiness she had now was what she deserved. Song Jishu is a very responsible person. The point is, Zhang Nan can see that Song Jishu loves the red bear. Lin Wu had brought his daughter, Jinjin, over a few years before. The moment she saw Jinjin appear, the red bear instantly reddened her eyes. She knows this is Zhang Nan moved. The months when True jumped to his death. Although the red bear didn't say anything on her lips, her heart had been in a bad way. She always blamed herself for not being at the poor little girl's side at all times. Zhou Lan arranged a job for Lin Wu to be the chief security officer of the Zhou family. This position not only suited Lin Wu's status as a special forces soldier, but also provided him with a stable income. A salary of $100,000 a month is a significant income for Lin Wu. It also allows him to take care of his daughter, Jinjin, with more peace of mind. Arrow had learned a lot from housekeeper Zhou over the past few years. Housekeeper Zhou saw that he was highly perceptive and honest, so he also trained him as the next housekeeper of the Zhou family. The Zhou family housekeeper's salary, but it's quite a bit higher than Lin Wu's. Ding Jiang and Ding Yu and the others thrived under Zhou Lan's careful arrangements and began to formally enter the company and take on important responsibilities. Lu Xiaoming's talent in painting has gradually been shown, and his paintings have become more and more outstanding, leaving those who have seen them in awe. Zhang Nan believes that if he is given some more time to grow, he will become a shining star in the art world. Watching everyone around him develop in a better direction, Zhang Nan felt immensely gratified and proud. Looking at the stars in the distance, Zhang Nan lowered his head and took a sip of the juice in his hand. This is freshly squeezed by Su Weiwei. Thinking about what? Su Weiwei saw him standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and staring blankly. She couldn't help but walk over to him and ask softly, Vivi, what do you think the world is like on the lone wolf's side? Su Weiwei sniffed, her watery eyes shrouded with a touch of doubt. I don't know, but it must have been pretty gloriously bizarre. Zhang Nan nodded his head, his expression carrying a full of yearning. He remembered what Lone Wolf had told Self about their world. In our world, we aliens are also divided into classes. And there I was, just the lowest ranked alien. There, the only way to survive is to have a strong enough fist, and the competition is extremely fierce. My people, all of them were killed in a battle for resources. And my father, in order to keep me as a bloodline, used a secret method to get me to this energy-poor world. Vivi, I'm thinking of venturing out into another world. Life here is too bland and comfortable. The energy here is also too barren. If you want to keep getting stronger, you can't live in peace. Su Weiwei raised her eyes. Would she not understand his thoughts? He was supposed to be the eagle with wings. The comforts that others seek are, to him, nothing more than obstacles that stand in his way. Okay, I'll stay with you. Zhang Nan sniffed and turned his head to look at her. There's a soft glint in those eyes. Good, just for a couple days. Don't tell them yet. When we leave, we'll record a video and talk to them about it. Su Weiwei thought the same thing. After all, both she and Zhang Nan are the kind of people who are not good at comforting people. Vivi, do you have any regrets? Zhang Nan suddenly asked. Su Weiwei frowned and thought, then shook her head. No. Is there something else you want to do? If you're not comfortable stepping up, I'll go. For you. Before Su Weiwei could finish her words, Zhang Nan sighed. No, it's better not to tell her. When Su Weiwei heard she understood who Zhang Nan was talking about. She nodded understandingly and stopped talking, but the heart sighed for the man. When Zhang Nan saw Zhou Lan again, it's in her office. In the past few years, Zhou Lan's daily life was monotonous. In addition to work, it is back to the manor to accompany Zhang Nan several people. She's not looking for a boyfriend either. Keep your distance from anyone of the opposite sex. Whenever he asked her to find a boyfriend, she always looked at him and smiled without answering. He was leaving because he had a plan to leave long ago. So, before he left, he put a lot of things in place. Most of them were arranged for Lan Zhou. Nav, why did you suddenly think of coming over to the office to see me today? When Zhou Lan saw Zhang Nan, she hurriedly got up with a smile and personally poured tea for him. As soon as she got up, she was wearing a private customized model of black OL professional dress that showed off her curves to the fullest. Zhang Nan looked at her gentle smile. The words that had been brewing before I came rolled around in my throat a few times before finally turning into a soft sigh. Well, just happened to be passing by so I came up to see you. Zhou Lan sniffed and after stroking the messy hair on her forehead, she glanced at the time on her cell phone. It was just after 12 o'clock noon. Have you eaten yet? There's a new Southeast Asian flavored restaurant in the neighborhood. I'll take you to try. Knowing that she probably hadn't had lunch yet, Zhang Nan nodded in agreement. That day, after he and she ate, He used the excuse that he was walking to kill some food, made her drop her job to hang out with him for the afternoon. The sun was just right that day. The light on her face looks especially gentle and charming. 3 mornings later, Jolan woke up early, as usual. As she ate her breakfast, she glanced out the window out of habit, and suddenly something felt wrong. She checked the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Normally at this time, Su Weiwei would have been up and meditating on the manor lawn, and Zhang Nan always woke up at 7:30 sharp to have breakfast with her. Why haven't they come down today? After wiping the corners of her mouth with a napkin, Jolan walked upstairs alone to Zhang Nan's room. Dum 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 dum. Nan, are you up? Dum 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 dum. Nah. There were several knocks in a row, but no one responded. Jolan's good-looking willow eyebrows frowned lightly. She gently twisted the lock on the door. When I went in, I found that Zhang Nan wasn't in the room. The bedding was neatly folded, so obviously no one slept on it last night. Jolan stood stunned in place for a few seconds. I don't know what I associated it with, but my face changed drastically, and my heart began to beat wildly. She immediately ran quickly back to the restaurant to get her cell phone. That panicked look was no longer the usual calm and collected look. As soon as she got her hands on the cell phone, she immediately dialed Zhang Nan's number. Hello, the number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please dial again later. Jolan's eyes were immediately filled with panic, and immediately proceeded to dial Su Weiwei's number. She knew that Su Weiwei rarely left Zhang Nan's side. Hello, the number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please dial again later. Still the same beep. Jolan's hands trembled nonstop. She did not die, kept dialing. That mechanical beeping followed and repeated over and over again. At that moment, a phrase that Zhang Nan had said before kept flashing in her mind. The world on the lone wolf's side is supposed to be exciting. After all, it's the world of shifters. Butler Chow. She called Butler Joe and called all of them at the Red Casket once, asking them if Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei were with them. By the time Steward Zhang's phone calls were made one by one, the answers were all no, and that's when everyone panicked. Especially the Red Casket, who was now traveling with Song Jishu in some foreign country. By the time she was notified that Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei had disappeared, it was already 5 days later. She immediately took the nearest flight back that day. When the red beer came back to the manor, everyone gathered in silence. She was startled when she saw Jolan. Only Jolan's entire body looked like a wilted flower bone, sitting quietly in a corner of the sofa. She hadn't eaten much in days. The servants brought her meals and returned them as they were. Whenever no one was around, she would always think of the little moments when she was with Zhang Nan, and then the tears just keep falling. Butler Zhou looked at his own master in this state and was very distressed. Arrow and Lu Xiaoming, among others, also had a hard time. These past few years at the behest of Zhang Nan, a few of their young friends from their early childhood had simply changed their lives, and each one of them had made a good living. Therefore, they had always had a strong sense of gratitude towards Zhang Nan in their hearts. Sister, what's going on? That guy didn't tell me he was leaving either. The red beer murmured softly. MS. Red Casket. This is the videotaped video left for you by Lord Zhang Nan and MS. Weiwei. Housekeeper Zhou handed her the video that Zhang Nan had left for the Red Casket. In fact, on the day he realized Zhang Nan was missing, Housekeeper Zhou found a note on the table in Zhang Nan's room. Erishur sister. Red Casket. By the time you read this note, I will have already left this world with Vivi. Don't get me wrong. We didn't kill ourselves. But I sensed a call from another world. Maybe you'll blame us both for leaving without saying goodbye, but I think it's better to leave this way, so that when you remember it later, you'll think of all the good things we've done together in the past few years, not the sadness of parting. Over the past few days, I've recorded a number of videos for you with what Viv and I have to say to you, one for each of you individually. Don't worry about us, we'll be back. It just might take a little longer, but we'll definitely be back to see you. When the red beer watched the video left for her by Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei, she suddenly broke down and cried. You two little heartless ones, woo-hoo. Jolan heard her cry and froze as he gave her a look. Tears also slipped from that pale face. The red beer, he said. He'll be back. He'll be back. We'll all be waiting for him to come back. Sister, don't scare me. Seeing Jolan like this, the red beer in turn became even more worried. She knew that Jolan's feelings for Zhang Nan were much deeper than self. Jolan still sat motionless in a daze, her mouth only repeating the words. He said he'd be back. I'll be waiting for him to come back. Capital. The Zheng family's new villa. Today, the Zheng family welcomed a heavyweight Jolan. Zheng Feng since receiving Jolan's call. Then he immediately asked Zheng Xinmei to rush back from the company with him and prepare in advance to receive Jolan. Zheng Feng because Zhang Nan was on the capital side. Therefore, he had also long since shifted the map of his business to the capital over the past few years. Originally thought the business suddenly shifted over to the capital, may have to take years to slow down, but I didn't realize that the Zhou family, which is in charge of the 4 great families, after knowing that he had come to the capital to develop, he talked to him about cooperation without saying a word. Several large orders a year. Let him Zhang family alone to get. Therefore, Zhang Feng had gained a firm foothold in the capital in just a few years. Assets have also multiplied several times over in Hiroshima. It made him excited and relieved all over again, because both he and Jiang Xinmei knew that it was all brought about by Zhang Nan. Moreover, Zhang Nan didn't object or block the Zhou family from helping him in this way. That proves that Jiang Nan doesn't hate them as much as he used to. Jiang Xinmei saw Zhou Lan come in with her bodyguards. She couldn't help but glance behind Zhou Lan. Empty. Pupils can't help but have a flash of loss. Zhang Feng did the same, but he collected himself quickly and was busy accompanying Zhou Lan with a smile. Dong Zhou, please have some tea. I've already had someone prepare a meal. In a moment you stay and have a light meal before you go. Zhou Lan sat down in silence, that palm-sized face still pale. She hadn't wanted to come over to the Zhang family. However, thinking of Zhang Nan's instructions to her in the video. No, I came over here to tell you guys a message. Zhou Lan didn't sit down for long before he left, but as soon as she left, Zhang Feng sat on the sofa with red eyes. Jiang Xinmei was also so hard that she kept shedding tears. How could Zhang Nan just leave without saying a word? Over the past few years, Jiang Xinmei and Zhang Feng, apart from seeing Zhang Nan a few times when the Zhou family hosted banquets, the two of them have also been afraid to meet Zhang Nan in private. Afraid he'd be upset to see them both. Dad, is what Zhou Dong said true? Nan, did you really go to the other world? Zhang Feng was silent and speechless, but the wetness under the eyes let Jiang Xinmei heart cannot bear to ask further. After a long time, she then heard Zhang Feng murmur a few words. Zhang Nan, he's not staying with us at all. Even when it's time to leave this world, they don't even come over to tell us, even to look at us. But even if he doesn't stay with us, he should let me look at him. Seeing Zhang Feng in such a difficult situation, Jiang Xinmei hurriedly exited to comfort him. Dad, don't be upset. Didn't Zhou just say that Zhang Nan told them he would be back? However, Zhang Feng shook his head with a saddened look on his face. Dad, just can't wait for the day he comes back. He spent the previous 20 or 30 years severely overworking his body and scrambling to make money to support his family. The body's indicators, now, are seriously over the top. Son, in this life and the next, will I ever hear you call me dad again? But the thought came together and he smiled to himself. The 3rd year after Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei left, the Red Beer and Song Jishu were married in a grand ceremony. On the day of the wedding, Zhou Lan was given away as a maiden name of the Red Casket. Before leaving the door, the Red Beer looked at the closed door of Zhang Nan's room, crying all the time. To the side, Song Jishu's pupils flashed with a hint of astringency. Zhou Lan sighed, and after attaching herself to the Red Beer's ear and whispering a few words, the Red Beer finally stopped crying and snapped at Song Jishu. Don't be jealous, I'm just sad that Zhang Nan and Weiwei and the two of them didn't see the day when I was happily married. Song Jishu sniffed. The astringency under his eyes was instantly filled with joy. He immediately stepped forward to hold the hand of the Red Beer, and the deep love in his eyes made the women in the arena wallow. The Red Beer, they'll see. We're both going to be happy for the rest of our lives and sweeten them up when they come back. Zhou Lan watched as these two little foes finally tied the knot. The heart couldn't stop being happy either. Sister, it's about time you found someone who's good to you. The Red Beer held Zhou Lan's hand and repeatedly persuaded him. These words, over the years, the Red Beer had lost count of how many times she had said them to Zhou Lan. But every time Zhou Lan just smiled faintly and answered her with silence. This time is no exception. Zhou Lan patted her hand, her watery eyes as if reflecting the shadow of someone. You must be happy. Red Bearer, take my share of Zhang Nan together, and be happy. Alien world. A large dusty flat. There was silence all around. A group of a few dozen people is moving slowly. Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei stood under a big sturdy tree, gazing at the slowly advancing group. Upon seeing a certain figure in the group, Zhang Nan suddenly laughed. Vivi, we've finally found an old friend. Su Weiwei sniffed and looked at the leading man in front of the group. The corners of her mouth followed suit and raised a charming arc. It wasn't easy. She had actually made her way through this alien world with Zhang Nan for several years. The lone wolf really didn't lie to them. The aliens here are really too strong. They are simple-minded and not bad by nature though. Yet all of them are militant. In this alien world, no matter who's right or wrong, it's all about using your fists. As long as you beat the other guy, you're right even if you're wrong. No one will be unconvinced. And Zhang Nan, who is also combative by nature. When I was in China, I couldn't even let go of my hands when I hit people because I had too many scruples. It hasn't even moved once in years. It always made him feel like it was useless to have that psychic ability because there was no use for it. And when you arrive, you see that everyone is good at martial arts. It gave Zhang Nan a feeling that he had finally found an organization. But he was so excited. In the beginning, because I hadn't gotten used to the environment and the rules here, and the abilities are completely inadequate compared to the aliens here. Therefore, Zhang Nan was in the position of being beaten all the time. Because there are so few women here, only a quarter of the men. So, there's a mandatory rule for the shifters here not to hit women. And, if you beat the other side. He also asked if the other woman would go with self. If the woman agrees, they are perfectly justified in taking the other woman away to their own. As a result, Zhang Nan, who was carrying a great beauty like Su Weiwei, would always somehow get one batch after another of alterns who took the initiative to come to his door to provoke him. But Zhang Nan's character is a head ironist. You don't mess with me. I don't move you. If you mess with me, I'll beat you to death. The strong are afraid of the hard. Tough fears don't kill you. After a period of severe beatings, Zhang Nan quickly adapted and was soon in the thick of things. And one of the first things they did after getting their feet wet here was to look for the lone wolf. Zhang Nan had always been grateful to Lone Wolf. Zhang Nan was in a good mood as he looked at the team. I didn't realize that he'd come back to this other world only a few years ago, and he's mixed up to become the leader of an alien team. However, if I let him know that I, Zhang Nan, have come here and already mixed up to be the head of a city, I wonder if he will be frightened. Ha ha, let's go and surprise our old friend. He finished, smiling broadly, and walked toward the approaching group. The moment Zhang Nan met the lone wolf, unbeknownst to me, it was the beginning of the trembling of the alien world to come. Because, from today onwards, the entire alien world, there will be two demonic figures rising strongly. They will rule the entire alien world with unstoppable force. 10 years later, the capital of China. The Quadrennial Global Economic Symposium has just concluded in China. This time at the conference, China was in the limelight. As the representative of China this time, Zhou Lan has attracted the attention of the world's economic circles. The official media of various countries have even described her achievements over the years as a business wizard. That's because she became the world's richest person in just 1 year, and has been in that position for 9 years now. At the reception after the conference, Zhou Lan, dressed in a private customized fitted dress, nodded confidently and graciously to the rich and powerful dignitaries from various countries who came to greet her. Mr. Lin, what do you say I go after Miss Zhou Lan? She's so charming looking. A young blonde man, holding up a red wine glass in his hand, with eyes of adoration, looked towards Zhou Lan, who was glittering in the crowd. The Chinese partner next to him sniffed and laughed at the sight. Mr. Robin, don't blame me for hitting you. This Miss Zhou Lan is notoriously difficult to chase in China. Robin raised an eyebrow, more interested. Oh, how so? Lin Shen's eyes were mesmerized as he looked at Zhou Lan, who was attracting attention in the whole room. I heard that she has a favorite, and she has liked him for more than 10 years. Robin looked at Zhou Lan, who seemed to be in her mid-20s on the outside, and frowned. What about men, like her too? Lin Shen shook his head. Then we don't know. Because, the man is gone. Robin was delighted. Is it dead? If he's dead, that's great. It's just a dead guy. Are you afraid you can't compete? But when Lin Shen heard him say the word dead, his face immediately changed and he looked around nervously. Mr. Robin, please be careful what you say. This is China. You can't disrespect that man. That person is the most respected person in our country of China, Lord Zhang Nan. Robin was from one of the big families in the Free State, just about 30 years old this year, and only in the past few years had he come on behalf of his family to work with the country of China, which led the global economy. Although he was unfamiliar with some things within China, he had heard of Zhang Nan, because several years ago, people in the family had already held a secret meeting. Messing with no one should not mess with the mysterious 4 great families of China. In particular, there's a young man named Zhang Nan. That man, at that point, had caught the attention of all the great families around the globe. So, the person she likes is Zhang Nan. Then it's no wonder she can't see anyone. It's a pity. Didn't I hear that Zhang Nan has disappeared for years? Why is she still waiting for him? Hey, seeing such a beautiful and moving beauty waiting for years without marrying, Robin was a little sad for her. Lin Shen also looked sadly at Zhou Lan in the distance, watching her amaze the crowd with her every move, and couldn't help but sigh. Maybe she's too in love to get out. Zhou Lan, who was at the center of the crowd's attention, still had a light and decent smile on her face. At this moment, Lin Wu, who had been following and protecting her, suddenly walked quickly towards her with a face full of excitement. Miss, Butler Arrow wants you to go back immediately now. Zhou Lan was stunned for a moment. Arrow told her to go back now? How important today's banquet was. Arrow, who was the steward of the Zhou family, was well aware of it, so how could he want her to go back at this time? Without moving, she stepped aside and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did something happen at home?" Linwoo was clearly excited as he took a few deep breaths. Such was his manner that Zhou Lan's heart hung in the air for a moment. Linwoo was also out of sorts. He was usually a very calm person who didn't show his emotions easily. Only after Linwoo took a deep breath, Fong slowly said in a low, hoarse voice, "Miss Zhang Nan and Miss Su Weiwei are back." The moment Lin Wu's words fell, Zhou Lan's mind instantly exploded as if a bomb had been dropped on it. Boom, boom. She asked in a trembling voice, "You said that Zhang Nan came back?" Lin Wu's heart choked as he looked at Zhou Lan's appearance. He understood Zhou Lan's feelings all too well. It should be said that all of them understood Zhou Lan's feelings too well. She has been waiting for Zhang Nan for 10 whole years. Lin Wu, take me back immediately. Quick. After Zhou Lan finished speaking, she immediately lifted up her own long skirt and rushed towards the door of the banquet hall without looking back, fearing that if they ran one step slower, Zhang Nan would disappear again in the next second. Ms. Zhou, you have to speak on stage later. Ms. Chow. Everyone in the ballroom was stunned when they saw Zhou Lan, who was always confident and calm, actually rushing out in a panic. They didn't understand what had happened. Zhou family estate villa. Everyone's gathered here. There are 2 siblings, Ding Jiang and Ding Yu, who have already become directors of a listed company of the Zhou family. There is the heir who has grown calm and mature. There's Lu Xiaoming, who's already making a name for himself in the art world. There was also the red beard that had just returned from a vacation with Song Jishu. The moment she saw Zhang Nan, her expression had been agitated. At the moment, she was sitting next to a pair of 4-year-old dragon and phoenix babies. The 2 of them were staring wide-eyed at Zhang Nan. "You're Zhang Nan?" Zhang Nan looked at the tigerish tone of the 2 small children in front of him and could not help but laugh dumbly. "Yes, what are you two's names?" Seeing Zhang Nan's reply, the tiger-headed male child with a somewhat sturdy figure skimmed his lips. "So you're the Zhang Nan that my mama always reads about. Not very good looking, humph. Not as handsome as my dad." The red beard's face reddened at the male child's words. Over the years, she had been discussing with Song Jishu in front of her children about whether Zhang Nan would return. Sometimes when you see something, you say it to your child's face. "This is what your uncle Zhang Nan likes to eat. Your uncle Zhang Nan is awesome." I didn't realize that these 2 little guys had heard so much that they were actually jealous. Zhang Nan looked at the 2 little ones in front of him and helplessly exchanged a glance with the red bear. Su Weiwei covered her mouth and laughed lightly. The red bear couldn't help but throw in a rant. "You little bitch, disappearing with him for so many years. You're so heartless." Su Weiwei rare not argue with the red rope. "This you cannot blame me. Is someone to go? I just married that what with what just. Vivi, so are you going to leave next?" Lu Xiaoming, who hadn't said anything, couldn't help but ask out. When Su Weiwei sniffed, she didn't answer directly, but turned her head to look at Zhang Nan, signaling him to speak. Zhang Nan coughed lightly and didn't reply directly. "Let's talk about it after a while." He came back with Su Weiwei this time because he wanted to take Zhou Lan. In the alien world, he found the alien power that allows even Zhou Lan to cultivate. He didn't take Zhou Lan before because he considered that self was different from Zhou Lan. His powers improve with his realm, and he is capable of living for a long time. Zhou Lan, on the other hand, can't. Although she was a divine healer, exotic physique. Like humans, she could only live up to 100 or so years old at most. But recently he discovered a certain new psychic ability that would allow Zhou Lan to live as long as he and Su Weiwei after practicing it. So, after discussing with Weiwei, he immediately decided to come back and bring Zhou Lan over, so that Zhou Lan could also shine with them in the alien world. But only if Zhou Lan is willing. It didn't take long for Zhou Lan to return. The moment she saw Zhang Nan, couldn't stop the tears from falling. When the red bear saw Zhou Lan like this, she covered her mouth and sobbed in a small voice. She understands how Zhou Lan feels. Zhang Nan immediately got up and walked to her, whom he hadn't seen for 10 years, and heartily wiped the teardrops that fell from her. "Arashur, I'm back. Come back and take you." Capital. Zhang family villa. Zhang Xinmei came back from working overtime at the company with a tired face as usual. At this time, but steward Zhang trembled and came out to greet her in person. When she saw that Butler Zhang's body was already a bit old, she couldn't help but feel distressed. "Butler Zhang, it's after 9 o'clock. Why don't you take a good rest and run out to pick me up? It's windy outside. Hurry up and get inside. Don't catch a cold." But Butler Zhang didn't listen. He said with a choked tone of excitement, "Miss, young Master Zhang Nan is back." Zhang Xinmei froze. "You, who did you say came back?" Housekeeper Zhang still choked. "It's the young master. The young master has finally returned. He is now offering incense to the old master." In the next second, Zhang Xinmei stumbled on her feet and almost fell. when she rushed into the Zheng family's ancestral hall. The eyes reflected a sturdy, tall back. Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan had long known who the visitor was. He slowly inserted the incense into the incense burner and then solemnly paid 3 more obeisances towards Zhang Feng's tablet. Then, only to sigh. People die and feuds disperse. It's time for him to let go. Turning to look at Zhang Xinmei. Miss Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Xinmei instantly broke down in tears when she heard this voice. Woohoo! Why didn't you come back earlier? Do you know how much Dad wanted to see you before he died? He was so sorry when he died. You know. Oh, Zhang Xinmei was truly broken at this moment. It was as if all the emotions that had been suppressed for more than 10 years had exploded in this instant. She witnessed her father, Zhang Feng, until the moment of his death, with his eyes still looking at the doorway and muttering under his breath. Xinmei, you go to the Zhou family to poke around again. See if your brother's back yet? Xinmei, if you see your brother, be sure to tell him for Dad that Dad really knows he's wrong. Dad has not been a good father in this life. In the next life, if he is still my child, Dad will love him well. Never again will he suffer. When Zhang Nan came out of the Zhang family villa, steam rose from his pupils as he looked at the building that stood against the darkness of the night. Zhang Feng is dead. That's something he didn't expect. Think of Zhang Xinmei crying and dictating to him what Zhang Feng wanted to say to himself before he died. Something inexplicably hurt in his heart. The Zhang family, this time, is completely finished with him? Goodbye, Changs. Half a year later, Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei disappeared again with Zhou Lan. However, this time around, they had greeted the Red Casket and the others a long time ago. Su Weiwei's traveling through space skill was used with increasing ease. Therefore, Zhang Nan assured the Red Casket that he would come back to see them once in a while. The day Zhou Lan and the others left, the Red Casket cried a lot, but to think that Zhou Lan had finally waited for her own happiness. She was overjoyed for Zhou Lan again. Sister, the person you've been looking forward to for so many years has finally come back to take you away. Cherish it, and you must give me fierce happiness. Zhou Lan sniffed and held the hand of the red bear, patting it gently in a comforting manner. The shots were the only ones that she and the Red Casket understood. Red rope, your happiness now is Song Jishu and your 2 children. Life has regrets. Otherwise, how do you call it life? I was and have long been ready to spend this life alone with regret. It is good that God does not tolerate me to be alone in my life. Finally got Zhang Nan back. After Zhang Nan brought Zhou Lan to the alien world, she was stunned by the sight before her. Is this the legendary alien world? Zhang Nan and Su Weiwei looked at Zhou Lan's shocked look and smiled. This expression is exactly the same as when they both first came to the alien world. Sister Erishur, let me take you to meet an old friend. He's my perfect partner now. When Zhou Lan froze and was brought to the Lone Wolf by Zhang Nan, she let out a gasp of surprise all of a sudden. Lone Wolf? Lone Wolf smiled. Assistant Zhou Lan, it's been a long time. Welcome to the alien world. The complete book.